Chapter 1. Leti. This was a world rich in magic, and people called it the Holy Magic Continent. Magicians held an unparalleled noble status here. Becoming a magician became the dream of everyone in this land. But to become one not only required exceptional talent, but also tremendous luck. On this vast continent, there were scattered empires of various sizes and some unknown villages, among which the 5 great empires had absolute say over the continent. But magicians did not represent the entirety of this world. Are you hungry? Just wait. I'll go find some food for you. In a dark corner, a scruffy youth muttered to himself while addressing a white diamond-shaped crystal hanging on his chest. The crystal emitted a faint white light before going quiet once again. I'm fine, just a few pieces of wood, that's all. Look at my hand. It's still with me, isn't it? The youth smiled softly, then shook his hand slightly, accidentally humming a little sound. All right, time to work. The youth stepped out from the dim corner, keeping his head down as he quickly walked along the streets. A bustling city, crowded streets. The youth seemed out of place here as he wandered around by himself, his eyes scanning around looking for a target. Boss, how much do you sell these purple crystals for? In a general store, someone was purchasing items. We calculate by weight, 50 copper coins per gram. How much do you need, sir? I need 1 kilogram of this purple crystal. All right, please wait a moment. Sir, here's what you asked for. All right, thank you for coming. Leti weighed the bag of purple crystals in his hands, smiling lightly, and then exited the store. When he stepped outside the shop, he subconsciously furrowed his brow slightly, noticing a young boy wandering nearby. He sighed quietly, intending to leave, but it seemed like the boy was heading in the same direction, following behind him closely. Leti no longer quickened his pace intentionally, and gradually the scruffy youth caught up. He wanted to see what this youth intended to do. All the valuable things he had were stored in a place where an ordinary person would absolutely have no way to access. What could such a youth possibly take from him? As he expected, it was the thief's usual trick, pretending to bump into him unintentionally as a passerby, then swiftly apologizing and rushing away from the scene. Watching the youth depart somewhat nervously, Leti shook his head lightly toward his retreating back, and then turned to leave. Yet when he took his first step, something indescribable stirred inside him, as if there was something unusual about that boy earlier. Out of caution, Leti checked his own money pouch once more. The scruffy youth quickly left the scene. After confirming that no one around noticed him, he quietly slipped into a dark alleyway. This alleyway had a turn, and after the turn was a pile of weeds several times taller than the average person. He darted inside, where under a stone was a wooden board, beside which were a few hemp cloths. It looked as though these should be used as quilts for sleeping. At some point, a money pouch had appeared in his arms. He placed it gently down, joy spreading across his face. Ling, this amount of money will last us for years. Looking at the countless coins inside, his hands trembled slightly. Fantastic. Now our lives are secure for the future. I'll go buy you something to eat immediately. The white crystal hanging from the youth's chest shone with white light again, and a relatively cleaner set of clothes materialized on the youth's hand. He only wore this set of clothing during normal activities. He cherished it very much because no one would sell him anything if his body were too dirty. After changing his clothes rapidly, he left the alley from the other side. One side of the alley was hidden by weeds, and the other side was lined with wooden boards beneath, which was a hole allowing him to slip through if he crouched low. Once past another corner, he returned to the street. Uncle, how much for the meat cakes? 50 black pattern coins each. Here, a copper coin. I want 2. Here you go. 2 meat cakes. Hope to see you again next time. Holding 2 hot, steaming meat cakes in his pockets, the youth, Xiao, returned to his messy residence. However, upon passing through the wooden board again, he found that there was someone else inside. Amidst this disordered area, Leti stood out clearly in his neat attire. It was very inconvenient for him to move in the narrow alley, and he tapped around, checking carefully before looking at the returning youth. Did you do all of this? The youth had expected the uncle in front of him to give him a good beating, retrieve his money pouch, and then stroll off, but instead, he asked such a strange question. Could these items belong to anyone else if not himself? The youth nodded cautiously. Very good. Leti nodded with satisfaction. From the outside, it just looks like a normal dark alley, and even if someone comes out of curiosity to take a look, all they will see is probably just a dead end. Do you practice magic? The young man naturally knew how difficult this uncle in front of him could be, so it was no surprise that he could tell a little about his magical ability. Otherwise, how would he have pulled off such a stunt? Ouch, why did I ask such a stupid question? Isn't it already obvious that you know magic? Otherwise, how could you have taken the money pouch from my carol? After all, it does require magic as a medium to activate. Look at this pile of weeds. There's a magic array carved inside, creating an illusion for people. Listening to Leti's analysis, the youth carefully took steps backward while slightly squatting down. Being able to thoroughly understand the workings here meant that this uncle in front of him was not just any simple magician. You don't need to run, nor should you be afraid. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Leti shrugged and extended a hand. By the way, what's your name? Who are you? Why would I tell you? The youth clearly still harbored hostility towards him, but threw the money pouch in his arms over to Leti before continuing. I've already returned the money pouch. You can leave now. Leti received the money pouch and put it back into his carol. My name is Leti, and I'm a magic mentor. I saw that you have quite some talent for magic, so I'm curious. Leti instinctively reached up to touch his own chin. It doesn't seem like you've received any formal magical education, yet you can use this kind of primary magic array. It surprised me. Seeing Leti's increasing interest in him, the young man showed signs of restlessness. Hey, Didn't you come to get your money pouch back? Since you've got it, you can leave now. No, no, no. I still have one more question. Would you care to come with me? Lady's expression suddenly became serious as he fixed a penetrating stare at the young man, speaking every word deliberately. Still dazed and not fully reacting, the youth stood there, unaware of what had happened. I said I'm a magic teacher. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. I noticed that you possess special magical talents, so I wish to become your teacher. Follow me. I'll take you to experience the outside world and show you more splendid magics. Why should I trust you? We're only strangers, and why would you want to help me? I told you before, belief lies within your judgment. As for why I want to take you as my disciple, first of all, I am a teacher, and I would certainly hope my students to be outstanding. And you? My feeling tells me that you're gold buried under the sands. A magician's intuition is often quite accurate. We call this perception. Secondly, I saw many things representing darkness in your eyes. This means that your life has been filled with darkness. In my view, gold will shine sooner or later, though we might not know whether it will happen under the glaring sunlit sky or during a pitch-black midnight. If I let you be, there may come a day when someone might admire your talent and lead you down the wrong path. If that were to happen, the world might have another calamity on its hands. Since such a scenario exists, why shouldn't I take you on the right track, alleviating one fraction of the world's darkness? Actually, you don't need to ponder so much. One day, perhaps in the future, you might make the same decision I've made, and by then, you will understand why I helped you. Make your decision now. Continue doing these unseen in the dark matters in this blackened alley, or follow me to see the sun outside. Although the young man didn't entirely understand the specifics of what this uncle in front of him was talking about, his intuition told him that this uncle was sincere, and something within himself seemed faintly stirred, a voice gently urging him. Follow him. Follow him. Darkness isn't all there is to this world. In the end, the young man straightened his body, and in the pitch-black pupils reflected the figure of Leti. My name is Xiao. My name is Leti, magic mentor of the Sacred Domain Academy. Starting now, you will be my disciple. Follow me, and I'll show you this vast world. Although Xiao had heard his parents talk about the concepts of student and teacher before, he still held a certain level of caution towards Leti, despite considering him as his mentor already. T-share. Following behind Leti, Xiao softly mumbled this term. Unnoticed by Leti, faint white light began to shimmer at the corner of his eye. Underneath where Leti hadn't noticed, the pendant hanging from Xiao's chest emitted another wave of subtle white light. Suddenly feeling something unusual at his chest, Xiao quickly grasped the pendant and stepped back to create some distance between him and Leti. Lowering his head, Xiao softly said, "These are the meat pies I just bought. You can take them and eat them." As he spoke, the 2 meat pies in the bag on his hand just disappeared. Don't make a sound. Ling Mom and Dad said that no one should know about you. Chapter 2. Oracle Magician. Have you studied magic before? On the magical train to the sacred realm, Leti looked at Xiao with a benevolent smile, his face filled with a hint of curiosity. Xiao was now dressed in brand new clothes, sitting across from Leti. Being scrutinized by an uncle-like figure made Xiao feel somewhat uneasy. Taken aback by the sudden question, Xiao instinctively nodded slightly, but then quickly shook his head. In truth, even he wasn't sure if he had really studied it. At first, his parents had merely told him some basic knowledge about magic, and afterward, everything else had been self-taught. One can guess that you must know some things about magic. Otherwise, how could someone your age independently create a small magical array? Leti somehow pulled out a book as thick as a palm, flipped through a page, and handed it to Xiao. This explains magic. This section discusses its definition. Compare it to what you already know about magic. Xiao took the heavy book and found the line Leti asked him to read. Magic power, a special energy produced by the human body, akin to stamina as an abstract concept, yet something tangible and visible. Magic. Using a magical array as a medium and magic power as energy, magicians possess abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Though Xiao already knew most of this, he still focused on reading the book titled The Essentials for Apprentice Magicians, trying to find differences from what he'd previously learned. After looking through dozens of pages, he couldn't spot what he was looking for. Teacher, I already know all this. After roughly browsing through it, Xiao closed the book and returned it to Leti. You know all of this? Though Leti was aware that Xiao had some knowledge of magic, exactly how much the boy knew was unclear. Then tell me what you know. Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Magicians are divided into regular magicians, great magicians, ultra magicians, holy magicians, and oracle magicians. Stop. Before Xiao could finish, Leti interrupted him. Oracle magicians? Who told you that? Listen well, magicians were once called magic power possessors. They were individuals who possessed magic power but didn't know how to use it. When someone with magic power learns how to use magic, they enter the domain of being a magician. Magicians are classified into apprentice magicians, beginner-level magicians, intermediate-level magicians, advanced-level magicians, great magicians, ultra magicians, and holy magicians. The Sacred Realm continent originally had over 20 holy magicians, but after the Great War 10 years ago, only a few remain. To date, I have never heard of any oracle magicians. Perhaps I made a mistake, teacher. Teacher, could you elaborate on the Great War that occurred 10 years ago? Leti had wanted to ask more about the oracle magicians, but as a scholar, he understood the principle of boundless learning. It was his first encounter with the concept of oracle magicians, even if the term came from a child around 10 years old. He believed there must be some basis for such information since children tend to be more honest than adults. The Great War 10 years ago almost led to the destruction of the Sacred Realm continent. On the current border of the Fengyue Empire in Valky, the final battle took place. All the holy magicians of every race united to fight against the enemy, sacrificing several holy magicians in order to narrowly achieve victory and protect our land. Though the war ended, as long as there are people with ambition, war will never cease. Those few surviving holy magicians named that battle the Origin War. Origin War. Xiao remembered this name. It was the sole clue related to his parents that he currently had. Teacher, what exactly was the enemy we faced? It was us. Lei sighed deeply, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Xiao didn't understand what teacher meant by us, nor did he know what kind of external enemies the Sacred Realm continent faced during the Origin War. It's your turn to tell me exactly what you know about these oracle magicians. Lei suddenly fixed his eyes on Xiao, placing his hand on his chin as if deep in thought. Pressed by Lei's request, Xiao momentarily didn't know how to respond, showing signs of slight awkwardness. I might have made a mistake. I'm not quite sure. Is that so? Hearing Xiao's explanation, Lei frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Never mind. Let me explain how the ranks of magicians are differentiated. There is no fundamental difference between apprentice, beginner level, intermediate, and advanced magicians. It mainly lies in the magic level they can use. A great magician can use more complex composite magic, while an ultra magician can wield incredibly powerful ultra magic. Holy magicians create their own domains, within which they reign supreme, like deities. Suddenly, as if reminded of something, Lei's voice trailed off abruptly. Xiao, if I remember correctly, the first rank you gave for the magician levels was ordinary magician, followed by great magician? Caught off guard by his teacher's sudden question, Xiao suddenly became a bit nervous, stuttering slightly as he spoke. I was just saying it randomly. I might have remembered incorrectly. It seems Xiao didn't want to tell him too much, so Lei didn't push further. But his curiosity about Xiao grew even more intense. It seems you know quite a lot in some areas. Lei suddenly smiled. Being your teacher really does come with some pressure. Let me ask you another question. What do you think magic is? Something extremely powerful. How powerful? It can easily kill someone. As long as one has great power, no one dares to accuse them. With enough strength, whatever they do is right. A brief silence. What about your parents? Lei looked into Xiao's eyes, hoping to see something. I don't know. They left when I was very young. And your parents' names? When Lei asked this question, Xiao hesitated, with some of his own concerns showing. Clearly, Xiao had not fully trusted Lei yet. How had a child around 10 years old been surviving all these years? Struggling alone in dark corners, every search for food could risk his life. Just earlier, when buying clothes for Xiao, bruises had been spotted all over his body. Compared to these physical wounds, perhaps the damage to his psyche was even greater. Hence, some of his views had been influenced. For a teacher, and even more so as a mentor, it was far more important to teach him the correct outlook on life than just magic. Chapter 3. Welcome to the Holy Realm. Lei was still watching you with a light indifference as he asked gently. So, if you want to become stronger, will you study magic on your own? Xiao nodded heavily, his eyes full of anticipation looking at Lei. And what do you plan to do after you've learned magic? Punish the bad people. Kill all the bad ones. Then find my parents and protect them. Is that so? I think you'll surely become a powerful magician. Your parents must be very proud of you. Upon hearing Lei's praise, Xiao smiled, genuinely happy. It was the first time after leaving his parents that someone praised him. All he used to hear were curses and contemptuous remarks. Yeah, thank you, master. Let's go, we've arrived at the Holy Realm. Following Lei off the magic train, Xiao looked at the bustling city in front of him and the grand building standing right at its center. A long-buried memory within Xiao's heart started to surface. Have you been here before? Seeing that Xiao didn't appear curious about any of this, Lei felt a bit surprised. How could a 10-year-old child have no interest in such a magnificent scene? Regardless of how much his original nature might have been eroded, just from Xiao's earlier smile, it was clear his heart was still kind and retained the curiosity of a child toward the world. In response to Lei's question, Xiao didn't avoid it. Instead, he gave a slight nod. To tell the truth, when he first heard Holy Realm, it already felt familiar. Originally, this was the place where he had lived in the past. This place was called the Holy Realm. There was an academy here named the Holy Realm Academy, and the magicians here were known by outsiders as the magicians of the Holy Realm. This place was the sacred land of magicians, possessing an extraordinary status across the continent. Because this is where countless legends began, his parents had studied magic here too, becoming the greatest magicians in his heart. Known as the origin of magic, perhaps this place could give him the answers he sought. Welcome back to the Holy Realm. Let it not press Xiao for more information. He understood that the boy carried too much for his age. Suddenly, Xiao felt something grab his hand. This unexpected action interrupted his thoughts. Wanting to resist at first, upon realizing that it was Lei who had taken his hand, Xiao stopped moving. In fact, Xiao didn't dislike Lei's gesture. Instead, it made him feel something indescribable inside. The Holy Realm is quite lively today. This was the first thing Xiao said since arriving at the Holy Realm. Lei was slightly startled, somewhat surprised. He assumed that without his prompting, Xiao wouldn't have initiated conversation. Unexpectedly, Xiao even managed to bring up a topic. Yes, it's not just today. The Holy Realm has been quite lively for several days now. After all, during this period, the Holy Realm Academy is enrolling new students. Renowned as the best academy in the entire continent, Recruitment occurred only every few years. How could it not be bustling? Let's go. In the bustling crowd, if it weren't for Le tightly holding Xiu's hand, Xiu probably would have been swept away by the flow of people somewhere else. At the entrance of the Holy Realm Academy stood a specially designed access point for special personnel. With Le leading Xiu, the guards immediately allowed them passage. Let's go. I'll take you for a test. Out of curiosity about Xiu, Le couldn't wait to uncover more secrets of this young boy. Once they entered the academy, he hurriedly led him straight to the nearest testing site. Le's focus was entirely on the distant testing bench, so much so that he missed greetings from someone far away. Hey Le, you old man. Ignoring me, huh? A much stockier uncle figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiu. Startled by the sudden appearance of this person, Le jumped slightly. Recognizing who it was, he waved irritably and said, Pain, get out of the way. Can't you see I'm busy? Busy? Pain glanced strangely at Xiu. Because of this kid? Did you return from your mission with a newcomer this time? Le, do you have some other interesting things for me to see? Faced with Pain's pestering, Le was getting a headache. Move aside first. I still need to take this child for a test. A magic power test. Pain quickly stepped aside for Le. After all, he was also quite curious about this new arrival Le brought back. Alright, let me see as well. Teacher. Not until another voice suddenly rang out did Len notice the little brat trailing behind Pain. He wasn't just Pain's only disciple, but also held a unique existence within this academy. Looking at his teacher who seemed to have completely forgotten the mission he was on, it was necessary as his student to remind him. We are still on a mission. Hey, teacher. As if he hadn't heard his student's reminder, Pain led Ace and followed closely behind Le, walking directly to the magic power testing bench. In such a vast academy, there wouldn't just be one place to test for magic power. A magic power test was a very simple process. It simply tested whether you possessed magic power and then identified its attribute. Teacher Le, Teacher Pain, greetings to the two esteemed seniors. The testing instructor noticed Le and Pain and respectfully greeted them, also noticing a strange boy standing beside Le. Are the two of you going to test this student's magic attribute? Teacher Les brought in another new student. I wonder how Teacher Les' judgment will turn out this time. His previous students, TSK. Come on, let's go take a look. Le and Xiu ignored the voices chattering nearby. Le nodded lightly at the testing teacher, signaling for Xiu to step forward. You put your hand on the focal point of that magic array, then channel your magic into it. On the desk before the testing teacher was a simple magic array engraved with 7 colored crystals placed around its edges, each representing one of the 8 attributes of magic: darkness, light, water, ice, fire, lightning, earth, and wind. Following what Le had said, Xiu placed his hand at the center of the magic array, slowly injecting his magical energy. As the magic flowed, the array gradually responded, the lines forming it glowing under the influence of the magic with an unusual red light. Within 5 seconds, the entire array became unusually clear due to Xiu's magic. Seeing the extremely bright red light before their eyes, Le grew more excited while Pain unconsciously opened his mouth wide. As for the people surrounding them, they widened their eyes even further, completely astonished. The clearer the lines of the array, the better the person who injected the magic controlled it, and the purer their magical energy. Such clarity and dazzling redness were probably something even Le had never seen before. The geniuses of the Holy Realm Academy might outnumber those across the entire world, but still, Le had never seen a situation like this, giving him quite a shock. Next came the attribute of the magic power. The crystals, symbolizing the 7 different attributes, would respond differently, depending on the type of magic channeled. At this point, Xiu himself was also looking forward to knowing which magic attribute would accompany his future path as a magician. However, for Le, this wasn't so important anymore. Based solely on the purity and control of the magic that Xiu had shown earlier, Le could already classify Xiu as a genius. Whether or not he had a double attribute mark since birth didn't matter anymore. Now all that remained was to wait quietly for the results. Chapter 4, Ace. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling light suddenly flickered, and the previously clear magic circuit gradually lost its glow until the magic array returned to calmness. It was as if everything that had happened before was just a dream, with no response from the crystals symbolizing the 8 attributes. The teacher in charge of the test felt a little embarrassed, since he had never seen such a situation. He had already thought about how he would compliment Light for having recruited an impressive apprentice, but this result left him unsure of how to resolve the awkward moment. It was Pain who first broke the silence. Pointing at Xiu, he furrowed his brow, quite astonished. Light, what does this mean? The purity is so high, so why isn't there a corresponding attribute imprint? Though I'm not as proficient academically as you are, I do at least know the basics. Without a corresponding attribute, it means he can't be a mage, only considered a rare power possessor. Tell me, did you make a mistake in judgment this time? In fact, Light had also encountered such a situation for the first time. Regardless of the prior results, no crystal stones resonated with Xiu's magical energy in the end, indicating that Xiu merely possessed magical energy and could not become a mage, not even an apprentice at the lowest level. Whether or not the crystal reacts depends on the attribute of the magical power, which is determined by one's own inherent imprints. Imprints are to magicians what the heart is to humans. The heart provides the impetus for blood circulation, and the imprint is the source of magical energy. Without an imprint, one can only be considered a pure container of magical energy and cannot truly become a magician. Although not all present knew these details, they were fundamental knowledge for mages. Most people still understood them. Instantly, the gazes around changed from envy, jealousy, and admiration to pity, ridicule, and relief. Xiao naturally felt the change in atmosphere but didn't understand what it meant, so he looked toward Light, hoping to find answers in him. You're wrong, Pain. Despite feeling disappointed, Light did not show it. His expression suddenly became serious, and his voice deepened. I brought Xiao back not because of his talent. Frankly, I wasn't clear about his talent at first either. Now we know the result, and regardless of his talent, he is my student. M.Y., Light's student. Why? Why would this stranger help him to such an extent? Xiao didn't understand, and he wouldn't understand now. Looks like he's a waste after all. Someone in the crowd muttered quietly, unintentionally causing a sentence that made the originally quiet group burst into excitement. I thought we had another prodigy here, but looks like he can't even become a mage. A waste indeed. It seems even Master Light with the Dawnstar title can misjudge people sometimes. TSK. Just a waste. Yet he still managed to become Light Teacher's disciple. What luck. Pity him. The path of mages hasn't even begun and has already ended. Faced with everyone's mockery and sneering, Xiao felt deeply uncomfortable but dared not express anything. His dark eyes focused only on Light. For some reason, he began to worry, fearing that Light might view him as a waste and thus disdain him. If that happens, he'd have to return to living in those cold, dark alleys again. Rather than being humiliated and ridiculed here, he preferred to just leave outright. He figured Light himself must be in a tough spot too. Why would someone so respected take on a useless person like him? To avoid causing more trouble for Light, Xiao bowed his head and moved toward the gate amidst the jeers of the crowd. Lost in deep thought, Light hadn't noticed that Xiao intended to leave. Instead, it was Ace, who had been following Pain all along, who spoke up. Shut up. As though enraged, he stomped his foot hard and let out a roar. Everyone present was momentarily stunned by his sudden outburst. There's no such thing as a waste in this world. If one works hard enough, anyone can grow stronger. What? Am I hearing right? Haha. One waste is defending another waste. Hey, isn't this Pain Teacher's student? Haven't I heard rumors he's also a waste without any imprints? I know him. Not only is he a commoner, but he's also a fool who failed several junior mage tests. If it weren't for Pain Teacher, he'd have been expelled from the academy long ago. Even though these people deliberately lowered their voices, both Xiao and Ace still heard them. Xiao, awoken from his thoughts by the commotion around him, Light remembered the young man he had brought back. Watching Xiao walk toward the school gate without looking back, for some unknown reason, Light felt an uncomfortable tug at his heart. He hurriedly caught up with Xiao, who was about to leave, and grabbed his tightly clenched fist. Where are you going? You're my student. It was I who brought you to the holy domain. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave. After speaking, Xiao was led away from the testing site by Light, with Pain following them from behind. Hey, Light, where are you taking him? Light turned around, slightly annoyed at Pain, and sighed. Pain, don't you have a mission? Why are you following me? Am I supposed to feed you? Mission? Oh, right. I do have a mission. Ace, how come you didn't remind me? Ace. Realizing Ace was gone after following Light for quite some time, Pain wondered aloud. Where did that kid go? Teacher Pain. Something's wrong. Not far off, the teacher in charge of the test earlier hurriedly ran over to Light and Pain. Teacher Pain, something's wrong. Ace. At the mention of trouble involving Ace, Pain grew anxious, placing both hands on the testing teacher's shoulders and shaking him repeatedly as he asked, what happened to Ace? Speak up already. What happened to Ace? A fight broke out between Ace and Gary. This testing teacher wasn't a mage, but only handled logistics normally, temporarily assigned to help with the tests. With two mages involved in the conflict, there was nothing this ordinary person could do. Besides, Ace had Pain backing him, and even if Gary showed no potential to succeed later, someone like himself still couldn't meddle casually. Having no other option, he turned to Light and Pain for resolution. When Pain and Light arrived at the scene, two people were already lying on the ground. They were Gary's followers, both apprentices mages now groaning loudly on the ground. The one responsible for their predicament was the boy standing before them, younger than them, yet with no detectable magical fluctuations. Seeing his two underlings beaten by what he thought was a worthless individual unable to perform magic, Gary was extremely enraged. Two apprentice magicians failing to defeat someone without any magical abilities. Chapter 5. I am not a waste. You're all useless, you can't even deal with him. Gali was angry. He turned his head and looked at Ace with fierce eyes. He stepped forward lightly and said, Come on, Ace. Let me show you what a true magician is. Looking at Gali dressed as a proper wizard, Ace clenched his fists again and said solemnly, Yes, I am a waste. I admit that I'm useless. You can say whatever you want about me, but you cannot insult my teacher. Teacher Pain is the most powerful mage in my heart. Gali smirked contemptuously. Don't you know that your teacher, just like you, has no magical ability? A useless teacher and a useless disciple. Apart from his extensive knowledge of theoretical magic that gives him the qualifications to be a teacher, he's merely an inferior muggle. How could a warrior compare with our noble wizards? Does he deserve to be called a mage? At this point, Ace had already been provoked by Gali's words. He stepped lightly and swung a punch towards Gali, who was only a few meters away. Seeing Ace's ignorance of his own insignificance, Gali chuckled slightly, swiftly retreating several steps. A palm-sized magic circle appeared on the palms of both his hands, followed by his chanting of incantations. Spirits of fire, channel your power through my own to empower me. This was the lowest level spell, also the most fundamental magic, using one's imprint corresponding elemental force to boost one's combat ability. Clearly, Gali was a magician marked with the fire attribute. At this moment, his two hands were already wrapped in flames. The previous retreat was merely to buy himself time to cast a spell. Now that the spell was successfully cast, Gali's fire-enhanced hand struck out towards Ace's rough little hands. With the flames enhancement, Gali was very confident in this punch. For dealing with muggles like Ace, a single punch would burn his back, rendering his hands useless so he wouldn't be able to act arrogantly anymore. But watching the burning flames, Ace wasn't afraid. Instead, there was a touch more determination in his eyes, sharpening his gaze. The punches collided, and Gali was directly thrown flying, landing heavily on the ground with a face full of disbelief. Ace only felt a mild warmth spreading from his hands, and after shaking them off slightly, pressed on with the advantage. Still bewildered, Gali hadn't had time to react when Ace landed a punch on his tender face. Now Gali finally realized why he had flown so far. It wasn't a meat-made fist that hit his face, it was akin to being slapped with a piece of iron. If it hadn't been for his magic-empowered state, his fingers would have broken during the initial clash of punches. Apologize immediately. Seeing the confused Gali, Ace grabbed his collar angrily and yelled, "Apologize to my teacher." However, the dumbfounded Gali couldn't understand what Ace was saying. He tried hard to open his eyes, keeping himself awake, and then looked somewhat puzzled at Gali in front of him who was pulling his collar. "Don't you apologize?" Seeing that Gali had no intention of speaking, Ace raised his other hand high, ready to deliver another punch to wake him up. However, before this punch even came down, Ace himself flew out, crashing into a stone pillar 10 meters away. In pain, Ace struggled to get up from the ground, holding his injured abdomen. "Hi, Teacher Payne." The one who kicked him away wasn't anyone else but Payne. Ace. Payne stood in front of Ace. His expression now bore no resemblance to the playful troublemaker he had been before. "Stand up." Hearing his teacher's command, Ace endured the discomfort in his waist, straightened his body, and stood in front of Payne, slightly raising his head to look at him. He didn't know why Payne hit him, nor did he know what he had done wrong to anger his teacher, but he knew for sure that if his teacher was angry, it must be because of his fault. Seeing a trace of water droplets in the eyes of his soul student, Payne felt uneasy inside, but as a teacher, he had to do this. "Listen carefully. You are not a waste." This sentence was almost shouted. It was shouted not just for Ace to hear, but for everyone present to know. The two magicians lying over there are nothing but pure wastes. You defeated them, you won. You alone beat 3 magicians here just relying on your own physical abilities. Listen carefully. You are not a waste. Wastes do not win. Wastes do not have the qualification to be my student. Yes, teacher, I am not a waste. 2 sparkling tears slid along Ace's chin and fell to the ground. These 2 master and disciple left Shio somewhat astonished. First of all, as a muggle, Ace had managed to defeat 3 magicians in succession relying solely on his powerful physical abilities, even withstanding Gali's flames. How did he accomplish this? At this moment, Gali had just barely regained consciousness. Watching Ace being disciplined by Payne after getting punched away, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arose within him. The pain in his face seemed to vanish completely. With arrogance, he laughed and said, "Ace, did you see that? Learn more from your teacher. Noble wizards aren't something you muggles can just touch casually." He thought Payne must have punished Ace out of fear of future retaliation from him. After all, once he became a senior wizard, his status would be incomparable. No matter how strong Ace was then, Gali believed he could effortlessly crush him with magic and force him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Hearing the unpleasant voice behind him, Payne's face instantly turned grave. He turned his head to look at Gali and said indifferently, "Get out. You waste." Gali, still lost in his own fantasy, was startled by Payne's sharp gaze. Terrified, he bolted from the scene immediately. Watching Gali fleeing in panic, Payne turned back to Ace. Unlike before, there was now a trace of tenderness on his face. "You're the best in my heart. You are not a waste." Encouraged by his teacher, Ace took a deep breath and shouted to the sky, "I am not a waste." This shout reverberated throughout the sacred domain, leaving everyone silent. They were stunned by both masters and disciples, not just because of Ace's previous performance. Now they understood why this pair of ordinary people had their place in the Sacred Domain Academy. They had both the appropriate strength and were different from others. At this moment, no one dared to provoke them carelessly anymore. Because they weren't wastes, they were very strong, so strong that without even using magic, they could easily defeat 3 magicians. Chapter 6, The Imprint of Light and Darkness. Payne led Ace away from the scene, and Shio followed Le to the teacher's dormitory. Shio had originally thought that Le's dormitory would be with other teachers in a single building, but unexpectedly, Le had his own private residence, a separate 2-story large house, with a small house next to it whose purpose was unclear. Surrounding the area were various decorative flowers and plants, along with an open yard. Under Le's guidance, Shio followed him into the central 2-story house. As soon as they entered, Le sat down at a table and began deep in thought. Shio knew he was pondering a problem, so he didn't disturb him, quietly standing by without making a sound. An unknown amount of time passed before Shio felt some pain in his feet. "Sit down." Les suddenly spoke, frowning as he looked at Shio. "I can feel a slight fluctuation of magical power coming from you, and back then, there was no one else around besides you. That magic array must have been set up by you. There is no way anyone else could have done it. So what exactly went wrong here?" In truth, Shio himself didn't know what happened either. However, based on the reactions of those who had watched and Payne's words, it wasn't difficult for him to make some guesses. Confused, Les stood up abruptly from his chair, scratching his head irritably and muttering to himself. The magic array in the dark alley belongs to the illusion magic within the light system. In theory, you should have a light attribute imprint. If your magical power doesn't possess any attribute, you wouldn't be able to activate any magic at all. But why did the testing magic array show no reaction during our first attempt? As he continued speaking, Le pulled out a sheet of paper and placed 8 colored crystals on the table. He drew a testing magic array on the paper and subsequently infused it with his own magic. With a dazzling light flashing, the crystal representing the light attribute emitted a brilliant yellow glow, gradually covering the entire room. Immersed in the light, Xiao felt exceptionally warm, a kind of indescribable gentleness spreading throughout his body, just like how his parents used to hold him and stroke his head. Without realizing it, 2 tears had already fallen to the floor. Le retracted his magic, and the gentle light symbolizing the light attribute gradually faded. Xiao came back to his senses, quickly wiping away his tears, though his slightly red eyes couldn't return to normal instantly. All his movements were seen clearly by Le. You try again. Don't feel pressured. Regardless of the outcome, you are still my student. Le encouraged with his voice. Once more, Xiao placed both his hands at the center of the magic array. Once more, red light gradually emitted, and the circuits of the magic array became extraordinarily clear. This red was unlike fiery red. It lacked the sense of grandeur and heat, nor did it evoke feelings of overwhelming passion. Instead, it presented a contradictory sensation of warmth mixed with a hint of seductive allure. As the light grew stronger, the crystals symbolizing the light attribute suddenly lit up. Light attribute. Upon seeing this scene, Le exclaimed in surprise. Although this was consistent with his previous assumptions, after the failure of the first test, he didn't have much confidence in this one. Thus, the success of this test came as quite an unexpected turn of events for him. Hearing Le's voice, Xiao noticed the glow emanating from the yellow crystal. This meant that he could also become a mage, learning powerful magic, and then, while Le was still celebrating Xiao's successful activation of the yellow crystal, the previously bright crystal suddenly lost its shine and ceased reacting. Xiao appeared not to have noticed the change in the crystal, seemingly lost in thought. All of this was observed by Le. As the yellow light faded, the black crystal suddenly reacted, bursting with a strong black light that instantly covered the previous yellow glow. Le could hardly believe what he saw. Trembling hands rested on Xiao's shoulders as he stared incredulously at Xiao. Dual attribute imprint. I never expected that you would possess a dual attribute imprint. A dual attribute imprint of both light and darkness. My goodness. Xiao, you're truly incredible. Too incredible. My goodness. Watching his teacher's reaction, Xiao realized that his imprint must be extremely rare. However, he found his teacher's overreaction somewhat exaggerated. Teacher, isn't it just a dual attribute imprint? Why are you so surprised? Though Xiao knew about the existence of dual attribute imprints, he clearly did not understand the distinction between dual and single attribute imprints. However, Le's strong reaction was not merely due to Xiao possessing a dual attribute imprint. Saint Domain Academy held more than half of the world's geniuses. And given Le's position as a teacher at the academy, such an extreme reaction to a dual attribute imprint was unusual. Le adjusted his posture slightly and explained, No. Dual attribute imprints are indeed rare, but you've given me another unexpected surprise. No, an absolutely unimaginable big one. You may not know this yet, but as far as I know, before I brought you back, there was only one dual attribute magician in the entire world who possessed both light and darkness attributes. And that person, about your age, is a prodigy referred to as a miracle. Now you're the second person in the world to possess both light and darkness attributes. Do you understand why I reacted this way now? In the entire world, up until now, there were merely 2 people with concurrent light and darkness attributes. Even Xiao himself was stunned by this revelation. It couldn't be described as merely rare anymore. A genius. Xiao savored Le's previous words, excitement gradually welling up on his face. Think about it. Just less than an hour ago, he doubted himself to be a worthless individual who could never become a mage. And now, in such a short time, he had become another unique prodigy of his kind. The stark contrast made it hard for Xiao to adjust. Even Le's reaction was intense, let alone Xiao, who was just over 10 years old. At this moment, his inner world was already tumultuous like ocean waves. I'm not a waste. Moved by the emotions, Xiao's eyes became moist again. Teacher, I'm not a waste. Seeing the boy crying out of pure joy, Le felt happiness swelling in his heart. Good child, who said you're a waste? If anyone says that, I'll be the first one to shut them up. Le gently stroked Xiao's black hair, much like how a father would console his child. But, still submerged in joy, Xiao saw Le squat down beside him, looking at him seriously and saying, Xiao, you can't tell others that you have a dual attribute imprint. Xiao asked curiously why. Le shook his head slightly, sighing. This is for your own good. You'll understand later. Seeing the heartfelt expression on Le's face, Xiao knew his teacher was doing this for him, so he readily accepted the advice. So from now on, you will claim that you have a single attribute imprint outside. Although single attributes might seem weaker in the early stages compared to dual attributes, this isn't without its benefits. Before your strength grows sufficiently, never let anyone know that you have both light and darkness attributes. Doing so won't earn you respect or honor. Instead, it will bring calamity upon you. I will remember that, teacher. The repeated reminder highlighted the importance of this matter, and Xiao nodded earnestly, committing the teacher's advice to memory. I'll help you fill out a form now. age, name, and then choose one attribute to register, either darkness or light. We don't need to mention the earlier test results since students recommended by magic instructors can study here unconditionally. But soon, there will be an assessment. Those who fail will be expelled from the academy, so you need to prepare yourself well. Yes, teacher. Xiao was delighted because this meant he was starting what would be his third life. The first was the happy time spent with his parents. After that came the decade-long life in the dark alleyways, until now, when he once again welcomed a brand new chapter of life at Saint Domain Academy. So, which attribute do you plan to register? Le looked at Xiao's innocent smile with satisfaction, based on the fact that the magic array you used earlier to conceal your whereabouts belongs to the light system. Even though the advantages of this attribute aren't obvious in the beginning, using it effectively can lead to unexpected effects. You should be more proficient in light-based magic, right? After a brief contemplation, Xiao replied, actually, I'm better at dark attribute magic. Up until now, I've only used light attribute magic 3 times, twice for specific purposes, and the effects weren't ideal. On the other hand, using dark attribute magic feels smoother for me. Le thoughtfully registered dark magic under the magic attribute column for Xiao. Then you mustn't use light attribute magic from now on. Is this acceptable? Xiao nodded, muttering softly. I wouldn't use it anyway. Chapter 7, Hidden Sharpness. As the holy land of all magicians in the continent, the sanctum naturally attracts many people aspiring to enter its academy. The enrollment fair lasted more than a week before it finally ended. During this time, Xiao was learning dark attribute magic under the guidance of Light. Although Light is a light attribute magician, as an experienced scholar and mentor, he should have knowledge of all magical attributes. He originally thought teaching Xiao wouldn't be too troublesome, but over time, he realized that Xiao's knowledge of magic far exceeded his expectations. Half a month had already passed, and Light felt he no longer had much theoretical knowledge left to teach Xiao. Today, he asked Xiao to wait for him in the yard. Light couldn't imagine how a 16-year-old child could have such an extensive knowledge base. First, age. At 16, his understanding of magic could rival even Light's, who has spent decades studying books on magic. Moreover, according to Xiao himself, he has been wandering for 10 years. Where did he acquire this knowledge during that time? You possess a deeper understanding of the theory of magic than I anticipated, to the point where you can now almost rival me. Light candidly pointed out Xiao's strengths, not fearing that he might become arrogant. However, Xiao's facial expression didn't change, as if what was being said didn't concern him. But theoretical knowledge is just used for instruction. To grow stronger, real-life combat is by far the most effective way to test personal capabilities. Now, attack me with any magic you know. Xiao nodded lightly and began to circulate his magical power slowly, interlocking his hands while chanting the incantation of a dark attribute offensive spell. Dark empowerment. Empowering oneself through one's own attributes is fundamental to every magician, similar to Gree's earlier fire attribute empowerment. The more skilled one is at controlling their attribute, the shorter the incantation becomes. At a certain level, the incantation may not be necessary at all. Although Light is his teacher, Xiao didn't hold back to demonstrate his true strength. In the name of darkness, devour the faintest glow, feed on fire, burn all hope to ash, turn everything into nothingness, dark fire. This is intermediate-level dark attribute offensive magic, belonging to the category of spells with extremely potent destructive force. Watching the black flames emitted by Xiao, Light showed no intention of dodging them, amazed by Xiao's ability to use magic of this caliber. The successful casting of a spell requires both the strength of the magician and control over one's magical power. For those whose strength doesn't meet the required standard, attempting higher-level magic requires perfect preparation. Otherwise, failure in activation would lead to self-harm due to backlash from one's own magical energy. Dark attribute magic is known as the most dangerous type of magic, so few choose to learn especially profound spells when their mastery over their magical energy isn't sufficiently refined in the early stages. While having the concentration and control of a mid-level magician is enough to cast dark fire, many senior magicians struggle to use this rare form of magic proficiently. The black flames drew closer, rushing towards Light like a storm, seemingly ready to swallow him into endless darkness. But Light merely extended his index finger, pointing at it and softly chanting, "Light." Like ordinary fire meeting water, weak beams of light shot out from within the black flames, instantly extinguishing them and reducing the black fire to nothingness. Xiao never expected his move to achieve any effect. Upon failing his first attack, the second was already prepared. Immediately after launching the dark fire, Xiao started his next assault, circling around Light while chanting another incantation. "O darkness, reveal your sharp edge, with unstoppable force, pierce through everything, dark spear." Dozens of small spears formed by pitch-black magical power flew toward Light from all directions. This assault was obviously much more intense than the first one. Light was quite satisfied with Xiao's practical combat abilities. In his view, the strength Xiao displayed far surpassed that of Pierce's age. Just what had this child gone through? This time, Light extended his palm, and a golden yellow magical power surged forth from his hand. Glowing light. In an instant, dozens of black dark spears were completely dismantled, and dazzling light pierced through the remnants, directly striking Xiao. Unable to react in time, Xiao was hit squarely by the golden rays. Expecting to sustain injuries, the gentle light touching his skin brought him no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he felt a trace of warmth. As the golden glow gradually faded, Light patted Xiao gently on the shoulder and praised, "Not bad. According to Light's judgment, Xiao could now be said to have reached the level of a senior magician. His understanding of magic could already rival Light's own, and his practical combat skills were as though he had been trained since childhood. Just now, if Light hadn't gotten too excited and lost control of his hand, perhaps Xiao could have displayed even more combat techniques. His application of magic was also extremely proficient. If it weren't for Xiao standing right there before him, Light wouldn't have believed that this was just a 12-year-old child. Nowadays, countless prodigies only gradually reach the threshold of advanced magicians after turning 16. Regarding Xiao's past, Light wasn't in a rush. If he forced Xiao to speak, there would definitely be some psychological barriers between them. Xiao was already such a pitiable child, and Light hoped that his future path could be brighter. In the upcoming test organized by the Academy, you can't use rare-level magic like you did today. Why? I'm clearly so powerful. Why can't I fully display my strength? Xiao didn't understand many of Light's actions. Since Light brought him to Sanctum, he felt that everything his teacher said and did made sense. For example, hiding the fact that he carried dual attribute imprints was for his own good. But why did Light always stop him from using his full power? Wouldn't that be better? This was the first time Xiao complained to Light. Light suddenly looked up at the sky, letting Xiao see none of his expression. Sanctum Academy appears to be a peaceful place. At least, it seems far calmer than we imagined. But as your inner world reflects, you might feel you are filled with darkness. But in truth, there is also light within you. So, this peace is a harbinger of an impending storm. If you reveal your astonishing talent too early, it will indeed attract many people to approach you at first. How will you choose among them then? Once you make a choice, it'll offend others. And if you don't choose, you'll offend everyone. And once they cannot get you on their side, those with strong jealousy will try to eliminate you. Even if I can protect you for a while, there will always be moments when I am not around you. Without me by your side, you'll constantly need to watch out for others who wish to harm you, which isn't any different from the life you had living in the dark alleys. Xiao lowered his head, seemingly thinking about something. So, is being outstanding also a fault? Light sighed lightly, helplessly saying, being excellent isn't your fault, but human nature can be terrifying. You don't have a strong background to rely on, so no matter how excellent you are, you're still just one person, and the strength of a single individual is ultimately limited. What if I lose? What happens then? Xiao was somewhat worried. If he lost during the test, would he be expelled from the school? Light laughed heartily, waving his hand, dismissing Xiao's concerns. No, you have to believe in yourself. You're already good enough. Even if you use the most common magic, it will still stand out. Moreover, the Academy doesn't simply judge someone based on winning or losing. The Academy looks at the process. Ordinary opponents aren't your match, and stronger opponents bring out your practical abilities more prominently. Sometimes, the enemies you face will be far more powerful than you imagine, so it's also a form of training. Alright, I understand, teacher. Actually, along the path of magic, there wasn't much else Light could teach Xiao. Teachers merely instruct on how to use magic and fight with it. In these aspects, Xiao already excelled and knew far more than many others. But Light understood, he had to teach Xiao far more than he would for ordinary students. Chapter 8, Mission. After saying goodbye to Lei, Xiao returned to his dormitory. It was a room that covered over 60 square meters, and only 4 people lived there. Besides EIS, whose name Xiao already knew, the other 2 were students who had entered through the recruitment meeting. One of them was named Pokaz, an elf with pointed ears and brown pupils, and his light yellow messy hair gave him an outgoing and passionate look, but in fact, he was a rather quiet person. The other one was named Zika, a human, and like Xiao, he had black hair and black eyes. However, he was fat, extremely food-loving fat, with a good temper as long as no one competed for his food. Xiao felt this deeply. He remembered that just a few days ago, EIS accidentally took 2 large loaves of bread from the table. If he hadn't promised to compensate Zika with double the amount, they would surely have ended up fighting. When Xiao returned to the dormitory, Pokaz was reading a book on magic, while Zika was naturally eating heartily. As for EIS, he hadn't been seen all day, and no one knew where he had run off to. Xiao was also somewhat curious about EIS. He wondered how EIS managed to defeat GRY without using magic. He asked Lei, who said it was another form of training, another path to becoming stronger, not only extremely difficult, but also fraught with danger. During this time, EIS always came back every night bruised and battered, lying down to apply medicine. Xiao practiced every day as well, but at the initial stage of practicing magic, all you needed to do was continuously circulate mana within your body. After all, the distinctions between beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages boiled down to the concentration of mana and the control over it. Zhu Xiao, Nongyu, Hui Jie came la? Zika shoved another bag of snacks into his mouth, noticing Xiao's return before he even finished swallowing. This resulted in his words being unclear. Upon hearing Zika greet him, Pokaz also looked up and saw Xiao, nodding slightly as a sign of politeness. Xiao reciprocated each greeting. Initially, this dormitory housed only EIS. Unlike Xiao, EIS had been an orphan since childhood, found and brought back by Pain. He lived here ever since, with Pain treating him as kindly as his own son, but also disciplining him more harshly than his actual children. Just after cleaning himself, Xiao was about to climb into bed when EIS returned. He was worse than usual today. There wasn't a single spot on his body that was unscathed, and even his shoes were broken, revealing toes stained with dried blood. But he was used to this. After giving a quick hello to Xiao and the others, EIS went straight to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of hot water hitting EI's body, Xiao could almost hear EIS repeatedly inhaling cold air in the bathroom. As the sky began to show the faint glow of dawn, Shio got up to wash his face, dressed properly, and headed out to work at the library. This was a job he found in the academy to sustain his living. Actually, the academy didn't lack people, and there were relatively few students like Shio who had no income. Covering all their expenses within the academy wouldn't have been a problem, but the academy couldn't let them eat and drink for free without some exercise. Thus, they arranged appropriate jobs for them. This job was actually proposed by Shio himself because the library might hold some clues about his parents that he wanted to know. Meanwhile, he also accepted missions from the guild in the Holy Domain to earn some extra money. Working at the library was very simple. Go early in the morning to open the door, stay there for half a day, swap out after lunch, and in the afternoon accept some simple missions from the guild near the academy. Missions at the Mages Guild are commissioned by ordinary commoners who pay them to solve their problems. Non-guild members can also accept missions, although the rewards received are usually less than those given to internal guild members. Alone, Shio made his way to the guild nearest to the academy, the Dragon Totem Guild. This wasn't Shio's first visit to accept a mission, so he was looking at the mission board for tasks offering relatively higher prices. Remove 2 wind wolves from the village west of the Holy Domain, 10 silver coins. Reinforce the defensive earth element magic array for the village west of the Holy Domain, 20 copper coins. Acquire all attribute magical beast cores, depending on quality. Light element, 3 to 5 gold coins. Dark element, 6 to 8 gold coins. And other elements all at 1 to 3 gold coins. Long-term effective. Reinforce the earth element magic array for the village east of the Holy Domain, 20 copper coins. Repair the offensive magic array for the village south of the Holy Domain, 50 copper coins. For a regular one-time mission, all you need to do is tier off the task list, register it with the task supervisor, and pay a certain deposit. Long-term missions were similar to trades. You simply remember the task, then bring back the necessary items later. After glancing over the list, Shio tore off 2 checklists and submitted them to the mission supervisor. The task registrar was a relatively young woman. When she saw a child coming to accept the mission of hunting magical beasts, even though these were the lowest level magical beasts, it was still too dangerous for a child. Although this wasn't Shio's first time accepting such a mission, Leti had always been by his side before. Little friend, are you here to take on these 2 missions? Shio nodded lightly and said, yes. Can you help me register them, please? I'll take these 2 missions. But, little friend, this mission is very dangerous. Where's your teacher today? Isn't he with you? I can handle it alone. But, it's too dangerous. Please think carefully. We provide no guarantees for your safety. I understand. Shio was a little speechless. It seemed that the lady in front of him didn't believe he had the ability to complete such a mission, but her concerns came from good intentions. Just as Shio was pondering what to do, a burly man with his upper body completely bare suddenly approached. Alice, just let him take the mission. You must remember, he's Mr. Leti's student, the one from the Virtuous Star School. Such missions are surely child's play for him. Alice clearly didn't agree with the big man's argument, instead raising her voice to rebuke. Mr. Ross, can't you see he's just a teenager? These missions involve ferocious magical beasts. How can you allow a teenager to face such monsters all by himself? And even if you're the president, I disagree. Oh, and please put some clothes on. This seemingly extremely improper man turned out to be the president of the Dragon Totem Guild? Shio couldn't believe his eyes. The man looked incredibly relaxed, wearing only a simple pair of shorts, with disheveled hair, and seemed like he hadn't fully woken up yet, exuding none of the dignity one would expect from a guild president. Faced with Alice's persistence, Ross could do nothing but shrug helplessly and say, there you go. Women are so troublesome. Too lazy to argue with her. Just deal with it yourself, kid. Then he casually found a couch in the hall and lay down. Watching Alice furrow her brows as she stared at him intently made Shio feel an actual headache. But the reward for these 2 missions was several gold coins each. If completed, his monthly living expenses would be secured. If not, he might have to eat dirt today. Alice, register his tasks. Leti suddenly appeared behind Shio. Since his teacher was now speaking up for him, Alice had no reason to refuse and proceeded to register the tasks for Shio. However, before the registration was finished, Leti lightly patted Shio's shoulder and said, be safe. Afterward, he left. Chapter 9, Dark Immovable King. The teacher's meaning was clear. He wanted Shio to independently complete the task. Shio had also planned this mission for himself accordingly. After paying the deposit, Shio set off from the Holy Land, heading west. He had less than a day to complete these 2 monster hunting tasks. If luck favored him, extracting cores from the bodies of these low-level monsters would earn him extra income. This time, the task was to eliminate nearly 20 low-level earth element monsters for 2 villages to the west. Based on the rough map provided in the task list, the first target point was quickly reached. Roar! Hearing the howl coming from ahead, it seemed those monsters were harassing villagers again. Shio quickened his steps. Outside the village, Shio could clearly see that they were 3 giant brown bears. Each one was about 3 meters tall, with silver-white claws that appeared extremely sharp. In front of them stood the villagers armed with shields and farming tools. A streak of white light flashed by, followed by a streak of blood. A figure was sent flying, struggled briefly on the ground, then became still. This was a burly middle-aged man who hadn't lasted even a minute under the attack of the giant bears. Just like that, a life disappeared. Beast! Shio cursed under his breath as he simultaneously channeled his magic power and charged toward the 3 giant bears. Quick! There's a child over there. Someone spotted Shio and shouted out in alarm. The villagers struggling against the bears suddenly panicked, with several young men attempting to break through the bears' attacks to reach Shio. But worn down by the fierce attacks of the three bears, they could only shout warnings to Xiao, shouting, "Child, run. Don't come here." Apparently having noticed Xiao rushing at them from behind, one of the giant bears suddenly turned around, slapped its chest twice, and let out an angry roar before charging straight at Xiao. Oh no, that beast is attacking the child. Xiao wasn't alarmed, but the villagers were in great distress. Several elders tried to move around the other two bears towards Xiao's side, but were stopped. They'd be useless and just die. Come well then. Taste what it feels like to have your bones corroded. Pitch black magic gathered on his body, with dark attribute magical arrays appearing in both of his palms. In the name of darkness, devour the faint glow, feed on fire, burn all hope, turn everything into nothingness, dark fire. Black flames ignited in his hands, colliding with the silver claws of the brown bear. A painful roar emanated from the bear as it instinctively stepped back a few paces. Upon closer inspection, its razor-sharp claws had already been burned away by half by the black flames. It attempted to extinguish this unusual flame, but the fire only burned more fiercely, consuming first its paws, then its arms, and eventually its body. Due to the immense strength of the bear, Xiao was sent flying in the collision. However, he wasn't injured. During the clash with the bear, he used both hands to unleash the dark fire, using the counterforce to almost completely cancel out the bear's impact, and his hands were only slightly scratched. The first brown bear was gradually consumed by the black flames, emitting constant screams of agony. The villagers nearby were astonished by the sight. The mage has arrived. It's a mage. Great. Someone accepted our commission to help us solve the problem with the monsters. I didn't expect someone so young to be a mage. The Holy Land truly is special. Hold on everyone. Once the mage takes care of that beast, he will come help us. After taking down one monster, Xiao slowly approached the other two, never ceasing the flow of his magic power. Seeing their kind being killed by Xiao, the other two brown bears exchanged glances and launched an attack on Xiao. However, low-level monsters are just that, low-level monsters. They had only the instinct to fight, lacking any fighting skills. They blindly swung their claws to launch attacks at Xiao. Darkness, reveal thy edge, pierce through them with unstoppable force, dark spear. A pitch-black spear of condensed magic appeared in Xiao's hand. Since Xiao hadn't dispersed his magic power this time, the spear obviously appeared much stronger than when he had practiced with late. Spotting a gap in the attack of one brown bear, Xiao leaned forward and forcefully stabbed the corrosion-inducing dark spear into the bear's abdomen. As for the other bear, it continued to slash at Xiao with its sharp claws. The dark spear firmly pierced one bear, while Xiao's arm was slashed by the other. His newly changed clothes were ripped open, fresh red blood dripping from his sleeve, gradually staining the grass red. Xiao's gaze grew sharper, not minding his own injuries, skillfully dodging the bear's attacks. Somewhere unnoticed by him, a pair of black eyes watched his every move. As the blood dripped continuously, Xiao's stamina was quickly depleting. He originally thought that these nearly 20 low-level monsters would be easy to deal with, but handling just these three was already a struggle. If this continued, how could he possibly complete the mission? And if he couldn't finish the mission, what would become of his future? For survival. Beast. Roaring in anger, Xiao brought his hands together, and a black magic array slowly appeared in front of him. Lord of Darkness. Upon your arrival, all life turns to desiccated bones. With fire you scorch the heavens, with footstep rend the earth, stirring clouds in wrathful fury, steady as lofty mountains. As he chanted the incantation, another black magic array gradually materialized before the initial one. The figure watching from the shadows took a deep breath. Although unfamiliar with it personally, he knew exactly what this was. This was a rare composite spell usable only by great mages. And Xiao was merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old great mage? No, there was no way he could believe that Xiao was one. It was clear that Xiao was using this magic out of dire necessity. It didn't come naturally to him. To a true great mage, wielding such powerful spells would be akin to Xiao casting the most basic of magics. By now, Xiao's reserves of magical energy were clearly on the verge of being exhausted. How had he learned magic during almost 10 years of living in dark alleys? Who taught him? And how did he master such spells? Descend. Dark immovable king. The two magic arrays began to approach each other, finally merging into one and enveloping Xiao in their glow. Xiao's body radiated an eerie black aura, while the outline of a robust, black form hovered ominously above him. Disperse. It was unclear whether it was Xiao's shout or the voice of the dark entity itself, but a blast of black wind swept over the brown bear. The massive bear rapidly aged, its body withering like leaves until only skeletal remains remained. Not only the bear, entire swathes of grass around them immediately lost all vitality. That area transformed into a dead zone. The hidden figure unconsciously swallowed hard, his eyes displaying complex emotions as they fixed on Xiao. As the black aura dissipated, Xiao returned to normal, though he looked deathly pale, barely able to stand. How frustrating. I've already used up all my magical power simply dealing with these three low-level monsters. Xiao muttered to himself mockingly, then sat down to rest weakly. Lying on the grass, gazing at the blue sky, he felt helpless. At this moment, he probably lacked even the strength to stand. I never expected that using this kind of magic would leave me so drained. Clearly, I'm still too weak. Xiao stayed motionless, and the shadow lurking nearby also remained still. Seeing Xiao lie there seemingly spent and unmoving, he began to understand. Xiao wasn't a great mage. He had utilized his mastery over magical power along with his robust physical constitution to perform magic beyond his level. Using magic in this way not only drastically reduced its effectiveness, but also heavily taxed his body. Moreover, the consumption of magical energy was astonishing. This method was extremely perilous. If his control over the magic wavered, the spell could fail and cause double the harm to his own body. Thus, this technique was rarely appreciated among mages because its results were disproportionate to the cost. Master Mage, are you alright? Villagers rushed to check on Xiu's condition. With great effort, Xiu waved his hand and pulled out the task list. The villagers immediately understood. Chapter 10, Wind Wolves. Hurry up, bring the reward to the magician and also that seal. The first task was considered to be over, but there were still more than 10 magical beasts to deal with. His magic power had already been depleted, and it was estimated that he could only continue the task the next day. The villagers were quite willing for Xiu to stay there since they had helped them eliminate the magical beasts. After all, in case a few more magical beasts suddenly appeared, they would feel a bit reassured. After resting for a day, Xiu's magic power had recovered by more than half. Early in the morning, he set off toward the next mission point with his reward. During his journey, the necklace around Xiu's chest suddenly emitted a faint white light. Spirit, Xiu looked around. Noticing no one was there, he slowed down and leaned against a tree, whispering toward the necklace on his chest. But, what if you get discovered? My parents instructed me to protect you well. Absolutely, no one else must find out about you. In response, another faint beam of white light appeared. I'm fine. It's just a few low-level magical beasts. We've endured much worse hardships before. I can handle these little ones too. The white light grew stronger and more frequent, seemingly showing some dissatisfaction with Xiu. Alright, I understand. You should be cautious as well then. Let's try to resolve this quickly. I'll buy you something tasty after we've completed the job. The white light stopped flickering, and Xiu resumed his journey. However, everything had been witnessed by a shadow lurking behind him. After nearly 3 more hours of travel, Xiu finally found the unassuming village. No wonder the task for this village had been pending for so long, given its sparse rewards, but the location was truly remote, and the village didn't appear prosperous either. It was located in a ravine, with a very low-lying terrain. The villagers' houses were supported by wooden stakes and built on large stones. Upon seeing a stranger entering, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly approached. Child, why are you here? Did you get lost? Xiu shook his head and said, I am here because I accepted the mission commission. Look, here's the task list. Magician. The old man looked at the young boy in front of him, utterly astonished. Unbelievable. You are the youngest magician I have ever seen. Xiu scratched his head modestly and looked around, asking, Grandpa, what about the magical beast that harms your living? Is it still around? The old man coughed slightly and slowly responded. It's across from the village. Though for the last few days, it hasn't come to bother us for reasons unknown. However, to prevent its future appearance, we'll need your help to get rid of this demon. Just, are you sure you can handle it? You're so small. And look, there's blood on you. Your clothes are torn. Those injuries. Child, are you really capable? The worry on the old man's wrinkled face caused his features to seem even more aged. No problem. I've already gotten used to it. AI, being a magician isn't easy. The old man shook his head, sighing lightly. According to the elder and the villagers, they described 14 wolf-like magical beasts with a patch of green crystal on their foreheads. If Xiu hadn't guessed wrong, those must be wind wolves. They preferred to live in packs, moving at extraordinary speeds and often toyed with their prey until they were completely exhausted before being killed. If it weren't for the slight protective magic array around the village, perhaps these villagers would have already become food for the wolves in the dead of night. Each village would usually have a defensive magic array to ward off attacks from magical beasts. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't even know how they'd die. For unknown reasons, this group of wind wolves which frequently harassed them had vanished in the recent days. To figure out the reason, Xiu headed toward the forest not far from the village. This area rarely saw magical beasts, or it might be that this pack of wind wolves had to leave due to lack of food here. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Xiu found countless wolf footprints near a tree stump. It seemed they were nearby. Wind wolves liked living in groups, moving at incredible speeds. Once you fell into their encirclement, you'd be slowly drained of energy till death. Hence, Xiu moved extremely cautiously ahead. The individual attacking capability of such a magical beast was far inferior to that of the previous trio of brown bears. Even 20 combined would not necessarily rival one of those brown bears. Nevertheless, Xiu remained cautious. He knew the consequences of underestimating an opponent. As he ventured even deeper, Xiu thought he heard fighting sounds coming from ahead. He slowed his steps and carefully moved forward. Several black figures darted around not far away. Among the 3 people under attack, there seemed to be a little girl. The 2 adults protected her in the middle. They were already covered in wounds, their whole bodies stained with blood. The little girl stood there helplessly crying and screaming for help, but in this remote wilderness, who would heed their cries? A man and a woman protected the child in the middle, weakly swinging their wooden sticks in an attempt to drive off the famished wind wolves. They had been surrounded by the wind wolves, their stamina completely depleted. Yet, out of instinct to protect the child behind them, they continued making motions to ward off the beasts. It was only a matter of time before they became meals for these monsters. Wind wolves were most vulnerable while eating, and at that time, the encirclement they had formed would naturally disperse. Therefore, Xiu did not plan to take the risk of saving them. The best moment to strike would be when the wind wolves were gnawing on the flesh and blood of the first 3 people. He never considered himself a noble person. He certainly wouldn't put himself in danger for people unrelated to him. Though he no longer needed to live like a coward as he used to, This life was one he'd fought hard to gain. How could he risk it for others? Silently, he watched as the two adults were torn apart by the wind wolf's sharp claws and teeth, revealing pieces of shredded clothes and chunks of chewed flesh underneath, with fresh red blood seeping out. In the quiet forest, only the little girl's cries rang brightly, like a sharp blade continuously piercing through Xiao's heart. Spirit, please. Another splatter of blood illuminated the blazing sun at noon, the man being the first to collapse. His knees hit the ground heavily, his hands hanging limply down as the wooden stick fell from his grip. He struggled to keep his head from falling down. Dad! That was the heart-wrenching cry of the little girl, who tried with all her strength to hold onto her father. Dark Lord, your presence commands death and destruction. The earth burns by your fire, cracks by your steps, skies tremble by your wrath, and peace settles as the mountain. Descend. Fierce king of stillness. A towering black figure overshadowed Xiao, exuding profound depth and majesty. His arrival symbolized ruin, and Xiao, who summoned him, also emanated an aura of coldness and authority as he slowly approached the wind wolf pack. Sensing the approach of danger, one of the wind wolves withdrew its sharp claws from the woman's abdomen and cautiously moved around, scattering its formation. The little girl stopped her cries, either out of shock or due to the fear Xiao's presence brought upon her. Chapter 11. Ruin. Under the empowerment of Akala, the wind wolves had no way to approach Xiao. Any that were touched by the massive black arm would be instantly enveloped by a strange black flame until their bone ash was consumed. Before Xiao's chest, the transparent crystal pendant emitted an unusual black glow, still clearly visible even though Xiao himself was already surrounded by the dark energy of Akala. With just the swing of this massive arm empowered by the Great King, these 10-odd wind wolves turned into nothing more than scattered dust. This was the characteristic corrosive ability of dark attributes. The larger the power gap, the stronger the corrosiveness. Empowered by Akala, it took only a few blinks for these wind wolves to be reduced to ashes. However, Xiao was barely at the level of an intermediate magician. Despite possessing magic power comparable to that of a high-level magician, he used rare magic from a great mage, which placed quite a heavy burden on his body. When the black aura finally began to dissipate with the fading magic array, Xiao's complexion turned deathly pale. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, his back slightly hunched, and standing became quite laborious. Yet what worried him wasn't himself, but Ling. Ling, are you alright? He tightly gripped the pendant, asking in a voice so weak that only he could hear it. The pendant initially showed no reaction. Just as Xiao prepared to ask again, it responded with a faint white light. Seeing that Ling had responded, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The little girl still stood there at a loss, then burst into tears with a sudden cry. Helplessly, Xiao reached out and patted her head as he had done many times before when consoling Ling. I'm sorry. Xiao didn't know why he felt compelled to apologize, yet something inside made him feel uneasy. If he had acted sooner, maybe her parents wouldn't have died. Xiao shifted his gaze to the two lifeless adults. The man was kneeling on the ground, bloodied and unrecognizable, while the woman had been pierced through the abdomen by the wind wolf's sharp claws and now lay on the ground. But if he had intervened earlier, before the wind wolves began gathering, he might also have been exhausted or killed by them. If not for the fact that the wind wolves deemed the little girl harmless and the two adults no longer posed any threat and began clustering together, Xiao probably would have been trapped within their circle already. Akala's empowerment could only last a few short minutes. Xiao searched his mind for reasons. Thank you. The little girl wiped away her tears and smeared the blood off her clothes, tilting her head up slightly as her watery blue eyes focused intently on Xiao. What's your name? Xiao could hardly muster enough strength to speak. Ruolin. Ruolin lowered her head again, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xiao noticed she was trying hard not to let her tears fall. Xiao stepped forward slightly and pulled her head into his embrace. This is what my mom used to do. Whenever I couldn't endure the pain during training, she would hold me like this. Let it out. It will make you feel better. The silent forest was rarely disturbed by birds or animals, and all that echoed was the endless cries of the little girl, telling everything about what had happened here. Do you have any other family members? Xiao wobbled over to stand before the little girl, trying to appear as gentle as possible. Dad? Mom? Where do you live? My parents are gone. Ruolin has no home anymore. Then follow me after this. Really? Ruolin will be very well behaved. Ruolin can do housework. Having regained some strength, despite still looking quite pale, Xiao took the little girl back to the academy. He directly brought the little girl to Master Leite's residence and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Opening the door, Leite stood by the window deep in thought about something. Seeing Xiao bring back a little girl, he didn't seem particularly surprised. Master, thud. Before he finished speaking, Xiao's entire body lost its strength, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Leite gently lifted Xiao and laid him down on his bed. You're Ruolin, right? Come in too. How do you know me? Ruolin was a bit afraid. Leite's body shimmered with a faint yellow glow, and soon a stream of golden warmth followed his palm into Xiao's body. Blood began to return to Xiao's face. Looking at Ruolin, this was a girl with blue irises and short black hair. She still carried traces of blood and dirt on her clothes, with a bit of soil smeared on her face. I've been near this child all along. He just didn't know it. Then can you take me in? Please, I can do chores. Ruolin is very well behaved, quiet, does chores, cooks, watches the house. I'll be very good. I don't know if you can stay. After all, this is a magician academy. I can become a magician. I'll do anything you ask. Please don't send me away, please. Ruolin. Hearing Rulin's sobs, Xiao struggled to prop himself up. Don't cry. It's my fault for not saving your parents. Wah. Lei sighed lightly and shook his head helplessly. Stop crying. Later, your brother will buy you some candy and take you out to eat something nice. But Rulin doesn't have her parents anymore. Rulin doesn't have a home anymore. There is one. There is. I will be your family. As long as I'm here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Really? Rulin blinked her reddened eyes, looking at Xiao with anticipation. Xiao smiled and nodded, promising, yes. Rulin stared at Xiao for a while, then tilted her head, showing a look of confusion as she mumbled. But why did you help me? My parents said there's no such thing as a free lunch. Why did you help me? This question seemed familiar, didn't it? Wasn't this the same question he had asked Master Lei before? Xiao instinctively glanced at Lei and found him expressionless, continuously applying healing magic into his body. Master, can Rulin stay? Lei was about to speak when he suddenly paused, turning to Xiao instead and smiling faintly. You're the one who brought her back, not me. And she's not a magician, so I have no reason to keep her here. That made both Rulin anxious, and even Xiao slightly panicked. But, she's so pitiful. There are many pitiful people in the world, more than you imagine. Should I help them all? Xiao fell silent, and Rulin hung her head down too. Yes, they had no reason to help her. If this older brother hadn't intervened earlier, she wouldn't even be standing here now. You were the one who saved her, the one who brought her back, and only you can decide whether she should stay or not. You can't just bring someone in and expect me to solve everything for you. Xiao looked at Lei for a long moment, then finally spoke. I understand. Lei stood up and went to pour Xiao a cup of warm water. There's nothing seriously wrong with your body. It's just temporary exhaustion from overusing your mana, leading to complete depletion. What exactly did you do to use up so much mana? Xiao's mana could rival that of a high-level magician, yet he'd still depleted all of it. This indeed surpassed Lei's expectations. I used Akila's immovable power twice. You're crazy? Lei widened his eyes, glaring furiously at him. Do you realize how much strain this kind of frequent overuse puts on your body? It's dangerous. These were just low-level monsters, and there's plenty of time left to complete the mission. Why were you in such a rush? Chapter 12, Sacred Artifact. Although it seemed that Light was extremely angry, this was also his way of showing concern for Xiao. He cared about Xiao's safety and blamed him for not taking good care of his own body. But Xiao himself knew that at first he had no intention of rushing to deal with the Wind Wolves, and he didn't even plan on using the Dark Bright King ability a second time. If it weren't for finding Rulin, if it weren't for these Wind Wolves exposing their weakness. Teacher, although doing this puts a heavy burden on my body, but if I hadn't done so, Rulin would have died. I can't just stand by. Light sighed, helplessly shaking his head. You need to rest well now? Rulin, go take a shower first. I'll go buy you some fitting clothes. Since Xiao has asked you to stay, your life from now on will be with Xiao. The cost will be deducted from his salary. After saying this, Light walked out while gently closing the door. Xiao lay quietly in bed, looking at the disheveled Rulin and couldn't help but smile and say, you should go take a shower first. Girls shouldn't neglect cleanliness. Yes. Rulin nodded obediently. After receiving Light's treatment, Xiao felt much better physically, but he was still very weak all over. Although in the past he often pushed himself like this to survive, this time it was much better than before. In the past, every time after he used his abilities, he would directly fall into a coma, but after using them twice this time, he could still move around for a while. It seemed that he had grown stronger. In the quiet house, the only sound came from the bathroom where Rulin was showering. Hot water continuously splashed onto the floor and her body, like a waterfall hitting the ground with splashing waves. Rulin's skin was as flawless as these crystal-clear water droplets. However, amidst the chaotic sound of water, there seemed to be an unharmonious noise. Xiao closed his eyes and listened carefully. It was Rulin sobbing. Even with the continuous sound of water, Xiao could still hear Rulin sobbing in the bathroom. A 10-year-old child became an orphan overnight. Xiao saw his younger self from 10 years ago, having lost his parents without a trace ever since. Without realizing how much time had passed, Light had already bought the clothes and placed them outside the bathroom door, then went downstairs to attend to school matters. Rulin finished washing up, dressed herself, and sat by Xiao's side. Looking at Rulin's blue pupils, they were just like the clear blue sky outside the window, pure and bright. However, her eye rims were red, painfully so. Seeing such a fragile girl, Xiao couldn't help but think, if he had acted earlier, maybe her parents wouldn't have died. Perhaps she would be playing and laughing with her parents right now. As night fell, Xiao and Rulin settled down in Light's dormitory. The pitch-black night, under the moonlight, a shadow suddenly flashed across. In the principal's office, Yifan was tidying up things, preparing to leave. A figure appeared suddenly. Light, what brings you here so late? Yifan didn't look at the person standing by the door and continued organizing things on his own. Are you alone? Light took off the black mask, sat on a nearby chair, and casually closed the door behind him. Yifan suddenly stopped what he was doing. His purple eyes reflected Light's figure, furrowing his brows as he asked, did you get any news? Light gave a slight nod. Excited, Yifan stood up, deeply inhaling. Where? At our school. That's good. Yifan sighed in relief, relaxing the previously knotted eyebrows. This is their last card left for us on the Holy Domain continent. Light, from here on out, it's still going to trouble you. Yifan, I want to know, what exactly happened back then? With more than 20 of our Saint Mages, how could we possibly lose to fewer than 10 of theirs? I don't believe it was just because of their setup trap. Yifan gave a faint glance at Light. Haven't you guessed it by now? Besides, we weren't defeated. In the end, didn't we win? but the cost we paid was truly too great. Remember, we must protect our final hope well. What's going on? Could it be even you aren't confident? Yifan let out a light laugh, looked at Light, and handed him a glass of water. Even though the two saints are gone, because of my existence, they currently don't dare make rash moves. But once this brief peace ends, there will be a war even more devastating than the Origin War. How don't they have the strength to launch a war against us anymore? Their strongest combat forces were already dismantled by the two saints, and we still have you as well as several retired saint mages. Light truly couldn't comprehend why their ambition remained so grand when their fangs had been pulled. Faced with Light's question, Yifan could only sigh. But this is the current situation. Do you know why everyone retreated after the Origin War? Indeed, after the war ended, several saint mages, symbols of the highest combat power in the Holy Domain, had all retired and disappeared from the public eye. The masses unanimously believed that they retired to recuperate from their injuries. But over these 10 years, they seem to have vanished completely. And no matter what injuries they sustained, it wouldn't make sense for all of them to disappear for a full decade, leaving only Yifan at the Holy Domain Academy. Just as Light was puzzled, he remembered what Xiao had said on the magic train. If he hadn't misheard, Xiao had mentioned that Saint Mage wasn't the final stage. Divine Oracle Mage? How do you know? Yifan looked at Light incredulously. Yes, the Divine Oracle Mage, the legendary existence closest to divinity. But they haven't appeared for millions of years, so much so that people gradually forgot about the existence of the Divine Oracle Mage. We owe much to the guidance of the two saints, yet even with that, we still have no clear leads while they've moved ahead of us. You mean they already have a Divine Oracle Mage? To this point, Yifan denied it outright. Not exactly. Do you know about the 10 sacred artifacts? Scholar. Yifan picked up his glass of red wine on the desk, savoring it before putting it back down. Light pondered deeply. Not much. The 10 sacred artifacts each possess great power. Apart from my Nile root spear, the other 9 are scattered across the continent, some of which have even been lost. But among these, the 7 sins is in their possession. According to Xing, the combat ability of the 7 sins is no less than my Nile root spear. He also said that the 7 sins is a ruler of the battlefield, which my Nile root spear alone can't defeat. Light propped his forehead in thought and muttered, if I'm not mistaken, of the remaining sacred artifacts, only 3 are known. Bay Min clan's God King, the Beastman tribe's Obelisk, and the Elf tribe's It. The rest have disappeared. If we find the rest of the sacred artifacts, perhaps we can. Chapter 13, The Lightning Attribute Imprint. When did the great scholar's thoughts become so naive? Nightfin slowly crossed his legs and looked at Lei Te with interest, smiling and saying, we possess more than one holy artifact. Could they possibly only have the 7 deadly sins? It is just because of the power of the 7 deadly sins that I am somewhat worried. Then, don't we have any other way out? Didn't I ask you to find someone? Did you find them? Lei Te seemed to recall something suddenly, and looked at Night Fun. What help can a child offer? Though he's exceptional, he isn't even a grand magician yet. He may not be much help now, but in the future, he will be the key to our victory. Perhaps. Night Fun. Lei Te stood up, ready to leave. I have one last question for you. Why did you send me there and expect me to bring him back exactly as planned? Fate sometimes is just that strange. Lei Te left the dean's office. He had found the mission strange from the beginning. To travel far away to procure some alchemy materials and to bring back a child. That was all. Nightfin hadn't emphasized anything, causing Lei Te to even forget that he needed to bring back a child. Only later did he suddenly realize. How could Nightfin have calculated all of this? Was it because of the Spear of Nilogen? With Ruo Lan's arrival, Xiao found his life instantly becoming much fuller. In nearly a week, Ruo Lan waited for Xiao every day at home and found some recipes herself to cook meals. Lei Te also liked this child. She was not only adorable, but also very thoughtful. Little Lan, are you getting used to life here? Taking the tea Ruo Lan handed over, Lei Te gently touched her head, showing concern. One day, I'll take you out to walk around, buy some pretty clothes, and eat some good food. You're still growing, so your diet shouldn't be neglected. Hearing that Lei Te wanted to take her out to play, Ruo Lan looked excitedly at him, her eyes blinking widely. But before Lei Te could continue speaking, she shook her head hastily. Thank you, uncle, but brother already works so hard to earn money, and it costs a lot for him to be a magician. Ruo Lan already has clothes to wear. Upon hearing Ruo Lan say this, Lei Te felt a pang of heartache and softly said, good child, the money counts as mine. Consider it a treat from your uncle. How can we accept this? There's no problem. Because you're such a well-behaved girl, consider it as my reward to you. Really? Yup. Thank you, uncle. Ruo Lan cheered happily, adding a bit of color to Lei Te's dull work routine. Ruo Lan, what's got you so cheerful? After returning from school, Xiao opened the door and walked in. Teacher, hello. Lei Te smiled at Xiao and gestured for him to come closer. The weekend is coming up, and there aren't many weeks until the academy test, right? This weekend, take Ruo Lan out to eat and play, and don't worry about expenses, they're on me. By the way, does the academy's food suit your taste? Yes. Not only nutritious, but also delicious. Lei Te nodded, indicating for Xiao to go ahead and act freely while he returned to his work. Brother, Ruo Lan gently tugged at Xiao's sleeve. What does a magician look like? For Ruo Lan's question, Xiao didn't know how to respond. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then proudly said to Ruo Lan, they're amazing people. So, is brother amazing? Not yet. I'm not amazing yet. Teacher is amazing. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. I definitely won't let anyone bully you. Xiao tapped his chest with his fist and made a vow to Ruo Lan. Magicians. If only Ruolan could become a magician too, then I could protect brother. Upon hearing Ruolan say this, Xiao immediately panicked and hurriedly explained, not everyone can become a magician. One must have magic power, which is determined at birth. It's not your fault. What is magic power anyway? It's this. As he spoke, Xiao slowly released his black magic power, floating like fire between his hands. This? Black. Ruolan moved her face closer, curiously staring at it. Is it necessarily black? Not necessarily. Depending on the attribute of magic power, the color can differ. Ruolan extended her hand, looking deep in thought. Suddenly, a blue substance burst forth from her palm, startling herself. This scream was Ruolan's. She quickly retracted her hand, trembling and looking at Xiao with fear, murmuring, mine is not black. Xiao's expression had already become stunned, overcome by excitement. Teacher, I saw it, it's magic. Lei also unintentionally discovered the blue substance that had just burst forth from Ruolan's hand. Blue magic power. Lei slowly stood up, astonished as he looked at Ruolan. Are you a magician too? Ruolan didn't understand why their reactions were so big. It was the same reaction her parents had when they first learned she possessed magic power. But weren't they magicians themselves? I am not a magician yet. I want to become one. Originally, my parents brought me here to enroll in the Holy Domain Academy, but on the way, if I hadn't had any magic power, my parents wouldn't have brought me to Holy Domain. If we hadn't come to Holy Domain, my parents wouldn't have. As she spoke, tears welled up in Ruolan's eyes and her voice began to choke with sobs. It's all Ruolan's fault. Ruolan caused my parents' deaths. Ruolan is not a good child. No. Lei interrupted her before she could continue. If negative emotions grew unchecked, they might consume her, leaving scars on Ruolan's young heart, since she couldn't control her feelings well. Little An, it's not your fault. Your parents would be delighted that you possess magic power, and they are proud of you. They wanted you to become a great magician in the future, so they brought you to Holy Domain. It's not your fault, it's their own choice. If you truly feel guilty, then become a true magician and a magician who will make them proud. Can Ruolan really do that? The little girl stopped sobbing, looking hesitantly at Lei. Lei replied firmly, yes, as long as you wish for it, you can achieve it. Having said that, Lei prepared the testing magic array while explaining to Ruolan. Xiao watched from the side excitedly, reluctant to interrupt their interaction. The attribute of magic power matches its color, generally speaking. You displayed blue magic power, which usually represents lightning, but there are exceptions. For instance, fire attribute can be purple or black, water attribute can be blue or black. Besides, because you don't know how to control your magic power, releasing it haphazardly may harm others around you. Therefore, we use this magic array to guide your magic power and identify its attribute. Come on, place your hand in the center and release your magic power as you did earlier without reservation. After listening to Lei's explanation, Ruolan nodded slightly and placed her hand at the center of the magic array, letting go freely with her magic power. Instantly, the room filled with a brilliant blue light, and the crystals symbolizing the lightning attribute emitted an intense glow. Chapter 14, the competition begins. Lightning attribute branding. Lei exclaimed, Roland, you have the lightning attribute branding. In the future, you can also become a magician. Hearing Lei's exclamation, Roland was also thrilled and jumped into Xiao's arms. Brother, in the future, I can learn magic with you and protect you. Yeah, no one knows what the relationship is between Lei and the dean, but in just one day, all of Roland's procedures were completed. Since all freshmen are temporary right now, everyone has the same curriculum. But to stay, they must pass the academy's test at the end of the week. Lei didn't say much more, only telling them that the test isn't about winning or losing, and to do their best. Xiao wasn't worried about himself, but Roland started almost a month later than the other students. Others had studied for 3 weeks, while she had only studied for 1. Despite Lei always making time to teach her many magical concepts, Xiao was still quite concerned about whether she would pass the test. For Xiao, everything these teachers taught, he already knew. Therefore, he hardly went to class for an entire week. Besides working part-time and accepting missions from the guild, he spent his time doing practical combat training with Lei. During every bout of sparring, Xiao gave Lei a small surprise. By the end of the week, Lei discovered that Xiao was highly adept at combat, and his fighting style was versatile. This made Lei feel quite impressed. At the same time, it was not difficult to imagine the environment he had been in, where survival forced him to master these skills. Time passed quickly, and during this week, Lei also bought a lot of new clothes for Roland. Today was the day of the college-organized testing, and all the freshmen gathered in the dueling arena. The Starneo Academy has nearly 10 dueling arenas. Roland and Xiao weren't in the same arena, though they were not far apart. Surrounding the arena were tiered seating areas, each level equipped with rows of chairs. There are also some freshmen participating in this test. Lei explained to Xiao about the purpose of the test. This test isn't merely to evaluate your learning results over the past month. It also examines your talents and selects outstanding candidates. There's a place within Starnea Academy called Osiris, where regular students cannot enter. Only the true elite of the academy qualify to go inside. This test will also serve as a selection for Osiris. Quite a few upperclassmen are also taking part in this. Osiris. It was the first time Xiao heard about this place, and he thought silently. Lei naturally saw the curiosity in Xiao regarding Osiris. The admission criteria for Osiris is between 16 and 20 years old. The top 3 from this test can enter directly, while the rest will be considered based on performance, but no more than 5 people will be admitted each time. 16? Why not earlier? because the training intensity inside is far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. 16 is the lower limit. If it were any earlier, neither mentally nor physically could anyone bear it. After Lei explained enough, all aspects of the competition were prepared. There were thousands of people gathered in this venue, and this dueling arena, spanning thousands of square meters, could easily accommodate them all. As such, it appeared even slightly spacious. Among these thousands of individuals, there were quite a number of senior students who were not competing but came to watch the show. The rules were simple. The match ends when either side concedes defeat or gets pushed off the stage. I took a look at your opponent, a beast man named Obelisk Long, very tough. But remember, rare level spells like the Darkness Bright King should absolutely not be used. Xiao nodded slightly. After Lei finished speaking, he left and headed toward the high platform. On the high platform overlooking the dueling arena stood a man and a woman. The woman clearly belonged to the elven race, with a tall figure, blue hair and eyebrows, copper-toned skin giving off a somewhat enchanting presence. Her lips curved gently upward, her movements elegant and refined. As for the man, he was stern-faced, showing no emotions, with black eyes and short disheveled hair, standing there as if a superior looking down upon subordinates, full of confidence. Just from standing there, Xiao could sense an aura of leadership around him, yet he did not come across as repulsive. Just like father, his warmth doesn't show on his face, but he's definitely not a cold-hearted person. Lei spoke with those two people briefly and then returned. Let's begin. Without a boring introduction, the man simply waved his hand lightly, giving quiet instructions to the teacher responsible for the competition. All right, Dean. The teacher in charge of the competition began directing the students to enter the arena. Each dueling field had 4 teachers as referees, one observing the arena to prevent accidents, while the other 3 scored the students' performances, determining whether they would stay and if they were qualified to enter Osiris. First match, first-year ace versus sixth-year Bei Min Changqing. Both students please enter promptly. Xiao couldn't believe that the first match involved someone he knew. But Ace was a first year, and his opponent was a 6th year? There's nothing unusual about it. 16-year-olds are usually in 6th grade. Ace failed the magic examination, so he couldn't advance, remaining in 1st grade until now. Here, age matters, not grade level. You're 16, and your opponent Obelisk Long is also 16, both in 6th grade. Both he and Bei Min Changqing are tough opponents, with Bei Min Changqing being even stronger. Teacher, aren't you going to watch Xiaolon? Xiao was more concerned about Roland, but his own match was also one of the early ones, so he couldn't leave. Lei obviously understood what Xiao meant and smiled. Don't worry. Your match is 3rd, and Xiaolan's is 10th. After you finish, we'll go together. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed teenager carrying a long sword leisurely entered the arena. Bei Min Changqing? Isn't that the genius 6th-year student? Wow, he's so handsome. Yes, I heard he's already an advanced magician, very close to becoming a grand magician, and he's a well-known genius around the academy. Right? Ace is going to have a tough time. A complete magic-less waste. I can't figure out how he even got into this academy. To everyone else, this was a match with no suspense. On the other side, Ace stepped into the arena. Bei Min Changqing gave Ace a contemptuous glance, saying arrogantly, "Do you want to just forfeit? I don't want to explain to Teacher Payne if my sword accidentally hurts you. Just come on." Ace took a deep breath, assuming a fighting stance. Seeing Ace was determined to face him head-on, Bei Min Changqing smirked slightly and chuckled. "You? Since you refuse to listen, I'll show you today what it means to be a genius." At the command, the match began. Bei Min Changqing swung his long sword lightly and leaped, casually releasing a slash of energy. Sensing the impending danger, Ace's eyes widened in seriousness as he sidestepped the energy wave. At the same moment, he pushed off with his left foot, closing the distance between himself and Bei Min Changqing. Chapter 15. Ace vs. Bei Min Changqing. Seeing Ace dodge his first attack, Bei Min Changqing was not surprised. He slowly raised his long sword again to strike. However, the moment he swung his sword, Ace's figure suddenly shifted to his right side. Simultaneously, he pulled back with his right hand and thrust forward with a left punch. Caught off guard, Bei Min Changqing was hit square in the side of the face, rolling on the ground several times. "Damn it! You worthless trash, how dare you hit me?" When he got up, his expression had turned incredibly dark. Fierce wind rampage. With a light shout, green energy emanated from Bei Min Changqing's body and gradually enveloped his silver-white longsword. Around him, the flow of air seemed to become even more intense. This was the magic that controls the flow of gases in the air, compressing and accelerating the airflow to form lethal weapons. Waste of space, let me show you what real magic is. Being defeated by my magic should be the greatest honor of your life. After being struck by Ace's punch, Bei Min Changqing's pride made him furious. This time, he didn't wait for Ace to attack. Bei Min Changqing rushed forward with his sword, carrying a highly destructive wind-based magic spell intending to seriously injure Ace. Facing the danger, Ace showed no panic. His long sword danced in the air, producing fierce winds whistling through the air. Under the enhancement of wind magic, Bei Min Changqing's speed became extremely fast. Under the flurry of sword strikes, Ace continued retreating. Fierce wind rampage. As Ace leaped backward using the hilt of his sword to create distance between them, Bei Min Changqing seized the opportunity and launched his stored wind magic, which also included his sword chi. Because Ace had leapt into the air and lost control over his body, when he landed, the fierce wind was already before his eyes. In the next moment, the wind would rip through his skin and throw him off the arena. Bei Min Changqing, imagining this, couldn't help but smile like a victor. However, Just as the magic was about to hit Ace, he fell backward, performed a horizontal spin halfway around, and supported himself on the ground with both hands. Then he astonishingly charged sideways towards Bei Min Chongqing. Seeing Ace rushing toward him barehanded, Bei Min Chongqing felt insulted. A person who couldn't even use magic, facing someone like himself, a mid-level magician, had the audacity to charge in, especially when he had a sharp blade in hand. As Ace rushed at him from the side, Bei Min Chongqing swung his sharp longsword. The sword qi, mixed with wind-based magical power, was highly lethal. However, Ace avoided it all. While closing the distance with Bei Min Chongqing, he continuously dodged the whistling sword qi. His figure weaved through the perilous areas filled with dangerous sword qi, narrowly avoiding each strike. A man who couldn't use magic was now matching a mid-level magician, and this magician was among the top talents among magicians. Rushing punch. Unconsciously, the two were very close. Ace threw another punch. With a soft cry, Bei Min Chongqing was struck in the abdomen by Ace's right fist and retreated several meters. Before Bei Min Chongqing could react, Ace had already circled behind him. With a large turn, Ace's right leg swept out, directly hitting Bei Min Chongqing's back. Wind assault. In panic, Bei Min Chongqing didn't have time to turn around and was kicked flying, but he simultaneously countered. His unexpected counterattack successfully hit Ace, who crossed his arms to protect his face and slightly leaned his body to resist the airflow impact. Excellent. You worthless trash, you've actually reached this level. Bei Min Chongqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted with malice. At the same time, many people in the stands sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't expected the genius of the Bei Min family to be suppressed by a waste, and even worse, be injured. Is this really the Ace who doesn't know magic? How did he manage to do it? Suppressing Bei Min Chongqing without using any magic. Does he really not know magic? Could it be an illusion created by light system magic? Perhaps he's a light attribute magician. Possibly. He might be a light attribute magician. These people deep down believed that magicians were inherently superior. They found it hard to believe that a non-magician could match a magician, so they fabricated a laughable lie for themselves. Xiao and Le sat together watching the match, while Pin slowly approached. Hee. Le, isn't my student great? He's fantastic. Hearing Le's praise, Pin became prouder and laughed heartily before continuing to watch the match. Waste. You still have a chance to forfeit now. Otherwise, soon you won't even have the chance to speak. Bei Min Chongqing twisted his neck and stared coldly at Ace. In response to the threat, Ace let out a light snort and said with a smile, Genius? You're nothing special. You'll regret it. As he glared at Ace, Bei Min Chongqing was gradually surrounded by a large green magic circle. Oh swift wind spirits, respond to my call at this moment. The sudden gale cuts through the horizon and transforms into the claws of a hawk, shredding the unlucky ones. Fierce wind rampage. The magical power after the spell incantation was far greater than before. In an instant, the entire arena was swept by violent winds. Only now did Bei Min Chongqing truly show his real strength. His external wind attribute magic force blended into the air, swirling on the desolate battlefield. Looking at Ace not far away, Bei Min Chongqing's face was filled only with anger. Not only was he hailed as the top genius in his family, but even in this holy domain academy, he ranked among the best. Now, he was being continually suppressed by someone who didn't know magic, a mere waste. His inner pride would never allow it. Attack. With the command, biting gusts of wind suddenly surged towards Ace. Le, sitting on the viewing platform, was also deeply intrigued by this match. Pin, do you think your student can win? Hearing Le's question, Pin's eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. I hope he wins too, but it's so difficult. However, this kid has never disappointed me. Not only did Pin wish for Ace to win, but for some reason, Xiao silently prayed in his heart that the one standing on the arena at the end would be that cheerful, optimistic young man. But what did this lively boy have to compete with a magician? On the arena, Ace dodged the attacks of the violent winds, moving around in all directions. Yet, there were inevitably more wounds appearing on his body. Worthless trash should act just like this, clumsily fleeing everywhere and then rolling off like garbage. Bei Min Chongqing wildly swung the sword in his hand, each swing accompanied by a streak of sword qi shooting out. Chapter 16, A Different Path of Cultivation. In the face of an attack like a sudden storm, Ace could only dodge everywhere. Although it appeared that Ace was completely powerless to fight back, those who were observant would easily notice that the distance between him and Bei Min Chongqing was gradually closing. And every time Bei Min Chongqing was approached by Ace, he never fared well. I'm not a waste. Ace sprinted in the gale, his voice seemingly coming from nowhere. I am an ordinary person who has vowed to surpass you so-called geniuses. Someone like you? Geniuses can never be surpassed. I'll throw you away like trash. Bei Min Chongqing also realized that while Ace was dodging the wind and sword energy attacks, he was continuously narrowing the gap between them. I definitely can do this. As long as I keep trying, keep practicing, one day, I will surpass all of you. As soon as these words left Ace's lips, a figure suddenly appeared before Bei Min Chongqing. When did? Feng Lan. Before he could react with surprise, Bei Min Chongqing immediately abandoned his incantation and triggered a magic spell once more in an attempt to widen the distance between himself and Ace. However, before Feng Lan had been released, Ace's figure moved, disappearing once again. The next moment, Bei Min Chongqing felt a sense of crisis emanating from behind him. Rushing palm. Like a piece of solid iron, it struck heavily on his back, momentarily numbing all the tendons and bones in his body. In the next second, Bei Min Chongqing's body tumbled forward. Ace's assault wasn't over yet. When Beimin Chongqing painfully managed to stand up, the first thing he saw upon raising his head was Ace's determined eyes. Damn it! The moment the curse left his mouth, Beimin Chongqing was once again kicked into the air by Ace. While he remained weightless midair, Ace reappeared in front of him. This time, they were parallel to the ground, one above, one below. Naturally, Ace was on top and Beimin Chongqing, who had been kicked, was underneath. In a state of weightlessness, Beimin Chongqing had no means of defense and was slammed down to the ground by another punch from Ace. Staggering, Beimin Chongqing climbed to his feet. All that existed in his eyes was an endless hatred for Ace. This was the first time in his life he had been beaten this way, by someone he looked down on as a mere genius. Very good, brilliant. You will pay dearly for everything you've done. Below Beimin Chongqing's feet, a speck of green light suddenly emerged. With him as the center, a massive magic circle instantly unfolded. Intangible forces, transformable into blades that split rivers and mountains, or shields that repel all things. Calm as still waters, fierce as mountainous torrents. Capable of overturning all things, yet also nurturing life. Now, become a sharp blade, wind sweeping residual clouds. This, Lei, sitting beside Xiao at this moment, had already opened his eyes wide, full of astonishment. However, Payne's complexion darkened slightly, somewhat unwillingly saying, I didn't expect this kid to already be capable of using his elemental magic. Unbelievable. Turns out he's actually a great mage. My good disciple, we don't regret losing this time. Lei shook his head, lost in thought. That's not right. His elemental magic isn't perfect, which shows he hasn't fully comprehended his own magic. This is just the prototype. If Ace finds a breakthrough, there might still be an opportunity. Really? After hearing Lei's explanation, Payne's face lit up again with anticipation. Humph. Can't you see that yourself? Xiao quietly observed this extraordinary yet common duel from the sidelines. In his eyes, although this grand green magic circle seemed impressive, it still felt like something was missing. Perhaps this was what Teacher Lei referred to when he said it was incomplete. Since it was the primary magic of a great mage, even though it wasn't in the same school as his, studying it further might help him understand similar situations should they arise later. Faced with such a magnificent wind magic, Ace finally showed a look of seriousness on his face. Though Ace himself wasn't a magician, a rough estimate told him that this spell was already beyond the skill level of a high-level wizard. Winning would probably not be easy for him. You have no more chance to beg for mercy. Beimin Chongqing walked step by step towards Ace, his entire outfit lightly fluttering, as if this wind originated from inside his body. It was as if Beimin Chongqing himself was a source of the wind. Howling gusts sliced through Ace's skin like sharp knives. Even sitting high up on the platform, Xiao could feel the presence of the gale, let alone Ace who was standing in the middle of it. At this moment, it was already difficult for Ace just to maintain his balance while standing. As a regular person, being able to force Beimin Chongqing to use his most advanced skills was reason enough for pride. Get down now. Waste of space. Once more, several wind blades carved across Ace's shoulders, clearly visible threads of blood emerging. Ace covered his face with both hands, leaning forward in an attempt to withstand the fierce wind rushing towards him. However, he was still forced to retreat continuously by the gale, and there was less than 10 meters left between him and the edge of the arena. This raging wind was like a thick, heavy wall, step by step forcing him back. I am not a waste. Through the gaps between Ace's hands, Beimin Chongqing saw a pair of crystal-clear eyes, and deep within those black pupils, it seemed as though flames were burning. In the face of the overwhelming wind, Ace showed no trace of panic. As Ace moved closer to the edge of the arena, Beimin Chongqing's lips curled slightly upward. Waste, you've managed to push me this far. You've earned some pride. However, just as Beimin Chongqing was about to push Ace off the arena, something strange happened. Ace, who did not know any magic, was wrapped in a kind of white mist, the next moment his body gradually becoming ethereal until he disappeared. Not only was Beimin Chongqing stunned, but even Lei Ti was deeply impressed. Payne, this child. At this point, Payne had no expression on his face, calmly looking at the arena, speaking solemnly. That's right. Ace's talent decides that he cannot become an excellent magician, but that does not mean he cannot become an excellent magi engineer. The world is not one where only magicians can fight. Magic is just more popular. Because of its popularity, people ignore other things. On the battlefield, there are not only magicians, but also magi engineers. To become a magi engineer, knowing only magic is insufficient. Even without magic, one can become a magi engineer. Looking at the arena, Ace suddenly appeared behind Beimin Chongqing. The veins on his arms could be faintly seen. In the strong wind, Ace's steps became unpredictable, his body seemingly able to be blown away at any time. Sensing the crisis from behind, Beimin Chongqing quickly turned around, simultaneously controlling the wind into countless blades that swept towards Ace. Against these invisible blades, Ace's body swayed with the wind blades gliding past him. Return wind. Taking advantage of the wind, Ace delivered a palm strike towards Beimin Chongqing. Seeing Ace approaching with the wind, Beimin Chongqing wielded his long sword, forcefully slashing horizontally between himself and Ace, then leaping several steps back. This seemingly meaningless slash altered the trajectory of the wind flow. If Ace continued his attack following the original path, his palm would intersect with countless wind blades. The result was obvious. Just as his palm was about to meet the wind blades, his figure turned transparent again. This time, Ace appeared above him. Seeing Ace above his head, Beimin Chongqing chuckled lightly, taunting. You, who do not know how to use mana, I wonder how you plan to leverage force in midair. Once again invoking his mana, Beimin Changqing spread a large magical circle from beneath his feet, wind sweeping residual clouds. Several mini tornadoes trapped Ace in midair, and when these tornadoes merged together, their sheer force was enough to severely wound Ace. Chapter 17. The Will Beyond Genius. Not far away, Light observed this scene and couldn't help but whistle, looking somewhat worried. This isn't good. In the air without any way to brace himself, Ace is just a sitting duck. However, as Ace's teacher, Pain appeared relatively calm instead. There's no other way. Unless one pushes themselves into an impossible situation, they won't grow. He knows that leaving the ground will strip him of many advantages, but he has no choice but to do it. While Beimin Changqing may be at a disadvantage, he's not flustered in the least, and his actual strength is much higher than Ace's. To win this match, Ace must transcend himself again, surpass his own limits and break through under dire circumstances. This growth amidst despair is another path of cultivation that he chose. Watching the arena, as multiple small tornadoes slashed against Ace, Xiao frowned deeply and whispered softly, "Another path?" Exactly. If you want to become stronger, there isn't just one road, the path of becoming a magician. Light was fully focused on Ace, curious just how far this child could go. Being a magician is one of the most common paths, but becoming a magician is not easy either. Some people can become great magicians within a short time, while others might never reach the stage of being a senior magician throughout their entire lives. This is the difference in talent. Those similar to the former are known as geniuses, whereas the latter are just regular magicians. As for Ace, when mentioning Ace, Light suddenly paused. Nearby, Pain continued smoothly. According to his magic power test, his results were the same as a normal person. He doesn't even qualify as someone with magical abilities, let alone a magician. Actually, every person inherently possesses some degree of magic power, but it's so diluted that it's negligible. Only after reaching a certain threshold does one become a recognized possessor of magic power, gaining the minimum qualification to potentially become a magician. Therefore, Ace is naturally destined to never become a magician. Xiao listened carefully to all this new information while keeping an eye on the battle happening on the arena. Why must humans become magicians? Do you know? To get stronger. Xiao answered without hesitation, which would be the response almost everyone would have to such a question. Pain nodded lightly and continued speaking. That's correct. But it's like wanting to travel to a faraway place. If you have money, you can take the magic-powered train, arriving at your destination quickly. If you don't have money, you can still get there. It just takes walking, and during that walk, you experience far more than those who simply sit in the carriage. How can one become strong without magic? Xiao directly asked what was on his mind. You certainly can. Pain stared fiercely at Xiao, saying, the strength of a magician is evident. They can use powerful spells to achieve many things ordinary people cannot accomplish. A magician can destroy entire armies with just a single spell, or enable a common warrior to gain the ability to fight off hundreds, or even thousands. There are also some non-magicians who, though unable to destroy whole armies by themselves, can still stand firm and resist entire armies alone. A magician can shatter a wall with a spell, while we can destroy a wall with our bare fists. You only need to continuously practice your spell application and the study of magic arrays. Meanwhile, we need to constantly torment our bodies. That's the difference between so-called geniuses and wastes. Yet, that doesn't mean we aren't capable. Xiao could understand what Pain was trying to say, and also realized what the alternative path specifically referred to. Even so, he still felt amazed by it all. The human body has its limits. Once it exceeds what the body can endure, then... destruction, Pain said resolutely with a steely glint in his eyes, or surpassing that limit. Xiao found it hard to fathom how one could surpass the physical limits of their body. It could easily lead to one's own destruction. However, right now, in the arena, Ace was attempting just that. It seemed as if he was dominating Beimin Changqing in every aspect, but anyone truly understanding combat could see that neither side had incurred any real damage yet. Beimin Changqing's previous anger was merely disdain toward Ace, a supposed waste of potential, but now, this insignificant person who was once looked down upon actually managed to retaliate against his magic, causing him to feel disgrace, leading to his rage. Beimin Changqing consumed magic power while Ace burned pure physical stamina, so judging by the trend, it was more unfavorable for Ace. Therefore, in order to prove himself and to win this match, Ace placed himself into a perilous situation. The tornadoes had completely surrounded him. His body already began losing control in midair, yet he still struggled hard to maintain stability, preventing himself from becoming totally out of control. In just a moment, Ace's entire body was torn apart by wind blades. The wind blades not only shredded his clothes, but also carved countless bloody slashes all over him. Not just on his thighs and arms, even his face was cut open. His scream of pain made everyone present draw in a sharp breath. Looking at the now defenseless Ace, Beimin Changqing smiled satisfactorily. A waste should know their place as a waste. Otherwise, this is the consequence. After mocking him, Beimin Changqing prepared to lower Ace down. I am not a waste. Despite how faint the voice was, every single word was clearly heard by everyone present. Beimin Changqing looked up at the blood-soaked Ace, incredulity written all over his face. His body was continuously tumbling through the air due to the strong winds. Beneath his jet-black short hair was a face that looked foolish. It was exactly that face, which anyone would have dismissed as being unintelligent, whose owner now slowly raised his head to look at Beimin Changqing on the ground, while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Then he grinned, showing a bright and carefree smile. Yes, you are a genius. but I will never be a waste. My teacher said that only those who don't try hard are wastes. And me? I'm going to surpass you geniuses, an ordinary person. Surpassing a genius? Beimin Chongqing paused, then burst out laughing. You? Wanting to surpass me? If geniuses could be surpassed, why would we need geniuses in the first place? Ace started glowing red all over his body in midair, his bronze skin tinged with a blood-red hue. Meanwhile, wisps of white mist began rising from within him. Well, the game is over. Beimin Chongqing dusted off his body, stretched his limbs casually, and at the same time, Ace slowly descended from the sky. It was expected that Beimin Chongqing would launch another attack while Ace was still in the air, but instead, he withdrew the magic without hesitation. Is it finally starting? Pain and Light sat together, watching everything happening on the field closely. As Ace's sole master, he clearly cared deeply for his student. However, Xiao seemed a bit puzzled beside them. Light glanced at Xiao and murmured, as the #1 prodigy of the Beimin family and one of the top talents in the Holy Domain Academy, Beimin Chongqing's strength isn't merely what you see here. He has already unleashed his most powerful magic, and his internal magical energy must have been largely depleted by now. Given his current condition, all he needs to do is rely on the advantage of wind magic, gradually wearing down Ace's stamina. Upon hearing this, Light nodded in agreement with Xiao's analysis. But winning using such a method wouldn't bring any honor to himself. Moreover, he does have his pride. Although Beimin Chongqing can be arrogant, at least he retains the pride of a swordsman. Swordsman. Chapter 18, Magic and Sword. When Xiao looked back at the arena, Beimin Chongqing had already engaged in battle with Ace. This time, even though white mist surrounded Ace's body, it didn't suppress Beimin Chongqing. Instead, the two were locked in a fierce, evenly matched combat. Beimin Chongqing swung his long sword, while green magic continuously swirled around him. This is Beimin Chongqing's talent, his innate gift for swordsmanship. Not only does he possess exceptional natural talent in swordsmanship, but his mastery of magic is no less impressive. His battles combine both magic and the sword. By fusing magic and swordplay, leveraging the speed advantage of wind magic along with his own expertise in swordsmanship, Beimin Chongqing relentlessly pushed Ace into retreat. Countless streaks of green sword energy shot out from their clash, accompanied by powerful gusts of wind sweeping through the area. If it weren't for the specialized magical array on the platform that blocked spatial leakage, those sitting outside would have been seriously injured. As they observed the changes on the platform, Light sighed deeply and said helplessly, Ace has done his best. Being able to break through his bodily limits under such conditions is already very difficult. Upon hearing Light's words, Pain remained unmoved, quietly watching the arena without any reaction. Whirlwind sweep. Beimin Chongqing swung his sword, and a surge of green magic erupted, instantly forming several miniature tornadoes. Although Ace had retreated several steps to dodge both the sharp edge of Beimin Chongqing's blade and the energy emitted, he hadn't regained his footing when another attack came from behind, leaving him with no more space to retreat. Ace took a deep breath, his pupils focusing on the hurricane approaching him. Ace, don't. Seeing his student's reaction, as Ace's teacher, Pain obviously guessed what Ace intended to do. But before Pain could finish his sentence, Ace charged forward. Was this guy crazy? Not only was Beimin Chongqing surprised by Ace's move, everyone present held their breath at Ace's action. The referee hesitated about whether or not to call the match off since it was Ace's own choice, and who knew if a miracle might happen. Ace's figure was swallowed by the hurricane. Complete silence fell over the entire audience, their breathing becoming cautious. Only the sound of the hurricane howling filled the arena, along with Ace's cries of agony echoing around. At this moment, Pain stood up, gripping the railing in front of him so tightly that the solid steel railing turned into a lump of deformed iron blocks. Worthless. Are you trying to kill yourself? Beimin Chongqing was frustrated, annoyed that he had encountered such a troublesome opponent. If Ace died, although it wouldn't be entirely his fault, he'd inevitably feel guilty. I'm not worthless. In the hurricane, Ace's frail body was torn apart by strong winds. Fresh wounds that had barely healed reopened, mixing the bright red blood with the green magical energy in the whirlwinds. My name is Ace. The meaning of my existence is to surpass geniuses like you. Amidst the hurricane, Ace, originally struggling to even stand due to the fierce winds, now firmly stood there. Only by surpassing limits can one reach the peak. I have no limit. The hurricane seemed to roar with his voice, staining the wind a blood-red hue. Boundary activation. Ace slowly lifted his head, and within his black eyes appeared something akin to a savage beast, so ferocious that even Beimin Chongqing dared not meet his gaze. Standing straighter, Ace widened his stance, holding his hands in palm-like positions, one forward, the other backward. Heavenly spin. With a loud shout, Ace spun in the midst of the hurricane. As he did, the two incompatible whirlwinds gradually dissipated. Ace's silhouette became clear again as the blood-red whirlwind vanished. Now, hanging his head heavily, his arms dangling uselessly at his sides, it was obvious that Ace had no strength left. Merely standing had exhausted all his effort. I succeeded, teacher. Ace struggled to slightly turn his head, fixing his gaze on Pain not far away, a proud smile appearing on his lips. He started to fall backwards. Xiao thought he saw a black shadow flash across his vision. In an instant, Pain, who was originally by Light, had already rushed onto the stage, catching Ace just as he was falling back. Ace fell, but in truth, the young man never intended to win from the start. He knew that with his current abilities, he couldn't beat Beimin Chongqing, and up until now, Beimin Chongqing hadn't used full strength. His only hope was to seize any chance during the moments earlier when Beimin Chongqing had underestimated him to secure victory. Once the initial opportunity passed, his chances for victory disappeared. But he would absolutely not give up due to such a small setback. His goal was to surpass those so-called geniuses. That's why he seized this opportunity to clash with Beimin Chongqing, using it to break through his limits once more. He firmly believed that one day, he would reach the pinnacle of this world through the path he had chosen. After watching the match, Xiao couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. Master, do you think he knew from the start that he couldn't win? Leite lightly nodded, his eyes on Ace, who was covered in injuries as he applied healing light magic. He knew from the start that he couldn't win, but for this child, there is no such word as give up. Thank you for your trouble, Leite. Payne's eyes were slightly red. He only showed this slight care when Ace couldn't see him. Normally, he had to maintain the stern image of a teacher. Xiao quietly stared at Ace, deep in thought. The next match, Chia versus Pocos. Please have both contestants step onto the platform immediately. This was a battle between elven magicians, one a wind elemental magician, the other an earth elemental magician. Elves, as the race most attuned to elements, enjoyed advantages in the realm of magic that other races could only dream of. Chia, as a female elven magician, specialized in speed-based wind magic and was an agile-type magician. Her emerald green long hair was tied up, and her azure eyes seemed to hold within them a lush, dense prairie. I didn't expect it to be our turn so soon. Chia greeted Pocos, who simply nodded in response, as was his usual taciturn manner. The match began. Gale, relying on her advantage as a wind elemental magician, Chia zipped back and forth across the field, searching for Pocos' weak spots. However, Pocos, with his earth attribute imprint, was an expert at controlling the battlefield. Pocos, who bore the earth attribute mark, was not a master of power-type magic, but rather specialized in control magic within the support type. As an assassin-style magician, Chia absolutely could not be hit by Pocos' control magic. So right from the start, she deployed her wind magic. With Gale amplifying her, Chia's figure darted around like a ghost on the field. Unlike magicians from other races, elven magicians did not need to meticulously draw out complex and grand magical arrays when casting certain spells. Even incantations could be simplified. While achieving this wouldn't be difficult for peak-level magicians, none of them could handle it as effortlessly as elves. Charge! A cold voice echoed from an indeterminate location, and suddenly, a bright green arrow shot toward Pocos from behind. As if he hadn't noticed, Pocos merely let out a faint cry and slammed his fist into the ground. Chapter 19. Xiao vs. Aeoli's Long. Sherlon. An odd brown symbol instantly appeared beneath his feet. At the same time, the entire arena began to tremble, and countless stone pillars erupted from it without warning. One of these pillars just happened to block the trajectory of the arrows and was smashed into gravel. The arrows dissipated as they had exhausted all their magic. With the change in the terrain, Chia's speed was also affected. The once flat arena had altered due to the appearance of the stone pillars, becoming uneven. This was part of Pocos' ability to control the battlefield, but his opponent was a wind element agile magician skilled at finishing opponents in one strike, so he didn't have enough time to fully deploy his field control skills. Though Pocos was only an earth attribute auxiliary magician, every magician could still cast certain offensive spells. Everything in this world will eventually turn to dust. All things shall return to the soil. Even the fierce winds cannot shake the strength of the substantial. When the elven race started chanting a full incantation, this meant that the magic they would use would not be on the same level as what they used before. And as a wind-type agile magician, how could she allow him to complete such a large-scale spell? Swift wind wings. 10,000 feathered arrow shadows. Chia took to the sky with the help of her wind wings, green wings unfolding in the air and raining down countless arrows. Facing the storm of wind arrows, Pocos extended his hands, and a simplified magic circle appeared from the palms of his hands. In the blink of an eye, the land around him instantly enveloped him, forming an impenetrable fortress. The rain of arrows struck the thick fortress, turning into countless emerald ashes before dissipating. The fortress began showing cracks due to the relentless attacks of the arrows. As the arrow storm intensified, the fortress crumbled faster, allowing Chia to see Pocos hiding inside through the cracks. Oh mighty winds! Crush him! Arrow of the wind! Gathering all her magical power, a giant bow formed in front of Chia. A massive arrow was fired towards Pocos. With his defenses already close to collapse, there was no way he could withstand this all-out attack by Chia. But just when everyone thought Pocos would lose the match, his chant had also been completed. This will be the domain of the earth, my territory, collapse. Earthquake, myriad lands burial. As the last word left his lips, the previously calm ground boiled up once again. Several stone pillars closest to the arrow stretched out towards it. They were not attempting to clash with the arrow to consume its magic. After all, this contained most of the magical power of a mid-level magician who excelled in focusing magic, particularly one focused on deadly precision, and the amount of earth elements required to counteract it was unimaginable. Several stone pillars reached out like huge hands and accurately bound the massive arrow. Burial. The immense arrow was dragged underground under the weight of the heavy stone columns, and Chia, having depleted her magical energy, could no longer maintain her wind wings, forcing her to abandon her aerial advantage and return to the ground. No sooner had she touched the stage than Chia realized something was amiss. Just as she tried to escape, she found her legs caught by a mudslide. Her small body was being drawn into the soil. I forfeit. Having lost all advantages, Chia was forced to admit defeat. If she continued, she might get buried alive by Pocoss. Though he would likely leave her head exposed, her clothes would be ruined, and she had no idea what she'd endure after being dragged underground. Knowing Pocoss, this man would definitely torment her body until she surrendered. As a girl, how could she not care for her own body and clothes? Since she'd already lost, why endure unnecessary hardship? Since Chia had already admitted defeat, Pocoss naturally let her go. Unhappy about losing the match, Chia pouted, glancing discontentedly at Pocoss. Pocoss also noticed her gaze and looked confused. Chia gave a dissatisfied humph before turning and walking off the stage. That. Pocoss scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Pocoss calling her, Chia turned her head questioningly and stared at him silently. Pocoss scratched his head even harder, saying sheepishly, "It's just your fighting style has some problems." Understanding Pocoss' point, Chia suddenly realized and nodded. She then gave him a polite smile. "Our teacher also said my fighting style is slightly wrong, so I'll bother you to guide me more in the future." Me. In fact, Pocoss had just noticed that Chia seemed upset, and since they knew each other from before, it felt somewhat inappropriate to win against her like this. Thus, he kindly gave her a hint. Unexpectedly, she responded, perhaps misunderstanding his intentions? As Pocoss took long to respond, Chia blinked, slightly regretful. "Is it not okay? Looks like you're also busy. Never mind then." No. Not I that. So you agree? Though Shio rarely interacted with Pocoss, he didn't dislike him. Actually, their entire dormitory had quite a good relationship. Sometimes they played around, while at busy times they respected each other's spaces. Excluding Aolis, who was rarely seen in daily life, Shio actually had a pretty favorable impression of Pocoss, knowing him to be steady. The result of the match this time was quite reasonable. Well, Pain, Aolis is fine. Since he successfully initiated the boundary, his self-recovery ability has also been greatly enhanced. Just don't let him do strenuous things for now. Never mind. Explaining to you would be futile anyway. Take him back to rest. Pain carried Aolis off the arena, and Light turned around, patting Shio on the shoulder, looking rather solemn. This time, your opponent isn't simple. Actually, I haven't told you until now because I didn't want you to feel too much pressure. Aolis Long is the first-ranked student in the 6th grade of our Holy Realm Academy. First ranked in the 6th grade of the Holy Realm Academy, which meant he was the most powerful among all students of the Holy Realm Academy. This put a significant burden on Shio. Sometimes, giving up some things appropriately isn't necessarily a bad idea. Light quietly gazed at Shio, unsure what he was thinking. It's just one match, losing wouldn't hurt. After all, the teacher was also concerned for him. Being just an ordinary magician without any great background or extraordinary abilities to look down upon others, how could he afford to place himself in danger when he still needed to protect Rulin? How could he protect Rulin if he couldn't even protect himself? Rulin was someone he brought back. As a man, he must take responsibility for what he does. Shio, you must protect Ling well. You are a man after all. That was the last sentence his father said to him. Ever since that farewell, it has been 10 years. In these 10 years, even when there was no water for himself, he would make sure to get food for Ling, even if it required fighting for it. He once saw a group of wandering children like himself fight fiercely till blood ran from their heads just for a piece of already burnt bread. That bread had been picked up by one of them a week earlier, but the moment it was taken out, it was seized by others. It was then that Shio understood the concept of misfortunes only occurring due to having something valuable. Next match, Aolis Long versus Shio. Please hurry and take your positions on the field. Chapter 20, Stepping Stone. No one could muster any interest in this match. On one side was the top student of the 6th grade, and on the other, just a freshman magician who had barely entered school. Even Leti didn't think Shio would win if he used all his strength. Either way, it would be a loss, so why reveal too much? Leti absent-mindedly shifted his gaze to the female elf sitting next to Yefan. As if sensing something unusual, Aiwei unconsciously glanced at Leti from afar, finding him intently watching the competition. Maybe I'm being overly suspicious. Aiwei let out a soft breath and focused her attention on the game. At the same time, the Yefan seated beside her had an excited gleam in his eyes for a game that no one else looked forward to. 6th grade, Aolis Long. Long hoisted his giant axe onto his shoulder and gave Shio a hearty smile. Dual Earthfire attribute imprint. Shio observed the orc in front of him, taller by a full head, with broad arms and solid muscles, making even the sight of him bone-chilling. Although part of the orc race, aside from a slightly larger figure, his appearance seemed not much different from a human's. Shio examined carefully, but couldn't find anything particularly peculiar about the orcs other than their build. 1st grade, Shio, Dark Attribute Imprint. Hearing Shio say his name as well, Aolis Long appeared utterly astonished, questioning and looking at Shio, asking, a 1st grader? Shio lightly nodded. Immediately, Aolis Long's expression gradually became serious. The grades at St. Realm Academy are divided according to theoretical knowledge and mage levels, hence producing peculiarities like ES. Having strength comparable to most of the 6th graders, yet still remaining a first-year student. Actually, according to the magical knowledge Shio possessed, he should also be in the 6th grade, but since he was a new student who hadn't taken the exams yet, he was only officially listed as a first year. So grades can entirely represent someone's strength. Some 5th graders could defeat some 6th graders. But the amount of magical knowledge a person possesses does indeed have an impact on battle. Aolis Long, as the Academy's top individual, had a rival who turned out to be a mere first year. This match wasn't decided by lottery, it was specially arranged by the school. So Aoli's long believed that the human in front of him must absolutely not be as weak as he seemed. Despite having great confidence in his own abilities, the Academy wouldn't casually assign a random human merely as a stepping stone for entry into Osiris. The match begins. At the referee's order, Aoli's Long's body instantly emitted brown and red magic powers, while at the same time, Xiu's body exuded blackish energy. But Xiu did not initiate an attack. After all, his opponent was not only the top student of Saint Realm Academy, but also a special talented orc. Like the elf race, orcs also had specific racial talents. Those specifics depended on the kind. However, judging by his physique, he probably belonged to the strength category. Therefore, Xiu certainly wouldn't pit his relatively slender body against such a monster directly. Actually, Xiu's guess was spot on. Aoli's Long not only specialized in offensive magic, but also came from a particularly strong subclass among orcs, tigers. In the orc race, the tiger tribe excels in strength. Newborns from the tiger subtribe could lift objects usually manageable only by average 10-year-olds, and their strength increases almost geometrically with age. Moreover, once orcs reach 12 years old, their bodies begin to develop more like humans. Their true features appear only when they reveal their real powers. Seeing that Xiu showed no intention to attack, Long took the initiative. Roar! With a roar, Long swung his giant axe toward Xiu, accompanied by swirling flames. His massive form did nothing to hinder his speed, and within the span of a single breath, the axe was already above Xiu's head. This regular attack was easily evaded by Xiu thanks to his agile movements. However, just as he sidestepped to dodge Long's first strike, the ground beneath Xiu's feet began to tremble. Looking at Long again, after his axe split into the arena and didn't rise to chase Xiu, the cracked stage suddenly radiated countless beams of yellow light. Symbolic power of the earth, show your might, and help me crush this obstinate enemy. Earth Spirit Bind. As beams shot out, the arena shook violently. Xiu furrowed his brows slightly, and quickly dodged to the side. Observing the patch of ground he was previously on, it was now surrounded by several stone pillars. However, before Xiu could catch his breath, Long had already pulled out his axe and swung it toward Xiu again, simultaneously chanting another spell. Lord of Flames, Lamp of Darkness, Blaze of the Evening Glow, in the name of fire, purify this filth. Spirit Flame streamed fire. A scorching red erupted from within the dragon, transforming into countless sparks that shot towards Xiu. In the face of such a fierce assault, Xiu's magic power began to circulate. Dark Spear. A pitch-black spear made of condensed magical energy appeared in his hands, acting as his weapon and sweeping away the sparks flying at him. At the same time, another dark spear had already formed, placed horizontally before him to block the dragon's enormous axe. A piercing buzz came from the dragon's axe, making the blackened magical spear Xiu was holding unstable. He had no choice but to disperse the other dark spear and focus all his attention on the one in front of him. Just trying to block that one attack forced Xiu down to a knee. A massive crater was blasted out in the arena, with Xiu right at its center. Such a terrifying force was received by Xiu, but the cost was restraining his following actions. It's over. Earth Dragon Pillar. Seeing Xiu was unable to resist further, Long spoke blandly, with an undertone of disappointment. The moment those words left his mouth, a soil and magic-formed Earth Dragon appeared behind Xiu, crashing heavily into his waist. With a muffled groan, Xiu's defense was shattered. Using his towering body, Long kicked Xiu flying. His slim form was sent straight to the edge of the arena. If you have only this much strength, it's better for you to walk off on your own. Long said calmly as he stared down at Xiu lying on the ground, his expression full of disappointment. I thought you would be a formidable opponent, but it turns out you're just my stepping stone into Osiris. That is very disappointing. That's enough. Then concede and step off the stage, and everything will end. Big brother. Just when Xiu was about to admit defeat, an unexpected voice sounded from the audience. Ruolan. Xiu looked up, realizing Ruolan had somehow sat next to Leti. Watching her brother lying there, her big eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 21, The True Battle. Brother, keep going. For some reason, a thought gradually surfaced in his mind. The scene of Ace falling down lingered in his head, refusing to fade. Don't worry, Xiu. Dad won't lose. Because behind me are you and your mom. Father, I don't want to lose. I can't lose. Ace may not have won, but he didn't lose either. He proved the meaning of his existence through his actions. And me, what is the meaning of my existence? Rulin. Behind me is Rulin. I need to prove that I can protect her. Absolutely won't let her worry. Never let her shed another tear. In her turquoise eyes, there's a clear sky. How could I let rain clouds overshadow the brilliance of her blue eyes? Darkness. Immovable King Akasha. Xiu slowly got up from the ground. Compared to before, his eyes no longer carried that carefree look. Instead, they were resolute. Rulin, watch carefully. Your brother will not lose. Teacher, I'm sorry for not following your guidance. For the past 10 years, I've survived by clinging to life, escaping death again and again from desperate situations. I've already become accustomed to challenges. Thank you for giving me a peaceful life, but I am destined not to walk this path. I don't know what those villains see in me, nor do I understand what you're afraid of, but I will definitely not disappoint you. I will grow stronger, as strong as father, protecting all of you with my own strength. Ling, Rulin, Teacher Lete. A black magic circle instantly spread beneath Xiu's feet, and a shadowy darkness tightly enveloped him. Yes, this is right. This gets my blood pumping. The dragon took several steps back, increasing the distance between them while laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha. Only now do you qualify to be my opponent. As he observed the changes on the arena, Leite's expression became inscrutable. He closed his eyes and reflected deeply, then eventually opened them again, sighing helplessly. Perhaps, this is your true path. In the president's seat, Yifan smiled, nodding in satisfaction. However, beside him, Ai Wei currently furrowed her eyebrows, quietly observing Xiao with a complex expression. By this point, the audience had erupted into excitement. Even those who had been skeptical of this match became deeply intrigued. The immovability of darkness. This is a magic even great mages couldn't wield lightly. One misstep, and it could swallow its user whole. And pure-hearted Rillin, watching Xiao rise again with an overwhelming momentum, immediately broke out into a radiant smile. Xiao looked towards the distant dragon, patting off the dust from his clothes. At this moment, Xiao could clearly feel the differences in his body compared to before. With repeated forced extraction of his body's energy, he remembered last time executing a mission where Ling's help was required to use this magic again on the next day, and his initial usage time was also very short. But now, he could feel a significant increase in the amount of magical power inside his body, the duration of which could be maintained much longer, placing less burden on his body as well. Xiao himself hadn't noticed these changes within his body before. After all, merely surviving had taken every ounce of his effort. Who would care about changes happening within their own body? As long as one didn't die, that was enough. However, precisely because he forcibly extracted his body's energy each time, pushing his limits repeatedly, he had unknowingly surpassed many others his age. At this point, he could thoroughly perceive the transformations within his body, instantly understanding how he differed from others. In fact, Xiao, just like Ace, continually exceeded their own limits to seek greater breakthroughs. The difference being that one solely trained his physical body while the other honed his magical abilities. Although Ace actively trained, his unwavering determination certainly wasn't inferior to Xiao's enforced training process. In reality, without realizing it, Xiao's body had undergone a certain degree of conditioning. Even when he was still a child, during his parents' strict training, there was never any leniency. After their passing, he kept his parents' instructions close at heart, and for the sake of growing stronger, worked harder than ever. Dark erosion. This time, Xiao initiated the attack. Limitless dark gas surged toward the massive form of the dragon like ocean waves. Simultaneously under the enhancement of Dark Immovable King, Xiao hurled a fist only half his size toward the dragon. Yet this punch once turned two immense beasts into nothing more than ash. Cleft Earth Dragon Flame. Facing Xiao's assault, the dragon did not dare neglect it. Magical circles symbolizing earth and fire instantaneously spread, then overlapped. A terracotta-colored western dragon quietly formed, its entire body engulfed in crimson flames. This enormous dragon seemed even larger than Oris Long. It flapped its wings, letting out a thunderous roar toward the shadow behind Xiao, then transformed into a blazing sphere rushing toward that majestic apparition. At the same time, the giant axe wrapped in flames collided with the black shadow's fist. The dark and fire attribute magic leaked out like a spring from their clash. Are you really just a first year? Oris Long and Xiao both took several steps back, Oris Long's eyes full of excitement. Though age isn't everything, there's no way you're just a first year. Those 6th years couldn't make me this excited like today. First year, freshman. Xiao adjusted his breathing while preparing for the next attack. Freshman. Oris Long twisted his neck, emitting a series of crisp sounds. Upon closer inspection, his whole body was gradually covered by a layer of yellow fur. When he revealed his true form as a tiger beastkin, it meant he was ready to use his genuine strength. What an incredible freshman. Oris Long's expression became more sinister. After he fully transformed, aside from his standing posture still retaining a human-like silhouette, he became an awakened fierce beast. A roar echoed, and the massive axe swung again. This time, Xiao dared not collide head-on. Not only was Oris Long's strength beyond what Xiao could currently withstand, but also the giant axe in his hand gave Xiao a strange feeling since their first encounter. Later, even under the enhancement of the Dark Immovable King, the dark erosion he summoned had no effect on the axe at all. This confirmed that the axe in Oris Long's hands was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Although the Dark Immovable King is a rare magic of the Great Mage level, Xiao's current strength could not fully utilize its power, and darkness attribute magic itself was not suitable for brute force confrontation. Why fight someone else's advantage with your own weakness? Xiao reduced the shadow of the Dark Immovable King to lower his own magical consumption. With his agile figure, he quickly evaded the axe's attack. A loud sound followed, and the entire arena trembled. If Xiao had directly countered that strike, even if he exhausted all his magic to protect himself, the axe would probably have buried him into the ground. As the deafening sound faded, countless cracks appeared on the vast arena, starting from where the axe hit, spreading across the entire field. Chapter 22. Olis. Warm-up's over. Olis Long once again hoisted his great axe, exhaling large amounts of hot air. Freshman, let me see your strength, just how powerful you are. The moment his booming voice died down, a red and a yellow magic circle emerged under his massive figure. Affinity magic. Magma pool. Crimson magic power and yellow magic power instantly covered the entire arena, causing the temperature on the battlefield to rise rapidly. In just a few breaths, Xiao was drenched in sweat from the heat. Affinity magic. Although Xiao gave the audience quite a bit of surprise, when Olis Long unleashed affinity magic, it would be impossible for Xiao, merely a freshman, to defeat the current Long. After all, the precedent set by Ace and Beiman Changqing had not been long past. This is going to be a bit tricky. Yefan sitting at the dean's seat looked on with interest, Who would have thought this Long actually entered the Grand Magus realm? As part of the beast race, they usually don't possess advantages in understanding magic, yet he successfully reached the Grand Magus level at only 16. This match will be interesting. Ai Wei, seated beside him, smacked her tongue as if she already had her own thoughts regarding the result of this match. The result is clear enough. This kid named Xiao is indeed impressive, but against Olis Long, who's fighting with full effort, he probably won't have any room left to counter. In response to Ai Wei's analysis, Yefan did not refute but instead asked another question. What do you think would happen if we let Olis fight against that genius princess? Upon hearing this topic, Ai Wei raised a little interest. After all, during this era of our world, there's only one dual attribute imprint that combines darkness and light, her. And apparently, she also became a grand mage at just 16 years old. Speaking of power, she rivals this Olis Long. However, Olis Long, as a representative of our Saint Domain Academy's strength, shouldn't be much worse than that princess. Yefan wore an expression as if pondering something, muttering, "Not much worse, huh?" As an elf, Ai Wei, despite having a lifespan several times longer than normal people, her ancient race hadn't always been good at interacting with other races. Knowledge of some events had only come through stories told by their clan elders. Now, with each race in the Holy Domain interacting more, the exchanges between races have increased, bringing lasting peace to the Holy Domain. However, this enduring peace has caused the people of the Holy Domain to lose their sense of crisis, even leading to a drop in the average skill level among mages. Though the beast race is adept at improving through combat, ultimately, their skills declined due to enjoying peace. Unconsciously, Yefan fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, on the arena, with affinity magic activated, Olis Long's aura clearly dominated over Xiao. As the prototype of a domain spell, within the range of affinity magic, all elements corresponding to its user's attribute resonate, significantly enhancing spells that align with these attributes. With the temperature rising, Xiao could distinctly feel the restriction on the flow of his own magic power. Fire cremation, return to earth. Using fire and earthen pillars to trap Xiao's movements, the blazing battle axe swung mightily. Shadow cage. With no way to retreat, Xiao had no choice but to withstand the attack. By channeling all his magic power, he formed a cage imprisoning himself inside it for defense. But with just a single blow, the shadow cage was shattered, and struck by the great axe, Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood while his small body flew back. O flames, O earth. At the start of life, at the beginning of all things. Burn away this darkness, protect this sacred land. Great flame sky. Holy fire purgatory. Even after severely injuring Xiao, Olis Long did not stop his assault. In a flash, the entire arena erupted in roaring flames, turning into a fiery purgatory that consumed Xiao. To resist the burning flames, Xiao had to activate some of his magic power to shield his body. But constant defense could only end in defeat. He must find an opportunity to counterattack. However, Olis Long had no intention of giving Xiao time to catch his breath. Before Xiao could get up off the ground, he was once again standing before him. Your combat experience is truly abundant. Unfortunately, you're only a high-level magician. I look forward to our next duel. With these words, Olis Long had absolute confidence in winning this match. All he needed to do now was to throw Xiao off the arena, and the game would be over. Why wait until next time? Right here, right now, I'll win against you. Xiao struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Never underestimate the dark, for it will amplify endlessly, swallowing you whole. Sensing something was amiss, Olis Long anxiously looked around everywhere, and only then discovered the anomalies in the field. While he was distracted, during the time Xiao was dodging his attacks, Xiao had already set up a trap in advance. Now, the stage was surrounded by micro-sized magic arrays nearly invisible to the naked eye. If one didn't observe carefully, they would appear like specks of dust floating in the air. When Olis Long quickly gathered his magical power, attempting to use his strength to dissolve the 4 magic arrays scattered around the arena. Do you know what darkness is? Xiao slowly raised his hand and spoke coldly. Do you fear the darkness? Fireball explosion. There was no time to conjure more complex spells, so he poured all his magical power into this simple yet brute spell. However, less than a second after the golden fireball was shot out, 4 small black dots began to rapidly expand, and darkness gradually enveloped the entire stage. Black coffin. Xiao gazed calmly at Olis as his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Olis Long extended his large hands, trying to grab Xiao, but all he could grasp was the void of darkness. You lost. In the midst of the darkness, Xiao's voice echoed faintly. All that remained in Olis' sight was the pitch-black void. He couldn't even see his own hands, and the elemental magic he wielded proved ineffective against this black coffin. Not only Olis Long, but also the spectators on the stands couldn't see what was happening inside the arena. A pity. Yefan sighed lightly. Ultimately, it lacked critical judgment under pressure. If Olis had chosen to lock onto Xiao tightly instead, even within this black coffin, there would still be a chance. But his panic led him to misjudge the situation. On the battlefield, such mistakes can cost lives. What's there to be alarmed about? Olis Long hasn't even used his full strength yet. Ai Wei had not been optimistic about Xiao from the start. In fact, she hadn't favored him throughout the whole duel and had secretly competed with Yefan over their predictions. Seeing Olis Long now at a disadvantage naturally made her feel somewhat displeased. Chapter 23, The Black Coffin. How could Nightfin not see through Ai Wei's little thoughts? He didn't argue back, but just stared at her for a long time before gently laughing. Yes, Deputy Dean is absolutely correct. The competition hasn't ended yet. No one can predict the outcome. You're laughing at me again. AI Wei pouted and said in mock anger. Nightfin didn't know what to say, and could only helplessly press his lips, explaining in a low voice. No, I swear my laugh was pure. Upon hearing Nightfun's strange explanation, AI Wei couldn't help but laugh, feeling less annoyed than before, suddenly letting go of much of her irritation. With a shared smile, both of them once again focused their gazes on the stage shrouded by the black coffin. In truth, Nightfin himself had no idea. As he'd already said, the match was still ongoing, and no one could foresee the result. But Xiao had demonstrated what could be called true strength. What was strength? And what exactly was meant by powerful? Only those who've truly experienced combat knew that a person's true strength depended on their performance in battle. Just like Xiao and Oris Long now. If Oris Long possessed combat experience equal to Xiao's, then this match would have ended long ago. Oris Long was powerful, his power being showcased within the confines of mere competitions. Xiao's strength, however, was evident during real combat, leveraging his high-level mage abilities alongside his proficient fighting techniques to dominate Oris Long despite the latter's greater rank as an archmage. At this moment, Light realized that Xiao was increasingly exceeding his understanding. Wasn't he merely an intermediate mage just weeks ago? Now he's already advanced to the high mage level? Perhaps this was the definition of a true prodigy. Since no one in the audience could make out what was happening on the stage, an eerie silence settled across the venue as everyone waited expectantly for something to happen. For a long time, the black coffin remained motionless. Just as the spectators were growing weary of this endless darkness, a roar suddenly erupted from within the black coffin. It was Oris Long's voice, filled with rage. No one knew what was happening inside the black coffin, but from the sound, it could be inferred that the situation wasn't looking good for Oris Long. Darkness, unending darkness. Invisible spears struck him from all sides, the spears laced with dark elemental magic piercing into his flesh, causing immense discomfort. Were it not for the flames continuously burning away the dark residual energy embedded in his wounds, his body might very well have been completely consumed by the dark magical energy. This black coffin lived up to its name. It was a black casket. Once enveloped by it, despair became unavoidable. Despite Oris Long using powerful large-scale spells twice, it made absolutely no difference. It was akin to a drop of water falling into the sea. Not even ripples could form. If the audience outside could see Oris Long's current condition, they would definitely gasp in horror. His towering bronze-colored body was suffering due to the dark elemental magic consuming him, plus the burns from his own flames, resulting in his flesh being shredded, with some parts of his body charred beyond recognition. Hiding like a coward. Why don't you come out? Unable to bear the unrelenting darkness, knowing that everything he did was futile, and without any outlet for his immense strength, Oris Long was extremely furious. Once more, for spears unexpectedly pierced into both his arms. This time, apart from Oris Long's roar of anger, the constant sound of a giant axe striking the ground could also be heard. Abyss, unaware of what Oris Long was calling. Following closely, a majestic bellow resounded from within the black coffin. A streak of scarlet light appeared inside the black coffin. That light gradually grew brighter, and soon more streaks of light emerged within the black coffin. With a crisp sound, the black coffin broke apart. Xiao's figure revealed itself, along with Oris Long, whose clothing was torn and his body battered almost beyond recognition. Just the sight was enough to make one's heart tremble. But aside from Oris Long's bloodied body, there was also a change in the great axe he held. Ever since obtaining Abyss approval, you're the first one to force me to use it. From the moment the black coffin shattered, Xiao's gaze never left the great axe in Oris Long's hand. As the caster of the spell, he understood perfectly how the black coffin had broken. It was due to the axe now radiating with scarlet light, seemingly endowed with life, that Xiao sensed a strong sense of danger. It was also thanks to the overwhelming power of the axe that the black coffin, originally least likely to be breached by brute force, was smashed to pieces. The sacred artifact, Abyss, possessing incomparable power. If it weren't for it, I doubt I would have been able to escape the black coffin. Oris Long wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and hoisted the great axe radiating with scarlet light. Xiao, you're incredibly strong, stronger than I ever imagined. I thought I was already quite adept at combat, but not until today do I realize that I've merely been proficient at using magic. You, on the other hand, know how to wield magic effectively, bringing out every advantage of it, and even merging multiple spells simultaneously. Your dark spears also contain dark fire, don't they? Xiao stepped back slightly and gave a slight nod. Besides the dark spears, I've imbued the black coffin itself with properties of dark fire. Why couldn't I find you despite casting 2 large-scale spells capable of covering the entire arena? Could you tell me why? Dark erosion. While you were distracted, I used this spell to reduce your elemental magic range. When your focus was entirely inside the black coffin, you didn't notice any problems with your elemental magic. Thus, what you believed would cover the whole arena actually only reached half of it. Great! Nightfin suddenly exclaimed in admiration and clapped his hands. Kids, did you see that? That's real combat. Just this single word, great, from Nightfin caused everyone present to think much more highly of Xiao. This was the first time they had heard Nightfin praise someone like this. Remember that when commenting on Oris Long before, Nightfin had simply said, good, good. In fact, the person whose interest in Xiao increased the most might be Deputy Dean next to Nightfun, Hamina Ai Wei. She squinted her eyes, looking at Xiao from afar, seemingly lost in thought. You too. Nightfin smiled at Xiao and Oris Long on the stage, asking, shall we continue? Continue. Oris Long replied immediately, his eyes blazing with fervor. Xiao also showed no objection, nodding slightly as he said, "Let's continue." "All right then, let the match go on." Nightfin raised his right hand to signal their resumption of the match. As soon as Nightfin spoke, the great axe in Oris Long's hand emitted scarlet light once more, but by this point, Xiao's mana was nearly depleted. Even though he had verbally agreed to continue, how could he possibly fend off Oris Long armed with a sacred artifact? Even if Oris Long didn't use the sacred artifact, just a few random strikes from his axe could leave Xiao in serious trouble given his current condition. Chapter 24, Demonization. Xiao. Just as Xiao was completely out of ideas to deal with the dragon, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ling? He instinctively looked at the pendant hanging from his chest. At this moment, it wasn't emitting the usual white light. Do you want to win? I must win. I can still fight. But you're almost out of magic power, aren't you? How about letting me help you? Isn't your body still damaged from last time when you used the Dark Bright King technique? You rested for quite some time before you could respond again. Don't worry. Last time, didn't you reach your limit after using it just once? This time, not only are you standing here well and alive after using it, but I'm also improving alongside you. As you become stronger, I naturally grow stronger too. But, other than replenishing my magic power, what else can you do? Find out by gripping the pendant. Following Ling's instructions, Xiao gripped the pendant on his chest. At that moment, it emitted a faint white light again. A warm current flowed into Xiao's body, causing the remaining magic within him to expand under its influence. Darkness is formless, boundless darkness. Not even the blazing sun can dispel it all. Amidst such desolation, one can truly grasp what despair means. Embrace the darkness. Align yourself with the darkness. Transform your very self into darkness. Within despair, infinite strength shall be yours. The Sacred Devil Book, Darkness Scroll, Demonization. Unbeknownst to Wen, Xiao's eyes were filled with black energy, and even more, he constantly emitted black magic. There's still magic power. When Oris Long was preparing to knock Xiao off the arena, he sensed a change in Xiao. After performing various large-scale spells earlier, Oris himself had little magic left. Not to mention Xiao, who was merely a senior magician. He thought Xiao's magic should have been depleted long ago. However, at this moment, black energy encased Xiao's entire body. No, this isn't magic. Indeed, the thing swirling around Xiao wasn't magic. It resembled the white mist emitted previously. When Xiao raised his head again, Oris Long saw nothing but darkness, profound and boundless darkness. Simply meeting his gaze made him feel as if he was engulfed in that darkness. At this point, Xiao's face was expressionless, resembling a puppet being controlled. He stared at Long, twisted his neck ferociously, and let out a sharp scream. Abyss. Oris wasted no more time, directly swinging his huge axe towards Xiao in an attack. But Xiao stood there, showing absolutely no intention to dodge. As the giant axe loaded with immense force came crashing down upon Xiao without him reacting, the referee was forced to step in to stop the match from continuing. If the axe struck Xiao outright, considering his frail build, he would very likely die on the spot. However, just as the referee was about to move, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him, halting his action. Keep watching. Yes, Dean. After speaking, the dark shadow disappeared again. At the same moment, the giant axe struck Xiao. Yet Xiao wasn't thrown back by the axe. The audience heard only the friction between the axe and air. The holy artifact Abyss, known for overpowering enemies through sheer brute strength, now faced the most elusive dark attribute mage. The instant the giant axe touched Xiao's body, his entire figure turned pitch black, and thick black vapor surged from him. Xiao's body transformed into a black smoky mist, scattered by the axe and dispersed around the platform. Seeing this scene, Oris knew that Xiao had activated a spell he couldn't fully comprehend. Damn, when Xiao reappeared, it was on the opposite side of the arena. Meanwhile, the black mist grew thicker. Remnants of the shattered black coffin, containing Xiao's lingering magical power, began floating around the field, converging again due to some unseen force. Oris had maintained the magma pool, which, though high in temperature and somewhat effective against Xiao, had weakened much of the residual dark attribute magic power, dissipating some of it through evaporation. How much more magic does this guy have? Cursed Long inwardly. Then he raised his giant axe high. A crimson magic circle emerged at the sharp edge of the axe. Annihilation Dragon Rock. Beside Oris Long, several rocks wrapped in flames shot toward Xiao, followed closely by Oris himself. With his sprint, the whole arena seemed to shake. Facing the approaching fiery rocks, Xiao let out a shrill wail towards the sky, seemingly crying or lamenting. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed forward in the form of black gas, straight toward Oris Long. Originally, the black mist that would dissipate at a touch from Oris's great axe had now become immensely solid. Xiao merely swung his arms and effortlessly shattered the fire rocks, while the flames wrapped around his hands were extinguished with a simple flick. In response to the dragon's giant axe, he likewise blocked it with his hands transformed into black gas. The incomparably powerful Abyss battle axe was actually parried by Xiao. There was no time for surprise. Oris Long had to defeat Xiao before the black mist on the field coalesced again, or find the flaw in this magic from Xiao. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned once more in a magic like the Black Coffin. To crush Xiao, Oris continuously swung the huge axe, relentlessly attacking. Xiao simply braced against it using both arms and fists. The collision of their powers produced explosive sounds. The entire arena was filled with black, red, and yellow power, as well as Aureus Long's elemental magic influencing the stage. During the combat, Aureus could no longer bother using any other spells. He trusted Aubais, firmly believing its unmatched strength could destroy Xiao. In fact, Xiao did indeed seem to struggle under Aubais' force, retreating a step every time their strikes collided. Immerse yourself in darkness, and you will obtain boundless power. All enemies before you will be consumed by your darkness. The Sacred Devil Book, Darkness Scroll, Demon Devour. In the fight, Aureus gradually lost sight of Xiao's silhouette amidst the black mist. Aureus focused intently on the deep black vapor when suddenly the reflection in his pupils showed the shadow of a woman. She was an extremely bewitching woman who slightly raised her lips, gently resting her chin on her hand, her eyes full of temptation. However, the shadow only existed for a moment, leaving Aureus no time to ponder further, continuing his wild hammering and hacking onto Xiao. Just as he swung his axe down, Xiao suddenly dodged, taking advantage of his small stature to slip to Long's side and delivering a powerful punch to his waist. A pained cry akin to a sob erupted from Long as his large body staggered backward. Xiao's assault didn't stop there. With remarkable agility, he weaved through the arena, each punch landing on Aureus's massive frame and leaving remnants of black magic power adhered to Long's body. Damn it, these things are consuming my physical strength and magic. Chapter 25, Mysterious Black Aura. Aeolus Long attempted to ignite his own flames to burn away these black vapors, but it had no effect whatsoever. Thus, punch after punch, Aeolus Long was driven by Xiao to the edge of the arena. Once again, Long saw that woman, her figure overlapping with Xiao's. No, one could say Xiao's figure overlapped hers. She offered a faint smile, one filled with ridicule, yet charming beyond compare. Long was momentarily dazed. Who was she? Xiao? In the next moment, Long's massive frame plummeted directly from the arena. The match is over. Xiao has stopped. Stop. The match has already ended. As the referee prepared to announce the winner, he noticed that Xiao had not ceased his attack. It was as if he were enchanted and rushed down from the arena, continuing to kick and strike at Long. Just when Xiao raised his arm high in preparation for another punch, a pair of hands firmly gripped his wrist. Following that line of strength, the black aura enveloping Xiao gradually flowed toward Yefan. Xiao became stiffened there, unable to make any movement. When all the black auras were absorbed by Yefan, Xiao slowly closed his eyes and fainted, collapsing onto Aeolus Long's body. After Yefan ordered people to carry Xiao and Aeolus Long away, and called on several Earth Attribute magic mentors to rebuild the arena, he himself took charge of removing the residual magical power left by Xiao and Aeolus Long on the field. The arena itself was enchanted with reinforcing and restoration magic arrays, yet their combat had far exceeded what these two kinds of magic could endure. Brother, Rulin reached Xiao first. Just when she wanted to touch him, she was stopped by Yefan. Don't move, he's now completely covered in dark energy. If you touch him this way, you'll be consumed by darkness. Let's take him back. Never underestimate the dark energy lingering within him. It's best to proceed cautiously. Left frowned, activating his own light attribute magic, emanating weak golden light all over his body. Subsequently, he carefully picked up Xiao. Yefan then helped Aeolus Long get up and sucked out the residual black aura left in his body by Xiao. He then called on some stronger magic mentors to carry him back. As they left, he didn't forget to offer some instructions. No need for special treatment. Let him heal himself. By the time the arena was restored, both Xiao and Aeolus Long had already left the venue. Yet, the audience was still shocked by what they had just witnessed. A freshman ultimately managed to defeat this monster, Aeolus Long. Their fight was undoubtedly the fiercest they had ever seen and would leave an indelible mark in their minds. If they were in their place, neither Aeolus Long's strength nor Xiao's mysterious darkness would suffice to crush them. We won't even mention Aeolus Long, who has already become a great mage and can unleash his elemental magic. But Xiao was merely an advanced mage. Yet, the combat power he displayed far exceeded their understanding. Although Xiao had not awakened his own element magic, the few types of magic he used towards the end could easily rival Aeolus Long's magma pool. How about that, Aiwei? Didn't I tell you correctly? Yefan returned to the president's seat and smirked confidently to Aiwei. This year's freshmen are truly remarkable. Spare me your bragging. Aiwei rolled her eyes at him. Apart from this, Xiao, look around at the others. Most of these freshmen don't amount to much. They only know how to recklessly spill their own magic without control. The better ones just use magic to enhance themselves. Actually, what Aiwei said wasn't wrong. This test involved multiple matches happening simultaneously. Es and Beiman Changqing were students at the academy already. Pokaz and Xia, being from the elven race, had already undergone mentorship inside their clans, so they weren't true rookies either. Probably, their joining at the age of 16 must have been due to other considerations. After all, the academy recruitment requirement was open to anyone under 18. There were indeed quite a number of children who enrolled at a tender age, mainly because of financial hardships within their families which made it impossible to support their magical cultivation and exploration, hence sending their children to the Saint Domain Academy. You see, the Saint Domain Academy was different from other academies as it provided subsidies for such new students. Some of the larger families also had their own secret teachings. Before entering the academy, they let their children first learn family-specific magical skills before enrolling them into the academy, a process which took quite a while. Initially, the academy taught theoretical knowledge about magic. Except for those families without depth who would send their children to the academy early, large families rarely sent their children to the academy prematurely. After all, having mentors within their homes could impart the same theoretical knowledge. why waste the money unnecessarily? It wasn't until later, with the appearance of Lei, that this great scholar distinguished the theoretical knowledge taught by the academy from their own teachings. He compared the professionalism and various advantages of the academy with their family's own teaching methods, weighing the pros and cons, which led to many children entering the academy around the age of 10. In fact, according to Lei's theory, children entering formal academies at the age of 4 for learning magic would be ideal, but this reform required a process. Thus, many students only began their official careers as mages in the academy between the ages of 14 and 16. This explained why some 16-year-olds were already in 6th grade, while others at the same age were still in 1st grade. Actually, there are quite a few good freshmen too. Look over there at William Ford. Even without formal education, he knows how to use magic. That's someone from the William family. I sighed softly. Why bring this up? It's no fun. What do you feel like eating tonight? Want to take a walk outside the academy? Yefan shifted topics to ease his embarrassment. However, I wasn't having any of it. She gave a light snort and cast a piercing glance at Yefan. Tell me, what's the deal with that new student Xiao? Aoli's Long has been recognized as a representative of our academy for his undeniable strength. How could he lose so easily to an unknown person? How should I know? Yefan chuckled bitterly. But Aoli's had valid reasons for losing. If you think about it carefully, throughout the entire match, apart from brutally showing off his power, did Aoli's exhibit any real combat techniques? On the other hand, the newcomer didn't make much movement initially and just passively endured Aoli's attacks. I don't really know why he decided to feign weakness against Aoli's from the start. It made no sense. However, once he activated the Dark Ming King, the real battle began. As they clashed, he inscribed small magical arrays all over the field, preparing for his later Black Coffin. And he fully exploited the nature of dark attribute magic. Among all attributes, none are as difficult to deal with as dark. Aoli's is a grand mage, but clearly he's new to this realm. Being from the beast race, he inherently lacks understanding of magic and hasn't grasped the right way to counter dark attribute mages. So from then on, he was actually always on the defensive. If it weren't for the holy artifact Abyss, he wouldn't have escaped the Black Coffin at all. It must be said that this freshman named Xiao possesses remarkable battlefield control abilities. It seems he's a support and power-type mage. Oh no, his combat experience can already be compared to that of a magus. Chapter 26, Demon Race. Wei clearly felt that Yifan was deliberately avoiding a certain question. She narrowed her eyes slightly and mused. What happened after Aoli returned from the Black Coffin? Huh? You want to eat blackfish? I'll get the school chef to cook it for you. After saying this, Yifan got up and prepared to leave. Wei wasn't happy about this, so she gently stomped her foot and glared at Yifan fiercely. You go ahead. Try walking one more step. At this point, Yifan really didn't dare to leave anymore. If Wei really became angry, he would have to flatter her for a year or two. Tell me, what exactly happened afterward? I saw that dark aura. It's quite mysterious. Yifan helplessly chuckled and shrugged, sighing. Demons? Demons? Demon race. Wei widened her eyes, looking at Yifan in disbelief. Well, how should I say it? He isn't from the demon race. Yifan tapped his forehead with his finger, pondered for a moment. Of course, when I say demons, I don't mean today's demons, but rather those that have already disappeared from the sacred domain continent. For a moment, there was a flash of sorrow in Wei's eyes, but it was only fleeting, and no one knows if Yifan noticed. Go on. Wei continued asking, not knowing herself what kind of attitude drove her curiosity. Yifan searched his long-ignored memories in his mind. That's recorded in ancient literature. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a race in the sacred domain continent called the demon race. Every mage in their race without exception was a dark element mage, and their affinity to dark elements even surpassed your elf race. At their peak, they attempted to exterminate the other races in the sacred domain continent and make it theirs, so they were jointly repelled by all the races of the sacred domain. What I know about this race is from documents. Perhaps Lei knows even more than I do. Tens of thousands of years ago. What does that have to do with Xiao? Of course it matters. Lei extended his palm and released something he had absorbed earlier from Xiao. This has something to do with the demons of tens of thousands of years ago. Their cultivation methods are different from ours now in the sacred domain continent. They could either ascend to sainthood or descend into darkness. The so-called ascension refers to our current practice, constantly cultivating towards becoming holy mages. But that descent, there's no record of it in ancient documents. It's said to be an extremely wicked way of cultivation, which is why it wasn't passed down. I don't know how Xiao descended into darkness, but he indeed is human, so I have to investigate this matter thoroughly. While Nightfin and Wei were chatting, the 4th match also started. But the other arenas had already begun the 10th round of matches, indicating just how fierce the battle between Xiao and Aoli Long must have been. Lan, it's your turn, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Xiao. Lei smiled kindly at Lan, and then left the arena with Xiao in his arms. Lan worriedly looked at Xiao lying in Lei's arms, nodded to Lei, and then entered her own arena. The 10th match, Lan versus Lin. Stepping onto the arena, Lan carefully examined her opponent. She was a girl with golden hair and golden eyes, who appeared older than Lan. Little girl, I won't hold back, you know. Lin glanced at Lan indifferently and said, Grade 4, Water Attribute. Lan, Grade 1, Thunder Attribute. Lan tightened her fists, building up confidence internally. The match began. After bringing Xiao back to the room, Lei left a magical array beside him and went to his library to look up references. It was a world of darkness. Xiao felt as though he couldn't sense his own existence. He wasn't even sure whether it was just his consciousness or his whole body trapped in this darkness. An unknown amount of time passed when a faint beam of white light flickered in the distance, seemingly guiding him. Xiao moved closer to that dim point of white light. The closer he got, the brighter it became, until eventually, Xiao was enveloped in the white light, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar environment. Was there something pressing against him? Xiao struggled to sit up, realizing that he was in his master's house. This realization brought some relief, and what was pressing on him turned out to be Lan. He didn't know when she fell asleep or for how long, but right now, Lan was snoring softly while sprawled over him. Afraid to wake her, Xiao avoided making large movements. Looking through the window, he saw the sun still resting on the horizon. Could it be that he slept through the entire night? You're awake. Lei came in unnoticed at some point, holding a cup of hot water and a piece of bread. Eat something first. You've been unconscious for a week. A week? Xiao looked at Lei in disbelief, then furrowed his brow, struggling to recall certain things. After a long pause, he looked at Lei with confusion and asked, what exactly happened? Why was I unconscious for so long? What about the match? Did I win? You don't remember? Lei gently picked up Lan and laid her down beside Xiao's pillow, while Xiao also shifted toward the edge of the bed and covered Lan with his blanket. I don't remember. I still have a bit of a headache. All I know is that my magic was depleted and Aoli Long was about to throw me off the arena. I don't remember anything after that. Xiao naturally wouldn't mention anything about Ling. Though he trusted his teacher, the fewer people who knew about Ling, the better. Lei naturally understood that Xiao was withholding the critical parts, but he didn't press further. Afterward, your whole body was enveloped in black gas, as if you had lost all awareness. You were like a wild beast, relentlessly chasing and pounding Aoli Long until you finally knocked him off the arena. So it seemed that he had won the match. I'm sorry, master. Xiao cast a guilty glance at Lei, then lowered his head. This match was supposed to be about conserving strength, avoiding too much attention. Lei had even repeatedly reminded him before the start of the match, but in the end, because of his own desires. Why are you apologizing? If anyone should apologize, perhaps it's me. Lei let out a soft sigh and strolled leisurely to the window, saying, you did the right thing. For you, this is the path suited for you. I don't know what you've been through in the past 10 years, but from how you've grown, I can guess. It hasn't been easy for you. But since I brought you here to this academy, your life has changed. It's no longer the same as before, where you had to live in constant vigilance. Though I tried to give you as little protection as possible, in the end, I still protected you too much. And that isn't necessarily a good thing for you. Xiao himself had noticed that when he came to the academy, subconsciously, he lost a sense of crisis, which led him to become less diligent in his own cultivation. That was why he defied Lei's original instructions on the arena. He yearned for strength. He wanted to find his parents. He wanted to return to how things used to be, holding their hands, playing with Ling in the woods, teasing birds, and picking fruit to eat. Simple yet happy. Chapter 27, Black Cracks. In the past decade, every step of his own progress was squeezed out in difficult situations. So, if he wanted to improve again, he would have to place himself in an impossible situation just like Ace did, to seek a chance for survival. However, Le thought about Yifun's words. Yifun had said that this child would be the key to whether the Holy Land continent perished in the future. If he would bear such an important responsibility in the future, how could he continue to rely on others' protection forever? Brother, perhaps the conversation between Le and Xiao woke her up, or maybe she woke up on her own. Ruolan rubbed her sleepy little eyes and kept calling out for Xiao. Looking at Ruolan, Xiao's mood immediately improved greatly, and all the previous worries disappeared. He gently touched Ruolan's head and whispered softly, I'm here. Huh. Ruolan blinked her watery eyes, stared at Xiao for a while before realizing it. Brother, you're awake? Are you okay? Is there any place where you don't feel well? Ruolan can blow on it for you. Thank you, Ruolan. Brother is fine. I'm feeling good now. Yeah, it's good as long as there's nothing wrong. You slept for so long, scaring Ruolan half to death. As she spoke, the rims of Ruolan's eyes almost turned red. Since you're up, let's go eat breakfast and prepare for school. Ruolan obediently nodded and climbed off the bed to wash up. This child, Ruolan, stayed by your side all night last night, went to school during the day, and then stayed with you again at night. No matter how I tried to persuade her, it didn't work. I even thought that if you didn't wake up today, I would use magic tonight to force her to rest properly. However, it's inevitable for her to hate me the next day. Leb bitterly smiled and sighed, continuing, how is your body? Although you've been treated already, the bones in both of your arms were completely broken before, even the joints in your fingers were dislocated. It hurt. Very painful. I'm fine. It has gotten much better. Actually, from the moment Xiao woke up, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body. But back then, he didn't have the strength to complain, and after seeing Ruolan, he certainly didn't want to wake her, so he endured it. Although only Le was in front of him now, he had become accustomed to enduring these things, so he behaved very normally, and even Le couldn't tell anything unusual about him. Le genuinely cared about him, so he didn't want his teacher to worry. This kind of pain wasn't a big deal for him. He could endure it. Is that so? Le frowned, walked over to Xiao's side, and lightly patted his waist bone. Almost instinctively, Xiao screamed out in surprise, and his expression became exceptionally grim. There's no need to endure it in front of me. If it hurts, say so. No one dares to laugh at you. Le looked at Xiao with a touch of sympathy. Just lie down again today. Rest until your body recovers. Afterward, more arduous training awaits you. Brother, what's wrong with you? Hearing Xiao's startled scream, Ruolan quickly ran up from downstairs, her face filled with worry. Seeing the worried look on Ruolan's face, a warm current flowed through Xiu's heart, and the residual coldness he felt when waking up was dispelled quite a bit. It's nothing. Brother is just a bit tired, needs to lie down longer, and cannot send you to school today. Okay, it's fine. Ruolan is not small anymore. She can go to school by herself. Ruolan suddenly lowered her head after finishing her statement, looking somewhat guilty at Xiu. Brother. Ruolan. Ruolan lost. She couldn't beat that sister called Lin. That person could summon many helpers, and Ruolan couldn't even get close to her. Sorry. Looking at Ruolan's distressed appearance, Xiu felt as though someone had gripped his heart. It's nothing. Brother knows Ruolan did her best. After all, you are new to magic, but brother believes that in the future, Ruolan will definitely surpass brother and become a powerful magician. Really? Then in the future, when Ruolan becomes strong, she will protect brother and also protect Mr. Le. Standing aside, Le didn't know why, but it seemed as if there was a speck of dust in his eye, obstructing his vision. After sending off Ruolan, the room instantly grew quiet. After giving him another reminder to rest well, Le left for the library to continue studying magic. This resting period lasted for a full week in bed. During this time, except for the hours when Ruolan was at school, whenever she had spare time, she stayed by his side, and Xiu taught her whatever magical knowledge he knew as much as possible. Brother, I'm going to school. After bidding farewell to Xiu, Ruolan went off to school. Le had also gone to the library early. Ever since that match, Le was virtually buried in books every day, researching something unknown. Spirit. Every day, Xiu called for her. However, after a week passed, Spirit showed no signs of movement, which caused him to grow increasingly worried. Xiu. Just as Xiu fell deeply into self-reproach, the pendant hanging on his chest emitted a faint glow. Spirit. This time, Spirit finally responded to his call, and Xiu let out a deep sigh of relief in his heart. Thank goodness, you're all right. You scare me to death. Are you feeling any discomfort? No. Hearing Spirit's tone, Xiu sensed that there was more she wanted to say. What's wrong? What happened? Xiu, do you remember how you won? I don't. Xiu furrowed his brow, struggling to recall, but his mind only retained the memory of Spirit telling him to hold the pendant. What happened afterward escaped his memory completely. Xiu recounted every detail he could remember to Spirit. I never told you to hold the pendant. The last time, when you were still an intermediate magician, you used Dark Bright King twice consecutively, which drained all my magic, putting me into a long slumber. When I woke up, I found you had fallen into darkness, so I used some strength to awaken your consciousness. During this period, I have been resting. After speaking, the pendant hanging on Xiu's chest emitted a soft white glow, and a figure slowly materialized before him. Dressed in a pure white silk gown, with translucent skin and silver white hair that flowed like a curtain, her presence was a symbol of sanctity. Spirit. Spirit's appearance startled Xiu. He remembered that long ago, Spirit was just a little girl. As he grew taller, she seemed not to change at all. But after these 10 years apart, Spirit had transformed into such a beautiful young lady, standing tall and graceful. It's been 10 years since I've emerged. It feels so good to be out again. Spirit stretched lazily, emitting a soft hum as if dreaming. Seeing Xiu's gaze fixed upon her, Spirit couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled, tilting her head lightly and softly asking, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss with me?" And no. Caught by Spirit's words, Xiu also felt somewhat uneasy, hurriedly averting his eyes, slightly embarrassed. Not understanding Xiu's reaction, Spirit walked to Xiu's bedside and carefully inspected the pendant around his neck. At the bottom of the pendant, unnoticed by Xiu, there was a fine black crack. Looking at this crack, Spirit bit her lower lip, lost in thought. Following Spirit's gaze, Xiu picked up the pendant in his hand. When did it happen? He naturally noticed this unobvious black crack as well. Though he didn't know what this crack represented, he knew that the unsettling blackness surely wasn't a good sign. What is going on? Could it be because of the previous competition? Xiu clearly remembered that before the match, there was no crack on the pendant. It must have appeared after his duel with Ace Long. Spirit let out a gentle sigh, her expression filled with concern. Xiu, you can't be in trouble. Upon hearing this from Spirit, Xiu was utterly baffled. How could he be in trouble? His wounds were almost fully healed, and he didn't feel anything unusual. Why would Spirit suddenly say this? Chapter 28, Demonization. Ling naturally noticed that Xiu had some doubts. She sat upright, displaying a very serious demeanor. This black crack is a sign of the other me waking up. She's dangerous, very good at tempting others, and then taking over their consciousness and controlling their bodies. If I hadn't guided your consciousness out of the darkness before, who knows what would have happened to you? I don't know what family is, nor do I understand the feelings you living beings talk about. Anyway, I don't want anything to happen to you. If something happens to you, how will I find Dad and Mom by myself? Then Ling will be alone again, and I hate being alone. Taking over consciousness, controlling the body. Teacher Le said he later became like a puppet controlled by someone else, feeling no pain, attacking Or's dragon like a beast, and during the previous coma, he did indeed feel as if he was in an endless darkness. It seems that he fell into a trap earlier. Another you? How come I've never heard of this? Since childhood, he met Ling in the wild and brought her home. In these past dozen or so years, she has never mentioned this matter to him. Ling blinked her eyes and looked at Xiu. You never asked. Xiu indeed never asked such a question, but generally, who would go around asking about this without reason? Aren't things supposed to be disclosed by the person themselves? Well, I'm asking now. Tell me everything you know. Oh, Ling replied with a sound, slowly moving closer to Xiu, then gently placing her hands on his shoulders, lightly hugging him. At the moment their bodies touched, an extra piece of information appeared in Xiu's mind. After just a few seconds of hugging, Ling returned to the side of Xiu's bed. Perhaps it was a special ability of the Holy Spirit. As long as Ling and Xiu touched each other physically, Ling could pass on certain information she knew to Xiu. Almost all of Xiu's prior magical knowledge came from Ling. Initially, Xiu was quite curious about why Ling knew so much, but his parents reminded him that to learn these truths, he had to wait until he became a real man before asking Ling. Not sure if he can be considered a real man yet. Xiu quickly closed his eyes, concentrating his energy on organizing the information given to him by Ling. Ling herself didn't know when the other self appeared, or even how long she had been wandering. A year? 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or even 10,000 years? Perhaps since the moment she gained consciousness, the other self already existed. But she has never seen her, and doesn't even know what she looks like. However, one thing is for sure, she's dangerous. She can turn people she acknowledges into her puppets, using darkness to steal away their consciousnesses. Maybe the meaning of her own existence is to stop her from appearing. But now she has already shown up, and even successfully stolen Xiu's consciousness once. How can she protect Xiu? Xiu slowly opened his eyes, looking at Ling with sympathy. Even though Ling only gave him information, he felt her loneliness through those fragments. This must be what she meant by disliking being alone. It was his duty to protect Ling, but instead, he made Ling worry. Ling. Xiu got up from the bed, stood in front of Ling, and looked into her crystal-clear eyes like precious stones. The two stared into each other's eyes, their pupils reflecting the faces of the other. Tell me, why do you know so much about magic? Tell me, who you really are. As he spoke, Xiu embraced Ling, who was shorter than him by a bit, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he's unsure whether he now meets the criteria of a man set by his parents, no matter what time it is, he needs to protect Ling well, both in the past and present, and also in the future. In fact, this responsibility has always rested on his shoulders. Xiu, it's so warm. He could feel Ling nod slightly in his embrace. Once again, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Maybe teacher let guess some things a long time ago. After all, it's so obvious. Xiu lay quietly in bed, looking somewhat exhausted. Perhaps Ling herself doesn't know the significance of those things, but Xiu is different. He's smart, so he understands better than Ling what kind of frenzy the knowledge Ling possesses could ignite in others. Xiu originally wondered why his parents insisted he protect Ling and not let anyone else know about her existence. Just because she is a holy spirit, this single identity alone is enough to attract countless pursuers, let alone that she isn't just any ordinary holy spirit. If teacher Lin knew all this from the beginning, then was there some other purpose in bringing him to the Sacred Domain Academy? And what about the dean? During the match, although he only glanced briefly, it didn't seem important at the time. But now, upon careful reflection, the way he had looked at him was far from simple. The more he thought about this, the more anxious Xiu became inside. Brother. As Xiu prepared to think further, Ruolan returned from school. With a string of roasted meat dangling from her mouth, she ran into the room and handed another one to Xiu. Seeing Ruolan come back, Xiu's mood improved significantly, and his sense of weariness seemed to have faded somewhat. He couldn't believe that Ling's final message took almost an entire day to deliver. But fortunately, Teacher Les stayed in the library all day. Otherwise, if he had returned midway, he might have discovered Ling. Alright, little Lon, don't bother your brother while he's resting. Go to your homework. We'll eat soon. After sending Ruolan off, Le gently closed the door and looked at Xiu with concern. What happened? You look a little off. Xiu could not tell Le anything about Ling, no matter whether Le truly knew something or not. It's nothing. I just feel my body has mostly recovered, so I moved around outside a bit. Le naturally saw that Xiu was hiding something, but he would never press him for details. Take care of yourself. You've just started recovering. Le sighed lightly and continued. By the way, Xiu, even though I don't know exactly how things turned out for you at the end, recently I've read through some documents, combined with what I already knew. Whatever state you were in when you defeated Orus Dragon, absolutely do not let it happen again. In fact, Le had wanted to say this a long time ago, but Xiu's condition had been too weak then, so letting him focus on recovery was more important. In reality, I don't know either. I have no memory of anything after that point. Everything I know is what you and Ruolan told me. Teacher, do you know what those black fumes that came out of my body were? In fact, the most detailed account came from Ruolan. She described how black smoke rose from his body, and then he delivered a powerful punch that struck Orus Dragon in the waist, knocking him off the stage, followed by relentless attacks. As Ruolan spoke, she also gestured, allowing Xiu to understand clearly. However, what caught his attention was the black smoke emanating from his body. It must surely be related to the black crack on the pendant. To advance could mean entering sainthood. To retreat, descending into demonhood. The black energy you exhibited was a sign of entering the demonic realm. Chapter 29, The Direction of Magic Cultivation. Enter the devil's domain? It should have been the first time he heard of this so-called devil, but Xiu felt a sense of familiarity. Yes, do you remember the white mist that emanated from Ace before? That was the result of him pushing his body's functions to their ultimate limit, not magic power. Not only Ace's white mist, but also magic power, and all cultivation methods people know up to now can be collectively referred to as progress. However, your black aura is the opposite of progress, which is retreat. Progress leads one to become a sage. Retreat leads one to enter the devil's domain. By using the method of progress, one can transcend ordinary people and move towards the revered sage realm. Retreat, however, is a fallen cultivation path that guides people towards an abyss, causing them to abandon themselves and ultimately lose themselves. This devil concept is related to a race that existed in Saint Realm continent tens of thousands of years ago. They specifically used the retreat method for cultivation. Initially, it was just about their own physical and mental degeneration, but later it evolved into indiscriminate slaughter, drawing public resentment, and they were eventually expelled. Since then, the cultivation method of retreat has become taboo and no longer passed down. Although I don't know how you entered the devil's domain, you must remember not to be consumed by your own darkness. This is something every dark attribute magician must bear in mind. Sage, devil. I understand, teacher. Xiao carefully considered what Light said while searching his mind for information on this so-called sage and devil. Did you not eat today? Seeing that Xiao hadn't even changed clothes yet, Light obviously knew Xiao had lied earlier. This indicated that Xiao hadn't gotten out of bed all day, let alone gone to get food. As Master Light's face began to darken, Xiao felt guilty. Master Light had always sincerely treated him kindly. Regardless of any other purpose, his kindness towards him was genuine, something Xiao could feel within himself. And yet, he had just doubted Master Light. Sorry. In fact, I've always been. Alright, stop talking, come on, go eat first. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, Light cut him off, waved his hand, and walked out of the room. Xiao hesitated for a moment and instantly understood Master Light's intentions. Lan, come eat first. When they went downstairs, Light called for Rulin to join them for dinner. 3 people, 3 forks, 3 steaks, 3 cups of black tea. Brother, our teacher asked us to design our own magic array today as a symbol of embarking on the mage's path. What kind of magic array do you think would be better suited for me? Xiao thought about it for a moment and smiled, saying, that depends on the type of magic you like. About this issue, you need to consult Master Light. Never mind. Light showed dissatisfaction with a sneer, grumbling. Everything revolves around the brother, only thinking of me last as the teacher. Although Light complained verbally, his face continued to smile as he looked at Xiao and Rulin with eyes full of gentleness, as if watching over his own children. It's just that I'm trying not to bother Master Light. Master Light is always so busy. I thought these little questions could be answered by my brother without disturbing Master Light. You smooth talker. Light found Rulin's words amusing, and Xiao's eyes squinted into slits as he watched Rulin. You guys are laughing at me. Dissatisfied, Rulin pouted her lips slightly, huffed, and said, I don't like brother or Master Light anymore. Haha, alright. Let's get down to business. Light cleared his throat and said, this is our Saint Domain Academy tradition where every new student must use their knowledge to draw a magic circle as a symbol of becoming a mage. It also allows students to choose the magic they like, and in the future, they will likely develop in that direction. Xiao scratched his head and asked, then why don't I have such homework? You haven't even attended class. How can you have homework? Light rolled his eyes at him. This will depend on what magic you plan to practice in the future. Xiao listened carefully nearby. These things might be helpful to him. After all, the information Ling gave him didn't include things people summarize themselves. Because a person's lifetime is limited, the amount of knowledge one can learn is also limited. And although magic studies have limited classifications, each category has thousands of spells. Even if you only have one elemental imprint, you'd find it challenging to learn all the magic of that element, and the more advanced the magic gets, the more time it takes. Therefore, mages should best choose their cultivation direction from the start. The direction of a magician's cultivation is roughly divided into 3 categories: strength, speed, and assistance. Beneath these 3 categories are some unofficial classifications, among which the assistance category is more noteworthy. Assistance is further divided into control and enhancement. However, regardless of what type of assistance magician you are, you must learn a certain amount of self-preservation skills. But you can't spend too much energy on it. Do I make myself clear? Rulin stuffed the last piece of beef into her mouth. I understand. Got it. Then brother, what kind of magician are you? At Rulin's question, Light also turned his gaze towards Xiao. This problem troubled Xiao. After all, he had been using dark attribute magic all along, and the characteristics of dark magic leaned more towards assistance. But he also knew quite a few extremely offensive spells and methods to enhance speed indirectly. Should he say he's an all-rounder? You should belong to the strength combined with assistance type. In the battle against Aureus Long, you demonstrated excellent combat experience, fully utilizing the characteristics of dark attribute magic, almost controlling the entire arena, while possessing strong offensive capabilities. So, you should be strength combined with assistance type. Light paused for a moment. Although magicians are roughly divided into several types, don't let this classification fool you. It only represents the most proficient ability of a magician, and by no means should one neglect the overall power inherent in every magician. So Rulin, have you made your decision? No idea. Rulin clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat discouraged. I have a book of magical arrays here. You can choose one you like from it. After saying that, Light got up and fetched a sketchbook from the library. The cover of the book was a thick layer of sandpaper with an uneven magic array on it, which would be hard to notice if you didn't look carefully. Come, take a look at this magic array first. Light placed the sketchbook in front of Rulin and simultaneously channeled a strand of yellow mana from his body to outline the inconspicuous magic array. The uneven magic array emitted dazzling light due to Light's mana. Actually, the magic array on the cover belonged to the illusion branch of the Light attribute, which could subconsciously reveal the truest side of someone's heart. Light did this hoping Rulin wouldn't take unnecessary detours. So beautiful. Rulin's vision was captured by this shining magic array, her little face filled with joy. Chapter 30, Rulin's Direction. Le glanced at Ruolin and then flipped open this sketchbook filled with many magical arrays. Take a look and choose the one you like. Pick whichever you prefer. Every page was covered with brilliant magical arrays. The colors were vibrant and variegated, some looking identical at first glance, but if you studied them closely, you would find subtle differences in their patterns. Ruolin's eyes darted back and forth across the sketchbook until it had been flipped through more than halfway, when Ruolin suddenly let out an exclamation of delight. This, teacher, this. Le looked at the magical array pointed to by Ruolin's finger. It was a very complex magical array, but within this seemingly chaotic pattern lay a concealed symbol of thunder. If you stood back a bit and blurred your vision, you could easily see the emblem representing thunder. Teacher, what does this magic array represent? Ruolin blinked her eyes expectantly as she looked at Le. Le patted Ruolin on the head and took a few steps back while holding the sketchbook. Come on, Ruolin, squint your eyes and look at this magic array again. What do you see? Following Le's instructions, Ruolin squinted her small eyes tightly shut into slits. Wow, so magical. Ruolin widened her eyes to examine the magic array she'd chosen for a while, then squeezed them shut into slits again. She repeated this several times until Le placed the sketchbook back before her. This is a very pure magic array. Le lightly touched the magic array with his fingers, using his own magical power to outline the design of the array. As more and more magic was infused by Le, the traces of the magical array gradually became clearer. When the drawing of the magic array was completed, above the array, a dark cloud suddenly appeared. It was filled with lightning bolts, and continuous purple flashes of lightning erupted from within it. As a bolt of lightning penetrated through the frail cloud, the lightning inside was released, jumping around like sparks until the magic array ran out of its power. This magic array represents someone who appears outwardly gentle but has a very strong heart internally. It symbolizes strength and also elucidates the nature of lightning. Our world is actually composed of elements such as water, earth, fire, thunder, and wind. As for ice, it is the sublimation of water element and hence belongs to the category of water element. Each type of element has its own characteristics: water's gentleness, earth's thickness, fire's burning heat, wind's speed. These are all relatively easy to understand. Now, as a mage of the thunder attribute, what do you think the nature of the thunder element is? Ruolin scratched her head, thought for a long time, and then softly said, speed. It's also very fast. One flash and it's gone. Shoo. Not entirely correct, Les said. Thunder's mages are extremely rare because the nature of the thunder element is comprehensive. Perhaps it doesn't have the gentleness of water, but it possesses a fiery explosive force. Wasn't there just now a scene where a bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds? Furthermore, its speed can rival that of the wind element, just like you said, shoo. And that's not all. Besides having comparable firepower and wind speed, it also has unique characteristics entirely its own. As for what those specifically are, that depends on how well you comprehend it. Whoa, so Teacher Le means Ruolin is very powerful, right? What started as a boring explanation was now invigorated by Ruolin's comment. Xiao laughed foolishly at Ruolin, and after laughing, he felt significantly lighter. In these 10 years, perhaps he hadn't laughed much, and even when he did, it was only to reassure Ling. Xiao stared at Ruolin, staring into her azure blue eyes that reminded him of the sky. He felt as if his world was illuminated by these clear, limpid eyes. Even Le couldn't stop laughing, unable to close his mouth as he put the book back in the library and sat next to Ruolin, grinning. Yes, yes, yes. Little Lon is powerful. Little Lon is stronger than brother, even stronger than teacher. Hearing Le's doting words about Ruolin, Xiao made no rebuttal. Why should he, when he loved her too? Ruolin shook her head hard and looked seriously at Le. Brother and teacher are the greatest magicians in my heart. The three of them finished dinner amidst laughter. After Xiao tidied up the utensils, Ruolin puckered her lips and gave Le a reproachful look. Teacher, you haven't told me which kind of magic Ruolin is suited to practice yet. Oh dear, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Look at my memory. Le slapped his head regretfully. Little Lon, let's not talk about the previous result first. If teacher lets you choose on your own, which category among these three will you pick? Ruolin tapped her head, pondering for a moment. Strength type. I need powerful strength to protect my brother and teacher. What if you could choose another one? Agility type. Why? Caught off guard by Le's sudden question, Ruolin was momentarily at a loss for words, taking a long time to come up with an answer. Because Ruolin needs to protect my brother and teacher. So I must be fast. Le lightly coughed, deliberately teasing Ruolin and making her anticipation grow. Very good. The result you chose earlier is. Ruolin had already been staring wide-eyed at Le, waiting anxiously for the outcome. Unexpectedly, teacher Le started dragging it out, leaving little Ruolin in a state of extreme agitation. Teacher. With Le's teasing, Ruolin was on the verge of tears. All right, I'll tell you now. Le saw Ruolin stomp her foot in frustration and stopped his playful antics. You are more suited to study the magic of the strength type, with agility as a secondary focus. Upon hearing this verdict, Ruolin let out a joyous leap, just as Xiao returned from washing the dishes in the kitchen. Teacher, you mentioned earlier that our world consists of 5 elements: water, earth, fire, thunder, and wind. In which category should we humans, elves, beastfolk fit then? Xiao sat next to Ruolin and voiced his prior confusion to Le. That's a good question. Le approvingly nodded toward Xiao and continued. All these beings you've mentioned are living things. The elements I previously talked about do not possess life. These 5 elements formed a world, but it was a monotonous one. Only the wind howled, lightning roared, the ground stood still, and temperature changed predictably. Until one day, light appeared in this world. Light illuminated everything. Saplings sprouted from the soil, and life emerged. It was light that gave life to this world. Therefore, all living creatures belong to light. What about wood? Some magic can control trees and plants. Trees are alive, and any living entity belongs to light. That is the attribute of light. Any spells that control trees fall under light-based magic. These work by establishing communication between people and trees so the trees can assist people in achieving their goals. The topics being exchanged between Le and Xiao had gone beyond what Ruolin could comprehend. Sitting beside them, she listened listlessly, displaying a look of utter disinterest and boredom while blankly gazing at the ceiling. Chapter 31, The Death Agreement. Night fell just like that. Yefan was still sitting in his office, looking down at the academy through the glass. Ivy leaned against his chest, her eyes half closed, a look of contentment on her face. Yefan, when can we leave here? Ivy slightly tilted her head and glanced at Yefan. Yefan gently placed a tender touch on her forehead. Sorry, Ivy. I have responsibilities, not only to you, but also to the land beneath our feet. When everything is over, I will take you to retire into the mountains and live in our own world. Ivy softly murmured in agreement, burying her head deeper. What Yefan didn't notice was the dimming light in her eyes. The next morning, Light told Xiao that he had successfully entered Osiris and asked him to go with him to report. After seeing off Ruolin, Xiao and Light walked towards the inner part of the academy. Ever since entering the academy, Xiao had been curious. Such a vast academy occupying more than half of the sacred territory. How could there only be a few arenas and countable teaching buildings? It turned out that more land resources were deep within the Osiris section. There is a magical barrier and fence isolating the academy from the outer streets, and another magical barrier and fence separating Osiris from the rest of the academy. From the outside, Xiao only saw dense woods and a few prominent buildings. The enclosed area seemed not very large. Xiao had been inside before, and there wasn't a single person there. But as soon as Xiao stepped into the magical barrier under Light's guidance, the scene before his eyes began to change. No longer desolate buildings filled the view. Instead, an incredibly elegant environment greeted him with many busy figures bustling about. Instantly, it felt full of life. Crossing a crescent-shaped bridge, there was a pavilion where several people were gathered discussing magic theory. They noticed Light and stood up one by one to greet him politely, and Light nodded in acknowledgement. Further inside, there were the teaching buildings, which looked no different from those outside. Walking further forward, there was a wide open land where quite a few people practiced their spells. One could see brilliant patterns and intricate magical arrays glowing with dazzling light. Light led Xiao to the tallest teaching building. Before Xiao even asked questions, Light started explaining. I'll first guide you to gain access to this place. Then you will begin your training. To enter this secluded space separated from the outside, one must find the core of this magical array and inject one's own magic into it, thereby gaining free access to this independent space. The core of this magical array is managed by Yefan, and the place they were heading to now was Yefan's office. Light had informed Yefan earlier that he would bring Xiao over today, so Yefan had waited in his office for a long time. Dean. Opening the door to the dean's office, Xiao politely greeted first, noticing Yefan listlessly reading a magazine. Upon hearing Light and Xiao enter, Yefan lazily waved a hand without taking his eyes off the magazine. Fine, sit anywhere. Light took a glance at Yefan, frowned, and a black line appeared on his forehead. He then cleared his throat, muttering toward the door, Miss Ivy? Good day, Ivy. At the sound of this name, Light hastily shoved the magazine under his backside, dragging his chin with both hands in a serious pose, then turned around and grinned. Dear, how did you? Realizing it was only Light and Xiao, Yefan realized he had fallen for the trick and stared harshly at Light. You old man, instead of properly teaching students, all you think about is teasing me. Light didn't care about what Yefan said. After all, he was already used to having such an informal dean. All right, hurry up and finish what needs to be done so I can take this kid to practice. His progress is already a week behind everyone else's. Xiao released a magic force strong enough to fill the entire room, then clicked his tongue, giving Light a dirty look. Spare me, this kid's pace has never lagged behind anyone else's. In that instant, Xiao saw Yefan smile at him, as if asking, am I right? Toward this dean, Xiao couldn't help but grow a little cautious. But Light failed to understand what Yefan meant. What do you mean by that? Yefan didn't argue with Light, but instead turned to Xiao. All right, you can leave now. Don't forget to sign the agreement when you return. Agreement? What kind of agreement? From start to finish, Xiao hadn't figured out where the core of this magical array was located, yet it had already concluded. Leaving the dean's office, Light clearly kept pondering over what Yefan had said before, though he didn't ask Xiao anything and talked about other matters instead. Xiao, from now on, you are also considered a member of Osiris. Osiris is also the real strength of the Sacred Domain Academy. Do you know why? Xiao shook his head and walked beside Light, listening carefully. First, to enter Osiris, you must sign an agreement, the Death Agreement. I mentioned before that even some adult mages may not be able to endure the training inside. Once you step in here, there's only one path. Either grow stronger under the threat of death or leave out of fear. And if you give up, you will never have a second chance to enter. I agree. Xiao did not hesitate. Isn't this exactly what he hoped for? Over these 10 years, every day has been a race against death. Changing the place, what was there to fear? As if already knowing how Xiao would respond, Light took out a prepared sheepskin scroll from his Carlo bag and handed it over to Xiao, who left a mark with his magical force. When Light retracted the sheepskin scroll, Xiao hesitated. Teacher, can this matter remain a secret from Rulin? Concerned about what matters Xiao cared about, Light naturally also paid attention. Of course. Light then guided Xiao around, familiarizing him with the environment, told him a few things, said goodbye, and informed him of the class he was assigned to. Although Xiao had barely attended any classes since entering the Sacred Domain Academy, he still needed to go report to his classroom. Perhaps the teaching method in Osiris was different from outside. No longer those theoretical knowledge that he had long been proficient in, but some unknowns, or maybe something related to history, the Origin War. Xiao arrived at the door of his classroom and faintly heard the teacher lecturing to students inside. He gently knocked, then softly pushed the door open, meeting the teacher's eyes right away. Chapter 32, The Easiest Training. Are you Xiao? Ever since he defeated Oris Long last time, Xiao's name had already spread through the academy, and even in Osiris there were whispers about him. However, the teacher standing before him didn't seem particularly friendly, and there even seemed to be a trace of hostility. Still, to show respect, Xiao responded politely, yes. You don't have to attend class. 100 laps around the main field with added weight, no use of magic allowed. Come back when you're done. Remember, I'm your mentor, Tian Zijia. I'm responsible for the best class at Osiris, Class 1. Here, the rules are absolute. You can break them if you have the courage to pay the price. What are you waiting for? Go. Yes. Xiao didn't expect to get punished right away. He walked toward the field feeling gloomy, only to find someone already waiting for him there. When this person noticed Xiao approaching, they twisted their neck and said, I saw you coming out from the classroom of Class 1 earlier. Are you in Class 1? The person looked like an adult human with extraordinary physical fitness. I am James, the assistant instructor for Class 1. There's still some time before the next class starts, so why did you come out so early? Xiao explained what had happened to James. Without hesitation, James pulled out a pair of leg shackles and a backpack from his storage bag. Put these on. Following James' instructions, Xiao put on the shackles and carried the heavy backpack whose contents were unknown. So heavy. The moment he was fully equipped, Xiao felt as though something incredibly heavy had pressed down on him, making it impossible to move, let alone run, with those strange leg shackles. 100 laps. Go. After speaking, James returned to guarding the entrance to the field. Furrowing his brow, Xiao started running. These bizarre leg shackles themselves weren't heavy, but once worn, they made Xiao feel like he was trapped in a swamp. Walking was severely hindered, let alone running. By the 10th lap, Xiao was already sweating. Xiao clearly remembered fleeing from one city to another with Ling in the past. Back then, he hadn't eaten for a whole day, nor rested. Despite this, he considered himself to have good stamina, but this equipment had already drained half his energy. For reasons unknown, the more Xiao ran, the more excited he became. His eyes burned fiercely, as if he'd been transported back to the days of his escape. This long-lost pressure rekindled his fighting spirit. He wasn't sure how many laps he'd completed anymore. His hands couldn't lift themselves anymore, and sweat obscured his vision completely. Relying solely on his muscle memory, he continued moving along the original path. To Xiao, time no longer held any meaning. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the field, with Oris Long and the other students from Class 1 nearby. Panting uncontrollably, Xiao tried to restore his strength as quickly as possible. 1-2-1. After resting for over 10 minutes, Xiao managed to sit up slightly from the ground. On the field lay a group of people scattered in all directions, their conditions unclear. The two instructors stood before them now, checking each student's physical condition one by one. If anyone wants to quit, please step forward now. Don't forget, you signed the death agreement. This is just a warm-up. Things will get much worse later. This is the first day of training, and the difficulty level is the lowest. If you can't handle it, leave early. Osiris doesn't want weaklings. At this, Xiao realized that when he had been in the classroom, there had been over 20 students. Now, fewer than 10 remained here. 2-1-2. A familiar voice had been echoing in his ears since a while ago. Turning his head, Xiao looked toward the track. It was a teenager, his black short hair drenched, revealing dark pupils. His wet clothes clung tightly to his body, dripping water continuously. It was unclear how many laps he'd run, but now he no longer had the strength to continue. He could only take tiny steps forward. 1-2-1. His eyes were almost squinted shut, and his voice grew weaker and weaker. The two instructors acted as though they hadn't noticed, continuing to check the physical status of those lying on the ground. Even though his eyes couldn't be seen, everyone could sense the indomitable will in his gaze. Ace. Everyone had collapsed, including Oris Long, the monster known for his immense power, but Ace, an ordinary person without magical protection, still moved forward on the track. All gazes, consciously or unconsciously, were drawn to him. A misstep caused his body to stumble forward. It was over. Everyone thought that once Ace had fallen, it would all be over. But he lay on the ground, reaching out his hands ahead and gripping the surface tightly, dragging his body forward. At the same time, a wisp of white mist began to rise from his body. Xiao remembered this. It had appeared during his battle with Bei Min Changqing. It belonged to the same category as the black qi that sometimes manifested around himself. His body kept releasing white mist, accompanied by low growls emanating from Ace's mouth. Gradually, the white mist grew thicker, coalescing into a fierce beast hovering above Ace. Ace, of course, was unaware of all this. His mind at the moment contained only two words: move forward. He didn't know that his body was emitting white mist, nor did he realize the changes in the mist itself. A white tiger materialized faintly above Ace. Though pale, it could still be clearly seen upon closer inspection. It stood there calmly, without any movement, yet no one dared to interfere. Everyone knew that beneath its tranquil exterior lay gleaming silver-white fangs and sharp claws that were reined in. Xiao searched his mind for information about this white mist. Imagination. It emerged when both willpower and the body surpassed their limits. Though it held no tangible effect, one must never underestimate those who possess such an imagination. That was all Xiao knew about this so-called imagination. Ace crawled slowly on the ground, slower than even a snail might move, but he was undeniably moving forward. When he finally exhausted every ounce of his strength, the white tiger dissipated instantly, and Ace collapsed, unconscious. Only then did James pick him up to carefully examine his condition. After confirming that everyone was fine, Tian Zija stepped forward, clearing his throat, and said, "Today's training is over. Everyone dismisses. Remember, tomorrow will be worse than today." The sun was almost setting, and only after hearing his stomach protesting nonstop did Xiao remember he hadn't eaten lunch yet. With his weary body, he dragged himself to the cafeteria for a quick meal before heading back to the dormitory. Chapter 33. Sir, how long have you two been together? Back in the dormitory, everything was as it always had been. Pokaz was reading at his desk, while Zika had one hand holding a magazine and the other grabbing snacks. As for Ace, he was still nowhere to be seen. Seeing Xiao return, Pokaz turned around and smiled at Xiao before returning to his book. Zika, on the other hand, stuffed another handful of snacks into his mouth, set down the magazine, and greeted Xiao. "Xiao, you're finally back. Where were you this whole week? Do you even know that you've become famous around the academy?" Dragging his tired body, Xiao didn't have the energy to engage further, merely waving a hand dismissively. Something came up. "Never mind. I'm going to take a shower first." Seeing how exhausted Xiao was, even lifting a hand seemed an effort. Zika looked up at the ceiling and sighed helplessly. "Why do you both push yourselves so hard? Life is about being as comfortable as I am, isn't it?" In response to Zika's comment, Pokaz, sitting beside him, just gave a glance without saying anything. As for Xiao, he no longer had the strength to argue. After rinsing off quickly and changing into fresh clothes, Xiao climbed onto the bed. It had been too tiring a day for him. That peculiar suit of equipment, although it didn't feel particularly heavy, seemed to drain his stamina continuously once worn. And those shackles, definitely tampered with. But overthinking wouldn't help. Xiao gently closed his eyes. Yefeng opened his eyes, glanced around briefly, and saw that the people sitting beside him were still discussing their own matters, seemingly unaware of him. He closed his eyes again slowly, propped his chin up with his hand, feigning a thoughtful posture. However, before his eyelids fully shut, someone grabbed his ear. Who else but a Wei would dare do such a thing to the dean of the sacred domain? "You're sleeping again. How can you sleep during a meeting?" With a Wei's outburst, the other teachers who were originally discussing quietly fell silent instantly, directing their gazes towards Yefeng and Wei. This left Wei feeling very embarrassed. Lei sat beside her, sighed helplessly, then cleared his throat. "I have no objection to the dean's proposal. Every person seated here was either a senior member of the academy or a monarch from various empires. They had been called together by Yefeng for an important discussion. I object." A teacher sitting at the end suddenly stood up. It was an elderly man, his eyes full of anger, eyebrows furrowed tightly. "The Sacred Domain Academy has reached its current state only because each of us has put our heart and soul into it. The previous dean trusted you, which is why he passed on the position to you. But you actually think about dissolving it? If you don't want to be dean, fine. We'll replace you. The Sacred Domain Academy is the last haven for us old ones, and you won't even spare it? Lei, why did you agree? Aside from the previous dean, you've contributed the most to this academy. Are you content watching all your efforts go to waste?" Not content. Lei glanced at the elder and sighed. "Teacher Xinda, I understand your feelings, but there truly is nothing we can do." "What do you mean nothing can be done? It was Yefeng who decided to dissolve the academy. Can anyone force him otherwise? In today's world, which mage can possibly threaten him?" With this interruption, Yefeng lost interest in sleeping. He patted his head and gestured for everyone present to quiet down. All this talk about agreement or disagreement. This wasn't a matter for consultation. Dissolving the academy isn't my decision either. I'm just giving you all a heads up ahead of time so you can prepare mentally and make future plans accordingly. Yefeng, a man sitting in the middle, spoke suddenly. "I get what you mean. You're telling us that the academy will inevitably dissolve in the near future, and you're giving us time to prepare mentally. Some here might understand like me, while others may not. After all, every empire participated in building the Sacred Domain Academy, so there's emotional attachment involved. You should make your statement clear." Yefeng scratched his head, his expression inscrutable. "You rulers are different. Let me explain clearly, then. The Darkshine Empire is now eyeing our sacred continent greedily. The demon race has also made thorough preparations, waiting only for the right opportunity to launch a full-scale attack. War is unavoidable. At that point, the dissolution of the Sacred Domain Academy will be inevitable. All of you, may fortune favor you." After finishing, Yefeng stood up and left the meeting room. Everyone seated was either a high-ranking official from the Sacred Domain Academy or a monarch from some empire. Yefeng's words were crystal clear. There was no misunderstanding them. At night, the Sacred Domain was adorned with dazzling lights, with hotels and night markets bustling with people. However, within the academy, there was an atmosphere of serene stillness. At the heart of the Sacred Domain Academy lay an artificial lake, on whose surface floated various plants etched with magical arrays, emitting soft glows that exuded a gentle ambience. Many couples strolled here, sharing their joys and sorrows of the day. "You, why did you bring me here?" Under the cover of darkness, Yefeng brought Ai Wei to this spot. In the dim light, during these late hours, none of the students had yet recognized him. Yefeng held Ai Wei's hand, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. What else could we do here? Of course, it's to see which students stay up all night and wander around. As he spoke, he quietly walked behind a couple passionately kissing on a bench, the girl pinned underneath the boy. Yefeng lightly tapped the boy's shoulder. Who's there? If you know what's good for you, you'll leave. Can't you see I'm busy here? The student didn't turn around, simply waving an impatient hand, completely ignoring Yefeng. But Yefeng wasn't in a hurry. He kept tapping the boy's shoulder. This time, it infuriated the temperamental student, who leaped up from the bench. Fiery magic power began to wrap around his body. But when he caught sight of Yefeng's face, he immediately deflated. Dean. The person swallowed hard, standing dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the girl who had been beneath him quickly stood up, straightening her clothes nervously. Yefeng paused, looking at him and asking, "Why are you staring at me?" Dean this. Not knowing what to say, nor daring to run away, the student could only stand awkwardly. Nearby students noticed the commotion and turned their attention towards them. As soon as they realized it was Yefeng, someone exclaimed, "The dean is here." With that, nearly everyone but the pair standing in front of Yefeng disappeared. Watching this scene, Yefeng couldn't help but find it amusing. He wouldn't do anything to them anyway, so why were they so frightened? Nowadays, isn't it normal to fall in love? Isn't it okay to hold each other? Gazing at the young couple still standing before him, Yefeng decided to have some fun. "How long, master, have the two of you been together?" Chapter 34, Prophecy. When the boy was called by Yefeng, he felt extremely uneasy. His whole body became restless. Dean, I've been with Lily for a week. Dean, if there's nothing else, can I go now?" Yefeng nodded. There really wasn't anything else. Go ahead. The moment Yefeng gave the order, the man held the hand of the girl named Lily and prepared to leave. Hold on. They had just stepped forward when Yefeng called them back. There's a hotel outside the academy called Supreme Hotel. The environment inside is quite nice. The two quickly disappeared from Yefen's sight. However, Yefeng was still immersed in the fun of teasing the students earlier, completely unaware of Ai Wei's increasingly darkening face behind him, until his shoulder was twisted into a knot by a pair of hands. What did you just say? Supreme Hotel? What a great name. How come I didn't know? Have you been there? No, not me. Ow. Let me explain. Please let me explain first. Yefeng was wincing in pain, while Ai Wei let out a soft snort and turned her head away. Yefeng hurriedly moved closer and embraced her. It was Light. Light said it. I swear I haven't been to such places with any other woman. Would Light go to such places? Ai Wei got more and more angry, pouting, her eyes slightly red in the moonlight. Why don't you say that Light is actually at the hotel right now? Ai Wei clearly didn't believe his lies. Yefeng couldn't continue fooling around anymore. Otherwise, he would really anger her, and he'd be in trouble. Quickly flashing a smile, he cheerfully said, Just joking. It was me and Light, plus Pain. We went there for drinks before. But I didn't touch any other women. We were just drinking together with old Light. Really, I swear, I believed your nonsense. Ai Wei complained, though even as she claimed not to believe Yefeng, a hint of an imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yefeng gently pulled Ai Wei into his embrace, standing by the lake, gazing up at the bright full moon. A blush also crept onto Ai Wei's face. Yefeng. Ai Wei slightly tilted her head, looking at Yefeng. Will the war really come? Yes, Yefeng responded firmly, and it will change the landscape of the Sacred Realm continent. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. I trust you. A cloud gradually covered the moon, blocking its glow from illuminating this land. The night was deep, people quiet, only faintly hearing crickets chirping and wind howling. The next day was Saturday, and when Xiao woke up, it was already noon. Maybe he was awakened by hunger. Anyway, as soon as he woke up, he heard his stomach growling. There was only him in the dormitory, probably because everyone else had gone out to eat. Xiao washed the clothes he hadn't managed to clean the previous night, changed into a fresh set, and then left. With the qualification to enter Osiris, more documents and materials could now be found in Osiris Library. What he had previously learned at the public library was merely simple narration, without any detailed description of the war from years ago. Originally, he planned to go to the library to learn more about the Origin War, but unexpectedly ended up in front of Light's courtyard, where Ruolin was practicing magic in the yard with a book in her arms. Sensing that someone was watching her, she noticed Xiao too. Big brother. Seeing Xiao, Ruolin quickly came over to open the door for him. Actually, Xiao had a key, but he didn't originally intend to go in. However, seeing Ruolin's expectant look, Xiao couldn't refuse. Ruolin took Xiao's hand and looked at him. Big brother. Ruolin can use magic now. Is that so? That's amazing. Xiao gently stroked her head, his eyes brimming with boundless gentleness. Ruolin grinned widely, then stood at the center of the yard, taking her stance. With lightning as the guide, all things shall be summoned. Invoke lightning. A palm-sized blue magical array enveloped in lightning appeared. Then the current flowed into Ruolin's body, with threads of electricity connecting to the spellbook. Ruolin didn't touch it directly. Instead, led by the lightning force, it slowly floated up off the ground into Ruolin's hand. This was one of the most basic magics, mainly used for exercising control over magic power. Judging from what Ruolin had achieved, it was clear she had spent much effort. However, just as Xiao was about to enter the house with Ruolin, Xiao suddenly sensed a slight muggy feeling. This was a sign of fire magic being activated. Why would there be such a sensation? The next moment, Xiao distinctly felt a scorching heat radiating from behind him. Almost instinctively, Xiao lunged toward Ruolin. Dark shield. As he protected Ruolin in his arms, he swiftly condensed a shield made of dark attribute magic. The moment the shield formed, a fireball collided with it, scattering countless sparks. Only when the magic power was depleted did it finally dissipate. Who? Xiao turned toward the direction from which the fireball had come. Standing there was a man with black spiky hair and a pair of crimson eyes, who was grinning mischievously while playing with a couple of fireballs in his hands. Just as Xiao was about to launch an attack on the man, he sensed the flow of air around him suddenly accelerating. Eight-faced gust, shadow cage. An instant shadow magic array emerged beneath Xiao's feet, and a black cage swiftly enveloped both Xiao and Ruolin. The next moment, wind blades rained down like a torrential storm, producing shrill whines as they collided against the black prison walls. But before this assault had even ended, Xiao felt a distortion in the light within his vision. Where light shines, darkness cannot hide. Not good. It's a light attribute spell. Without time to think, under the golden glow emanating from not far away, the dark magical defense that had been holding up began to collapse bit by bit. O power of destruction, you remain unyielding even when touched by the brightness of light or pierced by the might of lightning. Let your anthem be sung with the arrival of light, shadows bowing as your servants. Now, born in the name of me within the light, ending in darkness. Dark hell? Erode sun. This was a spell Xiao had developed while studying to become a great magician, capable of transforming light elements into dark ones over a certain range. However, Xiao still wasn't proficient at using it, and could only focus its effects on a very small area. Still, this sufficed to slow the breakdown of his defenses. Hey, that seems pretty cool. The boy juggling fireballs extinguished them, walking closer to Xiao and Ruolin, accompanied by a woman and another teenage boy. It was easy to judge who had cast the previous spells based on the color of their emanating magical energy. Who are you? What is your purpose? Xiao shielded Ruolin behind him, his internal magical power circulating rapidly. The young man standing in the middle pressed his lips together, then grinned. No particular purpose, just want to have some fun with you. Saint? Like king. Why bother with two kids when we can play more seriously? Come on, I'll join in. Nobody noticed when exactly Le had arrived, or when he had cast his spell. A massive light king statue enveloped the entire courtyard, emerging behind those three people. Chapter 35, Elder Brother. Teacher. Seeing Le appear, Xiao and Ruolin immediately felt reassured. However, the faces of those three individuals turned rather unpleasant. Teacher. Teacher? The three all bowed their heads toward Le, bowing deeply. Le waved his hand and walked to Xiao's front. Let me introduce you. These three are your senior brothers in arms. The one playing with fire who almost got himself burned to death is your third elder brother, named Klaus. This pretty-looking individual here, your second elder sister, is called Luoya. And this calm-looking person beside her is your eldest brother, named Xylite. At this point, Klaus protested, dissatisfied, scowling and muttering. Why only mention my embarrassing incidents when introducing me? Why not talk about Xylite who almost killed himself by falling? Hearing his own embarrassing incident exposed by Klaus, Xylite's expression became awkward. Le didn't argue with them and simply ushered everyone into the room, explaining to Xiao. They had been on a mission all along. When they returned, they heard that I had taken another student and defeated Oris Long, so they wanted to test your strength. Did you get hurt? I'm just worried they may lose control. All three quickly stood over. Both Luoya and Xylite also asked if Xiao was injured and expressed apologies. Only Klaus directly came over and patted Xiao on the shoulder, laughing loudly. I've heard you beat up Oris Long. Is it true? Xiao nodded. Great. Excellent. I've never liked that guy. He's always boasting about how wonderful his younger brother is. Now it's good that I have a junior brother who has beaten his little brother. Let him feel humiliated. For this third elder brother, Xiao wasn't sure how to describe him, but he seemed like a decent person. By the way, did I hurt you just now, little sister? Klaus noticed Ruolin nearby, eyes lighting up as he moved closer, unexpectedly being rejected by Ruolin. No. Ruolin ran behind Le, sticking out her head while glaring at him fiercely, pouting her small mouth. I hate you. You bullied my brother earlier. Le also stepped forward in front of Ruolin, looking at Klaus with ill intentions. Heard that? Xiaolon doesn't like you. Come closer, and I'll teach you a lesson. Le's words made Klaus shiver. Teacher, this is unfair. Klaus displayed an expression of strong dissatisfaction. We are all your students. Why do you favor them? Le protected Ruolin behind him, glaring fiercely at Klaus and snorting coldly. What? Have something to say? No. Klaus shook his hands continuously, showing submission. Luoya smiled brightly and walked to Ruolin's side, pulling out a lollipop. Come, big sister will give you candy. Don't be mad, all right? Yes. Luoya gently patted Ruolin's head and then looked at Xiao, smiling as she explained. Hello, I am Luoya, Great Light Attribute Mage. When we returned today, we heard that teacher took on another student and defeated Oris Long out of curiosity. We wanted to see your strength. I hope you don't mind. Before Xiao could open his mouth to speak, Ruolin bounced in front of him. While licking the lollipop, she replied with a laugh. Not at all, not at all. Xiao also nodded, indicating he hadn't taken it to heart. Junior brother. Klaus squeezed forward, laughing. You've just arrived in the Holy Realm. Haven't you seen all the fun outside yet? Let me take you around. Although this third elder brother was very enthusiastic, Xiao was also not an idle person. Right now, he actually wanted to go to the library but didn't know how to politely decline Klaus' enthusiasm. It was Le who saw through Xiao's embarrassment right away, waving at Klaus. Do whatever you should do. He's not like you, lazy around doing nothing. After leaving Le's courtyard, Xiao arrived at the library inside Osiris. There were quite a few people here. He remembered that before, when he worked as a temp in an external library, the daily foot traffic there couldn't compare to here. But after lying in bed for a week, that job was quit for him by Le. There were many people reading books during lunchtime. Xiao searched within the history section for anything that could help him. The massive volume of books in the library took up an entire day, but during this time, he indeed found some materials he considered useful. By evening, Xiao still hadn't eaten, and most people had already left. Regarding that war, Xiao learned much, including numerous narratives about his parents. Yet, the result was never mentioned. This thick historical book about the size of a palm, Xiao had read 4/5 of it, and still hadn't found the information he was looking for. His heart felt inexplicably agitated. All these books wrote about were the battles, how the Holy Domain continent resisted the demon race, praising the fallen heroes, composing war songs for them, and erecting epitaphs, thus immortalizing their names. Although Xiao indeed held great respect for these heroes, nothing was more important than finding his own parents at this moment. This book recorded much more detailed information compared to what he had read before. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Xiao continued turning the pages. Located in the southern part of the continent, the wasteland country was predominantly inhabited by beast races. Despite being gifted with special physiques by the heavens, they couldn't hold against the continuous attacks from the demons. Their borders had been breached, several strongholds destroyed, and the capital was surrounded on all sides. It was at the critical moment when the wasteland capital was about to fall into the hands of Demon General Kalias that a miracle occurred. The greatest holy mage of the Holy Domain continent, Xing, and his wife appeared. Father, mother. Seeing his father's name again, Xiao's eyes slightly reddened. This was the first time in 10 years that Xiao saw it. All previous books would simply gloss over it as the greatest holy mage. As for the later parts of the war, they merely stated, the remaining most powerful holy mages managed to reverse the situation. He and his wife joined forces with several other holy mages to repel the demons. However, in order to bring peace to the Holy Domain continent, they infiltrated deep into demon territory and never returned. Originally, the rest of the holy mages were fiercely battling the elite demons in the southwestern Great Mountains, unable to spare attention for Wasteland country. They assumed that Wasteland could resist the demon invasion using the advantages of the beastmen, but they suffered a devastating defeat. Only after Xing and Yin's appearance did they manage to push back the demons, leading the beastmen to reclaim their lost territories and consolidate the frontline defenses before heading towards the Great Mountains to support Yefan and the others. That battle flattened the Great Mountains, and to this day, countless torrents of chaotic magic energy ravage the plains, refusing to dissipate. Ordinary people can't set foot there. Even magicians without sufficient strength will be crushed into powder by that violent magical energy. This war is called the Origin War, and no one wants to mention that battle. Among nearly 20 holy mages of the Holy Domain continent, only a few returned. If it weren't for Xing and Yin arriving in time, the casualties would have been far worse. Chapter 36, The Sacred Devil Book. Xing and Yin, two saints in human history, sacrificed themselves in that battle to cover the retreat of Yi Fun and Yu Xiaoyao. Sacrifice? No, this can't be true. It must be fake. None of the books before have ever mentioned that Dad and Mom were dead. Xiao slumped on the table, burying his head in his hands, his heavy breathing echoing in the quiet library. Dad, Mom, what was the point of enduring these past 10 years? What was the meaning of returning to this sacred realm? What exactly was I striving for during these 10 years? What were Ling and I looking forward to? Gradually, Xiao couldn't suppress his sobs, and his body shook uncontrollably. He didn't notice that the black crack on the pendant hanging from his chest had deepened slightly. Xiao. He didn't know how long he had been lying there, but a pair of hands gently patted his back. With a listless expression, he raised his head, wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Teacher. Xiao's condition made Le pause for a moment. In his heart, although Xiao was still just over 16 years old, his mind had matured significantly, and his psychological endurance was far beyond that of his peers. If Le were asked to imagine Xiao crying, it would be difficult. Without today's first-hand evidence, Le would have thought that Xiao didn't even know what crying was. Le's expression grew somewhat tense as he looked carefully around Xiao, furrowing his brows and asking, "What's wrong with you? Why are you like this?" Concerned, Xiao could only manage to force a faint smile and softly said, "I'm fine, teacher. I was just moved by the characters written in this book." Le glanced at the book in front of Xiao, memorizing its name and page number, then said quietly, "It's already late. Don't overwork yourself on weekends, or your body will break down. You should go back and sleep early." "Yes, I'll go rest now." "Teacher, why are you here?" "I came to look for some alchemy-related information." Le pulled out his regular notebook and flipped to the last page of notes, pausing deeply and saying, "If we can resolve this issue, our civilization will make a leapfrog development." Le has always been extremely interested in all sorts of knowledge and research, and also possesses remarkable talent. It could be said that the academy system gradually gained popularity due to him, and throughout this time, he has always been committed to studying alchemy, hoping to lead the advancement of the Sacred Realm continent. Xiao knew nothing about alchemy and didn't ask too much, so he returned the book to its original place and bid farewell to Le. After Xiao walked far away, Le took out the book Xiao had put back and turned to the page he had noted earlier. He carefully read through this passage, lost in deep thought. This section was actually the ending of the Origin War. After the Great Mountain Range battle, all the demon clans stopped their attacks and retreated to their own territories. In this part, the book didn't depict any specific characters. If anyone had to be mentioned, it was only Xing and Yin. But Le couldn't remember if Xing and Yin had a child, so what relationship did Xiao have with them? Why would Xing and Yin entrust him to find Xiao via Yifan when he completely forgot about the task? Could it simply be because he is the second magician in this world who possessed both darkness and light attributes? Carrying many questions, Le appeared at Yifun's room. At this time, Yifun was humming a little tune in the bathroom, while the bedroom inside transmitted the sound of AI Wei sleeping. Oh my dear, what do you want to do? Old Le, don't tell me you haven't touched a woman in a while and have developed interest in me. Let me warn you, you can't beat me. I'll fight back. Seeing Le suddenly appear in front of him, Yifun got a shock. He quickly wrapped a towel around his private parts. Le had no mood to joke around with Yifun. Supporting his left hand with his right, and scratching his chin with his right hand, he looked at Yifun, his voice slightly low. What exactly is the relationship between Xiao and Xing? And how did you calculate that I'd return with a child after visiting the border of the Empire of Never Set Sun near the sacred domain? Yifun glanced at the ceiling and sighed. Who would have thought that such a learned scholar, obsessed with alchemy and magical studies, would pay attention to these issues? That's quite shocking. Answer my question, Yifun. Yifun put away his jesting attitude, staring silently at Le. After a moment, he slowly spoke. All this wasn't something I predicted. It was Yin. Don't forget, Yin was known as the time master among light attribute magicians, and for tens of thousands of years on the sacred continent, she has pushed the characteristic of time to its ultimate extent. She had already seen a part of the future and told me exactly what to do at the right times. Then what did she see? What exactly did she tell you? And why didn't you say anything before? In response to Le's inquiry, Yifun gestured for him to go to the living room. After all, having two men in the bathroom was a bit much for Yifun to handle. Even Yin could only catch glimpses of fragments from the future, specifically events that would happen within the next 10 years. She only told me to ensure that in the 10th year, I would send you on a trip to the Never Set Sun Empire. Naturally, you'd come back with a child. There was no need to deliberately protect this child or tell them anything. Everything should be left to take its natural course. I didn't say anything earlier because you hadn't met Xiao yet. If I had told you too much beforehand, it would have made you deviate from your destined path, and you might not have brought back this child. Then, what is Xiao's relationship with Yin and Xing? Yifun shot him an annoyed look and sarcastically remarked, after reading books for over a decade, great scholar, what do you think their relationship could be? But I've never heard that they had a child. Old Le, when did you start believing every rumor you hear? Yifun's lips curled slightly, mocking Le. Just because you haven't heard about it doesn't mean it isn't true. He really is Xing and Yin's child. But they always tried hard to conceal the fact that they had a child. That's because they are the only ones who know the whereabouts of the sacred devil book. As their child, Xiao surely knows as well. Once they leave this world, their child loses their protection, and those who covet this sacred devil book will target their child. If Yin hadn't told me herself, I wouldn't have known they even had a child. Le stared blankly at Yifun, disbelief evident in his eyes, and unconsciously swallowed. The sacred devil book, isn't it lost forever? How could it suddenly reappear? Who knows? This is the strangest and most powerful holy artifact. Every person who knows about its existence is at least a grand magician level. It's rumored to be the key to opening the forbidden gate on the sacred continent. There's no detailed record of its specific abilities, but we do know that it's the only holy artifact capable of rivaling the 7 deadly sins and our sole means of countering them. As a great scholar, Le actually knew very little about these matters. He had been completely absorbed in research and academia until now. This was also one of the reasons he struggled as a mage to reach the threshold of becoming a holy magician. Recently, he had been conducting research on alchemy. If this study succeeded, then even ordinary people would possess the kind of power akin to magicians. He referred to this research as science. Chapter 37, Friends. If magic is the guiding force for the development of mages, then science leads the entirety of the holy domain, not only for humans, but also elves and beast races. Late returned to his courtyard and saw Roland sleeping on the dining table. A magic book was pressed under her, and uneaten food remained on the table. It must have been prepared by Roland as she waited for him to return. Looks like I need to come back earlier from now on. Late gently carried Roland to her own room and carefully covered her with a blanket. He then turned off the light, quietly closed the door, and left. The food had already gone cold, so Late reheated it all again. Looking at this table full of food, Late smiled inexplicably, a smile that revealed an emotion he'd never expressed before called happiness. Late at night, even the bustling night market outside grew quiet. People went back to their rooms and fell asleep. In this exceptionally silent night, even the slightest wind or rustling sound would be particularly noticeable, let alone the loud noises coming from the forest near the boys' dormitory. Xiao, who was about to head directly back to the dormitory, heard sounds emanating from the forest. This sound seemed to awaken something deep within Xiao's heart. Following the heavy breathing, he ventured deeper into the forest. The closer he got, the more familiar the sound became. 1328, 1329, 1330, 1331. It was Acey's voice. What was he doing this late? Was this the reason he always came back so late every day? At that moment, Acey was in a small clearing in the woods, hitting a bald tree stump with bloodied hands over a 10-meter radius. Beneath his feet, a yellow magic circle glowed faintly, a ground-based magic enhancing gravity in its vicinity. Through the faint light emitted by the magic circle, Xiao could dimly make out the remnants of the marks carved onto the tree stump. Among them were not just newly added ones, but some deeply embedded old scars. These were evidence of Acey's efforts through time. 1485, 1486. This sequence of numbers felt like heavy hammers pounding at the depths of Xiao's soul. He stood silently there, reluctant to leave yet powerless to interrupt Acey. In his memory, when he was a child, his father trained him in much the same way. Each time he cried to his mother about how harsh his father was, she too would shed tears alongside him. But she never stopped his father's training. Instead, she sat nearby with red eyes, silently crying for him. Time flowed away in spurts amidst splashing blood. 2002. Stop. A shadow darted past Xiao. Before he realized it, Pain appeared next to AC, halting his striking spree against the log. That's enough for today. Your roommate has been waiting for you after all. Go back early to get some rest. It's your weekend tomorrow. You don't want to look too rough. Roommate. Panting heavily, AC looked around, barely spotting Xiao lurking in the shadows. A smile gradually spread across his face. Xiao, what are you doing here? From the shadows, a streak of moonlight illuminated Xiao's face. I was heading back to the dormitory when I heard sounds, so I came to check it out. AC stepped out of the magic circle, appearing a bit taller. With Xiao's support, they made their way back to the dormitory. Seeing AC's condition, although they had seen it many times before, Shika was still startled and leapt off the bed, scattering his food everywhere. This angered Bao Kais, who scowled instantly. Shika, you better clean up the floor well. Otherwise, flies will come, and they'll start eating your meat. Eating meat? That terrified the innocent little fatty. My meat isn't tasty, it's oily. I'll sweep. AC, being supported by Xiao, was now somewhat delirious. Normally, he'd walk back on his own, but tonight, with Xiao by his side, something made him feel oddly at ease. Once relaxed, exhaustion swept over him with unusual intensity. Xiao helped AC to the bathroom, shut the door, and cleaned up the blood left behind. Inside the bathroom, AC splashed water on his face and washed his wounds with hot water to regain clarity. The dormitory bathroom had 2 levels. The inside was for showering while the outer layer was for washing. However, for boys, it was all the same, whether you had a heater or not. Xiao washed himself lightly on the outer layer, tidied up his clothes worn just for one day, and lay down on his bunk. Even though not much happened that day, and it wasn't overly complex, Xiao felt incredibly tired. For 10 years, his parents had been out of touch, and the first piece of information he obtained about them was that they had died in battle. 10 years of waiting had turned out to be so absurd. The demon race. This word was engraved in Xiao's mind. Unconsciously, Xiao fell asleep. When he regained consciousness again, it was already morning. The sun was about to rise, and the horizon was tinged with a faint red glow. The fresh air of dawn always made people feel particularly refreshed. Having 2 days off over the weekend, Xiao no longer needed to go to the library, but going to the guild outside to earn some money would actually be quite nice. It had been a while since he last came here. As soon as Xiao entered the grand hall of the Dragon Totem Guild, Ailey spotted him and greeted him enthusiastically. Aren't you Master Late Student? You've come to take on another mission? Xiao politely smiled in response. Yes, just like last time. This time I'm looking for a mission that pays around 50 silver coins. If there's one around 70, it'd be even better. After all, he now had an extra person to take care of, Roland. He couldn't keep using the teacher's money. If he brought her back, it was his responsibility to look after her. Ailey blinked and thought carefully before saying, seems like there's a notice board mission offering around 70 silver coins. However, I'll repeat my words. Take care of your safety. Thank you. I will. As Xiao was searching for suitable missions, AC suddenly appeared beside him. Xiao, what are you doing here? Taking a look at the person standing before him, it was indeed AC with scars still visible on his hands. But when he left, AC was definitely still sound asleep in bed, and now he stood spiritedly before him. Had this guy moved that quickly? I'm here to earn some money. As for you, you're pretty quick. AC scratched his head and laughed wryly. The teacher said time is life. Wasting time is wasting life. My life is too important. I can't waste it. There are so many things I haven't done yet. So many things. Such as, Xiao shifted his attention to the bulletin board while chatting casually with AC. AC glanced at the tasks on the bulletin board and casually tore down 2 notices. That's right. There's still a lot of training I need to do. I need to grow stronger through constant practice. There's still so much food I haven't tried, so many delicious treats. There are still so many people I haven't met, so many friends I haven't made, so many places I haven't been to. So many things. All these need time to accomplish. Chapter 38, Unrestrained. After finishing speaking, Ace registered a mission with Ellie. Shu also picked out a mission and registered it with Ellie. In fact, if it weren't for Ace, Shu might have taken more than 10 minutes to choose a mission, considering geographical location, reward, difficulty, and other factors. However, Ace didn't care about these things. He would take on a mission as long as the reward was good. For Shu now, though only a month had passed, his strength continued to improve. Perhaps it was due to his battle with Aurelius Long that made him even stronger. Ace smiled foolishly while looking at his own mission list. Shu, do you want to team up? I see our missions are pretty similar. It might be more efficient if we work together. Shu looked at his own mission and Ace's, realizing there wasn't much difference between them, so he agreed. They left the Holy Domain and headed deep into the northern mountains. This mission was simply to hunt magical beasts. Nowadays, magical beasts were rampant, severely affecting the lives of humans and other races. Shu and Ace's mission was to slay nearly 50 fire tribute magical beasts. Using their magic cores as proof, they could later exchange them for rewards at the guild hall. Furthermore, the magic cores could be freely distributed among them, providing additional income. The magic cores of magical beasts are important materials for alchemy. Many alchemists invest their efforts in research and don't have the time or capability to hunt magical beasts themselves. The deeper they went into the mountain range, the fewer trees there were. Shu could feel the surrounding temperature continuously rising. Along the way, they encountered many teams hunting magical beasts, all ignoring each other. Their destination this time was the flame cliff inside the mountain range, where the only target magical beasts resided. However, to reach the flame cliff, there was one inevitable route, which was now blocked by people. One person, 50 silver coins. No payment, no passage. At the entrance to the flame cliff, a tall beast man was yelling. Although from the same beast race, his body size was still smaller compared to Aurelius Long. Behind him, about 30 people were collecting fees from those who wanted to enter, seemingly part of a group. This is a public entrance. On what grounds are you charging us money? A relatively frail elven mage showed strong disapproval of such behavior. Behind him, about 10 others were also dissatisfied with this act of occupying the public entrance and gathered to try and resist. The tall beast man exposed his fangs and laughed. On what grounds? Simply because my fists are bigger than yours. Having finished speaking, he delivered a punch in front of the frail elven mage, both hands deeply sinking into some heated cracks in the soil. Shocked by the power of the beastman's punch, the elven mage appeared quite intimidated. Just as Shu was preparing to continue watching the scene unfold, he noticed a familiar figure heading toward the entrance. Ace. Before he reacted, Ace had already walked up to the entrance. Several collectors stretched out their hands to him, but Ace ignored them, walking forward without paying attention. Shu quickly followed behind. Seeing Ace walk arrogantly into the entrance, a human with a sharp mouth and monkey-like face became somewhat anxious and ran up to him, barking angrily at Ace. Kid, pay up. Not going to. Ace glanced at him and continued walking into the entrance without hesitation. That beast man, probably the leader of these 20-some people, had originally intended to teach the elven mage in front of him a lesson, but didn't expect another braver individual. After glaring fiercely at this thin elf, he turned towards Ace and Shu, the hot air exhaling through his nostrils clearly showing how angry he was. Shu and Ace completely disregarded these people, enraging the beast man. With one stride, he rushed in front of Shu and Ace and threw a punch at them. Bang! Shu had already prepared himself for this situation, but Ace moved first, yelling out and delivering a powerful punch, colliding with the huge fist of the beast man. In addition to the heavy sound of the collision of the two fists, one could also clearly hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Ace retrieved his right hand, took a deep breath, bypassed the beast man frozen in place, and continued moving forward. Shu sighed lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Originally, there were a few people who wanted to stop them, but seeing their leader still stiffened in place, none dared to approach. By the time Ace and Shu had walked quite far away, the large frame of the beast man finally collapsed slowly. Beastmen, especially ones with massive bodies like this, possessed immense strength that ordinary people couldn't match, yet this young man shattered the beastman's bones just now. Lying on the ground, the beastman curled up his huge body, holding his arm and letting out heavy groans of pain. Seeing the leader fall down, those who were originally unhappy rushed forward in a swarm, trying to force their way in. For a moment, the scene descended into chaos. But just as a group of people tried to take advantage of the confusion to enter Flame Cliff, someone suddenly appeared. His massive figure blocked out the light, and the people who were still arguing gradually stopped their actions. Get out of the way. Trash. At this shout, everyone hastily made way, not even daring to breathe loudly. He walked over to the beast man still curled up on the ground and gave him a cold glance. Pitiful. The beast man seemed to see his savior, holding his injured arm, getting up from the ground, clinging to the man's thigh, crying pitifully. Younger brother, you must avenge me. Shut up, Albel. It's your own fault for being inferior. For the beast man called Albel, he clearly had no good feelings towards him, and wouldn't even spare a glance, kicking him away with a foot. How could I possibly have an older brother like you? It's a disgrace to our beast race. Younger brother, he broke my arm. Can't you, as my younger brother, avenge me? Though he truly disliked Albel, they were family, albeit the weakest one among his siblings, but still kin. He couldn't just ignore him being bullied. Yet, he was also curious. Even though his older brother was talentless in magic, as a member of the beast race and a tiger subrace branch like himself, he was well aware of the strength that should belong to him. What kind of person could break his arm? Who did it? Two humans, probably, this tall. One looks like a fool, wearing all brown, eyes wide as saucers, and the other doesn't talk much, dressed all in black. Upon hearing that his younger brother intended to help him retaliate, Albel revealed a fierce expression. Take me inside. However, Shu and Ace couldn't hear the commotion behind them. Having entered Flame Cliff, the overwhelming heat rushing towards them was enough to burn the skin. Yet, aside from his slightly reddened skin, Ace showed no change. Shu had already channeled his magical energy when he met Albel at the entrance, and now within, supported by the reinforced power of magic, he felt perfectly fine. Chapter 39, Innocence. At Flame Cliff, the surroundings were filled with countless small cliffs like fangs, some high and some low. All these cliffs surrounded a large hole that seemed bottomless, from which heat emanated. Looking down, one could vaguely see a hint of red at the bottom. The closer to this hole, the higher the temperature. On the central small cliff, the air occasionally buzzed with sparks, and sometimes a streak of flame would suddenly appear. The path beneath their feet was already cracked, with faint redness visible in the cracks. If one stood barefoot on it, they would surely be burned, not just a little. The magical beast they were looking for was here. This vast flame cliff was the habitat of the fire monkeys. Originally, these flame-tailed monkeys were rare, and their activities were limited to high-temperature areas. But recently, for unknown reasons, the number of fire monkeys had surged dramatically, and their activity range was no longer confined to Flame Cliff. Wherever they lived, everything turned barren. Their high body temperatures caused trees to wither, and many villages had suffered, seriously affecting people's lives. This led to the task of eliminating flame-tailed monkeys, and it wasn't a small one. Upon entering, Xiao and Ace saw many mages hunting the lively monkeys, whose tails carried flames. The stronger the monkey, the more vigorous its flame. In Flame Cliff, flame-tailed monkeys were everywhere, their numbers having doubled compared to before. Let's start. Xiao glanced at Ace, who had an intense look in his eyes, then walked toward a nearby flame-tailed monkey. Its flame wasn't particularly strong, similar to most others, not exceeding the size of a fist. For some reason, this monkey showed no fear as Xiao approached with a cold gaze. Instead, it defiantly slapped its fiery red bottom and wagged its long, flaming tail provocatively. Shadow Spear. Xiao could now cast this spell without reciting the full incantation, and the condensed Shadow Spear was powerful and energetic. Aiming at the small monkey, Xiao threw the Shadow Spear. Despite being a fire-type beast, this monkey was quite agile. The moment the Shadow Spear left Xiao's hand, the monkey slipped away. Jumping to the edge of another small cliff, it shook its body smugly, taunting Xiao again. Although Xiao was unmoved by this childish behavior, the monkey's magic core wouldn't last the day. Several Shadow Spears quickly formed around him and shot simultaneously at the monkey. The previously lively fire monkey panicked when faced with so many Shadow Spears at once, slowing its escape and getting pierced by several spears midair. Meanwhile, Ace had just grabbed another flame-tailed monkey by its tail and slammed it to the ground with enough force to break even a beast's bones. The scene was bloody. At this rate, we're going too slow. Xiao looked at Ace. They had only obtained one magic core so far, but the mission required 30. These monkeys were very agile, and if they didn't use some tactics, it would take a lot of time to collect 30 cores. Besides, they had other tasks and couldn't spend all their time here. But Ace didn't seem to mind. He rubbed his nose and smiled. You're a mage, I'm not. I can only do them one by one. After saying that, Ace targeted another monkey, ready to attack, but Xiao stopped him. I can use large-scale spells to deal with these monkeys all at once, but it's hard for me to catch them individually. You, not being a mage, find it troublesome to kill them and extract cores one by one. I can set up a restraining magic array beforehand. You capture them, and then I'll finish them off all at once. It will be much easier. As for the cores, we split them evenly. Deal. Though he didn't fully understand, it sounded good, and Ace wouldn't refuse. While Ace searched for prey, Xiao had already set up a large magic array. This was a more powerful restraining spell than the yellow training array Ace had used before. Once inside this array, movement became like wading through mud, making even finger movements difficult. These monkeys, despite being somewhat clever and agile, had no chance of escaping. As soon as Xiao finished setting up the magic array, Ace dragged 2 monkeys and threw them into the array. Under the erosion of dark attribute magic power, the 2 monkeys quickly turned into 2 magic cores. It seemed that Ace was getting more and more interested in catching monkeys. At first, he caught 1 monkey with each hand, then later 2 with 1 hand, then pinched 1 between 2 fingers, and finally even had 1 in his mouth. In less than a few minutes, they had collected 100 magic cores, even more than needed. Actually, this method had been used by others long ago. If it weren't for Xiao suggesting it, Ace would have kept jumping around like a monkey. Xiao took out his palm-sized Carlo bag and put half of the cores into it. After finishing, Ace still stood there dumbly, staring at the pile of magic cores on the ground, not knowing how to pick them up. Xiao, where are your magic cores? Seeing Xiao put away his Carlo bag, Ace exclaimed in surprise. I've already put them away. Don't you have one? Xiao showed his Carlo bag to Ace, which was given to him by Light for convenience in storing items. What's this? Ace looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about this small cloth bag. This Carlo bag is different from ordinary bags. Inside it has a magic array. You just need to infuse your own magic power to activate the array, which has its own independent space to store many things, making it very convenient to carry. How much does it cost? Speaking of price, Xiao really didn't know, as it was a gift from Light. Noticing Ace's difficulty, Xiao put all the magic cores on the ground into his Carlo bag. It's not expensive. I'll help you put these magic cores away first. I'll give them back to you when we submit the task at the guild. Yeah, sure. The first task was completed, and Xiao and Ace walked towards the exit, ready to do the next task. Albel followed behind his brother's large body, searching for Xiao and Ace's figures. But this flame cliff was vast with many forks. Who knew where they had gone? Albel wandered inside for over half an hour. Chapter 40, Memories. However, his brother was not in a hurry either, and he casually cleared out a few flametail monkeys. Big brother. Big brother. A lynx beast man who had been guarding the entrance ran inside. Albert gave him an impatient glare. He was already feeling annoyed. Seeing this young man so flustered, it surely wasn't anything good. What is it? What happened now? The small beast man trembled as he pointed towards the entrance. Just now, those two human boys. Where are they? Those 2 bastards. Upon hearing news of Ace, Albert became agitated. He knew well that his younger brother could be considered the best below the rank of high mage. Moreover, he had started to comprehend his elemental magic, though not fully perfected. Even against true high mages, he wouldn't suffer a disadvantage. Except for that new freak from the Holy Domain Academy, who hadn't even touched the threshold of high mage yet, but managed to defeat his brother. Still, this didn't shake his standing in the Beast Empire and the Holy Domain Academy. He led his towering younger brother with a menacing air toward the entrance. Ace had no idea Albert was coming for trouble, but Xiao remembered Albert well. People like him who bullied others under protection were not uncommon, and none of them were easily forgotten. So once they entered Flame Cliff, Xiao took Ace to a secluded place. Hold it right there. You ahead. Although they hadn't interacted much, Xiao still recognized Aubert's rough, beastman voice. A black magic array instantly unfolded beneath his feet. Ace hadn't reacted immediately, but turned around naturally upon hearing the voice behind him. Xiao? Ace. Pushed aside, Aubert's face turned pale when he heard the names from his brother's mouth. If he had been completely unaware of these two before, then after the Osiris selection test, their names had spread throughout the holy domain. The fighter with unyielding will, Ace. The mage capable of shaking even a monster, Xiao. Like supernovas rising abruptly in the night sky, attracting countless gazes. But the test was conducted within the Holy Domain Academy, and with multiple arenas. Only the dean's seat could view multiple stages simultaneously. The rest of the audience could only watch one match at a time. Thus, not many knew what Xiao and Ace looked like specifically. But Aurelius Long would never mistake Xiao's name. After all, he was someone that Aurelius Long would remember for life. Standing beside Aubert was Aurelius Long, who glanced at Aubert's swollen arm. Did you break my brother's arm? Though losing in their first encounter, it didn't discourage him. Instead, it made him more eager for their next match. Meeting here on Flame Cliff today was indeed a good opportunity. I did. Before Xiao could answer, Ace stepped forward, having grasped the situation. Seeing the hostile look on Ace's face, Aurelius Long cracked his neck and then looked at his brother with slight disdain. Is that true? Not understanding Aurelius Long's gaze, Aubert nodded honestly, having given up hope for revenge. Inferior skills. What face do you have to occupy Flame Cliff? Disgracing our beast race. Useless. Though scolding his brother harshly, he couldn't let anyone bully his own kin. Ace, if you can break my brother's bones, that's your skill, but he is my brother. This grudge I must settle. If you can beat me, I, Aurelius Long, swear by the honor of a beast warrior, I will never seek trouble over this matter again. Fighting, Ace would never refuse. Just as he prepared to step forward, Xiao stopped him with one hand. What's wrong? Confused, Ace looked at Xiao, who didn't explain but walked up to Aurelius Long. Watching Xiao's actions, Aurelius Long frowned and watched quietly. Ace is my roommate and my partner for this quest to hunt magical beasts. If you want to touch him, fine. Step over me first, and I won't stop you. Xiao himself didn't know why he did this. In the past, he would have stood by watching indifferently. After all, he had done so before. But for Ace, he couldn't. He couldn't stand idly by or remain indifferent. He knew that after successfully breaking through the limits, Ace's body was no longer inferior to some of the beast men, but it was still a human body. How could it compare with Aurelius Long? Xiao had a deep understanding of Aurelius Long's formidable strength and naturally knew that for Ace, who could only rely on physical fitness to fight against Aurelius Long, it would be very difficult to win. After all, he was inspired by Ace to reignite his gradually extinguished fighting spirit. Although he might not be a good person, perhaps even a disgusting cold-blooded creature, at least as a human, he believed in clear distinctions between right and wrong. Ace didn't know what Xiao was thinking, but he could see that Xiao was trying to stop him from fighting Long for his own good. But he also had his pride. Ace put his left hand on Xiao's shoulder and ran his right hand over his nose, showing an unbridled expression. It's fine, Xiao. I was the one who injured him, so of course I should take responsibility. But I really didn't expect such a big guy to be so weak. Teacher always said, face your actions bravely and never run away. Looking at Ace's unbridled smile, Xiao was reminded of more than 8 years ago when he started wandering and met a boy named Ben. He was 2 years older than Xiao, an orphan, and the leader of a group of homeless children. Seeing how pitiful Xiao was, they invited him to join them. With no one to rely on, Xiao naturally agreed. Although everyone was often hungry and poorly clothed, their hearts were warm towards each other. And as the leader, Ben cared for everyone meticulously, always giving food to his companions first, and always wearing a smile. They wandered together from one city to another, from one wooden house to another, until, John, what are you doing? Why did you do this? Ben looked at the last fallen companion in front of him. A snowflake fell from his eye. The white snow was stained red, standing out sharply in this snowy world. The boy called John was panting heavily, his eyes vacant. His trembling hands held a small knife, dripping fresh blood drop by drop. Chapter 41, The Origin of Darkness. After a long time, his eyes gradually regained some luster. However, this did not mean he would stop his Falong behavior. He tilted his head and looked at Ben, who had been driven into the corner. Whether out of guilt or fear, tears streamed down his face. I'm sorry. Ben, I'm sorry. I can't turn back. It's them who forced me. It's you all who forced me. As he watched Ben drawing closer to him, John felt fear in his heart, but he still tried to maintain his composure. John, put the knife down first. But John, who had already lost his mind, numbly shook his head. There's no turning back, Ben. You don't know how terrible they are. If I don't do what they tell me, they'll kill me. You have no idea how cruel those magicians are. Sorry. I just want to live. Don't. Without any warning, when the blade pierced Ben's chest, he felt that the world began to become illusory. His vision became blurry. All the strength in his body seemed to be sucked away by the cold knife, and he even couldn't raise his hand to push John away and flee. Ben, John, bang. Xiao was standing at the door with the food he had just obtained. For a moment, everything before his eyes made his brain blank, and the food in his hand fell to the ground. Hearing the sound behind him, John slowly pulled out the small knife embedded in Ben's body, mechanically turned his head, and looked at Xiao. That's right, I forgot about you. Today it was your turn to go out for food. How did you come back? It would have been better if you didn't. If you hadn't returned, you wouldn't have died. Just as he was preparing to walk toward Xiao, he realized his feet were tightly bound by something, making it hard to move. Xiao, Run. John is insane. From somewhere unknown, Ben used both hands to tightly grip John's legs, giving Xiao time to escape. This might be his last ounce of strength. But Xiao didn't know what was wrong with himself. His feet felt as if they were rooted in place, unable to budge. John looked down at Ben crouched at his feet and felt an uncontrollable anger. Let go. Let go. You let go of me. The blood had already stained the snow on the ground white, and John couldn't understand where Ben got such strength from. Annoyed and embarrassed, John plunged the knife into Ben's arm. That single slash stole away all of Ben's strength, leaving him lying limply with only weak breaths proving he was still alive. Xiao took a step forward, himself not knowing where his sudden courage came from, nor why he was suddenly able to move. John, what are you doing? Yet it was as though John hadn't heard Xiao's voice. He continued muttering to himself. You shouldn't have come back. Why did you come back? Why? You shouldn't have come back. You don't know how scary they are. They're monsters, trash. They sell human organs to alchemists and make huge profits. If I don't do what they say, they will kill me, sell me to those perverted alchemists. I want to live. I want to live. I'm sorry. John, let me ask you. Was it you who did Kana, Ming, Lisa, and the other missing teammates? No more fear in his tone. Xiao's expression was particularly calm, his icy eyes frightening. When asked this question, John's mouth opened slightly, his face showing a bit of pain as he madly shook his head. How do you know? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Xiao, you must die. You must. Die. Die. Roaring, John raised the cold red small knife and pounced at Xiao. He ferociously aimed it straight at Xiao's heart. Shadow blade. Just as John's knife was less than half a meter from Xiao's heart, a shadow flashed past. In John's hand remained only the hilt of the knife. The sharp blade plunged into the snow and broke off, its edge exuding black mist. On Xiao's hand, a black-bladed weapon emitted the same ominous aura, and a black magical array gradually faded away. You're a magician? Everything he saw had explained it all. John dismissed any thoughts of killing Xiao. To ordinary people, magicians are absolutely unresistible. At least, John knew that deeply. Looking at John shaking with fear, Xiao felt not an ounce of pity. You deserve to die. Thud. Please. Xiao, don't kill me. We've been comrades for so many years. Just let me go, please. I know I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Let me go. No sensation, no pain at all. The only thing that terrified him was the continuous flow of life within him escaping. He sat there dumbfounded, lowering his head to look at a small hole in his chest with residual dark magic swirling around it. Without even sparing him a glance, Xiao ran to Ben's side and cradled him on his lap. Ben, you'll be fine. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. At Ben's wound, faint golden light gathered and dissipated. Xiao. Perhaps Xiao's healing had some effect. Ben could open his eyes slightly. He weakly placed his hand on Xiao's arm. Don't waste your magic. I know I'm not going to make it. No, don't talk. It'll work. The light magic can heal wounds. It will work. Don't close your eyes. Open them. Ben, O light that disperses the shadows. Sacred brilliance, show thy mercy. A golden magical array blazed like sunlight, covering the snowfields stained with blood. Xiao, no, you can't use this spell. Xiao, our magic will be drained. Though he could hear Ling's voice, he didn't stop at all. A streak of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his white teeth were dyed red by the blood, just like the white snow on the ground. Thou who can revitalize all things, who can kindle a spark into a blazing fire, who can also save souls falling into hell. With humble body, I pray to thee, goddess of life representing light, please bestow thy light and redeem these souls pulled into hell by death. Save them, please save them. The golden light instantly faded away, Xiao's magic power was depleted, and the magic array dissipated as well. Ben's hands fell slowly. Thank you, Xiao. I am glad to have met you. Go on living. Xiao no longer had the strength to shout. All he could do was hold Ben's gradually cooling body and sob quietly. Nearly 10 corpses lay around him. In the end, he couldn't save any of them. Ben, your kindness brought you destruction. Why did you trust that bastard so much? Why wouldn't you listen to me? He gazed through a crack in the wooden roof, seeing the sun outside, small as a fingernail. Ling, isn't it true that light magic can save people? Why couldn't I save anyone? Why could my dark magic kill John, but my light magic couldn't save lives? Ling, what's wrong with you, Ling? Chapter 42, another confrontation. So they were hiding here. No wonder we couldn't find them. This place is so remote. If it weren't for that light attracting us, who knows how long it would have taken. There's even a child here. Just as Xiao was worrying about why Ling wasn't responding, several burly men suddenly appeared at the wooden cabin's entrance. Looking at the bodies scattered in the room, greed flashed in their eyes. Seeing Xiao sitting on the ground made them ecstatic. Ben? The boss, Ben is dead. So what if he's dead? Anyway, these corpses' organs will earn us a fortune. Let's get to work while they're still fresh. Kill that one alive too. Seeing a large hand approaching him, Xiao felt no fear, no emotion at all. Do you hate them? They are the root cause of all this. Come, kill them. I'll help you kill them. Faintly, a voice echoed in his mind. Then everything went blank. He only knew it was dark, pitch black, and he could see nothing. He didn't know where he was or how to get out. Xiao, Mom and Dad are going out for a while. You must protect yourself and Ling. Remember, never let anyone know about Ling's existence. We have a deal. In the darkness, a faint white light flickered in the distance. Xiao saw a familiar silhouette. Reaching out with hands engulfed by darkness, he tried to grasp the only light in the darkness. Dad, Mom, I finally found you. Where did you go? Ling, and I miss you so much. Dad, Mom, wait for me. Don't leave. When he regained consciousness, the wooden cabin had collapsed, and the burly men were gone. He had somehow changed from sitting to standing, and there were no bodies around, only bones. He didn't know when he started getting close to Ace. Maybe it was the day he helped Ace back to the dormitory. What he failed to protect in the past doesn't mean he can't protect it in the future. Ace looked up at the towering Aurelius Long. Their gazes met, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Quite the resolve not to run, said Aurelius Long. This was the first time he dealt with Ace, but although it was only once, Ace left a good impression on him. My brother really asked for trouble himself. But our beast clan always stands by our own. Today, an explanation is necessary. Today, don't think about touching Ace. Xiao showed no intention of backing down. Ace had intended to step forward, but was given a stern glare by Xiao, who threatened, "If you keep being stubborn, I won't give you your magic core." Hearing that the monkey he had worked hard to catch might be taken by Xiao, Ace became anxious. "That's mine. You can't take it." "Then stand behind me." Oh, Aurelius Long didn't interrupt their seemingly childish exchange. After they finished talking, he asked, "So, who will fight me?" Activating his mana, a black magic array gradually appeared under his feet. Several dark spears appeared beside Xiao, and he held a long sword emitting eerie black energy. While condensing mana into simple weapons was simple, it required practice. For Xiao, this posed no difficulty. "Brother, can you win? Didn't you lose to him last time?" At the mention of Xiao's name, Aurelius Long's desire for revenge vanished. He originally thought Aurelius Long would find an excuse to avoid this confrontation, but instead, he planned to fight the person who defeated him again. Aurelius Long didn't even glance at Aurelius Bell, coldly snorted, and summoned a yellow magic array from the void, pulling out his massive axe. "I'm no longer concerned with avenging you. My purpose in fighting is to face Xiao again. Use your full strength." Obelisk. The battle with Aurelius Long was also what Xiao desired. Fighting a true grand mage, he might not win, and fighting a senior mage offered him no enlightenment. Only Aurelius Long, who had just grasped his elemental magic but hadn't perfected it into a grand mage, could offer Xiao inspiration. Darkness Bright King. This time, there was no warm-up. They used their full strength immediately. Even with the enhancement of Darkness Bright King, Xiao dared not clash directly with Aurelius Long. In terms of power, Xiao was at a disadvantage, but in combat experience and magical application, even as a genius of the Beast Clan, Aurelius Long couldn't match Xiao. While the two were exchanging blows, Xiao had already activated his magic array again. Although Aurelius Long's strength was indeed unmatched by Xiao, through skillful use of mana and agile movements, Xiao did not suffer too much disadvantage. On the contrary, the battlefield environment began to be gradually controlled by Xiao. However, having already been tricked once, Aurelius Long naturally saw through Xiao's intentions. The lava domain instantly unfolded. The entrance to Flame Cliff, which was already scorching, now rivaled the temperature at the heart of Flame Cliff. Even with mana as a barrier, Xiao struggled. Moreover, this time, he found that the nodes of several magic arrays he had set up in advance had dissipated under the intense heat from Aurelius Long. Inferno Pillar. The giant axe struck the ground, causing the already hot earth to shatter instantly, enveloped by a divine dragon made of flames, charging towards Xiao. In such a confined space, it was hard for Xiao to dodge this attack, but blocking it would put too much strain on his body. Boundary. Activate. Just as Xiao prepared to take the hit, Ace suddenly rushed in front of him, leaping into the air to meet the dragon head-on. Heavenly Spin. Ace did not clash directly with the fire dragon. With his left hand forming a palm, he struck the side of the dragon's head forcefully. His right hand, also in palm form, lightly touched the side of the dragon's head, spinning his body halfway in the air. The fire dragon followed Ace's trajectory, eventually being slapped down heavily onto the ground by Ace. "You didn't say it was supposed to be one-on-one." Seeing the astonished looks on Xiao and Aurelius Long's faces, Ace scratched his head awkwardly. "Let's both go at it together." Aurelius Long didn't mind. To him, the greater the challenge, the more excited he became. But just as they were about to continue the fight, the monkeys in Flame Cliff suddenly went berserk. A deep, angry roar from the depths of Flame Cliff caused the small cliffs, which were already unstable, to crumble instantly. From the bottomless cave, a beam of fiery light erupted. A crimson figure shot out from the flames, hurtling towards Xiao and the others. Although he didn't know what this thing was, the hostility it carried was felt by Xiao the moment it appeared. Dodge. Simultaneously sensing a sense of danger, Ace and Aurelius Long scattered to the sides with Xiao in response. Chapter 43. Cross-Class Magic. Inside the Flame Cliff, there were no other magical beasts. It was the exclusive territory of the flame-tailed monkeys. Although these creatures were weak in power, they enjoyed living in groups. Though they liked to provoke others, they rarely initiated attacks on other creatures, unless they had absolute certainty that they could kill their prey. The crimson figure was indeed a flame-tailed monkey. It landed heavily where Aurelius Long had been standing moments before. The ground sank nearly a meter, and sporadic flames flickered around it. This flame-tailed monkey was unlike any monkey Xiao had ever seen. The strength of a flame-tailed monkey depends on the size of the flame on its tail. The largest Xiao had seen was about the size of his fist, but this one was as large as him, and what astonished him most was the symbol of its power, the flame on its tail. It was comparable to Aurelius Long's fist, which was bigger than Xiao's head. Xiao had never seen such a level of flame before. People who were originally watching Xiao's battle with Aurelius Long had all evacuated. After all, none of the mages here had reached the great mage level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Aubrey be so domineering. But now, Aubrey had long disappeared. Aureus Long inwardly despised his incompetent brother. Xiao, Ace, you two go first, I'll hold him off. Aureus Long took a step forward, obelisk gripped tightly in his hand. Earth yellow and scarlet magical energy flowed over his body like electricity. Since this monkey targeted them, someone had to stay behind. Ace never listened to anyone except his teacher, let alone at a time when he was roused to fight. This monkey would make an excellent training partner. The magic core of such a beast must be useful to Teacher Light, said Xiao. Beside him, black magical energy formed several blades, aimed at the huge monkey. However, just as they were about to attack the monkey, it spoke. Humans. It roared, slamming both fists into the ground. You not only slaughter my kin, but also disturb my rest. This was a beast with intelligence, its strength at least reaching the great mage level. And the stronger the beast became, the more powerful it was compared to mages of the same rank, with overall combat capabilities even rivaling those of high mages. Ace, however, knew nothing of this. He only knew that this monkey before him was an enemy. Yet, Tiger, this monkey looks a lot like you. Is it part of your family? Aureus Long had no time for Ace's jokes, his face stern, holding the giant axe in front of his chest. I am from the tiger branch of the beast race, not a wild beast. Don't lump us together with those beasts, and don't confuse us with magical beasts. Okay, Tiger. My name is Long. Aureus Long. Next time you call me that, this axe will greet your head. Okay, Tiger. At that moment, Aureus Long understood why Ace had entered Osiris as a first year. In a world of survival of the fittest, where do principles come from? Nature provides limited living space. Now that you magical beasts have taken up half of it, if we don't eliminate you, our human race, elf race, and beast race will have no place to live. What do you think? Xiao channeled the magical energy within him, guiding some of the nodes he set up during his battle with Aureus Long, hoping it would help. Hearing Xiao's response, the flame-tailed monkey wagged its tail, looking at the three of them disdainfully. Survival of the fittest? This world originally belonged to us magical beasts. If it weren't for your appearance, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Die, inferior race. From its huge mouth, a ball of flame erupted. Aureus Long stepped forward, using his massive body to block the fierce flames. Dark shield. Xiao conjured a shield emitting dark energy in front of Aureus Long, taking much of the pressure off Long. After all, Long had dual attributes of earth and fire, making him quite resistant to fire, but despite this, he still suffered some burns. Ordinary magical beasts couldn't control elements. They only possessed elemental characteristics. However, the beast they faced could control elements, making it the leader of all monkeys in the Flame Cliff. This continent originally belonged to magical beasts, but because they lacked unity, humans, the beast race, and elves united separately, seizing territories from the former rulers. Just like the flame-tailed monkey in front of Su, as the leader of this Flame Cliff, it remained indifferent to its clan being harmed by outsiders. If not for Long and Su causing a huge disturbance and disturbing its rest, it probably wouldn't have appeared. Seeing that the first wave of attacks had been neutralized, the flame-tailed monkey's expression changed noticeably from calm to angry. However, Aureus Long did not care about his opponent's thoughts and took the initiative to attack with his large axe. In this narrow space, Aureus Long's combat effectiveness could be greatly enhanced. This flame-tailed monkey's small and slender body would be severely injured if hit by one of his axe strikes, even if not instantly crushed to pieces. But the monkey wasn't that foolish. Although the space was narrow, this cave was its territory, and its familiarity with the terrain far exceeded Aureus Long's understanding. This axe swing naturally missed. But Aureus Long wasn't a fool either. Their priority was to leave this place. Seeing the flame-tailed monkey retreat some distance, Su and Aureus Long exchanged a meaningful glance and turned to run. Eyes still adjusting, Ace rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, but was directly dragged away by Aureus Long. At the same time, a black magic array appeared under Su's feet, which strangely turned green in an instant. Wind Spirit Boost. A non-elemental magician can still use other elemental magics as long as they grasp the knack and incantations and can draw the corresponding magic array. To use another element's magic is not difficult, mainly relying on the conversion of magical power. The nature of magical power cannot be changed, so it can only be combined with environmental elements and forcibly harmonized with these elements through personal magical power to complete the conversion. This consumes a lot of magical power. Just using a simple wind auxiliary magic drained 1/3 of Su's magical power. Chapter 44. Battle against the Flame-Tailed Monkey. Grand Mage. Looking at the fading green magic circle beneath his feet, Aureus Long gazed at Xiao in astonishment. To use a non-elemental magic, one must have a profound understanding of magic. Typically, this is gauged by proficiency in one's own elemental magic. Those who can achieve this standard are all Grand Mages. However, Xiao cannot be considered a Grand Mage. He merely grasped the essence of magic through his spirit. Elemental magic belongs to oneself and can only be understood through self-reliance. Therefore, though not a Grand Mage, Xiao knows how to use non-elemental magic. With the enhancement of wind magic, both Aureus Long and Xiao experienced a significant increase in speed, moving so swiftly that even the air currents offered no resistance. Despite this, they were soon caught up by the monkey, for it was small and agile. Do you think you can escape? A crimson figure let out a sharp roar, suddenly darting beside Xiao. Its sharp claws slashed toward Xiao's head. A black magic circle flashed before him, and a dark shield emitting black aura rapidly formed in front of him. The flame-tailed monkey's attack was deflected by the dark shield, but Xiao was still sent flying into a nearby thicket. Aureus Long also set down Ace. As soon as he released Ace, the latter's figure became ethereal, reappearing next to the monkey and delivering a punch. For the first time, the flame-tailed monkey suffered a blow, being punched away by Ace. However, it quickly stabilized itself mid-air, hanging upside down from a branch. As it taunted Ace with provocative gestures, 2 silent black magic circles appeared behind it. When it noticed, black chains emerged from the circles, binding its legs. "O curse from hell, bind thy soul, shadow demon chains." Bound by the chains, the monkey lost its natural advantage. Dark fire. The corrosive power inherent to darkness had little effect on the monkey. Xiao imbued the black chains with dark fire's intense burning and eroding abilities. The flame-tailed monkey let out a mournful cry, writhing its slender body in an attempt to break free from the annoying chains. But neither Aureus Long nor Ace would give it the chance. Swinging obelisk, Aureus Long aimed a powerful axe strike. Ace initially intended to punch the monkey in the head, but leaped back upon seeing the looming shadow of Obelisk. Obelisk's destructive power made the intelligent flame-tailed monkey feel an intense sense of danger. Yet, with its legs restrained by Xiao, it could not evade the attack. Just as they believed Obelisk would finish off the monkey, unexpectedly, nearly 100 flame-tailed monkeys rushed forward, using their bodies as shields to protect the one with flames blazing at its tail. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the forest red. Even so, the surviving flame-tailed monkey was seriously injured. Its comrades sacrificed their lives to buy it time. With flames igniting around it, the magic circle and chains were destroyed. Enraged, the flame-tailed monkey was now enveloped in crimson flames. It realized these 3 opponents were comparable to grand mages. The easiest target was the human boy who hadn't used any magic yet. But even so, Ace's speed exceeded its expectations. Still, he was the easiest to deal with. In the next moment, the crimson figure weaved through the dense forest, reaching Ace in mere moments. Compared to Ace's size, it was still smaller, but its frail appearance belied a willingness to use its comrades as human shields. Seeing the beast rush towards Ace, Xiao understood its intention, but did not believe Ace could be easily defeated by a monkey. The flame-tailed monkey lunged at Ace's vital points, only to miss. Retreating several steps, Ace's expression was no longer relaxed. A bloody claw mark on his chest oozed blood. By then, Aureus Long had reached Ace's side, but his massive body significantly impacted his speed. Though his attacks were powerful, without Xiao's assistance, hitting the enemy proved difficult. This was due to Aureus Long's lack of combat experience. Despite having the ability to control earth elements, he was unable to create advantageous situations for himself in battle, indicating his unfamiliarity with the application of magic. Agilely avoiding Aureus Long's attack, it directly leaped onto his body, its fiery claws fiercely stabbing towards Aureus Long's back. Although it couldn't hit the agile Ace, this large figure wasn't easy to dodge its attacks. Bright red gashes split open on Aureus Long's massive body, revealing glimpses of white flesh inside. The pain from torn flesh and the unhealed external injuries inflicted by Xiao caused Aureus Long to howl in agony, surging magical power bursting out from every pore of his body. Lava domain. Centered around him, trees within a 100-meter radius gradually withered, their moisture drained away. The originally moist soil also began to crack. Living deep in the flame cliffs, the flame-tailed monkey naturally wasn't afraid of such temperatures, but Ace and Xiao were significantly affected. The scorching heat and the dense sensation of earth elements severely restricted their movements. At this moment, a flash of blood red appeared in Aureus Long's eyes, and Obelisk emitted an unusual crimson glow. A phantom 4-winged dragon appeared beside him. Seeing Aureus Long's transformation, the flame-tailed monkey fled on foot. Facing a dragon, whether divine or demonic, was beyond the capabilities of a low-ranking monster like itself. Although what appeared was not physical but a holy spirit, seeing Aureus Long enter a frenzied state, and feeling the threat from that holy spirit made it lose the courage to continue fighting. "Tiger, what's wrong with you?" Ace, noticing something amiss with the dragon, scratched his head and prepared to step forward but was pulled back by Xiao. Confused, he looked at Xiao, who only watched Aureus Long seriously, pulling Ace cautiously backward. Chapter 45, Annoying Monkey. "What, Xiao? We can't just leave our companion behind." Xiao signaled him to be quiet, and then lowered his voice as much as possible. "I've been in similar situations before. In this case, the person has no consciousness. They don't even know what they did after regaining their senses. So we need to keep away from him now. We don't know if he will attack us. Let's take advantage of the fact that he hasn't focused on us yet." Oh. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiao meant, Ace still followed him, retreating cautiously. Ace? Xiao. However, the situation Xiao worried about didn't happen. Although Aureus Long's eyes were full of bloodshot, his sanity was still intact. "Don't worry, I'm still conscious." He wiped off some obvious bloodstains from his body and gradually returned to his usual state. "After scaring away this annoying monkey, it seems we have lost the mood to continue fighting. That's it. I have something else to deal with." After saying this, Aureus Long waved his hand as a farewell to Xiao and the others. "The big guy is fine, isn't he?" Ace patted Xiao and laughed. But Xiao was still thinking. The situation with Aureus Long was indeed strange just now, but he didn't lose his mind. Both of them had holy artifacts, and both entered a state where their combat power increased mysteriously when summoning the artifacts. Why could he remain sane while Xiao lost his memory during that period? "Xiao." Ace waved in front of him, and Xiao gradually came back to his senses. He took out the task list, flipping it up and down, left and right, and finally looked at it with a depressed expression, pouting, "We're lost." Honestly, Xiao really admired Ace's intelligence. He took out his own map and corrected Ace's map. According to the terrain, We are here, and the next mission is on the other side of this mountain, right in front of us. You should hold the map like this. Let's go. Ace had an enlightened look and followed Xiao. The Flame Cliff is a peculiar place, deep within the mountains, surrounded by forests. Yet you can see lava flowing and the ground cracking, creating a feeling of two different worlds. Though the entrance looks like a mountain cave, sunlight can be seen inside. If not for the flame-tailed monkeys occupying this place, it would indeed be a great spot for sightseeing. Crossing the mountains above the Flame Cliff, they encountered many mages dealing with monsters along the way. Xiao and Ace also met quite a few monsters, but these monsters without any intelligence posed little threat to them. Seeing the brownish-yellow light ahead getting closer, Xiao knew they were almost at their destination. Suddenly, Xiao and Ace felt a sense of danger and leaped to the side simultaneously. A fiery red fireball passed by them, and not far away, a flame-tailed monkey with a red figure emerged from the shade of the trees, baring its sharp fangs and emitting a sharp scream. Truly persistent. Xiao and Ace scattered, black magic and white mist surrounding the monkey. Humans, without that monster from earlier, you shall be my food. For the leader of these flame-tailed monkeys, only that tiger beast man could pose a threat to it. These two humans were merely extras. It had followed them all the way for this opportunity. Let me finish you quickly so I can return to my den. This fresh air is making me uncomfortable. Hearing the monkey's constant chatter, Ace became impatient. If you want to fight, let's fight. Enough talking, since you're asking for death. Before the flame-tailed monkey finished speaking, Ace rushed forward. Xiao had already prepared his magic array, and the two formed a pincer attack. The dark spear blocked the monkey's retreat, forcing it to clash with Ace. A monkey and a human fought among the trees, stirring up leaves that made a rustling sound. Meanwhile, Xiao opened several magic arrays to restrict the monkey's movement, narrowing down its activity area to the extreme. Black coffin. What? The monkey, which had been struggling with Ace, was suddenly enclosed in the black coffin, losing all perception. Ace instantly moved out of the range of the magic as soon as the black coffin formed. It was the first time Ace saw the black coffin. The rectangular dark domain imprisoned the flame-tailed monkey inside, blocking all views from inside and outside. Wow, is this the magic you used to suppress the tiger last time? It's so narrow, won't it escape? Ace curiously circled around the black coffin, occasionally poking it with his hand. There was no sensation, as if he were poking through air. He was almost tempted to jump in himself to experience it firsthand. Xiao shook his head, signaling Ace to relax. The interior of the black coffin is a self-contained high-density space. You may feel like you're moving inside, but in reality, you aren't making any movements. Even if you think you've run hundreds of steps, it's merely a slight wiggle of your toes. Unless he can shatter this high-density space with immense strength like Aurelius Long did, there's no way out. The red-bottomed monkey inside. Did you hear that? He can't hear. Ace scratched his nose nervously and shouted at the black coffin. Let me tell you, the mage outside just defeated that big guy you were so scared of. Just as Ace was about to leave, Xiao remained standing there. Several small magic arrays appeared around him, and black dark spears pointed their tips at the black coffin. Although it's trapped, it's not dead. Over time, the black coffin will collapse. When that happens, it will come after us. I won't give my enemies any chance to survive. Ace, this is who I am. For any enemy that can be killed, I leave none alive. Facing Xiao's emotionless gaze, Ace felt a chill and involuntarily shivered. Then hurry up and finish it so we can move on. Aren't you afraid of me? Huh? Why should I be afraid of you? Xiao smiled helplessly, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Never mind. You all say I'm stupid, and I know I am. But we are friends. Why should I be afraid of my friend? Friend. How long has it been since he heard that word? Dark spears shot simultaneously into the black coffin, merging seamlessly like droplets into a river, causing no ripples. But as the caster of the black coffin, Xiao could sense the wails of the flame-tail monkey inside. He hadn't expected this monkey to have such tenacious vitality. Despite being struck by multiple dark spears in vital areas, it showed no sign of weakening. Just as Xiao was preparing to launch another round of dark spears, a thin crimson crack began to appear within the black coffin, identical to what happened when Aurelius Long shattered it before. Chapter 46. Battle with Flame-tail Monkey again. Oh no, let's go. Upon hearing this, Ace and Xiao ran towards an open area. After all, considering the monkey's agility, it was difficult to catch its figure in dense woods. In an open area, Xiao could better leverage his abilities. Why are we running? Actually, Ace wanted to fight the monkey right there. To him, it didn't matter where they fought. Since Xiao called for them to leave, they might as well go. He must have had his reasons. To an open place. I didn't want to waste too much magic power on it, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Ace wouldn't doubt the combat ability of someone who could defeat Aurelius Long. Although from previous battles, Xiao seemed to exert little effort, his support skills were evident. If Aurelius Long could make this annoying monkey feel threatened, even fearing for its life, then Xiao could do the same. As the flame-tail monkey drew closer, several dark spears shot out from behind Xiao, attempting to slow it down. Seeing it was ineffective, he stopped wasting magic power. Earlier, Xiao had noticed that the mountaintop was an open cliff. They originally planned to cross the mountain, but now they had to detour to the summit. Xiao, there's a house ahead. Just as Ace finished speaking, the flame-tail monkey caught up. Red flames erupted from its body, covering its slender frame. The intense flames made it hard for Ace to approach. The flame-tail monkey was now irrational, seeing only Xiao, the detestable dark attribute mage. It would not rest until it tore Xiao to pieces for making it look so foolish. There's nothing we can do. Ace, you step back and check if anyone is in the house. Don't let our battle affect the wooden house or anyone inside. Unexpectedly, there was a solitary wooden house atop the mountain. Surrounded by flowers and stone paths, with a stone table and wooden fence forming a yard, it exuded a simple Eastern style. This elegant environment and blooming flowers indicated it was inhabited. However, Xiao was puzzled why such a house existed here. Moreover, it had a protective magic array to prevent monster attacks. Following Xiao's instructions, Ace retreated and stood in front of the wooden house, trying to prevent the battle from affecting it. Young man, would you like some wine? Fresh sorghum wine brewed by me. Through the wooden window, a white-haired old man smiled at Ace, inviting him in. At this moment, Xiao was fully focused on the flame-tail monkey, unaware of what was happening behind him. Ace, unsure of what to do, stood awkwardly. Well, Grandpa, I need to watch over your yard, otherwise, it might get destroyed by Xiao and that monkey. The old man laughed heartily, waved his hand, and then took out a plump wine flask, uncapping it. A rich yet clear aroma filled the air. How fragrant. Old man, what is this? High-brewed wine, brewed by me. How does it smell? I've been alone here for a long time. No one to keep me company. It's been nearly 10 years, and you're the first visitor. What's your name, young man? Ace scratched his head shyly. My name is Ace. I can't use magic, so I can't become a mage, but my goal is to become a great magic conductor. A magic conductor. Good, very good. You're quite ambitious. Come, Grandpa will pour you a cup. From somewhere in the house, the old man took out a misshapen stone cup, filled it with wine, and raised it across the yard, pretending to hand it to Ace. Just as Ace was about to enter the house to take the cup, the old man vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the cup was already in Ace's hand, with no ripple in the wine, as if Ace had been holding it all along. The old man reappeared beside Ace without notice. You seem like a good kid. The old man raised his wine flask, reciting aloud. His long white hair and robe fluttered in the wind, blending into the breeze. Unrestrained yet dignified, his carefree demeanor left Ace mesmerized. The fragrance in his hand brought Ace back to reality. He licked his lips, swallowing. Wine was new to Ace. Though he had seen his teacher drink before, that was long ago. Watching the old man recite aloud, Ace, who initially intended to take a small sip, suddenly had a bold idea. Under the elder's astonished gaze, Ace tilted his head back and poured the entire cup into his mouth. Bitter, sweet, mellow, spicy. At first, the faint bitterness made Ace frown slightly, but this taste did not last long. The next moment, a hint of sweetness caused Ace to lick his lips involuntarily, followed by a throat-soothing mellowness that made him feel incredibly comfortable, as if everything around him had become unreal. Standing on this cliff, he felt like he was atop a cloud, ethereal and detached, as if entering another world. But then, a fiery spiciness replaced the previous mellowness, making Ace stick out his tongue repeatedly. What puzzled Ace was that even though the sweet feeling had passed, why did he still have an ethereal sensation? Moreover, why did Xiao turn into 3? Seeing Ace in this state, the elder couldn't help but smile wryly. It was the first time he saw someone so wasteful with his carefully brewed wine. This kid didn't appreciate it at all, gulping it down in one go. However, the elder showed no displeasure. Seeing Ace starting to sway on his feet, he gently patted his head. A cool sensation spread from Ace's brain throughout his body, instantly sobering him up. Wow, Grandpa, what was that? So amazing. Ace seemed to forget the task Xiao had given him and became interested in the wine. Little one, you haven't told Grandpa why you're here yet. The elder seemed completely oblivious to the intense battle between Xiao and the flame-tailed monkey nearby, appearing utterly relaxed. Only then did Ace remember that Xiao had asked him to watch over the house. He hurried forward a few steps and watched the battle between Xiao and the flame-tailed monkey closely. Grandpa, my friend and I got tangled up with this monkey. Xiao said we should lure it to an open area to deal with it. Otherwise, it might interfere with our mission. Oh. Following Ace's gaze, the elder watched the battle between Xiao and the flame-tailed monkey as if enjoying a play. Shadow magic chains. Dark fire. Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared beneath the flame-tailed monkey. Several pitch-black chains shot out simultaneously. Although the flame-tailed monkey noticed them just in time, one of its legs was still tripped by a chain. With the powerful corrosive ability of the dark fire, the flame-tailed monkey tried to control a large amount of fire elements to burn through the chains. Chapter 47. The Elder in the White Robe. Under the scorching flames, the black chains gradually disintegrated. Darkness Minghuan. A black shadow appeared in the air, exuding boundless authority as it looked down upon the fully red monkey. Xiao, who controlled the Minghuan statue, swung his black fist towards the flame-tailed monkey. The flame-tailed monkey gathered its magic power in its mouth and shot out a pillar of fire that collided with the black shadow. At the same time, it also broke apart the shadow magic chains. Holding a dark spear, under the enhancement of darkness Minghuan, Xiao clashed head-on with the flame-tailed monkey. Crimson and black magic splattered onto the surrounding trees. Plants touched by the crimson magic instantly burst into flames without spreading to others, while those tainted by black magic visibly withered and decayed at an alarming rate. Observing the intense battle ahead, the elder seemed indifferent. Your friend seems quite formidable. As far as I know, this monkey is the overlord of Flamecliff. Even though it has left its familiar environment, its combat strength can match that of a grand mage. I wonder how you managed to provoke it. Are you a mage too, Grandpa? One could say so. Compared to magic, I prefer the sword. My magic exists for my sword. To be precise, I should be called a magus. Mages only fight using magic, whereas magi excel in all aspects of combat, not limited to magic. Sword? I know a mage who uses a sword too. Although I don't like him, I have to admit he's very powerful. I can't defeat him. Mentioning the sword reminded Ace of Chongqing Beimen, someone Ace had no fondness for, but had to acknowledge his prowess. Just because you can't beat him now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. But Xiao is different. He gave Aurelius Long, that monster, a good thrashing. Though I wasn't there, people from the academy say that Aurelius Long was knocked off the arena by Xiao in the end. Xiao is really strong. Teachers often use Xiao as an example for me. Xiao? Aurelius Long? That genius from the beast race. The one with dual earth-fire attribute imprint. Hearing the name Aurelius Long piqued the elder's interest. In fact, he had noticed many details about Xiao's magic usage from the start. The proficient combat skills, the combination of different magics, none of which should appear in a high-level mage's battle. Why did he judge Xiao as merely a high-level mage? In such an intense battle, Xiao would undoubtedly use his full strength. If he used his full strength, where was his elemental magic? Being able to fight evenly with the overlord of Flame Cliff without using elemental magic, along with the darkness Ming Wang, clearly showed that this dark attribute mage's strength far exceeded his magical level. Xiao, a name never heard before, suddenly emerged like a boulder thrown into still water, causing a huge splash. A previously unheard of name defeating the monstrous Aurelius Long upon its first appearance. As Ace and the Elder chatted, Xiao's dark spear became entangled with the flame-tailed monkey's tail. Thick magic clashed, sparking intensely. Ace quickly stepped forward, redirecting the flying magic just like he did with Aurelius Long's Earth Dragon pillars, making them land on the ground and burn small holes. This can't go on. What if it damages my flowers and grass? Seeing the increasingly intense battle ahead, the Elder finally began to worry. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm here. The Elder laughed heartily and slowly moved forward. I originally wanted to see how far this kid who defeated Aurelius Long could go, but I fear these little flowers and grass can't wait any longer. Seeing the Elder seemingly preparing to join the battle, Ace hurriedly stopped him. But Grandpa, you didn't bring a sword. The white robe fluttered lightly. With each step, the Elder seemed to carry countless years of history, walking gracefully yet firmly. Isn't this a sword? He slowly raised his hand, assuming the stance of holding a sword, as if gripping an incredibly sharp longsword. Ace didn't understand what the Elder meant, and he would never understand. He couldn't see the sword the Elder spoke of. In this clash, Xiao slightly gained the upper hand. The flame-tailed monkey's tail still had traces of black magic eroding its body. Both man and monkey exchanged glances, and surging magic erupted from within them. However, just as Xiao was about to advance again, he noticed a slight change in the air around him. Not far away, the Elder in the white robe was slowly approaching. This subtle change made Xiao hesitate to continue his attack. However, the monkey's perception of wind elements wasn't as sharp as Xiao's. Seeing Xiao stop attacking, it assumed he was running out of magic power. Without hesitation, the flame-tailed monkey formed 2 fireballs in its hands and attacked Xiao again. But just as it had taken a few steps forward, a white figure flashed past it, and its vision was filled with a vivid red. Incredulously, it looked down at itself, but before it could make sense of what happened, it fell heavily to the ground, motionless. It only took one strike. Xiao hadn't even seen what happened. Just a shadow, less than a breath's time, and the flame-tailed monkey was cut into 2 pieces. The old man in the white robe stood quietly in front of Xiao, his hands behind his back, his face expressionless, as if he had never moved. Turning slightly, the Elder met Xiao's gaze. In the black pupils of the old man, Xiao saw not only his own reflection, but also the vicissitudes of life. The marks of time didn't just alter his appearance, they spoke through every part of him. Little boy, you carry too much hostility. The Elder gently shook his head and walked toward the house. Thank you, Senior. Xiao bowed deeply in gratitude. He quickly walked over to Ace, wanting to leave as soon as possible, but was stopped by the old man. Hold on, young man. Xiao knew that if this old man wanted to harm them, he had no chance to resist. At least now, he wasn't an enemy. Senior, is there anything else? The Elder stroked his white beard, gazing at Xiao for a long while, his expression somewhat complicated. You remind me of a deceased friend of mine. His name was Xing. Xiao didn't know how to respond or what to do. Only one voice kept echoing in his mind. A familiar name, a deceased friend. After a long pause, Xiao finally spoke, unaware that his voice was choked. I don't know. Is that so? The Elder's gaze lingered on Xiao for a while, with a hint of regret. What a pity. Chapter 48, The Dark Clan. Senior. Xiao's expression looked somewhat unnatural, his black eyes flickering, as if expecting something. The Elder, who was about to turn and enter the house, suddenly paused without turning back. Would you like to come in for a sit? Ace followed behind Xiao. The Elder straightened his white robe and sat down on one side of the stone table. Xiao and Ace also sat down. You look troubled. Is there something you want to ask? Although I haven't left my seclusion these past few years, I still know quite a lot. The Elder gazed beyond the cliff, an expression that made Xiao uncertain. I've heard that Xing was a great magician. I'd like to learn more about him. The Elder's eyes suddenly became profound. Speaking of Xing, it all started from the first time I met him. I am not from this world. By chance, I came here, and the first human I met was him. He explained the rules of this world to me, and I gradually got used to living here. That was 100 years ago. Back then, he was already a renowned magician. So, how did he die? He died in battle. The Elder's expression turned wistful. 10 years ago, during a decisive battle, the demons challenged our mages. All the holy magicians of the sacred continent answered the call, but they fell into a trap and were all captured. If it weren't for Xing and Yin's timely appearance, the sacred continent wouldn't have its current peace. It's just a pity. I don't know if they had any children. If they did, they would be around your age now. Thank you, senior. Boy, go to my room and bring me a jar of wine. Xiao nodded gently and entered the house. A cool breeze blew past, closing the wooden door. Xiao stood frozen for a long time, two clear tears quietly falling and merging into the soil. Even though he knew from the library records that his parents had died in battle, he still wanted to deceive himself. He didn't believe that the history written by the victors was true, so he still held a glimmer of hope. He couldn't believe that the greatest magician, the most powerful mage, could have died in battle. Even if Nightburn had died, he couldn't believe his parents would have. But this elder had no reason to lie. Ace, sitting outside, grew bored and pouted. Grandpa, why do you live here? You seem so powerful, especially when you killed that monkey just now. I didn't even see how you moved your hand. Isn't the Everyday Empire right ahead of these mountains? With your strength, if you went to the Everyday Empire and registered, you'd have lots of money. Money? That kind of thing. I could easily catch a few magical beasts and make money. I'm not like those nobles who love wealth and luxury. Compared to the hustle and bustle of cities, I prefer the scenery of these mountains and rivers. Look at this cliff, with beautiful landscapes floating above the clouds, overlooking the sky, paired with a good bottle of wine. It's like being in paradise. Paradise? What is that? The elder's expression seemed nostalgic, as if lost in his own memories. That's what people from my homeland use to describe beautiful scenery, as if everything is immersed in mist, all things becoming ethereal. Ace listened to the elder, captivated by the novelty. At this moment, Xiao emerged from the house carrying a black jar. Ace didn't notice the subtle change in Xiao's expression. Grandpa, where is your homeland? My homeland is in another world. We call that land Huaxia. There, people cultivate immortality and seek the Tao, much like how your world pursues the essence of magic. Just different names and methods, but essentially the same. Speaking of which, the Tianhua Empire, Tianxin Empire, and Fengyue Empire of the Sacred Continent share some similarities with my homeland. Taking the wine jar from Xiao, the elder took out 3 stone cups he had polished and poured a cup for Xiao and Ace. Try it. Brewing this is my specialty. You little rascal, this time you can't finish it in one gulp. Good wine is for savoring, not quenching thirst like water. Ace nodded vaguely, mimicking the elder, picking up the cup and licking a small sip. As for Xiao, he just took a tiny sip. Senior, putting down the cup, Xiao looked at the elder respectfully and asked, I haven't asked for your name yet. Oh, my old mind is getting foggy. The elder lightly tapped his forehead and laughed heartily. This old man's name is Yu Xiaoyao. According to the rules of your world, my rank should be Saint Mage, but I am actually a High Mage. Yu Xiaoyao, one of the top combatants of the Sacred Continent during the Origin War 10 years ago, a Wind Saint Mage. Due to his exceptional swordsmanship, people bestowed him the title Sword Immortal. This title was given by some admirers from the Tianhua Empire after learning about his background. Elder Yu Xiaoyao. AIC exclaimed in surprise, his jaw almost dropping to the stone table. That Sword Immortal Yu Xiaoyao? My goodness. Xiao, am I dreaming? I actually met a Saint Mage. The Dean Yefun is also a Saint Mage. He walks around the academy every day. Why weren't you this excited when you saw him? Xiao shot AIC a look, feeling speechless. You're right. The Dean is also a Saint Mage. Elder, tell me a story about your homeland. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. After calming down a bit, he picked up the wine jar and poured some into his mouth. What kind of Sword Immortal am I? In my homeland, my master was the true Sword Immortal. Sword Intent has 3 levels: Form, Intent, and Spirit. Reaching the pinnacle of Sword Intent makes one a Sword Immortal, but my master had comprehended the 3rd level, Spirit. I have only just touched the threshold. More than these stories, Xiao was more concerned with the details of what happened 10 years ago. With such a participant right in front of him, wasn't it a good opportunity to ask? Elder, can you tell me how the 2 Saint Mages, Xing and Yin, whom I admired, died in battle? Yu Xiaoyao put down the wine jar, a drop of clear wine falling from the corner of his mouth to the ground. The scene suddenly became quiet, and after a long pause, Yu Xiaoyao slowly spoke. Do you know who our enemies on Sacred Continent were 10 years ago? Teacher Leta told me that it was us. Leta? Ourselves? Forget it. There's no other meaning. Sacred Continent planted the seeds of demon itself, so naturally it must reap the fruits of demon. I cannot say much about this secret, but I can tell you that the strength of the Dark Clan back then was merely equivalent to 2 empires of Sacred Continent. Sacred Continent has 7 great empires and the distant Dark Radiance Empire across the sea, yet we paid such a heavy price. It wasn't due to lack of power, it was because we lacked unity. The Dark Clan? Not the Demon Clan. Xiao frowned. Could it be that Sacred Continent had more than one enemy besides the Demon Clan? Chapter 49, Lord of the Dark Knight. Hee, it's all the same, just different names. Originally, they were called the Dark Clan. The Demon Clan was named by the great sage of the elf race back then. So later on, some called them the Demon Clan and others called them the Dark Clan. Now, they should all be called the Demon Clan, but I prefer to call them the Dark Clan. Back then, the countries of the Holy Domain almost went to war over territorial disputes. If not for the sudden attack by the Dark Clan, these countries wouldn't have temporarily put aside their disputes to fight the Dark Clan. Speaking of which, it was the Dark Clan that prevented internal conflicts within the Holy Domain. But that's only on the surface. Once the war began, what could have been defeated by the strength of 2 empires almost led to the fall of the Holy Domain. The territory of the Dark Clan is in the southwest, closest to the Radiant Moon Empire and the Wasteland Kingdom. If those 2 empires had joined forces at the time, there would have been no subsequent events. To think, we can't blame them. After all, they had just argued at the round table of the Holy Domain. It's hard to ask them to immediately reconcile and join forces against an external enemy, especially with the other 5 empires eyeing them greedily. How could they fully commit to fighting the Dark Clan when the other 5 empires might attack their capitals from behind? This is why the Dark Clan broke through the borders of the Wasteland Kingdom and the Radiant Moon Empire and directly attacked the capitals. It wasn't until this point that the other empires started to intervene. However, they each had their own selfish motives. Territorial disputes hadn't been resolved, and no empire was willing to send large numbers of troops to resist the Dark Clan. Soldiers were even told not to fight too hard and to return alive if possible. How ironic. They were holding back their forces instead of fighting the external enemy, thinking about fighting their own kind upon return. Because the Dark Clan excels in dark attribute magic, which is particularly troublesome for the beast race, whose ability to comprehend magic has always been criticized, the beast warriors of the Wasteland Kingdom found themselves strong yet unable to effectively use their strength. Just as the capital of the Wasteland Kingdom was about to fall, Xing and Yin arrived and repelled the Dark Clan. Zhao Yi, a famous general of the Tianhua Empire, also rushed in with 20,000 elite troops, preventing the Wasteland Kingdom from falling. As for the Radiant Moon Empire, I was the first to support it, but the enemy had a holy mage who kept me occupied, leaving me unable to help elsewhere. When the capital was about to fall, Yi Fun and several dozen other holy mages arrived just in time, lending me a hand, thus saving the Radiant Moon Empire. You should know that I was nominally a holy mage under the Tianxian Empire. Once my name was listed, I had to follow orders from the emperor. I wanted to support the Radiant Moon Empire, but was repeatedly blocked. In the end, I left in frustration. After that, I never registered with any empire again, preferring freedom. Sigh, I digressed. The Holy Domain could have launched a counterattack, but the other empires found various excuses to avoid further efforts. We top fighters had to take on the responsibility of eliminating the threat. Yet, it seemed they knew our plans and set up ambushes along the way. Several compound ultramagics trapped us. Only those with holy artifacts like Yifan managed to escape, while the rest, like me without such protection, faced certain death. At the critical moment, Xing and Yin appeared and saved my life. He helped me twice. Truly a great benefactor. I regret that I couldn't fight alongside him in the end. 5 stayed behind, but only 1 returned. Why not 6? Why not 6? Xiao suddenly stood up from the stone bench and took a few steps back. Thud. He suddenly knelt down and bowed to Yu Xiaoyao. AIC, sitting beside him, had no idea what was happening. Even Yu Xiaoyao didn't understand the meaning behind Xiao's actions. Predecessor, though you are not from the Holy Domain, you made great contributions to its defense. This bow is well deserved. In fact, for Xiao, Yu Xiaoyao had a connection with his father. This bow, besides thanking him for his contributions, carried another meaning. Xiao hoped he wouldn't feel guilty anymore, but he couldn't express it at this moment. Predecessor, you mentioned that 5 stayed behind, but only 1 returned. Who was that one? The Dean of the Holy Domain Academy, the current top figure of the Holy Domain, Lord of the Dark Knight Yifan. After Xing and Yin helped us withstand the compound ultramagic, we were very weak. Xing and Yin specifically named 3 people to stay behind, including Yifan. Because these 3 had holy artifacts, they retained much more magic power than the rest. Unexpectedly, only Yifan returned. Specifically named 3? Who were the other 2? And how many were on the enemy side? As a party involved, Yu Xiaoyao undoubtedly explained every detail clearly. It was precisely because of this detailed understanding that Xiao noticed something odd. Even Yu Xiaoyao had not detected the abnormality. The former president of the Silver Skull Guild in Dark Radiance Empire, Lasso. The former Grand Mage of Dark Radiance Empire, Pawa. They stayed behind to block the pursuit of 5 Saint Mages from the Dark Clan. Sigh, if only we hadn't been so exhausted. I could have handled it alone, but how did Xing and Yin? Nightburn said after returning that it was because the effects of the ultramagic hadn't completely dissipated, allowing them to barely win. After that, Nightburn went to the Holy Domain Academy and succeeded as the dean. Strangely enough, he used to be idle and refused all invitations by the previous dean, yet suddenly took up the position voluntarily. Truly perplexing. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing Xiao a sense of refreshment. After hearing Yu Xiaoyao's account, his hope reignited. There were too many suspicious points, and what troubled him most was Nightburn. This person was the key to resolving Xiao's confusion. Senior, you mentioned that conflicts arose due to territorial disputes on the Holy Domain continent. However, after reading many historical books, the Holy Domain continent hasn't engaged in wars for nearly 1,000 years. Why would there be territorial disputes? I don't know the specifics either, but it seems related to the Dark Radiance Empire. Thank you, Senior, for telling me these things. Xiao bowed deeply to Yu Xiaoyao and planned to leave with Ace. Time was running out, and if they delayed any longer, they might not complete the last task before sunset. Hold on. Yu Xiaoyao suddenly stopped them, his expression serious. You're called Xiao, right? Yes. I mentioned earlier that your malevolent aura is too strong, causing an imbalance between yin and yang. Humans should maintain a balance. Even dark attribute mages don't have such severe imbalances. You risk losing rationality and falling into the path of demons. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Chapter 50, Yin-Yang Imbalance. Yin-Yang Imbalance. Yin represents the dark attribute he has imprinted within himself, while Yang represents the light attribute. Now, by continuously cultivating dark magic power and neglecting his own light attribute, this imbalance has occurred. Perhaps his previous, fallen into demonic ways, was related to this. However, for Xiao, light attribute magic is of no use. Instead of spending time cultivating what he deems useless light magic, it would be better to train more and find a way to counteract fallen into demonic ways. Although Xiao looks preoccupied, Ace hasn't noticed. He's still immersed in the origin war that Yu Xiaoyao mentioned earlier. The holy mages fought bravely, and soldiers from various countries sacrificed themselves for their nations, creating countless untold stories. Xiao, you say that Xing and Yin are so powerful. Even if they used up much of their magic power due to the demon clan's combined ultra magic, they aren't just holy mages, but also saintly archmages. Even Grandpa Yu Xiaoyao said that if he could use his full strength, stopping the 5 saintly archmages of the demon clan wouldn't be a problem. How could Xing, Yin, and teacher Yifan suffer casualties? Maybe they were too exhausted. Although Xiao is a bit concerned about this, the power of combined ultra magic isn't something to be taken lightly. But I just can't shake the feeling that it shouldn't have happened like that. Do you know how the monarch of the Fengyue Empire evaluated the 2 great saints, Xing and Yin? How did he evaluate them? Xiao looked at Ace with interest. Since Ace finally managed to speak up, it was necessary to listen carefully. Among peers, 1 against 2, he handles it with ease. 1 against 3, winning is hard. 1 against 4, victory is not easy. 1 against 5, retreat without injury is impossible. They are the great powers of our holy domain, the fortune of all beings. Though I don't understand it fully, teacher said that Xing could fight 5 alone. 1 against 5, retreating unscathed. Indeed. Why, when fighting 5 against 5, did only 1 return? What unknown details lie behind this? Yifan, the sole survivor among the 5, perhaps only he knows all the answers. If not for the final task he is busy completing, Xiao would have rushed back to the academy to find Yifan in the dean's office. But there's still one last task left unfinished, and he doesn't want to delay until tomorrow. It was planned for today, why wait until tomorrow? Besides, the distance isn't far, so he might as well finish it now. Ace clearly had the same idea, following Xiao toward the other side of the mountain range. The Everyday Empire, despite its name, does not mean its daylight lasts longer than other regions. On the contrary, the evening here is especially long. They named it Everyday, hoping for perpetual light, wishing that light could dispel the bleak coldness. The northern part of the empire has no seasons, only endless snow, beautiful yet desolate. The southern part enjoys normal seasons, with mountains and rivers, forming a stark contrast to the north. Many people from the north wish to move south, making southern cities relatively more prosperous. The second task was simple, similar to capturing flametail monkeys. It involved clearing out some low-level monsters. The Everyday Empire's border is guarded by the military, where only a few individuals are mages, usually holding very high ranks. As soldiers, they cannot leave their posts easily. Even a slight negligence could lead to irreparable losses. Therefore, the task of clearing the rampaging monsters outside the borders was entrusted to various guilds. Even so, Xiao and Ace, bearing the seal of the Dragon Totem Guild, went through multiple inspections before meeting the Lord of the Border City, William James. William James is also an impressive mage, but as the Lord of the Border City, he has too many daily tasks to handle, leaving little time to clear the surrounding monsters hindering troop patrols. Yet, such matters cannot be delayed, so he had to seek help from various guilds through rewards. Naturally, multiple tasks were issued, and those accepting them couldn't be just one person. Those issuing rewards have the right to choose who executes the task. Once approved, the magic array inscribed on the reward order activates, indicating someone is executing the task. Upon completion, the magic will automatically destroy all reward orders. If it fails, the magic array reverts to its original state. This chain reaction between magic arrays prevents the awkward situation of completed tasks with unretracted reward orders. However, since William James urgently needed manpower, he specifically noted, as long as the task hasn't been withdrawn, anyone can undertake it. 2 kids. After hearing the assistant's rough description of the people who would be executing the mission, he was surprised to find out that they were 2 children who hadn't even reached adulthood. Although the rank of the magic beasts was the lowest, their numbers were not small. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been additional rewards. Let them go. 2 kids whose names I've never heard of and whose strength is only at the level of intermediate mages can only do some low-level hunting tasks in groups. Give them some silver coins as travel expenses and tell them not to aim too high. Yes, City Lord. Holding a few silver coins in his hand, Ace hadn't quite understood what had happened yet, but Xiao knew from the moment he received the coins. Please return. This is the travel expense the City Lord gives you. Also, the City Lord asked me to tell you not to aim too high. Young people should be down to earth. You don't plan to meet us and directly deny our capabilities? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Xiao found him to be somewhat reasonable, so he tried to communicate. Do you mean you think we are capable? Intermediate tasks with extra rewards are not simpler than some advanced tasks. Even great mages need to work in teams to complete them. How will we know without proving it? The City Lord is very busy and has no time to play with you. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the guards on both sides naturally surrounded them. Faced with this situation, Ace instinctively took a few steps back. After all, this was the courtyard of the City Lord, and they had no reason to take action. Once they retaliated, they might be wanted by the City Lord. Compared to being passively beaten, Ace would rather run away. However, Xiao stood there motionless. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been scared stiff by now. Ace couldn't understand what Xiao was going to do. Was he planning to oppose the City Lord of a city in the Everyday Empire? That would indirectly mean antagonizing the entire Everyday Empire. I thought this task would be easy to complete. It seems getting the City Lord's recognition is more important than the task itself. But the city lord's assistant didn't have time to fool around with these two kids. He put on a stern face and ordered, "Drive these two kids out." "Xiao, what should we do? Will we get beaten up? Can we fight back?" "Whatever." Xiao gave Ace a meaningful smile, and then several black magic arrays appeared around him. Descend. Immovable Wisdom King of Darkness. Chapter 51, City Lord. Looking at the enormous black shadow that appeared before him, exuding an asphyxiating air of majesty. As an ordinary person, just staring at the illusory demon statue made it hard for one to move. Xiao did not launch any attacks. Merely the black, magical illusory giant shadow had already rendered those ordinary people powerless. "Heart, let them in." Even through several floors, William James's calm voice could still be heard. Xiao had never intended to make a move and withdrew his magic as well. The guards on both sides also returned to their posts upon Heart's indication. Heart smiled contentedly, revealing a rare smile on his weathered face, respectfully making way. "Please. Thank you. Let's go, Ace." Oh. Although he didn't understand what was happening, following Xiao was always right. Ace had almost broken out in a sweat, thinking that Xiao was about to fight with them. Previously, he had encountered similar situations, but always walked away directly, not knowing how Xiao managed to gain the city lord's recognition. "Weren't they trying to drive us away just now?" Ace pointed at the guards behind him, looking bewildered. "It's because we are too young. At our current age of 16, most people are only intermediate-level mages. So the city lord thought we were intermediate-level mages who had taken the wrong mission and planned to let us leave like this." Xiao didn't mind explaining the situation that just happened while walking. "The magic I used just now belongs to the mid-rare level. Even ordinary high mages cannot fully master it. And every city lord, regardless of how powerful a mage they are, at least has an indispensable understanding of magic, naturally able to understand what my dark bright king indicated." "What did it indicate?" Ace asked cooperatively. "It indicated that our strength is at least not inferior to those high mages." "Oh, that's amazing. If I smashed the city lord's house with one punch, would that also prove my strength?" No. Xiao hurriedly stopped Ace's naive idea. "Let me handle such matters. You just focus on killing monsters when the time comes. If that really happened, their names would surely be on the wanted list of the Everyday Empire." Xiao now understood why Ace, despite having great strength, was still poor, probably spending all his money on compensation. The residence of the city lord was truly magnificent. Although this yet-to-be-met city lord gave Xiao a much better impression than those vicious nobles, the decorations inside his home were enough to sustain several families for a year if sold. William James was reviewing reports written by citizens today. Generally, these were problems with buildings in certain areas, unidentified mages causing trouble somewhere, or intruding monsters causing disturbances within the city. Although these were small matters handled immediately by someone, William James still reviewed them again and required each official handling affairs to submit a report and results. There were also citizen feedbacks which he personally examined one by one. "Gentlemen, it was impolite of me earlier. I hope you can forgive me. It has been a long time since I've seen such outstanding young people. Are you two mages from our everyday empire?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, William James slightly raised his head, looking at the two teenagers entering, still somewhat surprised. No. I am a mage from the Holy Domain." Ace had been an orphan since childhood, unregistered in any country, so for him, the Holy Domain was his home. A mage from the Holy Domain. Xiao didn't know which country he belonged to. His earliest memory was the Holy Domain, followed by traveling around with his parents. Though it was called traveling, they never went to any cities, more like wandering through mountains and rivers, just like Senior Yuxioyo. Xiao didn't know the standard for a high mage. Although he knew his combat ability was at the high mage level, he still introduced himself as a pure mage. "So, you're geniuses from the Holy Domain. No wonder you've become high mages at such a young age. My nephew is far less accomplished compared to you. The details of the mission have already been clearly stated in the bounty notice. You have gained my recognition. Whenever you have time, you can complete the mission at your own pace." "Xiao, when did you become a high mage? Why do Long and this city lord think you're a high mage?" "Because the magic level I used can only be easily used by high mages." Xiao shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, city lord, I am just a senior mage. I haven't comprehended my own elemental magic, so I can't be considered a high mage." William James suddenly stopped writing and slowly lifted his head, carefully examining Xiao. "Hello, may I ask you boldly, Saint Domain's magician Xiao, would you like to join our everyday empire? Become our citizen and be listed on the roster. In the future, not only will you receive the compensation of a high-level magician, but I can also give you an additional reward." "Thank you for your invitation, sir, but I prefer freedom." If it weren't for Master Yu Xiaoyao's experience, Xiao might have agreed. But recalling Master Yu Xiaoyao's story, Xiao chose to decline. "Is that so? If you change your mind, feel free to find me. William James, on behalf of the Everyday Empire, our door is always open for you." Representing the Everyday Empire? William? This surname does sound familiar, but Xiao wasn't concerned about this at the moment. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs between imperial nobles. "Thank you. Can we go on the mission now?" "Certainly." William James activated the magic array through the bounty order on Xiao's hand and gave them a temporary pass. This city, Erispawn, located on the border of the Everyday Empire, has a force composed of 20,000 ordinary people and 1,000 magicians as an elite force. It can be said that the Everyday Empire places great importance on this border area. Surrounded by winding mountains where monsters reside, it is easy to defend but hard to attack. Additionally, this place houses one of the 3 major fortresses of the Everyday Empire, the Patrolling Lighthouse. Not only does it have powerful surveillance capabilities, but it also possesses strong defensive power. Behind the mountains lies the holy land of all magicians, the Saint Domain, which remains absolutely neutral throughout the continent. Apart from the Saint Domain Academy, it has no armed forces. The Saint Domain Academy was jointly established by the former monarchs of several major empires, and it was previously stipulated that the strength of the Saint Domain Academy shall not be used in any empire. Therefore, the Saint Domain poses no threat. Only the southeastern Tianhua Empire and the southwestern Huiwei Empire could potentially pose a threat to them. The other two borders are also defended by two major fortresses. Since the patrolling lighthouse fortress faces the least threat, it is particularly important. Not only does it bear the responsibility of protecting its own city, but it must also be ready to support the other two fortresses at any time. Chapter 52, Perception. However, nowadays, with the rampant spread of magical beasts, many low-level magical beasts, especially those that like to live in groups, often appear around here. Occasionally, they even attack patrols. Although the damage caused is minimal, quite a few soldiers have been injured during this period, and their patrol work has been severely hindered. A number of magicians from the city have already been dispatched to clear them out, but there are too many beasts, and not enough people can be sent. Furthermore, it must be considered whether this situation is man-made, or whether it is an attempt to weaken the combat effectiveness of Aristobang. If too much strength within the city is deployed, there's a risk of an enemy's sudden attack. There are too many uncertain factors involved, so only bounty orders can be issued. Preserve the strength within the city, and rely on the power of the guilds outside the city to eliminate these annoying magical beasts. About 7 to 8 kilometers away from Aristobang, there's already forestland. Xiao and Ace parted ways for their task. Although the mission explicitly stated that hunting 50 low-level magical beasts would suffice, the bounty order came with additional rewards. The more killed, the more reward one received. However, this type of mission didn't specify exact pay. It all depended on the mood of the commissioner. Still, any bounty order recognized by the guild could be trusted as coming from someone reputable. Not to mention, this was a guild of the divine realm. The combined quota for both of them was at least 100 magical beasts. It seemed like a good number of people had accepted this commission due to its massive scale. Thus, William James issued several bounty notices simultaneously. When Xiao and Ace reached the 10,000-meter mark outside the city, numerous individuals were already hunting magical beasts. Others patted their kara bags before heading back, clearly having completed their tasks and preparing to claim their rewards. Xiao, there are so many magical beasts. How come I didn't notice them when I came here before? In reality, Xiao had long realized the proliferation of magical beasts in the area. But previously, he was focused on rushing ahead, deliberately avoiding confrontation. Let's move, it's getting dark. The golden sunset gradually faded, and darkness enveloped the forest. The originally perilous Beast Mountain range became even more dangerous under cover of night. In the darkness, many mages' perception abilities decrease, leading some mages to choose a temporary retreat. Ace, it's dark now. Is it affecting you? Dark attribute mage Xiao found the night the best battlefield for himself. On the other hand, Ace, who isn't even a mage, might face situations similar to, or perhaps worse than other mages. As soon as Xiao instructed him to act, Ace started forward. He fiercely attacked a monkey on a tree, seemingly venting his anger towards the flame-tailed monkey they encountered earlier. Huh? Me? I'm fine. Ace smiled at Xiao, swinging the monkey by its tail. Look at this ugly monkey. It's no match for the monkeys we've seen before. As wind attribute magical beasts, speed is one of their advantages. Unfortunately, none of them are as fast as you, so naturally, they seem weaker. And indeed, these monkeys are not as powerful as the ones in the Flame Cliff, but they make up for it with sheer numbers and are far more troublesome compared to the Flame Cliff's monkeys. Oh, Ace nodded vigorously upon realizing something, then remembered another question. Xiao, why do most mages' perceptions weaken at night? When I was with Teacher Payne, it was just training after training, and I learned some knowledge only during classes at the academy. But I'm stupid and don't understand much. Teacher Payne taught me a lot, but I still forget. So he told me to learn through battle, but I still don't know why. How can I remember if I don't know anything? Seeing the somewhat sorrowful look in Ace's eyes, Xiao helplessly sighed. From the beginning, he actually suspected that both he and Ace were being tracked by Payne. Yet at Senior Yu Xiaoyao's place, as a holy mage, Yu Xiaoyao couldn't detect any abnormalities. Could it be that Payne felt so confident about letting Ace execute tasks alone? This puzzled Xiao greatly. In fact, Xiao's suspicion was correct. From the very beginning, Payne had been tracking them. However, before leaving the Holy Land, Payne ran into Lei, who was out buying things, and so this tracking turned into a two-person operation. Oh no, Lei wasn't there to track Xiao. After all, after that Osiris testing match, he had done a lot of thinking. What Xiao needed wasn't protection but freedom and pressure to grow in limits time and again. This was quite similar to Ace, so Lei followed all the way to the Flame Cliff in order to convince Payne, who cared for Ace as if he were his own son. It was there that Lei witnessed Ace, along with Aorus Long and Xiao, battling the master of Flame Cliff. He realized Ace was growing, training himself in his own way, while having a companion like Xiao. Added to this was Lei's persuasion, leading to both him and Payne leaving even before Xiao and Ace met Yu Xiaoyao. But, even if they kept following Xiao and Ace, they might not necessarily have encountered Yu Xiaoyao. Seeing Xiao standing there, lost in silence, Ace scratched his head and said, I know, you're wondering how Teacher Payne could let me execute tasks alone, so he must be protecting me in the shadows. Actually, I don't know whether my teacher is nearby either. This was my own decision. Everything I use comes from teacher, so I wanted to try making money on my own. Thus, I didn't tell my teacher about my weekend bounty missions. With an IQ like yours, even if you don't say it, Pain would be able to guess what you're up to. What startled Xiao was that Pain was actually not around. If he were, Senior Yu Xiaoyao wouldn't have failed to detect him. Did he trust Ace so much to leave him alone? Based on their individual seals, mages perceive elements differently. For example, wind attribute sealed mages are naturally sensitive to wind elements. It's precisely because of this unique perception of elements that they can judge a person's actions and position through elements. Wind flows in a trajectory, and once there's an obstruction, the trajectory changes. By judging the changed trajectory, one can determine the position of a person. Fire elements, by sensing temperature changes within a certain range, can perceive a person's position. Earth elements by sensing dust density within a certain range. And so on. This is the lowest level of perception. Later on, magicians gradually understand the essence of the world and discover their own magic. At that point, they stop relying on simple elemental perceptions and develop their own realms. Within their realm, all changes can be felt without looking. Just like when someone pats your back, you feel it without seeing it. Chapter 53, Dark Attribute Mage. Sounds pretty amazing, but I'm not a mage. Ace listened intently, even poking his own back with his hand. But you are a magic conductor. The principle I mentioned initially applies to mages, but being a mage is just one profession. Ultimately, everyone aims to become a saint mage, so whether you're a mage or not, you have your own way of perceiving things. That makes sense. Ace nodded and then jumped down from the tree, dragging the monkey he had beaten half to death and slamming it hard on the ground. Even though monsters naturally possess bodies much stronger than those of humans and elves, they couldn't withstand Ace's rough treatment. It was as if their bones shattered and blood splattered in an instant. By nightfall, most people had left. Those who remained were either confident in their strength or, like Xiao, were dark attribute mages. However, dark attribute mages are rare, and after looking around, Xiao saw no other dark attribute mages nearby. As fewer people hunted monsters, the monsters became more rampant. Those that had been hiding or preferred to rest during the day now opened their terrifying eyes in the darkness, their sharp fangs and claws reflecting a cold glint under the moonlight. Although this mission only involved hunting low-level monsters, Xiao didn't dare to be careless, even in the darkness where he held a significant advantage. Before Xiao could act, Ace had caught 2 more monkeys, one in each hand. Fight! He leaped to the treetop and dropped the 2 monkeys from a great height. They lost consciousness midair. What about the magic cores? You crushed them. Initially thinking this would be as simple as the Flame Cliff mission, Xiao was about to start when a sudden scream pierced the night. Xiao frowned, sensing something ominous. Ace. While using his magic to perceive subtle changes in the environment, he called Ace closer. Stay close, don't go too far. What's wrong? Ace looked around but saw nothing unusual except the dark night and the rustling wind. At most, some monsters were running around. Something's off. Let's go. Xiao led Ace toward the city. Normally, this distance would take them only about 10 minutes, but they slowed their pace to avoid being noticed. The scream Xiao heard was definitely human, not loud, and very close. It cut off abruptly after the first sound. With his powerful perception, Xiao found no monster in the area with the same strength as the Flame Cliff's dominant creature. If there were such a beast, it would surely be beyond the level of a great mage, and why would it appear now? Perhaps it was a powerful dark attribute monster avoiding exposure by choosing the night for its actions. If so, Xiao should retreat. In the study of magic, there is a saying: prefer to battle an earth attribute mage in the desert, a water attribute mage at sea, a wind attribute mage in the sky, an ice attribute mage in glaciers, or a fire attribute mage in lava, but never provoke a lightning attribute mage in a thunderstorm, nor let a dark attribute mage catch you in the dark, lest you die without knowing how. Being a dark attribute mage himself, Xiao agreed with this. Only dark attribute mages truly understand their advantages in the dark. Though the saying refers to mages, it applies equally to monsters, who can be even more terrifying. Bloodthirsty, savage, and irrational, they embody darkness itself. Don't make a sound, don't ask anything, hold my hand, and don't let go. Though unsure what Xiao feared, Ace didn't question him, holding tightly to his hand and staying alert. Trying to run? Didn't expect you to be so perceptive. A strange voice echoed in the darkness, indistinguishable in direction. Without warning, Xiao tackled Ace to the ground. Moments later, several trees behind them were incinerated by black flames. In the darkness, the flames weren't clearly visible, but the trees visibly vanished into the night. TSK. Didn't expect such a quick reaction. Looks like you're tougher than the previous ones. What's your intention? Xiao abandoned the idea of running, pulling AIC up from the ground. His eyes were locked on a not-so-wide tree nearby as he cautiously observed the surroundings. The intention is simple. I want all the magic cores you've collected today. If Xiao's judgment was correct, this person had deliberately waited until nightfall to rob others of their magic cores. No wonder people dispersed so quickly once it got dark. Earlier, when night fell, Xiao noticed that most of the mages who left wore looks of fear. Initially, he thought it was fear of the monsters. Now it seemed more likely it was fear of this dark mage who attacked them. If they were afraid of monsters, they probably wouldn't have come here in the first place. So, looks like you've gathered quite a few magic cores yourself. In the darkness, a sly smile curved at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Confused by Xiao's words, the man was puzzled for a moment but soon realized what was happening. Boy, don't think just because there are 2 of you, you can resist. The night is my territory. Under the moonlight, invisible to AIC, several magic arrays silently formed. Die, ignorant fools. With a mocking laugh, black fireballs, barely visible to the naked eye, shot from different directions under the cover of darkness. Carrying the corrosive power of dark magic, they rushed toward Xiao and AIC. However, something unexpected happened. AIC didn't move. Instead, Xiao did. His lips twitched slightly, and he extended one hand, effortlessly catching the strange black fireball. With a cold snort, he extinguished it. As for the other fireballs, he either slapped them away or crushed them with his claws, handling them as easily as if they were children's toys. Chapter 54, Home Turf. The person lurking in the darkness thought of nothing but fleeing when faced with this situation. Unfortunate for you. The night is also my home turf. Xiao glanced sideways at AIC beside him and whispered, AIC. Hearing Xiao's voice, AIC let go of Xiao's hand in perfect understanding, his figure darting through the woods like a wraith. You, how did you find me? Don't come any closer. Xiao was the first to spot this person, but soon AIC also noticed him. Just as he was about to rush forward, he was stopped by Xiao. Acting rashly without knowing the opponent's true strength was clearly unwise. However, from the opponent's attack, Xiao roughly guessed that it was just a high-level mage, so he allowed AIC to step up. Seeing AIC suddenly appear before him, this dark attribute mage felt fear deep within. To be able to ignore the corrosive power unique to dark attributes meant either an exceptionally powerful individual or another dark attribute mage with an engraving like himself. Neither was good news for him, so he usually avoided targeting dark and light attribute mages. Yet here he was, hunted down by Xiao even before he could act. Being immersed in darkness, he knew all too well how terrifying the means of a dark attribute mage could be. Take this. A punch aimed at the lecherous-looking man sent his not-so-sturdy body crashing through several trees before coming to a stop. Even as the most ordinary mage, a mage's body had far greater resistance to physical attacks than an average person. A direct hit from AIC only caused a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Damn. For a dark attribute mage to be punched like this by a kid using gnome magic in the dead of night was a tremendous humiliation. Let me show you the true power of a dark attribute mage. Darkness, reveal your sharpness. Pierce them with unstoppable force. Dark spear. Under the cover of night, eerie dark magical energy coalesced in his hand, gradually forming into a pitch-black spear. Before the dark spear fully materialized, AIC appeared before him once again. Too slow. Xiao is much faster than you. There was no time for the dark spear to fully form. He hurled the blackish magic at AIC. Such speed was naturally incapable of hitting AIC. Rushing palm. Dark incarnation. As AIC unleashed a palm strike, a loud boom echoed, creating a concave hole in a tree stump about 5 meters in diameter behind the man, nearly exposing the roots. If it were daytime, one might faintly see cracks around the stump. However, AIC's palm did not hit him. Just before contact, the man dispersed into black mist, evading AIC's attack. Damn it, I clearly dodged, but why do I still feel like I took a hit? Damn brat, die. He pulled out the almost dissipated dark spear from a nearby tree and viciously stabbed towards AIC's back. Die. With this single thrust, AIC would surely perish, showcasing the power of a dark attribute mage. Dark shield. Although AIC could easily dodge this strike, what made battling a dark attribute mage unpredictable were his tricks. Like now, the dark spear was behind AIC, and AIC turned to retreat. But before the spear fully pierced, it dissipated, and simultaneously, a new dark spear formed where the man had previously dissolved into darkness, stabbing at AIC's back. In the darkness, the man's sinister smile repulsed AIC. Yet AIC still hadn't noticed the danger behind him. Only when the sound of colliding magical energies came from behind did AIC realize something was amiss. An unseen shield had blocked the dark spear's sneak attack. Phew, that was close. Reacting quickly, AIC kicked sideways, aiming for the man's side. The dark mage, who had been confident in his previous strike, didn't expect this turn of events. The real threat wasn't this young boy but the silent figure standing not far away. To block AIC's kick, he used both hands to guard his waist. A sharp crack accompanied by a scream echoed through the forest. The already frail mage chose to take the hit rather than evade, inevitably resulting in broken bones. 1. AIC snapped his fingers, satisfied, and returned to Xiao's side, ready to continue hunting monsters in the forest. Yes, go ahead and hunt the monsters, don't stray too far, I'll call you later. Xiao dismissed AIC and walked over to the man. Clutching his own arm and rolling on the ground while screaming in agony, he looked no different from the earlier owl. What do you want? AIC had already left, and he thought he had escaped a calamity. But unexpectedly, this silent boy did not intend to let him go. You should know what type of mage I am by now. Will you hand over your magic core yourself, or should I take it? Here, I'll give it all to you, just don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll give them all to you. Here, everything is here. He took out his Carlo bag, preparing to remove all the magic cores from it. However, Xiao suddenly grabbed his arm. I've changed my mind. I'll do it myself. Dark fire. No. Under the moonlight, dark flames emerged from the arm that Xiao was holding, burning through it until it snapped off. Then, Xiao retrieved the Carlo bag and tossed the severed arm aside. In midair, the broken arm was reduced to ashes by the black flames. Due to intense pain and fear, he couldn't make a sound. With one hand clutching his severed arm, he writhed backward, trying to escape from the demon before him. Xiao ignored him, stood up, and walked away with the Carlo bag. You were born in darkness, and in darkness, you shall dissipate. Watching the young man's silhouette gradually disappear into the darkness, his vision blurred as an indescribable flame enveloped his sight. He wasn't sure if it was due to the pain that he lost consciousness, but his awareness slowly faded. White ashes scattered in the cold night breeze, turning into dust. Finding a more secluded spot, Xiao transferred everything from the man's Carlo bag into his own, checking the quantity roughly. Adding the flame-tailed monkey magic cores collected earlier at Flame Cliff, not only would he be able to complete the mission, but the extra cores also amounted to additional income. Chapter 55, Tyrant of Eternal Night. Xiao called Ace over, and with the temporary pass given by the mayor, they smoothly entered William James's room. The mayor was still reviewing documents, but his expression clearly showed he was already very tired. Xiao politely knocked on the door and said softly, "Your Excellency, we have completed our mission." Completed? So quickly. He was truly surprised by Xiao and Ace's efficiency. He had thought it would take them at least until later tonight, or even tomorrow to complete the task, not just 3 hours. Hart, come clean up these magic cores and give them their reward. Hart began counting the magic cores that Xiao had taken out, about 300 in total. It only took a few minutes to finish the count. With the corresponding rewards in hand, Xiao and Ace hurried back to the holy domain under the cover of night. "Xiao, where did you get so many magic cores?" "Guess." Xiao naturally wouldn't tell him these were taken from the dark attribute mage they previously encountered. Since Xiao didn't say anything, Ace didn't continue asking. "Xiao, how do you know the attributes of the magical beasts?" "This isn't something known from the start. Like the dark attribute mage who attacked us before, because I didn't act, he didn't know I was also a dark attribute mage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked us. Based on the characteristics of magical beasts, you can determine their attributes, which is the most basic method, though not absolute. Later on, as perception improves, we can sense the magical power attributes of magical beasts or mages and judge accordingly. Therefore, ordinary people find it difficult to correctly judge the attributes of magical beasts. In the future, when you accept missions, don't assume that a wind attribute magical beast mentioned in the bounty notice is definitely a wind attribute one. I once encountered such a situation where it was written as an earth attribute magical beast, but turned out to be a wind attribute one. Ace pouted, "Why can't I feel it?" Xiao didn't answer him, not knowing how to respond. They returned to the dormitory, quickly cleaned up, and lay down on their beds. "Ace, Xiao, where have you two been all day?" Sika asked while eating snacks and looking at a beauty magazine. Today, Pokaz wasn't holding any books. He was lying on the bed, quietly gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. "We went to the guild to accept bounty notices and earn money." Ace rubbed his nose and smiled. "Fatso, next time. Want to join us?" "Today Xiao and I earned a gold coin." "No thanks. Busy all day for just 1 gold coin." Sika disdainfully tossed her head. "I spend 20 gold coins a month on living expenses." "Wow, your family must be rich." Ace showed an envious look, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I don't have a family. No one gives me money. Previously, Teacher Payne paid for my food since I couldn't earn money. Now that I can, I shouldn't rely on Teacher Payne anymore." The fat girl suddenly put down her magazine and looked at Ace. "What about Xiao?" "Xiao is so powerful, even beat up that raging beast Eris Long. He must be from some noble family." Speaking of this, even Pokaz turned his gaze towards Xiao. "Raging beast? What raging beast?" Compared to answering Sika's question, Xiao was more concerned about certain details she mentioned. "Oh, you didn't know?" Sika threw the snack wrappers into the trash and pulled out another pack from beside her pillow, tearing it open as she spoke. "Eris Long is so strong. To show off his strength, physique, and fighting style, many people call him that. It's a recognition of his power. You might not know, after your fight with Eris Long, you also got a title." "Me?" Xiao pointed at himself, finding it somewhat amusing, unsure what title they'd given him. Sika nodded, nearly spitting out the snack she had just put in her mouth. "Of course, you beat the raging beast. Even someone like Changqing from the North Gate has a title, so how could you not? So what's mine? You are now recognized as the strongest dark attribute mage in our academy. Tyrant of Eternal Night, Xiao." When the fat girl said this name, she wore a proud expression, as if the title belonged to her. Xiao didn't care much about these things. Shrugging helplessly, he asked, "How did I become the strongest? Shouldn't the seniors in Osiris be stronger than both me and Eris Long?" Zika took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and burped before continuing. "It's different. The ones in Osiris are all monsters. They can no longer be considered mere mages, but high mages. Moreover, Raging Beast, Aurelius Long used to frequently spar with these monsters in Osiris. Even among them, he was one of the top. Also, while the Academy does have a few dark attribute mages, none are as strong as you." This also highlighted the rarity of dark attribute mages. However, compared to this, if Zika knew that Shouja had both light and dark dual attributes, would he be scared enough to eat all his snacks for the month today? Ace looked at Shouja with disbelief and admiration. "Shouja, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." "Alright, then I want a title too. Don't you already have one?" Zika shot him an annoyed look. "I do." Ace looked at Zika with anticipation. "What is it? Do you really want to know?" "Yeah, tell me quick." Zika coughed a few times for effect, while Pokaz shook his head wryly from the bed. "Originally, you had the title Strongest Freshman, but once you entered Osiris, you lost it." "Why?" Ace didn't understand the irony behind the title and felt quite dejected. He thought he would lose the title because he entered Osiris. Strongest Freshman. Anyone who knew a little about it understood it carried a sarcastic meaning, mocking his intelligence. After being in the academy for so long, and still only being a freshman, The strongest referred more to his intelligence being the strongest in the entire Saint Domain Academy, rather than his actual strength. However, no one pointed this out. Not even Shouja told Ace what the title truly meant. Seeing that Ace didn't react as expected by starting a fight with him, Zika felt a bit disappointed. Chapter 56. The Contradictory Pocos. Because you entered Osiris, and your battle with Bei Min Chanqing also proved yourself, they now call you Fierce Wind Beast. They say you possess a fighting spirit as vigorous as flames, the strength of a beast, and speed comparable to that of a wind mage. Hearing this, Ace smiled happily. His years of hard work had finally paid off. From the moment he earned the title Fierce Wind Beast, it meant he was acknowledged by others. In the past, he was always called useless, but now, he was finally recognized. That joy was something Shika, Pocos, and Shio couldn't understand. Forget it, it's just a title. Shika didn't care about these things. He only cared if he had snacks today. This thing can't be eaten. Ace didn't argue with him, but instead focused on Pocos, who was staring at the ceiling. Pocos, what are you looking at? Pocos didn't look at him, still staring at the ceiling, and replied indifferently, nothing. Shika's eyes twinkled mischievously. Pocos, I heard you're dating that elf girl from your tribe. Who? For Ace, who loved listening to stories, gossip was clearly very appealing. Fatso, tell us more. Dead Fatso, you still talk even when you have food in your mouth? Pocos seemed agitated and shot Shika a nasty look. But Shika enjoyed stirring up trouble. Seeing Pocos react and Ace eagerly looking at him, he couldn't help but continue talking. You guys are exhausted every day in Osiris. When you get back to the dorm, you collapse, so of course, you don't know about Pocos. Especially you, Ace. After your first match, you collapsed and missed the second one. Pocos and that wind mage elf. TSK. Pocos, I bet you wouldn't like dusty snacks, would you? Ugh, there probably wasn't a greater threat than this, scaring Shika into stuffing another bite of food into his mouth. Shio laughed, not sure why he found this scene amusing, but he just felt like laughing. Wind mage elf, Chia. Shio carefully observed Pocos' expression. Clearly, he didn't want others to know, and he should have been angry, yet Shio saw no anger on Pocos' face. Perhaps he was mistaken, but Pocos' lips seemed to curve into a slight smile. If he didn't want Shika to continue, why was he smiling? To test his thoughts, Shio tentatively mentioned her name. Even Shio doing this made Pocos feel helpless, unsure of what to say. On Pocos' face, Shio saw helplessness and a smile. This wasn't an illusion. Shio hadn't seen wrong. Pocos smiled, slightly bashfully and shyly. However, Ace wouldn't notice these details. He turned his gaze to Shio and asked eagerly, continue. What happened next? What about Chia and Pocos? I don't know. Shio shook his head with a bitter smile. I only know that he and Chia had a match, and she won. Then Chia asked Pocos for advice on combat techniques, and he agreed. That's all. It seemed Shio only knew the beginning, but Ace wasn't satisfied with that. Shika, don't come to me. Shika frantically waved his hands, afraid that if Pocos got upset, he'd lose his snacks for a month. Shika. Shio narrowed his eyes and smiled. Would you rather starve for a month than eat dusty snacks? What? Looking at Shio's eyes, Shika swallowed hard. Pocos could condense earth elements to make sealed snacks dusty, and Shio could condense dark elements to corrode the snacks inside. No way. I'll talk. Don't touch my food. Shio and Ace exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction. You don't know. After that match, Chia came to find Pocos several times, but he always avoided her. Isn't it strange? He refused her, yet he acted like he was the one being rejected. But today, Pocos, the bookworm, actually went to find Chia. On weekends, Chia practices magic with her roommates at the academy training ground. Hee, you know, beautiful girls attract more beautiful girls. Even Chia's roommates. Stay on topic. Shio emphasized, preventing Shika from going off topic. Oh, today, while Chia and her roommate were practicing, Pocos actually approached them. Hey, you've never seen him initiate conversation with anyone, right? That's because her combat style has issues, and I corrected them. I promised to teach her before. But you refused when someone else asked you. Why did you suddenly think of teaching her today? You obviously have something on your mind. TCH. Pocos realized he couldn't argue with the fat guy and, feeling somewhat annoyed, retreated into his blanket, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. And then, naturally, it became a legitimate date. Shika got more excited as he spoke, standing up from the bed and continuing. If he hadn't been so captivated by beauty, how could he not notice I was following him until Chia was about to leave? You wouldn't know how many snacks I finished just to follow you. And I was hungry for almost an hour. At this point, Pocos felt a bit embarrassed. As Shika said, because his attention was completely focused on Chia, he never noticed he was being followed. In fact, even at the end, he didn't realize Shika was trailing him. If it weren't for Shika's growling stomach, Pocos might not have noticed until he returned to the dormitory. Pocos himself didn't know what had happened today. When he saw Chia, he should have kept his distance. But at that moment, his brain lost its ability to think, and everything he did and said was subconscious. Later on too, while explaining wind magic and her self-imposed abilities, somehow they ended up talking about eating, and for some reason, they went out for a walk. What did they chat about during the walk? Pocos' mind was now in chaos. He had always been a thinker, even when facing Chia on the stage. He would think while competing. Why was he so impulsive today? Unbeknownst to anyone, Pocos had fallen asleep. AIC lay on the bed, his consciousness already blurry, his eyelids heavy. Shio and Shika stopped making noise, turned off the lights, and went to bed. As night fell, people always involuntarily quieted down. Even the night market was far less noisy than during the day. With darkness as a cover, People could freely show another side of themselves. Whether crazy or vulnerable, no one would see anyway. Chapter 57. The Explosive Princess. The perpetual snow in the north of Yongri Empire is a defining feature, though living there long-term can be somewhat monotonous. Occasionally enjoying the endless snowfall, however, is a delightful experience. Compared to the boundless snow of Yongri Empire, Tianhua Empire is famous for its water. Its borders are by the sea, much like Xinghe Empire, and it has abundant water resources with countless rivers within its territory. Perhaps this is nature's magic. A mere tranquil lake can make passers-by stop and admire. Sister Feng, I'm so excited. Under the cover of night, two figures slipped through the outer walls of the imperial city, bypassing the heavily guarded palace. Princess, have you really made up your mind? Of course. We've already sneaked out. Why would we talk about this now? No way am I getting married. Emperor Father is crazy, always praising this noble son or that one. Those animals who only think with their lower halves are too annoying. I don't want to end up like Sister Qian'er. I must escape before Emperor Father arranges my marriage. This princess's temper is well known even to her guard, perhaps better than the emperor himself, which is why she earned the nickname Explosive Princess. On the palace wall behind them, Huang Fuzhantian's figure emerged under the moonlight, accompanied by two others. His expression was pained, as if suppressing something. Your Majesty, are you really going to let the princess go? Xiao Qinghua sighed softly, looking helplessly into the distance. Huang Fuzhantian closed his eyes and nodded slightly, saying, while we still have the ability to protect her, letting her venture out under our protection isn't necessarily a bad thing. I fear that later on, we won't be able to protect her, and she won't be able to protect herself either. The woman beside Huang Fuzhantian had been sobbing all along, and without support, she might have collapsed onto the ground. Huang Fuzhantian gently embraced her, stroking her hair. He, too, felt the same pain. If they were alone, Huang Fuzhantian might have cried as well, not as an emperor, but as a father who loves his daughter deeply. So he called Xiao Qinghua, his old friend, under the pretext of needing protection. Though they were friends, he still had to maintain his dignity as an emperor. Having him here would prevent him from shedding tears. Qinghua, did I do the wrong thing? Is it too dangerous for Yen'er to be out there alone? As Huang Fuzhantian's childhood friend, Xiao Qinghua understood his concerns. For a father, this was indeed cruel, but it was the best way to protect her. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Xiao Qinghua's lips involuntarily curved upward, finally feeling relieved. Your Majesty, rest assured, Yin Feng is with her. I also gave her a token. If she encounters danger, using magic to activate the token will trigger a spatial magic array I inscribed, teleporting me to her side. Hearing Xiao Qinghua's thorough arrangements, Huang Fuzhantian felt reassured. Qinghua, speaking of you and Yin Feng, Your Majesty, I hope she stays safe, which is why I had her accompany the princess. As a light mage, I trust my instincts. At this point, Xiao Qinghua smiled wistfully, his weathered face showing a look of someone who has seen it all. Except for her, there was nothing else he could not let go. Yin Yu, our daughter will be fine. Huang Fuzhantian gazed affectionately at Yin Yu's tear-streaked face, feeling a pang in his heart. Throughout this ordeal, Yin Yu remained silent. When she first learned that her daughter planned to escape the palace, she felt anger and panic. Telling Huang Fuzhantian about it, she was surprised when he didn't stop the princess but instead arranged for her protection and provided her with money. Thinking he no longer cared for their daughter, she stormed off in anger. If not for Xiao Qinghua explaining the situation later, she might have followed her daughter. Though she tried to suppress her voice and control her emotions, she couldn't hold back when the two figures leaped over the palace wall. Not knowing when they would meet again, she silently vowed, wherever you go, mother will follow. Sister Feng, where should we go next? After leaving the palace, Huang Fu Yanran and Yin Feng found a random inn to stay temporarily. Yin Feng took out 2 sets of pajamas from her karo ring. They changed into pajamas after removing their regular clothes, washed up, and cuddled together on the bed. Princess, do you have any plans for what to do next? Oh, come on, Sister Feng, we're outside now. Don't call me princess anymore. What if someone overhears? Chapter 57. Explosive Princess. The perpetual snow in the northern region of Yongri Empire is its characteristic, though living there long-term can be somewhat monotonous. Yet, occasionally viewing the vast expanse of white snow is also a pleasure. Compared to the endless snow of Yongri Empire, Tianhua Empire is famous for its water. With a maritime border, it shares abundant water resources with Xinghe Empire and has countless rivers within its territory. Perhaps this is the power of nature. Just a tranquil lake can make passers-by stop to admire it. Miss Feng, I'm so excited. Under the cover of night, 2 figures slipped through the outer walls of the palace, bypassing the heavily guarded area. Princess, have you really decided? Rubbish. We've already snuck out. Why are you asking these things now? If I get married, I definitely won't do it. Father is crazy, always saying how good this family's son is, or how great that family's son is. Those bunch of animals who only think with their lower halves are too annoying. This princess doesn't want to end up like Sister Qian'er. Before father arranges my marriage, I must hurry and escape. This princess's temper is well known even to her guard, possibly better than the emperor himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned the nickname Explosive Princess. On the palace wall behind them, Huang Fuzhantian's figure appeared under the moonlight, accompanied by 2 others. His expression was pained, as if he were suppressing something. Your Majesty, are you just going to let the princess go like this? Xiao Qinghua sighed softly, looking at the distance with some helplessness. Huang Fuzhantian closed his eyes and nodded slightly, saying, while we still have the ability to protect her, letting her venture out under our protection isn't necessarily a bad thing. I fear that later on, we We won't have the ability to protect her, and she won't have the ability to protect herself either. The woman beside Huang Fuzhantian had been sobbing. If not for being supported, she might have collapsed on the ground. Huang Fuzhantian gently embraced her, stroking her hair. He felt just as distressed as she did. If it were only the two of them, Huang Fuzhantian might have cried aloud as well, not as an emperor, but as a loving father. So he called Xiao Qinghua, using the pretext of needing protection to bring this old friend to his side. Though they were friends, he still had his royal dignity to maintain. Having him here would prevent him from shedding tears. Qinghua, did I do the wrong thing? Letting Yenner go alone, isn't that dangerous? As Huang Fuzhantian's childhood friend, Xiao Qinghua understood his intentions. For a father, it might seem cruel, but only by doing this could she be best protected. Looking at the two figures disappearing into the distance, Xiao Qinghua's lips curled upward involuntarily, finally feeling relieved. Your Majesty, rest assured. There's Yin Feng with her. I also gave her a token. If she encounters danger, she can activate the spatial magic array engraved on it using mana, which will teleport me to her side. Hearing Xiao Qinghua's thorough arrangements, Huang Fuzhantian felt relieved. Qinghua, speaking of you and Yin Feng. Your Majesty, I also hope she remains safe, which is why I let her accompany the princess. As a light mage, I trust my instincts. At this point, Xiao Qinghua smiled wistfully, his weathered face showing an expression of having seen through everything. Apart from her, there was nothing else he cherished. Yin Yu, our daughter will be fine. Huang Fuzhantian looked tenderly at Yin Yu's tear-streaked face, feeling a pang in his heart. Throughout, Yin Yu remained silent. When she first learned her daughter was escaping the palace, she was filled with anger and panic. When she told Huang Fuzhantian, she didn't expect him to not only not stop their daughter, but also arrange guards and money for her. Thinking Huang Fuzhantian no longer loved their daughter, she stormed off in anger. Had it not been for Xiao Qinghua explaining the reason later, she might have followed her daughter. Though she tried to suppress her voice and control her emotions, when the two figures leaped over the palace wall, she couldn't hold back her tears. This farewell, who knows when they would meet again. If we ever reunite, wherever you go, mother will follow you. Miss Feng, where should we go next? After leaving the palace, Huang Fuyan ran, and Yin Feng found a random inn to stay at temporarily. Yin Feng took out 2 sets of pajamas from her Karo ring. They changed into pajamas after removing their casual clothes, washed up, and cuddled together on the bed. Princess, don't you have any plans for the future? Oh, Miss Feng, since we're outside, please don't call me princess. What if someone hears us? Nodding in agreement, Huang Fu Yinran pondered for a moment and said, Miss Feng, from now on, call me Yinner. Father and mother call me that, so you should too. Next, we're going to the Holy Domain. I want to become a powerful mage. Only true geniuses deserve me. I'll show them that I'm not some pampered princess. Whoever looks down on women, I'll burn off their skin. Haven't you already burned off a layer of skin from the Wang family's young master? What kind of young master is that guy? He claims to be the Wang family's century first genius, but can't even take one move from me. You say he's weak, yet he pretends to be noble with a fan. What a sissy. Yin Feng sighed lightly, wondering what kind of man could handle this mischievous little princess. They chatted and laughed, gradually falling asleep. This time, Xiao arrived early at the classroom. He didn't want to be punished by the class advisor like last time. But truthfully, the punishment was just a formality. AI and Aurelius Long ran 100 laps, just the same. Normally, running 100 laps, or even 1,000, wouldn't be a problem. But that day, whatever was strapped to their backs was strange, inhibiting mana flow and seemingly draining stamina. Since he had greeted AI before leaving, AI soon arrived at the classroom. Seeing Xiao, he flashed 2 rows of white teeth, his cheerful smile, making the morning feel comfortable. Soon, most of the class had arrived. Class advisor Tian Jijia and assistant class advisor James quickly entered the classroom. I have an announcement. The Holy Domain Academy will close all admissions channels starting today. Osiris will be open to all faculty and students, abolishing the grade system. However, regular classes will remain. If you choose to leave, you will be transferred to a regular class. The rules remain unchanged. Chapter 58, The Origin of Osiris. Tian Jijia announced this news as soon as he appeared. So, for you, this means more competitors. Don't forget, we are Class 1. Not only was the original student the top one in Osiris, but Aurelius Long and Xiao are also among the best of the new students. Don't let those who came later surpass you. A bunch of trash, also qualified to receive education at Osiris. Beiman Chongqing sneered coldly and stood up. Teacher, why did the principal make such a ridiculous decision? Shouldn't trash just stay outside obediently? It will be most unseemly when they cry and beg for mercy because of their overestimation of themselves. As he spoke, Beiman Chongqing inadvertently glanced at Ace, sitting behind him. Almost everyone present saw this subtle action. But the always straightforward Ace didn't understand why Beiman Chongqing suddenly looked at him. Maybe it's because he doesn't like me, he thought. Tian Jijia showed no reaction, neither criticizing nor asking Beiman Chongqing to apologize. Instead, he looked at Beiman Chongqing calmly and asked, Do you know the origin of Osiris? Beiman Chongqing chuckled. Of course. Osiris is the name of the last magic dragon in the Holy Land continent. Legend has it that when the Holy Land continent was invaded by outsiders, humans were very weak at the time. It led the Holy Land continent in resisting the invasion. In the end, it sacrificed itself for the sake of the Holy Land continent. To commemorate this magic dragon, the kings of various countries at the time buried the body of Osiris underground and named this place Holy Land. They also established the Holy Land Academy to cultivate the younger generation of the Holy Land continent. To remind people not to forget the cruelty of war, A special area within the Holy Land Academy was built and named Osiris, aiming to cultivate warriors who are fearless of death. Tianjijia nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's the origin of Osiris. Its purpose is to warn future generations not to forget humiliation and to instill fearlessness in death among warriors. So, those who enter here are all fearless warriors. But it doesn't mean only geniuses can enter here. As long as you want to be a warrior and are not afraid of death, you have the qualification. Previously, there were restrictions for other reasons. In any case, now your competitors have increased. Beiman Changqing snorted disdainfully. Competitors? Do they even qualify? Tianjijia understood the character of this genius from the Beiman family somewhat, so his reaction was normal. It wasn't a big deal, so he let him speak. He wanted to finish what he had to say before preparing for class. Last week, we conducted physical training for you, which was just a simple warm-up. After a week of observation and statistics, I have a good understanding of your physical conditions. Now comes the real training. I repeat, once you quit, there will be no second chance. Soon, the seniors who are interning outside will return to prepare for the next all-continent youth magician competition. I have no specific goals for you, only purposes. As long as you don't die, push yourselves to the limit. No one knows when death will come. Maybe you just want to travel to a certain country and get assassinated on the way. Your body might then be carried away by some magic beast to become its food. Standing on the podium, Tianjijia looked serious. So, to improve your vigilance, from the start of the first class every day until the end of the day's lessons, you must remain highly alert. How to do it? I believe you will find out soon enough. Now, gather outside in 1 minute. When the last person in the class arrived, James was already waiting for them outside. After Tianjijia closed the classroom door, he also came to the training ground. Today's task is practical combat training. As for the training opponents, Tianjijia pointed to a small forest not far away, which, despite being called a small forest, covered an area of hundreds of miles. A golden magic array faintly appeared in the sky, enveloping the forest. Don't forget, Osiris isn't a place to train magicians, we train magic knights. To become recognized magic knights by the Academy, you must pass the upcoming assessment. This is a specially constructed training ground for magic knight assessments. There are quite a few remains of magicians inside. You may think this is cruel, but that's how reality is. Even the 2 saints who stood at the pinnacle of the Holy Land continent 10 years ago were sacrificed in war. Are you stronger than them? We don't know about the future, but now, you are weak. I know some of you are young masters and misses from prominent families, pampered since childhood, never hurt or scolded. People like you should leave early. Our academy will try to protect you, but our ability is limited. There will always be times we overlook things. Maybe because of one of our oversights, you might be gone. That's why we ask you to sign a life and death agreement. Remember this, the only person who can protect you is yourself. Shio agreed with Tianjiji Kumita's words. After all, he could empathize. If he had been strong enough back then, things wouldn't have turned out that way. Led by James and Tianjiji Chumeda, they stood at the entrance of the forest. In the following time, we will lead you inside. I don't care what methods you use, as long as you stay alive. We will also go in to protect you, but there are only 2 of us, James and me, and nearly 20 of you. So don't pin your hopes on us. That would only leave you inside forever. There are still 5 hours until class ends. 5 hours later, I'll bring you out. Everyone, are you ready? Before anyone could respond, Shio felt a dizziness. In the next moment, the surroundings changed drastically, just like being in the Beast Mountains. All around were trees and stumps, with many beasts lurking, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. It seemed he was teleported inside before he was fully prepared, and the originally gathered crowd had been dispersed across this area, with no contact between each other. Looking up at the golden magic array above him, Shio felt his own magic power flow was hindered. If he guessed correctly, this magic array was likely the work of a light attribute mage. Due to its nature, Shio could feel his own magic power being repelled by the outside environment. If it were night now, and without the suppressive effect of the light attribute magic power, he could sleep here for 5 hours without any problem. Compared to aimlessly wandering around inside, Shio wanted to challenge something interesting. Chapter 59, Ace Under Pursuit. Shu did not know much about Tianjijia's participation, but one thing was certain, he would never let anyone here get bored. Just as Shu was gauging the extent of the magical suppression on him, a leaf gently drifted down from above his head, like a boat swaying on a stream. The emerald green leaf refracted golden magical light, and there seemed to be something around it that was trembling. When the fresh green leaf landed on the tip of Shu's hair, his figure suddenly turned pitch black and then dissipated into thick black smoke. A fierce wind swept by shortly after, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground, making the surrounding branches sway wildly, as though they were just about to break. In the next moment, hundreds of meters away, Shu already held a dark-colored long sword, engaging in combat with a wind attribute magic beast. This magic beast was approximately the same size as Shu. It had a red face, a fiery crown, 4 feet on the ground, and wings colored a jade green. At this point, under its left wing, some traces of black magical energy still lingered, clearly indicating that it had been injured by Shu. Having suffered at close range, the magic beast took to the skies, taking advantage of its aerial superiority to continuously fire off gusts of wind blades at Shu. Though dark shields could block them, due to the nature of dark elemental magic, their defensive capabilities far lagged behind those of mages with other attributes. Even Shu, who had a firm grasp over magical energy, found it increasingly difficult to defend against the overwhelming attacks from the magic beast. As time passed, the volume of the dark shield began to shrink, the pitch-black shield gradually fading. Seeing the clear changes in the dark shield, the magic beast realized that Shu was almost unable to keep up. Once more flapping its wings, it condensed the wind elements around itself, forming a powerful gale. Black coffin. This strong gale was exactly what Shu wanted. A black rectangular coffin instantly enveloped the magic beast. Before it could react, it was completely trapped, surrounded by endless darkness, fear in an unknown environment, and intermittent pain emanating from its body. Its consciousness began to fade. When the black coffin dissipated, a heap of remains that had yet to be fully consumed by black flames crashed heavily onto the ground from midair. Shu was not a wind element mage, nor had he mastered the basic concepts of his own element. Using wind-based spells from another element would have consumed too much of his power, so he waited for the right moment, an opportunity when the beast would trap itself. The previous dark shield was merely a bait. With Shu's great ability and control over magic, the shield could withstand this level of wind blade attack for hours. In order to annihilate the beast completely, he used the residual force from the wind blades hitting his shield to scatter his magical energy, blending it into the air around. Seeing that Shu's defense was nearly broken, the magic beast prepared for its final blow. However, it never expected that the very gale it created carried the lingering dark elemental magic upwards, confining itself within the reach of the black coffin. This type of magic beast was much weaker than the flametail monkey encountered earlier at the fire cliff. Though both could control elements, even high in the sky, the wind elements the beast could gather paled significantly in comparison to the fire elements that the flametail monkey could harness far away from the fire cliff. Even among same-level magic beasts, there were notable differences in combat prowess. Similar to humans, elves, and beast races, same-ranked wizards struggled to match the combat capability of equivalent-level magi. After eliminating one magic beast, Shu dared not relax a single bit. He quickly moved away from the location. Although the battle had ended swiftly, the commotion caused by the wind had not gone unnoticed. If he didn't leave soon, other surrounding magic beasts would likely gather, causing no end of trouble. With thoughts on how to make today's training more interesting, Shu concocted another idea. Although Jumai and Tianjijia had said they would stay inside for 5 hours, they hadn't insisted on spending all 5 hours there. They simply mentioned that after 5 hours, they'd be brought out, and nothing prohibited leaving beforehand. Based on the magic array overhead, Shu roughly determined his position. Since the array was circular, it provided a clear indication of the distance between himself and the boundary. Guided by the magic array, he headed toward the border. During this period, he also encountered several magic beasts. Despite avoiding provoking them, quite a few still obstructed his path. Nonetheless, as a dark elemental magician, even with constrained magical flow, dealing with these low-level creatures was still effortless for him. When Shu was less than a kilometer from the boundary, he heard the rustling sound of the wind. Judging from the noise, it wasn't only one person. 2 sets of footsteps followed each other. The preceding one sounded much more natural, not resembling the voice of a wind-type magician, akin to the sound of someone running with the wind beneath their feet, causing rustling noises from the dried leaves on the ground. The latter was obviously caused by wind attribute magic altering the flow of the wind, increasing speed at its source but producing a slightly unnatural sound. Shu chose a sturdy tree as cover and fixed his gaze on the nearby forest. Gradually, a familiar figure emerged from deep within the woods. Ace. Shu furrowed his brow slightly, noticing Ace being pursued by something. Though he still couldn't make out what was chasing Ace, Shu had already activated several magical arrays. Several pitch-black dark spears began to take shape above the arrays. As Ace drew closer, the creature trailing behind him finally came into Shu's full view. It was a tiger-like magical beast with long ears, red eyes glowing with ferocity. As it ran, it carried a powerful gust of wind around it, its tail flickering with streaks of crimson. A xuanhuan magical beast. Just a single glance was enough for Shu to recognize this particular magical beast. Known for its vicious nature and extreme bloodthirstiness, once in battle, it fights to the death. Unlike other magical beasts, this one could command both the wind and flames. Although few of its kind remained, each generation was born with the equivalent power of a grand mage. Shu launched several dark spears at once, but they were easily dispersed mid-air by the gale force raised by the magical beast. Rather than slowing down, the attack only seemed to enrage it further. Not knowing the true strength of this xuanhuan magical beast, Shu dared not engage it lightly. Judging from how effortlessly it had scattered the dark spears, it was far more powerful than even the ruler of Flame Cliff. In this dense forest, despite the numerous places for cover, wind attribute magical beasts enjoyed a significant advantage, as the wind element here was quite abundant. Any attacks that aligned with the wind element would gain an enhancement, regardless of the size of the magical beast. Seeing his initial attack fail, Shu didn't linger and joined Ace in retreating. Hey, when did you get here, Shu? To remain so calm under such pursuit was a rare quality, and likely one only possessed by Ace. As they continued running, Shu searched for a suitable location for combat, while gathering magical energy within himself. Due to the existence of the magical array overhead, Shu's abilities were significantly suppressed. Chapter 60, Chiefing Flame Beast. What did you do to provoke this thing? Although AIC is usually clumsy, he wouldn't go as far as to provoke a beast that could take his life. If it weren't for his speed comparable to a wind mage, he would have been in the belly of this beast long ago. AIC pouted with a face full of grievance. I didn't provoke it. I don't know how, but after a dizzy spell, I found myself stepping on its tail when I came to my senses. Then it started chasing me relentlessly. I didn't know what to do, so I came to find you. Find me? How did you manage to locate me? Isn't it obvious that he himself was tricked? But the key point is how AIC found him. According to AIC, no one should know his location, so how could they know someone else's? Even AIC himself couldn't quite make sense of it, and struggled to explain. I'm not sure either, just had a feeling that if I ran here, I'd find you. If there wasn't any interference from light element magic, he and AIC combined could have engaged in a prolonged battle with this beast. However, if they wanted to defeat it, unless Xiao can understand the essence of his elemental magic completely, it's not possible. Being a double attribute mage already, Xiao cannot fully understand his elemental magic without comprehending both attributes together, which he obviously couldn't do after abandoning the light element. But this supposed complete understanding means fusing the two attribute imprints together, creating his own elemental magic. Since fusion is possible, then naturally one could also choose not to fuse, completely abandoning the useless light, turning himself into a pure dark attribute mage without any difference from an ordinary dark mage, requiring much less effort. Despite making this decision, Xiao still hadn't reached the threshold of becoming a grand mage. Under such restricted strength, facing this unknown power of chiefing flame beast certainly requires caution. The increasingly sparse trees and drying air indicated that the woods were nearing an end, and Xiao had already begun gathering magic within himself. Pay attention to the terrain ahead. If possible, prepare for combat. Are we ready? Simply judging from its size and speed, one could tell that this beast isn't simple, plus the two elements swirling around it. AIC had crossed swords with it once, and during that clash, AIC chose to flee without hesitation. Why fight it? Our goal is to kill it. No matter how powerful a beast is, it's still an animal. As humans, as long as you are bound by the laws of the world, there is always a way to be killed. What do you mean? Xiao was about to explain further to AIC, but before he could finish, they had already left the forest, revealing a barren desert with a few distant hills. This kind of environment was exactly what Xiao wanted. Evidently, AIC paid little attention to the environmental changes. He was more curious about the sudden transformation from dense forest to endless desert. So fascinating. In midair, a swift turn sent several dark spears shooting out. Simultaneously, behind the chiefing flame beast, multiple black magical circles appeared, revealing long dark swords that struck towards the beast's back. Roar! With a loud roar, its flame tail swept through, scattering the dark spears with a strong gust of wind and burning up the swords. All these happened in a blink of an eye. Seeing Xiao initiate a counterattack, AIC rubbed his nose and prepared to join the battle against the chiefing flame beast. But before he could stop, Xiao dragged him along, continuing their run. It's not time yet. Keep running. Losing the trees as cover, the chiefing flame beast would quickly catch up with them. However, for Xiao, such an environment made no difference, since only the light element magic above affected him. Therefore, whether in the woods or this vast desert, his combat effectiveness remained the same. It was the same for AIC, who wasn't a mage to begin with. Fighting somewhere else wouldn't impact his abilities. For the chiefing flame beast, however, things were different. As a dual attribute creature of wind and fire, its combat ability would definitely decrease away from areas rich in wind elements. But this chiefing flame beast has a bit of intelligence, capable of detecting environmental changes. Hence, Xiao launched an attack upon leaving the forest, aiming to provoke it. This beast is truly foolish, leaving its advantageous battlefield and still following. At this point, AIC naturally understood Xiao's actions. Earlier, they were too close to the forest, where the chiefing flame beast could easily retreat. That's why Xiao stopped AIC from engaging the beast there. It's rare for AIC to be smart once, much to Xiao's relief. Beasts are ultimately beasts. Xiao Xing, wild nature, is hard to erase. This thought naturally led AIC to think of Aoli C Long. As a member of the beast race, how should he be categorized? What about the tiger? Is it a beast or a human? Beast human, possessing both Xiao Xing and human nature. It all depends on how they control themselves. Already provoked by Xiao, the chiefing flame beast paid no attention to the changes in its surroundings. Its only thought was to kill these two humans and fill its own belly. Because of the magic array above its head, it had been imprisoned here for centuries. Originally having a bad temperament, how dare that arrogant little cub step on its tail while it slept? It had chased this kid for almost an hour, and with leaving its territory, the chiefing flame beast also became cautious. It was just about to let it go, when unexpectedly the other human attacked it. It wouldn't stop until it tore these two kids apart. Without trees as cover, the beast quickly caught up with them. Fight! With a shout, Xiao turned again, and the huge magic circle enveloped the massive body of the chiefing flame beast. Black coffin. There was no time for lengthy incantations. The giant black coffin instantly covered the immense body of the beast. However, just in 1 second, several invisible blades emerged from the black coffin, tearing Xiao's collar and destroying this darkness. Seeing this, AIC rushed forward and delivered a charged blow. First palm. The power contained within that palm strike was much stronger than it appeared on the surface. A flash of cold light passed through the crimson eyes of the beast, and its massive paw descended in a roar of fury. As the muffled sound of impact echoed, a huge crater appeared in the desert. The sand beneath AIC and the chiefing flame beast was instantly shaken loose. At the same time, AIC's small frame was hurled backward, landing heavily in the sand not far behind Xiao. Overestimating yourself. Supported by the force of the wind, the chiefing flame beast hovered midair, looking down on Xiao and AIC like ants. Climbing out from the sand, AIC's right hand still trembled. In anger, he shook off the sand from his clothes, trying to calm his shaking right hand. Chapter 61. Intense Battle Against the Qi Wind Inferno Beast. If it weren't for the influence of light attribute magic on Xiao, that black coffin could have bought him time to chant a spell. Black sword. A pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand as Xiao stood in front of Ace. Ace's advantage was speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, but here in the desert, facing the Qi Wind Inferno Beast, these advantages were diminished. The beast's fire attribute enhancement made its strength far superior to Ace's. From the previous strike alone, Ace had temporarily lost sensation in his right hand. If they exchanged several more blows, it was questionable whether he could even stand. An ever-enlarging vision of the beast's paw loomed ahead, clearly intending to crush Xiao and Ace into the sand beneath it. Dark flames. Suddenly, black flames erupted from the sword as Xiao tightly gripped the weapon, radiating deep black magic power, muttering an incantation while lunging at the enormous claw before him. "Oh, Dark Blade, sever this light. Forge the pathway to the abyss." Because the flow of his own magical power was restricted, Xiao was forced to break down a single spell into stages to improve efficiency. First by forming the dark sword, then endowing it with potent corrosive abilities, and finally chanting the offensive incantation. Each higher-level spell builds upon the simpler spells, though using it directly is much faster than breaking it apart step by step. However, when combined, the broken-down incantations are brief, whereas casting the whole spell outright requires chanting a long series of complex phrases. Doing so would certainly attract the attention of the Qi Wind Inferno Beast. By splitting the spell into smaller components, each phrase became shorter. In some cases, Xiao could even omit the verbal incantations. Still, the final incantation must be said or else the spell's effectiveness would diminish significantly. The Qi Wind Inferno Beast seemed oblivious to Xiao's intentions, giving him no hindrance as he gathered the energy for the black sword. Once the monster attacked Xiao, he had already imbued it with dark fire properties. This meant Xiao only needed to vocalize the last segment of the spell to unleash the full power of his magic. As the sword laced with dark flames was about to pierce through the palm of the Qi Wind Inferno Beast, its crimson eyes flashed with fiery glow. Instantly, scarlet flames erupted from its paw, rivaling the might of Or's dragon. The clash of their two immense powers sent shockwaves rippling out, flinging Ace dozens of meters away. Another crater formed under Ace's feet. Even though the Qi Wind Inferno Beast hovered midair, the impact of the battle left scars on the desert ground below it. Like an explosion, Xiao's figure was thrown backward. Yet, the Qi Wind Inferno Beast did not fare much better. Its massive paw had turned black due to the lingering effects of the flames, which it attempted to dispel using its innate fire elemental magic. However, Xiao wouldn't allow it the time. "O Sovereign of Darkness, descend and bring all life to naught. Burn the heavens with fire, cleave the earth beneath your steps, stir the skies in wrath, level them like mountains, and use my humble form as a medium and my magical power as a source. Manifest, Lord of immovable enlightenment." Xiao wielded this dark element, boosting magic effortlessly, although it had been a while since he'd completed the full incantation. A massive shadow emerged alongside Xiao's movements, launching a powerful punch toward the face of the beast. This action infuriated the already irritated Qi Wind Inferno Beast. No longer concerning itself with the remnants of dark flames, it unleashed a fireball aimed directly at the towering illusion. Even with the added power of the immovable enlightenment, Xiao was pushed back dozens of meters before regaining his stance. Limit. Activate. A figure darted past Xiao, white smoke rising faintly from Ace's body. At Xiao's side, the mist slowly dissipated. Burning palm. Unleash. With the cry of unleash, Ace's white aura grew thicker. Within a blink, Ace materialized behind the beast, striking a fierce blow at one of its joints. Caught off guard as the Qi Wind Inferno Beast focused solely on Xiao, there was no time to dodge or counterattack. Roaring in anger, it concentrated a hurricane around its leg, trying to sever Ace's arm. However, once limit mode was activated, Ace far surpassed his prior state. The hastily formed hurricane dispersed instantly upon contact with Ace's palm wind. The next moment, a heavy, resonant thud rang out. Hovering in midair, the Qi Wind Inferno Beast let out a blood-curdling scream, its massive frame falling forward. Ace capitalized on his advantage, exerting force with his foot against the air while pursuing the falling behemoth. Behind him, Xiao observed the displaced currents caused by Ace's movement. Heaven spin. Similar to guiding the flame dragon head of Or's dragon to descend from above, Ace struck with one open palm hand, heavily slamming the beast's abdomen, hurling the Qi Wind Inferno Beast violently onto the ground. Ace retreated to Xiao's side, panting heavily. The white mist gradually faded, and the bulging veins remerged into flesh and blood. The limit technique has 4 levels: Qi, Kai, Pu, and Ji. Each level represents a breakthrough. Ace first activated the limit during his match with Bei Min Chongqing. Back then, he could barely activate the limit, but how much time had passed since then that he could already reach the second level of the limit? Although judging by his current state, it was clear that he hadn't fully mastered the second level yet. Nevertheless, this progress left Xiao in awe. In the name of darkness, consume the faint light, feed on fire, burn all hope, turn everything into nothingness, dark fire. The enormous shadowy fist ignited with roaring black flames and swung once again toward the Qi Wind Inferno Beast's head. The strongest ability of a dark element magician is not the dark element magic itself, but the inherent nature of its magical power. Even when at a disadvantage, it's hard to be lethal. As long as one doesn't die, as long as the opponent can be killed, The Dark Element Magician can rely on the powerful capability of their magic power to gradually erode the enemy's combat strength. The Qi Wind Inferno Beast stumbled because of overconfidence, not only underestimating Xiao's fighting capabilities, but also ignoring Ace's explosive power. The fallen Qi Wind Inferno Beast suddenly rose up like a mad beast. The gigantic claw enveloped in crimson flames collided with the illusory palm of the immovable enlightenment. Xiao was pushed back dozens of meters again. The beast completely ignored the residual black flames on its paw and pounced on Xiao, its sharp fangs aiming for the giant illusion. The ferocious beast mercilessly bit apart the illusory figure of the immovable enlightenment. Its massive claw slammed Xiao's frail body flying away. Xiao, who was already being suppressed by the magical array above, was directly shattered by the brute strength of the Qi Wind Inferno Beast, breaking the enhancement of the immovable enlightenment. This caused a temporary disruption of Xiao's internal magical power. Chapter 62. Support. AIC hurriedly ran to Xiao's front, shielding him behind himself. The Wind and Flame Beast had lost all reason at this point, its ferocity fully exposed. No matter who appeared in front of it, it only had one thought: tear him apart. It slammed a palm down at AIC. This single strike seemed to tear the surrounding air. Activate. AIC was indeed capable of entering the second layer of boundaries, but the time was very limited, and the burden on his body was immense. He had just activated the second layer not long ago. His body hadn't completely recovered. Being able to activate the first layer of boundaries was already quite an effort. Opening the second layer again would be beyond his capabilities. In order to block this palm strike, AIC disregarded the protest from his body and held both hands above his head, enduring the impact as best he could. The strike was imbued with both wind attribute and fire attribute magic. His clothes were instantly torn to shreds, leaving his upper body exposed, with blood streaks covering both arms where they were cut by the wind. There were even traces of fire still burning on his palms. O eternal flame lurking within the depths of darkness. O dark sword born of despair, reveal yourself in my hand at this moment, devouring all falsehoods and severing all light. All falsehoods shall return to darkness, all lights be swallowed. Forge the road leading to the abyss. Annihilation. Dark destruction sword. Only after great difficulty did he manage to accumulate magic to such a degree, which was thanks to AIC, buying him enough time for Xiao to chant the complete spell. AIC had little strength left to support Xiao. In an all-out attempt to critically injure the beast, AIC risked everything, exhausting his own energy. Now, he found it challenging even to remain standing and lacked the energy to extinguish the flames that continued burning in his hand. Fierce wind roar. Fiery breath. Vast amounts of wind elements and fire attributes gathered around the wind and flame beast, enveloping its massive form. With a roar, violent winds surged, raising sandstorms into the sky. Flames erupted fiercely, twisting the air due to the high temperatures. Dark embodiment. Taking advantage of the magic lingering in the air from previous battles, Xiao disappeared from his original position and reappeared dozens of meters away. Even though he avoided the attack, his body suffered considerable harm, limiting his magical flow, slowing down his movement. AIC's strength was depleted, and Xiao's magical power was constrained. Although the Wind and Flame Beast also received significant injuries, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous for Xiao. The frenzied Wind and Flame Beast targeted Xiao, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Its massive body stirred up clouds of flying sand. The shadow of the Wind and Flame Beast enveloped Xiao as its huge figure leaped into the sky, carrying sand and flames as it pounced on Xiao. Abyss. Crush it. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Xiao, blocking the golden glow of the magic circle. With his towering stature, Abyss hurled the axe, carving out a trajectory across the desert sands as it flew towards the beast with force. The aftermath of the collision between the battle axe and the Wind and Flame Beast caused a whirlwind of sand. Taking advantage of this aftermath, Xiao was thrown back, flipping several times before landing beside AIC, helping to put out the fire in his hand. The owner of the black shadow was none other than Airici Long, whose imposing figure could be seen clearly even thousands of meters away. Abyss returned to his grasp as the Wind and Flame Beast was struck far away, half of its body sinking into the desert sand. Struggling to get up, it roared toward the sky, its body wrapped in roaring flames, forming a natural barrier with fierce winds. Its angry roar reached the heavens. Even the golden magic circle seemed unable to hold it down. Airici Long let out a deep breath, gradually accelerating his pace. Magma pool. Accompanied by roars, Airici Long unveiled his magma domain. As he sprinted forward, it seemed the earth trembled beneath him. Two colossal figures shook through the desert without any flashy magic or complicated techniques. Only the enhancement of Airici Long's body by his magma domain and the enhancements of the wind and fire elements on the Wind and Flame Beast were involved. This was a battle between beasts, a fight reliant on sheer strength, with instincts dictating every move. Each technique was aimed at removing the opponent's head, each punch intended to severely wound them. Sharp fangs pierced viciously into Airici Long's arm, while the heavy battle axe descended directly onto the Wind and Flame Beast's skull. The Wind and Flame Beast refused to release its bite, its head driven into the desert sand by Airici Long's force. Blood red stained Airici Long's arm as a piece of flesh was bitten off. When the Wind and Flame Beast raised its head from the sand, there was still a piece of meat hanging from its mouth. Before they could catch their breath, their bodies tangled once more. Airici Long, having lost a piece of flesh, became wary of the wind and flame beast's fangs. With one hand prying open its head, and the other continuously striking its body with the mighty axe, he fought fiercely. Each heavy blow resonated with a profound sound, leaving AIC slack-jawed in awe nearby. That's brutal. Xiao narrowed his eyes as magic power flowed slowly within him. The wind and flame beast wasn't one to suffer blows silently. Its tail, thicker than Xiao's arm, coiled around Aorisi Long's neck without warning. Another giant paw repeatedly struck Aorisi Long's massive frame. By the time Aorisi Long noticed the strangeness from his neck, the long tail had already clamped tightly onto his throat. With his breath cut off, Aorisi Long's strength gradually drained. Lifting the great axe, he let out a hoarse roar and slashed down heavily at the tail before him. Abyss blazed with roaring flames. As fire streaked through the air, blood sprayed everywhere, staining this barren desert red. In agony, the severely injured wind and flame beast emitted a pitiful cry, turning to flee. Aorisi Long gasped for air, taking a step forward, yet his body swayed dangerously. Gazing at the beast that had escaped beyond his control, he roared in frustration. O dried claws of hell! O curses of endless darkness! Bind the soul, immobilize the form. Shadow demon chains. Suddenly, black magical circles appeared on the wind and flame beast's forepaws. Vast, deep black chains reeking of dark vapors suddenly bound its legs. This was the residual magic left by Xiao on the beast earlier. During the period when Aorisi Long fought the beast, Xiao had made plans. If Aorisi Long hadn't shown up, Xiao would have gone even deeper with his strategies. But since someone was helping, it wasn't necessary to complicate matters further. Sweeping wind slash. A green figure flashed rapidly, and flying sand filled the skies ceaselessly. Several streams of silver-white sword light streaked across the wind and flame beast's massive form, revealing Beimin Changqing standing firmly before the beast, holding his sword high. O spirits of the swift wind, transform into the essence of my blade. Through my sword, display the utmost sharpness. Chapter 63. The ability to record the essence of the world. As the spell was chanted, a faint green color, like electricity, flickered on and off on his sword. Several streams of invisible air currents flowed around the blade. Domain of wind, sword's intention. O wind, manifest now slash. A massive shadow of a sword appeared above him, raising sands that outlined the shape of a large sword. As the great sword swung down, Qi Feng's flame beast struggled with all its might to break free from the chains, while Shu Yi maintained the chains with all his strength. The magnified image of the sandy sword in the beast's eyes split its enormous body into two halves. Shu Yi let out a sigh of relief, while AIC was still immersed in the previous awe. Aulus Long brushed the sand off his clothes, grinned, and took out some herbs and bandages from the bag at his waist, tying them around his wound. As a waist, you're not completely talentless. Beimin Changqing sheathed his longsword and gave AIC a faint glance. However, AIC was still dazed and did not respond to argue back. Xiao, Aulus Long carried his battle axe, walking up to Xiao's side and looked up at the magic array hovering overhead. Can you use magic? Xiao looked perplexed at Aulus Long, frowning, and asked, is there any problem with that? Beimin Changqing approached Xiao and carefully examined him. You are indeed a dark attribute magician without a doubt. You can also definitely use magic here. That's strange. No wonder the Minter teleported you inside as well. These two left Xiao utterly confused. What exactly is going on? Beimin Changqing stared at Xiao and said after a brief pause, the magic array above is light attribute based. It belongs to a high-level rare class of magic, comparable to super magic in power. The Academy uses it specifically for restraining beasts. Since it is a light attribute magic, it naturally has an effect on dark attribute magicians. Historically, all dark attribute magicians who came inside couldn't use their magic freely. Even great magicians could not consolidate their magical forces, let alone you, a mere high-level magician. On the other hand, magicians of other attributes have never been affected. Light and darkness repel each other. It's the foundation of magical science. Even fire and water can cooperate to produce special effects. But as for light and darkness, not only can they not cooperate, but once one exists, the other is expelled. Inside this powerful magic array, the mana of every dark attribute magician is suppressed so much that not even a bit can be utilized unless their power is potent enough to create a personal dark domain within the array. Given that Xiao hasn't even grasped the fundamentals of his own elemental magic, he certainly wouldn't possess a personal domain. Yet he's undoubtedly a dark attribute magician. Not just Beimin Changqing and Aulus Long were surprised. Tianjijia in the forest far away had become increasingly shocked since the moment Xiao first used magic. Outside the magic array, Yi Fun and Wright watched the golden light barrier carved by the magic array before their eyes, which revealed the figures of Xiao and his companions. There's no mistake about it. Wright glanced at Yi Fun, supporting his chin, and said, he is able to use dark attribute magic inside because the light attribute seal within him activated its function. If testing arrays possibly made mistakes at several 10,000ths of a probability, then now, what you see with your own eyes is definitive proof. Yifun's lips curled slightly upwards, narrowing his eyes. This kid really gave me quite a scare. Looks like he has truly earned the recognition of the Holy Magic Book. Wright gazed at the light curtain, deep in thought. What's the ability of the Holy Magic Book? Being able to use those rare class spells. Could that be all the Holy Magic Book does? Who knows? Don't keep teasing. Are you going to tell us or not? Alright, Yifun chuckled slyly, cleared his throat for effect. The ability of the Holy Magic Book is actually rather simple. It's a book that records the essence of the world's powers. Book? Wright felt somewhat startled, recalling something in his mind. I haven't seen him read any strange books. Yifan shrugged helplessly, sighing. I was just saying it casually. What the holy magic book really is, I don't know either. Just because the name contains the word book, it naturally brings books to mind. I remember the first time I met him, he called a name, Ling. The sandstorm gradually dissipated, and Xiao, AIC, Beimin Changqing, and Alice Long returned to the forest, finding a secluded place to rest. So we're just going to sit here for the next 2 hours? AIC was bored, counting falling leaves and pouting while complaining. Useless people should talk less. Beimin Changqing scoffed coldly and closed his eyes to meditate. Previously, AIC didn't hear Beimin Changqing's comment because he was lost in thought. Now, perfectly clear-headed, he heard the words loud and clear, and there was no way he wasn't going to snap back. He stared expressionlessly at Beimin Changqing, clenching his fists. Sensing the hostility from AIC, Beimin Changqing slowly opened his eyes, a sneer creeping onto the corner of his lips. Just a defeated opponent who wants to lose again. Last time it was a match, but this time, I wouldn't mind helping the world eliminate a waste. I am not a waste. AIC roared at Beimin Changqing, a faint white mist enveloping his body. Beimin Changqing showed no concern, glancing at him indifferently and laughing lightly before continuing to rest. Alice Long finished treating his wound, put away his battle axe, and looked at AIC who seemed ready to start a fight. Stop making noise. You'll attract the monsters. The instructor said we must stay here for 5 hours, and danger is all around. We should be cautious. Although Alice Long had the strongest combat strength among them, he wasn't sure what they should do next. He preferred to choose a suitable place to rest rather than wander aimlessly in such perilous territory without purpose. However, Xiao had his own plans. How did you two meet? And how did you suddenly find us? Xiao glanced at Alice Long and casually asked. I've been fighting with an Earth attribute monster ever since. Then Beimin Changqing suddenly appeared. That monster, seeing the situation going south, ran into the desert and disappeared in the blink of an eye. We searched for half a day but couldn't find it, so we decided to just hang out somewhere, until we noticed a shadow hovering far off in the sky. We thought of checking it out, and then discovered you guys battling the Qi Feng Flame Beast. Seeing your predicament, we decided to lend a hand. Xiao, remember the unfinished battle we had last time? He must have meant the one at Flame Cliff. That battle was interrupted because AIC and Flametail Monkey intervened, and ever since, Alice Long had remembered it, hoping to find another opportunity to spar with Xiao. Alright, let's have another go sometime. Xiao smiled and made a pact with him. Upon hearing this, Alice Long laughed heartily, slapping his heavy palm on his thigh. Sure. Chapter 64, Illusion Technique. Ever since entering the Holy Land Academy, he had never found a worthy opponent. Even Beimin Changqing seemed to be somewhat inferior to him. It was only after finally learning of Osiris' existence that he managed to challenge the top-ranked individual there. Only once, though. That time, he lost. His opponent was the #1 mage in Osiris, a master magician when he was merely an intermediate one. Now, he had already reached the threshold of becoming a grand magician, but that man had disappeared without a trace. Initially, he wanted to challenge the 2nd or 3rd-ranked individuals. However, all 3 of them left at the same time, leaving him no choice but to confront the 4th-ranked elven magician. To his disappointment, aside from having more combat experience, the 4th-ranked magician's abilities were inferior even to Beimin Changqing. He hadn't expected someone like Xiao to appear. Although Xiao was a dark attribute mage, a type he usually disliked, this case was different. Despite falling for many traps during their battle, it had been an enjoyable fight. Alice Long looked forward very much to their next encounter. I have to leave now. Please take care of AIC. After the previous battle, Xiao discovered AIC's weak point. For someone with almost no magical power, recovery through magic wasn't fast enough, making him unsuitable for prolonged battles. Moreover, his style of fighting was too pure and reckless. Xiao didn't like that. No matter when, Xiao always kept a hidden way out. Only those who had brushed up against death cherished their lives more. Leave? Where are you going? Not only was Alice Long puzzled, but AIC also cast a questioning glance. Xiao gazed at the golden glow in the sky and said nonchalantly, I want to see if I can get out of this magical array. Beimin Changqing frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and looked at Xiao, as if trying to discern something. You're a dark attribute mage. Being able to use magic here is already quite an achievement. With your current level of power, you absolutely cannot break through this rare-grade magic, which nearly approaches ultra-magic. Xiao didn't argue back. He just smiled faintly. Without further explanation, he gave some parting instructions to AIC, telling him not to recklessly charge into every situation involving monsters, and to simply stay inside with Alice Long for the full 5 hours. Can't I come along? You don't understand magic, so your presence won't be of any use. Fighting alongside Alice Long would suit you better. Alice Long suddenly stood up, stretched his neck, and loosened up his bones. In that case, I'll go too. I happen to be curious about how deep your understanding of magic really is. That's exactly what I lack, and I might learn quite a bit. My burdens, I will deal with on my own. Beimin Changqing picked up the sword beside him and slowly stood up, looking at Xiao. I have no interest in taking care of a useless person. It seemed he still couldn't abandon them, but judging by the results of their last battle, Beimin Changqing should have expended the least energy. Though Alice Long sustained considerable injuries, his magical power remained largely intact. AIC had recovered some stamina, but engaging in another fight might still be too difficult for him. As for himself, The flow of magical power was already restricted, yet despite using numerous spells, the sluggish pace of his magical circulation limited the amount consumed, preserving a good deal of his magical reserves. If Ling hadn't exhausted himself by transmitting too much information earlier, his remaining magical power could nearly double. Fine, but try to stay cautious and avoid provoking unnecessary fights. I've got my own plans. Clearly annoyed by being ordered around by Xiao, Beimin Chongqing shot a brief look at him and started walking ahead. Ignoring him, Xiao glanced up at the magical array above, roughly determining his position within it before walking towards the edge. The journey was monotonous. As AIC walked, he caught the falling leaves with his hands. Tiger, you could have easily defeated that monster more effortlessly. Why push yourself so hard? AIC asked suddenly, without apparent reason. Olis Long paused momentarily before responding thoughtfully. Although that beast wasn't very strong, it provided decent practice for me. My application of magic is far less refined than Xiao's, but my body is stronger. If I lack proficiency in magic, I can compensate by enhancing my physical strength. Pain builds resilience. Listening to this, AIC realized that he himself had been training similarly. Through the golden magical array, the distance seemed short, but it took them over half an hour to cover it. The closer Xiao got to the edge of the magical array, the more uneasy he felt. Several times he had inexplicably wanted to turn back, always feeling as if he were going the wrong way. AIC, Olis Long, and Beimin Chongqing were the same. They veered off course while following Xiao, though none of them could pinpoint the exact reason. Only Beimin Chongqing had a faint sense of what was happening. This magical array seems to have a suggestive effect. Illusion techniques are also a form of light attribute magic. Since this array has an almost ultra-magic rank, it's naturally far superior to those ordinary arrays. Illusions at their simplest create hallucinations. This is the basic level targeting vision. As understanding of light attribute magic deepens, illusion techniques transcend vision, affecting hearing, touch, smell, taste, and even intuition. Just now, it affected their intuition. If not for Xiao's clear goal and his innate resistance as a dark attribute mage towards light magic, he might have strayed off course as well. Though Xiao didn't go completely astray, there were still quite a few detours along the way. TCH. Sword boy, why did you follow us? Didn't you have your own plan? Looking at Beimin Chongqing trailing behind them, AIC made a funny face at him. This is my plan. You, trash, have no original thoughts of your own. You, do you want to fight again? Can you even beat me? There's a difference between trash and genius. One lacks self-awareness, the other knows how to seize opportunities. AIC, who spoke his mind freely, couldn't argue with Beimin Chongqing. Had his stamina been fully recovered, though even if it had, he still wouldn't be able to beat that swordsman. He probably would have rushed in after Beimin Chongqing's first remark about him being trash. Olis Long wouldn't bother mediating unless they actually started fighting. As he looked up at the glowing magical array, Xiao confirmed they had reached the border of this region. Still, all they saw ahead of them was an endless forest. However, there was a noticeable difference compared to before. Even as a dark attribute magician, Xiao found it hard to take another step forward. Nothing else stopped him. It was just hesitation within himself. What was he hesitating about? Why hesitate? He didn't know. All he knew was he didn't want to go on. Chapter 65, Breaking the Magic Array. This was the influence of the magic array above their heads. Did we take a wrong turn? Let's try somewhere else. As he spoke, Ace turned and leapt away, only to be slapped down in midair by the huge hand of Oris Long. Where are you going? Don't let light element magic affect you. Can you still stay clear-headed? Huh? What are you doing? Let go of me, Tiger. Ace didn't understand what Oris Long was saying, but he definitely didn't want to stay here any longer. He felt there was nothing here that interested him. It was all so boring. Black magic power overflowed from Xiao's body. After calming his mind, he slowly reached out toward the invisible boundary of the magic array. However, a voice kept protesting inside his head, stopping him from continuing. He was conflicted and uncertain about the significance of his actions. Darkness Avatar. The other hand slapped his face, and Xiao's entire body turned dark black with streams of black mist emanating from his pores. Without hesitation, Xiao extended his palm forward. At the very moment his palm extended, Xiao clearly saw space ripples form around his palm, creating a small hole. Through the hole, he could see the Osiris school buildings, the nearby training grounds, and distant mountains. Xiao pulled back his right hand, and the ripples gradually disappeared. The earlier scene faded, and all he could see before him now was a forest. If we go through like this, would we be able to get out? Ace suddenly stopped resisting and curiously stared at Xiao. Why don't we leave? It's no fun here. It seemed the magic array was still affecting Ace significantly, but with Oris Long holding onto him, there wasn't much worry about him escaping. It's not that simple. Oris Long had already activated his magma domain, and Beimin Chongqing also deployed her wind element magic. Both were observing Xiao. The images that appeared before might have been illusions. Xiao nodded and carefully observed the surroundings. However, Xiao couldn't see or sense it, but just a few meters in front of him, Yefan and Leite were watching them. What is this kid trying to do? Yefan had an uneasy premonition. Leite seemed to understand Xiao's intentions and chuckled. What can he be doing? Naturally, he is trying to break the magic array. Although this magic array is based on light element magic, which suppresses dark attribute magicians, remember, the theory of attributes being non-restrictive has your endorsement. Dark attribute magicians are suppressed due to insufficient strength and limited understanding of magic. If the Holy Magic Book truly records the essence of magic, and if Xiao possesses both light and dark attribute seals, under the protection of the light attribute seal, allowing him to use dark magic power, then it is indeed possible for him to crack this magic array. Any magic array can be cracked. After hearing Leite's analysis, Yefan thought it made sense, but felt something was off. Wait. Yefan tapped his head as if he remembered something, and strangely looked at Leite. You're a light attribute magician specializing in supportive spells. Can you allow a high-level dark attribute magician to cast magic within this array? When mentioning this question, Leite and Yefan simultaneously shifted their gaze to Xiao, who stood before them. They almost overlooked a critical issue. Even Leite, who was proficient in light supportive magic, couldn't enable a high-level dark attribute magician to cast spells inside the magic array. Only a grand mage who fully comprehends their own magic element, aided by light supportive spells, could utilize dark magic within such an array. Despite having light magic power, Xiao had never used it before, and more importantly, he was merely a high-level magician himself. Perhaps we misunderstood something fundamental, Leite said thoughtfully. We need to delve deeper into our study of seals. But if what we think is true, the long-standing theory that light and darkness repel each other might be overturned. Watching Leite standing there, constantly staring at Xiao while pondering about magic and organizing newly discovered information, Yefan lightly patted his shoulder and sighed. Seems like the class outside is over. Aren't you going? Reminded by Yefan, Leite suddenly remembered, patting his own head, somewhat annoyed. I almost forgot. Xiaolan should be back soon. I need to cook for her. Ha ha ha. Yefan burst into laughter as if he didn't care about being heard by the people nearby. Old Leite, why do I feel like you've become a father? You never cooked anything before, always opting for the cafeteria if possible. Now, Leite wasn't offended and just smiled. I don't know. Human emotions are the hardest things to explain. I am fortunate to have met Xiao and Xiaolan. They are different from my previous students. Maybe it's because they're orphans too, just like me, so I naturally developed a sense of familiarity with them. With that, Leite turned his back to Yefan, waved, and left. Can you send me up there? Xiao looked at the golden magic array in the sky and asked Beimin Chanxing for help. Though she disliked Ace and had little connection with Xiao, they were still a team now, so naturally, she wouldn't refuse. Moreover, she was also curious about this magician who could defeat Oris Long. Of course, but I'm not specialized in auxiliary magic, so it might be a bit clumsy. A green wind magic circle unfolded beneath Xiao's feet, and as the air gathered, his body was rapidly lifted. At the boundary of the magic circle, Xiao reached out, gently touching the circuitry of the magic array. The golden magic force suddenly entangled his fingers, coursing through them, then scattering around. At that moment, Xiao could feel two completely different magic forces within himself reacting differently. Those should have been his light and darkness attributes. The former responded to the external light, while the latter drove the external light away. Ultimately, the golden magic force of the magic array was repelled by Xiao's dark attribute power and dissipated into the air. Hovering in the air, Xiao could clearly see part of the circuits in the magic array. However, due to the extremely vast range of the magic array, he couldn't fully discern the detailed circuits. Without knowing the circuit layout of the magic array, one couldn't locate its nodes and core, and therefore, there would be no way to break the magic array. Darkness Avatar. Here, Xiao could feel an even stronger suppression of his own magic power. Dark Flame. Although he hadn't chanted the complete incantation, it only slightly reduced its damage capability. Dark Spear. Xiao focused all his energy on condensing the Dark Spear. This time, the Dark Spear in his hand was much larger than his arm. Of course, this cost him quite a lot of magical power. One hand couldn't fully grasp the spear, so with both hands gripping it tightly, he fiercely thrust towards the magic circuit. However, as the Dark Spear approached the magic array, the hard-won condensed spear began to dissipate from its front end. Nevertheless, Xiao did not stop. As he continuously pushed the spearhead forward, the remaining volume of the Dark Spear gradually shrank. An eerie scene appeared. Starting from the point where Xiao stood, the originally golden magic array was covered by a layer of black magic force that obscured the light. Wherever it covered, the light disappeared, turning into darkness. Chapter 66, Self-Deception. I'll be damned. This kid is trying to break this magic array. I almost forgot. Yifu exclaimed in shock. That's why he had felt like he had overlooked something before. This magic array contains over 1,000 magical beasts, all caught painstakingly by me. If this kid breaks the magic array, it would surely create chaos in the academy. Yifu's figure instantly disappeared from where he was, leaving only a faint trace of black magical energy that dissipated with the wind. In the next moment, a person appeared beside Xiao. It was Yifu. Kid, can you stop? He originally intended to forcibly interrupt Xiao as he tried to break this magic array, but didn't expect Xiao's magic force had already deeply penetrated multiple nodes of the magic array. Even if he intervened, it would make no difference. Unless a light attribute magician were present. Otherwise, the dark attribute magical force within this array has lost control and repels with light attribute magical force, causing unpredictable accidents. It hadn't even been a few breaths of time, and Xiao had already completed half of it. Is the sacred magic book truly so terrifying? Yifu couldn't help but marvel, looking at Yifu who suddenly appeared beside him. Although Xiao showed an expression of surprise, his heart was brimming with joy. Dean, why have you come? He never expected that this move would directly alert Yifu. He thought just a teacher would come to stop him, and then be at a loss on how to handle it, prompting them to bring Yifu. He didn't expect Yifu would come directly. Kid, won't you stop? Yifu became somewhat irate beside him, already explicitly telling him to stop several times. But this young man kept reinforcing the magic spear instead. Xiao smiled slightly and helplessly said, Dean, look, I'm almost done. Why should I stop now? There are thousands of large and small magical beasts inside here. If you destroy this magic array, without its containment, they'll flatten Osiris. It won't happen. Isn't there still you? With your Grand Magician's power, you must be able to handle these magical beasts. Kid, you're looking for trouble. Yifu began to understand Xiao's intentions. This is a forest anyway. Unless I obliterate the entire area at once, how would I know which magical beasts have escaped? But I've worked hard to decipher it to this point, and you want me to stop? Xiao sighed, his face revealing strong reluctance. I'm almost there. Can't you let me take the challenge? Yifu really wanted to slap this young man, but he couldn't. Once Xiao stopped controlling the flowing magical force, this magic array would lose control, and he wouldn't know what would happen next. What do you want to do? As for Osiris Long, yes, and Beimin Changqing, they couldn't hear clearly the conversation between Yifu and Xiao from below. However, they could feel the influence of the magic array above their heads decreasing, and the effect that hinted they should leave the boundary gradually faded away. Due to the weakening of the confinement effect, the magical beasts inside the magic array instantly went into a frenzy. The ones that could fly took to the skies, colliding with the cage that had imprisoned them for hundreds of years with their bodies. With the impacts of the magical beasts, the golden glow of the magic array dispersed faster. A large magical beast used the wind element to rush toward the sky, attempting to break through this cage. Yet before its hope was fully raised, darkness filled its sight. Its body plummeted straight down like a stone. Yifu's face was no longer playful, staring at a group of magical beasts floating midair far away, then glancing around at the surrounding ready-to-attack magical beasts. The coldness in his eyes seemed capable of freezing ice. I won't pursue those who retreat. After I finish saying this sentence, anyone who attempts to forcefully impact the magic array will die. After he spoke, a stream of dark shadows overflowed from within Yifu, instantaneously engulfing the airspace covered by the magic array. Countless magical beasts turned into black flames and fell onto the ground. Since then, not a single magical beast dared to attempt to assault the magic array. They were captured by Yifu and knew firsthand about Yifu's strength. If he wanted to kill them, it would take just the blink of an eye. Xiao, if you don't stop, you're next. Xiao dared to break this magic array precisely because he calculated that Yifu wouldn't lay a hand on him. Long ago, Xiao had felt Yifu silently observing him and had even speculated that Lei bringing him to the sacred domain might also be related to this matter. After all, he was currently one of the few people who knew the most about the details of that final battle. Bringing him here for whatever reason wasn't likely harmful since, given the connection between his parents and Yifu, it would obviously be impossible for Yifu to harm him. Otherwise, Yifu wouldn't have gone through so much effort. Regardless of any hidden purpose, if it wasn't harmful, then it meant protection. Being protected naturally allows a bit of capriciousness. If you force me to stop, the magic array will collapse instantly. What are you saying? What do you want to do? Can't you stop first? Yifen suddenly felt that Xiao was being a bit unreasonable, just like his father. I want to know something. About. I refuse. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, Yifen directly rejected him. Why? You're too weak. A weaker person doesn't have the strength to know too much. Instead of knowing things beyond your own power, you'd better focus on cultivating yourself. So what I've known so far, is it all false? I didn't say that. Yifen didn't want to continue talking with this kid. He can deduce the information he wanted from what he had said. I only have one question. I just want to know if Xing and Yin are still alive. Is it really that hard for you to answer this question? The tone of Xiao almost sounded pleadingly. His eyes seemed trembling. Yifen looked at him for a long time, closed his eyes gently, shook his head, and his voice became a bit heavy. Haven't you already known the answer to this question? You just refuse to admit it. Self-deception only adds useless trouble for yourself. Lingering in your own lies will eventually lose yourself. You shouldn't be obsessed with past matters. Only by facing the reality can there be a future. So how exactly did they die? As Yifen had said, Xiao indeed was deceiving himself, using so-called Jiaoxing psychology to trick himself. He understood very well that if his parents were still alive, no matter if the whole world knew or not, he and Ling would surely know. Not simple. Yifen didn't reveal much information, but you don't have the right to know. What's the use telling you? If you couldn't bear it, come up with anger and go do stupid things. How could I face Xing and Yin's entrustment? But since you're so curious, I'll give you some hope. If you can prove yourself in the Advanced Youth Magician competition and get the first place, I'll give you a surprise. Chapter 67. Apologize to me. The Youth Wizard Competition. It was a contest held every few years. However, due to the war 10 years ago, all nations were left in shambles, and with various other reasons, the competition hadn't been held for over a decade. Recently, though, there had been rumors that the Youth Wizard Competition would be held again. There's no reason for Sue to refuse. In 3 years. By then you'll be around 20 years old. Alright, can you stop now? If you keep this up, the magic array will disappear. Yifun grew anxious as he watched the golden light gradually fade. If the magic array really disappeared, he was sure to give Sue a good beating. Since Feng had told him some useful information, Sue began to retrieve the magic power he had released. I'll have to find a light attribute wizard to repair this magic array. Good lad, you're ruthless. Even more so than your father. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. I've never met anyone more shameless than you before meeting you. Just as he was planning to call on a light attribute wizard within the academy to repair the magic array, Sue smiled. No need. Since it was I who caused this state of the magic array, it's only natural that I make amends. As he retracted his own magical force, a strange scene unfolded. The black magic gradually returned to Sue's body, and as the magic faded, the golden light re-emerged, illuminating the places that were previously dark. It was like the obstructed light once again presenting itself to everyone. The golden magic array restored its original brilliance. Yifan perceived the magical force of the magic array. Except for being somewhat unstable, there were no other abnormalities. And this instability would stabilize by itself over time. However, boy, how dare you threaten me? Yifan slightly tilted his head, glaring at Su unhappily. Before, the boy had used this magic array to threaten Yifan, but now things were different. Every time he thought about Su and his father behaving similarly, Yifan felt irked inside. In the past, he'd been badly taken advantage of by the father, and today he was threatened by the son. Thinking about it made his quick temper rise. You must not forget I'm the dean of this academy. Whether or not you graduate is up to me. Apologize to me. Su was speechless, not quite understanding what this dean was thinking. Sorry, dean. How can an apology lack sincerity? Yifan frowned, looking indignantly at Su. Try again. Sorry, dean. Again. Sorry, dean. Again. What are they doing? AIC looked at the two figures in the sky, unsure of what they were talking about, but Yifan's expression looked very satisfied. Aorus Long, who knew Yifan a little, felt a bit helpless. This dean was extremely unorthodox. If it weren't for the vice dean beside him guiding operations, no one knew what Steri Domain Academy might have become under this unorthodox dean. Sigh? Forget it, don't mind them. There's not much time left, look out for any monsters nearby. After placing AIC down, Aorus Long observed the self-repairing magic array, slowly leaving the boundary with AIC's 3 people. Strange. When we came here, there were no monster disturbances. There were so many earlier during the uprising. Now they're gone again. Beimin Chongqing stood holding his sword, carefully observing the surroundings. Aorus Long naturally noticed this as well, alertly observing the surroundings. Repeating the same question, Yifan found himself losing interest in it and thought about trying something else. Alright, you don't need to apologize anymore, just like your father. Here's the deal. There's a monster that has been eyeing you guys for some time now. Kill it, and I won't pursue the matter from today. After saying that, Yifan transformed into a wisp of black gas and dissipated right where he was, while Su slowly descended to meet with AIC's group. The dean didn't trouble you? Beimin Chongqing regarded Su strangely, deep in thought. Su didn't know how to respond, thinking for a long time before bitterly smiling. Maybe he has some weird habits. He kept asking me to apologize to him. Oh, by the way, the dean said a monster has been watching us for a long time. He wants me to kill it. You all go ahead. Together. Our teacher said not to abandon our companions and run away. Do you want me to flee in front of a weakling? Aorus Long mentioned that fighting you is quite an interesting experience, which sparked some interest in me. When it came to Aorus Long and AIC, Su had a fair understanding of their personalities, knowing that regardless of what he said, AIC would absolutely not leave, and Aorus Long might also stay. But surprisingly, Beimin Chongqing chose to stay too, which was unexpected. In truth, Shou didn't want to involve them, but he also didn't know which of them the magic beast was targeting. If he tried to leave alone as an excuse, AIC would most likely follow him. Should the magic beast take the chance to attack when AIC was alone, Shou worried if AIC would be alright. If AIC joined from the start, his stamina wasn't fully restored, and with their magic power restricted, would Shou even be capable of protecting him? When had he started overthinking things like this? Shou shook his head, no longer wanting to think too much. After surveying the surrounding environment, he decided to take the initiative. I need a way to lure it out. Aorus Long also disliked opponents who hid around, especially those types of magic beasts skilled in drawing people into traps. They were the ones he found the most irritating. However, it seemed they had encountered one such magic beast that liked lurking in the shadows. What kind of method? Beimin Chongqing flipped his sword over and let his hand glide softly along the blade, just like brushing through a woman's hair, his face brimming with gentleness. Amidst the shadowy gloom of the forest, Yifan stood next to Tianji Jiechuma, grinning wickedly while gazing afar at Xiao. I don't believe I can't handle him. Once they're forced into a corner by the Wild Thunderwolf group, I'm sure he won't be so cocky anymore. That's when I'll make my spectacular entrance, give him a good lesson, knock some arrogance out of this kid, and keep him from becoming more outrageous than his father. Not understanding what Yifan was talking about, Tianji Jiechuma hesitated to chime in and weakly asked, Dean, who are you talking about? Don't bother yourself with it. I've got this covered here. You should go somewhere else. There seem to be a few people in trouble nearby. From what I see, James isn't around either. They might not make it without your help. Upon hearing the news, Tianji Jiechuma didn't dare hesitate. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up countless leaves. In a flash, only Yifan remained at the spot. Apart from occasional bursts of wind blowing through the leaves and creating a shoo sound, Shou really couldn't sense anything else nearby, not even a single magic beast. Yet precisely because of this, Shou's vigilance kept rising. Yifan had previously mentioned that there were over 1,000 magic beasts here, but ever since they'd eliminated the Qi Foam Flame beast, they hadn't met another single one. This situation was far too abnormal. Chapter 68. 1 against 2, Battle the Grand Magician, Part 1. At first, Shou didn't care. Perhaps it was because there weren't many monsters in here. But when Yifan burst out with numbers, and he roughly estimated the area of this field based on the outline of the magic array boundary, if everything were normal, they would encounter at least dozens of beasts. This current situation could only mean that the beasts targeting them were even more terrifying than the previous Qi Wind Flame beast. AIC, Ao Li Long, and Beimin Chongqing split into two groups with Xiao, wandering in the forest. Both sides kept a certain distance to facilitate support at any time. Acting alone, Xiao pushed his own magical power to its limit, spreading it around him. Wow, what is this black stuff? Someone was coming. Judging by the voice, it was a female. Xiao ignored her, detoured down another path, and continued to wander while maintaining his distance from AIC. However, that person seemed to have also taken a detour. Xiao could feel them getting closer, counting 3 people in total. Although he had tried to avoid them, in order to keep a distance from AIC, he still ended up bumping into them. The 3 walked side by side, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking in these woods. From their appearances, one was human, one was a beastkin, and one was an elf. There's someone ahead. The beastkin woman, whose fur-like hair sprouted a pair of fluffy ears, spotted Xiao first, bringing the other 2 towards him. Xiao didn't recognize these 3 faces and doubted they were from the same class as him. Hello, classmate. I'm Aoya from Osiris Class 3. It was the same beastkin woman speaking, waving to Xiao with a smile as she said, today's practice for our class is also happening here. We've been wandering around inside all day, and we're just 3 people. Why don't we team up? There's strength in numbers. No thanks. Declining Aoya's invitation, Xiao intended to continue wandering through the forest. However, just as he was passing by the trio's side, the human girl suddenly stepped forward, blocking his way. At first glance, the girl had a certain charm, with pitch black hair, black eyes, flawless figure, and a spotless face. Calling her "oh" would not be exaggerated. Our kind invitation is doing you a favor. You're considered some sort of genius hidden away somewhere, just because you made it into Osiris. Helping us 3 sisters should be your honor. Since you've rejected us, consider your pendant hanging their compensation. Saying this, the girl reached for Xiao, but her hand was immediately swatted away by Xiao. Get lost. An angry shout followed, and torrents of dark magical energy surged forth, knocking the human girl back. The girl first looked shocked, then furious. No one had dared speak to her like this since childhood. You? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? I am the princess of Huiwei Empire. My father is the king. Do you think I won't get my father to blacklist you forever, preventing you from ever entering the borders of Huiwei Empire? To such a person, Xiao had no intention of having further contact, snorted coldly, and prepared to leave. But just as he took his first step forward, a chill swept past his side. Xiao leapt back, watching a streak of white light flash before his eyes, carrying with it a thread of frost. Frost spear. The silver-haired elven girl smirked, snapping her fingers. Several white magical circles appeared around her, along with icy spears formed entirely of condensed ice. My sister has spoken. She wants the pendant around your neck. Hand it over, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, she issued another sneer, and multiple glimmers of frost shot out from the icy spears beside her, ready to strike Xiao at any moment. And you? Xiao ignored the other 2, and turned to look at the beastkin girl instead. Not sure what Xiao was asking her, her furry ears twitched as she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Me? What about me? Seeing her naive demeanor, Luo sighed deeply and muttered angrily. What about you indeed? I am the princess of Huiwei Empire. Owen is the daughter of the 3rd elder of the elven race, and you are the cousin of Ao Li Long, the little prince of the beast race. Together, our statuses add up to something unmatched in this sacred domain academy. Can you stop being so timid and spineless? Aoya wasn't sure what to do, her voice trembling slightly, but, Ao Li Long's younger sister? Xiao frowned, shooting a cold glare at An and Luo. A trace of killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Though Aoya herself seemed good-natured, following these 2 might corrupt her. While Xiao considered himself an adversary of Ao Li Long, through short-term interactions, he found that Ao Li Long was still someone he could befriend. It was rare to find new friends worth valuing, and Xiao placed great importance on this budding friendship. More importantly, they were eyeing the pendant hanging from his chest. Since she was Ao Li Long's younger sister, Xiao felt that he had to intervene in this matter at least somewhat. However, his methods were rather extreme. In his opinion, killing these 2 would be the simplest solution. Moreover, since they had provoked his sore spot, from that moment on, Xiao had the intention to kill them. Killing was far simpler than battles that required precision and restraint. So what if they were a princess and the daughter of an elder from the elven race? Whoever they were, if they dared to mess with Ling, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Dark flame. A cold gaze fixed on Owen as several black flames appeared beside him simultaneously. It seems you intend to fight us. Think carefully though. Both Owen and I are grand magicians. Floodwater domain. With a sharp cry, Luo activated her domain, surrounding herself with a range of several meters shrouded in water vapor. Owen showed no sign of backing down either, waving her small hand while a faint cold aura emitted from her eyes. The air around them seemed to frost over slightly. Frost barrier. Aoya stood nearby, flustered and on the verge of tears, unsure what to do. Xiao glanced at her coolly and said, stand aside. Owen and Luo didn't expect the timid Aoya to contribute much in the battle. In their eyes, Xiao was merely a high magician, and either one of them could easily take him out alone. The 2 of them acting together was only to boost their intimidation factor. As both women unleashed their elemental magic, Xiao could feel the impact on his own dark flame. When he got close, its power became unstable, as if repelled by their elemental domains. This was element-specific magic? Xiao, who knew little about element-specific magic, could take advantage of this opportunity to personally experience the difference between it and high-level magic. Dark Spear. Affected by the golden magical array above, Xiao's creation of the dark spear slowed down slightly, but the arrogant magicians did not attack at this moment. They wanted to give Xiao the space to unleash his full strength before thoroughly defeating him and demolishing his confidence. Chapter 69. 1 vs 2, Battle the Great Mage, Middle. Dark Attribute Mage? Once Xiao's dark spear had solidified, Luo, Yi, and Aaron looked at him in disbelief, their eyes filled with unmistakable fear. As seniors from Osiris, these two naturally understood the suppression effect this golden magic circle had on dark attribute mages. You, how can you use magic power? When Xiao revealed his identity as a dark attribute mage, both Aaron and Luo, Yi hesitated. A mage capable of wielding dark attribute magic within this magic array must have, at least, the power of a great mage, and their understanding and control over magic was certainly among the best. Still, even so, they had two great mages on their side. Even if he was strong, fists could not contend with 4 hands. He was alone after all. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're confident in your strength. Aaron, let's go together. In battle, underestimating one's opponent is taboo. In Luo Yi's mind, she had already categorized Xiao as a great mage on her level. Taking advantage before he unleashed any powerful dark magic, Luo Yi planned to strike first. Waterfall. Sky blue magic surged forth like ocean waves heading straight for Xiao, with tremendous momentum. But in Xiao's view, this merely involved converting water attribute magic into natural water. Apart from its inherent impact, it posed no significant threat. Ice Spike. Amidst the misty air, Aaron's ice spike formed in an instant, translucent cones refracting gold light that blocked all possible retreats for Xiao. Upon command, the ice spikes fired en masse, aimed directly at Xiao's vital spots. At such close range, Xiao had no time to cast defensive spells, leaving him reliant only on his dark spear to deal with the ice spikes. These two delicate-looking individuals showed no slack when fighting. After breaking the ice spears, Xiao did not retreat to create distance but chose direct melee combat instead. Here, Xiao's strength was restricted, and surely the level of magic manipulation by great mages far exceeded that of previous high-level mages. Rather than competing in magic, it made more sense for him to engage them in close combat. Faced with an overwhelming surge of water, Xiao channeled dark black magic, sending the waterfalls scattering outward. But under the constraints of his suppressed powers, his flow of magic was obstructed, leading many water droplets to still splash onto him. As mages, Aaron and Luo Yi naturally assumed Xiao would use magic to counter them. They were taken aback to see him charging forward with only his dark spear, without deploying any spells from his own dark attribute repertoire. How dare he look down on us? To Luo Yi, this meant Xiao didn't consider them real opponents. In her heart, she regarded Xiao as a great mage already. The dark flames previously conjured by Xiao now also shot toward Aaron and Luo Yi. Frost. Break him. Aaron didn't chant the familiar spell Xiao knew. Silver-white magic rapidly coalesced in her hand, transforming into a glacial spear which countered Xiao's black spear. Despite her frail elf form, her prowess was impeccable. The collision of pitch-black and silver-white magic emitted piercing, raspy, buzzing sounds. If it weren't for the resilient ice spear in Aaron's hand along with the obstruction to Xiao's magical flow, Xiao would have shattered her weapon and defeated her long ago. However, to maintain the form of his dark spear, Xiao had to continually expend his magic power. Yet Aaron and Luo Yi were unaware of these struggles. In their perception, Xiao was nothing but an arrogant dark attribute mage who abandoned the potent features of dark magic, foolishly opting for melee combat against two people. Xiao was under the effects of the suppression here, while Aaron and Luo Yi's magic flowed unhindered. As the black flames drew closer, Luo Yi snorted lightly, not taking them seriously. As a water attribute mage, fire repelled her by nature. Luo Yi, be careful. That's advanced low-tier dark attribute magic. While trying to alert Luo Yi, Aaron's delicate arm got grazed by Xiao's dark spear. Even under the golden glow, the black magic lingered and dissipated slowly. Because of the lingering pain in her arm, Aaron, who was initially holding her ground evenly with Xiao, had now fallen behind. Over time, her wounds began accumulating. After hearing Aaron's warning, Luo Yi frowned slightly, waving casually, causing intangible water beads to rush toward the black flames. However, the flames merely wavered slightly before evaporating the water droplets. At this, Luo Yi no longer dared to underestimate those peculiar black flames, retreating several steps to create some distance. Purification. In the heavenly water-spread environment, the black flames were like ordinary fire meeting water. They extinguished instantly. Xiao, who was still battling Aaron, felt a slight shock in his heart and pulled away with a sweeping motion. If his guess was correct, Luo Yi should be a water attribute magician specializing in auxiliary abilities, while Aaron was an ice attribute magician focusing on strength-based magic. Aaron still had some fighting capability, and Luo Yi's auxiliary skills were indeed decent, but her displayed combat power was rather embarrassing. As a water attribute magician, she could have fully utilized the characteristics of water elemental magic to cleanse the impurity from the black fire and then extinguish it. Instead, Luo Yi used purification out of panic. This was a universal magic, classified as mid-level high-tier magic, widely applied in support-type spells. However, due to its unique nature, the magic consumption varied according to the target. At this moment, Luo Yi had cast purification merely to block Xiao's low-tier advanced magic. In doing so, 1/4 of her magical power was depleted. Surprise turned into arrogance within her heart. As the princess of Huigua Empire, her innate talent for auxiliary magic was among the top throughout the entire continent, perfectly matching with her water attribute marks suitable for auxiliary magic. With just these traits, she had been constantly praised by many. A support magician may not possess strong personal combat power, but they can enhance others' fighting capabilities. With sufficient magical power, they could even double the combat effectiveness of an entire army. But how many people are willing to give up their own combat ability to support others? If Luo Yi wasn't lazy, if she hadn't avoided hardship, and without the Huigua Empire backing her, even as a naturally born support magician, she might not have chosen to study auxiliary magic at all and ultimately comprehend Heavenly Water Spread, an extremely powerful supportive elemental magic. Regardless, despite having exceptional auxiliary abilities, Luo Yi clearly lacked battle experience. If she could properly utilize her own talents and cooperate well with Aaron, the Ice Attribute Magician, Xiao would currently be unable to gain any advantage. Chapter 70, 1 against 2, Battle with the Great Magician, Part 2. Frosty Wheel Dance. Merely a silver snowflake mark shimmered in the air, and Aaron's body emitted a large amount of magical power. The ice spear in her hand shattered into countless shards of ice. As the mark disappeared, Aaron's frost barrier began to emit a faint white light within the range of her elemental magic, causing countless pieces of ice to rise up toward the sky. They coalesced into innumerable discs with sharp edges that hovered and rotated around Aaron. Loi retreated behind Aaron. Streams of sky blue magical power flowed from her fingertips, entering the wounds Aaron had sustained during her previous battle with Xiao. Heal, O fountain of life, origin of all things, loving mother goddess, bestow your grace upon this moment. With the chanting of the spell, Aaron's wounds healed rapidly. Loi's face radiated pride as she shot a provoking glance at Xiao, failing to notice the concerned expression on Aaron's face. First was Purify, a magic capable of clearing impurities within a certain range. Dark Flame was also known as Defiled Fire, extinguished due to the effect of Purify. However, to eradicate the powerful corrosive effect of the Dark Flame, 1/4 of her magical energy was consumed. Secondly, it was the healing spell just cast. The injuries on Aaron's body were only simple abrasions, yet Loi utilized a range healing magic, resulting in another great expenditure of magical energy. But at this moment, she seemed not to have realized it, instead basking in her own potent auxiliary capabilities. At first glance, it seemed Loi could heal Aaron at any time, and, due to the nature of water attribute magic, replenish Aaron's mana, while Xiao was alone, fighting under the suppression of a strong light-based magic array. However, Aaron had just been put at a disadvantage by Xiao, who couldn't fight with full power because of the light magic array. So Aaron did not dare to be careless. Since the opposing party was a dark element magician, their mana must certainly have been suppressed here. With no advantage in close combat, they decided to fight using what the elf race excelled at most, magical force. The frost wheels spun in the air, creating a fine frictional sound as they came into contact with the cold, misty atmosphere. Xiao knew nothing about elemental magic. This battle presented him with an opportunity to understand elemental magic. Given such an opportunity, how could he let it slip through his fingers? He would naturally take the chance to experience it well. Leaning forward slightly, a black magic circle appeared under Xiao's feet. In the next instant, Xiao's body turned into a thick cloud of black fog, dispersing at the original spot. Within the space of a breath, Xiao suddenly reappeared under the tree shadows behind them. Go! At Xiao's shout, Aaron quickly took Loi along, leaping backward. Simultaneously, several frost wheels were launched. Holding the dark spear, Xiao lunged forward, shattering those ice wheels one by one. While both girls were focused on Xiao, at the place where Xiao had originally stood, that black magic circle was emitting an eerie black aura. Xiao's combat techniques were refined on the brink of death. How could these princesses admired by others compare to him? Even Aaron, familiar with battles, underestimated Xiao's combat ability. O darkness, gather, under the light, in this world that belongs to light. Be indelible like a nightmare, entangle the soul of man like a bog. Bloom in the void, that black flame must be dazzling. Hearing Xiao intone the incantation, Aaron gathered all the frost wheels around her, instantly shattering them into countless tiny fragments which shot toward Xiao. Each small piece of ice was enough to pierce through a person's breastbone. As the hail of ice fragments approached, Xiao's figure once again disappeared, returning to the initial location, which was now behind Aaron. Bloom, dark lotus that devours the light. Centered on Xiao, the black magic circle expanded in an instant, enveloping everyone present. Inside the magic circle, a black and strange aura seeped out from beneath the feet, evoking a sense of oppression. Aaron didn't know what Xiao had done, but her instincts told her that she absolutely shouldn't stay inside this magic circle. My legs won't move, Loi exclaimed, attempting to lift her feet with her hands. But it seemed that the black magic circle had firmly fixed her feet in place, making it impossible for her to shift, even slightly. Aaron also found herself unable to move her feet. Ultimate spread. Frost barrier. A silvery white magic circle spread out beneath Aaron's feet. Within the range of the black magic circle, it looked exceptionally brilliant. Aaron extended her arms, shaping her hands as though gripping something in the empty air. Two semi-transparent blocks of ice formed in her hands. With my will, bestow upon this land the name of extreme frost. 10,000 glaciers. Grasping the blocks of ice, Aaron struck them forcefully against the ground. At that moment, the silvery white magic circle under Aaron's feet shone brilliantly once more. As Xiao's magic circle from the incantation gradually lost its luster, starting from where Aaron stood, the ground began to freeze. The places covered by the frost made the black magic circle seem as if it had entered a state of dormancy, its brilliant glow becoming dim. Only when the entire black magic circle was completely encased in ice did Aaron and Loi regain the ability to move their feet. The two retreated, stepping out of the magic circle's range. Aaron's frost barrier shone once more, and Xiao, standing on the icy ground, felt the bone-chilling cold. A faint layer of frost formed on his body. Frost Blossom Array. An icy flower emblem flashed between Aaron's hands, and white magical power turned into freezing air that swept toward Xiao. Combined with the water still soaking him, Xiao was instantly frozen solid, transformed into an ice sculpture. Loi sneered disdainfully at the frozen Xiao, her voice cold as she said, "You're just a high-level magician, so this is all your strength? Trying to fight me? Aaron, kill him." "But, big sister, isn't this a bit improper?" Aaron hesitated. After all, we don't really have any grudge against him. This wouldn't have been unusual coming from Oya, but now, even Aaron dared to disobey her command, an act that infuriated Loi, who was used to having her every whim fulfilled. "I need that pendant. How am I supposed to get it if you don't kill him?" Oh. Aaron understood her persistence. Originally, he had planned to intimidate Xiao with his own strength and make him hand over the pendant willingly. However, Xiao's resistance proved much stronger than expected. With a quiet sigh, Aaron cautiously approached the frozen man. Frost Sword Manifestation. A sharp, ice-crafted longsword materialized in his hand, shining glaringly under the golden light. Aaron's eyes slowly revealed a hint of killing intent. Though reluctant inside, he had no choice but to follow through. As a spirit knight loyal to Loi, the princess's orders couldn't be defied. Raising the longsword high, bathed in golden radiance, it refracted icy golden mist like a crystalline gem held firmly in his hand, casting a cold gaze at the ice statue before him. Chapter 71, Mad Thunderwolves. Who? In an instant, Aaron had an ominous premonition. Just as she was about to move, she sensed a chill emanating from all around her, like a hunter staring at prey before striking. And just as she had anticipated, without knowing when, several pairs of azure eyes had appeared in the forest. Their owners were none other than the wolf demons that now surrounded them. 7 demons emerged from the shadowy grove, emitting low growls. Blue pupils, purple bodies, eyebrows extending sharply outward, and their whole forms carried streaks of thunderous energy. Even a glance was enough to be intimidated by their ferocity. Mad Thunderwolves. Living up to their name, they are renowned for their madness, prefer living in groups, and allow no other demons to infringe on their territory. Their ferocity is on par with Qi Wind Flame demons. Individually, one can easily kill a senior magician. If encountered in numbers, even great magicians would choose to detour. Oya, standing beside them, sensed the impending danger. Her furry animal ears instantly perked up, and her once cyan blue eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red color. She extended her claws, a gray tail unfurled behind her. Licking her claws with her tongue, she coldly stared at the pack of demon wolves. As a member of the beast race, every beast person has the ability to enhance themselves. One such enhancement for Oya is Bloodlust, another is Rage. Bloodlust uses blood as its catalyst, enhancing personal combat strength through the spilling of blood, including that of enemies. Rage channels anger into power, using emotional release to strengthen combat prowess. The former leads to greater valor with each battle, while the latter results in more exhaustion after each fight. But Bloodlust, being a natural skill of the beast race, its rarity does not diminish against dual attribute imprint magicians. Aaron immediately stood beside Loi. As an auxiliary-type magician, Loi struggles to contend even with lower-grade demons, let alone this group of mad thunderwolves. Finally, they've appeared. From the shadows behind Loi, Xiao re-emerged, alert to his surroundings with a black magical array forming in his hands. "How did you?" Aaron shielded Loi behind her, glancing briefly at the ice sculpture nearby. Noticing the features inside became blurry, eventually fading into shadows due to being trapped within the sculpture. Xiao's target had never been them, but their appearance provided him inspiration. After engaging in a battle and pretending to be trapped, he lured out the demons mentioned by Yefan. However, based on the current situation, Yefan undoubtedly set him up. This wasn't a single beast, it was clearly a pack. Oya needed some assistance. Regarding those two great magicians, if they had any sense, escaping wouldn't be too hard. However, how could Xiao possibly let them escape? Ever since they targeted his pendant, Xiao had viewed them as corpses. Luring out the demons was merely step 1. Step 2 naturally entailed using them as weapons against others. Aaron also understood her current predicament. If she wanted to flee alone, she could deal with these demons, but given that Loi was by her side, she had no choice but to fight. "Sister Aaron." Oya's voice grew somewhat sharp due to the effects of bloodlust, even carrying a subtle allure. "You take Sister Loi first and go ahead, I'll hold them back." "Aoya." Loi clenched her teeth, then looked again at the approaching demon wolves surrounding them, wanting to say something but unsure what words would help. "Not possible. You take Sister Loi and leave, I'll cover your retreat." Aaron mobilized her magic, condensing it around herself, forming an invisible barrier cast from freezing mist. Listening to their discussion of who should stay and who should go, Xiao silently scoffed in his mind. The 7 mad thunderwolves had sealed off all their escape routes. To get out, they'd have to carve a bloody path, but with them burdened by Loi's incompetence, unless Olis Long was waiting outside, there was no way out. If not for Oya, Aoris Long's cousin present here, Xiao would have fled long ago, regrouping with Es, taking advantage of the 3 locked in battle against the wolves to break through from the outside. However, all plans crumbled because of Oya's presence. Compared to Xiao, Loi was well aware that the threat posed by the 7 beasts outweighed everything else. Yet, pampered by others, whether by servants at home or guards outside, she would never have come here had it not been mandatory due to this course. On her first venture in, things spiraled to this extreme situation. Though called sister by Aaron, she had now lost her composure to calmly judge the scenario. Oya let out a resonant growl, crouching slightly, ready for the fight at hand. I am from the wolf clan, familiar with their combat style. It suits me best to remain. With the encroaching wolf pack upon them, Aaron and her companions had no more time to hesitate. Good. Let's carve out a path first. It seemed as though they had forgotten about Shio's presence. Oya took the lead, her eyes blazing red, rushing forward with 2 crimson magic arrays instantly unfurled in her hands. Elemental magic. Ignite. As she unleashed her elemental magic, Oya was enveloped by a scarlet power that made the air around her seem infused with sparks. Aaron followed closely with Loi. Ice wheel dance. The ice that had previously frozen Shio's black magical array shattered into countless ice wheels, spinning rapidly to guard Aaron and Loi. Hey, that guy, are you coming or not? Aaron seemed to have remembered Shio's existence as she looked back briefly and saw him standing there, his figure slowly fading into the darkness. Looks like it was her overthinking. How could she possibly see through the enigma of a dark attribute magician? Focusing back on the front, Aaron and Oya launched their attack on the nearest Thunder Wolf. Sensing these 3 individuals' intentions, the wolf pack swiftly gathered. The targeted Thunder Wolf did not retreat, but let out a long howl before charging at Oya. With a powerful push from its hind legs, leaves fluttered up despite no wind, accompanied by a faint crackle of thunder. In an instant, the mad Thunder Wolf disappeared from its original spot and reappeared right in front of Oya within a single breath. Oya extended her sharp claws, infused with fire attribute magic, swinging them forward just as the wolf unleashed its thunder claws. They crossed with a deafening hum, intermixed with the deep rumble of exploding magical forces. While Oya was exchanging blows with the Thunder Wolf, Aaron dispersed the ice wheels outward to defend against attacks from the other 6 wolves. However, after spreading her magical force thin, the ice wheels became extremely fragile. A single swipe from the 6 Thunder Wolves, accompanied by flashes of lightning, shattered the wheels into countless pieces that scattered onto the ground. Capitalizing on their success, the Thunder Wolves pursued Aaron and Loi relentlessly. Frost Barrier. 10,000 flowers in ice. With a cold shout, within the confines of Aaron's frost barrier, her silver-colored magic surged forth brilliantly. Instantly flashing, it froze the 6 wolves that lunged into the barrier, encasing them in ice statues. Chapter 72. The Knight's Dream. With the strength of the Thunder Magic Wolves, this level of magic could only trap them for a few seconds, but this gave the 2 of them a great opportunity. The Thunder Magic Wolf facing off against Uya wouldn't just let them escape from its encirclement easily. It dug its forepaws deeply into the ground, controlling the thunder elements towards Uya and Aaron. Frost Shatter. Aaron rushed to Uya's side, clenched his right fist, and surged forward with ice pillars transforming into an icy torrent that met the lightning, scattering the fallen leaves on the ground. Uya was no less determined. Relying on her uniquely strong physique from the beast race, she charged ahead, resisting the electric damage. A streak of current leaked out from Uya's claw as she emitted a low grunt. A flash of pain crossed her face as she gritted her teeth, swinging her sharp claws at the wolf blocking her path. Retrieving its sharp claws from the soil, the magic wolf revealed a sliver of lightning seeping out between its sharp fangs before it opened its mouth wide, spewing out a mass of lightning. Despite Uya's fast reaction and using her own magic power as defense, the moment she came into contact with the current, she experienced a brief paralysis all over her body, then got violently thrown aside. Because the current that had previously invaded her body had not completely dissipated, combined with the new strike, even though she had a fire tribute magic power barrier, her body still suffered significant damage. Frostbloom. Seeing that Uya had temporarily lost mobility, Aaron hurriedly stepped forward, a silver-white magic array appearing in front of her. As she waved both her hands downward, the magic array suddenly burst forth with countless chunks of ice. Diamond-shaped ice columns shot up towards the sky, continuously spreading toward the magic wolf. Realizing the danger, the magic wolf leapt back as a bolt of lightning simultaneously shot from its mouth. The other 6 magic wolves took advantage of this time to break free from their frozen imprisonment, breaking through the cold seal with agitated lightning. They revealed their sharp fangs, surrounding Aaron and Loi once again. In such a situation, Loi also unleashed her heavenly flood. Graceful spirits, intertwined here are life and miracles, shining light of origin, infinite darkness's cage, fiery hearts, leaping thunder, foundation of all things, breath of living beings, shine as if like crystalline frost, nurture everything in this world. Magic power as azure as the sky spread out around her, permeating Aaron's and Uya's bodies. Uya, who had originally been unable to move due to the paralysis effect of the lightning, instantly regained control over her body. Meanwhile, Aaron, who had expended much magical power by consecutively releasing too many spells, found her magic power replenished significantly within her. On the contrary, Loi began to pant, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lady, are you alright? Loi waved her hand, adjusting her breathing. I'm fine. Watch the front. Lightning cut across the sky, coldness soaked into the earth, high temperatures ignited the air. With Aaron and Uya guarding Loi in the middle, purple and silver-white magical powers interweaved while blue and crimson magical powers collided in the air. The agile figures of the thunder magic wolves darted through the woods. 7 wolves alternated in attacks, their relentless assault allowing Eren and Uya no breathing space, leaving them susceptible to injuries with one careless mistake. This was a trick commonly used by the magic wolves. Even if they possessed the ability to instantly kill their prey, they wouldn't allow their prey to die immediately. Playing with their prey, letting them struggle, hovering on the brink of death, seeking a glimmer of survival that seemed unreachable to them. Becoming food in despair was a peculiar enjoyment for the magic wolves. However, this method did have one advantage: very little energy consumption, suitable for prolonged battles, and sufficient strength to handle any future sudden situations. As the battle continued, Eren's stamina gradually waned. Loi tried to cast a spell again, but was stopped by Eren. No way, princess, you must conserve your strength. I can still deal with this now. Uya, find an opportunity to break out. Your speed is the fastest. Only you can take the princess away from these beasts. A slash of a claw passed through, intertwining red magic power with lightning as Uya let out a shriek. No, you take Sister Loi away. Only I can withstand these beasts. If you stay, you'll die. Because of Loi's presence, Uya's and Eren's combat effectiveness had been restored. The magic wolves realized the existence that had previously been overlooked by them. Initially thinking that they would wear down these two main forces, they hadn't anticipated that the human being constantly protected would possess such extraordinary abilities. One after another, the magic wolves emitted cries only they could understand before aiming their fangs towards Loi. Protecting oneself was simpler than protecting others. Earlier, the pack had been attacking the two of them, but now shifted their focus entirely to Loi, forcing Uya and Eren to spend more energy defending her. Being a spoilt little princess, even if lacking combat ability, she could clearly see the intent behind the wolf pack's actions. Since childhood, Eren had always dreamed of becoming a knight, and she was also the princess of the Hushu Empire. Their meeting seemed destined by fate. That day, in the elf forest. Are you the princess? At that time, Eren was just a little girl. Her silver-white long hair rippled with the gentle breeze in the woods as she curiously observed Loi before her. The 8-year-old little princess wore an ornate white crown, her shoulder-length dark green hair slightly inward curving. Her blue and white dress accentuated her playful personality. That's right, genuine and real. Loi proudly grinned, then shook the silver bracelet on her wrist, which rang out crisp sounds in the quiet forest. So melodious. Eren gazed at Loi's bracelet with longing. Do you like it? Loi blinked her eyes. Her pure black pupils reflected a flicker of confusion. Such a common object. She owned countless ones, and even thought it troublesome to wear them all. Then I'll give it to you. Loi carefully took off the bracelet and extended it toward Eren. Just as Eren was about to take it, she suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled her hand behind her back. No, I can't. She shook her head while reluctantly eyeing the bracelet that Loi was offering. Grandpa said not to accept things from strangers. Seeing Eren refuse, Loi felt a little disappointed. She lowered her head and stared at her bracelet for a moment, then contemplated. What if it's a gift from a friend? AF, Riend. This familiar yet unfamiliar word made Eren pause and gaze at Loi with bewilderment. Since birth, she was the granddaughter of one of the 3 grand elders. Because of her extremely powerful affinity for ice elements, and her constant immersion in magical training, those children who tried to get close to her eventually left. She didn't understand why. Later, after hearing many stories about knights, she formed her first dream in life. On the path of pursuing magic, she sprinted ahead, leaving many of her peers among the elf race far behind until finally, only she stood alone atop the heights, feeling a bit lonely. Chapter 73, Bloom, Frost. What are friends? She didn't know. All she knew was that every time she saw those little fairies playing in groups among the trees and running wildly from branch to branch, her heart would fill with envy. She had once tried to join them, but before she could even get close, they would move away, deliberately avoiding her. That's when she began to realize how different she was from others. I don't need friends. Eren turned her head, not wanting Roy to see the slight downturn of her lips. Roy was startled by her movement, but having grown up around grand occasions, it didn't bother her. What do you want then? Roy tilted her head, trying to make out Eren's face. I'm the princess of Hongyu Empire. Anything you want, I've got it covered. Really? Eren looked at this princess timidly, her small foot tracing circles on the ground. Yes. Roy patted her shoulder and grinned. A princess word. I. Eren suddenly turned her head, her lively eyes locking onto Roy's as she pronounced each word carefully, earnestly. I want to be your knight. The term knight wasn't unfamiliar to Roy. All right then. Eren had expected rejection, but to her surprise, she readily agreed. Do you know what a knight is? It's to protect me. Roy smiled. The most trusted, strongest guard I can rely on. Although you're right, I'm still too weak. There was a hint of self-deprecation in Eren's voice. There probably isn't a single princess whose knight is weaker than me. Roy pouted, dissatisfied. So what? You'll get stronger eventually, right? Yes, I'll become strong. Extremely strong. Well, there you go. Roy's smile was warm, sweet, like the tranquil sea, giving off a refreshing sensation. Are you willing then? For a moment, Eren felt a fleeting blankness in her mind. She'd never thought her dream could be realized so simply. She half knelt, her left hand behind her back, her right fist pressed against her chest. I, Eren, am willing to become the knight of Princess Roy Egothel Sawana of the 3rd Royal House of Hongyu Empire. My sword dances for my sovereign, and frost magic blooms for my sovereign. In the face of formidable enemies, I shall show no fear. Loyal and just, I'd rather die than betray. Protecting the weak, abiding by divine laws, this life will forever stand true. Without formal ceremony, without lavish stages, without an audience, just two children making innocent vows. Princess, why are you here? This was Fairy Woods, the territory of the fairies, protected by layers of enchantments. Outsiders were not allowed in without permission. Roy chuckled awkwardly, sticking out her tongue, pouting as she explained, "It was too boring in the palace, so I decided to take a stroll outside. Just as I heard father planning a visit to Fairy Woods, which I thought must be beautiful, I insisted on coming along. Now they're likely still in meetings, so I went for a walk and ended up getting lost. What about you? It seems like there's hardly anyone around here. So boring." Practicing magic. Erin pointed to a tree beside her, a patch of faint frost clinging to its bark. "Their meeting should be wrapping up soon. Let me take you back." "Okay." Two tiny figures held hands and strolled through the woods. Erin felt elated. She had never felt as fulfilled as she did today. But what she didn't know was that when Roy returned to the Empire and told her parents about this, she faced her first ever reproach. That day, Erin couldn't leave with her princess. She could only helplessly watch as the princess was taken away by her father. Roy's final look back as she left an indelible impression. Every princess could have only one attendant knight. Only after his death would the princess be allowed another knight. In the eyes of these elders, Roy's behavior was reckless, failing to recognize the immense significance a knight holds for a princess. "I want Erin to be my knight. I believe in her. She'll protect me, she'll grow stronger." This was the first time she argued with her father. The next day, she headed to Holy Realm Academy. Erin, determined to grow stronger, also left Fairy Woods. The two met again at Holy Realm Academy. This time, she swore to safeguard Roy. However, right now, she could barely handle just 7 savage thunder wolves, and this was merely a test from the Holy Realm Academy. Even though it was a test, she had seen people being killed by magical beasts. The protection their mentors provided was limited. Every student who entered knew that they must never count on their mentor coming to save them. That would only result in a quicker death. Even when she heard Yifan's voice amidst the darkened sky earlier, Erin did not pin her hopes on him. "Oya." Roy stepped forward, her expression resolute. "You and Erin go ahead, don't worry about me." "No way." Erin's voice was hoarse as she gathered more magical power. Frost barrier. Ice wheel dance. The ice wheels twirled, scattering countless icy shards under the assault of the wolf's sharp claws and electrical surges. Erin left her position, an ice sword forming in her hand. "I'll freeze them again, and when I do, Oya, you take the princess and go." To break through the already formed encirclement, there was only one option, to forcefully open a gap. By doing so, she would become the primary target of the wolves' attacks, but in order to create an opportunity for Roy and Oya, it was the only method she could think of. Frost barrier. 10,000 frost flowers. Facing the group of wolves that attacked from different angles, Erin had no choice but to release large amounts of magic, expanding the scope of her spells to completely freeze all 7 wolves. Oya realized Erin had already made her move. She had no choice but to accept Erin's suggestion. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of putting Erin in such a dangerous situation? She pulled Roy along, burning her magical power to its limit, transforming into a blazing fire streaking forward. Pentagonal snowflakes sparkled before Erin. Her frost barrier suddenly whipped up a blizzard within a certain radius, turning everything, including fallen leaves on the ground, into exquisite ice sculptures. "Proud spirit of frost, please display your elegance, shining like a flower, brilliance surpassing bricks. Bloom forth, O cold ice." The ice and snow grew more fierce. Erin's feet were enveloped by the frigid ice, and starting from beneath her, a thick layer of ice spread outward, engulfing all the savage thunder wolves. In an instant, jagged ice spikes shot up from the frozen ground, piercing towards the 7 wolves. These spikes, resembling blossoming flowers, glittered spectacularly under the golden light. This was her all-or-nothing attack. If it didn't produce clear results, she wouldn't be able to leave. Still, seeing Oya carrying Roy vanish into the depths of the woods filled her with joy. It took only 3 seconds for the wolves to break free from their icy bindings. But these 3 seconds were enough for Oya. They had already escaped the wolves' field of vision. Clusters of ice bloomed, and lightning erupted violently. The silhouettes of the wolves darted among the chunks of ice, while Erin's magic drained rapidly. Chapter 74, Dignity and Knights. 1-2. Only 2 magic wolves were struck by the freezing ice and fell injured. Originally wanting to deliver the fatal blow to those 2 magic wolves, Erin noticed that another 2 magic wolves attempted to chase Oya. She had no choice but to scatter her magic power and trap all of the wolves. However, by doing this, she couldn't kill a single one. Even so, for her, merely a great magician, this performance was already pretty impressive. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to handle one furious lightning magic wolf. "Let me go? Oya. Quick, let me go." Luo-Yi struggled in Oria's grasp, but her petite figure made it impossible for her to break free from Oria's claws. After ensuring that they were far away from the magic wolves, Oria finally released Luo-Yi. "Go back quickly. Quickly, bring me back. Erin will die alone." Luo-Yi cried out, grabbing onto Oria's arm, her eyes red with tears. Oria couldn't meet her gaze. She turned her head away sorrowfully and said, "If we go back, we'll die too. Sister Erin has worked hard to give us this chance. Do you want to go back and die with her?" The dense leaves obscured dazzling golden light, and a familiar silhouette emerged from the darkness. It was Xiao, who had vanished earlier. "There's no need to go back. I'll reunite you in hell. Unexpectedly, the elven mage actually sacrificed herself to let this princess escape. This came as a surprise to Xiao. But how could they escape the circle of the wolves and still slip out of Xiao's fingers? The black magic circle beneath his feet unfolded, and he suddenly held an ominous dark spear in his hand at some point. Aurea startled slightly and shielded Luo Yi behind her. Her sharp fangs and claws pointed directly at Xiao. What do you plan to do? Aurea brandished her claws warningly, signaling him not to come closer. But Xiao paid her no heed, instead focusing intently on Luo Yi, revealing an unmasked intent to kill. For Lord Alraslong's sake, I won't touch you, but don't interfere either. Move aside. I won't. Aurea stood in an ever-ready fighting stance, crimson magic force igniting the air around her. However, right in front of Xiao's dark spear, Luo Yi walked out from behind Aurea. She knelt down in front of Xiao. I beg you, save Aaron. She tried to control her emotions, determined not to let her tears fall. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have touched what belonged to you. I beg you, save Aaron. Didn't you intend to kill me anyway? If you're willing to save Aaron, I will give my life to you. This mysterious practitioner of the dark attributes. She did not know just how formidable this young man in front of her truly was. Even though he was only a high-level mage, he effortlessly broke through Aaron's magic spells and managed to escape without a trace from the encirclement of the pack. Despite being an exponent of dark attribute magic, he wielded his powers freely within the light attribute magic circle. This youth was truly extraordinary. She believed that if Xiao would help her, Aaron would definitely survive. The mysteries of dark attribute mages were beyond the comprehension of any water attribute mages like herself. He could easily enter and exit amidst the wolves. Surely he would also be able to easily rescue Aaron with similar ease. And given that his prowess wasn't inferior to Aaron's in the least, I beg you, if you can save Aaron, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Xiao was her last hope now. Why should I help you? Even if Aurea is protecting you, killing you would be easy for me. Xiao lifted her chin arrogantly with his dark spear. The dark attribute power burned her alabaster skin uncontrollably. The proud princess was now kneeling before him, discarding her dignity in exchange for Xiao's help. I don't know why you want to kill me, but it means you dislike me, maybe even hate me. So if you simply wanted to kill me, that probably wouldn't satisfy you, would it? Insulting me would make you happier than killing me, right? As she spoke, Luo Yi lightly undid the top 2 buttons of her blouse, gazing coldly at Xiao, a drop of icy clarity rolling down her cheek to slide onto the dark spear, disappearing the moment it touched the dark power. Xiao withdrew his spear from her skin and looked at her coldly. A person like you cares about someone else's safety? She wiped away her tears proudly, realizing that she had no dignity left kneeling here as she was. Nevertheless, she remained a princess. It's different with her. She's my knight. Knight? Just find another one once she's dead. No. My knight can only be Aaron. The elven ice mage, Aaron. Xiao had been puzzled originally. With Aurea and Aaron's strength, escaping the encirclement of the furious lightning magic wolves wouldn't have been difficult. So it appeared Aaron chose sacrifice over abandoning her chivalric code. Was this faith? He remembered all too clearly how during ES's battle with Beiman Chongqing, it was this laughable faith that almost cost him his life. Now, Aaron had also been surrounded by 7 furious lightning magic wolves due to the absurd chivalric code, and perhaps the next second she would become their food. Faith. This overly burdensome thing. Xiao had witnessed too many people die for it. Rumors spread from somewhere that drinking just 1 sip of the elven spring water could make one a magician. An entire village began its journey to search for the elven forest. But before their journey even started, it was ended by the savage wind magic falcons. Nearly 100 people, regardless of age or infirmity, all went into the beast's stomach. Xiao had tried to save them, but back then he was too weak. If it hadn't been for Ling's help, whether he would have managed to escape was uncertain. Don't you know it's a lie? He still remembered the answer from the last person. This is our dream. How absurd. In the end, they still lost their lives in vain. But killing Luo Yi right away would be rather boring. Thinking about all the monsters he'd killed, as well as those ignorant humans, there were probably hundreds out of thousands. How do I trust you? What if I save her and you change your mind? Compared to simply killing her, this princess's offer was worth considering. Actually, Luo Yi had no intention of going back on her word, but now that Xiao had said it, she had no leverage anymore. I'm willing to give up my mark. Deal. To magicians, the mark was akin to the human heart. The mark, known as the second heart of a magician, once it fell into someone else's hands, it wasn't just handing over one's life, but everything about oneself. Why should only knights make sacrifices? Not only knights understand sacrifice. Aaron, a water blue magic force, a water blue magic circle, clear diamond-shaped marks. Spreading her arms, Luo Yi embraced the darkness. A thread of darkness seeped into this sky-blue world, pain flickering across Luo Yi's face. She withdrew her arms, and the sky-blue world slowly faded, everything gradually returning to tranquility. Aurea, protect my slave well. You, originally intending to argue, Luo Yi, upon receiving Xiao's glare, could only suppress her emotions. Chapter 75, The Broken Cold, Ice Knight. Xiao ignored her as a small magic array appeared in his hand. Subsequently, a mass of black magical power surged towards the sky, merging with the golden magic array. This move terrified Yefan, who was hiding in the dark. If it weren't for the absence of any abnormality in the magic array, he would have jumped out and beat that guy up. Just as he was thinking this, the golden light began to fade. Resonance. Yefan, hidden in the dark, was also a dark attribute magician. He could clearly sense the changes in this magic array. As a holy magician, he could perceive the effect of this magic array, but due to his own powerful strength, it had no impact on him. Weakened? The suppression against dark attribute magicians has weakened. Yefan pulled back his foot that had stepped out of the darkness and continued to observe everything. As the golden light faded, some parts of the magic array suddenly emitted black light. The golden magic array became bizarre with the intertwining of black and golden magic powers. This was something Xiao had left behind earlier when deciphering the magic array. He had read the information of the magic array and made some changes. Although it could only last for a while, it was enough for him to stay for the remaining time. At the same time, this was also a signal from Xiao to Ace. That way, go. The moment the black color appeared, Aolis Long had already noticed it and led Ace and Beimin Changqing toward where Xiao was. As the ice blocks were bombarded by the wolves' wild thunder, Aaron's magic power rapidly depleted. When the last ice pillar was shattered by the lightning, the ice sword in Aaron's hand took form. It was a weapon she had condensed with all her magic power. Because she wanted to become a knight, the swordsmanship she had secretly trained since childhood finally came in handy. O void fire, bloom in the light. The magic array that Aaron had previously overlooked released deep black light again under Xiao's guidance. Is that you? Behind the pack of wolves, Xiao's body radiated with black magic power, and in his eyes, a streak of black mist dispersed with the wind. Aaron didn't know why he had come back or whether Xiao was there to help her. Where's the princess? What have you done to the princess? Xiao ignored him and reactivated the black magic array, the dazzling light enveloping everyone. Like the darkness breaking through the ice, black light cut across the sky, and within the magic array, a pitch-black lotus flower appeared. The pack of wolves sensed the danger and tried to leave this black magic array. However, Xiao would not let them escape easily. He stretched out his left hand, and 7 magic arrays instantly spread out. Shadow demon chains. Each rear leg of the magical wolves was bound by the suddenly appearing black chains. Aaron, serving as bait, lured all 7 thunder magic wolves into this magic array, far exceeding Xiao's expectations. Even if they were thunder magic wolves, once fully hit by this magic array, they wouldn't survive without severe injuries. Aaron's ice-based magic truly provided a great deal of assistance. Simultaneously controlling 7 thunder magic wolves was beyond even Xiao's endurance, and as expected, after merely striking with their lightning, the 7 chains broke. But for Xiao, his purpose had already been achieved. At the moment the magic chains broke, the black lotus bloomed. Standing in the middle of the magic array, Aaron instantly felt her body becoming unbearably heavy, as if it were about to explode. The ice sword she had condensed with all her magic power showed not a single crack under the immense pressure of the magic, and then instantaneously shattered, transforming into white magic power that was consumed by the profound black lotus. A mouthful of blood sprayed out and vanished into thin air. With her energy completely depleted, Aaron was powerless to resist the influence of this powerful magic upon her. The blood inside her seemed to be compressed by this magic, as though her body could explode at any moment. Am I dying? In her field of vision, everything was black. The magical wolves were black, the man was black. The leaves were black, the sky was black, and even the originally golden magic array had turned black, until all things lost their shape. When she regained consciousness, she realized that her body was suspended in midair, cradled in someone's arms. Who? A strand of black light entered her eye slit, making the figure gradually clearer in the darkness. Sensing that Aaron had regained consciousness in his arms, Xiao looked down at her. Can you move? Aaron still stared blankly at him, unable to fully open her eyes. Apparently, she was heavily impacted from before, combined with her depleted magic power, and thus had difficulty recovering her movement for the time being. The massive black lotus flower bloomed brilliantly, emitting a buzzing sound akin to an explosion within the magic array. Faint howls of the magical wolves could still be heard. Trapped in this magic array, the thunder magic wolves must not be having an easy time either. Xiao let out a light chuckle, preparing to leave. At the moment he turned around, a purple figure emerged from the black light, surrounded by flickering electric arcs. Dark Brightness King. With no other defense available as he held Aaron in his arms, Xiao could only use the Dark Brightness King to withstand the wolves' attack. The lightning sliced through the giant shadow's arm, tearing Xiao's sleeve and leaving a clear bloodstain. Aaron's eyelids fluttered slightly, her breathing becoming momentarily rapid. Was he injured? There was no time to check Aaron's condition as several magic arrays quickly unfolded around him. As the black lotus began to wither, 2 of the remaining 6 wolves lay on the ground, unable to move, while the other 4 were severely wounded. However, this purple thunder magic wolf was clearly much stronger than the 6 others. Despite its fur being torn, its hatred for Xiao overshadowed the physical pain. The purple lightning repeatedly struck the black shadow, shredding Xiao's clothes to pieces and adding numerous wounds to his back and arms. To uphold his agreement with Luo Yi, Xiao had to do his best to protect Aaron. What a hassle! Muttering a complaint, the several magic arrays around him started to glow. Dark Flame, Dark Spear, Shadow Demon Chains. Multiple magic arrays activated simultaneously. To block this purple magical wolf, Xiao spared no magical power. The intense burning and corrosive abilities of the Dark Flame were added onto the Demon Chains and Dark Spears. This time, the Demon Chains weren't used merely for binding the wolf. Xiao didn't hesitate to expend even more magic to swing the chains, disrupting the wolf's movements, while the Dark Spears seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Not only did this consume a tremendous amount of magical power, but it also demanded strict control from the magician. Even Xiao had to focus all his attention to complete these controls. However, The results of Xiu's efforts were very apparent. The 5 still able to move wolves, due to their serious injuries, struggled to keep up. Apart from the purple wolf managing to close some distance, the other 4 were exhausted in dealing with the continuous series of spells. Chapter 76, Wolf Slaughter. Native Magic. Magma Pool. Gale of Fury. Yuhu. Rushing Palm. 3 figures darted past Xiu, with fiery red magic enveloping a massive battle axe that swung down hard on the purple magical wolf. Green magical energy flowed around Beiman Changqing's sword as he charged towards the other 2 magical wolves. A crisp sound suddenly rang out, and blue lightning mingled with green magic, felling surrounding trees. Eyeing the 2 wolves dealing with the magical chains, AIC formed his hands into palms and struck directly at the stomach of one wolf, sending its body flying. The nearest other wolf noticed his presence and bared its sharp fangs as it leapt toward him. With a quick turn, AIC kicked straight at its extended wolf head. An ear-piercing howl followed, and the purple-bodied magical wolf flew off. Flashes of sword light swept through, rows of tree trunks slowly fell, their cut edges abnormally smooth, clearly showing the sharpness of the weapon used to chop them down. The 2 magical wolves handled by Beiman Changqing had their wolf skins slashed open. Another flash of the sword left blood spraying out as the bodies of the magical wolves hit the ground. Oris Long handled this magical wolf differently from the other 6. Not only did it have a purple body, but it also possessed purple electricity. Its ability to break out first from Xiu's previous magic array sufficiently proved that it was far stronger than the rest of the magical wolves. However, even so, Oris Long still shattered its head with an axe. Holy shit. Watching all this, Yifan could not help but curse aloud. These Thunder Fang magical wolves were worth at least more than a dozen great magicians combined. Even if there were 4 magicians like Aaron, winning against these 7 Thunder Fang magical wolves would be no easy feat. What sort of monsters were these 4 guys? Yifan was losing control now. He desperately wanted to rush out, beat up Xiu, and make him beg for mercy. But then again, doing so would cost him face as the dean. Who would have thought that the 7 magical wolves he intentionally brought to bother Xiu would turn out to be so useless? Truly speaking, it was actually Aaron and the others who helped Xiu considerably. Had Aaron not remained to confront these 7 magical beasts, drawing their attention while Xiu inflicted heavy injuries on them using magic, Xiu wouldn't have been able to do much damage. Furthermore, when confronting Aaron earlier, Xiu had already completed the majority of the magic, leaving himself merely to activate the prepared magic array. These were things Yifan had never expected. Even under normal circumstances, should Oris Long fight against that purple-bodied, purple electricity-infused magical wolf, its agility would give even Oris Long, the bulky warrior, quite a bit of trouble. The remaining 6 magical wolves would strain anyone trying to handle 2 of them individually. Additionally, AIC's stamina hadn't fully recovered after battling the Flame Whistle Beast. Who would have imagined Loyal's appearance provided Xiu with such an opportunity? Nevertheless, Yifan could not help but acknowledge Xiu's ruthless means. He truly wanted to kill Loyal before. If Loyal hadn't intervened to save Aaron, Aaron surely would have died. Using one person to kill another? It doesn't get better than that. Still, ultimately, they were dealt with by Xiu. None of Leity's students are ordinary. Ah Chu, teacher, do you have a cold? While writing her magic report in the living room, Ruolan heard Leity sneeze from the kitchen, and she began to feel worried. Leity rubbed the tip of his nose, looking somewhat dejected. No problem, no problem. Must be someone talking about me behind my back. Ruolan nodded, preparing to continue writing her magic report. Then she remembered something. Teacher, is brother coming today? Probably not. Osiris' training is very exhausting. He'll likely go straight back to the dormitory to rest. As Leity cooked, he explained to Ruolan. He seldom ventured into the kitchen, and when he did, he wouldn't prepare elaborate meals. For him, as long as there was food on the table, that was enough. Occasionally going to the cafeteria to improve their meals was sufficient. Wasting time in the kitchen wasn't as useful as conducting research in the library. Purchasing alchemical materials also required some time. However, he willingly prepared a sumptuous dinner for Ruolan. From somewhere within the hidden corners of his study, he flipped out a cookbook, cooking earnestly. Teacher, I want to become stronger too. Suddenly appearing in the kitchen, Ruolan's lively azure eyes fixed intently on Leity. Surprised, Leity squatted down to pat her head. You're already strong. At 14 years old, you've already reached the level of a junior magician. But, I can't even defeat intermediate magicians during training. When brother was only a senior magician, he could already beat great magicians. How do you know? Leity was slightly astonished. Xiu had only used magic twice in front of Ruolan, the first time when they met, and the second time during a test fighting Oris Long. The students said it. They say my brother is very powerful, the most powerful dark attribute magician among the students. Ruolan's little face was full of pride. So, I want to become strong too, and be a powerful magician like my brother. There was a brief silence, and Leity felt somewhat conflicted. To become strong isn't as simple as just saying it. Xiu's strength came from training early on with Xing and Yin. After they left, he didn't give up, but continued to train following their methods. These past 10 years of experiences have further honed his heart. Plus, the sacred magic book, this artifact that only existed in legends, whose exact abilities were unknown. It was certain, however, that at least half of Xiu's strength could be attributed to this sacred magic book. Leity hesitated. If any other student had made such a request, Leity would have unhesitatingly agreed. But when it came to Ruolan, he had a lingering hesitation. Teacher. Even though she was still young, Ruolan was more mature than her peers. Although she couldn't see through everything, she could sense Leity's feelings. I want to get stronger. Even if I can't surpass my brother, I will try to get close to him. The things our mentor teaches are already plenty, but I feel they aren't enough. Every day after finishing my homework, I practice those basic spells over and over again in the yard. I can use them with my eyes closed, but I still keep practicing. As Ruolan herself mentioned, Lei also witnessed it firsthand. Ruolan had high talent. Although she was only a low-level magician, she could engage in battle with intermediate magicians and even hold out for long periods against senior magicians. Are you sure? Lei frowned slightly and sighed quietly. It's going to be tough. And there's a possibility you might die. My life was saved by my brother. For him, I must get stronger. Osiris will soon be available school-wide. Regardless of age or skill, if you wish to enter, you may. Inside, the purpose is to cultivate magic knights. But every step inside comes with the risk of death. Without hesitation, Ruolan nodded her head heavily. I'm not afraid. The little girl who once only cried when facing several wind wolves has now grown resolute, unafraid of the perilous road ahead. The growth of a person truly is unpredictable. Chapter 77, Threat. Claiming not to be afraid, Ruolan didn't really believe it herself. Only those who had experienced the fear brought by death could understand how terrifying it truly was. Even so, she had to overcome this fear in order to keep up with Shio's pace and not drag him down. Let me see your daily course schedule. After carefully reviewing Ruolan's classes, Lai gradually formed a plan in his mind. You don't need to attend the morning classes on the first and third days, nor the last class in the afternoon on the fourth day. You also don't need to go on the last day. I will arrange these times for you. Once you finish your magic report, go to the courtyard to practice magic. I'll give you a general magic book, and you must use all the thunder attribute spells within it. You can only proceed to the next training once you meet my requirements. Wow, 2 high-quality magic cores. Ais extracted the magic cores from the magical wolves as his spoils of battle. Oria's Long also retrieved a core from the purple-bodied, purple-thundered magical wolf. My magic core is of high quality too. Looks like we've got good luck. Magic cores generally have specific standards, but only an extremely small number possess exceptionally high quality, which can sell for over 10 times the price of ordinary ones. Besides quality, there is also concentration. The beasts Shio killed earlier were of low concentration and low quality. Concentration is determined by the rank of the slain beast, while quality depends largely on luck. Even some powerful magical beasts might have magic cores inferior to those of lower-rank creatures. Northman Chongqing and Shio certainly did not have such good fortune, each obtaining only 2 low-quality, low-concentration magic cores. With the threat of these 7 crazy thunder magical wolves gone, the wildlife of this region gradually became more active. However, Shio's group almost showed no fear towards whatever magical beasts they encountered. Actually, the magical beasts in this forest weren't very powerful, but their numbers made them formidable. The coverage area of this magic array was vast, and each student was teleported randomly, making it difficult to gather combat strength in a short time. Those unlucky enough to encounter relatively stronger magical beasts often found themselves unable to escape, resulting in higher fatality rates. Shio, why are you hugging an elf? Ais just then noticed that Shio was holding Aaron in his arms. Shio glanced at the half-closed eyes of Aaron in his arms and frowned slightly. It's a bit complicated, and it's inconvenient to explain. He seems familiar. Oria's Long took a look at Aaron, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, though he couldn't remember where exactly. Speaking of Aaron, Shio suddenly remembered Aoya and Luo Yi. Dragon, have you seen your cousin? She's ahead. Oria's Long guided Shio to meet up with Aoya and the others. Aaron, upon seeing Shio's figure, Luo Yi rushed over. Her tears hadn't completely dried from her face, but her smile was evident. Hearing the familiar voice, Aaron moved her fingers slightly and gently tilted her head. Princess. At this point, Aoya had returned to her normal form. Her sharp claws had disappeared, and her furry ears drooped slightly. Sister Aaron. Although they hadn't known Aaron and the others for long, Aoya was still happy to have such friends. Seeing that Aaron was fine filled her with joy. Shio didn't understand. Here was a proud princess who actually cared about the fate of this elf. Qianxue Man. Heal. Fountain of Life. Seeing her consciousness wasn't clear and her clothes were somewhat torn, she must have suffered significant injuries. Luo Yi quickly administered treatment. For some unknown reason, Ais and Northman Chongqing started arguing again nearby, swords drawn and ready to fight at any moment. Oria's Long seemed unconcerned about whether they would start fighting, instead chatting with his cousin. Shio found a stone to sit on and rest. With Luo Yi's help, Aaron's consciousness gradually cleared, and her mobility recovered significantly. Support and healing magic truly amazed him. By his estimation, Aaron would find it difficult to move freely every 10 days or so, yet with a single spell, Luo Yi managed to restore her to nearly full health. No wonder magicians like Luo Yi were always the most welcomed. Did you save me? Aaron faintly remembered Shio appearing at the last moment, pulling her out of darkness. If that was true, then Shio was her savior. Thank you. Of course, this was under the condition that she was unaware of Shio and Luo Yi's agreement. Don't thank him. Luo Yi glared at Shio, filled with hatred. This guy has no good intentions. Shio didn't intend to reveal anything, slightly raising the corner of his mouth as he watched Luo Yi with interest, his magic flowing subtly within him. Luo Yi's body trembled slightly, her expression unpleasant. Hey, big sister, what's wrong? Not feeling well. Faced with Shio's teasing, Luo Yi could only grit her teeth. It was naturally due to Shio interfering with her physical state. The sigil is the center of magic. Every flow of magic passes through it. Under normal circumstances, magic flows throughout the body at all times, much like how blood circulates. Xiao had control over her sigil, which essentially meant he controlled everything about her. If he wanted to, he could take her life at any moment. Big sister, are you not feeling well? Seeing Luo Yi's uneasy expression, Owen asked with concern. She naturally wouldn't think that Xiao was the one playing tricks on her. As Xiao wouldn't mention it, neither would Luo Yi. One reason was she didn't want Lin to know, and the other was her pride. She didn't want too many people to be aware of this matter. She'd even told Aoya before not to tell others. Watching the proud princess endure such humiliation yet maintain her composure in front of everyone, Xiao suddenly thought this deal was quite profitable, especially considering he'd been scratched by the magical wolf. I'm fine. Luo Yi waved her hand, leaning against a tree trunk to rest. But Xiao wouldn't let her rest so easily. He smirked lightly and walked over to Luo Yi. What do you want? Right now? Luo Yi hated Xiao as soon as she saw him, wishing she could dismember him into pieces. I am your friend's benefactor. Does glaring at me really seem appropriate? Or is this how the royal family of Hushu Empire treats those who have helped their friends? This guy was shameless, treating what was clearly just a deal as though Xiao were unreasonable. Isn't it true? Don't forget, the one who initially wanted to kill me was you. Now Luo Yi understood Xiao's purpose. He wanted to humiliate her, trampling her pride and dignity underfoot. Sorry, saying these 3 words with great reluctance, Luo Yi's resentment towards Xiao only deepened. Owen probably knew his princess better than anyone else. Having her utter those 3 words would be more painful for her than death itself. But this man managed to make her say them? In the past, regardless of the benefactor, Luo Yi wouldn't give them much attention. It was natural for her father, the king, to pay the rewards. But no matter how Owen speculated, he never guessed that Xiao held something over Luo Yi, nor could he deduce the answer. Chapter 78. Xingming, Xingyue. As soon as the time came, a golden magic circle descended with several beams of light, enveloping all the students inside. A dizzying swirl followed, and then all appeared around the training field: Xiao, Ace, Luo Yi, and others. There were also some unfamiliar faces that Xiao didn't recognize. Hey Luo Yi, you're still alive. If you're still alive, how could I not be? As they emerged, Luo Yi immediately locked eyes with someone nearby. The woman had phoenix-like almond eyes, a slightly pointed chin, golden curly hair like waves, and crimson pupils that emitted an irresistible allure at all times. Her mesmerizing eyes seemed capable of luring away one's soul. A group of men surrounded her, fawning over her non-stop, but her attention was focused on Luo Yi. In terms of figure, she wasn't much different from Luo Yi. But in appearance, Luo Yi's face was delicate yet unflirtatious, offering a sea-like clarity. In contrast, this other woman exuded seduction from head to toe. Xiao accidentally glanced at her, and his magic began to fluctuate restlessly. For a moment, his heartbeat quickened. In that instant, Xiao felt an irresistible attraction toward her, compelling him to get closer. His eyes were filled with longing. As the unrest in his own magical power gradually calmed down, Xiao's gaze returned to normal, replaced with a sense of caution. You just rely on your ability to seduce a few men, don't you? Luo Yi glared at her coldly, snorting contemptuously. Without these smelly men, you are nothing. The second princess of the Star Galaxy Empire is merely a slut relying on men. Luo Yi's sharp words came as quite a surprise even to Xiao. From what she said, Xiao roughly understood why he'd experienced such a strange reaction earlier. The second princess of the Star Galaxy Empire must possess some ability to allure others, judging by the crowd of men surrounding her, their gazes full of desire. But Xiao couldn't help wondering, why did I only have a brief moment of confusion? Where does my resistance to her come from? As Xiao organized his thoughts, Luo Yi seemed to be facing considerable trouble. How dare you? If we want to, we'll protect Princess Xingyue if you call her a slut, roared a burly man standing beside the blonde girl. Rolling up his sleeves, fire-red magical power surged from within him, releasing a small flame straight at Luo Yi as a warning shot. Arlen stepped forward, shielding Luo Yi with his body. Silver-white magic flickered at his fingertips, dissipating the flames with a wave. He stared coldly at the group of men. How dare you raise your hand against the princess? Arlen prepared to attack the rude men, but was stopped by Luo Yi. Forget it, don't waste time on these half-brained beasts. Let's go. If it were before, Luo Yi would have let Arlen teach them a good lesson. However, now that Arlen's body hadn't fully recovered and his remaining magic was limited, it wasn't wise to engage in any more conflicts. So what? You called my sister a slut, and think you can walk away so easily? It's not that simple. A shadow darted past, and a figure with a sinister smile materialized beside Luo Yi, radiating black magic and looking at her with malice. Xingming. Luo Yi gasped, her expression filled with alarm. A trace of seriousness crossed Arlen's face as well. Ouya, who had been chatting with Aureus Long the entire time after stepping out, noticed something unusual happening and promptly stood beside Luo Yi, glaring hostilely at Xingming. Xiao watched everything unfold with great interest, looking forward to what would happen next, and observing everyone's identities carefully. Seeing Ouya suddenly stand next to Luo Yi caused Xingming to pause momentarily, his complexion turning slightly grim. Ouya, for your brother's sake, move aside and stay out of my way. I won't. Ouya adopted a combative stance, her little mouth curling into a defiant grin that revealed a pair of faint tiger teeth. Don't think I'll back off just because you've got your brother supporting you. Remember, your brother was defeated by me. Xingming smirked wickedly, his body exuding black magic. Suddenly, Xingyue stepped from behind Luo Yi and walked up beside Xingming, grabbing his arm affectionately while pouting. Brother, that wretched woman bullied me. Please help me. With no longer being under the influence of her strange powers, Xiao found Xingyue's gesture absolutely revolting. Watching his doting little sister acting coquettish, there was no way Xingming would refuse. In the past, when brother wasn't here, you must have been bullied by this woman. Today, brother will settle all those past grievances for you. Just watch. Xiao glanced around and noticed there were no instructors present. As for Yi Fan, he was undoubtedly hiding in the shadows watching the drama unfold. None of them intended to step in, so Xiao decided to enjoy the show. That Xingming mentioned Orius Long and claimed him as his defeated rival, which surprised Xiao somewhat. It seemed this Xingming ranked highly at Osiris Academy too. Orius Long was the top student outside the Sanctum College, and reputedly among the best even at Osiris. If Xingming had indeed beaten him, Xiao needed to seriously assess his strength. After assuring his sister, Xingming approached Luo Yi with a sinister smile. Should we go help? Ace had appeared beside Xiao and poked his shoulder. No need. Just watch. Recalling how Xiao had clearly helped Arlen before, some might wonder why he now stood idly by while they were in danger. It was unclear what Xiao was thinking. Inferno. Beneath Xingming's feet, a black magical circle instantly activated. The dark magic within blazed like fire, transforming everything within his range into a fiery underworld. This was evidently his main branch magic. Xiao watched quietly, recalling how during his previous battles with Arlen and others, their spells already surpassed much of what he knew. Now, this spell with only a name but no incantation was definitely not something an ordinary great magician could use without an incantation. Moreover, nothing in Xiao's mind matched up to this. This was certainly an elemental magic. Having witnessed many elemental magics now, Xiao started to get a clearer idea. Light had also explained that elemental magic was achieved when a magician reached a certain level of understanding in magic and began pursuing his own path. Every individual had unique ideas, so each magician had his own elemental magic. It differed from regular magic in that any magician of the same attribute could use the latter. Elemental magic, however, could only be used by the caster himself. This was the most fundamental part and the first step to becoming a great magician. Once you perfected your elemental magic, you moved on to the second step. The reason great magicians could dispense with incantations and directly cast spells was because they had made these spells their own, akin to basic elemental magic, absolutely one of kind in the world. Previous magics were classified as common magic, meaning they could be used by all magicians of the corresponding attribute. When a magician became a great magician, the magic he wielded could not be used by others. This was pure elemental magic evolved from common magic. To become a great magician, the hardest task was self-recognition, finding your own way. Chapter 79, Battle Against Xingming. At first, Xiao couldn't fully understand the meaning of this statement, but now he understands it pretty well. It was just lacking a model, and now, the appearance of Xingming has solved this problem for Xiao. After seeing Aaron's main magic, Louis's main magic, and Uya's main magic, he began to explore his own main magic. Having enough strength and sufficient understanding of magic, what he lacked was his own main magic. In other words, it was his understanding of himself. When he fully recognized the unique existence of himself, he would officially step into the ranks of great mages. As dark attribute mages, the spells Xingming used had even more powerful force. Just with the first Inferno, Xiao could feel the abundant magical energy. Main magic, Ignite. Fire burst out suddenly, and Uya rushed out first, her speed increasing significantly as she transformed into a wolf shape. In the blink of an eye, Uya circled around to behind Xingming. The claw was surrounded by flames, drawing a brilliant trajectory in the air. Inferno Devour. A black vortex appeared behind Xingming, like a bottomless pit, sucking the surrounding airflow into it. Uya was startled and forcibly interrupted her attack while retreating continuously. However, due to being so close to him at the start, Uya had already entered the suction range of the black vortex. With that vortex as the center, a powerful gravitational pull consumed Uya's magical power. The closer she got to the black vortex, the more unbearable the sensation became. Like being trapped in hell, her body seemed to be scorched by some mysterious flame without any high temperature, yet feeling unusually hot. Her flowing blood felt as if something were trying to take it away, and she struggled just to suppress the abnormal reactions in her body while resisting this formidable gravity. If sucked inside, she wasn't sure if she could survive. Being equally great mages, it was clear that Uya and Xingming were not on the same level of power. It was uncertain whether Uya could withstand if this continued. Magma pool. Erupt. A red glow appeared in the black world. The earth suddenly cracked open with numerous fissures, spewing out infinite magma colliding with the black magical force. Uya, who was still adjusting her condition, was embraced by a large hand. Big brother. Orius Long gently nodded and placed Uya behind him. His whole body burning with crimson magical power shone brightly in this black world. He slowly raised his axe, two crimson magic circles emerging from the blade, one after the other, shining brilliantly. Xingming, since stepping into the realm of great mages, I haven't sparred with you. Today, since you're bullying my sister, let's have a fight exactly. In fact, during that battle, Orius Long relied on his senior mage capabilities to counter Xingming, who had greater mage strength. Because he hadn't been acknowledged by Obelisk back then, and his combat experience wasn't as good as when fighting Xiao, he eventually fell in defeat, but Xingming also barely won, having triumphed through difficulty. Now, Orius Long is acknowledged by Obelisk, and he has also stepped into the realm of great mages. With the rematch, it's unclear who will win or lose. That's why Xingming hoped Uya wouldn't interfere upon seeing her, Otherwise angering Oris Long would make things difficult to handle. It's her own fault for nosing into other people's affairs. You loser, don't think stepping into the realm of great mages means anything. Since Oris Long had stepped forward and seeing his fiery eyes, this battle looked unavoidable. Regarding Xingming's provocation, Oris Long didn't care. He carried his large axe and twisted his neck. To tell you the truth, you've never experienced my comrade, Obelisk. I wonder if your frail body can withstand one axe. Xingming didn't want to argue with him anymore. A swirl of black gas wrapped around his body, and with a magic circle appearing beneath his feet, his figure instantly vanished from its original spot. Oris Long wasted no time, and with one foot stomping hard on the ground, cracks spread across the land as magma surged forth, followed by a chestnut-red magic circle appearing underfoot. Xiao remembered that during their previous battles, his incomplete main magic was broken into two parts, but now they have been consolidated into one. This shows he has officially stepped into the realm of great mages. As the chestnut-red magic circle collided with the black magic circle, Xingming used his agile physique to dodge Oris Long's attacks. Under the enhancement of Inferno, a mass of pitch-black fire wrapped around his hands. He was observing, watching for the right moment. Oris Long's strength was something he had witnessed several years ago. Now, empowered by Obelisk, he was even more terrifying. No matter how, Xingming couldn't confront him head-on. He had to find an opportunity to attack. With one swipe of the axe, it missed, and Xingming's figure silently appeared behind him, a smirk forming on the corner of his lips as he clenched his fists, the black flames suddenly becoming more turbulent. Finally, I got my chance. Do you think I still rely solely on brute force like before? Oris Long did not turn around. As the great axe crashed heavily into the ground, the earth beneath his feet instantly split apart, and scarlet flames surged forth. The red cracks traveled from beneath his feet and rapidly extended towards Xingming at his back. Xingming, whose fists had yet to be swung, was left with no time to dodge. He also couldn't adjust in time to use the darkness embodiment. All he could do was retreat quickly while gathering the magical power he could muster in front of himself to withstand the attack. Having not seen you for a year, you've grown quite foolish. Oris Long chuckled and lifted the great axe as he turned. Through his battle against Xiao, Oris Long had come to thoroughly understand that combat wasn't about blindly using brute force. Adaptability and versatility were the correct way to fight. Looking at the crackling soil rushing swiftly towards him, Xingming felt an ominous premonition arise. Indeed, the fire split again right in front of him. He was already prepared to face the incoming impact head-on, but unexpectedly, the fissured land actually diverged. Trouble. This divergent cracked land was now encircling him with himself at its center. But by this point, it was too late for him to react. Oris Long's great axe had already been swung, heading straight towards him. Finished. He hadn't even used his full strength, yet he was about to lose. Frustration filled Xingming's eyes, along with hatred toward Oris Long. He prepared to receive this fatal blow. Hold it. Raging beast. Just as Obelisk was less than a meter away from his chest, a figure suddenly appeared between them and the axe blade. Xingyue. Had Oris Long not controlled his own power well, Xingyue would have flown out together with her royal brother, while Xingming might only have spent a year or two recuperating on bed. Yet if this frail Xingyue were struck by the axe, she would be rendered unconscious permanently. Oris Long disliked interruptions to his battles, especially when they were about to reach their conclusion. Even so, it was evident enough that Xingming had lost, but rather than defeating the enemy completely, this offered far less enjoyment of the achievement victory usually brought. Occasionally wafting out of Xingyue's body were threads of purple-gold magic, her gaze carrying slight reproach as she looked at Oris Long, blinking her eyes. Big brother, raging beast, Xingyue knows she was wrong. Please stop bullying my elder brother. Could you forgive me if I apologize to you here? Ugh. Witnessing Xingyue's bashful appearance, the concentrated magical power Oris Long had built up gradually dissipated, and the great axe he had raised was lowered. From a distance where he was watching, Xiao noticed all of this. When Oris Long put down the axe, Xiao perceived something unusual. His expression hardened immediately, and the black magical power gathered instantly in his hands. Chapter 80, Allure. Look how fierce you are. My brother Xingming surely wouldn't be your match. Just let him go, will you? Xingyue's coquettish tone gave Luo Yi the shivers from afar. She swayed her body as she approached Oris Long, and her slender fingers wandered over Oris Long's massive arm. Oris Long seemed to be in an unusual state. His eyes looking at Xingyue were somewhat fiery, his breathing heavy with deep snorts as he let her grope him recklessly. Seeing that her goal was almost achieved, a mischievous smile hung on Xingyue's lips as she leaned her petite and fragile body against Oris Long's arm, her hand gradually wrapping around his arm. Stay away from him. Just as she touched Oris Long's tough skin, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and tightly gripped her arm, causing her some pain. Who are you? Such rude treatment of her made Xingyue more than a little angry as she looked at the suddenly appearing Xiao, sizing him up with interest. Let me go. Xingyue pouted, her face full of grievance. Isn't it fine if I don't touch him? You're so annoying. Seeing her move away from Oris Long, Xiao also released her. She swung her sore arm from being squeezed by Xiao, flexed her muscles, and looked at Xiao with a face full of resentment. Don't you know to cherish flowers? So rude. That feeling again. In just an instant, the magic power within Xiao once more became restless, as if rejecting something. With the experience from the first time, this time Xiao did not fall into confusion. It was very clear that Xingyue was playing tricks. To cherish flowers, you're unworthy. I don't mind destroying them. As he said, Xiao released his own dark attribute magic power, shaking her off forcefully. You? How come you're unscathed? Xingyue was greatly surprised by Xiao's crude methods. She was extremely confident in her alluring abilities. Even someone as strong as Eris Long, by exploiting his vulnerabilities, could be seduced. Yet, facing this youth who wasn't even a grand mage, her allure had no effect whatsoever. Even though dark attribute mages naturally repel light attribute magic, it shouldn't have been completely ineffective. She hadn't expected Xiao to directly use magic power to push her away. If not for Xingming supporting her from behind, she would have made a fool out of herself. You, supported by Xingming. Xingyue's face turned ashen. How can you remain unaffected? Faced with both Xingming and Xingyue, Xiao simultaneously observed Eris Long's condition. If there were any abnormalities, dealing with the situation would pose some trouble. Just as Xiao prepared to use his own dark attribute magic power to help him get rid of Xingyue's allure, Abai suddenly emitted dazzling red light, and Eris Long gradually returned to normal. When Eris Long came to, his eyes brimmed with anger, harboring even more disdain toward Xingyue. Had it not been for Abai's clearing the allure, it would have taken quite some time relying solely on his control of magic to return to normal. If during that period, Xiao had not intervened and allowed Xingyue to continue enchanting him, his situation might have become dangerous. Looking at Eris Long's solemn expression, Xiao realized how formidable this person named Xingyue really was. In a sense, she was more worth guarding against than her brother Xingming. The brilliance radiated earlier by Abai's freed Eris Long from the allure. Hadn't the previous lack of effect also been due to Ling's help? Almost instinctively, Xiao shifted his gaze to the pendant hanging from his chest. It's obviously me. A familiar voice echoed in Xiao's mind, but unlike before, the pendant did not emit its usual white glow. Xiao, you keep having troubles every time I wake up. Sorry for troubling you again. Xiao's lips moved slightly as he gazed at Xingyue and Xingming in front of him. It's nothing. Actually, I didn't do much. Even on your own, you could have easily resisted that woman's allure. After all, you are the mage acknowledged by me, and your understanding of dark magic has far surpassed that of a light attribute mage. But when I woke up, I felt something strange and couldn't resist helping a bit. Hearing Ling's playful tone, Xiao was somewhat surprised. Ling, as the Holy Spirit initially, was like a blank slate upon their first meeting, having no concept of this world, including emotions. Now, however, Ling had developed emotions, knowing joy and anger. This made Xiao feel reassured. However, this was not the time to celebrate. Because of his rude behavior towards Xingyue, he had become the target of everyone's animosity. Those male mages who were previously surrounding Xingyue now encircled Xiao, Eris Long, Aoya, Luo Yi, and Alan. Just Xingyue alone managed to command so many great mages within the academy. Although these people weren't particularly strong individually, their combined numbers could rival a small elite squad of mages. Besides, this was Saint Domain Academy. Unless in special circumstances like the Golden Magic Array earlier, Xiao didn't dare use lethal force. Alan, who had previously been ready to attack Xingming alongside Aoya, was suppressed by his Inferno, making it impossible for him to move. Now surrounded by a large group of people, Alan could only condense his mana into ice swords as his method of attack. More onlookers gathered, yet no instructors appeared to maintain order. Your Highness, Princess, please forgive my tardiness. From within the crowd, two individuals suddenly stepped forth, exuding eerie auras as they approached Xingming and Xingyue. They knelt before them, left hand placed behind their back, right hand rested on their left shoulder, and bowed their heads slightly. This was the etiquette displayed by knights towards their lords. Seeing these two appear, the spectators moved aside, giving more space to Xiao and his group. Xingyue smiled contentedly, narrowing her eyebrows with hostility aimed at Xiao. Stand up, my dear Lady. Go and give that detestable dark attribute mage a good lesson. Yes, my princess. The person beside Xingming remained kneeling before him. Your Highness, any orders? Xingming let out an eerie laugh, casting a sinister gaze toward Eris Long. Keen, let's off that big guy together. Yes, Your Highness. As they drew closer, Xiao and Eris Long simultaneously summoned their magical energies. Osiris, Night Knights, and Thunder Roar are planning to bully the few with the many? Chapter 81, Engagement. Beiman Chongqing in white slowly stepped forward, his piercing gaze emitting a chill. Xiao hadn't expected Beiman Chongqing to step up and help them. It appeared that Eris Long and he shared quite the rapport. However, Xiao didn't wish AIC to be dragged into this mess. While using his peripheral vision to search for AIC's figure, all he felt was a gentle breeze passing by. AIC had already taken position beside him. The scene which was originally 4 against 2 had now reverted back to 4 against 4. And who is this kid? Seeing another person added to Xiao's side, Xing Meidin wasn't particularly concerned. He was familiar with all the experts inside Osiris, and this additional one was someone he'd never encountered before. Among the freshmen, there were only Beiman Chongqing, Eris Long, and a few others that posed any trouble. This unknown individual who he had never even seen wasn't worth worrying about. It was said that the freshman who defeated Eris Long was also a dark attribute magician known as the Eternal Night Tyrant, and considered to be the strongest among the new students, Xiao. With this thought, Xing Meidin suddenly remembered that this nameless young man in front of him was rumored to also be a dark attribute magician, a new face, a newly promoted student of Osiris. You. His eyes slightly narrowed, pointing at Xiao with a sense of impending doom. What's your name? Xiao. That is it, huh? Beneath Lai Di's feet, a black magic array unfolded, locking Xiao down firmly. Well then, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Known as the Knight of Darkness, before Xiao's emergence, Lion was considered the undoubted first among dark attribute mages. What he couldn't understand was why an advanced mage like Xiao could have taken away his title. Carrying resentment, he initiated a challenge against Xiao. Black Realm. From beneath Lion's feet, a magic array shot up a pillar of light. In Xiao's line of sight, everything seemed to have turned pitch black. Judging from this, it appeared to be his innate magical system, just like Xiao's own type. Perhaps through fighting, he would learn quite a bit. Dark Ming King. In this world of darkness, a shadow of darkness, the interweaving of two streams of dark magical powers signaled the start of the battle. Pool of Magma. Earth Dragon Pillar. Whirlwind Slash. Inferno. Thunder Roar. The formerly tranquil training ground immediately erupted in chaos. The resounding crashes of battle axes hammering on the ground, the howling winds, and flashes of lightning hummed incessantly. I am not like you, mage. Within the blackened world, Lion gripped the dark spear, eyeing Xiao coldly. In Xiao's hands also lay a dark spear, behind which floated several orbs of black fire, difficult to notice in this blackened world. During their earlier brief encounter, Lian, as a magus, had found himself at a disadvantage in Xiao's hands. He hadn't expected Xiao to combine the dark spear with dark flames, causing him to lose out quietly. Once again, the two dark spears collided. With the experience from last time, Lion had his own strategies this time. Black Realm. Expulsion. As the magic array beneath Lion's feet emerged once more, the massive dark shadow surrounding Xiao gradually dispersed. Xiao could clearly feel the magical power he had released being repelled by this dark world. Despite both being dark attribute mages and utilizing similar magical energies, this expulsion indicated something intriguing. Interesting. Without the enhancement from the Ming King, Lei Yin and Xiao entered a deadlock. Xing Meidin, having lost previously against Eris Long, learned his lesson this time. He handed him over to Kurun, while he himself faced Beimin Chanqing. Each of these new entrants in Osiris were more terrifying than the last. Traditionally, even if one was ranked first outside, they wouldn't be able to make it into the top 20 in Osiris. But this group, Eris Long could enter the top 10, and when Xing Meidin sparred with him initially, it was merely by luck that he managed to win. Later, upon hearing about his significant improvement, he avoided sparring with him altogether, giving him the confidence to claim Eris Long as his subordinate. However, his recent failure shattered all of his confidence. That Xiao, despite only being a high mage, could defeat Eris Long. If he became a great mage, his strength would certainly rank within the top 5. And now that they were adversaries, if he wanted to avoid having another enemy in the future, he must eliminate him now. He understood the rules of the Holy Domain Academy well, especially in Osiris. If he killed him, there wouldn't be any trouble. The absence of any mentors until now only validated his thoughts. Although Beimin Chanqing may not have been among the upper ranks in Osiris, Xing Meidin was merely the bottom of the top 20. To beat him would still require some effort. The glimmer of the sword, accompanied by green magical energy, intertwined ceaselessly with Xing Meidin's dark shadow, stirring up countless gusts of wind. Kurun, his body entwined with lightning, was now fiercely battling with Eris Long's scorching magma surged into the sky, and shrill thunder brought forth countless flashes of lightning. Both had sustained varying degrees of injuries, but as a member of the beast race, Eris Long's resistance to pain far exceeded that of Kurun, who was human. But as a magus, and one who was trained from a young age to become a knight of the Milky Way Empire, he naturally had ways to suppress the pain. The difference between a magus and a mage is combatability. Mages can only fight using magic. No matter how it changes, it's still just the application of magic. Magi, on the other hand, integrate magic with their bodies, maximizing their combat potential. Lightning Dash. Purple lightning continuously flickered over Eris Long's massive body, and with each thunderclap, Eris Long's expression grew increasingly grim. Lava Eruption. Brownish-red magical power surged out from his entire body like flowing magma, instilling awe in anyone who saw it. Seeing Xiao and the others already deeply engaged in fierce battles, AIC glanced at Xingyu, hesitating. How could a guy possibly attack a girl? And judging by appearances, this second princess of the Milky Way Empire seemed to be only a supportive type. Well, if she doesn't cause trouble, I'll just keep an eye on her. However, Xingyu didn't intend to just stay locked in a standoff with AIC. Her ability was charm, and combined with her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure, she wielded this power effortlessly. As a great mage now, she even possessed the ability to charm all living beings. Not just people, plants and trees alike would bow and break branches for her. The boy before her looked rather dim-witted, with a foolishly honest appearance. Dealing with him would be effortless, and she would have him under her control in no time, completely captivated by her every whim. This classmate. Xingyu gently raised her brows, her eyes shimmering with captivating brilliance as she gazed at AIC with a radiant smile. However, hearing such a call, AIC doubted his own senses for a moment, looking around but seeing no one else. Are you calling me? He pointed at himself, utterly baffled. Xingyu nodded lightly, her gaze brimming with charm. You see, they're all fighting now. Would you ever hit me? Taken aback by the question, AIC slightly paused. Seeing AIC hesitate, Xingyu inwardly rejoiced, thinking that her spell had already started taking effect. He would likely answer according to her plan. No way, no way, you're so beautiful. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Though you're beautiful, if you attack first, I don't mind defending myself. Chapter 82 Melee. This. Xingyue was greatly astonished. No use of magic could resist her charm? What kind of person is this? Who are you? A purplish gold magic circle spread beneath her feet, and she became more cautious towards AIC. AIC rubbed his own nose tip and smiled, saying, "My name is AIC. AIC who doesn't know magic. Doesn't know magic?" Xingyue's expression turned complicated. Her charm was ineffective on this muggle, unless one had great power like Ao Long, or a dark attribute magician like Xiao. Otherwise no one could withstand her charm. Even Ao Long, if she got the chance, could make him temporarily lose his ability to act. Faced with such a muggle who knows no magic, how come there's absolutely no effect? Could it be that there's something wrong with my abilities? But looking at those around with fanatical eyes, clearly they were influenced by her charm ability. You shouldn't think this is a 4 versus 4 battle. Xingyue tossed a seductive look at the group of men following closely behind her. They seemed greatly satisfied, as if struck by lightning. Princess Xingyue, we'll help you. How can a man hit a woman? It's unreasonable. Men who don't respect women. Let us teach Star Moon Princess a lesson for you. A group of people gradually surrounded AIC, with colorful magic circles encircling him tightly. So many people being hostile to AIC at the same time left him somewhat unprepared. Charm is an extremely hard ability to control. Although it makes others infatuated with oneself, it cannot control their thoughts and actions. Some people can be ordered via language to do things, but once not controlled well, the targets, charmed, might easily take excessive action against oneself. Don't think we have nobody. Water submerging Gold Mountain. A sky-blue magic circle surrounded Luo Yi. Surging magical power turned into rushing waterfalls washing over all directions, creating a path out for AIC. In just a breath, AIC stood next to Luo Yi and Aaron. Thanks. AIC grinned at Luo Yi, saying, "You're quite beautiful too. Why are those guys helping her and not you?" Aaron held the ice sword, stepping forward ready to respond to the dozen mages. This is her ability. It can make men obsessed with her, Luo Yi said contemptuously. Relying on such lowly methods will eventually lead to her own demise. AIC didn't understand what Luo Yi meant. It's just an ability to make people infatuated. How could it lead to self-destruction? He helplessly shrugged and stood beside Aaron. This ability cannot control other people's actions. Once poorly managed, if the target's combat capability exceeds one's own, there's no telling when they would overpower one. Perhaps Princess of Xinghe Empire has already experienced such feelings. Luo Yi. This was her most worrying situation, also what she least wanted others to bring up. Now, her arch-nemesis was actually using this incident to provoke her. You're asking for death. Who will die isn't certain yet. Bitch. Luo, you wouldn't let go unless he made her angry enough to die. This was just venting the resentment he harbored towards Xiao. Speaking of which, all this started because of him. He didn't expect Xiao to help her to such an extent. Although knowing he definitely had other purposes in mind, her heart still felt slightly better. Actually, Xiao did not intend to help her. However, due to constant entanglement from the other side, a fight became inevitable. Counting Aoya, there were only 4 of them on Luo Yi's side. AIC's stamina had recovered to almost full capacity. Aoya herself hadn't expended much either, but Aaron's magic power hadn't been restored yet, nor Luo Yi's after using some large-scale auxiliary magic spells. The mages standing on Xingyue's side numbered well over a dozen. The current AIC had just learned how to activate the first layer of boundaries. Forcibly activating the second layer has limited duration and considerable damage to oneself. But if he couldn't solve all these people, losing strength, his fighting ability would disappear. Yet, relying solely on the first layer of boundaries, it was quite hard to defeat so many people. Obelisk strike. With a roar, Kern let out a painful scream. The purple magic instantly dissipated. His figure in the air was like a meteor hurtling far away, directly smashing through the walls of the teaching building. Such destructive power from Ao Long's attack was fitting. Even if Kern survived, he had lost his combat ability. Xingyue couldn't help but take a step back, realizing that Ao Long's battle had ended so quickly. Kern, who was the 11th strongest Thunder Element magician in Osiris, far more powerful than both Ryan and Xingming, was defeated so effortlessly by Ao Long. Having concluded his own fight, Ao Long relaxed his muscles, showing no intention of aiding anyone. In his opinion, this battle belonged to everyone individually. He didn't like interfering with others' battles and wouldn't do it casually. Tiger. But AIC was very eager for him to interfere. Give me a hand. There are too many people. I'm having trouble handling them. Hearing AIC shout, Ao Long glanced down with slight dissatisfaction as he exhaled heavily, along with the hot air from within his body. Didn't I tell you not to call me Tiger? My name is Ao Long. You can just call me Long. If you keep calling me wrong, I'll shove this axe into your mouth. Though he was reprimanding AIC verbally, he still positioned himself in front of AIC anyway. One-on-one. No slacking. He gave AIC a side glance, full of fighting spirit. All right, Tiger, let's go. Don't call me Tiger. Over a dozen magicians scattered like homeless dogs under the heavy axe of Ao Long, while only those targeted by AIC seemed to be doing better. Boundary. Activate. With Ao Long around, AIC felt reassured. Even though he could activate the second layer of boundaries, this didn't mean he had mastered it. Not even the first layer was fully understood. If it weren't for the last accident, he probably wouldn't have been able to trigger the second layer at all. Pain had reminded him. Unless it was an emergency, avoid using the second layer of boundaries. He should fully master the first layer before anything else. AIC obeyed. Since that event he hadn't activated the second layer lightly. Right now, because there was no urgency, he took these more than 10 magicians as practice to become more familiar with the state of the first layer. Hey, Aren't you too slow? He had just managed to open his boundaries and rushed into the crowd, yet Ao Li Si Long had already eliminated all opponents after throwing only a few punches. Looking at the great mages lying on the ground groaning, AIC suddenly envied Ao Li Si Long for having such a massive body. Even with magical combat capabilities, AIC was struggling against so many great magicians. The Academy rules clearly state that only the top 3 in testing are allowed to enter Osiris. I wonder how trash like you manages to get in. Relying on his martial arts skills, AIC skillfully dodged numerous magical attacks, but launching a counterattack proved quite difficult. Frost Boundary, Ice Spike, Heavenly Water, Submerged City, Magic Power Combustion. Chapter 83, The Key. As a powerful surge of water swept away a grand magician standing in front of Ace, silver magic floated before his eyes. Sharp icicles abruptly shot up from the ground, piercing through someone's chest. Oya, engulfed in flames, darted past as a streak of fire, leaving claw marks on the chests of several magicians who had no time to react. Is it that ruthless? These few people shed blood as soon as they acted, which scared the innocent Ace a little. Oris Long glanced at Ace and sighed. When you're fighting, do you even care about restraint? Just beat them up. If the grand magicians of Osiris die like this, they don't deserve to stay any longer. Come to think of it, there really are more people from Osiris now. How did these weak ones get in? Among these people, there aren't even a few grand magicians. By the way, your score wasn't even among the top 3. How did you make it in? I don't know. Teacher Pen said I could, so I came. Oris Long took care of his own enemy, looked at Alan, saw that they were fine, and started chatting with Ace. That's because the Academy has changed its policy. As long as you sign the life and death contract, you can enter. Suddenly, a brown magic circle appeared, and a young elf emerged from the crowd watching on. Brown magic swirled around his body, and his face showed no expression. All things in the world will eventually turn to dust. All beings will return to dust. Not even fierce winds can shake this symbol of strength, so thick. This will be the domain of the earth, my territory, crumble. 10,000 earth burial. Pokaz didn't like trouble. He just happened to be passing by when he noticed Ace and Shio's figures and stopped to watch. It was a new environment that he had just entered, and he wasn't familiar with the situation yet when he encountered such a grand scene. If it weren't for Ace being so foolish, he wouldn't have bothered to help. Pokaz. Whoa. Seeing an acquaintance inside made Ace incredibly excited, but suddenly a scorching pillar of fire brushed past him, grazing his arm and making him scream like a banshee. For this roommate with a loose nerve, Pokaz could only sigh silently. With his right hand stretched out, the entire earth trembled accordingly. Mudslides transformed into waterfalls, rushing toward Star Moon. Persistent star technique. Light shield. The violet golden shield enveloped Star Moon in the middle, and the crisp sound was deafening. Star Moon's frail frame was thrown backward in the air, tracing a purple golden arc. Her waist seemed as if it would snap at any moment. At the moment she hit the ground, everyone held their breath anxiously. Even Oris Long, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel it went too far. Pokaz is not a mage, but he devotes all his energy to magic. With the elves' natural affinity for elements, he believes that he will go further and easier on the pure path of magic. It is precisely because of his pursuit of perfection, focusing solely on magic, that he, a mere senior magician, is able to shatter the defensive magic of a grand magician. As a great mage, though injured, Star Moon was still able to rise. A mouthful of blood spewed out accompanied by a faint violet golden glow, presenting a sorrowful beauty. Alright, now our numbers have the advantage again. Pokaz did not look at the riffraff swept away by his magic. His eyes focused straight on Star Moon, with still no change in expression. Clutching her abdomen, Star Moon stared at Luo Yi with envy and hatred. Although both of their looks were about the same, her own branch of magic had a seduction ability. Why did all those powerful people choose her? Why? If she knew that Luo Yi was currently only being used as a slave by Xiao, she probably wouldn't be so angry. However, Xiao did not intend to say, and neither would Luo Yi. Seeing Star Moon getting such a big blow, Luo Yi happily laughed, the previous anger over being insulted by Xiao temporarily subsiding. You've met your match today, Star Moon. Not taking this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate this *TCH. When else would you? The men you schemed to win over are all good-looking, but useless. All along, she herself had been firmly suppressing Luo Yi. Never had she imagined that today, Luo Yi would manage to rally so many strong helpers, people she had never heard of having ties with before. Could it be something that happened in the trial grounds? What exactly happened? Come to think of it, Oris Long wasn't actually helping her either. He just couldn't stand seeing his younger sister bullied. Any brother would naturally step in. The green magic power dispersed instantly in the air, while Chongqing Bayman's body was scorched by black flames, ejected backward from what seemed like a black inferno, and the long sword in his hand slipped off midair. Xingming emerged from the inferno, smirking. However, upon seeing his beloved sister beaten this way, the joy he'd felt over his recent victory immediately turned into anger. Inferno. Great blazing heat. Pitch-black magical energy erupted from him like a sea wave, carrying the scorching heat of hell toward Ace. Oris Long wanted to rush out to protect Ace, but found himself too far away to reach in time. Pokaz's eyes grew heavy with worry as he channeled his magic to its utmost limit. A brown split earth symbol appeared before him. O great god of earth, unfold your boundless bosom and stretch forth your mighty arms, embracing your children within them, forgiving their sins and banishing impurities. Sigh of Gaia. Infusing all his magic, Pokaz unleashed a spell beyond his own limits. As Mother Earth named Gaia nourishes all things, she now manifested as his guardian deity behind him. A colossal brown shadow enveloped the entire training ground, even shrouding the trial grounds themselves. The Gaia-shaped shadow gazed serenely at her offspring below as the black flames of the inferno approached Ace. She let out a gentle sigh. With her sigh, an overwhelming surge of brown magic collided with the inferno flames. The mere aftereffects of the collision hurled Ace away, only for Oris Long to extend his arm and pull him down from midair. Neither side was injured in this clash. However, Pokaz had exhausted all his magic while protecting Ace, whereas Xingming had merely used a spell appropriate for a grand magician. If he could humiliate Beimin so thoroughly, Xingming's abilities were far beyond Ace's capacity to resist. Currently, Pokaz, having drained all his magic to protect Ace, left no one but Alan, Ace, and Oya able to intervene in the fight. Their strengths, however, were insufficient compared to Xingming. Luo Yi's support capabilities were not meant for battle either. Meanwhile, Beimin had already been defeated, leaving only Oris Long and Xiao, still dueling with Lane, still capable of fighting in the distance. On the other side, Xingming clearly hadn't expended much of his power, and though Oris Long could still suppress him, Starmoon's supportive abilities could come into play during combat. If they cooperated, even Oris Long wouldn't be spared. Now, only Xiao could change this situation. Chapter 84, The Lunatic. A dark world, a dark power, two shadowy figures, and two dark-tipped spears. With every clash, the dark power surged outward like electric currents. No one dared to disturb them. Arius Long had to remain vigilant in case Xingming made a move against Oya and AI, while Xingming was equally wary of Arius Long attacking Xingyue again. Is this kid truly just a high-level magician? As he watched Xiao and Lane fighting evenly within the black boundary, Xingming's unease about Xiao deepened. Only another dark attribute magician could truly understand that the most terrifying magic users in the world were dark attribute ones. The stronger a dark attribute magician became, the deeper their inner darkness was. This could stem from jealousy, anger, or hatred. If a dark attribute magician wasn't eliminated completely, they would undoubtedly pose a potential threat later on. Now having witnessed his immense strength, if Xiao were to grow even stronger, he would surely bear a grudge. In the magical world, few people wanted to attract the attention of a dark attribute magician because it meant being enveloped in endless darkness. Even though Xingming himself was a dark attribute sorcerer, the thought of Xiao becoming his enemy one day made his skin crawl. Lane, after all, was the strongest dark attribute sorcerer among Osiris. If Xingming considered himself the top in pure magical power, Lane was definitely the strongest in combat prowess. Now Xiao, an advanced magician, could actually hold his own against Lane, not only surpassing others in magical proficiency, but also far exceeding them in battle experience. This was something the royal pride of the Star River Empire could not tolerate. However, as time went by, and without the amplification effect of the Dark Ming King magic available here, Xiao slowly began to fall behind. He lacked the full recognition and control of his own magic power. His opponent had undergone professional training since childhood, whereas Xiao's practice was confined to just a few short years during his youth. Despite gaining considerable practical combat experience, most of those battles were focused on escape tactics. In this black boundary, much of Xiao's outward magical attacks were expelled, including his dark spear techniques. But the energy used for the dark spear reformed quickly, so before it was fully expelled, Xiao could cast it again. However, the Dark Ming King technique, a common low to mid-rank rare spell, once expelled, required running through the entire magical sequence again to use. As a high-level magician, you've done well to endure until now. Lane stood in the middle of the blackened world with his dark spear at the ready. The others are already finished. Our battle should end too. With those words, Lane's figure faded into invisibility. A murderous intent spread from all directions. Inside the boundary, Xiao had no way to employ strong defensive magic and was left using basic combat techniques to block the attacks. Lane's techniques, honed by years of rigorous training, were far beyond what Xiao's half-hearted attempts could match. So this is the difference between a grand magician and a high-level magician. The murderous intent grew stronger, yet Xiao couldn't locate Lane. The lethal dark spear was excellently concealed within the black surroundings, making it hard for even Xiao to detect its existence. Despite being inside this dark realm, Xiao could feel none of the magic's traces, not even any fluctuation of magical power. According to Xiao's understanding, dark attribute magic usually held some degree of corrosive power. Being inside Lane's magic should have let him feel some corrosion effects. Though they didn't share the same source of magic power, the rejection force of similar attributes should be low. Yet, he could still expel the magic Xiao released outside of this black world. Could this be his elemental magic? Dark World. Judgment. Instantly, 8 pitch-black longswords appeared around Xiao. On Lane's command, the swords shot forth simultaneously, targeting vital points. Shadow Flame. Faced with multiple incoming attacks, Xiao did not choose defense but instead unleashed a seemingly ill-suited spell. Even though he incanted Shadow Flame, no trace of black fire appeared. You haven't realized yet after such a long fight? Your magic is ineffective inside my black world. Is that so? Just as expected, the obsidian swords pierced through Xiao's body. A spurt of blood escaped his mouth, and his frame swayed precariously. Watching Xiao, who had lost all resistance, Lane emerged from the darkness, sword in hand. Coldly, he looked down upon Xiao's battered form, where even the blood that spilled seemed black within this dark realm. If the swords that had just pierced through Xiao were made of real metal instead of ancient magic power, then the previous strike could have been fatal. Unfortunately, metal swords are hard to penetrate the vital points protected by magical energy, especially for powerful mages like Xiao. It's over. As a confidant of both Xingming and Xingyue, Lane was subtly hinted by Xingming before the battle to completely kill Xiao, and he would not defy their orders, whether it was right or wrong. Xiao fell to the ground. His body pierced through by the black spear left no visible hole, but the shock inflicted on him was in no way inferior to those of a metal sword. Weakly, he looked up at Lane emerging from the darkness with a faint smile on his lips. You finally came out. Not understanding what Xiao meant by this statement, he slowly approached Xiao, his longsword burning with dark magic, and his gaze towards Xiao was like looking at a corpse. Finally, I finished you. The longsword raised over his shoulder paused momentarily as Lane suddenly leapt back and continuously swung his sword against the air. Black Boundary. Expulsion. Dark Ming King. Under the influence of the Ming King spell, Xiao struggled to stand up. He released his magical power wildly outward. Watching all of this unfold, Lane felt an unsettling premonition rising within him. Within his realm of magic specializing in his school, all magical power aside from his own could be expelled. This was the trade-off he had chosen in exchange for giving up the inherent corrosive ability of dark attribute magic. He understood that his grasp and application of magic was far less profound than others, yet when it came to martial combat techniques, he had immense confidence. Thus, in his dark boundary, every mage's magic would gradually dissipate under the effect of expulsion, making weaker mages unable even to unleash their magic outwardly. Many mages ultimately opted for close combat against him. But moments ago, when he was about to deliver a killing blow to Xiao, it seemed as though something had entangled around him. His immediate judgment was that Xiao had secretly cast a spell, so he instantly employed the expulsion. But this time, that sensation did not vanish. On the contrary, Xiao unleashed the Dark Ming King. Due to his faster release of magical power surpassing the rate at which expulsion could dissipate it, the Dark Ming King began to take shape. You lunatic. Chapter 85, Turning Point. As Xiao made such a frantic move, Ryan couldn't help but curse. But the feeling of being entangled by something never went away. He instinctively distanced himself from Xiao while gathering his own magical power, preparing to attack Xiao from afar. The faster the magical power was released, the quicker it would be depleted, but Xiao had to do this. It was the only method he could currently think of to seriously injure Ryan. Close combat was not his forte. The earlier balance was just an illusion because Ryan wasn't using his full strength. The real Xiao knew his close-range abilities far exceeded his own. Only magic offered a glimmer of hope, yet within the range of his primary magic system. As soon as magical power was released externally, it would dissipate. But remember, Xiao was capable enough to decipher even the golden magic array in the trial place. If given enough time, even with his own main magic system, Xiao could unravel it completely. Dark Realm. Destroy. As Ryan was retreating, his expression suddenly froze. Xiao's voice came from behind him, and the faint shadow of Ming Wang was difficult to spot in the black world. However, Ryan could clearly see the majestic shadow. He couldn't afford to worry about the uncomfortable sensation anymore. Ming Wang's massive arm swung towards him, filled with tremendous force. Not only did it possess raw power, but it also carried Xiao's crazily unleashed magical power. Black flames. Ignite. When did this happen? There was no heat, yet Ryan felt the burning sensation on his back along with the pain of his skin being corroded. The previous dark flame wasn't unused, it had targeted his back instead. But when exactly did Xiao prepare this? His back was being eroded by the powerful corrosion ability of the dark fire, and ahead was Xiao's punch, filled with immense power. Embodiment of darkness. Ryan had no choice but to teleport quickly to a nearby node of his own magical power at the cost of expending large amounts of it. However, for Ryan, whose mastery over magic was not deep, not only was the teleportation distance limited, but the consumption of magical power was also substantial. His speed of teleportation even seemed somewhat sluggish. This punch didn't miss, grazing Ryan's chest, and a single drop of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. At a place less than 50 meters from Xiao, Ryan appeared slightly disheveled. Just after he steadied his figure, he prepared to counterattack again. But Xiao didn't advance. He stood still, a faint smile on the corner of his lips. The Mingwang that had dispersed due to the Black Realm had now stabilized. Xiao's chaotic magical power also calmed down. What is going on? Even though they were within 50 meters, still within the range of Black Realm, why hadn't the Dark Mingwang dissipated? To others, Xiao must have consumed a great deal of magical power. But to him, this much magical power was not significant. Since magicians are containers for magical power, the larger the container, the better it is for the magician, which is part of their capability. This was Xiao's reasoning, so he did not neglect this aspect of training. Moreover, Ling's existence meant that as Xiao's strength increased, her capacity to store magical power grew as well. Ling isn't a magician, she isn't even human, but she can store Xiao's magical power. Like other saint spirits, she possesses her own unique abilities. Yet, due to her special nature, she cannot appear before people freely. Though few know the details of sacred artifacts, most people have some understanding of saint spirits. Other saint spirits exist independently, their own power unrestricted by their masters. However, Ling is different. From the moment she recognized Xiao as her master, she became closely tied to him, which was also part of her ability. The magical power Xiao had previously released was Ling's magical power, stored in advance within her. Seeing the smile on Xiao's lips, Ryan had an ominous premonition. Within the effective range of magic, why was he able to freely release his magical power? Xiao was unaware of Ryan's confusion and had no intention of explaining it to him. After all, his next action would serve as the most detailed explanation. Without warning, as Ryan used his magical power to drive away the dark flames from his back and prepared to continue attacking Xiao, a crack appeared in the void. It was a crack in the black realm. Ryan could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the ever-extending crack. In the black world, the black cracks constantly seeped out black magical power. This was what Xiao referred to as completion. At the very first appearance of the black realm, Xiao sensed the abnormality where his magical power dissipated upon release. Therefore, during his continuous clashes with Ryan, he hid this reality, cloaking the dark flames onto a concealed spear. In just one instance, one successful attack, he successfully infiltrated his magical power into Ryan's. The Black Realm's ability is to expel and repel all foreign magical powers. However, the blind spot of this effect was Xiao himself. At the same time, Xiao continued to ponder over his own main magic system. Since Ryan's application of magic far lagged behind others, he had abandoned the original corrosive properties of dark attribute magic and instead utilized the expulsion effect, forcing any enemies within the Black Realm to rely solely on martial techniques for close combat against him. But what about himself? What was his own main magic system? After forsaking light, what did pure darkness mean? He had almost been killed by Ryan just moments ago. His parents had died for the world they loved. Rand's parents also perished because of his selfish desires. He kept Ling by his side, claiming to protect her, yet she had saved him countless times in dire situations. In truth, he had relied on her many times as well. Teacher Leite had genuinely cared for him, but from the very beginning, Xiao had been constantly wary. In the end, it was his weakness that caused these problems. If only he were stronger, he could better protect them. To safeguard them, he needed power, the power sufficient to protect those he cherished. Light? What good would light magic do in a critical moment? Against the endless desires of the tormentors, that weak light could achieve nothing. Retreat would only embolden the enemy. Even the strongest shield would eventually shatter, leaving everyone unprotected in the end. But, if only all those despicable people could be destroyed, all of them, obliterated, then everything would be fine. Just like this annoying Black Realm, if he could destroy it, it wouldn't be so bothersome anymore. The Eternal Night Tyrant, a title given to him by others. Eternal Night, likely referred to his proficiency with dark magic and his formidable crowd control abilities. Tyrant must stem from that forgotten fragment where he mercilessly beat Oris Long. If others called him a tyrant, why should he shy away from it? How many enemies had escaped after he killed them? Hadn't everything he didn't want to see already been burned to ashes by the dark flames? Chapter 86, God of Fire, Klaus. Cruelty without bounds is tyranny. I am the tyrant. Beneath the black cracks, Xiao's eyes emitted a strange black aura. It was unclear to whom he spoke these words. The tyrant who will destroy everything. However, Lane had no interest in listening to his ramblings. With the shattering of Black Realm, the effects of expulsion were gradually dissipating. He had to land a fatal blow on Xiao before Black Realm completely vanished. Before you destroy everything, let me destroy you first. Lane ascended into the air, releasing his magical power to its utmost limit. Dark Realm, Judgment. This time, nearly 50 black longswords formed behind Lane. He had to use this technique to finish off Xiao. Those who had heard about Xiao's battle with Aoli's Long all knew just how terrifying Xiao's mastery over magic truly was. This was precisely his weakness. Once Xiao's magic power was unrestrained, it would be Lane's undoing. Without any hesitation, the skies filled with falling sword rain. Do you hate this world, spirit? Then destroy it. This despicable world. You are not the spirit. Holy black book. Destroy. Hold it. Born out of resentment comes anger. Born out of anger comes hatred. An endless desire for destruction ignited deep within him, and anger slowly replaced reason. His body instinctively wanted to tear apart everything present. Brother, Rulin, this is Osiris, so why would she be here? Burn. The Black Realm, shattered as the black swords were engulfed by the flames that suddenly appeared. The red figure of Klaus emerged in front of Xiao. Seeing Klaus appear, Bokus from a distance let out a sigh of relief. This fatso, he finally came. With Klaus' appearance, Zika also showed up, with a little girl beside him. That should be Xiao's younger sister, Rulin. Bokus. As Zika ran towards Bokus, he didn't forget to stuff food into his mouth, with Rulin following closely behind him with panting sounds. They'd just received the news from Master Light. Osiris would soon be fully open, and right as Klaus mentioned taking them inside for a playtime, they stepped outside the courtyard and heard the sound of a fat man gasping for breath nearby. After inquiry, they learned Xiao was fighting someone. Since Zika and Bokus were passing by anyway, Bokus sent Zika to call reinforcements while he rushed to support Xiao himself. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Klaus' fame in Osiris was immense. Although carefree and unrestrained, his strength could rank in the top 2. If it weren't for Light prohibiting duels within the academy, he and Hurt could have easily claimed the top 2 spots. Lane, you dare bully my junior? It seems last time I didn't burn you enough. Klaus' entrance instantly turned the tide of the situation. Both Xingyue and Xingming understood the strength of this god of fire. Together, everyone on their side wasn't a match for him, leaving only silent prayers for Lane. Facing Klaus, Lane realized he had no chance of victory. Clenching his teeth, he had no choice but to abandon the idea of killing Xiao. However, though Lane abandoned the notion of killing Xiao, Xiao did not intend to let him go. For some unknown reason, his body felt stiff, unresponsive, as moving even a finger created an urge to destroy everything within sight. Not only Xiao, but Klaus had no intention of letting them go either. to please this adorable little junior sister. Naturally, he had to stand up for Xiao and enhance her admiration for him. I didn't expect you to actually return. While saying this, Lane gradually moved closer to Xingming, his magic power never relaxing for a moment. Klaus gave a light laugh, cracking his neck and said with a smile, "Surprising, isn't it? The moment I returned, I heard about you bullying my junior. For such a grand gift, I must at least respond accordingly. What do you plan to do? You guess." Klaus erupted into wild laughter as flames engulfed his entire body. In a flash, he leaped toward Lane and the others. Burn. Sin. A crimson magic array formed around Lane and the other two, blossoming into a scarlet lotus of fire. Xingming and Xingyue were shocked, hurriedly gathering their magic power to resist Klaus' attack. Lane summoned dark shields and dark spears, setting up a defensive posture. Thunder. Heaven's might. From afar, a streak of lightning danced, charging toward Xingyue, enveloping her within a purple protection dome. In response to their defense, Klaus remained smiling without a word. Behind him, a fiery red lion roared mightily into the sky. Flames, the fires that consume all, reveal your majesty now. Burn everything to bones. Incinerate evil into nothingness. Transform into the lion and scorch the heavens and earth entirely. The lotus of fire bloomed. The lion roared furiously, and flames capable of destroying everything scorched the space. Star Prince Xingming of the Star River Empire, the next successor to the throne, had never felt death as close as this within the sea of flames. Xingyue was already so frightened that her legs went limp, and the fear of death caused tears to well up in the corners of her eyes. Fear not. Ha 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 ha. Klaus retracted his magical power, and the searing flames vanished instantly. He mockingly looked at Lane and Xingming before bursting into laughter. Remember this. Xiao, my junior apprentice. You can't afford to mess with him. As the flames dissipated, Xingming's body went limp on the spot, and Xingyue collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air and clutching her chest as it heaved up and down. Lane and Kern were slightly better off, still managing to stay upright. Let's go, Junior. If they dare bully you again, I'll tear apart even the entire Star River Empire for you. Got it, Xiao? Ever since Klaus had made his grand entrance, Xiao had remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Was he awestruck by the splendor of his arrival? Or too overwhelmed by admiration for his immense power? Destruction, annihilation. These two thoughts wouldn't leave Xiao's mind, and he could barely suppress the urge within himself to cause chaos. Afraid to move even a finger, he feared losing control if he did. What are you afraid of? Do you still have attachments to this world? This world has taken everything from you. Avenge yourself. Destroy it. No. Xiao screamed inwardly, resisting the voice emerging deep from within him. His vision grew dark, and the sensations of his body seemed to fade further away. Rulan, standing beside Bokas, noticed Xiao's abnormal state and became worried. She ran to his side, attempting to take hold of his broad palm. Don't touch him. Ace abruptly pulled Rulan back. He could sense something amiss with Xiao. Inside him, a powerful dark attribute magical force was rampaging, trying to overthrow its master. This is a situation many dark attribute mages would encounter, an ordeal unique only to them. Due to their inherent darkness, in order to grow stronger, one must accept this darkness. However, indulging it must be avoided at all costs. Once the inner darkness is nourished to a certain extent, the mage will lose self-awareness, unable to control their desires. Their bodies would act purely on instinct until exhaustion and death. Chapter 87, Capricious. The other magicians at most would only have a magical power surge, and were unable to control it. In some countries, this is called the trial of tribulation. Come on, Rulan, let's keep our distance from him. But, my brother. Although she was reluctant, Rulan was forcibly taken away from Xiao by Keluo. The moment Rulan moved far from Xiao, Xiao began to move, akin to a ferocious beast. He looked up to the sky and let out a mournful howl. Then he turned his head, and his pitch-black pupils emitted an eerie black aura, reflecting the figures of Xingming, Xingyue, and Lian. Without any warning, he suddenly lunged towards the nearest Xingming, his black magic even more violent than before. Oris Long understood clearly the combat capabilities of Xiao in this state. At this moment, Xiao was evidently stronger than last time. Xingming and Xingyue, who had already relaxed, didn't expect Xiao to launch such a sudden attack. The black magic expanded Xiao's outline to twice its original size, like the huge body of a ferocious beast rushing towards them. His giant hand, burning with black magic, swung toward Xingming. Your Highness. Lian, who had been grazed on the chest by Xiao's punch, deeply comprehended Xiao's strength. How could Xingming, whose abilities were far inferior to his own, withstand that palm strike? Ignoring his own weakness, Lian rushed beside Xingming, shielding him behind his back. As expected, the entire training ground buzzed. Lian's chest caved slightly inward, his body flung nearly a kilometer away, leaving him unconscious, his fate unknown. However, Xiao hadn't stopped yet, his breathing faintly enveloped in a trace of black mist. He moved again, this time still targeting Xingming. But just as Xiao took a step forward, his figure suddenly froze. That's enough. Among the observers, Yefan slowly stepped out. Around him emerged several black magic arrays, each extending a chain that bound Xiao's joints. You kid are truly a troublesome one. Yefan's complexion was not good. Xiao's condition right now was worse than last time, and he had no idea what this boy was thinking about. Wasn't he afraid he might never return? Fortunately, his own ability happened to be suitable for handling such situations. Seeing Xiao's appearance, tears unconsciously flowed down Rulan's cheeks. Brother, Rulan, that's right. Rulin is my attachment to this world. I am not alone. Dean. A hoarse voice squeezed out from his throat, and Shio's eyes gradually regained their usual sparkle. How much have you come to your senses? Without removing those chains, Yefan frowned and asked. Shio's face revealed a hint of helplessness. I don't know. Then just stay like this for now. Yefan sighed silently in his heart, then turned to the watching crowd. Disperse, disperse. What are you all staring at? There's nothing interesting here. Whoever keeps looking, do you really believe I won't let Shio beat you up? After witnessing the scene of Lien being flung by a single punch, no one dared risk facing Shio's palm, and a large group dispersed immediately. Rulin did not leave. Under Kelluo's protection, she cautiously approached Shio. Dean, what's wrong with my brother? Is he alright? Yefan shook his head and sighed. I don't know. However, since his consciousness is still clear now, the situation should not be too bad. You guys go ahead first. I still have something to discuss with him. Since Yefan had already spoken, AI and the others had no choice but to leave. What's wrong? Third princess of Huinyu. Besides Shio and Yefan, Luo Yi still remained in place. She stared at Shio's pained expression and the foul black magic surrounding him, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. I specialize in the supportive magic system. Can I offer any help in this current situation? Normally, I should feel happy when something happens to Shio, perhaps even hoping for his immediate death so that I can be freed. But he has become like this because of me. No matter how capricious I may be, I cannot abandon him. Yefan glanced indifferently at Luo Yi, showing no emotion. Of course, he knew exactly what had transpired between Shio and her during the trial, and he was aware that Shio had controlled her seal. Looking at the somewhat conflicted Luo Yi, Yefan said impassively, Third princess, how many people have been needlessly killed due to your whims? This time, merely attempting to glimpse the pendant around Shio's neck caused you a significant setback. He considered you, the noble third princess, as a future slave. Now that he is being consumed by his own darkness and risks losing himself anytime, isn't this a perfect opportunity for you to be glad? But he became like this because of me. Can I reverse the past for those people? Shio cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yi, his tone weak. What was their fault? They defied my will, which is wrong. Luo Yi appeared resolute, firmly believing in her worldview. To her, everything in this world, as long as she wanted it, belonged to her. Shio's lips twitched slightly. And what qualifies you to deprive others of their lives? Just because you fancied a trinket and he didn't want to give it to you. So you ordered him executed, right? What's wrong with that? Luo Yi didn't feel anything was amiss. After all, she was a princess, and her father was the ruler who controlled the entire empire. All the citizens of the whole empire belong to my father, don't they? So doesn't that mean their belongings are mine? Shio no longer wanted to argue with her. People like her, born into luxury and privilege, had always been well-fed and clothed, getting whatever they desired without ever going hungry or suffering cold. They would never understand what survival truly meant. Get out of my sight. Having been scolded by Shio, this was the first time Luo Yi felt what it was like to be aggrieved, her eyes inexplicably reddening. I was trying to help you. Why do you snap at me? I don't want your hypocritical kindness. Yefan quietly stood aside, saying nothing. You. With her lower lip trembling in fury, Luo Yi glared hatefully at Shio, her eyes ablaze with anger. How could this man be so infuriating? As the dean, Yefan also understood Luo Yi's abilities. In this situation, her power really could provide some assistance. Let me tell you something, Yefan said while looking at Shio with a bitter smile. Why not let her help? It'll make things easier for both of us. Alright. Shio didn't respond but remained still, gazing silently at the sky in his original posture. This silence was enough as an answer to Yefan's proposal, and Yefan couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Why are you so stubborn? Still, Shio said nothing, showing no expression on his face, which thoroughly enraged Luo Yi. If I don't want to help, then fine. I'm not owing anyone anything. Humph. Not wanting to see this detestable man any longer, Luo Yi gave a cold huff and walked away. Dark chains bound him, interweaving the magical power of Yefan with his own volatile energy within his body. The moment his chaotic magical energy came into contact with Yefan's dark magic, which had the capacity to absorb, it got swallowed up. This should have been one of Yefan's elemental magic capabilities, enhancing the corrosive property of dark magic into an absorbing property. Then, what about his own elemental magic? While Yefan was assisting in clearing the malevolent aura inside him, Shio calmed down and began pondering over his own path. Chapter 88, Emergency. Just as he was deep in thought, Yefan discovered that the raging malevolent energy within him was gradually calming down. Although he could purge the malevolent energy from his body, this would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Not just Shio, but Yefan was also deep in thought. To outsiders, Shio seemed very mature. Without a proper childhood, his life since birth had been about fighting for survival. The happiest times for him were his early years spent with Xing, and Yin. During those years, in order to ensure Shio's survival, they subjected him to intense training and continuously drilled magical knowledge and combat skills into him daily. What took others over a decade, they accomplished in just a few years. And yet, even this rigorous training, seen by others as nearly insane, was cherished by Shio as some of his most precious memories because his father and mother were there. With Yifan's magic supporting Shio's body, he didn't need to exert himself to stay upright. At some point, while lost in thought, Shio drifted off to sleep. Old light. If you'd let him choose light magic back then, none of these trivialities would have followed. Wow, when did you get here? Just now. Rulin came back and told me what happened, so I came immediately. How is the situation? As night fell, under the moonlight, the black chains were difficult to make out. Light stood quietly beside them, looking at Xiao with a complicated expression. Upon hearing from Yifan that Xiao was unharmed, his mood visibly improved. This was his own choice. Light sighed heavily, his tone tinged with helplessness. From the moment I first encountered him, I could feel the surging malevolent energy within him. If I had made him choose light magic at that time, it would only have nurtured the growth of the malevolent energy inside him, which would have backfired. As the strongest holder of dark attribute magic in the world, you should know well the degree of threat posed by dark attribute magic. I believe that since he chose darkness, we might as well give him more understanding. Passing this trial earlier will ultimately benefit him later on. Our understanding of the dual coexistence mark of light and darkness is 0 after all. The two remained silent for a while, simply watching Xiao. Once Yifan's magic had almost completely absorbed the malevolent energy within him, Light carefully carried him back. Placing him gently onto the bed, Kluos stood by the doorway, his expression grave and somewhat worried as he looked at Xiao. What happened to him? The malevolent energy within him became too heavy, causing the dark attribute magic to go berserk. But now he's fine, so let him rest peacefully. Let's head outside. Stepping into the living room, Light noticed Rulin wasn't present. Had she gone to bed? Kluos plopped down onto the sofa, exuding comfort. Teacher, I heard before that my junior brother managed to beat Oris Long, and I was half skeptical. Today, when I went to check it out, I couldn't believe he could face off against that Knight of Darkness for such a long time. That's really something. Light gave Kluos an indifferent glance, chuckled slightly, and said, Your junior brother has turned out far better than you ever did. Kluos responded with a dissatisfied snort as tiny flames ignited between his hands, sparking playfully. Where's Rulin? Light glanced at the doorway and noticed her shoes weren't by the door, a subtle concern creeping into his mind. Kluos stretched, lifting the flames high above his head, their reflection dancing in his pupils. She went out, saying she was going to buy a new outfit for her brother. She left. Light's complexion suddenly changed. Why didn't you follow her? Startled by Light's sudden agitation, Kluos almost dropped the flame onto the carpet, risking setting the house on fire. He stared at Light with a pained expression, feeling utterly helpless. I wanted to follow, but she wouldn't let me. It was known that Rulin kept some distance from Kluos. This couldn't be entirely blamed on him for lacking sensitivity. Just going out to buy clothes for show shouldn't pose any issues, right? So they decided to wait. But seeing Light's demeanor change, Kluos noticed something amiss. Teacher, did something happen? Taking a glance out the window at the moon, the sky was now pitch black. Light's uneasiness only grew stronger. How long has Rulin been out? After calculating the time, Kluos pondered. Almost 3 hours. She mentioned the situation upon returning, then went out, and hasn't returned until now. Seemingly recalling something, Light rushed upstairs, gently pushing open the door to Xiao's bedroom. It was empty. Not good. There was no time to hesitate. Without much explanation, Light called on Kluos and headed out. Though unclear exactly what happened, from Light's urgent manner, it was clearly serious business. Do you know where Xing Ming and the others are? Running along the way, Light asked urgently. In the second region of Osiris, in a detached house. The exterior and interior of the Holy Realm Academy are divided into multiple zones, usually referring to residences. Because of the special status of the people inside, some students enjoy an entire house to themselves. When Light and Kluos arrived, there was no one here. Light took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and covered his forehead with his hand. You've dealt with star obscurity before. If they're using Rulin to threaten Xiao, where do you think they'll summon Xiao to meet them? If it weren't for what Light had said, Kluos wouldn't have known what had happened at all. Outside the Holy Realm, Northern Wilderness. Let's go. The night enveloped the Holy Realm Academy, this vast territory that spanned as much land as several cities combined in other empires. Under the moonlight, a golden figure and a fiery red figure broke through the tranquil night sky, heading toward the outskirts one after another. Teacher, will the young master and miss be all right? Kluos felt a twinge of guilt about Rulin being captured. Though this younger sister somewhat distanced herself from him, he truly cared for her. Once she warmed up to him, she would surely accept him. He never expected that because of his slight negligence, such an incident occurred. Light gazed intently into the distance and gravely said, You should be asking if Xing Ming and Silver Moon are safe. They're the future pillars of the Star River Empire. If something happens to them, it'll be over for Xiao. How could that be? Kluos seemed incredulous. Holy Realm Academy is just like any other regular academy, where mentors are responsible for safeguarding the lives of their pupils. Besides, as Osiris students, they signed life-death contracts which imply that if they die, it's only due to their own incompetence. Light shot Kluos an intense glare and retorted irritably. Did you actually read the terms when you signed your contract? Aye. The death responsibilities mentioned in the contract are bifurcated into 2 categories. Only under certain conditions, such as during training or while executing missions, if the student meets their demise due to insufficient capabilities, will the Academy bear no responsibility whatsoever. This also includes situations involving murder by related parties. However, outside these specified scenarios such as training or missions, the Academy has the obligation to protect their safety. After hearing Light's explanation, Kluos's complexion turned somber. They left the Academy on their own. Moreover, aren't Kern and Rain still there? Kluos gritted his teeth, gazing anxiously into the distance. They should be able to keep Xiao in check. Though he said this, having witnessed Xiao's berserk state that afternoon, he found it hard to trust his own words. Even if something happens outside the Academy, do you think the Star River Empire won't blame Xiao for it? Kluos fell silent. The academy would not favor either side, nor would it take the risk of offending the royal family of the Star River Empire by protecting a student without connections. This meant that Xiao would be officially wanted by the Star River Empire. His wanted notice would spread throughout the continent, making him a public enemy across the entire Holy Realm continent. Chapter 89, Public Enemy. After leaving the range of the Holy Land, they soon saw the approximate location of the desolate wilderness. Le could feel there were several magic power fluctuations with different attributes. We're almost there. A green magic circle under their feet flashed instantly, and Le and Cross shot forward like arrows. Hope we can make it in time. Le's words had not yet dispersed when a bundle of purple lightning suddenly burst out from the nearby desolate forest. Several bolts of lightning shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds and lighting up the area where they were fighting. In just an instant, Le saw what he least wanted to see. Xiao was tightly wrapped by dark magical power. Confronting him were Lane and Kern. Their magical powers surged wildly, but they still could only barely defend themselves. Behind them stood Xingyue, who was already so scared that she fell on her bottom. As for Rulan, she trembled while hiding beside a big tree behind Xiao. Xingming. There was only an incomplete corpse lying beside Xiao who had already gone berserk, with black flames burning on it. Teacher. The previous scene was like a picture frozen in Cross's mind. He swallowed hard in disbelief. I saw it. In one breath, Le and Cross arrived simultaneously. Cross landed behind Xiao, standing next to Rulan, protecting her beside himself. In front of him, two powerful magical forces clashed, emitting one black and one golden light. Descent. Holy King of Light. The golden figure in the night was particularly eye-catching, with soft light, yet giving people a sense of majesty and untouchable. Cross hadn't seen Master Le fight for a long time. As a support mage, Le actually resisted against Xiao, who went berserk. Dark Devour. As Xiao swung his massive wrist enveloped by deep black magical power, a spear descended from the sky, hitting in front of him with violent magical force raising dusts everywhere. Xiao's body was shaken away. In the night sky, a black figure rushed from afar, colliding heavily with Xiao. Yefen grabbed Xiao with one hand and smashed him towards the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, the dust that had not yet dissipated became thicker, making Rulan couldn't help but cough. Maybe because of the severe impact, Xiao's consciousness gradually woke up. He lay on the ground, quietly looking at the sky, the clean white moon contrasting sharply with his surrounding magical power. The remaining burning magical force floated past his eyes, occasionally blocking that whiteness. This time, Xiao was fully conscious throughout. He clearly knew what he did, and his heart was extraordinarily calm at this moment. The strange black spear burned with profound dark magical power, standing by Xiao. Yefen pulled it out from the ground, scanned all the people present, and finally fixed his gaze on the corpse that had been burnt by black flames, now only left as white bones. Le retracted his magical power, looked back at Lane and the other three. How about you guys? Lane and Kern glanced at each other, and eventually focused their gazes on Xingyue. Princess, are you okay? At this moment, the second princess of Star River, her expression had become dazed, with only the ashes of Xingming in her sight. This was the first time she experienced such a thing. Even during past missions, with Lane and Kern, plus Xingming, working together, they had never encountered any issues. But today, after originally planning to use Rulan to threaten Xiao, ended up resulting in this outcome. The black flame ultimately turned the white bone into ash, and a night breeze blew, taking away the last remains of Crown Prince of Star River Empire here. Do you know what you've done? Without any emotion, Yefen asked Xiao. Xiao didn't get up, continuing to lie on the ground, gazing at the moon. I know. And do you know the consequences? I know. You're finished. Suddenly regaining her senses, Xingyue's originally charming face was filled with hatred. She glared at Xiao furiously, her eyeballs trembling continuously. I'll tell father tonight. You murdered my royal brother. You just wait to be wanted by the Star River Empire. Lane Kern, let's go. Using up all the dignity she had left, Xingyue made a harsh statement, turning around gracefully and left with Kern and Lane. The source of this malevolent spirit was Xingming, and Xingming was dead. Xiao's emotions no longer fluctuated, and naturally, that killing intent returned to peace. In Le's office, Xiao and Le stood in front of Yefen. You shouldn't have forgotten our agreement, right? Yefen turned around, walked to the balcony, and gazed at the bright moon in the dark night. Xiao was exceptionally calm at this moment, feeling no wrong whatsoever in killing Xingming. I haven't forgotten. Yefen chuckled lightly with his back still facing Xiao. So what do you plan to do? Tomorrow morning, the Imperial family of Star River will issue a wanted order. Then, the whole continent of Holy Domain will regard you as an enemy, and there will be plenty who want your head for the bounty. Then I'll tear down the Star River Empire. There was no emotion in Xiao's voice. Though he couldn't see Yifen's face, through his slightly trembling body earlier, Xiao knew Yifen must have laughed just now. With your current power? The you who can be possessed by dark attribute magic power at any time? The you who isn't even close to becoming a great magician yet. A brief silence followed. Xiao had no power to refute. Yifen was right. He was only a senior magician at present. Across the entire continent, he ranked at the middle to lower level among magicians. He had killed Star Ming and made an enemy of the entire Star River Empire. As one of the major countries in the Holy Domain, Star River Empire could easily offer rich rewards in the name of the government and put out a warrant for his arrest. After tonight, he would be regarded as the enemy of the whole continent. You're on your own then. After saying this, Yifen's figure blended into the night and disappeared. Brother. Rulan peeked her head from inside the house. Cross was by her side, lost in thought. Xiao gently exhaled, then walked over to Rulan, squatting slightly, his right hand affectionately stroking her head. Rulon, I might have to leave for a while. While I'm gone, you need to listen to the teacher, understand? She knew that Xiao had killed someone important. Despite her reluctance, she had to suppress the urge to cry and pouted as she nodded. Yes, Rulon will be good. Brother, this is the clothes I bought for you. I don't have much money, so I could only buy these for you. Rulon had been holding a bag in her arms since earlier, and now she handed it to Xiao. Inside were some simple clothes. These clothes weren't attractive either. They were no different from what ordinary people wore outside. But in Xiao's eyes, they were very precious. Thank you. Looking at Rulon's delicate little face, Xiao's eyes started to get a bit red. He didn't know how long he'd be in exile this time, or whether he'd ever see Rulon again. Chapter 90, Farewell. Closes stood nearby, gritted his teeth, and took a step forward. It's just the Star River Empire. I failed to take care of Rulon too, so I have some responsibility. Let me help you take it down. With that, Closes prepared to rush out. Second Master Brother. Xiao reached out and held him back. Please help me look after Rulon in the future. Don't let her run off recklessly. Although Closes and Xiao hadn't known each other for long, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding. From their first meeting, Closes liked Xiao, and Xiao did not dislike him either. It was like love at first sight. Simply based on their first impression, the two quickly formed a connection. Unfortunately, their time together was short, without much deeper interaction. Xiao didn't want to drag Closes into this matter. It was something he had to face alone. Lei entered his study and soon emerged with a bag covered in dust, looking quite old. Closes, please take Rulon back to her room. There are some things I need to discuss privately with Xiao. After Closes and Rulon left, Lei handed the dusty cloth bag to Xiao solemnly. This contains the key to your escape. Be sure to keep it safe. Go say goodbye to Ace and the others. If you disappear without a word, knowing him, he'll search all over for you. I'll plan a route for you and prepare some things. Come back as soon as possible. Time is running out. Xiao nodded and headed towards Osiris's dormitory building. Pushing open the door, Ace and the others were still awake, seated at their desks deep in thought. The only exception was the fat guy who stared intently at a pile of books about magical theories that had never been opened, munching loudly with his smack-smack sound. You're back. The sound of the door opening caught Porcus's attention. Upon seeing Xiao, the tension in his facial muscles immediately relaxed. Hearing this, Ace and Sika also turned around. Xiao struggled with how to start the conversation. Even though they had only lived together for a few months, everyone got along well. Ace came and went early and late, occasionally chatting with them, but always appearing somewhat restrained. However, once Sika broke the ice, Ace became less inhibited. Porcas wasn't good at expressing himself either. Most of the time, he served as a listener, occasionally complaining about the fat guy's habits. Yet, Porcas handled most of the dorm cleaning without ever voicing complaints. As for Sika, he was the dorm's jester. Except for eating constantly and lacking ambition, he was decent. He would even give some of his cherished snacks to Ace when he saw him return injured, and if he accidentally angered Porcas, he'd bring his favorite snacks as an apology. It was a life that felt enjoyable, yet now that tonight was their final night together, he'd part ways with them. Xiao, what's wrong? You seem strange. Even Sika noticed something was off with Xiao. Had entering the Holy Domain Academy made him so easily readable? Both Porcas and Ace noticed, but Porcas waited for Xiao to speak up on his own, while Ace didn't know how to phrase the question, so he remained silent. The fat guy, however, asked straightforwardly, much like the thick-headed Ace. I've come to say goodbye to all of you. As he spoke, Xiao began packing his things into his Carlo pouch one by one. Where are you going? What happened? Ace could no longer hold back his questions. Xiao paused for a moment, glanced at everyone, and continued packing. I killed Xingming. I will be officially hunted by the Star River Empire tomorrow. Silence. The severity of the situation greatly exceeded their imagination. Porcas thought for a moment, then walked over to Xiao and pulled out a large number of gold and silver coins from his Carlo pouch, even handing over all the copper coins. Take these. When you can't earn money later, having more of these on you will certainly help and save a lot of trouble. Seeing the heavy expression on Porcas's face, Xiao accepted them without refusal, placing everything inside his Carlo pouch. At this point, Sika and Ace also approached. I spent all my money on food. I don't have much left. Sika patted his trouser pockets and took out 3 Carlo pouches, counting the contents inside. These 2 small Carlo pouches are filled with food. You'll definitely need them on the road. Let me see how much money I have left. Finally, Sika flipped out 5 remaining gold coins. Here, take them all. If I run out of money, I can ask my family for more. Xiao did not accept anything from Ace. Ace fished out 2 gold coins from his pocket. These were the spoils of their last joint hunt for magical beasts. The rest of the money had been spent on medicine and supplements, which Xiao knew was due to the great danger in Ace's cultivation methods that demanded significant expenditure on drugs and nutrients. Hence, Xiao didn't take his gift. Go see Tiger. Ace pressed his lips together, a hint of restraint visible in his gaze as he looked at Xiao. After leaving this afternoon, he asked several times if you'd returned. I will go. Ace gave him the address of Osiris Long, and after packing his things without lingering too long, Xiao directly made his way toward Osiris Long's residence. It was a relatively secluded stone house where the sound of rustling wind came from the courtyard. Xiao knocked lightly on the door, but received no response. It seemed they were asleep. Looking for dragon? Beimin Chongqing suddenly appeared beside Xiao, with faint traces of green magic power swirling around him. His sword was still smoking weakly, and a bead of sweat slowly slid down his face. It was apparent that today's defeat had hit him hard, as it was quite late, and yet he was still practicing his sword techniques. Before Xiao could respond, Beimin Chongqing opened the door. Inside the stone house was a stone bed where Osiris Long lay snoring away, even in his human form much larger than both Xiao and Beimin Changqing. On Beimin Changqing's stone bed was a mat made of grass, whereas Osiris Long was lying directly on the hard stone bed, fast asleep. He has been waiting for you. He said if there was news, wake him up, didn't expect you would come personally. With that, Beimin Changqing took his sword and walked over to the sleeping figure of Osiris Long, tapping him lightly on his broad shoulders. No response. Under Xiao's surprised watch, Beimin Changqing lifted his sword and thrust it down onto Osiris Long's bottom. Osiris Long's mournful cry echoed through the stone house as he shot up, clutching his wounded buttocks and grimacing in pain. I already said, be gentle. Beimin Changqing merely gazed at him indifferently, shrugged, and replied matter-of-factly, you were dead to the world. Xiao, why have you come? At this scene, Xiao couldn't help but laugh, feeling some of the weight lift off his heart. Chapter 91. Farewell, too. I've come to say goodbye. Beimin Changqing and Oris Long paused momentarily in surprise. Beimin Changqing closed the door, while Oris Long stood up from the bed and softly asked, what's wrong? I killed Starshade. Xiao didn't have time to recount the entire event, only telling them the result. Surprisingly, Oris Long and Beimin Changqing weren't shocked. The Beimin family is a martial arts family that never gets involved in politics. Although this matter is a personal grudge between you and the Star River Empire, they can still pin fabricated charges on you. Unfortunately, I am powerless. Beimin Changqing sighed softly and helplessly shook his head. Oris Long twisted his neck and abruptly slapped his hand on the nearby stone bed. Go to the Wasteland Kingdom. If it weren't for Oris Long's mention of it, Xiao had almost forgotten that he was the prince of the Wasteland Kingdom. Though the youngest, he was also the most accomplished, and it was rumored that the current leader of the Wasteland Kingdom was preparing to pass on his position to him. However, the lives of the beast folk were far longer than those of humans, so who knew when that would happen? Our beast folk treat guests sincerely. Moreover, since you're my brother, our people will definitely protect you. The beast folk, called barbarians by outsiders, were not disliked by Xiao. As Oris Long said, they treated guests warmly and friendly. They may be referred to as barbarians, but in truth, they too love peace. They just admire strength. Their sense of honor was known across the entire continent. One could say they were the most straightforward race. But precisely because of this, Xiao did not want to involve them. A man must bear his own consequences, and if not tonight, either Starshade would die, or he would. He did not regret it. In fact, he believed he made the right choice. Brother? We've merely crossed swords a few times and fought monsters together. I already have a plan. I'm here now just to say goodbye. Oris Long's face fell immediately. Who says only going through life and death together makes someone a brother? As long as Oris Long considers someone worthy, and they respect me, the furious beast, they are my brother. I might be rough, but I've never been wrong in judging people. Seeing his massive frame display an expression of irritation, Xiao gave a faint smile. Thank you. When will you return? Beimin Changqing put away his long sword, crossed his legs on his bed, and sat meditating with eyes closed. Oris Long became somewhat displeased at Beimin Changqing's behavior. How can you be so calm? Think of a way. Xiao waved his hand, smiling. No need. I've come here solely to say farewell. If he doesn't wish to bother us, why should we trouble ourselves? Beimin Changqing opened his eyes, revealing pupils of deep green that seemed infused with a spirited wind-like essence. Since he already has a plan, we should trust him and worry about other things. Xiao hadn't expected such words to come from Beimin Changqing, a man wholly devoted to Eastern martial ways. My agreement with the principal is to participate in the next youth mage competition of the continent. It all boiled down to one thing. He wasn't strong enough. If he was powerful enough, so powerful that even the Star River Empire would fear him, then it wouldn't be the Star River Empire causing him trouble. It would be he causing trouble for them. Good. Oris Long laughed heartily. I'll wait for you. When that time comes, we'll have another exhilarating fight. All right. Goodbye. Hold on. Oris Long took a deep breath and said earnestly, if you're ever out of options, go to the Wasteland Kingdom. Xiao smiled and closed the door as he left. There was no more attachment to this place, except for Xiao looked towards the northern mountains, remembering there seemed to be an elder there who once reminded him to be cautious about the malevolent energy within himself. Should he also bid him farewell? Oh yes, there's Louis too. He was still controlling her seal. Originally, he thought everything that needed doing was done, but as he prepared to leave, he realized he'd overlooked some things. With the night half over, Xiao located her residence through the magical energy he had left within her body. Fortunately, this second princess was rather willful and lived in a different place from others. Speaking of opulence, perhaps few courtyards in this Saint Realm Academy could match hers. The courtyard was filled with various renowned flowers and plants. There was a golden crown atop the roof, and the tiles even had some gems embedded between them. Gazing at such a house, Xiao felt somewhat repelled. He didn't knock, nor was there a need. Not long after, Louis opened the door herself, looking ghastly pale at the sight of Xiao. Clearly ready to sleep, she was wearing a blue and white interwoven nightgown. Are you crazy? She was breathing heavily, enduring the intense pain in her abdomen, and yelled at Xiao. Why didn't you die this afternoon? If you had died, I would have been free. You made me worry for nothing. Can't you just say hello properly? You had to do it this way. You're such a freak. She had originally come to see Louis, planning to forgive her since she had spared her face earlier that afternoon. After all, unlike Starshade, Louis wasn't the type who held grudges or threatened others, and this incident should have been a lesson for her. Yet, because Xiao's method of summoning her was too extreme, she cursed him with death. Consequently, Xiao abandoned the idea of granting her freedom. After berating Xiao, Louis heard noises outside and saw Aaron emerge in his pajamas, glaring at Xiao with hostility. There was no time for squabbles. Since he decided not to grant Louis her freedom, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. I'm leaving for a while, but... Xiao leaned close to Louis's ear, a sinister smile appearing on his lips as he whispered softly, so only she could hear. Your seal is still under my control. No matter where I go, I'll know your condition instantly. As my slave, I'm giving you a mission. Protect my sister well. If anything happens to her, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, Xiao turned around and left, leaving Louis fuming behind him. Returning to Light's place, the teacher was already waiting inside. As an intelligent scholar, devising an escape route was merely child's play for him. Teacher, Light's face seemed to have developed a few more wrinkles unconsciously. I'm sorry. Light didn't expect Xiao to apologize. He paused for a moment, then shook his head and smiled kindly. You're my student. Naturally, I take responsibility for you. Go back to your room and pack some things. It's always better to be prepared. Better safe than sorry. There weren't many personal belongings in the dorm, just a couple of changeable clothes and bedding. Besides, there were still some clothes left in a wardrobe at Light's house. It wasn't a particularly large room, containing merely one table, one bed, and a line of wardrobes. The window was within arm's reach from the bed, allowing one to lie down and gaze at the moonlit night sky. When Xiao had first arrived here, he often did exactly that, lost in thought as he gazed at the starry heavens. The sheets and quilt were new. He opened the wardrobe, which was filled with brand new clothing, all his own. Chapter 93, Escape, Part 1. All these were bought for him by Light. When he first arrived in the sacred domain, Teacher Light noticed he was dressed lightly, so he went out and bought some clothes. Later, considering seasonal changes and not wanting to be busy or forget to buy Xiao new clothes, he decided to purchase all-season clothing at once. At that moment, when Xiao saw the living room filled with clothes, Light's warm smile made his heart feel a soft warmth. Teacher, I'm getting old, and I fear I won't remember certain things or care for you properly, so I've already prepared what you need. This way you won't get cold. Teacher, just carry everything. Light had somehow appeared next to him. This is from my study. Here, you might find it useful. Light handed Xiao a bracelet with a small, embedded spatial gemstone. This was an advanced storage device, something the nobility believed improved aesthetics and avoided inconveniences compared to traditional caro bags. Instead of carrying bags, they created items like necklaces, rings, hairpins, etc., all equipped with internal magic arrays that allowed them to store items. These devices were priced several times higher than ordinary caro bags, and their storage space had been significantly increased. Xiao did not refuse. He did not know what dangers awaited him in the future. Over the past 10 years, he had only been hiding, thinking as long as he survived, it would be enough. But this time was different. In the past, it was just himself, and his own life didn't matter much. Now, he wasn't alone anymore. Ruolin was waiting for him, Ace was waiting for him, and Oris Long was waiting for him. He could not run away anymore. Escape was temporary. Someday he would return and overturn the entire Star River Empire. Back in the living room, Light had already planned out the upcoming journey. Though the plan had been laid out, it was merely a route charted for his escape. Once he reached his destination, everything would depend on him. The Star River Empire's warrant will make your existence known across the entire continent instantly. All your information will be placed on the warrant by the Star River Empire. Light took out a map, pointing to the Wind Moon Empire in the eastern part of the Sacred Domain continent. You'll set off directly from the east of the Sacred Domain, enter the border of the Wind Moon Empire as quickly as possible, and don't linger. The Wind Moon Empire neighbors the Star River Empire, meaning it will be one of the first places to learn about your warrant. But you only have this one route. It's your only option right now. Leaving the Sacred Domain continent is currently your best choice. Indeed, staying in a place where the entire Sacred Domain continent has declared you wanted would be extremely dangerous. But, when I reach the customs, surely my warrant will have spread across the Sacred Domain continent. How am I supposed to cross customs? Even if the Sacred Domain continent issues a warrant against you, the Darkshine Empire will remain unaffected. First, the customs of the Wind Moon Empire are notoriously strict. They won't think you can leave the Sacred Domain continent, so the warrant won't be sent to the Darkshine Empire. Second, there's always been a barrier between the Sacred Domain continent and the Darkshine Empire, so even if the warrant does reach there, the Darkshine Empire won't acknowledge it. How exactly do I get to the Darkshine Empire? As you said, the Wind Moon Empire's customs are too strict. Changing my appearance won't help. You don't need to go through customs. Getting to the Darkshine Empire isn't limited to taking a boat. Be sure to keep the cloth bag I gave you earlier. Inside it contains the key to a teleportation magic array. Years ago, in order to facilitate exchanges between the Sacred Domain continent and the Darkshine Empire, aside from boats, a teletransportation magic array was established at the Wind Moon Empire's border on the Sacred Domain continent, and I was responsible for constructing it. With such an important magic array, there must be many guards. How can I possibly use it? Light smiled mysteriously. Who said we'd need that array? That array is specifically reserved for the royal family of the Darkshine Empire, and the Wind Moon Empire keeps it guarded more tightly than you can imagine. I personally built the entire magic array, spending quite a bit of time on it. Since it's a space magic array, it has its own spatial node. I've already constructed another magic array that connects to the node of that array. You just need to activate this key within a kilometer of the array, and this will indirectly connect to the Wind Moon Empire's teleportation magic array, sending you to the Darkshine Empire. I remember during my recent inspection of the magic array, the corresponding array in the Darkshine Empire was located in an open area without much tight security. Regardless, you must disguise yourself beforehand to avoid any mishaps. Soon, I will cast 2 light magic spells on you. One will be used to alter your appearance, and the other will mask the first spell. However, due to the passage of time and your inherent dark attribute magic resisting it, you must leave the Sacred Domain continent within 3 days. Everything was packed. Everything that needed to be done was done. Xiao gently pushed open the door. The horizon shimmered with a faint white glow. Dawn wasn't far off. There was no time to linger. Light had been busy all night and needed rest. Xiao quietly closed the door behind him. At the entrance gate, Xiao glanced at Light's room and straightened his clothes. Splash. Facing the main door, Xiao knelt down on both knees and bowed his head toward the door with great force. After the sharp sound, a large red mark formed on his forehead. At this moment, Light stood by the window in his own bedroom, surrounded by some ornaments. On the table were 3 clay figurines, gifts given to him by Rulin and Xiao. They weren't expensive, but they were very precious. The noise outside his window was clear to him, and due to the angle, Xiao didn't notice that Light was watching him. Leaving the Sacred Domain, Xiao headed directly east. First stop, Garala. It was the city closest to the Sacred Domain in the Wind Moon Empire. With the fake identity provided by Nightburn, it was easy for him to pass through border control. Besides Garala, he still had to cross nearly 10 cities, including the capital of the Wind Moon Empire, St. Gulain. Having grown accustomed to wandering, he no longer had much feeling for these new cities. Arriving at Garala, he didn't rest but immediately left for the second destination. Xiao had no time to rest as he traveled tirelessly day and night. Even while riding on the magical train, he only slightly closed his eyes, and whenever his consciousness began to blur, he kept himself awake by using his dining fork. At the entrance to the second city, his wanted poster had already been posted. Fortunately, Light's light magic altered his appearance, but he still had to reach the customs area within 3 days. Light did not tell him the exact location of the teleportation magic array, only instructing him to find an area near customs close to the sea. Another 1.5 days passed since he left the Sacred Domain on the evening of the day before yesterday. In just a day, Xiao crossed 4 cities, and the next destination would be the imperial capital St. Gulain. As the imperial capital, every person entering the city was subject to more thorough inspections, their belongings and identification meticulously confirmed before being allowed entry. The Sacred Domain continent had recently enjoyed long-term peace, and only border cities would normally have such strict inspections. It could be said that Xiao was the first person in recent years to be officially wanted by the Star River Empire, which was why many cities began inspecting everyone entering the city. The capital, St. Gulain. 2 days of travel left Xiao without any proper rest. He found an inn, pulled out his map, and realized he had only 1 day and night remaining. If he continued traveling now, he could barely reach customs after passing through the remaining 5 cities. Xiao evaluated his physical condition. Under normal circumstances, this amount of travel wouldn't affect him too much, but don't forget, he had previously fought fiercely against the Wind Flame Magic Beast and the Thunder Wolf pack inside Osiris, and battled with Lane. That same night, he killed Starming. His body was already operating beyond its limit and needed rest. Chapter 94, Huangfu Yanran. A black figure descended from the sky, sending everyone below flying. Dark magical energy was hard to discern in the night. Who are you? Trying to play the hero? Why don't you measure your own strength first? Everyone attack. In the eyes of this group of hoodlums, this stranger appearing in such a situation must be on Huangfu Yanran's side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a teenager around 16 or 17 years old. Naturally, they didn't take him seriously. The 5 of them surrounded Xiao and Huangfu Yanran tightly. Green and brown magic spilled over from the 5, each holding a weapon in their hands as they let out devilish laughter at the unarmed Xiao and Huangfu Yanran. Kill the man, capture the woman alive, got it guys? No need to say. Wah! A scream of pain. One of the 5 figures was suddenly enveloped in flames, green magical energy dissipating slowly in the darkness. How could Xiao appear so unprepared? That was definitely not his style. He had already made plans to completely annihilate these 5 people when he prepared to show up. Hellfire, turn them into dust. Instantly, black flames erupted violently from the remaining 4 bodies. By the time the patrols arrived, all that remained would be their bones. Huangfu Yanran standing beside watched this all unfold with her mouth wide open. From the moment this young man appeared, a story unfolded in her mind. Xiao would bravely defeat all of them, then ask her gently if she was okay, beginning a beautiful tale. But once Xiao showed up, her imagined scenario crumbled. Though his appearance was indeed imposing, and yes, he did save her, she had never expected Xiao to kill these few people. What's more, he used an ambush tactic. The always carefree Huangfu Yanran had no affinity for such methods. Still, he was ultimately her benefactor. Just as she was about to thank him, Xiao gave her a fleeting glance and left quietly. After dealing briefly with the soldiers who arrived afterward, Huangfu Yanran set off chasing after Xiao. Hey, she hadn't expected this person to be so fast. Why walk so quickly? Xiao wasn't interested in acknowledging Huangfu Yanran. Under his feet appeared a green magic circle. By cross-using wind element magic to increase his speed, shaking off Huangfu Yanran should have been problem-free. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Yanran was quite persistent. Even when Xiao's form began fading away, she still wouldn't give up. Hey, why do you keep running? Reluctantly, Xiao didn't want a tail forever clinging onto him. Cross-system magic consumed too much energy. If this continued, It would be difficult for Xiao to handle unexpected situations later. Why are you following me? I just want to thank you. Huangfu Yinran's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths from the chase. What's your name? I'm Huangfu Yinran. Thank you for helping me today. In the future, I will repay you somehow. Not necessary. They blocked my way themselves. Now that you've said what you wanted to say, you can stop following me. You haven't told me your name yet. How am I supposed to find you in the future? Yan Qingming. Since he has a fake identity, certainly using his original name would be foolish. Huangfu Yinran of course wouldn't suspect anything. She nodded thoughtfully, then asked, where can I find you in the future? Why follow me? You saved me just now. I currently have nothing to offer in return, but when the opportunity arises in the future, I will surely thank you well. Sanctuary Academy. Wow, you're from Sanctuary Academy? Then you must know about the person being wanted recently, right? Truly, he didn't expect this princess to be so nagging. He'd never seen any princess as annoying as her. Yes. So where are you headed? I remember that Sanctuary Academy is west in Fengyue Empire. On a mission. I have something else to do. Don't follow me anymore. Why don't you take me along? To this little princess, adventure was the ultimate joy. It was said that Sanctuary Academy gathered all the geniuses of the continent. Surely, their missions wouldn't be easy, which held great temptation for Huangfu Yinran. Xiao was somewhat irritated. Were strangers these days also bothersome? Don't have the time, stop bothering me. With Xiao's shout, Huangfu Yinran became a little upset. She shot him a look and turned to leave. Xiao was more than pleased with this outcome. It was evening already. He had to hurry up and move on. The person just now, was he a dark attribute magician? As she walked, Huangfu Yinran was absent-minded. Truly ruthless. So rushed. Yinran. Her head was hit by someone. Suddenly Yinfeng appeared behind her with a face full of anger. Big sister Yinfeng. Seeing Yinfeng pop up suddenly, Huangfu Yinran felt somewhat awkward. Faced with Huangfu Yinran, Yinfeng just couldn't stay angry. He could only grip her cheeks angrily and grumble. Do you want to deceive even me? I know I was wrong. Sister Yinfeng, how did you find me? The patrolling soldiers told me. By the way, you've been in this capital for so long. Aren't you afraid that your father will bring you back? The moment she heard about her father, Huangfu Yinran became unhappy, huffing unhappily. Father must have already abandoned me. If father didn't let me go out, do you think you would be able to take me away? Besides, those patrollers earlier, they thought I was just out playing. Father didn't even issue a notice or anything. Clearly he doesn't want me anymore. He finds it annoying when I cause chaos in the palace, which is why he sent you to protect me, right? Yinfeng didn't know how to respond, silently nodding. Huangfu Yinran wasn't upset either, pointing at the western night sky as she stood proudly. Let's go. Sanctuary Academy. Leaving the capital of St. Gulan, Xiao kept running all the way. The rest of the journey wouldn't include the magic train. He had no choice but to walk to the customs by foot. Fortunately, there were no major issues during the trip. The light elemental magic from Leyte gradually faded, and his appearance returned closer to his original form. I didn't expect to arrive sooner than anticipated. The piercing sea wind swept past, giving Xiao a slight chill. Facing away from the sea, he glanced at the world behind him. Although he always said he didn't have much affection for this land, his memories were filled with places where his parents took him, moments he considered the happiest of his life. In this land, there were also adorable Rulan, kind-hearted teacher Leyte, the generous Oris dragon, innocent Ace, Sundara Bayman Chanqing, bookworm Pokas, snack-loving chubby Sika, who only knew how to eat, and Dean Yefan who wasn't serious enough. Though they always claimed they wouldn't provide him any help, they still used their authority to create a perfect fake identity for him. When did I gain so many acquaintances? Xiao lightly gripped the pendant on his chest. Chapter 95, Arrival, Dark Radiance Empire. Ling, we're not alone anymore. Xiao, we'll come back, right? Absolutely. Xiao took out the cloth bag that Light had given him and opened it. Inside was a golden object. Through the gold, one could vaguely see a small magic array within. As Light had said, he would need light attribute magic to activate it. Fortunately, Xiao had both light and dark dual attributes. How long has it been since I last used light magic? Xiao muttered softly as a streak of golden light emerged in his other hand. Before teleporting, he needed to alter his appearance. Though his control over light attribute magic wasn't very refined, he could still cast some simple spells without any trouble. However, compared to light, these changes were easily spotted by others. Having prepared everything necessary, Xiao began to slowly infuse his light attribute magical power into the golden orb. Golden rays pierced through the sea mist as the sky turned pale white. Below this whiteness, flickers of gold appeared, transforming into countless beams swirling around Xiao. The scenery before him suddenly changed, luxurious floor tiles, exquisite stone pillars adorned with eastern dragons clinging to them. Just as quickly, the scene before Xiao transformed once again. Along with the change, the golden beams surrounding Xiao gradually dissipated. Nighttime, palace, elevated platform. There was no time for Xiao to enjoy the view. Master Light had mentioned that this teleportation magic array of the Dark Radiance Empire was set up inside the royal palace. Even if the position where the key led him deviated slightly from the original location of the array itself, he should still be within the palace grounds. He must still act cautiously. Fortunately, it was night, and there were no patrols at the spot where he materialized. There's movement over there. Let's go check it out quickly. Voices nearby grew louder, startling Xiao. He promptly invoked his dark attribute magical power, hiding himself in the darkness while searching for a way out of the palace. In the pre-dawn hours, dark attribute magic served as an excellent camouflage. Xiao moved in one direction along the walls, quickly reaching the outer perimeter of the palace. Nonetheless, guards heavily manned the area, making it difficult to enter or exit. However, as long as the dawn hadn't yet broken, this difficulty presented no challenge to a dark attribute magician. A shadowy black figure quietly slipped along the wall and toward the outside without detection. Once outside the palace, Xiao felt an immediate sense of relief as though a large boulder pressing on his heart had been lifted. In this new environment, he still needed to adapt. To him, the Dark Radiance Empire was an utterly unfamiliar place, but he didn't know what awaited him here. For now, all he wanted was to find a place to sleep well. After casually finding an inn, Xiao entered a room and immediately fell sound asleep, enjoying a deep rest. Here, no one knew about Ling's existence, no one spied on her. Here, no one hunted him, and his arrest warrant had not reached this place. He could finally have a good rest. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he woke up very refreshed in the early afternoon the next day. The Dark Radiance Empire was located on a massive island, and this island housed only one nation. The scattered territories of old were united by a man named Naluo Tianxing, forming the sole nation on this island. Over nearly 100 years of rule, Naluo Tianxing eventually stepped down and handed power to his son, Naluo Xuanxing. Under the governance of Naluo Xuanxing, the Dark Radiance Empire rapidly developed, making it incomparable to any other nation on the Saint Domain continent. Here, Xiao had nothing to rely on. First, he would have to use the fabricated identity that Yefan provided for him to secure a job and find suitable accommodation. Walking through the unfamiliar streets, Xiao felt lost for the first time. Academy? Guild? Enlistment? How should he choose? Even though he had left the Saint Domain continent, Master Light had advised him to abandon his former identity and even to avoid using his previous type of magic, especially dark magic. While the Dark Radiance Empire might not care much about warrants issued by the Saint Domain continent, if his identity were exposed, there would inevitably be those who coveted the bounty. For him, controlling the highly perilous dark magic came naturally, let alone harnessing softer light attribute magic. Looking down at the pendant around his neck, Xiao felt a tinge of sorrow. Ling, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could live outside your world? It must be so boring being confined there for such a long time. What is boredom? Of course, I can come out. As she spoke, Ling reappeared in front of Xiao wearing a long white dress, blinking her lively eyes innocently as she looked at him. Xiao chuckled helplessly, shaking his head slightly and smiling. That's not what I mean. Can you disguise yourself so others won't realize you're a spirit guardian? The difference between a holy spirit and a human. Ling paused, shook her head, is just the lack of a body. Humans are made up of both body and soul, whereas holy spirits are pure energy forms. Having a body would suffice. Dead or alive. After being confined in the pendant for over a decade, it must have been very monotonous. If she could remain hidden properly, allowing her to come out and experience the outside world wouldn't be bad either. After all, hadn't she also been wandering outside before he accidentally found her? Since having a body would make her no different from an ordinary person, then isn't that simple? Perhaps finding someone living might be complicated, but if it were a dead person, he could simply go outside and kill someone. No. Understanding clearly what Xiao had in mind, Ling naturally had to stop him. You're wanted because you killed people recklessly. What concern is it of mine whether others live or die? If I didn't kill Star Death, it would have been me who died. I don't have the right to decide others' lives, but I absolutely will not allow anyone else to determine my fate. Xiao pended. Looking down more closely, he realized that the lower half of the white rhomboid crystal was already entirely covered with black cracks, though he had remained completely unaware until now. When did that happen? Xiao, you weren't like this before. Release your light attribute magic power so I can take a look. Following what Ling said, Xiao slowly released the latent light attribute magic within himself. Golden light filled the entire room, casting a very warm glow upon him. Is there something wrong? Xiao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy as he glanced at Ling. Feeling the warmth of the golden glow, Ling's face showed a faint smile as she shook her head. Not really. It feels so warm. It's been such a long time since I last felt Xiao's warmth. It had been a long time since Ling had smiled, and a long time since seeing this expression on his face. I need to reacquaint myself with light magic. Xiao smiled, withdrawing his magic. Just like in the Saint Domain, once I use light magic, I have to completely abandon dark magic. It's really troublesome. Absolutely. Xiao could feel Ling's genuine happiness from deep within. Chapter 96, Enlistment. After leaving the inn, the first thing was to familiarize themselves with the environment of the Darkshine Empire. The currency was universal, and if they were frugal, the money given by Pokaz could last for several years. The snacks given by Zika would be enough to feed him for months. However, without immediate threats here, he had to find a way to cultivate light magic like how he trained in dark magic. After a few months, Xiao hadn't fully gotten acquainted with the Darkshine Empire. He'd only wandered around some nearby cities, becoming slightly familiar with the surroundings. Ling had also said that for others not to notice she was a holy spirit, they would need a corpse, and the death couldn't have occurred too long ago. This gave Xiao quite a headache, and yet, he had promised Ling that he wouldn't kill indiscriminately anymore. Xiao, how do you plan to live here? In the Holy Domain continent, I was unknown, and even in the end, I could only flee miserably. Here, I want to change my way of living. Ace reason for living is to prove to everyone that hard work can lead to success. With continuous effort, even geniuses can be surpassed. My reason for living is to let everyone know that in this world, there's someone who calls himself Xiao. But now, I'm Yan Qingming, a light-type mage. Having slept for so long, his stomach was growling, and it had been a while since he last bought food for Ling. Xiao found a restaurant and ordered local specialty dishes. Hey, did you hear? Apparently, something big happened recently over at the Holy Domain. It's just about the Star River Empire's crown prince being killed, right? Of course, I've heard of it. The news has already reached us. TSK. They say the incident took place in the Holy Domain. That's right, but it has nothing to do with us. Since the Star River Empire officially issued an arrest warrant, they probably can't even get through customs, let alone reach us here. That's true. Cheers. Shio was surprised by how fast the news spread. But by now, Shio had changed his identity, even altering his appearance significantly. Moreover, as he was using light magic now, no one would suspect him. There's a lot of commotion ahead. Just after finishing his meal, Shio prepared to return to the inn when Ling suddenly called him. Shio noticed too, there was quite a crowd gathered up ahead, creating quite a stir. Want to take a look? Yeah. Upon getting closer, they saw that the academy was recruiting new students. A few tables hung banners stating Admission Office for Advanced Magic Academy, but Shio had no interest in joining any academies. There's more over there. Near those tables was a much larger scene. A group dressed in black military uniforms stood tall with their chests out. Only a man of robust build sat upright at a table. Their setup was simple, with no fancy banners or expensive decorations or advertising slogans. There was merely a wooden sign with a few bold words carved into it. Enrollment for the Imperial Army. This seems interesting. Despite being the simplest and least elaborate, it had the longest queue. Since he didn't know where else to go, this option wasn't bad. Name: Yan Qingming. Age: 17. Are you a magician? Yes. Attribute: rank. Light, senior magician. Take this and move to the back. Next. Name: Luo Yun. Holding a placard marked 1023, Shio followed the person before him to the teleportation magic array behind the table. As golden light flashed, the scene before Shio transformed into a vast training ground. Next to the training field, besides the magic array underfoot, there were two other arrays further away. Some people, looking dejected, were teleported away by a golden array, while others wore excited expressions as they were transported by another golden array. Welcome. Go ahead to the first test. Pass to continue. Fail to leave. Another test. Not bad, though. This place seemed pretty decent. Next group. Numbers 1020 to 1030. Participants joined tests in groups of 10. Shio stood side by side with the others. In front of them stood a broad-shouldered and muscular man with his hands crossed behind his back, exuding an aura of authority. Magicians to the left, civilians to the right. Following instructions, Shio moved to the left, and one other joined him. Not bad this time. 2 magicians. Nolan, take them. 2 strong men then separately led Shio's pair and the other group off in different directions. 1023 and 1024. These will be your temporary names for now. Tell me why you want to join the army. You answer first. 1023. Standing before this person, Shio felt an whooshing pressure. Nightfin had given him a similar feeling, but that was due to Nightfin's inherently powerful strength. As for this person, Shio couldn't yet discern much about them. Since they were asked, Shio was straightforward. To get stronger. Shio's response lacked any remarkable aspect, but Nolan didn't comment either, instead turning his gaze toward the other individual. 1024 and you? I like the army, I admire everything here. That's why I signed up. Are all magicians this strange? Nolan wasn't a magician, although he'd interacted with many of them. His life in the military still left him less informed about the world of magicians. Alright then, this was just a casual inquiry. It's already great that magicians are willing to come. Are you really willing to stay? Judging from appearances, most magicians didn't seem keen on joining the army. After all, as magicians, they only needed to register their names within the empire to receive a decent subsidy each month. The army, on the other hand, was a place that valued physical strength. Most magicians already struggled with practicing magic, so who would willingly endure hardship by joining the military? I have no problem. Since there's nowhere else to go, staying here is also fine. No problem. Since that's settled, how much do you two know about the army? Don't come just out of blind enthusiasm. Even magicians can meet their deaths, quite a few in fact. I don't know much. For Shio's answer, Nolan was left speechless. I know some. Good. Nolan took a deep breath. Go take the test. Pass it, and you'll be able to stay. What they called a test merely evaluated the intensity and application ability of their magic power, along with their physical fitness. To Shio's surprise, 1024 appeared frail physically, but displayed a tenacity, far surpassing many he'd encountered. It was already commendable that magicians came forward to apply for military service. Naturally, the test wouldn't be too demanding. 1023. Your name is Yan Qingming, right? A light attribute support magician. It was still Nolan addressing them. Yes. 1024. Your name is Luo Yun, right? A dark attribute magician. Yes. Nolan carefully examined both of them, contemplating something. Didn't they say light attribute and dark attribute magicians are rare? And now we've got 2 of them together. Since one of you specializes in support magic while the other focuses on combat, how about putting you 2 together? Yan Qingming assisting Luo Yun. Any issues? Don't dark attribute and light attribute magic repel each other? Could it be that the examiner didn't know this? Chapter 97. Luo Yun. But, no problem. Xiao Zhang was about to remind him of this, but unexpectedly, Luo Yun, who was standing next to him, immediately agreed. As a magician, this was the most basic knowledge. If Nualuan didn't know it, that was fine, but there's no way Luo Yun wouldn't. Under Nualuan's direction, the 2 left the training ground to go to the warehouse and collect their clothing and daily necessities. The light attribute magic power and dark attribute magic power repel each other. If I assist you, the effect will surely be weakened. No. Luo Yun didn't look at him. After collecting their essentials, Nuo Luan led them around the training field directly towards another magic circle. On the training ground, those commoners were still struggling with their tests. But he and Luo Yun, because they were magicians, entered the army just like that. Under the envious stares of the others, the ones wrapped in golden light disappeared into the middle of the magic array. This is where you'll be staying from now on. Nuo Luan brought them to a large house, got 2 keys from the gatekeeper, and handed them separately to Yen Qingming and Luo Yun. The numbers on your keys are your room numbers. Get some rest tonight, and we'll begin training early tomorrow morning. After saying goodbye to Nuo Luan, Yen Qingming and Luo Yun entered their respective rooms and settled their personal items. Watching Luo Yun meticulously organize his things neatly, he couldn't help but sigh. He had no understanding of this military life at all, and would definitely have to consult Luo Yun more in the future. That kettle has to be secured like this before you place it. Seeing Yen Qingming directly put the kettle inside the cabinet, Luo Yun frowned unhappily. You really don't understand anything. Huh, thank you. Glancing at Yen Qingming, who appeared somewhat awkward, Luo Yun wasn't upset either. After all, newbies naturally didn't understand much. My name is Luo Yun. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, just ask me. I don't understand anything. Are you serious? Luo Yun widened his eyes as he looked at him. Truly speaking, those eyes were incredibly bright, paired with an exceptionally refined face, making Yen Qingming lose himself for a moment. Unfortunately, he was a man. If he'd been a woman, she'd undoubtedly be calamitous beauty. Even Louis and Xingyue might not match up. Why did you join the military? Luo Yun narrowed his eyebrows, eyeing him curiously. Actually, Yen Qingming merely wanted more opportunities for exercise. He heard that the military was a place for tormenting people, coupled with his curiosity, so he came. As a child, he had listened to countless legends about armies, knight orders, and guilds, and still harbored some admiration. Maybe out of curiosity about the military? What about you? Upon hearing this reason, Luo Yun felt somewhat speechless. However, he had no right to criticize others' motives. To join the Knight Order. Knight Order? What does that have to do with the military? Mentioning the Knight Order, Luo Yun's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. Our country only has one Knight Order, responsible for safeguarding the safety of royal nobles. But to join the Knight Order, one must undergo formal education and pass tests to gain recognition. Formal learning? That means graduating from a magic academy. Correct. And each academy has a limited number of spots available for enrollment into the Knight Order. Some lower-ranked academies don't even have those spots. Therefore, many commoners end up having no connection with the Knight Order, also leading to the current situation where most people in the Knight Order harbor some motives for joining. Motives? What kind of motives? Luo Yun's tone suddenly became somewhat scornful as he let out a soft snort. Because the princess of Anyao Empire is nearly coming of age, and the king plans to find her a suitable knight to guard her. What's wrong with that? Princesses again, knights again. Yen Qingming felt somewhat speechless. Why couldn't the royals learn from Aoli's Long, as the crown prince lived so simply, without even a single bodyguard? Wouldn't it be better if one focused on enhancing their own strength rather than seeking a knight? Do you think they want to join the Knight Order just to protect the princess? No, it's just because they have ulterior motives in mind. What does that have to do with why you're here? There are 2 ways to join the Knight Order. One is through the Academy's quotas, which I just mentioned. The other way is through military promotion. After accumulating enough merits, one can sign up for the Knight Order, but few soldiers actually want to do so. Few people know about this route. So your goal is to join the Knight Order through the military? Of course. Luo Yun poured a cup of water for Yen Qingming and handed it to Xiao. We still need to clean our dormitory. Thank you. Yen Qingming gulped down the water given by Luo Yun in one breath. After putting down the cup, he watched Luo Yun with interest. Are you joining the Knight Order to become the guardian knight of Anyao Empire's princess? Could it be that you? So what if I am? Luo Yun was completely open about it, tilting his head slightly. The princess is a vision of beauty. Isn't it natural that I'm captivated by her? Is there something wrong with that? Having never met this princess, Yen Qingming had no answer. Can a knight marry a princess? On the sacred domain continent, knights are not allowed to marry princesses. For their entire lives, they can only remain by her side, silently protecting her. Not on the sacred domain continent, but in our Anyao Empire, we can. Luo Yun revealed a proud smile. That's why I'm striving for this spot. In fact, Yen Qingming's expression turned somewhat complicated as he hesitated and said, You're actually aiming to marry her, right? Is there a problem with that? Luo Yun looked at him arrogantly, seemingly very dissatisfied with this question. Besides, I'm different from those people. I'm here to protect her, whereas those guys are just here to marry her. Somewhat helpless, Yen Qingming shrugged and laughed. Why do you all have to fight over the position of guardian knight? It's not like only becoming her guardian knight allows you to protect her. Would you not protect her if you weren't her knight? Actually, Yen Qingming made a lot of sense. Why must they vie for that one position? It was nothing more than a ceremony. Yen Qingming, you're really interesting. You too. The two exchanged a smile. Wish you success. They quickly became friends. Initially, Yen Qingming thought Luo Yun was a very arrogant person, but upon getting to know him better, he found out Luo Yun was actually a good-hearted individual. When it was time for dinner, the two cleaned their residence briefly and went downstairs to the cafeteria to eat. Hey, new faces. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when a man dressed in a blue military uniform suddenly blocked their path. There were quite a number of people training around them, all magicians. This place seemed to be dedicated solely to magicians. My name is Kino, your predecessor. Luo Yun walked ahead of Yen Qingming, giving Kino who blocked their way a glance. My name is Luo Yun. This is my teammate Yin Qingming. Is there anything we can help you with, Kino? Recently, there aren't many magicians willing to join the army. It's rare to see new recruits, so I'm curious about your quality. I'd like to test you too. Chapter 98. My person. It turned out they were here to pick a fight. Luo Yun replied curtly. No time. We're going to eat. Hey, Kino, are you bullying the newbies again? Kino, don't break them too much. We'll still need them later. Huh, leave us some meat. These two look pretty decent. They're my type. Kino, be gentle. Don't scare them off like last time. Kino waved at a group of people standing not far away, his lips curling into an arrogant smile. Hungry? Beat me first before you even think about eating. Here, strength speaks. Apparently, troublemakers were everywhere. Yin Qingming sneered coldly and stepped forward, saying, fine, but I'll need some guidance then. Golden magic was released as he prepared to teach Kino a good lesson. However, deep black magic suddenly appeared in front of him. Yin Qingming looked at Luo Yun with confusion, puzzled. You're a support-type magician. Matters of battle should be left to me. Almost forgot that during registration, to avoid unnecessary complications, he had registered himself as a support magician. Oh, a light-type support magician. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, Kino's eyes widened immediately, and his gaze towards Yin Qingming lit up with excitement. Didn't expect a support magician to show up here. That's a treasure indeed. You come over and join my team. Before Yin Qingming could reject, Kino reached out to drag him over, only to be blocked by Luo Yun. He is my support. Oh, what does a newbie need with a support magician? If you know what's good for you, give him up. That depends on whether you're capable enough to take him from me. The two completely disregarded Yin Qingming's thoughts as black magic clashed with crimson magic, dividing the entire training ground into realms of black and red. Inferno Demon. Great Pung. A blazing inferno surrounded by the form of a great pung bird rose to the sky, turning the setting sun scarlet red. Dragon Demon. Heaven Falls. Western Dragon Demon unfurled its wings, spewing black dragon breath, and its massive body blocked out the heavens and earth. The Crimson Firebird and the deep black dragon coiled in the skies, glaring at each other. In terms of momentum, the two were evenly matched. At almost the same moment, they stabilized their bodies, and the next second, the great pung soared toward Luo Yun, while the roaring dragon fell toward Kino. The clash of crimson and black magic rippled through the sky. Under the fiery glow of the sunset, the crimson phoenix was scattered by the claws of the black dragon. Hit hard by the dragon, Kino spat out a mouthful of blood, his huge figure flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Tough. This was Yin Qingming's impression, and it was also everyone's evaluation of Luo Yun on the scene. Formidable beyond measure, transforming the originally soft dark attribute magic into a forceful might to subdue Kino. Remarkable. When did our dark shining empire produce such an extraordinary magician? I didn't see wrong, did I? Kino, the Inferno Demon, lost in just one move. My person. Got it. Let's go. Luo Yun glanced faintly at the unconscious Kino, waving at Yin Qingming, heading together towards the canteen. On the training field, silence reigned. Will our cooperation work out? Nolan clearly has no idea about magic, so how can we be grouped together like this? As they ate their meals, the two chatted. Because light attribute magic and dark attribute magic repel each other? Yeah. After putting the last piece of meat into his mouth, Luo Yun elegantly wiped the stains from the corner of his lips and glanced at Yin Qingming, who had already eaten 3 bowls of rice. You sure can eat. Being pointed out by Luo Yun, Yin Qingming really felt that he might have eaten a bit too much. Don't worry. Take your time. I'll wait for you. Thanks. The repulsion between light attribute magic and dark attribute magic is indeed strong. But I don't care, since I'm strong enough on my own. And besides, if we cooperate well, the repulsion can be reduced. There aren't many magicians willing to join the army anyway, and probably there's only you in the whole army as a support magician. That's true. Even though he said that, Yin Qingming just thought it would be tedious to adapt later, so he complained. But after careful consideration, since Luo Yun didn't mind, why should he? After finishing their meal, they went back to their dormitory to rest. Oh right. As if suddenly remembering something, Luo Yun pushed open the door and blocked Xiao outside. Wait a minute. Elements of earth that constitute the world, heed my call. Earth creation, earth plane wall. Originally, the beds leaned against both ends of the wall, but now they were separated by a sudden rise of earthen walls. Luo Yun's bed was surrounded by stone walls with a magical gap opened in them. Yin Qingming watched, stunned. Do you think it's really okay to alter the structure of the room like this? No problem. Luo Yun was quite satisfied with his own masterpiece. By the way, will you mind? I have a cleanliness fetish, and it's fine. Yin Qingming naturally respected others' privacy, thinking that Luo Yun must have his reasons. And there are some things I don't want you to know yet. But rest assured, maybe I'll tell you in the future. The two smiled at each other. Indeed, that's pretty intriguing. After Yin Qingming finished washing up, Luo Yun had already changed clothes in his little room. Following Yin Qingming, Luo Yun also finished washing up, then used magic to create a table and chairs. The two sat facing each other. Luo Yun carefully explained all the knowledge about the army to Yin Qingming. What kind of support magic do you use? As teammates, they were still unfamiliar with each other's fighting styles, so now sitting down was a good time to communicate and exchange information. Before and after battle. Are you a senior magician? Luo Yun looked Yin Qingming up and down and grinned. To become a senior magician at this age is pretty good. You can be considered high level. Yin Qingming said irritably. Is this your way of praising yourself? You're about the same age as me, but you're already a great magician. Of course, don't underestimate me. I'm very strong. How strong? Faced with Luo Yun, Yan Qingming was a bit more curious. If he hadn't forgotten, their ages were similar, but Luo Yun was already a great magician. Oris Long started becoming one at 19, while Beiman Chongqing only reached the threshold of a great magician at 20. You'll find out later. Luo Yun proudly smiled, then turned curiously towards Yan Qingming. Now tell me about yourself. My primary magic is somewhat complicated and difficult to explain quickly. I can use most magic related to light magic. Boosting power during battles, control during battles, healing after battles. Not bad. Luo Yun didn't expect one person to be able to master so many types of magic simultaneously, and he wasn't even a great magician yet. I'm mainly offensive. To me, overwhelming power trumps everything. Therefore, my primary magic is called destruction. However, as a great magician, I still know a bit of the other types. For example, the dark shaping magic I used today. But ultimately, because of my primary magic, my magic is incredibly destructive. Chapter 99, Squad Practice. Annihilation. If he had comprehended the elemental magic of his own school at the start, would it have been annihilation too? The imposing shadow of Ming Qing, with a black fire lotus symbolizing destruction blooming dark light. A cruel and ruthless way of fighting. If not bound, he should be this overbearing as well. What are you thinking about? Since just now, Yan Qingming has been lost in thought. Oh, sorry. You? Luo Yun cast him an unsatisfied glare before returning to her little room. Looks like I've upset her. Yan Qingming helplessly chuckled bitterly in his heart, went up to bed to sleep. They're still training to face tomorrow. The next day, Yan Qingming was woken up by Luo Yun. You sure can eat, and you sure can sleep. You remind me of some kind of animal. In a daze, Yan Qingming gave her a look, before getting up sleepily. I'll wait for you downstairs. All right. After putting on the clothes he received yesterday, Yan Qingming rushed down for the gathering point. It appears Luo Yun called him earlier, right on time. Gathering of rookies. Upon command, Yan Qingming quickly stood beside Luo Yun. Through the military knowledge explained by Luo Yun yesterday, Yan Qingming somewhat understood the army, hence doing things without any slackness. With a sidelong glance, Yan Qingming noticed there were 8 people gathered. You are among the few magicians out of 10,000 people who signed up for this session. Originally there were 10, but 2 of them weren't fully qualified, so they didn't make it. Out there, magicians are noble, but here, you're soldiers. Different from those common people, you're strong soldiers. You're stronger at the starting line than those others. Therefore, our demands for you will also be higher than theirs. Having great power means that correspondingly, you need to shoulder the appropriate responsibilities. I think you've come prepared, aren't you? Yes. I'm Callus, your officer. Profession, mage. Rank, great magician. Because my attribute is fire, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. I know among you all, one is a senior magician, the rest are great magicians. Don't assume since your rank is the same as mine, you can be cocky. I can take all of you down single-handedly. That's what Callus said. Are your team assignments confirmed yet? Any objections can be voiced now. In the future, you 8 will form a squad, a unit. However, I'll split you into 2 groups next. We'll see your practical combat abilities. 2 people form a subgroup, for people a large group. The upcoming battle will decide the captain and vice-captain positions. This will be a significant boost to your future promotion. Within around 3 minutes, some individuals selected new teammates. Callus, based on their age, registration, and attributes, divided the 8 into 2 small squads. The following match, I want to see all of you give it your all. Understood? Yes. Naturally, Yan Qingming and Luo Yun formed a group. The other 2 pairs in their same big group consisted of a wind magician and a thunder magician and 2 fire magicians respectively. On the other side, they comprised of 1 fire magician, 1 wind magician, 1 water magician, and 1 ice magician. Under Callus' command, the 8 were divided into 2 teams and brought onto the practice ground stage, again grouping into teams of 2. On the left is Group A, on the right is Group B. The 2 groups fight, the last remaining group on the stage wins. Got it? Yes. Good. Let's begin. At his order, several magic circles rose underfoot. Though Yan Qingming, who wasn't yet a great magician, merely opened a golden magic circle, ready to support his teammates while retreating a few steps to keep as far away from the battlefield as possible. Brilliant magical forces crisscrossed on the platform. As ice and fire collided, it caused a violent explosion, lifting billows of thick smoke, causing chaos on the stage. Callus yawned below the platform. Suddenly, a large hand heavily patted his shoulder. Old buddy, how about these rookies? Gold, are you done with your business? Accepting the large man's rough cigarette, Callus lit it with flames rising from his fingers. Not bad. It's rare for an auxiliary-focused magician to join the army. Oh, slightly surprised, Gold directed his gaze towards the platform. That is unexpected. I heard that yesterday. One of your rookies managed to knock Fiendish Flame Chino unconscious with a single move. Callus slowly exhaled a puff of dense smoke. Sigh, that guy asked for it. Who would have known this batch of rookies would produce such an extraordinary annihilation? Dark spear shatters. A deafening roar, pitch-black magic shattered the arena. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of everyone gradually came into view. The 4 members of Group A, where Yan Qingming and Luo Yun were located, were still on the field. A golden magic circle appeared in Yan Qingming's hand, its surface intricately marked with a bizarre glyph drawn by golden mana that symbolized strength. In contrast, one of the water element magicians from Group B had already been blasted off the stage, lying motionless with lingering dark magical energy dissipating from his body. The black magical circle in Luo Yun's two palms continued to pulse with flowing power as he stood at the forefront, his gaze somewhat arrogant as he looked at the remaining three ahead. The other two fire element magicians standing behind him exchanged uncertain glances. They had clearly witnessed how Luo Yun knocked the water element magician down earlier. After their spells were negated by the water magic wielder, a huge, deep black spear had shot from behind them and plunged heavily in front of the four opponents. With a wild surge of energy, it had forcefully sent the water-based magician flying off. Now, the other three were also exhausted. While Yan Qingming's supporting magic had played a part in this victory, it was mostly due to Luo Yun's sheer, overwhelming might. Hey, Callus, this guy is something else. At this sight, Callus was stunned, the cigarette but slipping from his hand. Originally, hearing that he had defeated Fiendish Flame, Chino in one move seemed exaggerated, but now it became clear he really possessed such ability. What was worse, Callus realized what he just said. I can take all of you down single-handedly. Apparently, even one-on-one wouldn't be an easy fight. Coughing lightly to ease his embarrassment, Callus picked up the cigarette that had fallen on the ground, wiped it, and put it back into his mouth to continue smoking. The result was already evident. Group A with Luo Yun completely crushed Group B's capabilities. He had initially thought Group B might use water magic to control the two fire element magicians from Group A, allowing their wind mage an opening to knock Yan Qingming off the platform. That would have made it a 3-2-1 situation. But unexpectedly, Luo Yun had immediately suppressed all four of them and gave them no room to maneuver. Hey, Callus put down his cigarette. The thick smoke concealed his face, his tone somber. Group B, are you useless or what? Chapter 100, a different support mage. A single phrase stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The three people remaining on the stage, facing the powerful Luo Yun, began to consider retreating but were shaken by Callus' one sentence. Fire sculpting magic. Giant fire gun. Freeze. Beacon of storm. Gales suddenly arose. Fire guns reached the sky, and icy air filled the arena. Yan Qingming's gaze tightened slightly, as the golden magic circle in his hand split into two. Defend. A sliver of cold spread from his arm to his entire body. Yan Qingming could clearly feel that the flow of mana inside him had slowed down. The golden glow of the magic circles in his hands also dimmed until they were completely frozen over. Yan Qingming's support magic instantly failed, and the golden glow around Luo Yun also dissipated. The fire mage seized the opportunity, and the massive fire gun surged forward. Younger brother, you go help the support, I'll support from the front. Alright, the two fire mages standing in front of Yan Qingming split their actions. One explosively rushed forward, while the other emitted faint sparks to drive away the cold around Yan Qingming. Dark Annihilation Slash. Luo Yun did not refuse his teammates' help, but for him, it didn't matter whether or not these people were present. The outcome would be the same. With one palm swipe, the mana transformed into a dark blade, slicing the huge flame spear into two parts. Inferno. Fiery Prison. With Luo Yun being the opponent for the fire mage, the ice mage was handed over to the younger brother, while this older brother decided to take care of the wind mage. The fiery magic array wrapped the wind mage who stood there still with roaring flames forming an unbreakable prison, trapping him within. The wind vortex in front of him still remained motionless. Thanks. Though resolving this freezing magic wasn't difficult, Yan Qingming at least appreciated the gesture and nodded lightly. It's nothing, we're teammates after all. My name is Tai, that's my older brother, Tej. Yan Qingming. After erecting the dispelling cold magic beside Yan Qingming, Tai rushed towards the battlefield. A crimson magic array enveloped him. Burn. Similar to Aoya and Kelso's elemental magic, it seemed even the air around Tai ignited, emitting tiny sparks as he charged towards the ice mage. Yan Qingming, now freed, once again extended his magic array. Starry light, gather here, grant us the strength to fight against our mighty foes. Guidance of the stars. Sickle wind. Behind them, enveloped in green mana, a sickle silently emerged. Tai, who had just rushed out after Yan Qingming, noticed the abnormality behind them first, but returning in time was impossible. Trapped in the fiery prison, the wind mage curled his lips at the corner of his mouth. His target from the beginning had been the opponent's support mage. As long as he eliminated him, his mission was complete. Using the smoke stirred by Luo Yun's earlier dark spear shot gave him the chance to hide his mana in the dense fog. However, an outright attack would definitely have alerted the opponent. After all, the perception ability of light mages was extremely powerful. Even wind mages known for speed and perception couldn't match it. When the ice fog froze Yan Qingming's mana inside his body, it was also when his perception was at its weakest. Seizing this rare opportunity, he cast the spell, attacking right after Tai left Yan Qingming. This fiery prison could trap his person, but it couldn't confine his mana. Tej and Luo Yun also noticed the sudden magical energy fluctuations appearing behind them. In the moment they turned back, an enormous green wind scythe had already swung out. In battles, the role of a support mage is quite significant. The more people, the more noticeable the effect. A truly powerful support mage can easily double a person's combat effectiveness. Of course, an unremarkable support mage wouldn't achieve such effects. Generally speaking, if a team has a support mage, one support mage helping 3 people can barely match a 5-person squad. Just from the first magic Yan Qingming performed, both Tai and Tej could feel the increase in their own strengths. Although their side had Luo Yun, who could face off against 4 opponents alone, they were ultimately a team. However, Luo Yun didn't see it that way. He glanced indifferently at Yin Qingming behind him, furrowed his brows, then turned back to continue facing the fire mage in front. Beneath his feet, a deep black magic circle gradually expanded, engulfing the three of them. Dark hellfire extinction. The black light carried immense energy, draping the entire training ground in a faint black glow. As the giant scythe swung down, when the black mana slowly dissipated, figures gradually emerged from the darkness. Each member of Team B now had an extra layer of transparent armor made of ice, which gradually fell off as Luo Yun's magic power slowly dissipated. Witnessing this scene, a hint of disdain flickered across Luo Yun's lips. Ice-shaping magic? So, you still had this trick up your sleeve. It made sense. If the main magic of the ice mage was freezing, there was no way Tai could have dispersed its effects so quickly. This freezing ability was merely an inherent characteristic of his magical power, designed to mask his true elemental magic, shaping. Magic power is inherently formless energy. However, by controlling it, mages can condense it into desired shapes. Yet these shapes are often mere appearances without essence, having form but lacking meaning. Shape mages not only can solidify their magic into the shapes they want, but also bestow them with intent, giving them both form and meaning. A masterful shape mage can even infuse these creations with vitality. Even under the protection of the ice armor, the three of them were injured to varying degrees, but they were not incapacitated. Sacred Light Spear. On the other side, emitting dazzling golden light, a brilliant golden spear clashed against the green wind scythe. Several ripples spread out, causing a large section of the stage beneath Yin Qingming's feet to collapse. Not only did Team B not expect this, neither did his teammates nor Luo Yun. He thought Yin Qingming would be eliminated in this round, but never anticipated that a light support mage would have the strength to resist such a powerful attack spell. With the clash complete, the wind scythe gradually faded away, as did the light spear in Yin Qingming's hand. That was close. I thought I wouldn't make it in time. Fortunately, light attribute magic power is far easier to control than dark attribute magic power. Otherwise, he might not have been able to conjure this spear of light in time. Is this guy some kind of monster? He actually saw through my assassination attempt like this. The wind mage who had been calculating all along finally broke his silence. His attack, imbued with more than half of his magic power, had just been blocked by a non-high-ranking light support mage. For battlefield mages who stay in the rear lines providing support to their allies, he was considered an absolute nemesis. Ever since becoming a mage, he had dedicated himself to mastering assassination techniques, and rarely failed. But this time, from his perspective, it was undoubtedly one of his greatest failures. Even Luo Yun hadn't expected this, a faint smile creeping onto his face, adding a touch of appreciation in his gaze toward Yin Qingming. To be my support mage, you naturally need to show some skill. Chapter 101. The newcomer is also bold. Assassination? Actually, Yin Qingming still quite appreciated this wind mage. But to call it an assassination, he truly couldn't agree with that. If we're talking about an assassination attempt, it was indeed of some quality. A successful assassination is one where the enemy dies without knowing how they perished. As for an assassination, the emphasis lies in the element of surprise at the moment of attack. The goal is the same, to kill the enemy, but the methods differ, and while similar, are not exactly the same. Compared to Yin Qingming's previous methods, this newcomer was still lacking. Moreover, as a wind mage, his elemental attributes already meant Yin Qingming would pay attention to him first. On the field, aside from showing the appropriate posture and defense, there was absolutely no intention of direct combat. Just based on these points alone, it could be determined that his target was himself. Indeed, his timing for attacking was very good. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Yin Qingming turned around, smiled slightly at the three people from Team A, and asked, "So will you surrender?" The result was already clear. The only members of Team A who could be considered battle-capable were the Ice Mage and the Fire Mage. The Wind Mage had also exhausted himself significantly due to his earlier attack. Looking at Team B, Luo Yun alone was enough to keep them busy, let alone Tai and Tej, who hadn't even gotten the chance to fight yet, and the Light Mage, who was even more mysterious. Fire-shaping magic. Fire Knight. Flames formed into a humanoid figure, wielding a sword and shield made of condensed fire. Ice-shaping magic. Ice Knight. Frost gathered to form several icy human figures, holding ice spears pointing directly at Luo Yun. Lighthouse of Storms. The fierce wind surged again, kicking up sandstorms everywhere. Luo Yun glanced at those three helplessly. They were part of the military after all. Even the newcomers were so bold. Humph. You're actually pretty stubborn. Stop. Just as another exchange was about to occur, Callus intervened. What are you fighting for? No one told you to fight to the death. If you keep going, how can you possibly train afterward? If it weren't for Luo Yun's overwhelming strength, Callus would have wanted them to continue. After all, there were still two members of Team B who hadn't participated yet, and Yin Qingming's true capabilities hadn't been fully revealed either. Continuing the fight risked having someone accidentally disabled by Luo Yun's excessive force. After calling down everyone from the stage to line up neatly, Callus briefly looked each person over. I have a rough idea of your fighting styles now. I will once again ask about your abilities. From this point on, you are teammates. This test was also conducted so that you could get to know each other better through combat. However, because of some unexpected incidents, some of you didn't get a chance to show off your skills. In the following training sessions, you must practice together closely. Did you hear me? Yes. Tai, Tej, present. Staring intensely at these two brothers, Callus maintained a stern expression. Introduce yourselves, and tell us what your main magic system is. Yes. My name is Tej. a Grand Fire Mage, 21 years old. My core magical skill is Blazing Inferno. My name is Tai, a Grand Fire Mage, 21 years old. My core magical skill is Incineration. Callus nodded slightly, letting them join the team. You two brothers seem promising. It's a shame you didn't get the chance to show off earlier, but hopefully, you'll demonstrate your worth in the future. Yes. Next, Callus focused his gaze on the water mage who had been knocked out of the arena early on by Luo Yun. You? Step forward. Introduce yourself. Yes. My name is Wang Yi. I am a Grand Water Mage. My primary magical ability is Water Curtain, which combines illusion and attack magic, and can weaken the enemy's offensive power. Good. Sounds like you have some remarkable abilities. But you were eliminated first. At Callus's comment, Wang Yi blushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I let the team down. I will try harder in the future. Luo Yun rolled his eyes and muttered, Sissy. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingming gave Wang Yi a close examination. His head hung low shyly, cheeks flushed slightly red, even his feet were splayed inward, apparently from being overly nervous. Looking at him, Yan Qingming thought, he really does seem. Who? Stand out. Luo Yun stepped forward. What did you just say? Sissy, he's your teammate. I know. I'm stating facts. Don't believe me? Ask him. He'll admit it himself. Callus' face darkened instantly, pointing toward the track behind him while barely moving his lips. Instructor. Unintentionally, Luo Yun smirked slightly and watched Wang Yi with amusement. He's right. I know I'm a sissy. That's why Dad and Mom sent me here to toughen up. So, enough. Stop right there. Listening caused headaches. Callus looked at him and felt a headache coming on. To be honest, this wasn't just a case of effeminacy but outright peculiarity. He had never seen an effeminate man admit to being so. Although he'd heard before that this young Master Wang was somewhat odd, it still left him struggling to accept it for the moment. After furtively glancing at the instructor's expression, Wang Yi became somewhat nervous, since Luo Yun's words weren't wrong. He was merely stating facts. In response, Luo Yun tried hard to suppress a laugh, with an I told you so look on his face. However, Callus didn't plan to let Luo Yun off the hook. This kid was getting arrogant. If they didn't knock some sense into him, he might end up overconfident in the future. 100 laps around the track. No magic allowed. What? But I didn't say anything wrong. Luo Yun turned away, looking thoroughly unrepentant. Callus didn't care about any excuses. Anyway, today he was determined to somehow bring this guy down a notch. What you said isn't the problem. The problem is you shouldn't have said it. Besides, it's an order. I'm your superior officer. Execute first, question later. Humph. Luo Yun clenched his teeth, snorted coldly, and walked toward the track in obvious annoyance. He shouted loudly to the sky. Yes, sir. Callus glanced at Wang Yi with a hint of helplessness, gesturing for him to rejoin the group. You there, step forward. Delegate Grand Wind Mage. My signature magic is Lighthouse of Storms, which belongs to a realm effect. You too, step forward. Jess, Grand Fire Mage. My core magical skill is Shaping Magic. Norton, Grand Ice Mage. My core magical skill is Shaping Magic. You step forward. Yan Qingming stepped forward, hands crossed behind his back. Yan Qingming, Senior Light Mage, specializing in auxiliary magic. After finishing the introduction, Yan Qingming did not return to his position immediately. Instructor Second slapped his shoulder approvingly. That's quite good. As an auxiliary magician, you've demonstrated the ability to effectively protect yourself in battle. Callus then turned his head toward Dell. The moment you displayed your magical affinity, Yan Qingming began to guard against you. Among the four of you, the one closest to carrying out an assassination attempt was Dell's wind element. Additionally, because you never directly participated in combat, Yan Qingming was particularly vigilant toward you. Before you launched your attack, he had already used enhancing magic on Luo Yun, Tai, and Tej, as well as silently layered multiple defensive spells. In the end, he attached all these to the light lance, thus successfully blocking your strike. Yan Qingming slightly nodded in agreement, without denying the claim. Chapter 102, Arrogance. As a support magician, you have done very well. After Luo Yun finishes running, I will select 2 people to be the captain and vice-captain of your entire team. Attention, wait here. Not allowed to use magic power, 100 laps of 400 meters. By the time he finished running, it was almost noon with the blazing sun overhead. The other 7 people were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. This Wang Yi looks physically weak as well. Standing like this, he might collapse soon. Wang Yi, step out. Here, 20 laps. Go. The instructor's perception is really good. Wang Yi just had the thought of using magic to ease the heat, but didn't expect to be caught by Karis. During military training, the use of magical powers is not permitted unless authorized by the instructor. After finishing his 100 laps, Luo Yun wiped the sweat off his forehead and returned to the line. Instructor, Wang Yi. On the track, Wang Yi's steps became wobbly. In his eyes, all scenes blurred, and his body gradually lost control. Someone supported him from behind. Karis placed Wang Yi in a shady spot and called out, Gore, come look after him. Heh, I'm coming. Squishing the cigarette butt in his hand, Gore rubbed his nose and went to take care of Wang Yi. Attention, at ease. You must have some understanding of the army before joining it. Your performances have been decent. Moreover, the military gives special treatment to magicians. Next, I will appoint 2 individuals as captain and vice-captain for your team. Yan Qingming. Here. He stepped forward, standing tall with chest puffed out. From now on, I appoint you as the captain of this squad. Me? Yes. No one expected it to be him. Everyone assumed it would be Luo Yun. After all, They couldn't help but admire Luo Yun's strength, but Yin Qingming, they knew little about. Don't act so surprised. I believe that Yin Qingming, as a support magician, has good insight into battlefields and suits this position well. As for the vice captain, Luo Yun, here. As if he hadn't heard, Karis called again. Luo Yun, here. Starting today, you will be the vice captain of this squad, assisting Yin Qingming in managing the team. Yes. Looking at Luo Yun's face filled with discontent, Karis added, originally, I wanted you to be the captain, but you are too arrogant and have misunderstandings about your teammates. I thought about it, and Yin Qingming seems more appropriate. I hope you can adjust your mindset in the future. Yes. Although he said this, his expression remained unchanged. All right, go eat lunch. Including the nap, you have an hour. Continue gathering here in the afternoon. Dismissed. Within the hour, Luo Yun ate lunch with Yin Qingming while puffing his cheeks, both returning to the dormitory to change clothes. You still want a shower? Problem? Captain. It seemed Luo Yun still cared deeply about being chosen as captain. No, do as you wish. With a cold snort, Luo Yun took his change of clothes into the bathroom and glared at Yin Qingming fiercely before closing the door. He didn't know what he had done to irritate him. Simply wiping himself off a bit, he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. Get up. When the time came, Luo Yun grabbed Yin Qingming's clothes, threw them in his face, and glared unkindly at him. Can you put your clothes on during the daytime? Still half asleep, Luo Yun rubbed his eyes and pulled the clothes over himself, saying others are effeminate. I feel like you're the one heading in that direction. Shut up. Luo Yun glared at him angrily. What does it look like being shirtless during the day? If you're outside dancing naked when I come home at night, I won't say anything. That won't happen. With a chuckle, Yin Qingming and Luo Yun arrived at the assembly area where Karis was already waiting. Seeing Yin Qingming and Luo Yun, Karis glanced at the time, his lips twitching slightly. Luo Yun. Standing in front of Karis, Luo Yun still wore a stiff face. I know you think you're strong, and leading the team should naturally fall to you. But as captain, having mere strength isn't enough. From the details of the previous match, I found that you lack concern for your teammates. For instance, Dell's wind sickle earlier. You were fully capable of shielding Yin Qingming from that strike, but you abandoned your teammate and chose to continue fighting instead. If it weren't for Yin Qingming's precaution against Dell, that attack could have easily taken him out. Luo Yun was already dissatisfied with the previous punishment. Hearing Karis' words now only made him angrier inside. What I need is a teammate, not a burden. If he doesn't even have the ability to protect himself, should I act as his bodyguard in the battlefield? Karis' expression grew increasingly grim. If Yin Qingming couldn't handle the windsickle, then wouldn't he be out of the game? Yes, you're strong, and even if Yin Qingming were out, you could still win. But why let your teammates get hurt when you can annihilate the enemy without losing any members? If this were a real battlefield, wouldn't Yin Qingming be in danger of losing his life? Your life matters, but does your teammate's life not matter at all? Instructor, please calm down. If these two kept arguing, who knew what might happen next? Given Luo Yun's personality, it was possible that he might start fighting with Karis. Yin Qingming pulled Luo Yun aside, patting him on the shoulder. Luo Yun, stop it. You are wrong about Wang Yi too, and not my fault. Staring at Yin Qingming, Luo Yun's expression turned odd, slowly gathering black flames in his hand before fiercely thrusting it towards Yin Qingming. Don't touch me. Get out of my way. Caught completely off guard, Luo Yun didn't hold back his strength. This one blow sent Yin Qingming flying over 100 meters away, his lips bleeding but making no sound. This move thoroughly crossed Karis' boundaries. Luo Yun. He slammed his foot on the ground violently, and a fiery red crater appeared, glaring at Luo Yun with an ashen face. You? Right now? Get out of the army. The Darkshine Empire army doesn't want someone like you. Instructor. Struggling to rise from the ground, there were still traces of black energy lingering around his abdomen, gradually fading away. Seeing Yin Qingming manage to get up, Karis understood his condition wasn't light. After all, as a support magician, being struck so hard by Luo Yun, who held nothing back, just to be able to stand up again was already quite tough. Are you okay? Let me take you to the medical room first. Staggering forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Yun with his back facing him. Instructor, I'm fine. Luo Yun knows how to control his power. He's my teammate, and his mistake also partly rests on me. Please don't expel him. Chapter 103, Arrogant Luo Yun. Who asked for? Originally intending to push Yin Qingming away, but remembering that he had just been injured, Luo Yun coldly snorted and turned his head. Without paying much attention, he glanced at Yin Qingming once more. After being struck by his palm earlier, Yin Qingming was still standing, which somewhat surprised him. If it were Wang Yi from before who received that strike, they'd probably be lying in bed the entire afternoon. Unexpectedly, this support magician could still stand. Toward Yin Qingming, he couldn't help but feel a bit more curious. I'm the captain. When my team member makes a mistake, I cannot avoid responsibility either. So, instructor, can you forgive him once more? Yin Qingming. Callous looked between the two. The current Luo Yun showed no sense of remorse for his actions, but seeing the determination in the newly appointed captain's eyes, he sighed helplessly. If there's another next time, no one's plea will help. Looking at Yin Qingming standing in front of him, clearly uninjured, while glancing again at Luo Yun, since his blow was controlled with restraint and not completely irredeemable, plus the fact that the army needed mages now, Luo Yun's strength was indeed very powerful. It might be worth giving him one more chance. Thank you. On the training field, Tai Yi and Tej, among others, also gathered one after another. With such a large training area, they naturally weren't alone. After lunch break, more people started arriving on the training field. There were 8 people. It should be a standard number for each team. On the training grounds, apart from them, the drills elsewhere all followed teams of 8. As mages, physical fitness is your greatest weakness. You are soldiers going into battle, not pampered magicians living a life of luxury. Now, I intend to train all of you into full-fledged magic knights. For magic knights, aside from magic, combat skills are crucial, and the basis of combat lies in the body. 500 push-ups. Begin. Take a minute's rest. Rest is over. 1,500 squats. Start. Wang Yi, what do you think you're doing again? Being called out by Callus, Wang Yi promptly gave up his cheating thoughts. 3 minutes rest. 3, 2, 1. Hold a plank for 30 minutes. Begin timing. Throughout the afternoon, their main focus was on physical training. After dinner, Luo Yun returned to the dormitory and entered his own small room. Once Luo Yun confirmed that the door was closed, Yan Qingming quickly walked to the bathroom and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale. That palm strike from Luo Yun wasn't light at all. If Callus found out he was injured, even if Yan Qingming tried to reason with him, Luo Yun would surely be expelled. Why don't you close the bathroom door? What's wrong with you? Standing at the doorway, Luo Yun originally thought Yan Qingming hadn't bothered closing the bathroom door and was about to yell at him. But upon closer inspection, he noticed a puddle of blood on the ground. Luo Yun, having calmed down, immediately understood the situation. Are you insane? Still yelling, Luo Yun grabbed some external medicine from his own room and handed it to Yan Qingming. His expression was somewhat complicated. Why did you help me? While applying ointment, Yan Qingming was slightly startled by the question before smiling and answering. Isn't your goal entering some kind of knight corps? If you got expelled like this, wouldn't you fail to achieve that goal? Luo Yun nodded. That's true. Aren't you joining the knight corps to protect the princess? Yes. At this point, Yan Qingming's eyes softened instantly. To protect her must mean she's extremely important to you. Well, yeah. I've never understood the feeling of someone liking me or myself liking someone else until now. I thought I'd end up alone forever until I died. But then, I met some people. Even though our encounters were brief, they taught me what emotions truly are and what belief means. There are people I want to protect too. Just thinking that I won't be able to protect her anymore makes me deeply uneasy. And if you get expelled from the military, you won't enter the knights, making your goal further and further away. It would make you feel bad inside, right? Luo Yun didn't respond, merely staring dumbfoundedly at Yan Qingming, unsure of what he was thinking. Thank you for the ointment. Returning the ointment to Luo Yun, Yan Qingming's hands emanated a golden glow as he used light magic to heal himself. With the ointment aiding, the magic effect was enhanced, erasing the bruise around his abdomen and eliminating any discomfort. No problem. Receiving the ointment back, Luo Yun placed it back in his little room. Training in the military is excruciating. Standing outside Luo Yun's room door, Yan Qingming ran his hand along the smooth wall. For the person you wish to protect, you go all out despite your own cleanliness quirks. Alright, stop it. Luo Yun angrily walked out from inside and glared at him. If you keep going, you'll probably call me a sissy again. Let's go, it's time to gather. Reminded by that, Yan Qingming finally remembered there was training in the evening. This evening is your first night of training here. I'll take you to get familiar with the environment and see how other teams train. From now on, our evening training will be roughly the same. Under Callus' lead, Yan Qingming and the others barely understood the layout after an entire night. Due to the scarcity of mages, there were only 4 training fields here, located in 4 diagonal areas labeled A, B, C, and D. Their group was stationed in Zone D. Each training field was shared among 4 small squads. Besides the training fields, there was a central arena, which was reportedly used for major competitions only. For the rest of the night, other squads trained either through physical exercises or live combat practice. On their own training ground arenas, several squads engaged in sparring matches with each other to gain practical experience. During this time, Luo Yun encountered Kino, the fire mage from Zone B. The moment he spotted Luo Yun, his face turned ashen, like he'd touched flour. The night passed quickly. Due to the season, it became unbearably hot at night. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Yan Qingming stripped off his clothes. Hey, naturally, Luo Yun behind him had something to say. Put your clothes back on. In response, Yan Qingming looked utterly confused, his face showing bewilderment. It's nighttime already. You need to get used to this. With such hot weather and increasing training intensity, people might start stripping even in broad daylight. Isn't your cleanliness phobia a little too serious? Luo Yun held back the scolding words he had prepared and took a deep breath. Yes, Captain is right. My cleanliness phobia is this severe. Alright, from now on, don't enter my room without my permission. Chapter 104 Doubt. He hadn't been in there so far. Oh, I'm going to take a shower. Again? You already showered today. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Hearing the sound of water brushing in the bathroom, Yan Qingming didn't understand Luo Yun's behavior. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Luo Yun, open the door for a moment. What for? I need to use the restroom urgently. Hold on. I can't hold it any longer. You've been inside for over half an hour. The water stopped, and Luo Yun opened the door. This was somewhat unexpected. Luo Yun, wrapped in a towel, had a slightly angry expression, but Yan Qingming looked as if he hadn't noticed it at all. Why are you wrapped in a towel? So what? Are you interested in a male body? Luo Yun glared at him angrily and walked out of the bathroom. After dealing with his own affairs, Yan Qingming walked out and gave Luo Yun a strange look. Judging by this figure, nothing seemed wrong. What are you looking at? Luo Yun almost hit him again and angrily went back into the bathroom. This is the first time and the last time. Next time, Resolve anything beforehand. I don't like being interrupted while I'm showering. Shutting the door, a golden magic circle appeared around Luo Yun's body, and as the golden magic circle gradually faded, there were subtle changes in his figure. Looking at Luo Yun, who had put clothes on before leaving the bathroom, Yan Qingming smiled somewhat awkwardly. I thought you were a girl. Huh? Is there something wrong with your brain? Yan Qingming felt speechless and adjusted his state of mind. Even though saying you're a girl was wrong, you don't have to be so harsh. Look at you, insisting on having an independent room, refusing to let others see you while bathing, and not allowing people to be shirtless around you. There are plenty of reasons that make me doubt your gender. Luo Yun rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, I like doing things this way. Can you do anything about it? I can't stand those pungent odors. How would I know if you have one or not? That's why I wanted my own room, just to avoid these unpleasant smells. Also, I'm not interested in male nudity. If you were a girl, I'd happily allow you to be shirtless here and prance around. I value my privacy and therefore dislike being interrupted while showering. Understand? Oh, these explanations were reasonably acceptable. Both of them climbed into their respective beds and peacefully fell asleep. The days ahead consisted solely of training. No practical exercises had yet begun, even though some of them learned a lot about combat during their time in the academy or in other places. Still, Callus thought it best to treat them as inexperienced rookies without battle knowledge. At night, while the other teams were undergoing practical exercises, they merely observed from the side as Callus explained some tactical techniques and experiences. Tomorrow night, you will also join the actual combat training. Dismissed. Yes. Deep into the night, Yan Qingming lay in bed, while Luo Yun took a shower in the bathroom. The water sounds made him feel a bit restless, and he lay quietly there. I wonder when Ling will find a suitable body. Don't rush, after all. Ling has been trapped inside for so long. Ling, what happened that made you so happy? Not really. I just feel, you've changed again. Changed again. Yan Qingming lay on the bed grinning foolishly, unclear as to why. Yeah. Changed into what? Back to the way you were when I first met you. What are you smiling about, fool? Since he was too engrossed chatting with Ling, he didn't even notice Luo Yun standing in front of his bed in pajamas. Nothing. Isn't it about learning to find joy and hardship within the army? I was just idly thinking. Wiping his head with a towel, Luo Yun looked disdainfully at him. Filthy. Mystified by such accusations, Yan Qingming found himself speechless. It's not me who's filthy. It's you who's filthy. He hadn't actually been fantasizing about anything, only occasionally remembering Rulin and Teacher Le. Luo Yun accused him of being filthy clearly because of some misunderstanding. But judging from what Luo Yun might think, Yan Qingming considered Luo Yun much dirtier. We'll have our practical training tomorrow, so don't be a burden to me. Why should it be me? During their time together, Yan Qingming also realized that Luo Yun wasn't mad because he wasn't chosen as captain previously. He was upset because teaching Wang Yi as effeminate earned punishment from the instructor when he thought what he said was true. Why don't you say it about Wang Yi? They? Luo Yun sneered, showing no concern towards them. Do you believe that we two could beat two entire teams? He was confident in his abilities as he shook the droplets off his head. Yan Qingming didn't find this action odd at all and didn't see any problem with it. You might be able to fight one team, but I certainly couldn't. If it were in the past, he could have challenged them, but now his mastery of light elemental magic still required more practice. Luo Yun raised his index finger and swung it confidently. No. What I mean is, as long as you support me well, just like that team composed of fire elemental mages before, I can take on two teams. Then there was Qinua's fight against Yan Qingming, which had spread throughout the small military district. Yan Qingming later learned a bit about him too. Qinua was actually the vice captain of AB district team. Now rumors were flying around how this new recruit defeated Qinua in one move, leaving him so embarrassed that his face couldn't hide it all. Yan Qingming watched Luo Yun boast with a quiet observation while lying on the bed. Hey, Luo Yun, I've noticed something. What? Hurry up, or I'm going to sleep. I noticed Wang Yi seems quite concerned about you lately. Moreover, he doesn't seem effeminate at all, merely a bit timid. His behavior is normal enough. Mentioning Wang Yi, Luo Yun didn't seem to fancy him much. Forget it. He's just a coward. If not a sissy, then we'll call him a wimp. A man shouldn't be less than a woman. Is he? That sentence of Luo Yun caught Yan Qingming's ear clearly. Less than which woman? Carefully observing Luo Yun's expression, but there was no noticeable difference. Luo Yun smirked with disdain and said, You don't know? Wang Yi's father is a general. One of the 3 generals of the empire. The general who guards water. Thanks to his father's influence, he once brought him into the palace where he saw the princess. Got it. After listening to Luo Yun, Yan Qingming suddenly felt curious. You mean Wang Yi fancies that princess? Yes. Luo Yun's face slightly changed, expressing some displeasure. You think a princess would ever look at such a sissy? Speaking is even done in such an affected manner. And then, he got beaten by the princess. Hearing the word princess coming out of Luo Yun's mouth repeatedly, Yan Qingming wondered what this princess really looked like. He didn't realize that someone as good-looking as Luo Yun could also fall for her. What you're saying is true. Luo Yun is genuinely attractive. Satisfied with Yan Qingming's final comment, Luo Yun grinned and pulled up a chair to sit beside him. What? Want to learn more? How about sharing it? How much do you want to know? That depends on how much you're willing to tell. Chapter 105, The Sole Royal Heir. Both were now wide awake. Luo Yun was telling him about the unknown princess, and he was listening intently. She is the only princess of our Dark Radiance Empire, and also the youngest. Above her, she had 4 elder royal brothers, but they are all dead. A trace of sorrow flickered across Luo Yun's face. How did they die? They died in battle. The third prince died the year she was born, and the fourth prince died when he was 4 years old. She was gifted. At just 7 years old, the young princess had already completed much of her magical studies. Do you know? She is the one and only dual attribute individual with both light and darkness imprints in the entire Dark Radiance Empire, even across the Holy Domain continent. Is that so? Hearing this news, Yan Qingming immediately sat up in bed, utterly astonished. I've heard that it said there's only one person in this world with such a dual attribute imprint. Then she must be very powerful, right? I bet she has high standards too. Come to think of it, she really might not look favorably upon Wang Yi. But as for you, Yan Qingming moved his eyes slightly and smiled. I think you have a chance. Not likely. Are you even listening? Yes, of course I am. In fact, Luo Yun's gaze suddenly became profound, as if reminiscing about something. She knew she was strong. By the age of 7, she had already observed under the armies led by the first and second princes, and would occasionally join them in battle. 7. He thought back. Around that time, he was still with Ben and the others. Yes. Also, during that same year, the Holy Domain continent broke out into war. The Dark Radiance Empire sent several powerful individuals to reinforce, but none of them returned. And because the main forces from the front lines were transferred, the suppressed demons suddenly rebelled, coupled with an invasion by the demonic races. At the time, the young princess and the Empress Dowager were observing military drills within the army led by the first prince. Demonic race? You're referring to the demonic race of the Holy Domain continent. No, the ones on the Holy Domain continent are the shadow race. It was those old elves who named them demons for their own pride. What we faced were demons from another dimension. Aren't you from the Dark Radiance Empire? I'm from the Holy Domain continent. Luo Yun looked at Yan Qingming in surprise, his expression somewhat peculiar. These historical facts were almost universally known, yet Yan Qingming seemed completely unaware. So Luo Yun concluded Yan Qingming couldn't possibly be a resident of the Dark Radiance Empire. If you're not from here, then why have you joined the Dark Radiance Army? What's your goal? I don't have any goals. Yan Qingming sighed helplessly, his gaze wandering toward the ceiling as he said, I, actually, am someone who was exiled from the Holy Domain continent. At that moment, Luo Yun thought about that magician wanted by the Star River Empire recently. But after further reflection, that person was supposed to be a dark magic user. Exiled. You keep interrupting. Stop teasing me and let me hear the rest. Well, since you interrupted me, I have to go back to much earlier times. Then do it. I'm not bothered by it anyway. Luo Yun took a deep breath, growing a little impatient. This starts from long ago, when this island used to be home to other countries as well. Back then, this island was even larger, but due to territorial disputes, the Dark Radiance Empire engaged in fierce battles with another empire, eventually submerging that contested land into the deep sea. Though the Dark Radiance Empire won the victory, it came at a cost. It was also this war that caused the island to drift toward the edge of this world. At the border of this world lies an area of nothingness, where there's a black void. At that time, the Emperor of the Dark Radiance Empire sent troops to investigate it, but less than 10% returned, and even those were deliberately allowed back for the sole purpose of figuring out how to open a passage connecting us to this world. It was around this time that the demon races began invading our territory. To resist their incursions, the once flourishing Dark Radiance Empire saw a sharp decline in national strength. Unfortunately, the previous emperor didn't gain the approval of the sacred relic, the Seven Sins. Otherwise, he could have expelled these demons entirely. With the aid of the Seven Sins, the previous emperor and several grand mages exhausted their lives to seal the entrance to the demon realm, while simultaneously moving the entire Dark Radiance Empire's island close to the Holy Domain continent. So, there are still demons remaining within the Dark Radiance Empire? Although we sealed the entrance, some demons had already entered our world before then. They established their own territories on the outskirts of this island. That region is constantly shrouded in black mist, rendering any attack ineffective. It's like throwing a pebble into the ocean. None of the people who went in ever returned except for 2 grand mages, one of whom died and one survived. One is the current headmaster of Silver Skull, the strongest guild in the Dark Radiance Empire, and the other is the former headmaster. Yet both said the same sentence. What did they say? Do not approach that area. Is there no way around it? No, but fortunately, that area won't expand. However, this isn't a viable long-term solution either. Occasionally, large numbers of the demon race still emerge from there to harass us. Hence, we have troops stationed around that region. Although we can't penetrate it, neither dare they venture out easily, until 10 years ago when the war on the Holy Domain continent transferred the main forces of the Dark Radiance Empire. They seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. To cover the young princess's escape, the Empress and the first and second princes led a 100,000-strong force in fierce battle. By the time the generals arrived, the Empress was left with just a last breath. Upon hearing this news, she didn't cry, not even a single tear. From then on, the princess trained more diligently. At merely 17 years old, she had already become a grand magician. Despite her outward appearance being as competitive as ever, she is, after all, a girl. In the eyes of others, she appears aloof, arrogant, and even merciless. Yet inside, she harbors a softer side too. She doesn't cry because those who cherished her are no longer here. Whom would she cry for? Isn't her father still alive? The year the princess turned 5 coincided with the former headmaster of Silver Skull returning from the Black Mist, during which her father, along with 3 generals, personally went to meet him. Afterward, he returned a completely changed man. It seems being a princess isn't so easy either. Get some sleep. Yan Qingming lightly patted Luo Yun's shoulder, his expression somewhat complicated. Luo Yun swatted his hand away and glared, demanding, "You haven't said why you were exiled from the Holy Domain continent yet. I know recently there was someone named Xiao who got hunted down by the Star River Empire royal family. What's your deal?" "Pretty much the same as him. Just that he caused a bigger calamity, drawing your attention, which gave me an opportunity to slip over to the Dark Radiance Empire." "So what trouble did you stir up?" Luo Yun showed a certain degree of curiosity. Yan Qingming furrowed his brows and pondered. "Involved with the third princess of Luster Moon Empire, Loyegoker Sawana." Luo Yun flinched, wearing a look filled with gloating. Chapter 106, Powerful. "Wow, I heard that the princess has a terrible temper. Although I haven't seen her, it's said that if you make her unhappy, she will execute you without hesitation. Yeah, she once took a liking to my pendant, and when I refused to give it to her, she tried to kill me. Luckily, I escaped with my life. I don't know why I ended up here, so I decided to join the army and toughen myself up." They smiled at each other and returned to their beds, falling into slumber. The next day was the first day of Yan Qingming's squad's regimented training. The 8 gathered early at the training ground. Kaylee's had not arrived yet, but under Captain Yan Qingming's lead, they jogged 20 laps as usual for warming up. Wang Yi, this town water general's offspring, always tried to get away with using magic during training, but Yan Qingming was not someone who could be deceived easily. When they finished, Kaylee's walked over lazily with a cigarette, but in his mouth. "Good job, return to your positions." "Yes." Yan Qingming jogged back to the formation upon hearing the order, and Kaylee started another day of training. Compared to before, the intensity of the training had increased significantly. What made everyone groan the most was that Kaylee's ordered them to defend against his fire magic attacks without using their own magic. Whoever gave up first would have to run 700 laps. Only the one who held out the longest didn't need to run, while the rest had to run at least 100 laps. The last person standing was Luo Yun. This time, Yan Qingming ran 200 laps. Wang Yi, surprisingly, only needed to run 100 laps. Those who hadn't finished running in the morning continued after lunch. Those who completed early practiced with teammates, helping each other improve in combat skills. The day passed in this way. When busy, it felt like time just flew by. In the evening, it was the long-awaited live combat training for Luo Yun. This time, your opponents are the weakest among the first 15 teams. Don't underestimate them. Every single one of them has seen battle. That evening, all 16 squads in the military zone were present, wanting to see what the newcomers were made of. It was rumored that Luo Yun knocked down xuanhuan with one move. Because it was their debut performance, Kaylee's applied for the Central Arena as the training competition venue. Walking at the head of his team was Captain Yan Qingming, while opposite him, 8 figures moved shoulder to shoulder. Yan Qingming slightly startled at this, lost in thought for a moment. "My name is Pang Bei, Captain, an Ice Magic Grandmaster." A figure stepped forward from the opposing side to introduce himself politely. "My name is Yan Qingming, Captain, a Light Magic Grandmaster." "Cut the crap." Kaylee seemed impatient below and took a puff of his cigarette, shouting, "Spread out. Start fighting." "Kaylee's, what's got you so worked up?" Next to Kaylee's stood Pang Bei's instructor. They were slapping shoulders despite their rivalry, showing little sign of being competitors. Perhaps that's how things worked in the military. There was competition, but more importantly, comradeship. "Old Jetta, I can't wait to see your boys getting crushed." "Hey, who gave you the guts?" "My boys did." "Tai Tej, go teach them a lesson." Seeing Kaylee's cheer shamelessly for his students, Jetta threw his half-smoked cigarette to the ground, stomped it out, and yelled towards the arena. "To hell with it. Pang Bei, show these newbies something spectacular." With the two of them shouting, the originally quiet central arena suddenly burst into excitement. The remaining 14 teams, unsure which side to cheer for, simply chanted, "Go, go." Meanwhile, those instructors swore enthusiastically. Both Yan Qingming and Pang Bei saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. After briefly introducing their respective teams, the two backed away from each other. As they distanced themselves, everyone began channeling their magic power, and the match began. Naturally, the first charge was made by Luo Yun. The moment his fighting spirit ignited, he charged ahead. Devastating strike. A deep black magical energy transformed into a massive dark spear aimed straight at Pang Bei. This was unlike the fight against Dell and the others, where Luo Yun had reserved his power because he didn't know the opponent well. Faced with Pang Bei now, Luo Yun was fully committed. At the same time, black aura radiated around his body. With the deep black magic coiling around him, Luo Yun's momentum soared. "O divine god of light, take away your compassion and deliver judgment on such evil." Light King blessing. A faint golden glow showered upon them. Every physical function improved, including Luo Yun. His hovering black spear lit up with a gentle golden hue. Not long afterward, Tej and Tai rushed forward as well. As fire mages, it was natural that they led the charge. Ice shaping magic. Ice Knight. Shaping magic of fire. Knight of fire. Under the shaping magic of Norton and Jess, nearly 10 knights created by magic power appeared on the arena, charging towards Pang Bei and his team. Since their opponents were seniors, naturally their combat skills were superior. Everyone except Luo Yun chose to attack with their specialized magic. Of course, Pang Bei had a way to deal with the incoming attacks. Frosty Barrier. Icefall. Yet, Pang Bei's defensive spells crumbled instantly under Luo Yun's assault. The massive ice wall was shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the arena. This somewhat exceeded his expectations. He'd heard that one member of this team had knocked xuanhuan unconscious with just a single move. It seemed this wasn't an exaggeration. This ability was indeed real. Sigh of Gaia. The first layer of defense breached, the second swiftly took its place. This time, it was constructed by the earth element magician from the opposing side. Brown magic turned into falling sand spreading all over, showering down upon the pitch-black spear. Under the control of this magic, the spear was immobilized, unable to budge. Luo Yun altered his method of attack once more. Dark Spear of Destruction. Unexpectedly, his offense was so easily countered, so Luo Yun pursued the fight. This time, he abandoned magic and opted for close-quarters combat. A mage warrior? Having been through battles, Pang Bei naturally recognized that Luo Yun was not merely a wizard, but also a mage warrior. Kano, coming. A gust of wind swept past, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of Luo Yun, blocking his path. Yan Qingming carefully observed the battlefield. Except for Luo Yun who charged into the enemy ranks, everyone else maintained their formation. On the other side, besides Kano, no one else advanced either. It appeared that Kano was the only mage warrior on their opponent's team. Although the rest of them looked physically fit, they seemed to be lacking in combat techniques. Get out of my way. Though both were mage warriors, Kano's combat prowess was far inferior to Luo Yun's. With one powerful sweep of his spear, infused with a strand of formidable energy, Kano was sent flying away. Just as Kano started casting his earth element spell, he was beaten by Luo Yun. Light magic, Sacred Guard. At the instant Kano was flung away, a fireball raced directly toward Luo Yun. Seeing this, Luo Yun lifted his dark spear, ready to shatter the ball. But before it even reached him, a golden shield manifested beside him, nullifying the fireball completely. He glanced back at Yan Qingming, his expressionless face showing no emotion, then continued his charge forward. Chapter 107. Independent Combat of Support Magic. Damn, this guy is so fierce. Watching the unstoppable Luo Yun, Jed widened his eyes, scratched his bald head with his calloused hand, and sighed inwardly. This action was noticed by Callus. Though team cooperation is crucial, in front of overwhelming strength, all these can be overlooked. Inferno, Burn, Frost Boundary, Blizzard, Tiger and Norton charged towards the other two magicians, dividing the arena into one red and one white realm. Seeing Norton and Tiger coming to attack, the two opponents exchanged a glance. Zhao Jia, let's take one each. Don't get eliminated. It should be me saying that. Zhang Yi, if we lose, the loser buys drinks. What do you think? Deal. Below Zhao Jia's foot, a deep blue magic circle instantly expanded, covering the entire arena. Prison of Heavenly Water. Faced with Zhang Yi and Zhao Jia, Tiger and Norton were clearly under pressure and retreated. If Tai and Jed hadn't intervened in time, one of them would have been knocked out of the arena. Looking at Wang Yi, who looked a bit at a loss beside him, Yan Qingming gave him soft instructions, specifying the target. Wang Yi, go help them. The 5 people including Tiger, Tai, etc., are under your responsibility. Me? Oh sure. Having determined the goal, Wang Yi activated his main branch magic. Water Curtain. In the range of Wang Yi's elemental magic, all attacks from the opposing side seemed to meet resistance, as if underwater, significantly weakening their momentum. Zhao Jia and Zhang Yi had managed to tie up our side's Wang Yi, Tiger, Tai, Norton, and Jed. Dell, on the other hand, was utilizing his own attribute advantages to move rapidly across the field, searching for an opportunity, an opening lethal enough to strike. Although Yan Qingming didn't count as direct combat power and wasn't engaging directly in battle, he was no less tense than Dell. They both needed to keep observing the battlefield continuously. Dell must seize the opponent's vulnerability. Every missed chance meant one fewer attack opportunity. Yan Qingming, on the other hand, not only observed the battlefield but also had to always be ready to use different supportive magic tailored to different situations. Our 5 people were tied down by their 2 individuals, while Luo Yun fought against 5 opponents with the assistance of his light-based magic. Is it really good to have no protection? Behind Yan Qingming was the edge of the arena, where a lump of yellow soil gradually shaped itself into a person from the edge of the arena. He had a pointed nose, a monkey-like face, slightly odd-looking, giving off an impression of timidity. Facing this unexpected appearance, Yan Qingming just smiled faintly. Looks like a geomatic magician. That really surprised me. Surprise or not, here comes my earth fusion technique. As he spoke, brownish light flashed through his hands, the soil element in the air coalescing in his hands. When an auxiliary magician was attacked by a mage specializing in physical attacks, they had even less ability to resist than regular mages. Once such an auxiliary magician was confronted with direct combatants, they had to divert attention away from supporting their teammates to deal with the current situation since their elemental magic wasn't part of the fighting system. Even if the opponent was weaker or lower in rank, dealing with them could be quite strenuous. However, Yan Qingming remained calm with a smile on his face. I've been looking for you. Oh, looking at such a composed Yan Qingming, this pointy-nosed geomatic magician slightly furrowed his eyebrows. He remembered that this person was a senior magician, not even a grand magician. So where did this confidence come from? The 8th individual on the field may not be the strongest, but is highly threatening. It's nice of you to save me the trouble of looking for you. Just a high-level support magician. Wouldn't it already be too late for your teammates to save you under such close range? Who says auxiliary magicians have no combat ability? This, I've reserved especially for you. As he spoke, a palm-sized magic circle appeared in Yan Qingming's hands, radiating dazzling golden light. Meanwhile, that pointed-nosed geomatic magician launched an attack. Holy impact! A high-level auxiliary magician giving up incantations. The depth of auxiliary magic was much higher than many attack-type magics, thus forcing the primary students of auxiliary magic to spend more time researching their own spells. As a result, they mastered attack-type magic less proficiently than other magicians. This was one of the reasons why their combat capability was weak. To his surprise, originally assuming that even if he had some resistance ability under such proximity, there would be no way for him to chant incantations in time. Yet, Yan Qingming was able to abandon incantation and cast a spell, not a defensive one, but an offensive one. Not good. Return to Earth. Faced with the powerful impact force emanating from Yan Qingming's body, the Earth Element magician was a little panicked. Behind him was the edge of the arena, and if he didn't find a way, he would be blasted off. As a Grand Magician-level magician, it would be embarrassing to be knocked off the stage by a high-level auxiliary magician in front of so many people. It would be too shameful. Since assassination wasn't an option, retreat seemed like the best choice. Finding another opportunity later would be better than being forced down. Elemental detachment. What? The connection with the Earth element became blurred for a moment, slowing the speed of condensation dramatically. Seizing this chance, the impact surged, forcibly blasting him away. The first elimination had appeared. Wanxia, what are you lying around for? Go cheer Pang Bei on. Stunned by the intense shock and sudden change, Wanxia was still confused when Jed shouted at him. Only then did he come back to his senses. Instructor. Jed removed his hand from Callus' shoulder and turned around, placing his arm on Wanxia's bony frame. Watch the game, watch the game. This one is remarkable. Callus has really struck gold this time. Elemental detachment is no ordinary magic. Being able to decipher the near hypermagic array of the Holy Domain Academy already demonstrated unparalleled proficiency in using light attribute magic power. With Ling's help, mastering the magic of element detachment came naturally to him. On the battlefield, due to the prior effort spent to eliminate Wanxia, the enhancement capability of his magic on teammates was forced to drop. Without his assistance, Tai Yi and the others were overpowered by Zhao Jie and Zhang Yi. Because of Prison of Heavenly Water, all the team members, including Luo Yun, were affected in their magical flow and movement. If it weren't for Wang Yi's water curtain mitigating some damage and Del occasionally disturbing from outside, Tai Yi and the other four would have been knocked off the platform long ago. Then looking at Luo Yun, battling against 5 opponents single-handedly, he didn't fall behind at all. The smooth transition and application of magic combined with excellent fighting techniques put him ahead of Ponte and Karen, who had no advantage over him. The situation was even harder than when Tai Yi and the others faced Zhao Jie and Zhang Yi. Seizing a loophole among the 5 opponents, Luo Yun leaped into the air, his black spear growing continuously in size. Annihilation. Critical hit. The massive deep black spear descended with tremendous power, sending the 5 opponents flying off the stage. As the dust settled, Luo Yun was once again covered in a golden glow. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he remarked, "Too slow." Yan Qingming smiled as well, looking at Luo Yun's retreating silhouette, his expression somewhat complicated. After all, I'm not a grand magician. It took me some extra time. Chapter 108. The Old Cripple. Alright, since your part is over, it's time to end mine as well. With a glance at the 5 people encircling him, Luo Yun's eyes emitted an eerie gray-black hue. It wasn't pure black or pure white. Within the darkness seemed a faint flicker of light. To Luo Yun, battles were always a solitary affair. Destruction. The people who had been stunned by Luo Yun's formidable strength finally realized that he hadn't used his elemental magic yet. The tremendous destructive force before was merely a characteristic of his magic power after comprehending his elemental abilities, but even without it, he was terrifyingly strong. No one dared to imagine how fearsome Luo Yun would be when he did unleash his elemental magic. Heavenly Prison. Black magical energy surged out from the magic circle beneath his feet. Blessing of the Holy King of Light. Elemental enhancement. Under Yan Qingming's empowerment, Luo Yun's magical output speed multiplied several times. Seeing this, Pang Bai called out frantically to the other 4. Don't hold back. Stop him. Frost Boundary. Ice Soul Strike. Protection of the Earth. Gaia's Fist. Earth-shaping magic. Mild Dalbrin Heavy Hit. Fierce Wind. Rampage. Explosive Punch. Focusing all their mana on Luo Yun, the 5 launched their final attack in an attempt to crush him. If they could defeat Luo Yun, Zhao Jie and Zhang Yi winning would just be a matter of time. Unexpectedly, facing such a grand offensive, Luo Yun still stood there motionlessly, waiting for his spell to complete. A profound smile graced Yan Qingming's face, as an explosion sounded, nearly affecting Tai Gu and Tai Yi. Did we succeed? Pang Bai couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at the swirling dust. Captain, no. However, the deep black magic emanating from beneath Luo Yun's feet had not dissipated, meaning that Luo Yun had not been defeated. He was still completing his own spell. When the spell was gradually completed, a black prison replaced Zhang Ye's water sky jail. Up ahead, Luo Yun's figure reappeared once more. Different from before, the location where Luo Yun emerged was clearly not in the center of the battlefield. It seemed that the person Pang Bai and the others attacked earlier had no relation to him. What's going on? Watching this scene, Callus and Jed fell silent. The entire central training ground fell silent as well. Some, like Pang Bai, were puzzled and didn't know how to express themselves, while others, knowing exactly what had happened, were too overwhelmed by the revelation to speak. It's just an illusion. Yan Qingming lightly shrugged and laughed. When he stirred up so much dust, I used light element magic to create a false image. Listening to Yan Qingming's summary, those who hadn't understood before weren't fools. They quickly grasped what had transpired. We concede. Pang Bai let out a bitter laugh, raising his right hand high as a sign of concession. There was no need to continue this trial any further. Luo Yun alone, with Yin Qingming's support, was enough to challenge their 8-member team. The rest of the 6 members were simply there to ease the pressure. As the match ended, cheers erupted from the audience below. More importantly, the crowd was astonished by Luo Yun's overwhelming power. The deep black magic that remained on the field, coupled with the unfinished Destruction Heavenly Prison, was terrifying in its very aura. Watching Luo Yun step down from the arena, Callus bit her lip slightly before breaking into a broad grin. Baldy, see that? Damn. Jed flicked away his cigarette, but mumbled something under his breath, then led his squad back to their own grounds. Let's go. I'll take you guys out for a feast. 10 minutes to change into civilian clothes. Whoever's late loses the reward. No one expected winning a match would bring a reward. The news delighted everyone as they sprinted off to change into casual outfits they'd packed a month ago. Seeing Luo Yun in civilian attire, Yin Qingming felt an indescribable sensation. Due to their unique circumstances, Callus didn't enforce strict hair standards for them. Some mages could use parts of their body as weapons, after all. Luo Yun now donned a black and white leisure suit that complemented his handsome face. One could only imagine how many young ladies would fall for him outside. His small braid behind his bangs was slightly incongruous, but given Yin Qingming's awareness of Luo Yun's temper, he dared not comment lightly. After changing, they gathered at the training ground. Led by Callus, the group arrived in front of a magic portal. Through the teleportation portal, they exited the military base and directly arrived at the city guard post. Major Callus? A guard officer saluted Callus. Callus returned the salute with a warm smile. I'm taking my troops out for a walk. Carry on with your duties. Yes. After leaving the guard post, Callus led them while introducing some details about the military zones. There are over 30 military zones of all sizes in our empire that I know of. Most are located deep in the mountains or underground, and even those closest to the city are on peaks or mountain ranges outside the walls. Ours is different. It's a valley where rookies stay. Once you've earned higher ranks, you can be assigned to an official military zone. For every nation, mages are incredibly precious. Though it seems like there are many mages wandering around, they're mostly apprentices, junior mages, or mid-level ones. Even if they join the army, they're just powerful common soldiers. You're different because you're already great mages, and Qingming Yin is even a support mage. Our military zone isn't ordinary. I'll explain more later. That's also why our zone has fewer people. It's rare to have a high-level mage, let alone a great mage. Some high-level mages never fully understand their elemental magic during their lifetimes, while others. He glanced unconsciously at Luo Yun, then sighed. Sigh. Genius. Pure genius. Walking into the bustling city, Callus led them into a restaurant. It wasn't particularly large or small, about the same size as the hotels outside, with nothing especially remarkable about it. Compared to the restaurants and inns on the busy streets, this place was relatively remote, yet surprisingly, its business wasn't bad. Standing at the door, Callus hesitated for a moment, letting out a faint bitter smile before pushing open the door and shouting, "Boss, bring some wine." The old cripple who was sitting in a rocking chair, tasting wine abruptly stood up. However, due to his injured leg and exerting too much force, he almost fell. This cripple was the boss of the inn. Initially, the employees called him boss, but later, since he was lame, they simply began calling him the cripple. From start to finish, no one ever learned his real name. The old cripple stared blankly at the person standing by the door, his lips moving as though he wanted to say something but couldn't. "Hey, old cripple, bring us some wine. What are you staring at?" Chapter 109, Sword God, Yi Qingtian. Hearing Khalees's shout, the old cripple snapped back to reality and called on the people in the shop to bring them some wine. Khalees led Yin Qingming and his group to a quiet corner to sit down. "Coach, can we drink alcohol?" Tai sniffed the air with his nose at the surrounding aroma of alcohol, licking his lips, showing a lively interest. Tyre noticed this and coughed lightly, giving him a dirty look as he said, "All you think about is drinking. Wake up. Today we are here to eat." Not aloud. Khalees smacked Tai's head instantly and laughed, saying, "You're dreaming pretty good, huh? Unless I'm blind." The old cripple leisurely carried a plate of appetizers over to their side, stroking his messy beard and smiled, saying, "Enough already. Your Khalees Major General gets drunk after just 2 cups. Tonight, feel free to drink your fill." Upon hearing that, Khalees seemed somewhat displeased, pouting and glaring at him. "Old cripple, why don't you calm down? All right, I admit you have better alcohol tolerance than me." Looking at his angry face, the cripple showed no sign of nervousness. "Haha, what do these boys want to eat? Tell me, and I'll personally go cook for you." Together, they ordered some dishes to enjoy with their drinks, thinking that the cripple's words were implying, as long as Khalees had his first 2 cups, then the rest of them could drink as much as they wanted. Seeing these dishes paired with drinks, Khalees didn't seem upset anymore. He quietly looked at this group of young guys. When the cripple went to prepare the food, he suddenly remembered something and took another chair from nearby. Jez, sitting next to him, seeing this strange action, asked curiously, "Coach, what are you doing?" Without answering him, Khalees just smiled. Looking at Khalees's face full of vicissitudes, Yin Qingming suddenly spoke. "Coach, never thought you're actually a major general. Could it be all our military zone's coaches are at the rank of major general?" Khalees waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Certainly not. They are merely ranked 2 or 3 levels higher than you." Yin Qingming was currently at the rank of 3rd-class soldier, which was 2 levels above regular new recruits, normal soldiers being 1 level, apprentice to senior magicians being 2 levels, but since he was an auxiliary magician, thus he was at 3 levels. Soldiers are divided into 3 levels, and above soldiers are non-commissioned officers, NCO. Usually, the vice leader should be a junior NCO, the captain should be intermediate NCO, and the coach would be a senior NCO. Above NCOs are lieutenants, colonels, and generals. Khalees was a major general at the topmost rank, only having lieutenant general, general, and grand general above him. A mere new recruit military zone coach was actually a major general. From the title of wall defense officer, the group had heard his rank initially. Although they were curious, since Khalees did not say anything, naturally, they didn't dare to ask too many questions. When Yin Qingming finally voiced this out, everyone was shocked, deeply realizing how different their coach was compared to others. Khalees Major General, the dishes are here. The cripple step by step brought up the dishes and personally fetched the wine. Major General, what not? Khalees poured each person a cup of wine. Everyone thought he would pour himself a full cup, but instead he directly picked up the remaining half bottle and gulped it all down inside. A general without soldiers, what kind of general is that? Old cripple wine, a burp. The cripple stood there motionlessly, dumbly laughing beside him, while Yin Qingming got up to pass another bottle of wine to Khalees. But before handing it over, Khalees's head slammed heavily against the table, and the wine bottle naturally slipped out of his hands. However, the bottle was like being pulled by something upon hitting the ground, and then gently placed on the floor, as if someone's hand was guiding it. After the cripple finished serving the dishes and the wine, he sat down on the stool Khalees had fetched earlier. Eat, boys. Now you can drink to your heart's content. Seeing the coach fell even before beginning, the happiest among them naturally was Tai. He cheered once and lifted his own glass of wine, standing up. Toast. Everyone shared a glance, exchanged glasses, and drank until empty in one gulp. The cripple did not join in. This was the occasion for this group of new soldiers. He, an outsider, was merely here to accompany his old friend, Khalees. For this major general, perhaps in this world, he probably had only him as a useless old friend. You're not drinking, young man. Next to Yin Qingming, Luo Yun quietly watched them drinking, picking his own dish. The cripple looked at him, moved the stool next to him. Luo Yun glanced at the cripple, slightly stunned, and a hint of understanding smile appeared on his face. Thank you, sir. I abstain from alcohol. Sir. The cripple was startled, blinking his eyes, seemingly recalling something, then burst into laughter. Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? Huh? You believe I'll wake up Khalees to beat you? Huh? In the face of such a cripple, Luo Yun did not get angry. Instead, he stared intently at him with a complicated smile on his face. Lo! Yin Qingming had originally wanted to toast with Luo Yun, but turned around upon seeing Luo Yun smile, and his voice suddenly caught in his throat. She laughed. For Yin Qingming, her roommate, it wasn't easy to see Luo Yun smile, but his smile seemed to contain something more. Looking at this young man's smile, the cripple furrowed his brow, his face gradually showing astonishment, as if he'd seen something unbelievable. Trembling, he raised his hand, extending his finger. You, what's your name? Luo Yun. Have we met somewhere before? Yes. A faint redness crept into Luo Yun's eyes that was almost imperceptible. The cripple couldn't see it. He had long since lost touch with worldly affairs, spending his days drinking in this restaurant, and had nearly lost his sense of emotions too. I don't remember. I'm just an old cripple who hasn't been a soldier for a long time now. I can't recall meeting a child named Luo Yun. Luo Yun swallowed hard and said, I remember. I will always remember. Yi Qingtian, the sword god of the Dark Radiance Empire. Although you lost when dueling with Yu Xiaoyao, you'll always be my sword god. Yu Xiaoyao. The cripple closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. I've always made no progress in swordsmanship. It was fortunate to have sparred with him, and through that battle, my understanding of the sword path advanced. We agreed that once my skills improved further, we'd fight again. Who would have thought? I imagine that old man is still waiting for me. I'm going to miss our appointment. So, the person Master Yu Xiaoyao has been waiting for in the Demon Beast Mountains, is him? The Yu Xiaoyao they encountered earlier in the northern mountains built his courtyard on a cliff, facing east, because he was waiting for Yi Qingtian from the eastern sea. Master Yu Xiaoyao, he's been waiting for you. You aren't drunk yet. Hearing Yin Qingming's voice, Luo Yun let out a shocked cry, turning his head to look at him in disbelief. Now, aside from Wang Yi, only Luo Yun and Yin Qingming were still coherent enough to talk. He'd been watching Yin Qingming drink continuously, even putting Tai under the table, yet she remained so clear-headed. As for Wang Yi, it was due to his being a water attribute magician, capable of filtering out all non-water substances from the alcohol. But Yin Qingming is a light attribute magician. How? Well, it seems like drinking was just a ruse. Chapter 110, Silver Wings. I just had a sip. You didn't drink it all, did you? Luo Yun glanced at him with disdain. Drinking fake wine at the dinner table was no different from Wang Yi's effeminate manner. However, Yin Qingming had no intention of admitting it. You mustn't slander me. They were just busy drinking themselves, occasionally raising their glasses to me. Since they didn't invite me, I didn't drink. As for the illusion, Yin Qingming felt a bit awkward and thought for a while before continuing. It was only targeted at you. Hearing this, Luo Yun naturally wasn't pleased. Surprisingly, he didn't scold Yin Qingming but instead stared at him strangely. Why just me? I was a little curious about your conversation. Sorry. Wang Yi sitting at the other end slightly bowed his head, continuously pouring himself more drinks and finishing them in one go, occasionally glancing sideways at Yin Qingming and Luo Yun opposite him. Neither of them paid any attention to Wang Yi's small actions. All done listening, are you satisfied? Seeing the unfriendly gaze in Luo Yun's eyes, Yin Qingming laughed heartily. Satisfied. It's just that elder Yi Qingtian was your childhood idol, right? Luo Yun slightly startled, as if he wanted to say something but eventually held back. Yan Qingming smiled faintly, admiring the cripple. Elder Yi Qingtian, then your leg. The cripple gulped down the wine straight from the bottle, glancing at his lame left leg. It got messed up during the battle with the demon race. Dark clouds covered the city as the demon army passed by, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. Being inherently bloodthirsty, every soldier they caught would not be left intact. In front of them, humans would have their arms torn off by hand, necks ripped apart, and finally stuffed into mouths. At that time, the Empire had 7 top combatants: Lasso, the president of the Silver Skull Guild, Grandmaster Pawa, and the 5 generals. Lasso, Pawa, and 2 of the generals went to the Holy Domain continent. Lasso and Pawa never returned. To guard the Empire, 3 generals remained behind, 2 of which perished in the fight against the demons, reducing the 5 generals to 3. Looking at the cripple, Yan Qingming felt a pang in his heart. He probably used to be a soldier too. In the corner of the tavern hung a trident emblem under a table. Senior, what is that emblem? That inconspicuous emblem in the tavern caught Yan Qingming's attention. It did not belong to the tavern, yet it hung there polished brightly. It's the emblem of a guild. The cripple poured another bottle of alcohol into his stomach, giving a sidelong glance at the silver trident emblem. He didn't know if it was because of the spiciness or memories stirring up, but his eyes became a little red. Second Prince, the demon lord is closing in, and our military strength is insufficient. The 3 generals are still in the capital. You quickly retreat with Her Majesty and princesses while we'll hold the rear guard position. Wait for reinforcements from the generals. The second prince sat solemnly in the tent, where 3 people stood, representing the highest fighting force they could assemble at the moment. He looked at the 3, closed his eyes, and reflected briefly. When he opened them again, his resolve strengthened. Chengfeng, yes. You lead 10 attendants to escort the empress and younger sister to safety. The rest of the generals, arm yourselves. On that day, the empress never made it out. Just as the order went out, the border city fell. The second prince joined forces with the first prince, retreating while resisting the demon race until finally the demons reached the last city, turning it red with blood. On the city wall, triangular heads atop black-scaled demons laughed sinisterly. Big brother. The young princess stood amidst the sea of blood, her little eyes wide open as she watched the black energy consuming her older brother, the second prince. As for the first prince, he disappeared during an earlier holding action in the retreat. She didn't cry, couldn't cry. The empress lay dead in the pool of blood, her golden crown glaring amid the crimson. Her chest had been brutally crushed by a demon male, right before her eyes. Beside the young princess were fewer than 100 warriors. Princess, stay behind us. Chengfeng wielded his sword with one hand, his severed left arm bandaged with white cloth though blood still flowed uncontrollably. Everyone, listen to my orders. Leave 3 men each to the seated wing, the right wing, and the rear wing. The rest form a vertical column, and follow me as we carve a bloody path for the princess. Charge. The young princess was numb. She heard nothing, passively following along as the remaining warriors pushed forward. A demon on the city wall wagged its nearly half-meter-long black tongue. This little princess seems even more fun than her mother. Warriors fell one after another in front of the princess, and they trampled over their bodies to keep moving forward until only one remained. With such overwhelming demon army, how could less than 100 men hope to break through? Fill the gaps. Fill the gaps. Another warrior fell, and Chengfeng shouted hoarsely, but there was no response. He looked around. Apart from the young princess, he was the only one left. Gripping his sword, he moved forward, shielding the young princess behind him. Princess, I'm sorry. I can't get you out. General Chengfeng. The young princess stepped forward and placed her hand on his severed arm, a golden magic circle gradually appearing. Thank you. You foul offspring of demons. Taste my blade. In the distance, a flying sword pierced through countless demons, heading straight for the city wall. Behind the sword was a silver-armored swordsman, and behind him, cries of battle filled the air. Princess, all members of the Silver Wings Guild have arrived late to support you. After eliminating all the demons within the city, the reinforcements, numbering in the hundreds, had also lost more than 30 to 40% of their forces. Looking at the man before her whose face was obscured by a black hood, the young princess nodded, surprisingly calm. After an intense battle on the city wall with the demon, the silver-armored swordsman returned unscathed. However, his expression was grim. Damn it, he got away. President, what's the plan? Under the black hood, he surveyed the scene of devastation and then leaped onto the city wall. This city is our Dark Radiance Empire's last line of defense. It must not fall. A kilometer outside the city, thick black fog enveloped the area, and the blood-red sunset was unusually blinding. Brothers of the Silver Wings Guild, can we hold out until the generals arrive to reinforce us? President, a man can't say no. President, you're talking nonsense again. Ha ha, that's right. President, we're not like you. You follow military discipline, but we don't like that rigid stuff. But still, we'll follow your orders no matter what you say. With his broken arm and excessive blood loss, Chengfeng knew his life wouldn't last much longer, so he stayed behind. The Silver Wings Guild sent only one person back to the capital with the young princess. Later, she asked about the identity of the silver-armored swordsman. Him? His lifelong dream is to open a tavern. A sword god. Haha. Chapter 111. I get angry enough to hit you. After saying this, the person who had escorted her turned and left. Where are you going? Back to Black Agate City. If we leave now, we should still make it in time. After that, the young princess never saw this person again. The cripple was drunk. With hazy eyes, he glanced at Callus who was slumped on the table, then fell asleep on his rocking chair. There were fewer and fewer people in the inn. Luo Yun, Yin Qingming, and Wang Yi exchanged glances, and Wang Yi quickly lowered his head again. Yin Qingming looked at him, frowned slightly, and said, Wang Yi, let's carry them back first. You too. Luo Yun sitting nearby gave an oh sound, then simply lifted up Tai Gu and Tai Yi by one hand each. However, being the shortest among them, his height fell short a little, and their feet kept dragging on the ground. Inadvertently, he woke Tai Yi up. After waking up, although Tai Yi's walking was still somewhat unstable, he did relieve quite some pressure for them. When they tossed this group of people into the guardroom on top of the wall, the guards on night duty noticed them and recognized Callus. They temporarily arranged a few beds for them. We don't have so many quilts here. The guards on duty awkwardly took out 3 cotton quilts and casually covered Callus, Del, and Tai Go with them. No problem, I've got it. Yin Qingming took out several quilts from the caro bag he had brought along before and covered the remaining 3 people. He also handed one to Wang Yi. Initially, he just found it hard to refuse Teacher Le's enthusiasm, but unexpectedly, these came in handy now. Here you go. Although you're a mage, during the night, the flow of magical energy within your body slows down. Moreover, the wind is strong on the edge of the city. It's better to use a quilt to keep warm. Upon receiving the quilt handed over by Yin Qingming, Wang Yi seemed lost in thought as he lay down on the bed and slept on his side. Luo Yun curled his lips and grumbled, You carry such things around with you all the time? Looking at Luo Yun standing beside him with a disdainful expression, Yin Qingming bitterly said, For any emergency. Look, they come in handy, right? Debating with Yin Qingming wasn't meaningful, so Luo Yun stopped talking about it. Anyway, tomorrow happened to be their monthly one-day holiday. Let them sleep well tonight. Where should we go? Seeing that the drunks had already occupied all the bed spaces, Luo Yun and Yin Qingming looked at each other and tacitly walked out. Climbing onto the wall, they sat suspended on the edge of the city wall, looking down at the views inside and outside the city. Yin Qingming, is the holy domain fun? Luo Yun gazed ahead. In that direction lay a vast ocean, and beyond the horizon of the sea was the holy domain continent. Mentioning the holy domain, the corners of Yin Qingming's mouth naturally tilted upwards. It's fun. There's an academy there, the Holy Domain Academy. That academy has a frivolous courtyard, a teacher who only knows how to conduct research, and a mentor who doesn't know magic. A mentor who doesn't know magic? Luo Yun looked towards Yin Qingming. I remember Master Yi Jian didn't know magic either. Yin Qingming was slightly startled and sighed. Is that so? But Elder Yu Xiaoyao certainly knows magic. I heard there are elves and beastmen in the Holy Domain. Is that true? Luo Yun suddenly stood up and gestured with a pair of wings and pointed ears. Yin Qingming looked at him and laughed naturally. Yes, there's the elf tribe, beastman tribe. Does the Dark Radiance Empire not have them? Luo Yun dejectedly shook his head and sighed no. Originally, on this island, there used to be them, but later they disappeared. Is that so? Yin Qingming suddenly reached out his hand and patted Luo Yun's ponytail at the back of his head. In the future, I'll take you to the Holy Domain continent and introduce a few friends to you. My roommate is an elf, my buddy is a beastman. Take your hand off. Luo Yun humphed and slapped away his hand. Why do you mess with my hair? Looking at Luo Yun's slightly angry expression, Yin Qingming burst into laughter, laughing so hard, he couldn't catch his breath, confusing Luo Yun so much that he almost thought this guy had gone crazy. What are you laughing at? Yin Qingming suppressed his laughter, panted a few times to steady himself. Nothing. I thought you'd call me sick. These 2 words have practically become your catchphrase. Luo Yun glared at him sourly and stretched out his hand wanting to punch him. So you really have a sickness? You've probably been drunk and lost your mind thinking about me cursing you. How about I help wake you up? Seeing Luo Yun stand up and raise his fist, Yin Qingming hurriedly waved his hands. No. It's unnecessary. I'm completely sober. If Luo Yun's force got out of control and sent him flying, falling from this hundreds of meters tall city wall would surely break more than a few bones. Luo Yun sat back down. That's what you said. Huh. Take me to play in the Holy Domain continent. All right. The 2 quietly sat on the city wall for quite a while. Eventually, Luo Yun seemed to recall something unpleasant and frowned unhappily. That's not right. He stood up again and grabbed Yin Qingming by the collar. Yin Qingming still had no idea what was going on and looked at Luo Yun innocently. Aren't you a fugitive who came to the Dark Radiance Empire? Then how can you go back? Aren't you afraid that the Crescent Moon Empire will bother you? Are you lying to me? No. Why would I lie to you? Looking into Yin Qingming's clear eyes, Luo Yun reluctantly let him go with some doubts remaining. Really, I'll go back. Why do you have to go back? Isn't the Dark Radiance Empire good enough? Luo Yun couldn't figure out why Yin Qingming wanted to return. What was so different between the Dark Radiance Empire and the Holy Domain continent? He had lived a normal life here without any trouble. Why did Yin Qingming insist on putting himself in danger? But for Yin Qingming, the Holy Domain continent was more than just a place to live. He had left his longing there, and he had to return. Because someone is waiting for me. Who? Your girlfriend. Yin Qingming didn't notice the slightly furrowed brows of Luo Yun or the displeased expression on his face. Not only Yin Qingming, but even Luo Yun himself hadn't realized that he had instinctively frowned. Cough. At Luo Yun's comment, Yin Qingming nearly lost his balance and fell off. Brother, you're 17 years old, younger than me. What's inside your head? After thinking it over, he wondered how he could ask such an absurd question. Under the night sky, Luo Yun's cheeks turned slightly red. Oh, I was just curious. Yin Qingming glanced at Luo Yun sideways. For a boy, his delicate side profile, especially his eyebrows, seemed rather strange. Why are you blushing? Instinctively, Luo Yun touched his own face and found that it was indeed warm. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's the wind being too strong and chilly. Yan Qingming then realized this and took out a coat from his caro bag to drape around Luo Yun. What are you doing? Luo Yun looked at him confusedly, his face expressing unease as he tried to take off the coat. However, Yan Qingming showed surprising strength and firmly wrapped the coat around him. Although much force was used, Luo Yun didn't feel uncomfortable. It's windy. Better keep it on. This is the captain's order. You're using your rank to pressure me. Faced with this sentence, Luo Yun clearly wasn't pleased, ready to quarrel over the clothes. However, Yan Qingming simply smiled and sat back down in his original spot. For some reason, Luo Yun couldn't get angry, so he just sat there wearing the coat. How about we swap roles? Swap what? Instead of me taking you back to the Holy Domain continent, I'll protect you. If that capricious princess from the Crescent Moon Empire dares to touch you, I'll be the first one to punch her. But if I say she's very beautiful, would you dare to hit her? No matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to the princess of our Dark Radiance Empire. You'd even hit girls? When I'm angry enough, I might even hit you. Chapter 112, Fresh Scent. Yan Qingming and Luo Yun sat on the city wall all night until the next day. So this is what sunrise looks like, truly beautiful. You wouldn't know how often I saw sunrises when I was running away. You have no sense of romance, you'll never find a girlfriend. You're too venomous with your words. You'll never find someone yourself. I'm handsome though. The next day, the group who got drunk didn't wake up until noon. Shit. Callus, the first to wake up, cursed loudly upon seeing everyone lying unconscious around him. Did you ignore everything I said? Wang Yi came back after lunch and just stood at the door ready to go in when he heard the instructor's angry shout. He was debating whether or not to enter. After his commotion and after sleeping a full night, most of them woke up from their drunken stupor. Who is it that's disturbing me while I'm drunk? If you keep yelling, do you believe I'll? Jesse had really overindulged and was muttering incoherently in his dreams last night. Just as he was dreaming happily, he was woken up rudely. However, once sitting up in anger, Jesse saw the terrifying face of Callus right in front of him. Instructor. He swallowed hard and quickly got off the bed to stand at attention. The others were already standing there. They wanted to laugh at Jesse's misfortune but dared not laugh openly. It was painful trying to suppress their laughter. Jesse. Callus cracked his neck and put his hands on Jesse's shoulders. Yes, sir. At this moment, Jesse was already sweating profusely out of fear. Over time, this behavior of Callus combined with his frightening expressions had deeply etched themselves into his mind. Due to his unfiltered mouth, he didn't know how many times Callus had punished him. Every time, it was his own fault for speaking recklessly. Do you like drinking? No, I don't. How much did you drink last night? How's your body holding up? Are you okay? Unexpectedly, Callus actually cared about his health this time. Although unsure why, he still answered truthfully. Not much, 5 bottles. My body's fine, I can still train. Callus paused momentarily and hurriedly shook his head. No training today. No training. Callus laughed. For Jesse, this was the devil's smile, too foolishly kind. When an instructor showed such an expression, how could there possibly be mercy? Wang Yi, go back to the place we visited last night and bring back 10 bottles of alcohol. Callus gave orders loud and clear outside the tightly closed door. This voice utterly frightened Wang Yi. He hadn't expected to be discovered so easily while hiding outside. His body trembled as he quickly went to carry out the order. It's over. This was the only thought running through Jesse's mind now. Instructor, that's strong liquor. An ordinary person would stagger after half a glass and become unable to walk after 1 cup. Callus had directly ordered 10 bottles for Jesse. Jesse's moans pleased Callus even more, whose laughter grew louder and sounded more wicked in Jesse's eyes. Does anyone have a funnel? It's not. Instructor, I've learned my lesson. Did I give you permission to speak? Jesse dare not say anymore. 10 bottles, be 10 bottles then. A man mustn't lose face over anything. Callus suddenly tilted his head and stared at the ceiling, slightly furrowing his brow. What are those two doing up on the city wall? 2 men together. Could they be secretly meeting? By the time Wang Yi returned with 10 bottles of strong liquor, Callus put them all in his bag. Follow me to the top of the city wall. We'll pick Yan Qingming and Luo Yun up and then take a break. Leading the team past the guards training by the city wall, Callus and the 6 arrived where Yan Qingming and Luo Yun were seated. Hey, damn, they're really having a secret rendezvous here. Looking from behind, Luo Yun was currently leaning against Yan Qingming's shoulder while Yan Qingming was sitting upright gazing at the distant sun. Upon hearing movement behind him, Yan Qingming did not move his body, but turned his neck backward. Instructor, why are you all here? Nobody spoke, but instead curiously observed their backs with peculiar expressions. Old buddy, you shouldn't. Well, you guys look quite good together. Taiga didn't know how to respond. He felt this topic was somewhat disrespectful. Oh shit. 1 round of drinks and you've developed such a relationship. Naturally, Jesse wouldn't restrain himself. Whatever he thought, he would say. What made Yan Qingming speechless was that even normally quiet Dell and Norton joined in. They do match each other well. It's a pity though, looking like the passive type, yet became the dominant partner. Norton lifted his chin and sighed while shaking his head. Dell also agreed, nodding next to him. Yan Qingming glanced down at Luo Yun who was still asleep, then bitterly smiled. Are you satisfied watching enough? If so, help me up, my hands and legs have gone numb. Lifting Luo Yun gently with soft magic, Tai Yi and Jesse helped Yan Qingming to his feet. Have you two been sitting here all night? Tai Yi glanced at Yan Qingming and then at Luo Yun, who was sound asleep. Yan Qingming nodded slightly, making a shushing gesture. Don't wake him up. Gently cradling Luo Yun in his arms, Yan Qingming started towards the teleportation array with everyone else following. Yan Qingming noticed that as he lifted Luo Yun, Wang Yi unconsciously stepped back. Seeing all this, an indescribable feeling arose within Yan Qingming. Was it pity, empathy, or perhaps even pride? Once they reached their quarters, Yan Qingming debated whether to lay Luo Yun down on his own bed or take him back to his room. Well, let's just be intrusive for once. Given Luo Yun's known obsession with cleanliness, if he woke up finding himself on someone else's bed, there'd probably be hell to pay. Better to return him to his own room. This was Yan Qingming's first visit to Luo Yun's individual quarters. There wasn't much special about it. It was simply meticulously clean, with uniforms neatly placed and everything orderly arranged. Apart from the military gear, uniforms, water bottle, military blanket, there were no extra items. But it had a certain pleasant scent. In this small space, a faint sweet aroma hung in the air, almost untraceable. Placing Luo Yun softly onto his bed, Yan Qingming lightly pulled the blanket over him before closing the wooden door gently. After a sleepless night, Yan Qingming quickly cleaned his body, too lazy to change into pajamas before collapsing onto his bed and falling fast asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he awoke, the sun was nearly setting. Who needs a blanket in this sweltering heat anyway? He threw it off casually. Just as he flung the blanket away, something smacked his face. If you're not wearing pajamas, cover yourself with the blanket. Chapter 113. Light Attribute Native Magic. Luo Yun had thrown his sleepwear onto Yan Qingming's face. After sleeping for half the day, Yan Qingming felt much more awake. He sat up and changed into his sleepwear. Throughout this process, Luo Yun kept his back to him and wouldn't even glance at him. Yan Qingming was already used to Luo Yun's behavior. Luo Yun didn't like seeing him wandering around the dormitory stark naked. At most, he would take off his shirt after training and sweat a lot. What are you sitting here for? Luo Yun sat on the stool by his bed, lost in thought. Only when Yan Qingming had fully dressed did he notice that there was fast food in front of Luo Yun. Eat. Seeing Yan Qingming had finished dressing, Luo Yun handed over the fast food to him. Upon receiving it, Yan Qingming began eating without caring about his image. Calculating the time, it had been almost a full day since he last ate anything, so he really was quite hungry. Halfway through eating, something occurred to him. Have you eaten? Luo Yun frowned unhappily, glaring at him with irritation. You only remember me now that you're almost finished? Where were you earlier? Just about to eat. Yan Qingming gave an awkward smile. By appearances, it seemed like Luo Yun must have eaten already. Yeah, I've eaten. Luo Yun stretched lazily, stood up, moved his body around a bit, then suddenly stood before Yan Qingming. After swallowing the last piece of meat, Yan Qingming raised his head and looked at Luo Yun curiously. After pondering for a moment, leaning on the table with his hand, he mused. Do you remember what you said last night? Do you still mean it? Of course. Although he didn't immediately recall what Luo Yun was referring to after sleeping for half the day, this answer was undoubtedly correct. However, he soon remembered what they talked about the previous night. Luo Yun sat across from him, looking at him half believing, half doubting. How do you plan to go back? Will Luo Yi let you go? If he mentioned something bigger than this that he'd done, Luo Yun might think that last night, when he said he'd bring him to the sacred domain, he was just lying. Young magician's competition. Yan Qingming slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and confidently said, I must go back. I promised someone that I would win the championship in the young magician's competition. You? Luo Yun disbelieved. And you also want to compete with me for the championship? Yan Qingming chuckled indifferently. So what? If we meet later, don't hold back, or else you'll find excuses when you lose. Will I lose? Luo Yun didn't even bother to argue about the matter. With you not even a grand magician yet. Not even a grand magician yet. Seemed familiar, right? Dean Yeffen had mentioned it. When he was about to leave, he said those words to him. What do you have to confront the Star River Empire with? With you not even a grand magician yet? Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yan Qingming lost in deep thought, Luo Yun waved his hand in front of him. Yan Qingming finally came back to his senses, giving an awkward smile. It's nothing, just thought of some old things. Luo Yun. Yan Qingming slightly furrowed his brows, looking earnestly at him and asked, how exactly does one become a grand magician? Luo Yun contemplated for a moment. First, control of magical power. Second, the amount and quality of magic power you possess. Once these two conditions are met, I ask you, what do you think magic is? This time, Yan Qingming fell into deep contemplation. Previously, he believed that the abilities of light magic were far inferior to dark magic. After all, what he used to do was either running for his life or killing people. No matter how powerful an auxiliary magician was, it couldn't compare with a combat magician. If it were the past, he would have definitely responded without hesitation. A tool for killing, right? But now, to conceal his identity, while continuously using light magic, he slowly started understanding certain truths. Some use magic to kill, some use magic to save lives, and others incorporate magic into their daily lives to earn a living and enrich their existence. To me, magic is a kind of power. What kind of power? Too many to count. The power to fight against fate, the power to protect loved ones, the power of survival. So what do you think your light attribute native magic is? What do you hope to achieve with your magic? Just like fire attribute native magic burns. Yan Qingming stared at Luo Yun, unsure how to respond. Due to Ling's presence, he could use various kinds of magic, understanding its essence deeply. Now an auxiliary magician, he could easily turn into a combat magician the next moment. I'm greedy. Yan Qingming's lips curved into a mischievous smile. I hope my magic can protect those I care for, destroy those who hurt them, allow me to survive in this world, and bring happiness to those I love. Upon hearing Yin Qingming's words, Luo Yun suddenly smiled. So what if you're greedy? Greed is human nature. Everyone yearns for greater strength. Commoners wish to become magicians, and once they become magicians, they want to be grand magicians, then super magicians, and even saint magicians continue seeking power. You can call this ambition, or simply greed. Yin Qingming also smiled. This was the first time he had so clearly known what he needed, and the path ahead of him. Thanks. Not done yet. There's still more to say, right? Luo Yun looked at him in confusion, puzzled. He hadn't finished, so how did Yin Qingming already know? That's enough. One must carve their own path. Some things don't need to be said outright. A hint can often be the best way. At that moment, Yin Qingming put on his military uniform and made his way to the training ground. Of course, because of his habit of undressing naturally in front of Luo Yun, he got scolded again. I have no interest in your body, you idiot. Under Luo Yun's angry glare, he hastily ran out. Wang Yi. Since it was a rare day off once a month, the training field was almost empty, but Wang Yi was running on the track. When Wang Yi noticed Yin Qingming, he didn't stop. Drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth and kept moving forward. Although Yin Qingming could easily catch up with him by walking slowly, each step for Wang, it was excruciatingly difficult. So determined. Watching Wang Yi's stubborn face, Yin Qingming couldn't help but sigh softly as he extended his hand, looking at it pensively, wondering when was the last time he'd pushed himself to such extremes. Clearing his mind, banishing all thoughts of nostalgia, Yin Qingming sat down in the center of the training field, emptying his thoughts. His control over magic had already reached perfection. In terms of quality and quantity, his magical power had surpassed most grand magicians. All that was left for him now was to take that final step into becoming a grand magician. All along, he thought he would first master dark attribute native magic. Light attribute magic, however, has many branches, each with its own unique capabilities: illusion, time, space, fate, healing, enhancement, modeling, and more. All these. I want them all. Chapter 114. Rival? Challenge. In the valley, a golden light suddenly shot out, illuminating this dim and secluded mountainous area in brilliance. The gentle golden light soothed the living beings in this region, lest they be stirred into unrest. On the training ground, beneath Yin Qingming's feet emerged a golden magic circle. This golden magic circle enveloped the entire training ground. At one corner of the field, Wang Yi, who was illuminated by this light, found his dwindling stamina gradually restored. Sensing the awe-inspiring presence of this magic circle, he wisely stepped outside its range. This training ground spans thousands of meters. What kind of magic circle can cover it all? In Wang Yi's understanding, only the magic circles required to cast super magic are this vast. Theoretically, high-level mages can also cast super magic, but that requires hundreds of people just to barely compensate for the required mana. Now, with Yin Qingming alone, a high-level mage, conjuring such a magic circle, what exactly is he planning to do? Within the magic circle, Yin Qingming abruptly stood up, eyes tightly closed. The golden light showered upon him, adding an aura of sanctity and authority to his figure. To satisfy his desires, one must possess corresponding capital. Yin Qingming has that capital. Others spend their entire lives trying to touch the essence of magic without success. Yet he had long understood the essence of magic. With this power, he can easily break any spell, and with this power, he can use any magic. He slowly opened his eyes, and a thread of golden energy escaped from his pupils. Standing in the middle of the magic circle, Yin Qingming saw through the golden light to the far-off Wang Yi, who was now gazing at him blankly, utterly shocked. In another place, Luo Yun had rushed out as well. His face, too, bore a look of astonishment, though his astonishment seemed somewhat different compared to Wang Yi's. Yin Qingming has no time now to contemplate these matters. He observed the external world, which appeared completely unobstructed and extraordinarily clear. However, Luo Yun and Wang Yi standing outside found it very difficult to perceive the subtleties within the magic circle. They were deeply astonished by its transformations. Within the magic circle, endless transformations occurred. They saw Yin Qingming initially positioned right in the center, but soon another Yin Qingming materialized beside the first one. Then beside that one, another Yin Qingming appeared. This repetition continued until countless versions of Yin Qingming occupied their view, each performing distinct actions with expressions and demeanors varying slightly. Subsequently, the countless figures of Yin Qingming began to move. Some moved slowly, others rapidly, while still others would leap lightly and vanish from sight, only to reappear somewhere unexpected after much time. As a golden flow of energy swept through, all the numerous images of Yin Qingming started becoming ethereal and eventually merged into golden light that gathered toward the central Yin Qingming, who had never moved. Aside from the flowing golden magical energies within the magic circle, silence engulfed the entire training ground. It seemed as if the breathing of Wang Yi and Luo Yun had come to a stop. After a long period, the magic circle once again stirred. This time, the light surged upward into the sky before dispersing to all sides. Both Luo Yun and Wang Yi, bathed in the light, could clearly feel changes within themselves, their magic trembling, the blood coursing through their veins seemingly awakened by some mysterious force. They both felt brimming with boundless fighting spirit as water blue and deep black magical energies involuntarily seeped out. In the beginning of chaos, at the start of creation, and at the end of destruction, O great Creator God, the path indicated by the sun now reveals itself before my eyes. The profound tranquility under the night wraps around my ears endlessly. Soaring through the heavens, breaking through the wind of myriad laws, it ultimately hides amidst forests and mountains. The ocean's grand waves shall eventually find peace. The way of magic, exceedingly mysterious, with truth and falsehood interwoven, ever-changing. What is true, and what is false? It lies merely in a thought. I call it real, and in reality, it's also false. I call it an illusion, and indeed, its essence turns ethereal. The myriad worlds, vast and boundless, contain everything. And thus, I name it, xuanhuan. Upon finishing the chant, Yan Qingming began to withdraw the magic, and the glow of the magic circle started to fade. As the light dissipated, Wang Yi and Luo Yun gradually returned to normal. Yan Qingming slowly opened his eyes, and the golden magic circle gradually withdrew. He looked at Luo Yun and Wang Yi, smiling. Surprised, aren't you? Upon hearing Yan Qingming's voice, Luo Yun and Wang Yi snapped back to reality, yet their sense of shock remained undiminished. Both of them unconsciously swallowed saliva. Yan Qingming approached Luo Yun, pride evident on his face. How about it? Pretty good, right? This is my personal elemental magic that I've comprehended, called xuanhuan. Yan Qingming looked at Luo Yun in surprise and asked curiously, how did you know? He was about to say it, but unexpectedly Luo Yun murmured it out softly. Whether intentional or accidental, his own elemental magic was indeed xuanhuan. Not only Luo Yun, but also Wang Yi in the distance muttered the same name softly. As a follower of the princess, he remembered clearly how, with great difficulty through his father, he had gained the king's permission to witness the princess when she comprehended her own elemental magic. The scene then matched this one perfectly. The only difference was that Yan Qingming's xuanhuan was slightly more forceful and vigorous, whereas the princess was gentle and approachable. He would never forget the golden light shining on the princess' small dress, her lips slightly curling up at the corners, her black hair moving without wind. Finally, the princess opened her violet eyes, exuding a faintly purplish gold aura. Even a deity wouldn't be as enchanting as her. And yet now, xuanhuan appeared once again, but on an ordinary light element mage. xuanhuan. This elemental magic has no known records in history. Over hundreds of years, the princess was the first to comprehend this magic. Although elemental magic is unique to oneself, different people may also comprehend the same elemental magic. Even if so, such magic will have differences among its users. But xuanhuan, the princess required the help of her innate dark attribute seal to comprehend this magic. How did Yan Qingming achieve it? Seeing Luo Yun's eyes widen significantly, Yan Qingming felt utterly confused. Luo Yun paused, chuckling somewhat awkwardly. It was guessed. You mentioned it yourself while chanting the spell. Upon reflection, Yan Qingming realized he might have indeed said it. Captain! Yan Qingming, who was just preparing to leave with Luo Yun, heard Wang Yi's shout. Turning around, he asked, what's wrong? Is there anything? Wang Yi subtly glanced at Luo Yun, then resolutely stepped to Yan Qingming's side and declared, I want to challenge you. Huh? Yan Qingming was utterly baffled why Wang Yi suddenly challenged him. But after glancing at Luo Yun and reflecting briefly, he understood. Wang Yi could be considered half an auxiliary magician. Different from Yan Qingming, Wang Yi mainly focused on combat, while secondarily practiced support, and his supporting ability wasn't as remarkable as Luo Yi's. Nonetheless, Yan Qingming paid little heed to that distinction. For him, switching between auxiliary magic and combat magic was effortless. After becoming a grand magician, the gap between auxiliary mages and combat mages gradually narrowed too. Nevertheless, even after achieving Saint Magician status, the disparity couldn't be completely bridged. Hearing the word fight, Luo Yun, standing beside, became immediately interested. With a soft laugh, he gave Wang Yi a disdainful glance and said to Yan Qingming, do you dare not accept? Regarding this question, Yan Qingming truly struggled to respond. If this were just a simple duel, he would have certainly agreed. Yet what this duel truly implied, all three individuals present were well aware of it. Fine, I accept your challenge. Chapter 115, A Different Meaning. Luo Yun stood with great interest below the arena, watching as the blue and golden magical arrays on the platform gradually appeared. His eyes sparkled. Wait a moment. Wang Yi, who was just about to unleash his elemental magic, hesitated slightly and stopped casting his spell, glancing fearfully at Luo Yun below, then turning his gaze back to Yan Qingming with determination. This left Yan Qingming somewhat disoriented. Yan Qingming had also been forcibly interrupted by Luo Yun, looking at him with some resentment, his tone tinged with displeasure. What do you want now? Luo Yun raised a hand and chuckled. A trial must certainly not involve tricks. To highlight your combat abilities, why don't we change the victory conditions? Wang Yi blinked. Though unsure of Luo Yun's intentions, he still nodded in agreement. Yan Qingming, however, frowned and asked, what conditions? With a mysterious grin, Luo Yun scanned the entire training ground. The battleground expands from the arena to the entire training field. Going out of bounds won't count as a loss. Only if the opponent loses their fighting ability or surrenders does the other party win. How about it? Good. As soon as Luo Yun finished speaking, Wang Yi agreed. Yan Qingming, somewhat helplessly, nodded and sighed. All right, I have no objections. The battle began. Water curtain. The entire platform was shrouded in a faint mist due to Wang Yi's elemental magic. Wang Yi, waiting for Yan Qingming to deploy his own magic, suddenly saw his figure gradually become ethereal. Luo Yun below stiffened his smile momentarily. When did this happen? Realizing he had fallen under an illusion, Wang Yi hurriedly used purification to dispel the illusion's effects on himself. But he couldn't quite figure out when Yin Qingming had used his elemental magic. Did he not need to chant a spell at all? Once a person comprehends magic to a certain level, they indeed don't need to chant spells. If every magic needed incantations, how exhausting would it be for assassins? For Yin Qingming, who already had the essence of magic ingrained in his mind, the only thing missing was becoming a grand magician. Since it was possible to cast without chanting, why go through the trouble of exposing one's attack? Once the illusion's effect on him was lifted, Yin Qingming's true form emerged. At that moment, he was positioned to the left of Wang Yi, ready to launch an attack. Water blade. The water transformed into a blade and swung toward Yin Qingming in the distance. Light-shaping magic. Light shield. A golden shield blocked his path, shielding Wang Yi from Yin Qingming's water blade. However, because of the water's impact, his steps slowed by a beat. Spear of light. Suddenly, a golden spear materialized in his hands as Yin Qingming fiercely swung it down towards Wang Yi. It hit Wang Yi, but there was no tangible sensation. Mist conceal. In the front, Wang Yi's figure re-emerged from the water mist. Illusion. Yin Qingming smiled faintly, understanding fully what had happened. I've said before, my water magic also has the power of illusions. Holding the spear of light, Yin Qingming gracefully waved away the coiling water mist with a hint of a smile curling the corner of his lips, chuckling. Of course I remember. And the problem is that you can also use purification to remove my illusions. For me, a novice grand magician, it seems quite difficult to outmatch you in illusions. A sense of foreboding arose within Wang Yi again, causing him to retreat several steps while chanting another spell. Water prison. Behind Wang Yi, a sapphire blue magical array spewed several water columns that surged toward Yin Qingming, surrounding him in the center and slowly shrinking the area where Yin Qingming could move, attempting to imprison him within the water prison. The water prison formed quickly, in the blink of an eye, encircling Yin Qingming. Being submerged, the flow of his magical power was hindered. However, he showed no sign of panic, instead appearing calm. In the water, he raised his left hand, releasing golden magical power. This golden energy flowed along the water pillars onto the blue magical array, which under the watchful eyes of Luo Yun and Wang Yi, was infiltrated by the golden energy. Cracks started to appear in the otherwise perfect array. Oh! With a roar, the golden spear swung forth, emitting a dazzling light. The water prison that tightly enveloped Yin Qingming dissolved into pure water, scattering across the ground. Fully unraveling a magical technique takes too much time. In real combat, there is no time to dismantle each magical array one by one. Just earlier, it was merely a flaw that had arisen in Wang Yi's magic which allowed him to break free. You excel in gentle forces, whereas I favor brute strength. As he concluded, his voice grew heavy, and another golden magical array unfolded. Creation magic of light. Spear of light. The light spear formed by the creation magic of light appeared even more real. Yin Qingming held it in his hand as another magic array unfolded once again. Water curtain. Multiple water arrows. The overwhelming aura emanating from Yin Qingming made Wang Yi sense impending danger. He had to launch an attack before Yin Qingming completed all his spells. However, Yin Qingming did not intend to dodge. Facing the torrents of water arrows, he raised his long spear as the golden magic array had already been completed. If this was an offensive spell, Yin Qingming would have had to resolve these several water arrows first before continuing to cast any further magic. This time though, what he used was a support spell. Hymn of Radiance. Space Leap. Assistance that boosts others' combat abilities could naturally be applied on oneself as well. It's just that auxiliary magic usually enhances the recipient based on their own capability values. Hence, the stronger the person being assisted, the more pronounced the effect of the support magic. With the boost from Hymn of Radiance, Yin Qingming's strength increased. Swinging the light spear towards the water arrows, they instantly dissipated. Illusion. Not good. The moment the water arrows disappeared, Yin Qingming realized it was an illusion. Wang Yi had concealed the true water arrows amidst the water mist. Guard of Light. A golden protective dome instantly materialized, forming all-around defense. A tremor came from the rear left side of the golden dome. It was unexpected that Wang Yi's attack originated from behind and to the left. Having withstood this round of attacks, Yin Qingming charged out again, utilizing the effects of Space Leap to cover the distance, launching the spear while still several meters away from Wang Yi. Though the light spear seemingly wouldn't strike him, Wang Yi still evaded. The instant Wang Yi moved from his position, Yin Qingming's figure vanished, only for a light spear to suddenly emerge in the area where Wang Yi had been previously. And wielding the light spear, there stood Yin Qingming who had teleported earlier. Failing to land a hit, Yin Qingming didn't linger. Clutching the light spear, he advanced once again. Seeing Yin Qingming approaching furiously, Wang Yi understood regular magic would be ineffective against him. Water curtain. As a sapphire blue magic array unfolded beneath his feet, the previously diffused water mist grew even denser, obscuring vision to such an extent that fingers at arm's length couldn't be seen. Within this curtain of water, Yin Qingming could clearly feel how his movement speed was impeded. Chapter 116. The Azure Battle Song. Hey, can you hurry up? Luo Yun, who was originally watching from below to see how the two would fight, had never seen Yin Qingming truly take action until now. However, due to Wang Yi's elemental magic, he couldn't see a thing on the stage. And judging by the current trend, the water mist on the stage had already started spreading across the entire training ground. Unable to see anything, he became slightly bored. In the water mist, Yan Qingming helplessly sighed. 1,000 realms. 10,000 images. Under the water mist, a golden magic circle instantly unfolded. Wang Yi, concealed within the water mist, became more cautious. Once he was discovered by Yan Qingming, it would be all over. Just as he slowly retreated, intending to move further away from Yan Qingming, behind him, a golden light spear quietly appeared. With one sweeping blow, Wang Yi's thin body was sent flying. Seeing Yan Qingming suddenly appear behind him, Wang Yi was incredulous. How did you find me? Yan Qingming didn't answer, but took the opportunity to chase after and attack. He leapt forward, fiercely thrusting at Wang Yi, who had yet to steady himself. Inept in close combat, Wang Yi, once near Yan Qingming, had no defensive ability and could only endure the beating passively. Being hit by the spear into the air once again, streaks of blood trickled from the corner of Wang Yi's mouth. My elemental magic, 1,000 realms and 10,000 images. Within the range of my elemental magic, affinity with all elements is enhanced, allowing me to use any magic at a low cost, including the water mirror technique. Wang Yi, lying on the ground, struggled to get up. His eyes dimmed, and there was a bitter smile on his lips. I thought you were just an ordinary senior magician, but I didn't expect that you have grasped the 1,000 realms and 10,000 images. Is this the gap between me and her? Yan Qingming said nothing but quietly looked at Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi, being injured quite severely, looked as if even standing was somewhat difficult. The water curtain had not dispersed, and a black figure appeared in the water mist beside Yan Qingming. One gold and one black magical power floated before Wang Yi, and looking at the silhouettes of these two people, Wang Yi felt utterly insignificant and humble. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but meeting Luo Yun's stern gaze, he lost the courage to speak. Yan Qingming noticed this detail, furrowed his brows, and softly asked, "What's wrong? You're really weak." Both of them spoke in unison but conveyed different meanings. Wang Yi clenched his teeth and looked up at Yan Qingming again. The duel isn't over yet. Scornfully glancing at Wang Yi, who could hardly stand straight, Luo Yun mocked aloud. Both weak and ignorant. Yan Qingming cast a harsh glare at Luo Yun and whispered to Wang Yi, "Your physical condition hasn't improved yet. You're no match for me in close combat. Can you find a way to put some distance between us? Continuing like this will be meaningless." After Yan Qingming gave that glare, Luo Yun was annoyed and retaliated with a sharp look. If not for having to continue the duel with Wang Yi, Luo Yun would have thrown a punch long ago. No. Wang Yi's eyes reddened, and his voice was hoarse. "I haven't fallen, and I haven't conceded." Yan Qingming wasn't sure what to say at this point and remained expressionless. On the contrary, Luo Yun was shocked, momentarily stunned, then regained his former arrogant demeanor. "If you can't win, why do you keep fighting? Are you stupid? Get out of the way." Yan Qingming took a step forward, placing Luo Yun behind him, confused by Yan Qingming's unexpected action. "What are you doing? Are you serious about continuing? Go outside." Yan Qingming didn't turn around, but his tone became more severe. But in Luo Yun's ears, it sounded like Yan Qingming was yelling at him. Why should he yell? Why are you being so aggressive? Get out. Yan Qingming didn't look back, but his words left no room for refusal. Looking at his back and glancing at Wang Yi, Luo Yun surprisingly did not lose his temper this time. He didn't know what Yan Qingming was thinking, but he knew what Wang Yi was pondering. Compared to Wang Yi, he was more curious about what Yan Qingming was contemplating. He stood dumbfounded there, even failing to notice when Yan Qingming teleported him outside the training field using a light system space magic. Wang Yi and Yan Qingming fought again. Even though he was merely a support mage, his combat prowess surpassed that of most battle mages. Despite practicing light magic known for its gentleness, he wielded it with fierce strength. His spear waved gracefully, causing magic energy to surge wildly. Every time Wang Yi attempted an offensive magic spell, Yan Qingming countered effortlessly with another magic technique. As the water mist began to dissipate, Wang Yi appeared frail. He stared at Yan Qingming, holding the light spear, his eyes filled with resentment. "Why can't I comprehend the 1,000 realms and 10,000 images?" He roared and shrieked, gathering the remaining magic power within him. Raising his arm slashed by the light spear, he pointed a finger at Yan Qingming. "I will sacrifice all of my remaining magic power and beseech the deity who controls the sea to grant me the strength to defeat the formidable enemy before me. I shall offer." Curtain of light. The spear in his hand dissolved into a halo of light, and the 1,000 realms and 10,000 images ceased to function. Another golden magic circle enveloped the entire training ground. Golden light cascaded down like a rolling curtain. An ultimate magic? Wang Yi stopped his incantation, incredulously looking at Yan Qingming before him. After canceling his own elemental magic, Yan Qingming had simply relied on his control over magic power to cast an ultimate magic? Was he not an ultimate magician, yet still able to cast ultimate magic with sheer individual strength without any help from the 1,000 realms and 10,000 images? Originally, Wang Yi thought Yan Qingming was merely lucky to have grasped the 1,000 realms and 10,000 images. He was just an auxiliary magician who had newly attained the rank of great magician. Apart from his exceptional auxiliary capabilities, where did he excel beyond Wang Yi? But now, even though Wang Yi knew the principle and spell of ultimate magic, if he were asked to use it even under perfect conditions, he would likely exhaust all his magic power to achieve only a small portion of its full potential. "It was I who underestimated you." The outstretched hand slowly lowered. Wang Yi's expression became extremely unpleasant. Yet in his eyes, there remained defiance. Glancing at the ultimate magic above, he seemed helpless. "This is not complete ultimate magic." Yan Qingming sighed lightly, his face expressionless as he looked at Wang Yi. Not going to give up? Even though he was currently using incomplete ultimate magic, for Wang Yi, this already represented an unattainable height. Wang Yi said nothing, closing his eyes slowly, standing there as his chest rose and fell incessantly. Fall. The curtain descended, the magic circle dropped, and the entire training ground emitted dazzling golden light, so blinding that one could hardly discern what was happening inside. Luo Yun, standing outside the magic circle, had no interest in paying attention to all this. He slightly lowered his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Chapter 117, Misunderstanding? The light curtain dissipated, leaving only threads of golden magic flowing on the field. Wang Yi and Yin Qingming's figures gradually became visible. Luo Yun looked up and saw the two of them. Wang Yi lay on the ground, while Yin Qingming stood beside him. Luo Yun walked over, took a look at Wang Yi who had fainted due to the impact, and felt confused. He furrowed his brow and asked Yin Qingming, why was he so desperate? Yin Qingming shook his head, picked him up, and headed towards the dormitory building. Wang Yi? What happened to him? Who did this? As Wang Yi's roommate, Norton, who had been sleeping in bed, immediately became angry when he saw him like this. It was me. Yin Qingming paused for a moment and handed him over to Norton. Upon hearing this news, Norton's gaze towards Yin Qingming grew more hostile. Taking Wang Yi, he laid him on the bed, then turned to look at Yin Qingming, narrowing his eyes slightly. Luo Yun stepped forward and blocked between the two. It was his own choice to challenge Yin Qingming. He clearly had no real fighting power yet refused to admit defeat. Qingming just knocked him out with some measure. Knocked out. Norton sidestepped Luo Yun, grabbed Yin Qingming angrily, and shouted, is this what you call knocking someone out? Look how injured he is, and you call that having control? You've beaten him almost to pulp. Look at how torn his uniform is. I will compensate for it, Yin Qingming said calmly. Let go. Behind Norton, Luo Yun coldly whispered, emitting a faint black aura. Norton released Yin Qingming and turned to look at Luo Yun, his entire body radiating silver-white magic. Stop it! Yin Qingming roared loudly, stepping between the two and pulling Luo Yun behind him as he faced Norton. I hit Wang Yi. If you have any complaints, I am willing to take it any time. I've brought him back to you. I will take Luo Yun first and leave. Given Luo Yun's temperament, they were likely to fight if not stopped by him. If he didn't intervene, the whole dormitory could be destroyed. What are you afraid of? Back in the dorm, Luo Yun seized Yin Qingming's hand, clearly unyielding. It was his own choice to challenge you. His skills aren't good enough, yet he refused to admit defeat. Why blame you? I was helping you. Why do you get mad at me? Luo Yun felt very wronged, believing that he was assisting him but wasn't appreciated. Yin Qingming stared deeply into Luo Yun's eyes, making him feel uneasy. You tell me, why does Wang Yi seem to be targeting me? Luo Yun looked astonished. Targeting you? No way. Surviving years of hardship made Yin Qingming exceptionally perceptive. Though Wang Yi tried to hide it, Yin Qingming still noticed that Wang Yi was always watching both him and Luo Yun closely. Despite nothing unusual happening before, he remained puzzled. After learning some things later, he had figured out some clues. Initially, he thought Wang Yi merely paid attention to himself because he cared about Luo Yun and thus paid indirect attention to him as well, so he dismissed it. However, today's event gave him a warning. Yin Qingming couldn't stay silent anymore. Letting the situation develop unchecked would make him worry whether Wang Yi might end up like another John. Eyes, look at me. Yin Qingming shook his head, placing his hands on Luo Yun's shoulders. Who are you really? At this moment, Luo Yun's mood was particularly complex. What's wrong with you? I'm standing right in front of you asking who I am. Have you gone crazy after fighting with Wang Yi? Are you mad at me? Do I owe you something? Go away. Deep black magic surged out from within Luo Yun, engulfing the entire room in a thick black aura. The sudden turn of events caught Yin Qingming off guard, and he was forcefully struck against the wall by Luo Yun's magical power with a muffled groan. Stimulated by Yin Qingming's voice, Luo Yun, now calmer, intended to help him up but remembered their argument. Casting a glance at Yin Qingming, who seemed fine, Luo Yun snorted and entered his small room. Getting up from the ground, Yin Qingming ignored the dust on his clothes and followed Luo Yun into the small room. Looking at Yin Qingming standing at the doorway, Luo Yun became enraged and yelled, "Get out!" However, Yin Qingming stood firm without budging. "This is not your dorm alone." Saying this, a golden magic circle appeared around him. Yin Qingming flicked his finger, and the golden magic circle drifted above Luo Yun's head, gradually expanding to cover Luo Yun entirely. "What are you going to do?" Luo Yun watched Yin Qingming cautiously. Had he not known the effect of this spell, they would have already started fighting. Although they hadn't come to blows, Luo Yun was extremely angry and struggling hard to suppress himself. Light magic, purification light. With effects similar to water purification, he suspected that Luo Yun had altered his appearance through magic, so he used this spell to try and reveal Luo Yun's true identity. However, as the light faded, there was no change in Luo Yun. Enough. Luo Yun coldly looked at Yin Qingming. "You don't actually think I am the princess I mentioned before, do you?" Yin Qingming remained silent. "Get out." With a roar, Yin Qingming was blasted out by Luo Yun's magical power. Luo Yun lay on his bed, facing the wall, his eyes somewhat dimmed, and finally slowly closed. Yin Qingming also returned to his bed, turning his back to Luo Yun's room, lost in thought. The entire night passed without a word. Luo Yun went to sleep early, but Yin Qingming tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The purification light had no reaction on Luo Yun at all. He truly suspected that Luo Yun was the princess he himself had mentioned. All signs pointed to it. But did he really need to hide even his age? and from what he knew, the princess was indeed 17 years old. At this age, human gender characteristics were almost fully developed. The only way to cover one's own features would be through illusion magic. If that was the case, why would the purification light, which could dispel all negative effects, be ineffective? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he really misunderstood Luo Yin? Carrying such doubts, Yan Qingming gradually drifted off to sleep. A monthly day off came and went. Wang Yi woke up in the middle of the night with Norton by his side. When Norton saw him awake, he asked what happened. Wang Yi just shook his head and gazed at the ceiling. The next morning, Luo Yun didn't wake Yan Qingming, and he was late. As a team captain, being late. 200 laps. Yan Qingming got scolded by Callus and ran 200 laps around the track. Jace was shaky all day because he clearly remembered Callus bringing back more than 10 bottles of strong liquor yesterday. They let him off for the break, but today during normal training, it might be different. But after a whole day, it seemed like Callus forgot about the matter. Actually, Callus wanted to drink, so using Jace's tardiness gave him a legitimate reason to bring out the alcohol. In front of Gore and Jed's questioning, he now had some justification. Training at the military base was monotonous and uninteresting, yet fulfilling. After that, communication between Luo Yun and Yan Qingming lessened significantly. Besides commands during training and coordination needed during live combat practice, they hadn't exchanged another word in a year. Even in the dormitory, both did their own things separately. Wang Yi no longer paid attention to them either, but trained even harder, almost frantically. Chapter 118, Lost Smile. The Holy Land Continent, home to the revered magician's sanctuary known as the Holy Land, and also the Holy Land Academy, which is hailed as the best academy across the entire continent. Here, almost half of the young elites from across the land have gathered. In the center of Holy Land Academy stands the largest arena, where a competition is currently taking place. Lightning flashes accompanied by wind blades spark violently. With a cry of anguish, a towering figure surrounded by threads of lightning crashes off the arena. Rulin. Victory. Her turquoise eyes are as clear and flawless as the sky itself. In less than 2 years, Rulin has changed significantly, now nearing the age of 17, having long since shed her former innocence. The blue lightning that danced around the arena gradually dissipates, leaving Rulin standing in the middle of it, exuding an air of regal presence akin to a queen. Even after winning, she remained expressionless. This was a tournament organized by the Holy Land Continent, where students from Holy Land Academy have consistently claimed the top 2 spots every year. It seems this year will be no exception. This is one of the reasons why Holy Land Academy is the dream institution for youths across the continent. However, with the system established less than half a century ago, Lit had seized the opportunity to refine it further. As for prizes, they exist, but Rulin isn't interested. This is just the preliminary round, and the opponents come from some obscure academies whose names are unknown. Facing such enemies, she cannot summon any fighting spirit. To her, these foes can only be eliminated in a single strike. Such prowess owes much to Lit's training. The next match, first year of Holy Land Academy, Ace versus 6th year of Radiant Academy, Hero. Excitedly, Ace leaps onto the arena and begins warming up. Slowly descending from the arena, Rulin heads towards Lit seated among the spectators. Lit greets her with a smile, and at this moment, a rare flicker of a smile crosses Rulin's face. Ever since Xiu left, Rulin, who used to laugh often, gradually lost her smiles, only occasionally showing them when around Lit and Cross. Rulin's competition for today is over, and Lit takes her back home. Teacher, what's our next training? Illusion trial. In the courtyard, beneath Lit's feet rises a massive golden magic circle that engulfs both Rulin and Lit within. The scene before Rulin shifts rapidly. Within a breath, she finds herself in a barren desert. This environment was crafted by Lit, a training method he'd conceived long ago, but had been put on hold due to various reasons. Not until Xiu's departure did Rulin volunteer to become its test subject. Though this is an illusion, it causes no physical harm, yet overloading your spirit may risk mental collapse. Safety remains a priority. Lit's voice reverberates through the skies. Understood, teacher. Today, she intends to complete her own elemental magic here. With her words fading away, halos of light suddenly appear in the desert, outlining the forms of various magical beasts. Soon, nearly 100 magical beasts emerge before her in great numbers. Amidst the desert, lightning bursts forth, darkening the skies, countless streams of current coursing through the sands. At times, thunderbolts flash to heaven-shattering extents, spreading out and paralyzing the beasts. Rulin, her tiny figure transformed into lightning, weaves through the throng of beasts. Through lightning striking her meridians and allowing it to intrude upon her blood vessels to accelerate blood flow, she boosts her bodily functions. Rulin, outside the magic barrier, Lit can clearly sense each of Rulin's movements within, including which spell she uses. The method Rulin employs isn't magic per se, but it greatly enhances her body's performance at a very high cost. It will permanently decrease her lifespan. There's no need for this in mere training. As if ignoring Lit's warning, Rulin slices off the head of a beast with a lightning blade, then leaps into the air, the bolts of lightning from the desert currents forming a long line beneath her feet. Wandering travelers, praying like the stars, disrupting the thunder among the people, descend judgment. Myriad thunder. Celestial fall. Above her head, a blue magical circle instantly appears, raining down countless bolts of lightning to pummel the creatures below. Beastly cries echo throughout this realm. However, this area-wide magic inflicts little damage to individual beasts, capable only of eliminating weaker ones. Lightning strikes bounce off the tough scales of the stronger magical beasts, creating flashes of crimson sparks, their roars resonating as they feel the pain. After being purified by the lightning, most of the desert beasts have disappeared, though Roland's mana has also been greatly depleted. Limitless transformation. The power of the celestial punishment becomes my sharp weapon, slicing through sin. Lightning blade, instant cut. Lightning gathers, forming a miniature dagger. Clutching it tightly, Roland slashes fiercely against the beasts. Flames erupt, scales shatter, and blood spills forth. While battling, Roland was also contemplating. If it were her brother, what kind of elemental magic would he comprehend? He must be incredibly strong. To catch up with him, she had to find the strongest path in the lightning element that was hers. No one cared about what happened in a Minter's courtyard. They were all shocked by the person standing on the arena at Holy Land Academy. He looked rather dim-witted and now still had his mouth wide open, scratching his head while smiling stupidly at the audience. His opponent, however, had already fallen unconscious on the stage. What just happened? They only saw the shadow of a white tiger. Then that dull boy's body started emitting steam. Before everyone's eyes, the shadow became transparent. Illusion. When did he start moving? No one could see clearly. By the time they realized, Hero had been punched into the sky, and a white tooth landed on the ground. In midair, a wisp of white smoke floated past Hero. No one saw the person, nor how the punch was thrown, as if Hero had been hit by the wind itself. Without time to use any magic, Hero was battered in the air until falling senseless. His cries of agony began intensely, but gradually blood spurted from his mouth, and his breaths grew weaker, until his throat could hardly make a sound. He couldn't even surrender, and the referee finally called for a stop. The figure of Ace appeared midair, slowly descending towards the back. Instant kill, an instant kill without using magic. Ace wins. Wasn't he just in the first year at Holy Land Academy? Could someone in their first year really eliminate a sixth year from Radiant Academy so quickly? Shocked, nothing but shock. Ace glanced awkwardly at Hero lying unconscious on the stage and carried him down. The next match, 6th year Chongqing Beimin of Holy Land Academy versus Wu Yi from 6th year of Savage Martial Academy. As they passed each other, their eyes locked briefly. Who would have thought that trash like you could have made it this far? You wait. I'll surpass you. I don't remember who nearly got his arm chopped off by my sword last month. Chapter 119, A Sudden Task. Another week passed, and Luo Yun and Yin Qingming still had not communicated. However, in this new Valley Military Zone, their group's ranking had been consistently improving. They had moved up from the initial 15th group to the current 10th group, clearly becoming a dark horse. Very good. Early this morning, Callus praised them for defeating the original 10th group last night. The pride on his face made Yin Qingming and the others want to laugh. But Callus then turned his gaze towards Yin Qingming and Luo Yun. I've noticed there seems to be a problem within the team. I hope you can resolve it quickly yourselves. In the past, you were called comrades while just practicing, but in the future, you will truly have to go into battle. Furthermore, there's been a notice that all new military zones, including our new Valley Military Zone, are being promoted to regular military zones. All your ranks will be upgraded to correspond with those of a regular military zone. Oh, let me add one point. Anyone interested in the Capital Knights can sign up with me, but only those whose rank is at least a second lieutenant. From now on, you must always be ready to go to war. As he was speaking, Gore and his team approached from not too far away. Callus. He directly put his hand on Callus's shoulder, revealing his broken front tooth with a grin. Did you get the message from above? I heard they've been planning to upgrade our new Valley Military Zone to a regular military zone for quite some time. After waiting so long, we finally received the news. If that's how they want it, then so be it. I'm only concerned about what task they'll give us next. Callus shrugged his shoulders, displaying an indifferent demeanor. Gore looked at the soldiers in his team, his expression somewhat serious. The mission has already been issued. 16 teams, none of them will escape it. Callus furrowed his brows, somewhat surprised. Didn't 2 people from Wan Lin's team sacrifice themselves during the last mission? Mentioning this topic, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Gore stirred his tongue around his mouth, moved his lips, and helplessly said, "There's nothing we can do. It's the command from above. Moreover, prepare these young ones well for this mission. Those bastards are starting to move again recently." Glancing at the row of young people standing behind Gore, Callus's eyes trembled slightly. "You're taking them outside?" "Yeah." Gore removed his hand from Callus's shoulder, leading his people gradually away as he waved back to Callus. "Your little guys aren't bad either. Because they're new recruits, they've been assigned to the reserve force. Hopefully, we won't need to call on you." Gore left, taking his people with him. Yin Qingming, take everyone through training exercises. I need to handle something. After a brief instruction, Callus hurriedly departed. There were 16 teams with tasks. Why hadn't he received notification? Besides, the new Valley Military Zone had just been upgraded to a regular one. Judging by Gore's expression, this mission wouldn't be easy. This seemingly normal set of arrangements, however, felt off to him. He needed to ask some questions of the responsible person in this military zone. Although he was just a coach here, his own rank was higher than the combined ranks of everyone else in the district. Wait for orders. Standing before the general manager, he heard only this one reply. Callus rotated his neck, pulling out a badge from his pocket. "Yak, look at this thing. I'll ask again, who issued our task? And what exactly is each team's mission content?" It was close to noon when Callus returned to the training field with a gloomy face. "Dismissed. Gather after the lunch break ends." The morning training session wasn't yet finished, yet Callus dismissed them. Returning alone to his dormitory, he searched for something in his cabinet. "Report. Yin Qingming? What's the matter?" Hearing the voice, Callus glanced at Yan Qingming standing at the door, continuing to search for something in his cabinet. I want to ask a question. May I? Ask. Luo Yun returned to the dormitory early after having lunch. Yan Qingming was not with him. Frowning, Luo Yun took a clean set of clothes and entered the bathroom. When he had finished bathing, changed into new clothes, washed his dirty ones, and hung them to dry, Yan Qingming came back. Their eyes met for an instant, but neither said anything. Yan Qingming went straight to his bed and lay down to sleep, while Luo Yun let out a cold snort and retreated into his own room, doing something unknown. In the afternoon, the entire training ground housed only Yan Qingming's team. Callus's expression remained grim as ever. He looked over everyone present, pulled out a large cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled smoke. Just received the news. The 15th and 7th groups who went out to perform tasks were completely wiped out, with no survivors, including the instructors. In just half a day, the 16 people who had watched their match against the original 10th group last night, along with 2 instructors, were gone. Our mission, Callus cleared his throat and said solemnly. To replace groups 15 and 7, we will rescue our fellow soldiers surrounded by the demon race. Just yesterday at dawn, the demon army launched a surprise attack surrounding our city-based forces. Our task is to assist them in breaking through the siege. There might be dangers along the way. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Leaving the New Valley military zone, they rushed forward under Callus's leadership. Yan Qingming's auxiliary magic granted everyone speed enhancements, and he was kept at the center of the group as they advanced towards their target location. Shu, still some distance from the target city, Callus suddenly ordered them to slow down. The 7th group and the 15th group were intercepted on the way, so everyone be cautious. This was an eerie ancient path. It wasn't much of a road, merely some rubble covered in moss. Only the mages could walk here using their magical power. Ordinary people found it impossible to move even a single step here. Everyone heightened their own senses to the extreme. The next part of their journey required exceptional caution. After crossing this ancient path, they would need to pass over a large mountain range before reaching Black Jade City, which was still hundreds of miles away from their destination. In nearly 10 years, the Dark Radiance Empire and the demon race had been engaged in fierce battles. However, because the demon territory was constantly shrouded in that mysterious black mist, holy mages venturing into it faced mortal dangers 9 times out of 10, even when using ultra magic for purification and attack, with no sign of its strength diminishing. There was nothing they could do about it. But this black mist came from the demon's own world, severing their connection with their original realm and preventing further spread. Even though the demon race had always been heavily suppressed by the armies of the Dark Radiance Empire, due to an oversight 10 years ago, many demons broke through their defense lines, causing their territory to expand continuously. Although the Dark Radiance Empire was striving to contain them, the demons were simply too powerful. Despite having a significant numerical advantage, the demons possessed an incredible recovery ability unmatched by both humans and the beast races of the Sacred Realm continent. The disparity in high-end combatants was not insignificant either. Following a major aid mission to the Sacred Realm continent 10 years prior, the elite combat strength of the Dark Radiance Empire suffered heavy losses, 2/3 gone, which led to the current situation where their top fighters were outnumbered by those of the demons. Chapter 120, Engagement. Be careful. As a light magic user, Yan Qingming's sixth sense prompted him to instinctively push Jess on his left wing away. At the same time, Dell intoned Wind Strike, and an invisible gale swept towards Yan Qingming. Less than a meter from Yan Qingming's right arm, a burst of firelight erupted before fading into calm. Dell, as a wind mage, possessed perception abilities no weaker than Yan Qingming's. Great Fire Lance. Realizing what had happened, JIS quickly followed the residual magical fluctuations, coalescing a flaming lance that shot toward the shadow in the distance. It was originally just the shade beneath a tree. Seeing the crimson lance approaching with great momentum, the shadow began to quiver, and gradually a gaunt figure emerged. Triangle. Black scales. Your senses are pretty sharp, humans. Destruction. Celestial Cage. Luo Yun, who had been at the rear of the group, charged forward once he clearly saw the face of the demon. A deep black magic circle transformed into a black cage descending from above. The type of restrictive dark magic used was lethal because it was amplified by Lu Yun's natural magic system. However, the elder demon showed no fear, issuing a chilling laugh as a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. He unleashed a palm strike, sending out a jet-black phantom-like hand. Destruction Magic Lance. A pitch-black lance condensed in his hands and grew larger continuously. By the time it nearly became too large for him to hold, Luo Yun roared and hurled the dark spear towards the incoming phantom palm. Upon collision, the immense impact slowed Luo Yun, who had been rushing forward. In this area, there were not many trees, only some steep slopes which made it a clearly unsuitable location for an ambush. But it was precisely such a place where everyone thought there would be no hidden attacks, and they were ambushed. After that elder demon appeared, Yan Qingming's group was surrounded by demons emerging from under the surrounding tree shadows. Almost 100 of them. Luo Yun, retreat. Callus shouted loudly to Luo Yun ahead. The situation was highly unfavorable for their side. That elder demon was evidently the leader of these people and possessed unfathomable strength. For Luo Yun to charge recklessly like that was quite impulsive. Yet, as if he hadn't heard, Luo Yun's eyes turned blood red, multiple deep black magic circles expanding around him. Within the range of destructive celestial cage, this demon had nowhere to escape. Actually, he didn't want to escape. It was merely a few master magicians level children, posing no real threat to him. Shadow Blast. The magic circle was directly shot towards that elder demon, finally stopping beside the old demon and transforming into void-like black spots that kept expanding. Continuous explosions resounded within the black prison. Luo Yun held a concentrated ball of magic formed into a black longsword, knowing well that with that old man's power, these explosions wouldn't pose any threat to him. Norton, JIS. Use your magic to reduce the numerical disparity. While fending off the enemy in front of him, Callus issued commands. Blazing Inferno. Spitting out the cigarette but from his mouth, Callus stretched his mighty form, countless waves of fiery red magic surging outward. These spells hitting the bodies of the demons emitted clear buzzing sounds before exploding. Receiving the command, Norton and JIS stepped back a few paces, deploying their elemental magic under cover of their allies. The ancient unyielding will, like the fervor of flames, roar, burn, illuminate the path of darkness, guiding our king to victory. Flame Knight. The solitary king buried deep within ice fields, your spirit never faded. We carved the way forward for you. Ice Knight. Coldness and blaze transformed into armor, swords, and shields standing firm before the demons. They, as if possessing their own consciousness, fought fiercely against the demons. Yan Qingming stood at the center of the crowd, briefly observing the battlefield, then focused his attention on Luo Yun in the distance. Dell, go support Wang Yi. Bringing him back would be best. As the captain, Yan Qingming also bore the responsibility to direct the battle. Without a word, Dell slightly nodded and broke free from the group of demons, dashing towards Luo Yun. Wang Yi, let's use illusions together to disturb the vision of these demons. All right. Wang Yi, who had been forced to retreat step by step while being attacked by several demons, successfully disengaged under the cover of two ice knights and stood next to Yan Qingming. Phantom World. Illusionary Splendor. Water Curtain. Interference. Tiger and Tai were also vigorously fighting their enemies, but the number of foes was too vast. They struggled to clear all the demons within a short time. However, despite the numerical advantage of the enemy, these demons only possessed the strength of low to mid-level magicians. With just this amount of power, how could they possibly annihilate both Group 7 and Group 15? Glancing at Luo Yun in the distance, it was evident that although he appeared to be restraining the old demon, it was clear that the elder was merely toying with him. Dell, who had gone to provide support, found his path blocked by several unexpected demon warriors, making it hard for him to disengage. If the elder alone had the power to completely wipe them out, why was he still playing around with Luo Yun, bringing along so many others just to tie them up? Yan Qingming felt increasingly uneasy. The intuition of a light mage rarely failed. Don't linger. We need to retreat, Yan Qingming said to those around him. Callus also nodded in agreement. They needed to preserve their strength to rescue the besieged city. What about Luo Yun? Wang Yi frowned, asking in a hushed voice, though everyone heard her. Unanimously, everyone's eyes momentarily focused on Yan Qingming. It was apparent to all that there was some tension between the captain and deputy captain, but in this critical moment, what decision would the captain make? Luo Yun was sent flying by a single punch from the sword-wielding elder, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. Struggling to stand up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His face now contorted in an ugly expression, with his bloodshot eyes fixed solely on the triangular-faced demon, whose body shook violently as he held his sword. "Want to leave?" The triangle-faced demon chuckled eerily, waving his hand. The demons who were previously fighting Yan Qingming and the others immediately ceased their attacks, stepping back to tightly surround them. As Yan Qingming's group was confused, another batch of demons suddenly emerged behind those encircling them. They were gaunt, resembling skeletons, gripping decayed wooden staves. Suddenly, a gray magical circle formed under Yan Qingming and the others. Damn! Realizing what was happening first, Yan Qingming attempted to break free, but encountered an invisible barrier. Observing this scene, the black-scaled elder demon smiled satisfactorily. Very good, very good. A few small fries for me to replenish, and I'll get closer to my peak. Once I'm back, I will certainly have that swordsman break another leg. Primordial Destruction. At this moment, Luo Yun's eyes fixated only on the elder demon. This time, his entire body was enveloped in deep black magic, and with a roar, he charged towards the elder demon. For the first time, the elder demon showed a hint of caution regarding Luo Yun. If he were at his prime, it wouldn't matter if Luo Yun or even the entire group in front got devoured. None of it would take any effort. But currently, his strength was merely a fraction, otherwise he would have handled everything himself already. This time, Luo Yun's attack was evidently different from the previous ones. The black aura surrounding his body made the elder demon feel threatened. Chapter 121, Khalees Explosion. Infeng. With endless hatred, Luo Yun's long sword ignited with black flames, unleashing its destructive power as it swung toward the elderly demon that Luo Yun called Infeng. No longer underestimating his opponent, though unsure why the human before him suddenly surged in strength, the immediate task was to find a way to deflect his attack. Several palms were continuously thrust forward, releasing black shadows spreading wildly toward Luo Yun. Yet, Luo Yun showed no fear. His gaze grew even more resolute, his aura swelling again as he swung his black longsword at the shadow. Seeing this, Yan Qingming became increasingly worried. But as those palm shadows were severed by Luo Yun's sword, Yan Qingming sighed in quiet relief. They were trapped in this gray magical circle, unable to break free. Meanwhile, outside, the newly arrived demon wielding a dry staff began reciting an intricate incantation. With each syllable chanted, Thin threads of gray magic started seeping from their bodies into the gray magical circle. As the energy within the magical array grew stronger, Khalees noticed something unusual first. This magical array is consuming our life force. Life force. It is the foundation of all living beings. Once it depletes entirely, one dies. Life force gradually increases with growth, and according to ancient documents, replenishing it is extraordinarily difficult. At least with their current civilization, there was no easy method to restore the lost vitality. As their life force drained away, weakness overcame them. Wang Yi, the weakest in physical health among them, broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Yet they exhausted every possible method but still could not escape this gray magical circle. If they continued to be drained of their life force, they would soon become physically exhausted and pass out. Khalees drew a deep breath, then unleashed his own magical power once more. I'll give it a try. He stepped forward, his hands braced against the invisible barrier, veins popping on his forehead. Fiery red magic surged from his body flowing towards the barrier, creating low rumbling sounds upon colliding with the gray magical energy. Even though Luo Yun's combat strength had skyrocketed suddenly, dealing with this demon named Yin Feng was still proving quite challenging. As long as he avoided being tainted by the terrifying dark magic emanating from Luo Yun, there would be no danger to him. Interesting. So you little boy actually know my name? Yin Feng grew more curious about Luo Yun. He hadn't appeared in this world for 10 years after all, and anyone under 20 who'd seen him then should have already been torn apart by him. In his memory, he hadn't let any child slip away. Something wasn't right. There was one person, yes, one person he remembered now. That human in silver armor. On the obsidian city wall, someone escaped. Memories surfaced, and with them, Yin Feng's look towards Luo Yun gained a tinge of amusement. Regardless of Yin Feng's expressions, Luo Yun at this moment only wanted to kill him. This monster, the one who took everything from him. For the past 10 years of his life, he lived solely for the purpose of killing this monster. Yin Feng. With bloodshot eyes, Luo Yun's voice became hoarse. I will kill you. Dodging Luo Yun's ferocious attacks, the mouth filled with sharp teeth constantly emitted chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Looking at Luo Yun continuously swinging his long sword, he seized the chance at the gap in his offense and clashed fists. A muffled groan followed, and Luo Yun's long sword dissipated instantly. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his frail figure was thrown back. Luo Yun, Wang Yi and Yin Qingming cried out in unison. Fear filled Wang Yi's tone, mixed with a hint of sorrow, while Yin Qingming's tone brimmed with anger, almost roaring loud enough to drown out Wang Yi's weak squeak. Explode. Break. Exerting nearly all of his remaining strength, Khalees' shout echoed through the eerie ancient path. As the echoes in the valley faded gradually, Khalees slowly exhaled, retreating to Yin Qingming's side. He cracked his neck and stretched his arms. The demon outside holding the dried staff suddenly revealed a startled expression and retreated step by step. Soon afterward, the gray magical array started emitting a red glow, bit by bit covering the gray light. When the red light grew blinding, the gray magical array produced explosive sounds repeatedly. Under the astonished gazes of Yin Qingming and others, the gray magical array ultimately collapsed, turning into gray specks of light dispersing into the air. Noticing the anomaly here, Yin Feng's face twisted severely, his withered lips trembling as he yelled furiously. Damn it! If we can't siphon their life force, exterminate them all. Kill them all. Upon receiving the command, the previously disordered demons quickly surrounded them again. Gomu and Wan Yujun probably fell victim to this very spell, Yin Qingming said thoughtfully. Khalees' eyes filled with increasing killing intent as he stepped forward, his feet surrounded by roaring flames as he approached Yin Feng. With every step he took, the flames beneath his feet emitted a buzzing explosion. Despite being only a few hundred meters away, Khalees arrived in front of Yin Feng in just a few steps. Facing Khalees' fiery gaze, Yin Feng remained fearless. Are you talking about those 18 people before? Their life force was too little, not enough. I want yours. As he spoke, Yin Feng extended his withered palm toward Khalees, his sharp claws spread wide, as if ready to engulf Khalees whole. This seemingly ordinary movement carried an immense energy. Its light-based magic gave Yin Qingming the instinctive feeling that if this blow were to land on Luo Yun or himself, it would leave them either dead or severely crippled. In response to Yin Feng's palm strike, Khalees delivered a bold punch. Their bodies did not make contact. There was about half a meter between Khalees' fist and Yin Feng's palm. Within this half-meter gap, a strong wave erupted. As invisible gales scattered from the space, the scarce grass around Yin Feng withered instantly. The ground under Khalees' feet cracked, and nearby plants exploded into fragments with a series of loud blasts. Everyone, including the demon race originally attacking them, prepared themselves for defense. Yin Qingming was the first to reach Luo Yun's side, facing away from Khalees and Yin Feng. Light magic heal. Golden light shone upon the unconscious Luo Yun, infusing a gentle magical power within him. Initially, Yin Qingming thought the dark attribute magic within Luo Yun would instinctively reject his light magic, but surprisingly, Luo Yun's body began absorbing his magic, accelerating his recovery. Luo Yun's consciousness was still a bit blurry. If anyone else had been struck by Yin Feng's attack earlier, they would have been paralyzed. Thanks to the destruction of primal energy that countered part of the attack, Luo Yun merely fainted. Upon waking, the first thing he saw was Yin Qingming. Not far off stood their instructor and Yin Feng. Yin Feng. Luo Yun gritted his teeth and struggled to stand. What are you doing? Just as Luo Yun was about to move forward, Yin Qingming pulled him back, dragging him in front of himself, gripping his shoulders firmly. Luo Yun's previously furious and hateful expression turned vacant after being pulled back. In that brief moment, he had seen Yin Qingming's back, a blood-red patch. Chapter 122, Silent Fury. As Luo Yun gradually calmed down after being stimulated, he finally took a clear look at the situation. Callus and Yin Feng were in combat, their magic spreading out in all directions. Since Luo Yun was closest to the battle circle, the only reason he wasn't affected was because Yin Qingming was blocking Callus's fire attribute magic for him. Are you alright? Luo Yun extended his hand, wanting to touch Yin Qingming's back. He had just caught a glimpse of it unintentionally, the vivid red that lingered in his mind. But what did the real scene look like? Yin Qingming's face grew increasingly pale. With difficulty, he waved weakly and whispered, "I'm fine. We should first." Before he could finish his sentence, a golden magic array suddenly appeared behind Yin Qingming. In just an instant, the golden array shattered, and Yin Qingming immediately embraced Luo Yun, the powerful impact sending both of them flying to the end of the dark passage. Under Yin Qingming's protection, Luo Yun merely experienced some minor abrasions against the tree bark, completely unable to feel how terrifying this aftershock truly was. When he deployed his own defensive magic array later, even at such a great distance, he still felt the might of this residual shockwave. In order to protect him, Yin Qingming's defensive magic was broken, leaving his body entirely exposed to the impact. When Luo Yun saw Yin Qingming's back, he was utterly stunned. The originally olive-green military uniform had been burned to black ash, and Yin Qingming's broad back had been scorched to an unrecognizable bloody mess by Callus's fiery red magical power. Dark magic could not heal him. Once again, Luo Yun felt helpless. Although they had been roommates for only a few months and had argued recently, during this time Luo Yun clearly noticed how accommodating Yin Qingming was with the little details. Unconsciously, he had already planned to forgive Yin Qingming, and all it would take was one word or a simple greeting from Yin Qingming, and Luo Yun would forgive all his previous actions. That was why he didn't want to see Yin Qingming injured, especially not on his behalf. Even with his formidable fighting strength, Luo Yun found himself utterly powerless in this situation. I'm fine. With weakened effort, Yin Qingming reached out and patted Luo Yun on the shoulder, forcing a smile despite the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Light Ma magic. See you cure. Using the last ounce of consciousness left in him, Yin Qingming cast healing magic on himself. Watching the wounds slowly close, Luo Yun let out a sigh of relief. Merely the aftershock of Callus's battle with Yin Feng possessed this much killing power. It seemed he was still too weak. If Yin Feng hadn't wanted his life force and decided to kill him outright from the start, would his irrational state have allowed him to survive? Because of his impulsiveness, Callus couldn't properly engage Yin Feng. And if Callus ever started fighting seriously with Yin Feng, his irrational self wouldn't be able to help, but instead would only get in the way. Luo Yun clenched his fists silently, gazing intently at Yin Feng and Callus far away. "You are quite interesting, human." The lean figure had several holes torn into it by Callus's magical energy, and Yin Feng's expression had become increasingly unpleasant as well. Touching a red hole near his waist, he let out an eerie laugh. "So this is your strength?" Callus swung another punch, directly aiming at Yin Feng's head. The lifespan of demon clans was exceptionally strong. Their vital points were located in their heads. As long as their heads were crushed, they would die permanently. But with a slight sidestep, Yin Feng evaded Callus's attack. "No wonder you broke that ultra magic." One of Yin Feng's nearly half-head-sized ears burst into pieces upon slightly brushing Callus's fist wind, splashing blood everywhere. After glancing at the already disfigured form of Yin Feng, Callus remained emotionless. "Yeah, explosion magic. Well then, go to hell, demon." Mega explosion. Murmuring under his breath, a crimson magic array appeared around his right fist, threads of crimson magical power coiling around it, producing crisp sounds. "Wanna kill me?" Yin Feng's frail body convulsed, letting out a manic laugh. "That swordsman couldn't kill me either, and you think you can?" From the battered remains of his body, strange black miasma emerged, gradually enveloping him. He was about to escape. Understanding Yin Feng's intention, Callus extended his other hand, wrapping it in crimson magical power, trying to hold him back. However, simply touching that strange black aura sent a strong wave of danger coursing through him, prompting him to hastily pull back his hand. At this moment, the magic in his right hand had already been completed, and with a roar, he unleashed a punch towards the mass of black mist. "Eh!" From the moment the black mist came into contact with the wind of his fist, it began to explode, rapidly spreading towards Yin Feng's body. However, just as the explosion was about to reach Yin Feng's head, his body vanished along with the black mist, disappearing instantly. "Screw this crap." Roaring up at the sky in anger, Callus directed his bitter gaze toward the group of demons behind him. An explosion sounded, and blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time the new recruits had witnessed such a scene, and the first time they'd seen Callus this enraged. He didn't speak, except for the grunts when executing his combat moves. There was nothing but consecutive explosions. The resounding hum that permeated the skies was the venting of his anger. As the last magic-wielding Bijou person holding a withered staff exploded into bits of blood and flesh, Callus took out a thin cigarette from his pocket, lit it gently, closed his eyes to inhale deeply, and exhaled a puff of thick smoke toward the sky. Onward. After taking just one puff, he threw the cigarette away. "Instructor." Luo Yun stood in front of Callus guiltily, carrying the weakened Yin Qingming on his back. "I'm sorry. It was my recklessness." Callus glanced at Luo Yun, blinked twice, and stretched out his hand. Luo Yun thought Callus was going to hit him. He had mentally prepared himself, but instead felt pressure on his other shoulder. He looked up again to see the weathered face of Callus smiling. It's fine. If not for you, I wouldn't have known who killed Jim and Wan Yujun. Originally, you had the ability to restrain that old man, but unfortunately, you let your anger cloud your mind. Consider this as a lesson for you. Always remember, every lesson we've learned has been washed in blood. After finishing, Callus rallied everyone to check if anyone was injured. Except for Yan Qingming, who was severely wounded, the rest were fine. Wang Yi had a slight burn on his arm caused by his own magic release earlier, but he could cure it himself. Callus pulled out a map. We are here now, and our target location is Gwora. According to the map and Callus's pointing, they were very close to Gwora. At the moment, Gwora was besieged by demon forces, and the Xingu military region, along with other military regions, had received orders to cooperate inside and outside the city with the stationed troops in Gwora to greatly weaken the main force of the demon army. However, the sudden disappearance of Jim and Wan Yojuan's team indicated that the demon army had foreseen their plans. Coupled with the current personal obstruction they faced, it further validated Callus's suspicions. With Luo Yun carrying Yan Qingming, the others formed a circle around them as they continued their journey. Chapter 123. 2 factions in one country. You'd better listen carefully. Moving through the bushes, Khalees, who was leading the way at the front, slowed down his pace. Guevara is just a decoy. The real target of the demon army is us. If I'm not mistaken, they have formed 3 encirclement rings in total. The first layer targets Guevara. The second and third layers both target the outside. The third layer isn't densely distributed and belongs to hidden troops, with some focusing on depletion. But there are exceptions, like what we encountered earlier. Their goal was to intercept and kill us. I was confused at first. Why were there batches of people setting out despite all having the same mission? After a detailed inquiry, I found out this situation. Upon hearing this news, everyone was startled. With Guevara as a bait, no matter what their purpose was, the Yin dynasty side must try to rescue them. Guevara is a key fortress. Once it falls, the dark demons will gain a firm foothold in Yin dynasty. However, Guevara couldn't be attacked easily for now. Thus they adopted the siege tactics, draining those inside, while intercepting killings from outside. If they forcefully attack from the outside, the dark demons will meet them with the second encirclement ring, and the third hidden ring would carry out surprise attacks by assaulting the 2 flanks of the main force. This was exactly why Yin dynasty had no choice but to disperse their own combat forces, infiltrate into the enemy's internal territory, and dismantle the enemy's encirclement from the middle and inner circles. But the cost of doing so was enormous. The number of dark demons doesn't hold an advantage. If our army launched multi-route attacks, the opponent could probably only besiege and annihilate 1 route at most. Why not do that? Luo Yun lay prostrate nearby. Though he looked melancholy, Yan Qingming beside him suddenly became alert due to the strong healing abilities of light magic that had healed all his wounds. These wounds were originally caused by the aftermath, and aside from horrifying shockwaves, they didn't have much lethal power. Yan Qingming wasn't someone from Yin dynasty, thus completely unaware of the national politics. His question left Khalees and the other 6 dumbfounded. Luo Yun coughed lightly, then launched into a scolding tirade at Yan Qingming. You ignorant fool. Now, Yin dynasty internally is divided into 2 factions. One faction insists on defending their homeland and expelling the dark demons, which is the leftist faction. The other faction plans to relocate to the Holy Domain continent, using super magic to utterly destroy the entire Yin Empire island along with the dark demons. This is the rightist faction. Due to that bizarre black fog, regular super magic has no effect at all. But as long as all the strength of Yin Empire can be concentrated, even gods may tremble before it. However, the power of that super magic is too great. Once used, the entire island will cease to exist. Tell me, aren't you stupid? You don't care about anything throughout the day and even fail to understand national matters. Nevertheless, anyone could tell Luo Yun was trying to help smooth things over. Everyone chuckled in understanding and didn't dwell further on the question. Nevertheless, Khalees couldn't help stealing a glance at Yan Qingming, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. After listening to Luo Yun, Yan Qingming got some ideas in his mind. That is to say, Yin dynasty couldn't gather all its fighting power to fight against the dark demons at this moment. So his idea of splitting the forces into 3 routes wouldn't work either. Probably, not all military districts have dispatched reinforcements. There are dark demons on the Holy Domain continent, and also within Yin dynasty. Yet, he has never seen the dark demons from the Holy Domain continent. The dark demons here in Yin dynasty look rather terrifying and actually eat human flesh. Recalling Master Yu's words, Yan Qingming began to speculate about the dark demons from the Holy Domain continent. But those issues weren't something to consider at present. The immediate priority was how to defeat the vanguard forces of the dark demons' main army. They had already broken through the 3rd encircling line of the hidden troops. Since all the dark demons in this area were led by Yin Feng, his retreat made their journey particularly smooth. Although it was referred to as an encirclement circle, it really depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they might not get intercepted at all. Instructor, how strong is Yin Feng? Everyone stopped advancing. The 2nd encircling ring was right ahead. Roughly speaking, they had reached the target location. As the captain, Yan Qingming began planning the next battle. Khalees flickered his eyes slightly, then shook his head. Very strong. Even at my current level, I can't kill him. That monster has been recuperating these past 10 years, almost killed by that old cripple's single sword strike. I didn't expect him to come out either. Looks like the dark demons are going to make a big move this time. Luo Yun, are you familiar with Yin Feng? Except for Wang Yi, all involuntarily shifted their gazes towards Luo Yun. His series of previous actions were quite unusual, and he was indeed the first one to call out Yin Feng's name. Yes, Luo Yun replied without hesitation. I met Yin Feng 10 years ago. How did you manage to escape? My mother exhausted her life to let me escape. Seeing Luo Yun's pained expression, Yin Qingming gently patted his shoulder, smiled faintly as an encouragement. Neither Khalees nor others pursued the matter any further. Khalees pointed to the map again and drew a circle. Before us, many teams have already started moving. They are attacking the second encirclement ring, while the third ring of the demon race should be retracting at this moment. If we don't quickly rendezvous with Guevara's troops, once they gather the scattered third ring together, we'll be in danger. Yin Qingming, who had recovered almost completely, stood up and looked at the map. If the ambush forces from the third circle have started to withdraw, then the hostages from the first encirclement ring would be meaningless now, wouldn't they? Could they possibly? They will. Khalees was very certain. Probably since Yin Feng's retreat, they've already begun their assault on Guevara. Luo Yun snatched the map from beside Yin Qingming. What are we doing here then? Let's go and save them. Don't rush. Yin Qingming sighed softly. Luo Yun had been impulsive ever since seeing Yin Feng. This situation is within reason. The Empire side must have considered it and has naturally devised a way to respond. Khalees was quite impressed by Yin Qingming's composure. He nodded approvingly and continued. In previous missions that successfully reached the target location, there were several skilled stealth experts who could quietly bypass the demon patrols and infiltrate into Guevara to join the inside troops. With them, they can buy us considerable time. Our current top priority is to find other groups, consolidate into a formidable force, and break through the second encirclement ring before their third layer fully retracts. Staring at the map, Yin Qingming fell into deep thought. Zhou, what scheme are you plotting again? I'm not thinking anything. I was just wondering if only I could use dark magic. But Mr. Light said you absolutely cannot use two different elemental magics at the same time in other places. I know. Yin Qingming glanced inadvertently at Luo Yun, whose grip on the map was tight and his fury apparent to anyone. Do you actually care about him? Yeah, he's my roommate after all. Then why did you lie to him earlier? I didn't lie to Luo Yun. I was genuinely injured. That wasn't lying. Still, you could have easily defended against that level of impact, yet chose to get hurt. I did that to mend our relationship. For such a big guy, he still holds grudges. Big guy? Ling's laughter echoed in his mind. Though unclear about her chuckle, Yin Qingming's mood lifted anyway, making him feel extraordinarily refreshed. Chapter 124. The Appearance of Interwoven Light and Dark Magic. Instructor, I want to infiltrate Guala with Luo Yun. If Luo Yun and I team up, we can even take on Yin Feng if we meet him. Since the demon race has already begun its attack on Guala, their defenses will definitely be weakened. We'll take advantage of this opportunity to cause them some trouble, which might have an unexpected effect. Yin Qingming suggested. Khaleesi furrowed his brow, carefully considering Yin Qingming's suggestion. You need to understand that it's extremely difficult for even a dark mage to sneak past patrols and infiltrate. You're a light supportive magic user, and yet you think that just the two of you and Liun, are going to create chaos in the demon army. As far as Khaleesi knew, Yin Qingming did not have the capability for such a task. Even working together with Liun, infiltrating past the demon forces and reaching deep into Guala wouldn't be easy, let alone penetrating the heavily guarded demon encampment. And at the moment, Liun was clearly not in a stable state. His hatred for Yin Feng had clouded his judgment. He had merely regained composure after being somewhat provoked by Yin Qingming. Khaleesi naturally understood what Yin Qingming had in mind. He wanted to find Yin Feng with Liun. If they could succeed, it would be equivalent to eliminating one of the demon race's strongest fighters. But if they failed, I have my own way to infiltrate, and even if we're outmatched, as long as we don't encounter a holy mage, retreat won't be too difficult. My primary magic involves space attributes. Yin Qingming hadn't revealed the specifics of his main magical system to anyone, not even Liun or Wang Yi at the time, who were equally surprised when they first saw his abilities. This suggested that his core magical system was extraordinary, and these kinds of secrets were best kept quiet. Upon hearing Yin Qingming's conversation with Khaleesi, Liun's gaze became fiery, filled with anticipation. Alright, but be careful. Both Yin Qingming's combat skills and leadership were exceptional. If he dared to propose such a bold plan, there must be some foundation for it. Moreover, only Yin Qingming seemed capable of keeping Liun's emotions under control now. If something went wrong during their engagement with the demons later, things wouldn't be as easily resolved as before. Unable to come up with any other solutions, Khaleesi could only place his trust in Yin Qingming. He handed over the backup map to Yin Qingming and annotated some intelligence he knew. After discussing with the remaining 6 people, they split into 2 groups. Khaleesi led Nuadun and others along the second defensive perimeter to search for the other teams, while Yin Qingming took Luoyun straight toward the demon troops on the second defensive line. Earlier, Khaleesi mentioned that according to reports, the first defensive circle around Guala was controlled by only 2 top-tier great mages, while the second defensive circle held 1 ultra mage, aside from the unexpected appearance of Yin Feng. Furthermore, the city of Guala had only a single great mage as its lord, and several imperial generals were tied down on the front lines dealing with the powerful demon fighters, leaving them unable to provide support. How exactly do you plan to infiltrate? Although Liun was himself a dark mage, his powers were very forceful, unsuited for stealth operations. He could only ensure his own infiltration without accounting for Yin Qingming. Do you hate Yin Feng, don't you? Instead of answering Liun's question, Yin Qingming countered with another. The journey had started at noon and was now nearing evening. As the sun set, the fiery orange glow softened against the backdrop of the desolate valley road they traversed. Occasionally, cold winds swept through, carrying a slight chill. But no cold wind compared to the piercing chill in Lei Yun's eyes. A flicker of resolve passed across Lei Yun's face as he gritted his teeth and replied softly, "Yes." "Did he take away your family?" "Yes." To know the identity of one's enemy is, in a way, a good thing. For some reason, Yan Qingming felt a twinge of envy rise within him. Compared to Lei Yun, he didn't even know how his parents had died. However, Lei Yun had no idea about Yan Qingming's thoughts and merely gave him a strange glance. Huh. With a faint smile, Yan Qingming began gathering his inner magic power. There was a trace of bitterness at the corner of his lips. "In fact, I originally doubted whether you were really the princess you claimed to be, thinking you used illusions to change your appearance. But under my light magic, you showed no reaction, so I began to reflect. Maybe I thought too much. In this world, how many coincidences could possibly exist?" Hearing Yan Qingming's words, Lei Yun's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Unaware of this subtle detail, Yan Qingming continued speaking. "The word brother was actually taught to me by Oris Long. If you say it hasn't been long, that's true, but if you think about it, we've been together for a few months already. Since I consider you a brother, I will definitely help you with your vendetta. However, we've both witnessed Yinfeng's strength before. Even if his current power is merely at 2 or 3/10 of its full capacity, killing him won't be easy. Missing this chance now would only make things even harder later on. Therefore, while seizing this opportunity, we must also know when to stop. Even if we fail to kill him, there will still be other chances in the future. But if we die here, then we lose everything." Rou Yun was unaffected by Khaleesi's scolding earlier, but after hearing Yan Qingming's speech, he inexplicably calmed down. He stared at Yan Qingming's back, his mood complicated and mixed. "I will do my utmost to help you kill him. Once Yinfeng gets into trouble, the demon race will surely descend into chaos. That will be very advantageous for us. Taking personal revenge and contributing to the greater cause simultaneously. This is the best strategy." For some reason, Rou Yun felt increasingly unfamiliar with Yan Qingming at this moment. The carefree, always smiling Yan Qingming who constantly catered to him seemed to be gradually drifting away. In his place appeared a ruthless, cunning figure who beckoned to him like a demon, though smiling, still hard to approach. Silence. Yan Qingming stopped talking, and the two sped up. "Xiao, are you really? I know Master Leita had my best interests at heart, but when I realized how unique my mark was, I felt my life was bound to be different from others. The ordinary path doesn't resonate with me. Instead, I'm quite willing to walk on a rugged, thorny mountain trail." Ling remained silent. She knew well that once Xiao had made up his mind, no one could stop him. Even if he fully understood that doing so would invite much trouble, he would choose to proceed without hesitation. Just like killing Qingming. Not sure if it was just an optical illusion, Rou Yun rubbed his eyes. When he clearly saw the scene in front of him, he was so astonished that his mouth dropped open wide, and he drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Isn't Yan Qingming a light mage? Then why is black magic energy emanating from him? This was the first time Xiao released both golden and black magical energies simultaneously. The two powers coursed through his body, weaving intricately around each other. Despite their innate principle of mutual repulsion between light and darkness, in his case, it seemed as though that rule simply didn't exist. "Let's see which one of us is fiercer, demons." Golden brilliance illuminated with piercing intensity, while black shadows sank deep into the earth. Could this person, radiating such overwhelming force, really still be the same team leader everyone knew? Chapter 125, Battle Begins. "Have any of you been on the battlefield?" Kaylee suddenly asked. Everyone shook their heads. "I guess not. To me, you're just a bunch of ragged riffraff. The military training at the garrison is nothing but a child's play. If it weren't for the burdens that the demons and beasts have brought upon the Empire, do you think soldiers would have it so easy? There are already so few magicians willing to enlist. Were it not for the imminent war." As he spoke, Kaylee's unexpectedly struck a tree beside him with a punch, crimson magic force bursting out violently. The massive ancient tree instantly exploded. Everyone thought Kaylee's was angry and stayed silent. However, as the pieces of the tree and leaves fell down, they noticed some water-like substance dripping. Instinctively looking up, the scene above them gave them quite a fright. On the branches of the ancient tree were nearly 10 green spider-like beasts. Each of their sizes was comparable to 2 or 3 adults. Although the white spider webs were now only wreckage, they could tell that if Kaylee's hadn't acted first, they would have fallen into the webs and become these green demon spiders' meals. Bloodied by Kaylee's punch, the remains of the spiders further made the new recruits feel the cruelty of the situation. "What's wrong?" Scared, Wang Yi reacted most strongly. A spider leg landed on his head, making him shiver. A drop of blood fell before his eyes, almost causing him to scream, but in the end, he held it back. With a light laugh, which seemed either comforting or disdainful, Kaylee's waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue on their way. "It's rare that you have such resolve," Kaylee's grinned. "Listen up, kids. As long as you all can survive this and return to Xingu military garrison, I'll satisfy one not too extravagant wish for each of you." This could be considered encouragement. After all, they're just a bunch of young ones inexperienced with big situations. He wouldn't expect too much from them. Power, that's his job. It'd be best if these lads could simply survive. Yan Qingming. Looking at Yan Qingming enveloped in dual attribute magic power, Luo Yun was momentarily speechless. Dual attribute marks are rare in this world, but the coexistence of light and darkness attributes is widely known to be possessed by only one person, the princess of the Dark Radiance Empire. Knowing that Luo Yun behind him must have been pretty shocked, he turned around and gave a faint smile. Don't misunderstand me. I'm no princess. I'm male, a regular guy. Aren't you surprised? Luo Yun wasn't startled. Instead, after hearing his half-joking words, Luo Yun couldn't help but let out a chuckle. But in order to play along, Luo Yun opened his mouth after laughing and made an expression as if he was very surprised. Wow. Seeing Luo Yun's exaggerated expression, he also laughed. Guess not. After all, it's not the first time you've seen it. But soon, Luo Yun's expression grew serious, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes slightly narrowed. Are you hiding something from me? The information about Yin Qingming surfaced in his mind. Saint Domain Continent person, age 17, fled to the Dark Radiance Empire. Because the wanted notice wrote, Dark Attribute Magician, there was no way to associate Yin Qingming with Xiao. You? After rearranging his thoughts, a clear thread gradually emerged. Luo Yun's voice became hoarse. Did you kill Starshade? It was me who killed him. So what should I call you? Light Mage Yin Qingming? Or Dark Mage Xiao? He didn't know why, but he felt Yin Qingming's figure was getting farther and farther away. That feeling of unattainable distance and incomprehensibility. He was right there. If he reached out just a little faster, he could touch him. Call me Xiao, he said thusly. It's the name my parents gave me. Is that so? Although he couldn't see Luo Yun's expression, Xiao detected something unusual in his tone. We're almost there. Both simultaneously released deep black magic power covering their entire bodies. The sunset was about to fall. When night comes, it will be their time to act. They stopped on the mountaintop, using the high terrain to overlook the demon forces. Luo Yun followed behind him, fists clenched. Hold on. Xiao stood next to Luo Yun and whispered. The reason I didn't stay at the outskirts but chose to support Guora is that I guessed Yinfeng would appear in Guora's battlefield. I think the purpose of the demon race's campaign this time is to let Yinfeng recover. He didn't directly wipe us out when he met us, but instead drew our vitality. It said that the demons can replenish their own consumption simply by eating, but this time they have to use forbidden, taboo magic to draw vitality, which is enough to explain this point. Since this campaign is for Yinfeng's recovery, the place with the most concentrated vitality will naturally be Guora. After Yinfeng retreated, he must have appeared in the Guora battlefield. Find a way to draw all the vitality of the creatures within Guora. Luo Yun nodded, gritting his teeth. We have to kill him before Yinfeng recovers. Are we going to infiltrate Guora directly at night? No. There's something strange going on. Let's wait longer. Xiao's gaze pierced through the demon army camp and landed on Guora's city walls. At this moment, the demons merely surrounded Guora without any intention to attack. This made Xiao very surprised. Meanwhile, quite a few demon troops were returning to the camp from the outside. They should be the ambush force from the third layer of encirclement. In the distance, a bolt of lightning broke through the sky, followed by a thunderous roar of kill, and the battle began. Immediately after, continuous bursts of fire erupted. The area between the second and first layers of encirclement became the battlefield. The second layer of encirclement started to retreat. Within Guora, it was unknown who led the charge, but multiple city gates opened simultaneously, releasing an enormous army marching onto the moat. What are we waiting for? Let's go. As soon as the battle began, Luo Yun prepared to act. He had waited long enough. However, as he took a step forward, he was abruptly held back by Xiao. What are you doing? You promised to help me kill Yinfeng. No matter how he tried to shake off Xiao, Xiao firmly gripped onto him. Xiao remained silent, gazing into the distance with an unusually serious expression. Luo Yun couldn't bear it anymore. Deep black magic surged out, aiming to push Xiao away. But upon seeing Xiao's face, he gradually retracted his magic power. Following Xiao's gaze, he saw Guora. Under Xiao's watchful eyes, Guora's city gates opened, and the human army led by magicians charged out, only to be stopped by the demon forces already strategically placed. Like a drop of water hitting rock, the moment the human army encountered the demon forces, their originally well-ordered ranks shattered instantly. Again, watching his compatriots become food for the demons, the hand gripping Xiao tightened involuntarily. Chapter 126. The Key to the Battle. When do we move? Luo Yun's voice was a little hoarse, his anger clearly visible on his face. He couldn't understand why Xiao was so calm. In the past during training, he always cared for his teammates, paid attention to each member's physical condition, and had a comprehensive view of the entire battlefield in practical drills. Once when Dell made a mistake and fell into the enemy's trap, nearly being thrown off the stage, Xiao risked getting himself thrown off the stage to rescue him. But now, he was calm like a demon, coldly watching as his own compatriots were slaughtered. I'm afraid we can't go to Guora. After suffering such heavy losses during their first breakout attempt, Guora chose to defend and wait for the demon race's attack. They planned to deplete their military strength before breaking out again. However, once they closed the city gates, the demons didn't launch an offensive. What do you mean? Listening to Xiao's words, Luo Yun was extremely disappointed with him. Without hesitation, deep black magic instantly surged from him, releasing a powerful force. However, this impact hitting Xiao's body was like a droplet merging into the ocean, not causing even a ripple. Xiao seemed unfazed, gazing into the distance. Under Luo Yun's glare, he slowly raised his other hand. You're not truly trying to hurt me, so this simple impact is useless. Take a look at that. Following where Xiao pointed, Luo Yun looked again. Among the demon race's encircling forces surrounding Guora, there were several conspicuous spots. Those spots were small squads consisting of demons holding dry staves, each squad having about 100 people. Just based on what Luo Yun could see, there were 4 or 5 small teams. These squads were slightly separated from the other demons. Precisely speaking, they were being protected by those demon soldiers. They lifted their dry staves, murmuring something indiscernible, and as they chanted the incantations, countless gray threads flowed from their bodies down to the ground. Beneath their feet, a gray magic array was gradually outlined by the gray threads. From those arrays, more gray threads emerged, floating towards the sky above Gwora. Not just here, in every direction, countless gray long threads converged in the sky above Gwora, re-outlining a large magic array capable of covering the entire city of Gwora. Forbidden magic. This was the reason the demon race had delayed launching any attacks against Gwora. They intended to sacrifice the entire city, using the lives of all beings within it to aid Yinfeng's recovery. This forbidden magic belonged to the category of ultra magic, listed as taboo, because its activation required sacrificing one's own life force to steal others. This damaging technique had been lost long ago. Seeing this scene, Luo Yun finally understood why Xiao had stopped him. If they had acted earlier and interfered before the demons activated the magic array, they might have already entered Gwora by now. Had that been the case, both of them would have become offerings under the magic array by now. These bastards. That's tens of thousands of lives. Luo Yun's body kept trembling. If not for Xiao restraining him, he would have charged out already. Xiao glanced at Luo Yun, furrowing his brows. If I'm correct, Yinfeng should be inside the camp right now. At this moment, he's absorbing the life force gathered through another magic array. Life force must be absorbed quickly by living creatures, or else it will dissipate. So what should we do now? I trust you. Make the decision. Realizing he wasn't in the right state to make any decisions, Luo Yun handed over the authority entirely to Xiao. Actually, Xiao wasn't heartless. He had observed Gwora's warriors break through initially. As they were instantaneously crushed under the demon army's assault, the warriors at the front were skinned alive. At that moment, he felt equally enraged. Even if they weren't blood relatives, they were still his fellow countrymen. Minding one's own business, the phrase representing his previous philosophy of survival, started crumbling apart from the moment he saved Ruolan. He had never thought that anyone else's life held any meaning to him, until he learned about Ruolan's predicament. At that moment, he felt his own life seemed to lose all value, just as long as Ruolan was fine. Hence, he killed Xingming. Since the latter dared to use Ruolan to threaten him once, who could guarantee there wouldn't be a second time? Xingming had to die, and earlier, those people who were unrelated to him, didn't they also cherish their lives? They too could cower within the city waiting for outside rescue. However, if everyone thought like that, likely none of them would survive. Some individuals made a choice, knowingly rushing forward to die, first to give the civilians within the city a bit more chance to live. Kill Yinfeng. Every word of Xiao's revealed boundless killing intent. The crucial point of this ultra magic lies with Yinfeng. In a short period, our army has no way to break through the demon army to rescue them. Moreover, with this magic array present, the demon race can deploy all their troops to fight against our outer forces. Whether we can break in is still uncertain. Only by finding Yinfeng and destroying the key node of this magic array at its source can we save the people in the city. Initially, he had just gone along with Luo Yun to find Yinfeng as an experiment, but now it seemed that Yinfeng must be killed. The key to whether this battle could be won or not inexplicably fell onto Luo Yun and himself. Even if the people inside and outside the city did not know, Xiao himself was aware of what they carried on this journey, the weight of an entire city. Perhaps this was called hope. Despite the people in the city not knowing of Xiao's existence, they always silently hoped that someone would come to save them. This feeling of being silently expected was truly bothersome. We mustn't delay, let's go. Once the time comes, unless I say otherwise, you focus on attacking while I provide support. Alright, but can you let go of my hand? Xiao released his grip on Luo Yun's hand, and the two leapt into the air, merging into the darkness. It was already night, and Xiao retracted his own light attribute magic power, allowing them to successfully bypass through a slope under the cover of the dark night, sneaking into the demon army camp. Dark magic practitioners were most suited for concealment. Even Luo Yun, specializing in brute force, could quietly follow behind Xiao under the cover of the night without being noticed. They moved like shadows, slipping between the military tents. Even when patrol teams walked past their positions, they weren't discovered because those patrolling couldn't see Luo Yun and Xiao, who had seamlessly integrated into the darkness. It was like tossing a black ball up to the sky during the darkest part of the night. It constantly moved, but you simply couldn't grasp it. Since it was a magic array, there must be magical energy fluctuations. And given Yinfeng's identity, the tent he resided in would certainly stand out. Chapter 127, Battle with Yinfeng. Based on this clue, Luo Yun and Xiao directly ignored the tents that looked very ordinary and began their search right from the middle of the military camp. The demon race's tents were distributed in a very regular pattern, spreading outwards from the one in the exact center, forming lines. Each line branched off into several others, like a tree diagram starting from a point. Looking at the entire military camp, the lines formed by the big and small tents had their own unique patterns. From the outside, it wasn't noticeable, but once inside, Xiao immediately sensed that the arrangement of these military tents was indeed some kind of formation. Like a magic circle, magic power was inscribed in special patterns to exert corresponding abilities. The same went for a formation. Soldiers each took charge of their respective roles and coordinated attacks or defenses from their designated positions, achieving unexpected effects. However, these formations were meant to deal with external threats, and once penetrated, these so-called formations lost their ability. There. Luo Yun tugged at Xiao's sleeve and pointed towards a place not far from the central tent. There stood an isolated tent, slightly emitting gray light from within. Exchanging glances, they both approached the tent in unison. Be alert around us and don't get discovered. As the two approached within less than 100 meters of the gray tent, they hid in the shadow of another tent while Xiao carefully surveyed the surroundings. Before the battle begins, I will make some arrangements here. But no matter how I disguise them, it will inevitably attract soldiers, so we must end this quickly. At this moment, all Luo Yun could see was that gray tent. Being so close, it was already quite commendable that he restrained himself from rushing out. Go! With one command, Luo Yun rushed forward first, dark magical energy coalescing into a long sword, his concentrated murderous intent unrestrained. Inside the gray tent, the battered body of Yin Feng sat on the ground. Beneath him, a gray magic circle continuously emitted gray mist which he absorbed into his body one by one. With the entry of this life force-laden gray mist into his body, his wounds were visibly recovering at an alarming rate, and the large ears that were shattered by Kuli's punch were already halfway restored. By his side, there were two guards standing vigil with tridents. How excellent, this rich life force. He stretched out his arms, looking unusually relaxed. In these past 10 years, my body has recovered by more than half, yet my strength hasn't been able to recover. With today's sacrifices, in a few more years, I will be able to reach my peak again. The rise of the demon race is imminent. Who? Murderous intent. Unconcealed murderous intent. You two, go stop him. Although they did not know exactly what was happening outside, this intense murderous intent was undeniably real. He would leave only if it was an enemy too formidable to ignore. Otherwise, he didn't want to waste this abundant life force. After all, once separated from living beings, life force dissipates quickly. Even a thread of it was too precious for him to spare. No sound. The two who left did not return, and outside, it was eerily quiet. Yet, the targeted murderous intent toward him never faded. Which fool dares disturb me? Roaring angrily, black mist surged out from Yin Feng's body as he blew down the gray tent. His emaciated form appeared under the night sky. Outside the tent, a young man held a sharp weapon, his expression ferocious, his purple eyes glowing faintly with black mist. This person, he remembered, that you actually came to me on your own. Letting out a wild laugh, Yin Feng remained seated, stretching out his hands as black mist gushed forth and transformed into ghostly palms that shot toward Luo Yun. Dark magic. Original destruction. Right now, Luo Yun hadn't lost his mind, and Xiao had also pre-enhanced him with light magic. Faced with the incoming pair of massive ghostly palms, Luo Yun leapt forward, wielding the sword representing destruction force, and swung hard. No sword technique needed, just absolute power. The ghostly palms shattered instantly upon contact with the sword. Annihilation. Celestial prison. His sole target was Yin Feng. Since Yin Feng wouldn't move, Luo Yun would just trap him. Reducing the range of the binding magic, deep black magic formed cages trapping Yin Feng inside. Kid, didn't expect you to have some tricks. Yin Feng let out a malicious laugh, his face growing increasingly solemn. Luo Yun was clearly different from when they last clashed. The previous Luo Yun knew nothing but blindly releasing magical energy and casting spells without any combat techniques, posing no real threat to him. However, the Luo Yun before him now was evidently different. Watching Luo Yun charging towards him, he stood up, a black skull gradually appearing before him. Go! The skull made of deep black magical energy let out a roar as it charged towards Luo Yun. Clutching his long sword, Luo Yun leaped into the air and struck the skull with a single slash. Destruction. Abyss dragon descent. Behind him, the colossal shadow of a dragon slowly appeared. It flapped its wings as its black pupils stared ahead, letting out a low growl before charging towards Yin Feng along with Luo Yun. Yin Xiaorui. Yin Feng had finally become serious. This person in front of him made him sense an impending danger. A deep black magic circle emerged beneath his feet. The dark magical energy wrapped around his emaciated body and then converged into his hand. Faced with Luo Yun's attack, he let out a muffled grunt, concentrating all the power into his punch and throwing it with full force. As soon as the punch was thrown, the magic power instantly formed a vortex that began consuming Luo Yun's strike. Shadow flame. Behind Yin Feng, dark shadows squirmed together to form a peculiar black flame burning under the moonlight. Someone else? Damn it. Facing Luo Yun at the front and someone attacking from behind, Yin Feng's face changed slightly. He altered his fighting stance, the deep black magic power slowly taking on a gray hue. With a lateral leap backward, he unleashed a powerful gust infused with life force energy that swept toward Luo Yun and Xiao. Xiao quickly formed a light-based defensive magic circle, which resisted Yin Feng's assault, while Luo Yun used pure magical energy to counter it. Abandoning defense for offense took both of them by surprise, leaving varying degrees of injuries among them. Boy, if not for the world's rules limiting me, you two would be nothing but dust before my might. Don't you seem like a light auxiliary magician? Yin Feng's bloodstained gaze landed on Xiao. His lips curved into a detestable smile as he eyed Xiao with interest. With a cold laugh, Xiao rushed forward. Light and darkness coexist. Impossible. Seeing the golden and deep black energies flowing through Xiao's body, Yin Feng showed signs of great shock, his expression tinged with some fear. The laws of this world should make that impossible, right? Ignoring the change in Yin Feng, Xiao's purpose remained clear, to kill him, just like Luo Yun's goal. Golden brilliance shone again, as deep black magic powers clashed against gray, the resulting shockwaves tearing apart half of the military camp. With fear creeping into his mind, Yin Feng's attacks lost some of their previous ferocity. Chapter 128, Expectation. Even if Yin Feng's strength had greatly diminished, were it not for the restrictions imposed by the different world rules, Xiao and Luo Yun would still find it hard to confront him. Xiao understood this point clearly, which was why he had brought Luo Yun to seek out Yin Feng, creating a possible chance to kill him. Yin Feng's abilities were already restricted. With Luo Yun's mastery over destructive power and Xiao's versatile combat style, combined with Yin Feng's own fear of Xiao, he kept getting suppressed. His already broken body deteriorated further. Xiao emerged from the darkness, his dark spear piercing into his arm, pinning it down. A deep black sword cut across the night sky, following a howl of agony from Yin Feng as his arm was chopped off by Luo Yun. Damn humans. Although demons can recover their bodies by absorbing life force, the amount needed to regenerate a missing limb would be enough to restore half of his peak strength. The commotion attracted the attention of the demon patrol team stationed at the camp. They quickly surrounded them, nearly 100 soldiers encircling Luo Yun and Xiao tightly. Swift resolution. Xiao gave a light shout. Black shadows flickered faintly around him, and Luo Yun responded by charging forward. For Yin Feng, Luo Yun's powerful destructive capabilities were the more challenging aspect. Xiao's support abilities outweighed his actual combat skills since he was merely a high-level dark magician, while the Grand Magician's light element only made him an auxiliary magician. Of course, one always picks on the weaker opponent. You keep an eye on this guy. He let the patrolling soldiers distract Luo Yun and, with a malicious grin, rushed toward Xiao. Though slightly wary of Xiao, it was precisely this small fear that spurred him to eliminate Xiao immediately. However, Xiao was unafraid of Yin Feng. The Moreau King's shadow clashed with Yin Feng's gray palm, causing Xiao to be sent flying several hundred meters away. Unnoticed by Yin Feng, as Xiao was hurled away, another golden magic array appeared in Xiao's other hand. The eyes of the demon soldiers attacking Luo Yun gradually lost focus. Before them, Luo Yun, whose presence had been masked by Xiao using light magic, now stood revealed with a deep black magic array floating before him that was several times larger than his frame. This magic array was something Xiao had prepared beforehand. Once outside soldiers joined the battle, they would fall under the illusion-based magic, losing their ability to act within a short period of time. Yin Feng chuckled coldly, a surge of gray vitality rushing from within him as he once again raised his withered claw toward Xiao. During this brief moment, a massive long spear imbued with powers of destruction slowly revealed its form. Infinite darkness at its edge, the road to dawn illuminated, trajectories intertwine under starlight, bringing the end, breaking through darkness, destroying. Hope destructive spear. When a highly capable grand sorcerer begins chanting incantations, the results are akin to those produced when an elf chants spells. By the time Yin Feng realized that his life was being threatened, the deep black spear had already pierced through his body. The vitality within Yin Feng was gradually eroded by the dark attribute magical energy. Shadow demon chains. Dark blaze. Numerous chains engulfed in black flames bound Yin Feng, who attempted to counterattack. His immobilized body could not move. Luo Yun's attack directly obliterated his physical form. Xiao's chains limited his movements, while the dark fire rapidly consumed his life force, several times faster than Luo Yun's magical power could. Faced with the fear of death, Yin Feng let out an animalistic roar as Luo Yun increased his efforts, unleashing 10 years' worth of hatred in that very moment. From beginning to end, I've only ever been a mere assistant. Yin Feng hated Xiao. He had always believed that it was Xiao, marked with both light and dark attributes, who posed the greatest threat to him, and indeed, this was true. Yet, the person who eventually killed him turned out to be the young man behind him. It was all due to this human schemes, consistently setting traps during the battle. Had it not been for his cunning, how could he have fallen to two grand magicians? Had he not interfered in the first place, how could Luo Yun have injured him? Without Xiao's auxiliary abilities, Luo Yun would have lost combat capability long ago. And if Xiao hadn't laid down the magic formation outside the encampment ahead of time, the supporting soldiers wouldn't have lost their fighting capacity. If Xiao hadn't diverted his attention and concealed Luo Yun's presence, how could Luo Yun have succeeded? If I wasn't a dual attribute imprinted magician of both light and darkness, would you not have paid so much attention to me? Watching Yin Feng's dwindling vitality, Xiao's lips curled up slightly. His icy smile chilled Yin Feng's spine. The shattered remains of the demonic body deflated like air escaping, his eyes losing their focus, and his outstretched right claw slowly fell. Upon Yin Feng's death, Xiao rushed to the location where the original gray magic circle had been placed. Luo Yun remained stunned in place for quite some time, unable to believe what he had just seen. Yin Feng, who in his prime had possessed strength equal to that of a human saint mage, was dealt with by them. Just two grand magicians. The hatred of 10 years came to an end at this moment. Somewhat dazed, he walked over to Xiao's side and glanced at the soldiers who hadn't yet recovered. What's next? Kill all these demon race members. It'll be troublesome when they wake up. I'll dismantle this magic array. It may take a long time. Can you hold off those soldiers rushing here for me? How long? Half an hour. No problem. To decipher such magic, what kind of skill would it require? More importantly, it demands an understanding of magic, control of magical power, and knowledge of this world. But since he said it, he must definitely be able to do it. Wasn't Yin Feng defeated because of it? Not knowing exactly what kind of feelings he harbored toward Xiao, as long as it came from him, Luo Yun would believe, unconditionally trust. After all, he was really looking forward to Xiao taking him to the Holy Realm continent for a visit, to see races he had never encountered before. Xiao, this is forbidden magic. Are you truly going to attempt it? A single misstep, and your life force will be completely consumed. Ling's voice echoed in Xiao's mind. I must succeed. The people within Gawara are still waiting for us. But what if? I don't want you to be in danger. It won't happen. It's just a spell. If we, who understand the forces of this world best, cannot accomplish it, then who else can? But this magic isn't like the one before. The previous magic, due to time having passed, had some unstable nodes, but this magic has just been completed, and at the cost of life energy. Ling, thank you. Sometimes, I also wish to be a hero. His own magical power seeped into the gray magic circle, occasionally a flicker of golden light appearing within the grayish aura. Luo Yun began cleaning up the surrounding demons, but before even half were resolved, the demon soldiers deceived by Xiao's illusions woke up. Someone released a signal into the sky without Luo Yun stopping them, and within a few breaths, the number of demon soldiers around grew increasingly more. Chapter 129, Overdrawn. If it were only a simple fight, Luo Yun would have been in much better shape. Killing a person was far easier than protecting one. He couldn't be too far from Xiao. The surrounding demon soldiers were increasing, and despite using little magic in the battle with Yin Feng, the final spell that killed Yin Feng had consumed most of his magic power. Even though these belligerent demon soldiers were merely small fry, they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the demon's terrifying recovery ability allowed them to adopt a strategy of continuous rotation against Luo Yun, who could only defend. Once wounded, regardless of how minor, the demons would withdraw on their own. As long as they hadn't suffered critical damage, they wouldn't waste too much vitality, and recovery would take only a few minutes. What began with 100 quickly turned into hundreds more, and Luo Yun started to feel physically overdrawn. In multiple skirmishes, those demons he killed all shared one common trait. They overestimated their recovery capabilities, and, banking on numerical superiority, stayed in the fight even after receiving light injuries. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yun used the residual magic on their wounds to trigger chain magic, causing their bodies to burst apart. Taking lessons from earlier encounters, subsequent demon soldiers became much more cautious. They raised their weapons and encircled Xiao and Luo Yun. On command, they attacked simultaneously. Seated quietly within the demon army's camp, Xiao had his eyes tightly shut, shutting out all perceptions. He directed all his concentration onto this gray magical array. Initially, he assumed it was just a simple taboo magic, but he didn't expect it to be a composite type. Two magical arrays overlapped to form a single array, possessing both the ability to draw life force and degrade outwardly radiating magic power. The demons were evidently well prepared, knowing there might be infiltration by grand mages into Gawara. If several grand mages cooperated, they might possibly find breakthroughs internally. To counter this possibility, they layered an additional magic array capable of degrading outward magic power. Thus, resisting this magic from within required multiple grand mages working together to succeed. Unfortunately for them, they didn't anticipate Yin Feng being killed. No matter how bold humans were, infiltrating a demon camp wasn't easy. Even for dark magic practitioners, entering without being detected was nearly impossible. Moreover, if assisted by a light mage, light and dark magic repel each other, drawing further attention. But what they failed to foresee was the compatibility between Xiao's light magic and Luo Yun's system, which faced no rejection. Such a combination was something unimaginable to anyone. Regardless, they still stationed some soldiers to guard the camp. Thinking about Luo Yun still battling outside, Xiao grew increasingly worried. Magic essentially involves directing magical power along prescribed paths, thus manifesting extraordinary abilities. The path, or pattern, is referred to as a magic circle. A fully formed magic circle is akin to a built structure, more stable than its individual components. The simplest way to disrupt already formed magic would be brute force to shatter it. Yet neither Xiao nor Luo Yun possessed that kind of strength. Alternatively, one could forcibly intrude personal magic into the magic circle, altering the original flow of magic power. Regardless of its stability, finding the critical nodes and core of the magic circle allows control to be wrested away by the intruder. Golden and deep black magical power swirled within the gray circle. Xiao had previously infiltrated his own magic circles before, though they were ordinary ones, serving as good practice to become more proficient. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare attempt such exercises involving supermagic at the Holy Domain Academy. First, controlling multiple important nodes, then squeezing out the core's original force. Through the flowing magic, Xiao successfully found the core of this magic circle. When he prepared to expel the remaining magical energy of Yin Feng from the circle, a black skull suddenly appeared, opening its huge mouth and devouring the intruding magic continuously. Damn! Cursing under his breath, Xiao was stumped by the skull. Spirit, do you have any ideas? Time is running out. Luo Yun can't hold on much longer outside. No, unless we destroy it with force. But aside from the inherent eroding and devouring abilities of Xiao's dark attribute magic, creating significant harm would require utilizing more advanced spells. Carving new spells into the existing magic circle without proper shielding magic from a grand mage of corresponding attributes would be impossible. Grand mage. He reflected on his dark attribute being so close to becoming a grand mage. Had his state of mind not been influenced by resentment at the time, he likely would already have attained that rank. In the Xingu military zone, he succeeded in advancing light magic to the grand mage level. With experience gained, and considering the minimal distance remaining for dark magic to also reach Grand Mage status, he decided to act. As he was preparing to withdraw his invading magic from the gray magic circle, unexpectedly, the skull pursued relentlessly, following the magic trail intending to harm Xiao himself. Since you won't let me leave, then I'll stay? Sitting quietly by the gray magical array, Xiao's body was enveloped in a deep black magic circle. Around the circle were 5 black dots, each like an abyss, madly sucking in the surrounding air. Luo Yun, who was closest to Xiao, was slightly startled, unsure of what he was doing. The demon soldiers, witnessing this strange phenomenon, all retreated a step back. Those who didn't retreat quickly enough, or those curious about the black dots, were struck by a powerful force in an instant. Their physical bodies exploded, leaving nothing but emptiness where they once stood. Watching this scene, Luo Yun felt somewhat bewildered. How familiar this power was. This dominant power was none other than destruction, though Xiao's kind of destruction seemed to contain something extra. Thousands of demon soldiers encircled the magic circle from the outside, too afraid to approach. Luo Yun's stamina had reached its limit, his magic nearly depleted. Taking advantage of this moment, he sat down on the spot, hoping to restore a bit of his strength and magic. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but inside, Xiao's heart roared with emotions. He thought of Rulin, of the night when Xingming was killed. He remembered that he was still wanted by the Holy Domain continent, and wondered whether the Star River Empire had caused trouble for Rulin and Master Lete during his absence. Though Master Lete hadn't taught him much knowledge, under his influence, Xiao reawakened his kindness. That concealed light of 10 years finally blossomed again. Not knowing how Rulin was faring without him, and not being strong enough to face the Star River Empire, filled him with frustration. No matter whoever dares to harm Rulin, whoever touches my family will die. Must die? In the faint distance, he heard Luo Yun's somewhat melancholic hum. And there's Luo Yun. He was his brother, his comrade in arms, waiting for him outside. Destruction. I need power. I want immense power to destroy those who harm my loved ones, those I wish to protect. Destruction. As the deep black magic power gradually being devoured by the silver skull changed bizarrely, a dreadful energy suddenly erupted. Without any spell cast, the silver skull instantly disappeared. Chapter 130, Falling into the Trap. Inside Guevara, nearly 100 grand mages simultaneously activated a magic array to halt the loss of their life force. However, this action merely slowed down the rate at which their vitality was draining away. Once their own magical energy was released, it would be broken down by the gray magic circle. If they had not discovered the role of the gray magic array in decomposing magical power, they might have held out until reinforcements arrived. However, if no one came to rescue them, when their life forces were depleted, it would be the end of their lives. Damn, we've fallen into a trap. Deng Lin, the captain of the 3rd squad, was undoubtedly powerful as a wind element grand mage. But trapped inside this magic array, all his skills and the fury in his heart against the demon race could only await death. Behind him were tens of thousands of civilians protected by his magic barrier. Many elderly people and newborns had already started experiencing comas and suffocation. Even youths with weaker constitutions began feeling dizzy and sleepy. The mages, due to their physical training, hadn't yet felt any significant discomfort. Yet the drain on their vitality was indeed happening. Deng Lin could sense the waning of his life energy. Most of the infiltrators were wind element, dark element, and light element mages. Some were here with their teammates, originally planning to coordinate an attack from within and outside the city. They never expected to fall into the demon's trap and become sacrifices. Dad, Grandpa, what's wrong? Bao Bao, wake up. What's wrong? Mom, who will save us? Gods, please save us. Save us. Watching their loved ones fall one after another, the people started looking up and kneeling in prayer, seeking divine help. The battle outside had already begun, and no one could come to their rescue. They couldn't last until the end of the battle. If the mages maintaining the magic barriers were the first to deplete their magical energy, the civilians would die even faster. To hell with those demons. If I ever get out of here, I'll slaughter these monsters down to the last one. Not far from Deng Lin, Liu was furious. Brought in by his teammate, his strength did not lag far behind Deng Lin's. But here, all he could do was work together with other mages to uphold the magic barrier, awaiting death. Deng Lin sighed slightly. This kind of reaction from Liu was unsurprising under these circumstances. Liu, calm down. Don't lose your temper so easily. It will waste energy and accelerate the loss of life force. I know, but how can I just swallow this bitterness? This way of dying is too disgraceful. The frustration inside Liu quickly influenced others, turning the previously quiet atmosphere in Guevara chaotic. Facing death, the ugliness in humanity showed itself completely. Just as the situation was about to worsen, in the sky above, that gray magic array manifested a streak of deep black magic energy, followed by a ray of golden light emerging. Many golden specks appeared within the magic array, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Actually, there were also small black dots among them, but it was too dark at night to discern them clearly. All became silent again. This anomaly meant both potential harm and benefit, and everyone waited quietly, trying to observe the subtle deep black magic force and brilliant golden specks invisible to the naked eye. The golden and deep black magic spread out from one point, extending in different directions, connecting all the black dots and golden specks. Vitality. As an exceptional grand mage, Deng Lin realized that the loss of his life force had stopped. Then, he saw a crack appear in the sky-bound magic array, beneath the golden crack radiating traces of deep black magic. Princess. This combination of light attribute and dark attribute magic could surely only be unleashed by one person, their princess. But how could the princess be here? None of them had received any information regarding her presence. A sudden cry resounded through the heavens, as if the entire city trembled. The gray magic array fragmented into countless gray points of light, dissipating into the night sky. You abominations of the demon race. Retreat immediately. Deng Lin stood atop the city wall, facing outward, towards the frontier. From that direction came the thunderous sound of hooves. A flicker of firelight turned into 2, then 3, gradually more. One man, encased in crimson magic, pursued by countless armored horsemen, charged toward Guevara. At the front were mostly mages, including many fire element mages who used their magic to unleash flames, clearing the way for the troops behind. Reinforcements. The reinforcements combined were less than 1/10 of the forces the demon race had deployed this time. Initially, they were supposed to coordinate with the army inside the city, striking both internally and externally. However, an unexpected situation arose. Without their support from within the city, the forces outside could not break through the demon race's encirclement, eventually retreating in defeat. Even without that gray magic array, to minimize the losses inside the city, their combat strength diminished dramatically. The soldiers, as if they had just gone through a great battle, lost most of their energy. Their current combat effectiveness was less than half of what it initially was. Attempting a breakout under these circumstances would have been extremely difficult. Without their support, the forces outside could only be slowly depleted or retreat. For them, their fate would likely end in death. In this critical moment, the general who had been pinned down by the demon race's forces at the frontier actually arrived overnight. How did they manage such a feat? Truly remarkable are those capable individuals who serve as the pillars of the empire. It's General Zhang Yanqing. Within the city, Deng Lin called out to the warriors. Outside the city, the troops attempting to help them break the siege suffered heavy casualties. According to the original plan, they should have already merged with the forces inside the city by now. But reality forced them to continue trying to penetrate the demon race's encirclement. When that gray magic array appeared, they knew the operation might fail, and the wisest decision would be to abandon the attack and wait for reinforcements. However, the civilians and comrades inside the city couldn't afford to wait. Inside there were many comrades from the same military district. As long as the demon race remained unbroken, the attacks wouldn't cease. Until distant hooves echoed and a shout of kill rang out in Guevara. Hope flared up again like a burning flame. The great flame sky, riding his horse swiftly, the figure charged towards the battlefield, transforming into a red. The night sky lit up with flames, igniting the soldiers' morale and giving hope to the common people. This battle lasted an entire night. Under the leadership of General Zhang Yanqing, the demon race fell, and fell thoroughly. As the distant sun set, Xiao and Luo Yun leaned back to back on the ground, surrounded by countless corpses of the demon race. Their faces were filled with fatigue, yet smiles never left their lips. We won. Yeah, we won. Luo Yun crawled over to Xiao, looked at him, and said with a smile, "Hero. Your face and figure aren't bad, it's just a pity you're a guy." Xiao looked at the handsome face before him and couldn't resist teasing. Surprisingly, Luo Yun didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. They glanced at each other and laughed loudly, gazing upward at the sky. Chapter 131, Anticipation. Patting himself, Luo Yun adjusted his breathing. "You're the hero of Guevara." "Am I?" Xiao stood up and looked at the sunlight that had just revealed a large semicircle in the distance. "Feels pretty good. Do you think, what military rank will we be promoted to when we go back?" Xiao was looking forward. This time they directly killed Yin Feng and made such a mess in the Devil Race's camp. Surely, when they returned, they'd at least get promoted by one level. Luo Yun gave him a sidelong glance and asked incredulously, "Why are you suddenly concerned about your rank now?" He clearly remembered Xiao joined the military solely to improve himself. He never cared much for ranks before. Why would he start asking about it now? Xiao smirked mysteriously at Luo Yun. "Think about when you'll join the Knight's Order. We might have to say our goodbyes then." Speaking of this, Luo Yun's expression became somewhat complicated. He stared at Xiao with a wandering gaze. "So, what do you plan to do next? Stay in the army forever?" At least for now, there's nowhere better. I also want to fight against the Devil Race a few more times. It helps to boost my strength a lot." Never expected Xiao would use this method to enhance his own abilities. Luo Yun felt a little worried. That could lead to death. Xiao wasn't bothered. "So what if it does? Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Yes." Xiao smiled in surprise. "But in order to get stronger, I've got no choice but to face it head on. If I really die, then it's bad luck. If I survive, then I've moved ahead of those magicians who only study theory. Besides, I'm not just a magician, but a magus. In the past, all I knew was that the magus were warriors on the battlefield, those magicians who cast powerful destructive magic from behind the army. But now, I rather think, magi are merely warriors who can perform magic. They can counteract enemy magicians or protect friendly ones. To protect a person is far harder than to kill someone. Now, I'm still not strong enough." A 17-year-old grand magician said he wasn't strong enough. If other magicians or people his age found out, they would probably grind their teeth in envy. However, Luo Yun himself was also a 17-year-old wizard. Sometimes he thought, perhaps meeting Xiao was an arrangement of fate. Zhang Yanqing came too late to save. May Lord Ness? Principal. The burly Zhang Yanqing had cleared the battlefield and made appropriate arrangements for the army. He was searching around for the figure of someone. When he saw Luo Yun's figure from afar, he hurried over. Originally mistaking him for a princess, upon finding it was a man, he scratched his head awkwardly. Well, really sorry, wrong person. Captain, Deputy Captain, Yin Qingming, Luo Yun. From the side, Callus was rushing toward Luo Yun and Xiao together with Jace, Wang Yi, and Tai. Heaven Fire General? Callus noticed Zheng Yanqing standing nearby and raised his right hand to give a standard salute. Zheng Yanqing returned the salute, then waved at the rest who were also prepared to salute. He chuckled, don't mind these details. All are comrades, and it's not in the palace halls. No need for etiquette. Enough bother. Since even the general said so, they lowered their slightly raised hands and approached Luo Yun and Xiao, checking their injuries. No trouble, right? At first when we saw the forbidden magic appear, we were scared to death. Luckily, nothing serious seems to have happened. We searched inside Guevara for a while and couldn't find you guys. Didn't expect you to be here. Tai let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the two unscathed, yet his voice held a tinge of apprehension. Have either of you seen Her Majesty the Princess? Zheng Yanqing furrowed his brows anxiously. That is, the person who has both light attribute mana and dark attribute mana, and also broke the earlier forbidden magic. She's our country's princess who has been alone outside the palace for several months, and His Majesty worries greatly. She is our empire's only royal heir. Zheng Yanqing was gazing earnestly at Luo Yun and Xiao. Luo Yun snickered inwardly. It certainly wasn't some princess who saved Guevara this time. Just as he was about to step forward, he spotted someone hurrying over from afar. Squinting, he frowned. Following Luo Yun's eyes, Xiao also looked over. However, there was nothing particularly unusual about the person. The only thing worth noting was that the clothes they wore were quite splendid. Even in their hurried movements, they exuded regal composure. Each member of the group paid respect according to the protocol between sovereign and minister, retreating to both sides. General Zheng, any news about the princess whereabouts? Your Majesty, we haven't located any information about the princess. But how about that golden and black magic? That's definitely from the same person. Except for my daughter, who else could it be? Your Majesty, I've had people study it carefully. That taboo super magic is a compound magic. There must be another magic circle in this devil army camp that transmits the life force it draws here to help Yin Feng recover, but we haven't found it. As he spoke, Zheng Yanqing glanced at a corpse lying beside Luo Yun and Xiao, his face revealing shock. Yin Feng, Callus, and the others were surprised first, then followed Zheng Yanqing's gaze. Did you two do this? Callus looked at Xiao and Luo Yun, guessing part of the truth. Everyone looked at Xiao and Luo Yun again, waiting for their answer. Xiao's lips curved into a bitter smile as he nodded lightly, though his mind was elsewhere. Luo Yun stood nearby with an expression of pride. Killing Yin Feng was a great feat, and even though how many levels they would go up didn't matter much to him, what he cared about was that Yin Feng had been killed by both himself and Xiao. Truly young heroes indeed. Nalo Juanxing, observing the two young men, noticed they looked younger than most of the others, yet managed to join hands and slay Yin Feng. Surely they would become pillars of the country someday. What are your names? Luo Yun, Xiao Qingming. Nalo Juanxing nodded slightly, showing appreciation. He beckoned one of his attendants over. Take note of their names. After we return, find out where their families live and send them some comfort items. Even though he was an emperor, there was still a distinct set of rules governing rewards and punishments within the military ranks. Although he admired these two young men very much, he could not directly give them promotions beyond the regimental system. If he were to reward them with riches or titles, it might make them too elated and lead to arrogance. So, he pondered and decided starting from their families was wise. If they truly were capable, they would surely shine in the future. All he needed to do was remember and keep close watch on them. But unexpectedly, this move led to both Luo Yun and Xiao respectfully declining. Your Majesty, we are soldiers. Fighting enemies for our homeland is only natural. How can we accept rewards? Even if any should come, let's leave it to our drill masters once we get back to base. Luo Yun is right. We feel very honored, yet deeply concerned that accepting this kind of favor now may disrupt our heart's tranquility and hinder our future cultivation. A reasonable argument. Nero Juanxing noted the little expressions on both faces, then motioned for the attendant ready to write down their names to stand down. Since Yin Feng fell by your hands, you must have also seen the other magic array. Do you know where it is? It seemed like this question was inevitable after all. Xiao sighed inwardly. Nalo Juanxing observed them, while Xiao thought carefully about the emperor's motives. His own expression remained unchanged throughout, but Luo Yun's previous panic might have been caught by this keen-eyed king. Chapter 132, Dismissal. Zhu Nerixing's gaze bypassed Xiao and Luo Yun, landing on a patch of empty ground behind them. There, faint magical fluctuations were still present. He gestured for Zheng Yanqing to investigate. It's this one. Zheng Yanqing lightly felt the energy, beckoning the person beside him. Mr. Wenyan, take a look at this magic array. Wenyan's status in the Dark Radiance Empire was akin to that of Le in the Holy Land continent. Both are among the top figures in the study of magic and alchemy, capable of using universal spells from all elements. Even though the gray magic array only left remnants, after carefully sensing it with his own magical power, Wenyan said, "This is an ultra-level compound magic array. Such forbidden magics haven't appeared for a long time now, and only a few elven literature sources slightly mention something about them. Based on the relationship between this magic array and Guora's, I truly can't imagine how the princess managed to break it." Since they hadn't seen the princess, everyone except Xiao and Luo Yun believed she was responsible. Luo Yun furrowed his brows, preparing to say something, but was abruptly pulled back by Xiao, who used subtle eye gestures to signal him not to speak. At the mention of this, Jun Nerixing frowned deeply, lost in thought. After some moments, he slightly nodded and murmured solemnly, "You're right. As a child, Yin always loved causing trouble. Making her study was like confining her. Even asking her to research an ordinary magic array would irritate her endlessly. Based on her knowledge of magic studies, she wouldn't be able to crack this one." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Xiao and Luo Yun, who had been there since the beginning. Jun Nerixing wore a peculiar expression as he stared intently at Xiao and Luo Yun, seemingly trying to discern their emotions from their facial expressions. "Do you know who broke this magic array?" "Your Majesty," Xiao replied first before Luo Yun could speak, adding further to Luo Yun's confusion. After solving the array, which saved the entire population of Guora, this should have counted as a great achievement, yet neither did Xiao take any credit, nor did he reveal anything when questioned by Jun Nerixing. "Why?" Glancing once again at Jun Nerixing's questioning eyes, Xiao spoke slowly. "Luo Yun and I originally intended to infiltrate Grava to boost our internal combat capabilities, but because I am a light mage and Luo Yun is a shadow mage, and since this was our first mission, we encountered a misstep. Along the way, we were intercepted by the demon army and continuously fought them off. Later, hearing noises coming from this direction, we assumed that comrades noticed our situation deep within the demon forces and had come to support us. However, upon arriving here, all we found was a broken magic array and the corpse of a demon." He hoped this explanation would put Jun Nerixing off further questioning. Otherwise, he might not get through today's predicament unscathed. Among those present, even Zheng Yanqing alone was enough to make him surrender meekly. The formidable Flame General of the Dark Radiance Empire had shown his full strength last night without restraint. The flames in the sky burned for an entire night, and two top demon grand magicians fell under his hand without lasting more than a single encounter, burning into dry bones immediately. "Your Majesty," suddenly Zheng Yanqing interrupted, his expression grave, "as I came to reinforce Guora, only Wang Meng remains guarding the border. If I return late, I fear he may not hold out, so I humbly ask to withdraw early." Initially, the demon army used significant effort to pin down both generals at the border, but unexpectedly, Zheng Yanqing's ferocity and Wang Meng's cunning allowed Wang Meng to aid Zheng Yanqing's quiet departure from the frontier. When the demon army discovered, Wang Meng held them off alone. "Father." Upon hearing her father's name, Wang Yi muttered unconsciously. Though her voice was low, it didn't escape Zheng Yanqing's sharp ears. Surprised, he glanced over at Wang Yi standing next to Callus. Feeling Flame General's penetrating gaze, Wang Yi felt uneasy and shyly lowered her head. "Do you call yourself Wang Yi?" Wang Yi looked timid, and Zheng Yanqing sighed inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. "Yes." Her reply was barely audible, only loud enough for herself to hear. Although Zheng Yanqing was somewhat disappointed inside, he could do nothing about it. Long ago, he had heard of Wang Meng having a son who was introverted but gifted, though his character seemed rather delicate, almost feminine. Whenever mentioning his son, Wang Meng would shake his head with regret. Still, this was his son, and it was this same Wang Meng who tirelessly fought, knowing well his son's gentle disposition, wanting to protect this country to keep his family away from war. "I've heard your father talk about you." Upon hearing these words, Wang Yi trembled slightly, looking flustered, though she kept her head bowed so no one else noticed. "He often described you as a talented youth. Today, seeing you in person, it seems he wasn't wrong. You're quite impressive." Zheng Yanqing's words greatly surprised Wang Yi. On normal days, her father didn't speak of her this way and was quite irked by her timidity. Yet, hearing such praise from Zheng Yanqing made her heart flutter with a bit of happiness. Her deeply bowed head slightly lifted as she unintentionally glanced at Zheng Yanqing sideways, trying to discern something. However, all she saw in his eyes was Zheng Yanqing's cheerful smile. Noticing Wang Yi's subtle movements, Zheng Yanqing nodded lightly, feeling somewhat consoled inside. Of course, these words were fabricated. Her father hadn't really said much about her outside. But seeing how concerned his comrade in arms was for his own child, he felt some emotions stir within him. As fathers, who wouldn't wish for their children to achieve greatness? Meeting her by chance today, he thought it best to guide her a little. It would be like a token gift from an uncle upon meeting his nephew. The outcome was relatively satisfying, but such things couldn't change overnight. Ultimately, it would still depend on her own efforts. After bidding farewell to Luo Jianqing, Zheng Yanqing led his troops back to the border city. "Wenyan, do you see if there are any residual magical forces here? Can we find the person who solved the magic array through that lingering trace of power? Our Dark Radiance Empire didn't know we had such a great master. If we could invite him to assist us, our Dark Radiance Empire would be secure for another 100 years." Watching Xiao look calm and detached, as though the magic array had nothing to do with him, Luo Yun was perplexed. For such a significant achievement, why wasn't he claiming credit? This man couldn't possibly be insane, could he? In fact, Luo Yun didn't realize that Xiao's inner state was anything but tranquil at this moment. Once his identity was uncovered, he surely wouldn't receive the respect Luo Jianqing spoke of. The concept of interest was understood thoroughly by royalty, and he, not being a native of the Dark Radiance Empire, would inevitably be discovered. The relationship between the Dark Radiance Empire and the various countries of the Holy Land continent had always been lukewarm, and they certainly wouldn't let him return so easily. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wen Yen approached again for inspection. This magical force indeed did not belong to the princess. Although dark elemental magic and light elemental magic both originate from the same imprint, this person hasn't managed to fuse them, achieving perfect mastery over their base system magic. Princess Guora has already fully grasped the perfect dual attribute system magic, and the residual magical power left behind should thus be of one color only. As long as the magical energy hasn't completely dissipated yet, if the owner of this power hasn't traveled too far, it might still be possible to locate them. Xiao's heart tightened. Chapter 133, No Need. Your Majesty, since there is nothing for us here, I'll take my little ones back to rest first. They fought all night, and have surely reached their limits to last until now. Although Wang Yi and the others were already over 20 years old, in Callus's heart, they would always be little children. It was already very nice of him not to call them little brats. The Dark Radiance Empire valued propriety, but wasn't rigid. There was no rule that they had to wait for the king's permission before retreating. Everyone at the scene could tell Luo Yun and Xiao were already exhausted, so it made sense for Callus to take them back. Their physical strength was indeed flagging a bit. After bowing to the Luo army leader, Xiao and Luo Yun left with Callus. Luo Yun refused help despite the fact that standing was already difficult for him. Wang Yi intended to support him, but was stopped by a glance from Luo Yun. Jie nearby found this situation somewhat amusing. Clearly Wang Yi was genuinely afraid of Luo Yun. He shook his head lightly, and prepared to step forward instead of Wang Yi. No need. I can walk. Luo Yun waved casually, unwilling to let Jie touch him. Jie, who had already extended his hand, was exasperated and consoled. We know you're a clean freak, but don't worry, I've changed my clothes. It's clean. I said no need. Are you deaf? Though slightly irked, Luo Yun's dissatisfied expression still carried an evident hint of playfulness. A real man, neither missing arms nor legs, should find walking easy. Hearing these words, Xiao, supported by Tai, didn't feel good inside because he knew these remarks were aimed at him. Even though Xiao hadn't lost any limbs, he was being supported by Tai. But Xiao had no intention of arguing with Luo Yun about this. At the moment, he had different plans in mind. Tai laughed loudly and poked Xiao's arm. Captain, that's you. Xiao smiled without speaking. Wang Yi just occasionally glanced up at Xiao and Luo Yun, then continued to follow silently behind the group. However, Jie and Tai were much less disciplined. Seeing Xiao remain silent, Jie shook his head and felt quite disappointed. Yes, Captain, if it were me, I'd definitely challenge Deputy Captain to a fight. You look too unmanly like this. Xiao simply smiled again. However, Luo Yun looked rather eager for a fight with Xiao and was staring at him with burning eyes. Listening to the commotion from this bunch of youngsters, Callus didn't feel like playing games as usual. He frowned and beckoned them from behind. That's enough. From what I see, none of you three came to help. Xingming Yin and Luo Yun just went through a fierce battle. Can you quiet down? Scram. Callus took Xiao from Tai's hands and gave Jie and the others a hard glare. You three go ahead. I still have some questions for them. Anyone dares to eavesdrop, I'll blast their ears off. Wang Yi seemed utterly wronged. He hadn't said a single word from start to finish, but was still reprimanded by Callus. Jie and Tai didn't know why Callus was angry, but if the instructor told them to scram, they must move fast. When Tai, Jie, and Wang Yi had gone far away, Callus carefully examined the surroundings once more, confirming there was no one else around, then set Xiao down. All right, recovered pretty well, haven't you? At first, Xiao was surprised, thinking Callus was going to change positions to carry him because it wasn't convenient to support someone while walking. After all, he was already over 17 years old, and his body had fully developed. No matter who held him, it would inconvenience movement. Earlier, Tai couldn't support him easily due to their size difference, but Callus was significantly taller, making it effortless to hoist Xiao onto his shoulders. However, Callus suddenly spoke these words unexpectedly. Although confused, Xiao followed Callus' intentions and stood straight, not knowing Callus' plan, increasing his alertness. Recovery was swift. Watching Xiao standing there looking not like someone who had gone through a harsh battle last night, Callus' gaze held more approval and a flicker of regret, which Xiao managed to catch by watching him intently. Seeing Callus behave unusually, Xiao voiced his inquiry. Instructor, is there something? Luo Yun stood dumbfounded to the side, puzzled as to why they were saying all this, but a vague premonition unsettled him. Since you've regained your strength, let's go. Perhaps next time we meet, we will be enemies. Callus shook his head lightly and sighed, waving his hand to Xiao and turning away. If Xiao still didn't understand Callus' intention, then those past decades truly were spent surviving purely by luck. Instructor, stop prattling on. How come you're acting like Wang Yi now? Callus turned his back, his voice choked with emotion. I've already investigated your identities, Luo Yun. You were the first to raise my suspicions. A 17-year-old Grand Mage in the Dark Radiance Empire, you could be counted on one hand. If there was someone else, how could I not have heard of them? Yan Xingming not being from the Dark Radiance Empire makes sense. But how about you, Luo Yun? So careless and overbearing, even boasting of having clean freak tendencies in the military district. I say that's childish. After Yan Xingming became a Grand Mage, I began paying attention to him too. All the information I found was fake, and then considering the trouble at the Holy Domain continent around that time. Though the person who was wanted was a Dark Mage, your light type, so I didn't connect the dots until witnessing the gold and black magic forces in the sky made me realize everything. If it weren't for my cover-up, Yan Xingming might already be sitting in some dungeon. And you, must you get into trouble to learn your lesson? What if your instructor had been someone other than me? Upon hearing this, Xiao suddenly realized. On the Holy Domain continent, he was just a senior mage, and as long as he didn't make waves, he wouldn't attract much attention. He hadn't anticipated back then, when trying to boost his strength, that his age would come into question. Pondering Callus's words, did that mean Luo Yun was hiding something from him? However, Luo Yun didn't catch any of that. Since Callus knew everything, Luo Yun no longer needed to pretend. What are you two talking about? Leaving? Who is leaving? Instructor, shouldn't we receive rewards for our great accomplishments instead of returning home like this? Seeing Luo Yun's puzzled face, his clear eyes filled with innocence, Callus felt a pang of melancholy deep inside. This child hadn't known anything from the start. If it wasn't for Xiao restraining him earlier, perhaps. Actually, when Callus found Luo Yun and Xiao, he also discovered Yin Feng's body, which aroused doubts in his mind. It wasn't until the Luo army leader explained the princess's magical power that everything suddenly clicked, making him pay more attention to Xiao. He had noticed every little action Xiao took towards Luo Yun, and if he couldn't understand by now, then he would have wasted these past decades. The reason why he helped Xiao was because he knew Xiao was Guala's hero, irrespective of whatever he used to do or be, yet at least he saved all the people of Guala and his own comrades in arms. Luo Yun. Xiao forced a smile onto his face, quietly looking at Luo Yun who still hadn't understood, his body gradually retreating backward. I might have to leave. Where to? Instinctively, Luo Yun stepped forward, wanting to grab hold of the figure stepping further away. Leaving? Just like that leaving? Just like that leaving? Dumbfounded, Luo Yun watched Xiao's retreating back, feeling an emptiness in his heart. This guy, why leave so easily? Was he still going to take him to the Holy Domain continent to play? Chapter 134, Stand Still. Luo Yun had not yet come back to her senses. She stared at the small path where Xiao had disappeared and felt a deep sense of unease. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, so what had happened? Kaylee's walked over to her side and gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Stand still. Xiao hadn't gone far when reinforcements arrived from the direction of Guora. Luo Juanxing was leading a group and scanned the surroundings, but couldn't find Xiao's figure. He turned toward Kaylee's for an explanation. Where is the other one? In his hand, he held a square stone with a depression carved into it, featuring a small magical array. Inside this array, golden and black interwoven beads rolled around. Based on the movements of those beads, Luo Juanxing could roughly determine Xiao's position. What? Which person? I don't know who your majesty is referring to. It was obvious to everyone, including Luo Yun, that Kaylee's was feigning ignorance regarding the question asked by Luo Juanxing. The one called Yan Qingming. Luo Juanxing was clearly dissatisfied with Kaylee's actions. The former lieutenant general surely didn't lose both rank and intelligence. Oh, you mean him? Kaylee slapped his right hand onto his left as if something suddenly came to mind and slowly replied. I remember Wang Yi being sent back, and Jesse was also sent back. That way, chase after him. With no patience for Kaylee's nonsense, he glanced at the square stone in his hand, confirmed the direction Xiao had fled, and set off with his group. Here the vegetation was dense and the paths rugged. Were it not for the extraordinary capabilities of the people following him, the pursuit might have proven inconvenient. As dozens of figures disappeared in the direction Xiao had gone, a sense of foreboding arose in Luo Yun's heart. She turned her gaze to Kaylee's. Instructor, what exactly happened? You foolish child, you're always causing trouble. Can't you give your father less trouble? Kaylee spoke with apparent blame, but his face revealed amusement. Our royal family has only you now. You have no idea how much your father loves you. During the time you were missing, he was extremely anxious. Had Xiao been there, he would have been shocked by Kaylee's words. He thought Luo Yun was simply some nobleman's son. Never did he imagine that Luo Yun was actually the princess spoken of by these people. Given their previous conflicts, he was certain Luo Yun wasn't disguising herself as a man. Watching her father leave, Luo Yun forced a bitter smile. Even this instructor seemed to have guessed her identity, yet none had recognized the princess standing right before them. Her subtle thoughts were all too clear to Kaylee's, but since they pertained to family matters, even as an instructor, he didn't feel it was his place to comment. Let's go. He waved a hand, indifferent to whether Luo Yun followed or not, as he headed straight toward the military teleportation array. Instructor. Luo Yun's voice drifted from behind, softly. What exactly happened? Xiao is Guora's hero. Hero? Huh, Kaylee sighed deeply. This sight confused Luo Yun further. But before she could open her mouth, Kaylee began explaining. His name is Xiao, right? The very individual featured on the Saint Realm Continent's wanted list. At the end of the day, he belongs to the Saint Realm Continent, so you better not forget which faction His Majesty is associated with. Our Dark Radiance Empire, since its inception, even including the ancient literature on elves, a race extremely harmonious with elements of heaven and earth, has never seen someone like Princess bearing such a mark. However, their texts record partial information about dual attribute marks. Do you know what this means? And do you understand why there were divination wizards and even gods in ancient times? But now, not only our Dark Radiance Empire, but the entire Saint Realm continent lacks a single divination wizard. Why is that? Confused by this string of questions, she pondered. What did this have to do with her? Looking at Luo Yun's puzzled eyes, Kaylee's realized she knew nothing at all, merely an ignorant young princess. So he changed the subject. Anyway, both you and Xiao are crucial existences for the Saint Realm continent and the Dark Radiance Empire. However, it seems the Saint Realm continent isn't particularly friendly to him, which is why he escaped to the Dark Radiance Empire. Since he's come here and was discovered by the Emperor, considering the leader of the right faction is your father, what do you think he would do to Xiao? What Kaylee's described greatly diverged from what Luo Yun imagined. Even though her father belonged to the right faction, he had once told her that for her mother's sake, he would not initiate war. As long as Chun Ming proved powerful enough, the Saint Realm continent would accept them. After all, 10 years ago, her most revered uncle sacrificed his life helping the Saint Realm continent resist their enemies. But he's Guora's hero. He helped us. Moreover, Mother has always disliked war. Father loves her deeply and will not go against her wishes. But he is, after all, from the Saint Realm continent. Would the countries of the Saint Realm continent just willingly accept our migration without cause? Since the moment His Majesty began to suspect Xiao, a decision was already made in his heart. He wouldn't have concealed the truth otherwise. He's someone from the Saint Realm continent and has never forgotten it, regardless of how he's been treated. At this point, a faint trace of self-mockery flickered across Kaylee's eyes. I know what you're thinking, even though it pains you. This is the reality we face. Xiao at least helped us. As you said, he's Guora's hero, and regardless of the situation, we should respect him. The soldiers fought bravely, saving the entire city's people, only to be sentenced to death by their king when they were exhausted. How ironic that would be. But don't worry too much, Realizing suddenly that there was no sound behind him anymore, Kaylee's turned abruptly and discovered Luo Yun had vanished without a trace. Sighing wryly, it seemed she had used light magic to block his ability to sense her presence. He took a deep breath, gazing at the rising sun, feeling a swirl of emotions. The morning wind was bone-chilling, yet it also managed to refresh Xiao, as the battle of last night truly left him drained. Thankfully, his timely cracking of the magic array reduced a great deal of pressure off Luo Yun. The skirmish in the military camp didn't greatly influence the overall battle situation. The crucial part was that Xiao had dismantled the magical array, rescuing the whole of Guora and eliminating Yin Feng, a significant threat to the Dark Radiance Empire. Yeqing Tian had a permanently injured leg, which could not fully heal. However, the demons, with enough life force, were capable of full recovery. Since Luo Juanxing had appeared, an ominous premonition arose within Xiao. When the amiable-looking emperor started doubting the one who broke the forbidden, overpowered magic spell, Xiao decided to escape. He had never forgotten that he hailed from the Saint Realm continent. Although he did not have overwhelming affection for that land, those dear to him lived there, and sooner or later, he would return. If captured by Luo Juanxing, it wasn't certain whether he would even be given a chance to surrender. Unaware of the emperor's character, if he refused the opportunity and chose execution, Xiao would lose everything. Initially, he simply wanted to assist Luo Yun in dealing with Yin Feng. Trusting him, he had inadvertently revealed some secrets about himself, never anticipating the arrival of Luo Juanxing. His benevolent assistance led them to force him into a state of fugitive flight. It was truly disheartening when viewed this way. Weaving through overgrown grass and shadowed paths, beneath Xiao's feet, there lay a golden magic circle, enhancing his speed. He could feel the pursuers getting closer from behind, and in this unfamiliar environment, he had no idea where he was heading. It was perhaps during the period stationed in the Saint Realm continent and New Valley Military District that he experienced a relatively stable time. After his parents' passing, it was hard for him to recall a single moment when he wasn't in exile. Chapter 135, Delaying Time. Shit. Faced with the surging river, Xiao couldn't help but curse aloud. He had always considered himself lucky, but today everything went wrong. First he was targeted by Luo Juanxing, and now he found himself in a dead end. This tumultuous river was thousands of meters wide. Even if he tried to fly across, there would undoubtedly be a battle mid-air. Among those chasing him were no shortage of wind magic practitioners. If encountered, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance while airborne. There was no more time for hesitation. A black and golden magic circle instantly rose beneath his feet. Two differently colored streams of magic flowed in opposite directions and disappeared either into the shade or under the sunlight. Xiao's figure also became hidden among the shadows of the trees. Luo Juanxing stopped at the edge of the river with dozens of followers. Various colors of magical energies swirled around their bodies, except for dark and light attributes. Gone. Luo Juanxing looked at the square stone in his hand. The small sphere formed by black and golden magic had diminished to a mere trembling dust, dissipating with the wind. He threw the square stone away and glanced around. Your Majesty, Wen Yan, who had been trailing behind the group, stepped forward. Xiao, hiding in the shadows, thought things were turning bad. If Wen Yan's understanding of magic matched his expectations, then both his light-based illusion magic and dark-based concealment magic could be seen through. But for now, he remained undetected. If he moved prematurely, he would definitely get discovered by this group. With his speed, it's impossible for him to have crossed the river. Wen Yan furrowed his brow and began inspecting the surroundings. If he shares the same seal as the princess, then he should be able to use light attribute illusion magic. It's likely that he used illusions to hide himself. Luo Juanxing nodded and gestured to his subordinates, who quickly dispersed. Wen Yan walked over to the cliff where Xiao had previously been, crouched down, and ran his fingers along the ground. Then a golden magic circle appeared in his palm. Not good. Due to the urgency, Xiao's hastily constructed magic array was extremely rudimentary. With some effort, it was easy to detect flaws. However, he hadn't anticipated Wen Yan coming here too. This great scholar was capable of breaking magic arrays using his own power. He had constructed the magic circle coincidentally at the edge of the cliff in the dirt. He couldn't keep waiting like this any longer. He needed to act first and eliminate as many opponents as possible. No matter who these people were, as long as they posed a threat to him, he wouldn't hold back. As a nearby earth magic practitioner came closer, Xiao pushed his internal magic to its limits. But he couldn't prepare ahead of time. Once his magic leaked out, he would be exposed. He must take out one person before being revealed. As for the rest, it was all a gamble. At the same moment, Luo Juanxing and Wen Yan both sensed an unfamiliar fluctuation of magic. In front of Xiao, the earth magic practitioner stood with an open mouth, unable to utter a sound. He wanted to glance down at his throat, which had been pierced, but lacked even the ability to maintain balance and fell backward stiffly. After mastering the innate abilities of the dark attribute, Xiao found that the lethality of his own magic increased greatly. His opponent was also a Grand Magician, an Earth Grand Magician at that, yet his magic, infused with destruction, effortlessly tore through the man's throat. But there seemed to be something different between his destruction and Luo Yun's destruction. He could feel that Luo Yun's innate magic was more overpowering. While his own destructive power was fierce, it wasn't as strong as Luo Yun's, instead leaning more towards subtlety and suppleness. Moreover, compared to Luo Yun's pure destruction, Xiao's destruction seemed to carry something extra. Because within your destruction ability, there's also a trace of life energy consumption. Ling's voice suddenly resounded in his mind, emotionless. Your destruction reduces all things to nothingness, while his is merely to obliterate them. It's somewhat similar to destruction, but his is more thorough. Without further thought, Xiao responded briefly and immediately launched a surprise attack on the nearest mage. A jet-black arrow imbued with potent dark flames shot out from his fingertip. However, having already exposed himself, Xiao failed this time. That person merely tilted their head slightly to avoid the strike, and the entire group surrounded Xiao. Na Luo Juanxing wore a gentle smile on his face, but the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Your Majesty. Xiao's eyes were filled with cold hostility, his lips curling into a mocking grin. I didn't expect such a grand welcoming ceremony for me. Na Luo Juanxing wasted no words and opened his mouth, saying, From the moment you started concealing the truth, I imagine you've already made up your mind. However, since you joined our army, I still want to give you another chance. After all, geniuses like you are something we in the Dark Radiance Empire crave greatly. Na Luo Juanxing squinted his eyes slightly and carefully scrutinized the young man in front of him. Since your identity has already been revealed, you can dispel the magic that altered your appearance, right? After speaking, he gave a subtle signal to Wan Yin beside him. As a monarch, he detested being deceived. Even if it was just by a fake appearance, he wouldn't allow it. Wan Yin took a step forward, and a golden magic circle appeared in his hand, floating above Xiao's head and showering down with golden light. A halo gradually corrected Xiao's outline back to its original form. Facing these actions from Wan Yin, Xiao made no resistance whatsoever. Have you thought it through yet? Na Luo Juanxing furrowed his brow, slightly narrowing his eyes. I've heard that you are wanted on the Sacred Domain continent. I imagine life there hasn't been easy for you either. They don't know how to cherish talent, forcing you into the Dark Radiance Empire. Wasn't this their way of making you seek refuge with me? What else is there to hesitate about? I assure you, if you follow me, I will betroth my daughter to you. As long as you remain loyal, you will be my successor. Is this proposal not enough of an incentive? Xiao stood quietly there, still remaining silent, coldly staring at Na Luo Juanxing. Seeing his lack of response, Na Luo Juanxing grew impatient. Are you stalling for time? More or less. Xiao didn't hide the fact, neither refusing nor accepting the offer, merely gauging how long Luo Juanxing's patience would last until the moment he could bear it no longer before opening his mouth again, thus delaying the time to its maximum extent. Even with Na Luo Juanxing's daughter, the Empress, whom he hadn't met once, he only had vague impressions based on hearsay. Besides, he wasn't interested in such titles. After all, this woman was the one his brother, Luo Yun, fancied. How could he possibly interfere? Upon hearing Xiao's answer, Na Luo Juanxing's face turned pitch black. What's the point of stalling for time? Don't forget, here lies the Dark Radiance Empire. I know. Xiao's lips curved up slightly into a smile as he said, To be personally pursued by your Majesty yourself is indeed an honor. But I have no intention of doing much anyway. It's because I am hesitant. I'm not really interested in the princess, so your Majesty's proposition puts me in quite a dilemma. Neither rejecting nor accepting, but stating his disinterest in the princess instead, he gave the impression that he hesitated merely because he didn't want to marry her, creating an illusion that he disliked joining the Dark Radiance Empire solely due to that reason. In reality, what troubled him more was that he didn't wish to marry the princess and also didn't want to join him, intending to return to the Sacred Domain continent while knowing Na Luo Juanxing wouldn't allow it. I won't beat around the bush anymore. Give me a straight answer. Will you pledge allegiance to me? No. Chapter 136, Trembling. Na Luo Juanxing's eyes grew sharp, and the magic power of nearly 10 people surged instantly, carrying an intense killing intent toward Xiao. The golden and deep black magic powers shone brilliantly under the blazing sun and tree shade. Dozens of magical formations hovered in the air. Wild winds and fierce flames reduced this forest to rubble. The earth trembled incessantly, and the surging rivers became even more ferocious. Xiao had been driven to the edge of the cliff, his body covered with quite a few wounds, but his opponents were no better off. Na Luo Juanxing didn't move, neither did Wan Yin. Xiao had just ascended to the ranks of Great Mage, and facing these 7 top-tier Great Mages, what he was able to do was already impressive. If given a bit more time to become more proficient in his own elemental magic, it might be a different scene right now. Xiao stood on the edge of the cliff with both the dark spear and the golden spear in his hands. Behind him was the surging river water, and many splashing water droplets landed on his torn military uniform, the military uniform of the Dark Luster Empire. Wan Yin didn't make a move. He was merely a scholar. Although he understood magic, his own combat abilities weren't strong enough. If he got involved, he might end up being Xiao's breakthrough point. Na Luo Juanxing, as a monarch, despite his formidable strength, felt it would tarnish his reputation to personally take action against an underage child. Even if no one found out, he looked down upon such actions, Beside Na Luo Juanqing stood an old man who had been there from the beginning. He stood quietly by Na Luo Juanqing's side, exuding an aura of danger, yet he hadn't participated in the encirclement and slaughter of Xiao. In their view, Xiao was just one person while they had 7 great mages on their side, 2 of whom were nearing the rank of supreme mage. They couldn't imagine how they wouldn't be able to deal with a child. Although the current situation wasn't as good as Na Luo Juanqing had hoped for, it still wasn't too bad. Xiao was cornered, enemies in front, a rushing river behind. Even for a water great mage, it'd be hard to survive this torrent, let alone him, who practiced light and darkness magic. Though Xiao sustained numerous injuries, ultimately, they were only minor wounds, but the situation for the others was different. The wounds on their bodies still retained remnants of the deep black magic power. The longer the battle went on, the greater their exhaustion became. This was due to Xiao's dark attribute magic power, which could consume the vitality of his enemies. Fortunately, they were in great numbers. Moreover, Xiao had experienced a great battle last night and had not fully recovered yet. It wouldn't be long before Xiao would fall because of physical exhaustion. However, with Ling present, the remaining magic power Xiao possessed was far more than they expected. As a sacred artifact, Ling's strength increased alongside the enhancement of Xiao's own power. Now that Xiao had mastered both light and darkness magic, gaining considerable strength, naturally, Ling's capabilities also increased. Na Luo Juanqing chuckled coldly. You've reached your dead end. Even though he knew that Xiao's injuries were not severe, he had already been pushed into a desperate situation, captured or killed by himself, sooner or later. Are you all really underestimating me? If it was just facing these 7 great mages, Xiao naturally would not fear them. What truly made him feel the threat were Na Luo Juanqing and the old man standing beside him who remained silent all the time. He knew that even if he could kill the 7 people in front of him, it would be very difficult for him to escape under the eyes of those 2, let alone whether anyone in front of them would just allow him to kill them. The best strategy was to pretend to be weak. As long as they believed that these 7 people could drive him into a desperate situation, they wouldn't make a move, and then he'd have enough time to prepare. Super magic. Both the light spear and the dark spear were simultaneously plunged into the ground. A golden and deep black magical array instantly unfolded beneath his feet, gradually overlapping and merging into a dark gold magical array. The unique patterns on it gave a sense of suffocation. Even just glancing at it made one feel as if they were falling into an abyss. Dark annihilation light abyss. A dark golden curtain rose from underground, shining with dark golden light onto everyone. From the ground, brilliant dark golden light brought powerful impacts to their bodies, while at the same time, an invisible pressure pulled them toward the middle of the magical array, where there was a dark golden black hole. The other end of the black hole was an abyss, an endless abyss. Na Luo Juanqing and Wan Yin still stood there motionlessly, though a flicker of shock appeared on their faces. This child, if not eliminated, will definitely become a future trouble. This was the first time the elder spoke, revealing full intentions to kill Xiao. Na Luo Juanqing nodded and said coldly, my son has talent, but is not as calculating as him. Even though this isn't complete super magic, it doesn't differ much. Wan Yin agreed. Being able to use super magic with the strength of a great mage shows that his control over magic power has already reached the level of a supreme mage. Moreover, he didn't chant any incantations. Grandmaster, between Yuner and him, who is stronger? Although Xiao was, in his eyes, already half dead, he still wanted to know the gap between the young generation of the Dark Luster Empire and the Sacred Domain continent. These 2 could be considered typical representatives. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully examining Xiao and the dark gold magical array, and said calmly, as your majesty has said, if it were a direct battle, Princess Yuner would have the upper hand in strategy. However, when it comes to scheming, she is not as calculating as this boy. Pity, Na Luo Juanqing sighed lightly. If he had surrendered to me and married my daughter, my throne would have been his. Alas, he's too stubborn. Xiao once again raised the light spear and the dark spear, charging into the crowd. Those who had lost their resistance capability due to the impact of the dark annihilation light abyss were now scrambling to deal with Xiao's sudden assault, but they had nowhere to escape within this large magic formation. Grandmaster. At this moment, Na Luo Juanqing no longer believed that the 7 people on his side had the ability to handle Xiao. He glanced at the elder beside him and gave a subtle indication. Yes, your majesty. The elder took a step forward, carrying infinite might. Beneath his feet, deep red magic power surged violently, and when he stepped on the dark golden magical array, the super magic that Xiao had prepared in advance shattered instantly, dissipating into countless sparks. Stand down. Without even sparing a glance at the disheveled group of 7, the elder extended his hand, pointing directly at Xiao. From the elder, Xiao felt an extreme threat to his life. The fear of death had never been so strong. Saint Magic Book, Light Volume. Protection. Blazing Sunday. A sudden burst of firelight at his fingertips transformed into a deep crimson pillar aimed directly at Xiao. As Ling's voice sounded, Xiao's body was enveloped by a pale blue halo, and in front of him, several defensive magical arrays unfolded instantly. However, they proved powerless against the flame akin to a laser. Merely brushing against its edge caused the protective arrays to shatter instantly. The crimson pillar collided with Xiao's body, causing a crack to appear in the pale blue aura surrounding him, and a look of pain flickered across his face. Annihilation break. A pitch-black longsword shot out from behind the elder, and with a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged it. The sword then hurtled towards Xiao, aiming for the beam of fire in front of him. At the same time, A familiar figure emerged from behind Na Luo Juanqing. Chapter 137, Dislike. The deep black longsword, carrying a destructive power, slashed towards the deep red pillar of light. After a flash of firelight, the deep red pillar of light suddenly vanished. Power of destruction? Na Luo Juanqing exclaimed in shock, looking at Luo Yun incredulously, and his eyes showed a contemplative look. After scrutinizing him, he realized he had seen Luo Yun somewhere before, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He remembered seeing him earlier in the demon race's military camp, but at that time, he hadn't paid any attention to Luo Yun. All his attention had been on Xiao. Luo Yun, what do you want here? This has nothing to do with you. Luo Yun's presence here for some unknown reason troubled Xiao. He didn't want him involved. The elder frowned deeply, clearly hesitant. Your Highness, can you not trouble this old man? Princess? Shock spread across both Na Luo Juanqing's and Xiao's faces. Compared to Xiao, Na Luo Juanqing's aged face even turned slightly red. His daughter was right there in front of him, and yet he hadn't recognized her immediately. Father! Luo Yun's voice was filled with anger, streaks of bloodshot appearing in her eyes. This shout restored her original voice, gentle and full of feminine charm. At this moment, Xiao finally understood Luo Yun's identity. Yet he still couldn't understand how she had altered her body and appearance. Why must you kill Xiao? This was not a question, but a reproach. Her mother disliked war, and neither did she. She remembered vividly, 3 years ago, her mother holding her while admiring the moon in front of the ascending moon pavilion with her father. If only there were no wars. Staring at the bright moon, her tender purple eyes furrowed slightly, her tone hinting at helplessness. Na Luo Juanqing took a step forward, embracing her and their child. With a look of indulgence, he affectionately stroked her head, and then looked tenderly into her purple eyes, whispering gently, don't worry. As long as I'm here, you and Yuner will be safe. I won't let the war harm either of you. Trust me. I trust Dad. You're the best, Dad. The little girl pouted and gave Na Luo Juanqing a kiss on the cheek, giggling happily. Her voice was sweet and clear. Seeing the thoughtful look on Yanzi's face, Na Luo Juanqing leaned closer to her, locking eyes with hers. What's wrong, Yana? Do you have something on your mind? She looked at the man standing majestically before her, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. Juanqing, are you plotting against the Holy Domain continent? Na Luo Juanqing's expression froze momentarily before quickly returning to a soft smile. Yenner, for the sake of our people, I must take this action. Yanzi looked anxiously at Na Luo Juanqing, placing her jade-like hand on his wrinkled face. A faint pain stirred within her heart. The strength of the Holy Domain continent is much greater than we imagined. I don't want you to take risks. Promise me, don't start a war. One demon race is already giving us headaches. If you provoke the Holy Domain continent further, we'll be surrounded from all sides. I want to give Yuner a peaceful era. All right, I promise you. I'll give our daughter a peaceful age. Na Luo Juanqing had not forgotten, which is why upon seeing Luo Yun now, her expression appeared rather distressed. Yuner, listen to father and move aside. No, Luo Yun roared angrily. Xiao saved the entire Guora. He is a hero to Guora. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why are you killing him? Is it because he comes from the Holy Domain continent? The statement silenced both Na Luo Juanqing and the elder. Luo Yun's words completely overturned Na Luo Juanqing's perception of her. In his memory, his daughter had always been extremely obedient and innocent, requiring explanations to fully understand his words after pondering them for quite some time. He never expected that without needing to say a word, she could already guess his intentions. Yuner, this person must be eliminated. It seemed his daughter was determined to protect this man from the Holy Domain continent. Na Luo Juanqing hesitated, unsure what decision to make. Seeking help, he looked at the elder. The elder standing ahead also felt troubled. The force unleashed moments ago could only be avoided by even an ordinary ultramage. And this young man, although talented, possessed merely the strength of a great mage. Moreover, from observing him, it seemed that only through initiating magic could he fuse two main elemental magics, suggesting that he had just ascended to the rank of great mage not long ago. Could he withstand such a strike? Young man, where did that power come from? Furrowing his brows, the elder fixed his gaze directly onto Xiao. Under the elder's intense stare, Xiao felt as if all his secrets were laid bare, trembling inexplicably within. Dark magic tome, dark volume, demonization. Light cannot save you. Only darkness is your destiny. A thick wave of dark energy seeped out from within Xiao, enveloping him. Xiao's features became fierce, almost like a savage beast. Blood vessels showed in his darkened eyes, exuding a more terrifying aura compared to his time at the Holy Domain Academy. Luo Yun suddenly felt an unusual movement behind him and quickly turned around, only to be shocked by what he saw in front of him. So taken aback was he that he instinctively stepped back several times. This unintentional action was caught by Xiao, who felt inexplicably hurt in his heart. At that moment, he thought of Rulin, remembering how she had stretched out her little hand to pull him the first time she saw him like this. Luo Jun would definitely try to kill him, and the elder's power exceeded his imagination. If he didn't take any action now, there was no way he could withstand the elder's second attack. Where this power comes from has nothing to do with you. Xiao's voice was gloomy and hoarse. At this moment, he was like a wild beast ready to pounce, on the verge of losing all reason. Xiao, you can't win against Uncle. Seeing the increasing dark aura around Xiao, and knowing that the fierceness in his eyes was almost overwhelming his sanity, Luo Yun panicked. Uncle is a sage mage. You cannot fight him. Sage mage. If it were just an ultra mage, there might have been a shred of hope, but a sage mage. That was an existence beyond the human realm, transcending the ordinary and becoming holy. Every sage mage had their own domain. Within their domains, they were akin to gods. Seeing Xiao hesitate for a brief moment, the elder, with his wrinkled face, revealed a faint smile. Princess is absolutely right. There's no chance for you to escape from under this old man's watchful eye. Even though he knew the likelihood of his survival was infinitesimally small, Xiao still planned to attempt it. All his schemes amounted to nothing in front of this elder. He was entirely different from anyone Xiao had ever met before, possessing the effortless strength to obliterate him instantly. Despite using every trick up his sleeve, there was no guarantee he'd survive this encounter. This was absolute power. Luo Yun's gaze swept over the elder and landed directly on Luo Jun. He took a step forward, stood tall and confident, and a dark golden magic circle appeared above his head. The dark golden light bathed his handsome face, creating a delicate halo. During the journey here, Luo Yun had changed into a clean set of casual clothing. He used the magic of the dark element to isolate himself from the external environment, creating a space solely for himself. This had caused some delay, but fortunately, he had arrived in time. As the glow faded, Luo Yun's body underwent a subtle transformation. He untied the little braid that had always been tied at the back of his head, and a cascade of black silk tumbled down. What should have been flat chest gradually rose as well. It was actually raised already, only masked by a light element illusion magic which disrupted everyone's visual perception. Turning around, Xiao saw those mesmerizing purple eyes. Compared to Rulin's clear blue irises, these purple eyes added an extra touch of charm and emitted a feminine allure. Her beauty made even Xiao inwardly marvel that this must be one of nature's proudest masterpieces. He had to admit, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, without exception. The Yangtze River rippled slightly in the cold wind, and her black hair swayed gently in the breeze. She stood silently there, her gorgeous eyes fixed on Xiao, as if wanting to tell countless stories. She shone brightly and radiated a bewitching charm, yet exuded a cool and proud demeanor. For men, this kind of up-and-down charm was undeniably an irresistible attraction. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I joined the army not to join the knight squad, but to find my own knight within it. I am the princess of the Danya Empire, Luo Ziyun. Chapter 138, Attention. Yuner, Nalu Juanxing, as an experienced father, of course knew what his daughter's eyes implied. That young man was an enemy, and he couldn't allow Ziyun to continue developing a relationship with him. She turned her head, looking coldly at Nalu Juanxing. You liar. Nalu Juanxing was stunned. In his daughter's eyes, he saw. Fine. Yuner, don't be angry. Your father will listen to you. I won't kill him, but I want him to promise me one condition. Knowing that this person was wanted by the Star River Empire, Nalu Juanxing had some understanding of him. According to rumors, he was a cruel and ruthless person, a devil who killed without hesitation. But that was only part of it. There were also rumors that the Star River Empire's prince held a grudge against him and used his sister to threaten him, leading to her death. He knew the dirtiness of the royal family. With the power of the royal family, turning white into black wasn't effortless. He didn't believe those rumors. He only trusted what he saw and his own judgment. A person wanted by the official forces of the Star River Empire must not be a simple character. He asked Wenyan to investigate, and initially, when he learned that this person was just a child, he was surprised. Later, the information brought back by Wenyan made him pay more attention to Xiao. A 17-year-old boy, a genius from Holy Domain Academy, known as the Eternal Night Tyrant, defeated Eris Long, who was halfway into the Great Mage Domain and had unleashed a sacred artifact with the strength of a senior mage. Later, he entered Osiris Academy, but was expelled after a short period. Aside from the ancient era, how long has it been since there was a 17-year-old Great Mage? Natsian could be counted as one, and Xiao was another. As long as he could hold on to these two people, would he fear mere demons? From his daughter, he could see Xiao's moral integrity. Although Yuner was pure, she would never develop feelings for someone with poor character. Moreover, he risked exposure to save Gawara, which showed his sense of responsibility. If he had a sense of responsibility, as long as he agreed to his conditions, he would gradually become one of them. Unfortunately, Xiao still hadn't forgotten that he was from the Holy Domain continent. Condition? Nalu Ziyun slightly hesitated, shifting her gaze towards Xiao, expectantly looking at him. However, Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He coldly stared at Nalu Juanxing, as if a knot in his heart was being unraveled. I originally thought you only wanted to kill me because of the Star River Empire's bounty. At the same time, Xiao pushed his mana to its limit, pondering how to escape in this situation. The elder was a saint mage. Judging from the color of the mana, it was fire attribute. Behind him was a great river, but the current was too strong, and jumping in would likely mean certain death. As a last resort, he would have to do it. Nalu Juanxing shook his head with a smile. No. Holy Domain affairs have nothing to do with our Dark Radiance Empire. Now, I simply ask you, do you wish to die, or agree to my condition? If Xiao guessed correctly, the condition Nalu Juanxing was referring to now was something he had already rejected once before. But, he glanced at Nalu Ziyun. In her dark purple pupils reflected his body enveloped in black energy. The old man took a step forward, his gaze fierce, and with a sweep of his right hand, crimson mana bypassed Nalu Ziyun's body and swirled towards Xiao. The black energy covering his entire body was ignited, dissipating into sparks in the air. This power that doesn't belong to you either disappears forever or serves us. If I'm not mistaken, you should possess a sacred artifact. Xiao did not answer him. Once again, he witnessed the incredible strength of this old man. Nalu Juanxing seemed somewhat impatient. Marry my daughter and inherit the throne in the future, or perish in the river current. Nalu Ziyun cast a strange look at Nalu Juanxing and said shyly, Father, what do you mean? How can your old father not understand your little intentions? Nalu Juanxing looked gently at his daughter. If it weren't for you, this kid would already be dead. Nalu Ziyun bit her lower lip, not daring to make eye contact with Xiao. Previously, Xiao didn't know her identity, so he firmly refused. But now, knowing Luo Yun was Nalu Ziyun, he wasn't sure what kind of feeling he had for either him or her. It was truly laughable to think that he was almost out of time, yet still had to worry about such romantic sentiments. Xiao. After a long while without hearing Xiao's reply, Nalu Ziyun blushed and lifted her head, gazing dazedly at him. You said you would take me to play on the Holy Domain continent. The words of refusal caught in his throat, unable to be spoken. He wasn't sure if Nalu Ziyun was pretending to protect him or if she really had developed affection for him. But remembering her instinctive actions earlier, Xiao leaned more towards the former. But could emotions like these be faked? Xiao, let me out. The pendant hidden in his shirt emitted a faint white light against Xiao's chest. The elder seemed to have noticed the abnormality and stepped forward, wrapping a thread of mana around his fingertip. Xiao placed his hand over his chest, signaling Ling to stay quiet. Your Majesty, Callus appears to be nearby. Wen Yin whispered to Nero Juanxing, using a voice only they could hear. His mentor is Callus. Though Callus does not interfere with politics, he still holds considerable influence among the left faction. If we kill him here, it may dishearten our frontline soldiers and intensify internal conflicts within the empire. The hero of Glava returns triumphantly, only to be intercepted and assassinated by the king on his way home. Once this news spreads, it will surely throw the army into chaos, especially with the great war against the demon race imminent. Grandmaster, don't rush to kill him. Arrest him first. Nero Juanxing instructed the elder, then turned to Xiao and said, Since you can't answer now, I'll give you time to consider. Nalu Ziyun's eyes flickered briefly with panic. She knew this was merely a delaying tactic. She feared her father might kill Xiao without letting her know. Xiao. She took a step forward, trying to grab Xiao's arm. That same sense of insecurity she'd felt earlier returned. Seeing Nalu Ziyun's outstretched hand, Xiao felt something stir deep inside him. He wanted to reach out and grasp her hand, having witnessed Luo Yun's strength and arrogance, which made him all the more heartbroken over Nalu Ziyun's reluctance to let go. But he also understood that Nero Juanxing only wanted to keep him alive temporarily, to soothe Nalu Ziyun's emotions for now, before finding an opportunity to kill him later and then gradually calm her down afterward. He wouldn't stay. His gaze softened as he looked at Nalu Ziyun with a trace of reluctance, giving her a faint smile. I'm sorry. I cannot stay. Destruction. Dark black magic instantly wrapped around his entire body. He leaped backward into the river, the only chance he had for survival. As he watched the stunned expression on Nalu Ziyun's face, her sudden red-rimmed eyes struck something deep within him, as though part of him was drifting away. No! Nalu Ziyun screamed, feeling as if all her strength had been drained from her body. Her small outstretched hand fell limply to her side. As if foreseeing that Xiao would attempt to dive into the river for a slim hope of survival, the elder lifted his finger, and a bolt of fire shot out immediately, splitting in midair into two streams heading straight toward Xiao. At the same time, Wen Yin furrowed his brows slightly. Green magic flickered faintly around him. On the surface of the vast river, a green magic circle appeared suddenly, stirring up strong winds above it, attempting to prevent Xiao's descent. World of life, light enhancement, elemental amplification, shadow spear drop. Abandoning his own defenses, Xiao channeled the light auxiliary magic onto himself, enhancing both his attack and elemental attributes, hurling a dark spear from his hand directly at the approaching green magic circle. No! In her panic, Nalu Ziyun stretched out both arms, using her body to block the two split beams of fire. Dark gold mana enveloped her entirely. There was no time to cast a spell properly in such an emergency. She had to rely solely on her raw magical power to withstand the assault. Yunner, Nero Juanxing gasped, his eyes widening dramatically. For a moment, it felt as though the air itself had frozen solid. The elder hadn't expected Nalu Ziyun to use her frail body to intercept his attack. He waved his fingers swiftly, causing the twin streams of fire to try bypassing her. However, Nalu Ziyun threw herself forward, colliding head-on with one of the beams. The fire hit her right shoulder, crashing against her dark golden mana shield. The powerful force sent her body flying through the air, where the fire ultimately penetrated her mana shield, spilling bright crimson blood that stained her crimson mana pink. The dark spear imbued with most of Xiao's mana broke through the resistance of the wind, shattering the green magic circle. Thanks to Nalu Ziyun negating most of the power of one of the fire beams, the remaining flames scorched only his skin lightly, while another beam pierced his left arm, splashing blood everywhere. Ziyun. As he plunged into the river, he saw Nalu Ziyun's fragile figure being hurled away under the morning sun, her blood dripping from her right shoulder, seeming to strike deep within his heart. Chapter 139, Self-Reproach. Yunner. Two figures were swallowed by the turbulent river. At this moment, Luo Juanxing paid no attention to his royal dignity. He knelt on the cliff, the river water splashing onto his robes, and with wide eyes he stared at the murky river water, trying to find the people swallowed by the current. The elder stood beside Luo Juanxing, a bit helplessly. This river flowed into the outer ocean, and even if he was a holy fire mage, it was impossible for him to evaporate the ocean surrounding the Darkshine Empire. He didn't know how large this world was, but he knew the ocean's area definitely exceeded the size of the Holy Domain continent and the Dark Shine Empire several times over. Everything happened too quickly just now, so much that he didn't have time to react. The river had already swept the two away. Wang Yin stood on the other side of Luo Juanxing, his face filled with regret. If Xiao hadn't shattered his magic array, he could have connected to the magic array he'd left in advance on the river surface and saved Luo Ziyun. But when Xiao destroyed the prearranged magic formation, those fragmented magic forces couldn't possibly blow Luo Ziyun up. Not to mention Xiao's destructive ability also paved the way for Luo Ziyun's fall into the river flow. Carlos walked out with a somber face from the forest behind. I seem to see the future of the empire. What do you mean by that? Wen Yin coldly looked at Carlos, mulling over his words. Carlos gave a cold snort. No meaning, great scholar. Actually, Carlos arrived early on. When he was about to make his move, Xiao leaped into the river flow. As an elder who was a holy fire mage, and with Wen Yin, who was adept at controlling air currents, having no way out, what could he, a faraway explosive mage, do? After glancing at Luo Juanxing and letting out a light sigh to the sky, Carlos turned and left. Ling felt very self-reproachful. It was the first time she understood what self-reproach meant. Given the situation back then, she wanted to intervene, exerting all her strength to break free, but was stopped by Xiao. Since Xiao was her master, she couldn't bear to see him being killed. But Xiao continuously blocked her. Had she not diverted Xiao's attention, perhaps Xiao wouldn't have been injured so severely. Falling into the river current, the fire powers surged once more after piercing through his body, causing Xiao to quickly lose consciousness afterward. She seized the chance to come out. Fortunately, the river flowing towards the ocean wasn't smooth. There was a waterfall. Relying on that waterfall, she brought Xiao and Luo Ziyun to a nearby jungle. Her left shoulder, left arm, right leg. Each part had a hole about the size of a finger, through which green grass could be seen. Seeing Xiao unconscious made her heart ache terribly, rendering her speechless. All the lingering beasts around were driven away by her. Any beast showing a hint of hostility would be instantly chopped into minced meat by her wave of hand. Earth, trees, wind, any aspect of nature was her weapon. She had never killed like today before. To be precise, she had never killed beasts. But today, for reasons unknown, seeing so many holes on Xiao's body made her nose sour. So every time a beast disturbed her, she mercilessly wiped it out. There weren't any powerful beasts in this area, and observing the numerous corpses of beasts around, any beast with ill intentions wisely chose to walk away. Besides Xiao, Luo Ziyun lay quietly. She only suffered serious injuries on her right shoulder, making her relatively better off compared to Xiao. Ling remained quietly by Xiao's side, unsure what she should do, merely staying by his side. Luo Ziyun gradually woke up as well. She felt her right shoulder as if it didn't belong to her, struggling to move even a single finger. Xiao. She painfully got up, walking to Xiao's side. Ling slightly stepped back. She understood that Luo Ziyun wouldn't harm Xiao. Though unable to do anything herself, maybe Luo Ziyun could. Though astonished by Ling's sudden appearance, she vaguely remembered this girl saving them. Unmindful of her own injuries, she initiated the light healing magic, stopping Xiao's bleeding and dressing his wounds. Looking at those shocking bloody holes, Luo Ziyun felt unusually heavy-hearted, with something falling from her eyes. Puzzled, she wiped her vision-obscuring tears. Tears. How long had it been since she last cried? However, now wasn't the time for sentimentality. Pursuers could arrive at any moment, and she had to bring Xiao away from here. Carefully dragging Xiao up, her right hand completely useless, Ling suddenly gripped her sleeve beside her, looking somewhat angry. Startled, Luo Ziyun thought it might not be suitable to move Xiao in his current condition. I must take her away from here, otherwise, we will be trapped when the pursuers come. As if understanding her words, Ling let go of her hand, tilting her head. Take Xiao away? I'll do it. Ling spread her arms, and currents of air converged in her embrace. The invisible wind lifted Xiao gently, suspending him in midair. Without chanting spells, without a magic circle, and even without fluctuations of magical power, she controlled the wind element of nature. Luo Ziyun was so astonished that words failed to describe it, but she did a good job of masking her emotions as she led the way, occasionally glancing at Ling. From Ling, she could sense a familiar fluctuation of magical power. It belonged to Xiao. Why did she possess Xiao's magical power? Everyone's magical power is different, just like the main branch of their magical talents. Are you the sacred spirit? Realization struck Luo Ziyun. Ling nodded slightly, gazing at her blankly. Where are we going? To a place where my father the king can't find us. On this island, except for the areas forcibly occupied by the demon race, it was all within the territory of the Dark Shine Empire. After today's incident, King Luo Juanxing would definitely blockade the harbor and issue a search order. If they were to avoid being found, there was only one place. The mountaintop, overlooking the sea, shrouded in jungle. My name is Luo Ziyun, what about you? Carrying her wounded body, Luo Ziyun led Ling through the rainforest. My name is Ling. It was given to me by Xiao. In the middle of the rainforest lay a large lake dotted with lotus leaves. Beside the lake stood a wooden house, though it was now broken and dilapidated. Can you control water elements? Luo Ziyun pointed at the lake beneath their feet and asked. I can. Not knowing what she intended to do, Ling nodded lightly. Xiao's injuries shouldn't come into contact with water. When we jump in shortly, ensure Xiao doesn't get wet and keep swimming down to the lake bed, continuing even after reaching the bottom. Do you understand? Ling nodded with partial understanding, lowering her head to gaze at the lake surface. Her clear silver pupils seemed capable of piercing right through to the lake bed. There is a magic formation hidden inside. Even a sage-level magician who excels in the art wouldn't discover it unless studying it thoroughly underwater. The water elements perfectly provide cover. Ling dispelled all water elements around Xiao under Luo Ziyun's guidance. They passed through a layer of soil conjured by an illusion spell at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 140, closed. This is called the Mother-Child Lake. It was built by my mother before she passed away. She liked quiet places, so she secretly constructed this lake without telling my father. She originally planned to tell him about it on my 6th birthday, intending it to be our little home. But it wasn't finished when my mother and elder brother were gone. As she stroked the green stone platform, a trace of sorrow appeared in Nero Xuan's eyes. Ling glanced around. This was a vegetable garden, with a flower garden nearby. Above, there was the turquoise lake water, through which sunlight streamed onto this open space. The vegetable garden and flower garden had not been planted yet. Beneath the shore of the lake were several hollowed-out rooms, with an empty space between the houses. The flat space above was supported by a few pillars. This careful layout required immense effort. Beyond the houses beneath the shore, the sound of trickling water could still faintly be heard. However, Ling didn't have the mood to study the environment here at the moment. Nero Xuan gestured for her to lay Xiao on the nearby green stone platform. There's a magic array engraved within this green stone platform by my mother. She was a water elemental support magician and conducted extensive research on purifying body and mind magical techniques. Lying down on the platform brings tranquility and relaxation, and also has certain healing and supplementary therapeutic effects, greatly aiding in Xiao's recovery. Following her instructions, Ling placed Xiao as instructed. In Ling's understanding, Nero Xuan would not harm Xiao. Wait for me here. Nero Xuan ran into the nearby stone house. Ling felt slight movements in the magic array overhead, but immediately focused her attention back on Xiao. I've closed the entrance. Even if they find us, they won't be able to get in, Ling. Your body. Standing next to the green stone platform, Ling's body began visibly turning transparent to the eye. Stretching out her hand, she observed her gradually fading form, her small mouth slightly agape, as if wanting to say something. She then directed her gaze toward Xiao, filled with reluctance. Although Ling didn't speak, Nero Xuan clearly understood what was happening. As Xiao's master, the two shared a connection, and Ling being in such a state indicated that Xiao's condition was deteriorating. By common sense, even if the master dies, a Holy Spirit should remain unaffected, unless the container of the Holy Spirit was damaged and there wasn't enough time for the Holy Spirit to disconnect from the container. Without a place to reside, its essence would be affected. If severe enough, the Holy Spirit would disperse into the vast heavens and earth, becoming energy that roams aimlessly, until the passage of time and historical deposition possibly allowed it to regain consciousness and coalesce back into a Holy Spirit. The stronger the dependence of a Holy Spirit on its container, the greater the likelihood of it dissipating. Nero Xuan rushed to Xiao's side, suppressing the pain in her right shoulder. Raising her hand slightly, a dark golden magic circle emerged. O sacred goddess of light, I humbly request you to descend upon us with your kind grace, dispelling illness and alleviating pain. Let life flourish anew, ushering us back to dawn. A pale golden glow sprinkled over Xiao, while Ling's semi-transparent silhouette slowly became solid again. Observing Xiao's improving situation, Ling seemed to have discovered something. A look of joy spread across her face as she too raised her hands, mimicking Nero Xuan. The golden power belonging to Xiao flowed through her fingertips, and a golden magic array quietly materialized. Nero Xuan's vision grew blurred as a crisp sound came from the bones in her right hand. Emitting a muffled groan, she fainted. Ling curiously observed her, another magic array appearing on Nero Xuan's right hand, encircling it within the array, guiding energy from her fingertips through her entire body. Ling simultaneously treated both Xiao and Nero Xuan, and the residual magic force in her body soon dissipated. Fortunately, Nero Xuan regained consciousness, though Xiao still showed no signs of stirring. With the passing of time, Ling's body once more turned translucent, and many silver light points started floating away from her in all directions. What can we do? Staring at the unconscious Xiao, Nero Xuan felt helpless. His wounds had stopped bleeding, but as things stood, he wouldn't wake up anytime soon, each wound revealing his internal flesh, a sight that broke her heart just to look at. Ling looked at Xiao and then towards her, suddenly speaking up. Life force. I possess it. Life force. Members of the demon race could mend their bodies through life force, which explained their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Controlling life force was one of their unique advantages. If Ling could control life force too, Xiao's injuries could be repaired. But where did Ling, as a holy spirit, derive her life force? Hurry up and repair his wounds, or we'll have no way to awaken him. Okay. Ling nodded and lifted her hands again. A streak of gray energy flowed from her fingertips to Xiao, his body rapidly restoring itself under visible scrutiny, halting Ling's disappearance process. Still, Xiao remained unconscious, causing concern for Nero Xuan. Seemingly sensing her confusion, Ling blinked and said, there is a fire attribute magic power inside Xiao, along with fire poison. The fire attribute magic power was left by that magician earlier. His fire attribute magic power carries fire poison. Xiao's unconsciousness is because of the influence of the fire poison, and he will not be able to wake up unless the fire poison is removed. Sweat occasionally dripped from Xiao's forehead, and even though he was unconscious, his face sometimes revealed signs of pain. Nero Xuan was different from Xiao. Though both were magicians of light and darkness attributes, she didn't have Ling like Xiao did. so she wasn't knowledgeable about many kinds of magic. All of her magic abilities were self-taught and couldn't cover everything comprehensively. Moreover, with her straightforward personality, she specialized in battle magic and only had a basic understanding of support magic. I can't remove the fire poison. Nero Xuan's voice carried a slight waver, as if on the verge of tears. Thinking about Xiao being perpetually unconscious made her feel panic-stricken. I have a way. Ling's face showed a hint of pride, but quickly turned bleak as if remembering something. He's very weak now. I can't leave him. Nero Xuan frowned slightly and asked, what method? This fire poison is potent, but Xiao hasn't been poisoned for long, and it isn't deeply rooted. As long as we find some cold attribute medicinal herbs and combine them with ice element magic, it should work. Cold attribute medicinal herbs. Nero Xuan pondered for a moment. Herbs are only sold in shops within the city, and my magic can fool my father once, but definitely not twice. Ling scratched her head as sunlight penetrated through the lake water onto her silver hair, giving her an air of sanctity. The herbs in those shops can only cure simple ailments. If we can only use those common herbs, we would need at least as much as this entire lake bottom space. She gestured with her open hands, indicating that the amount needed to help with Xiao's fire poison using these ordinary herbs would have to fill this large area beneath the lake, and they would only serve to inhibit the poison slightly. Cold attribute medicinal herbs. Cold attribute medicinal herbs. Nero Xuan bit her lower lip gently. I've got it. If I remember correctly, Mother kept several types of attribute-based medicinal herbs here to regulate the environment inside. Northern cold energy, southern yang energy. Speaking, Nero Xuan ran towards the north where a stone grotto was filled with crystal-clear, pale, white grass plants. The Nahan Xiang, naturally cold in nature, can absorb moisture and cold energy, converting them into a special fragrance. The purpose of planting this grass here was to absorb the moisture and cold energy inside this enclosed space. Without hesitation, Nero Xuan uprooted a few Nahanxiang plants. Ling, look at this. Will this do? No. It can only inhibit the poison slightly. Upon hearing this result, Nero Xuan hung her head in despair. Where am I supposed to find strong cold attribute medicinal herbs? Ling tilted her head, looking upward toward the mother-child lake, softly saying, there are some nearby. Where? At the sound of hope for Xiao, Nero Xuan perked up immediately. Up there. There's a powerful beast collecting treasures. I can sense it has strong cold attribute medicinal herbs. Ling seemed to possess an extraordinary perception of all things in the world. Nero Xuan stretched her right hand, letting out a soft groan when lifting it above her shoulder, biting her lips resolutely. Tell me the location, and I'll go seize it. Chapter 141. Leaving. As Ling had said, the medicinal herbs Xiao needed were extremely cold in nature. As long as they were nearby, one could feel a bone-chilling cold, so finding them wouldn't be difficult. What Nalu Ziyun was concerned about was the power of that magical beast, an ice and wind dual attribute creature. Ling had also mentioned that it was very strong. She remembered when she and her mother came to this Sun Luo rainforest before. There were magical beasts everywhere, but none of them were particularly powerful. Nowadays, magical beasts in this area have almost disappeared. It seemed that the enemy she would face was no simple matter, at least requiring the strength of a grand magician to deal with. Although she could easily handle ordinary grand magicians, after a tough battle all night and being injured, Nalu Ziyun began doubting her own abilities for the first time. Ling remained under the mother and child lake, quietly guarding beside Xiao, using the Nahangxiang collected by Nalu Ziyun to suppress the worsening fire poison. The longer the time went on, the more potent the fire poison's effects became. She had no time to hesitate. Ling and Xiao were still waiting for her. In the Sun Luo rainforest, there was a cave that stretched hundreds of meters high and 50 meters wide, appearing endless at a glance. A dark golden magic force flowed out slowly. 10,000 phenomena. Shape magic. Sword of light destroyer. The original fusion of the 10,000 phenomena and destruction of elemental magic instantly unleashed, forming a dark golden sword solidifying in her hand. Human, leave. A violent wind suddenly arose, countless icicles shooting out from inside the cave. Nalu Ziyun lifted her sword, snorted lightly, and let out a heavy breath. The sword swung, emitting sharp energy that split apart the icicles, shattering them into pieces. When she destroyed all the icicles, she realized that the storm had blown her outside the cave. From deep within the seemingly bottomless cave, a tremor emanated, and a massive figure emerged. My name is Aeneas. Human, why are you here? Named magical beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans and elves, confident in their own strength. Ice-covered spine, single horn head, illusory wind wings, imposing demeanor, with eyes of different colors, one green, one silver. Just standing before it, the overpowering presence was enough to make many fall to their knees. I'm Nalu Ziyun. I've come here to find some herbs with an extreme cold attribute. My friend has been poisoned by fire, and needs something extremely cold to detoxify. This magical beast's strength far exceeded her expectations. Even in her peak state, she had no certainty she could secure what she wanted from it, let alone now when she was not only injured but hadn't fully restored her magical power. Exchange. Aeneas wasn't angry. To magical beasts, medicinal herbs weren't rare, though those of an extreme cold attribute were indeed helpful for increasing his strength. However, with his current level, external aids contributed little, and he preferred to trade such insignificant herbs for things he liked. What do you want? Although Aeneas agreed to the exchange, she couldn't let down her guard. Magical beasts were known for their unpredictable natures and strange temperaments, sometimes gentle, sometimes irascible. Who knows when something might displease him? Aeneas noticed her thoughts. His large body surrounded by green and silver elements shrunk visibly before her eyes. Don't compare me with those lower beings. Reappearing before Naluzun was a handsome man wearing a white robe and blue attire, with two colored pupils and long hair reaching his shoulders, exuding an elegant air. I don't lack herbs of the extreme cold attribute. If you need them, take them all. But they must be traded for something of equal value. Aeneas' piercing gaze carefully studied Naluzun, noticing her beauty and charm, but also the intimidating aura she carried. A solitary, cold elegance, especially the mesmerizing purple eyes. Naluzun carried nothing on her person, much less anything of equal value for trading. So you plan to steal them from the start? Aeneas placed both hands behind his back, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Well then, let's see what today's human race can offer. With a wave of his hand, frost bloomed, countless ice shards flew out behind him. Photon shatter. A dark golden magic circle transformed into countless glowing points, carrying destructive power as they scattered towards the ice flakes. The powerful explosion sent Naluzun flying backwards while Aeneas remained perfectly still. Dark gold magic force. Gazing at the scattered dark golden light dots in the air, Aeneas frowned. You're the prodigy celebrated in this country? Dual light and dark attribute? Interesting. I've never seen this kind of ability before. Don't disappoint me. Before she could respond, Aeneas vanished from where he stood, reappearing above Naluzun the next moment. With his right hand slightly raised, a series of green runes enveloped her. Storm judgment. Arrows fell like a heavy rain. Trees were pierced, the ground sank, and boulders shattered. Divine light protection. Human, you are originally one rank lower than me, not to mention that I am a magical beast. Before the arrow rain even touched the dark golden protective barrier, part of its power was reduced by Naluzun's destructive abilities. When they struck the dark golden barrier, it was as calm as water drops merging into the sea. The difference was that the ripples in the sea were negligible, whereas the ripples on the barrier suggested it might collapse at any moment. The next second, a crack appeared on the dark golden shield. As the arrow rain continued pounding on the shield, the weakened protection could no longer withstand the assault. In an instant, it collapsed, dissolving into light spots. A few arrows hit Naluzun's body, causing Aeneas to cease his attack. Although he was a magical beast, he still understood the principle of chivalry. The arrow storm formed by wind elements was no ordinary element. It could pierce through human bodies without any shaping magic. Beauty was cherished not only by humans, but also by magical beasts. Naluzun was a proud and cold beauty, and conquering her would undoubtedly be one of the greatest honors of his life. Her stomach delivered pain akin to being torn apart, turning her complexion pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Woman, I've been here for several years, bored and lonely. If you become my woman, you can have anything you desire. Aeneas' lips curved into a charming smile, while the wind elements around him and the magic inside flowed gently. If Naluzun refused, he planned to force her. A magical beast who had been hungry and thirsty for years wouldn't let such a beautiful prey slip away. Do you think you're worthy to have thoughts about me? Naluzun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes flashing with determination. Desire was fully revealed in Aeneas' gaze. I'll capture you and play slowly. Chapter 143, Legend. A green and silver magic array unfolded to his left and right. A gale and a block of ice stone rushed toward Luo Ziyun at great speed. But he still held back, for he was planning to take pleasure from her body later, and if her body were damaged, it would lose some charm. A dark golden light flashed in her palm. Though she was covered in wounds, she still stood tall with her head high. Her purple eyes emitted a faint purple mist. A giant scythe appeared quietly, its body purple and handle black, slightly curved. At the joint between the handle and the blade, there was a 7-petaled flower without color. 7 sins. The sacred artifact named 7 sins appeared in Luo Ziyun's hands. Despite her injuries, her momentum surged suddenly. Combined with her aloof and cold beauty, it made people feel awe. Egnil in the sky saw this scene, and the lust in his eyes had been replaced by shock. Anybody who could be acknowledged by a sacred artifact was no ordinary individual, especially one like 7 sins. This sacred artifact that only existed in legends. Egnil, though not human, knew about sacred artifacts even in the world of magical beasts. Even a newly promoted grand magician, once acknowledged by a sacred artifact, could have enough power to completely crush an ultra magician. And in the world of magical beasts, another legend about sacred artifacts circulated. Sacred artifacts are the keys to the divine realm. Among the 10 great sacred artifacts, their ranking was unknown, nor did Egnil know all of them, but he knew 7 sins, one of the top 10 sacred artifacts, ranked first. The one acknowledged by it was merely a little girl. Egnil couldn't help but reassess the young girl before him, who was less than 20 years old. The more Egnil focused on Luo Ziyun, the less hostility he felt towards her. Gradually, he himself didn't know why, but he just found the girl before him increasingly beautiful, surpassing the human women he had played with before in attractiveness. Even though there was a bit of dried blood on her fingertips, it did nothing to tarnish her demeanor. Instead, it added a sense of untamed beauty to her. Unconsciously, Egnil felt that his breathing became a bit difficult, his mouth slightly dry, and his eyes fixed solely on the petite figure of Luo Ziyun. Standing tall with her curved scythe, exuding contempt for everything around her, she resembled a queen reigning over the battlefield. Every small movement of hers radiated an unapproachable dignity, laced with a faint, bewitching allure. Egnil's subtle changes were all seen by Luo Ziyun, who smiled coldly at the corner of her mouth as one petal of the colorless seven-petaled flower on the curved scythe began to emit a soft purple glow. Egnil. She called out softly into the sky, and a flash of intense, killing intent flickered through her eyes. She must control this ability well, otherwise, it could cause trouble for herself. The sacred artifact, Seven Sins, possessed 7 different abilities, each having dual aspects, capable of enhancing one's own combat strength or weakening the enemy's combat power. If misused now, should Egnil's primal lust outweigh his admiration, then all his rationality would vanish, leaving only the most primitive desires. This wasn't what she wanted, because although Egnil under such circumstances wouldn't pose much of a threat to her either, she wouldn't take that risk. Her call carried no emotion, yet to Egnil, it sounded seductive and brimming with passion, as if it came from someone who'd been his beloved lover for years, looking tenderly at him. Lust is a sin. Luo Ziyun's voice suddenly resounded in his mind, filled with authority. Panic spread across Egnil's eyes, his expression somewhat disoriented. I. It seemed her plan worked. Luo Ziyun laughed in satisfaction. Looking at Egnil's panic-stricken face, she realized that Egnil was already lost in admiration for her and would do anything for her unconditionally. Would you be willing to give your life for me? In front of her, the man she adored leaned against the scythe, shy and pitiable, as if she had endured endless grievances. I'm willing. A dark gold magic array enveloped both of them. Egnil was entirely unaware, immersed in the charm of Luo Ziyun, forgetting even they were in the middle of a battle. He had never felt such meaning in his life, feeling as though everything he owned belonged to the person before him, and he lived just to meet her. Every move she made pulled at his heartbeat. Inside the dark gold magic circle, 7 sins glowed brilliantly with purple light, the purple petals becoming even more bewitching. In the void, a purple scythe appeared slowly, its sharp tip pointing down toward Egnil's head. Egnil's face revealed an expression of happiness as he looked at the massive scythe that was about to take his life. He felt greatly honored to die for the one he loved. The scythe swung down silently, appearing as thin as still water, yet harboring boundless killing intent. This strike poured in all the remaining magic power Luo Ziyun had left. In the very last moment before death, Egnil's mind went blank. Luo Ziyun slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily, and 7 sins disappeared back into her control. Egnil's body crashed down heavily, creating a large crater on impact. His consciousness had already dissipated, but his body remained intact. This was the power of 7 sins, directly attacking Egnil's spirit. If Egnil hadn't shown admiration for her at the start, Luo Ziyun wouldn't have used 7 sins' ability concerning lust and desire, which she was most adept at, but least wanted to use. Luo Ziyun couldn't afford to rest long. The situation with Xiao wasn't optimistic. Every minute wasted deepened the fire poison inside him. But she didn't even have the strength to stand anymore, finding it hard just to stay conscious. Still, she stood up somehow, unaware where the strength came from. Her body swayed unsteadily, and seemed likely to fall over with even the slightest breeze. She staggered her way to the depths of the cave, a cold chill rushing toward her, making her shiver all over while also somewhat refreshing her mind. This cave was complex, with gems and herbs lining both sides. But she wasn't in the mood to care about these. As a princess of her country, she had no shortage of such resources. What mattered most now was finding the right cold-natured herb Ling had mentioned. Yin suppresses yang, cold purges fire. Ordinary people usually use yin herbs to inhibit excessive internal fire or yang herbs to counterbalancing constitution. However, Xiao was no ordinary person, and the fire poison he had contracted wasn't simple either. Using regular herbs would require an enormous amount, and still fail to achieve the desired effect. Among countless herbs of various attributes, if you don't recognize them, it's impossible to tell their properties by sight alone. Yet there are always exceptions, and those so-called exceptions are known as spiritual herbs. Ordinary herbs, once they reach a certain level within themselves, will undergo a qualitative change and become spiritual herbs. Even commoners, unless stupid, can tell spiritual herbs carry significant importance upon seeing them because not only do they emit distinctive fragrances, but they also alter their surrounding environments. Following the bone-chilling cold air, Luo Ziyun soon found what she needed. In a secluded small cavern lay 3 herbs arranged in a triangular pattern, emitting intense cold air, causing frost to form around the cave's entrance and interior. Lacalora. These 3 herbs were extremely cold attribute spiritual herbs, incredibly potent, ranking atop many books' lists. But using them as medicine wasn't an ideal choice. It was uncertain how much help Lacalora could provide for Xiao. Fire poison. Since it was a poison, drugs were needed to treat it. Regardless, she'd take them back first. Chapter 143, The Gap. Although the Dark Radiance Empire implemented the Academy system a few years earlier than the Holy Land continent, the difference between them was not that big. Recently, it was heard that in order to assess the strength of this generation's youths, the Holy Land continent held a competition with the units being the academies. Originally, Nuo Juanxing planned to send his daughter to Holy Land for a visit, but this mischievous girl managed to go missing on him. And now, well, she had been whisked away by some young rogue from the Holy Land continent. Find her for me. Looking at the group of people standing in the Great Hall, clad in silver armor, Nuo Juanxing's mood was extremely poor. He had sent many people out to look for his daughter, and whether or not Xiao would be found didn't matter much. What mattered was finding his daughter. Your Majesty, we have thoroughly searched downstream of the Naxami River. only discovering traces of a battle in one jungle area, but there are no other clues. Keep looking. Keep searching. Nua Juanqing had never been as angry as he was now. 10 years ago, he lost his love and 2 precious sons. Now, he couldn't even protect his only daughter. Previously, when Nua Zun sneaked away quietly, he at least knew his daughter's capabilities and knew she wouldn't run into any danger, despite her fiery temperament. Her survival techniques were also something he was aware of. There weren't too many saint mages in this world who possessed the 7 sins. Unless facing a saint mage, she would have no trouble protecting herself. Yet right before his eyes, she had fallen into the river with Xiao. When all the people inside the grand hall had dispersed, an elderly man with red eyebrows and crimson hair moved from beside Nua Juanqing and suddenly knelt down. What is the Grand Master doing? Though he harbored resentment, Nua Juanqing wouldn't really hold him accountable. He hadn't expected the man to take responsibility himself. Wen Yin, standing on the other side, furrowed his brow slightly and consoled. Mr. Casuo, please get up. His Majesty won't blame you. Who could have foreseen that the princess would use her body to shield that young man from your poison fire? Only after Nua Juanqing told him to rise did Casuo pat off the dust from his clothes and stand up, though regret still lingered on his face. Khaleesi returned to the military district without revealing what had happened that day, which relieved everyone. The situation within the country wasn't optimistic already, and the competition between the 2 factions was extraordinarily intense. Though Nua Juanqing firmly supported the right faction, the majority of the citizens had an attachment to the land and didn't know how terrifying the demon race was, thus supporting the left faction. Even if Nua Juanqing strongly backed the right faction, the left faction enjoyed the support of most of the Dark Radiance Empire's populace, which was the thing that troubled him most. Your Majesty, please rest assured. The Grand Master's poison fire isn't easily dissolvable. It is highly likely that the young man is now suffering from the erosion of fire toxicity. However, Your Majesty need not worry. Princess just got knocked into the river due to a magical impact. Considering the skillful control of Grand Master Caxio, the princess should be unharmed. That's right, Your Majesty. The princess has not been poisoned by my fire. With her skills, even if she gets carried away by the river, there will be no problem. Furthermore, the signs of battle show that they still had energy to fight, proving that they are both fine. Although Wen Yin and Caxio said these things to soothe him somewhat, how could they possibly understand his concern for his daughter? Master Wen Yin, shouldn't we change our methods? Nua Juanqing began doubting his own aggressive behavior because the primary culprit who forced his daughter into the river was none other than himself. To this, Wen Yin nodded lightly. Your Majesty, at least, those warriors fought bravely for our country on the battlefield. Doing this indeed chills their hearts. But, do you know, how could those people from the Holy Land continent possibly hand over their territory? Unless such a case occurred where our previous Grand Master and the President of Silver Skull both perished in the Holy Land continent. Each time he thought about this, Nua Juanqing felt heartbroken. Since they're not righteous, why should we bother talking about justice with them? Caxio narrowed his eyes, anger evident in his voice. It's inevitable that we'll clash with them sooner or later. This Xiao, he is definitely more than what we've seen. If we don't remove him, he will surely become a great calamity. Seeing the incensed expressions of Wen Yin and Nua Juanqing, Wen Yin didn't know what to say either. Without contention and without striving, there would only be waiting for death. Are we wrong? No, no one is wrong. It's simply unavoidable. With a light sigh, Wen Yin suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, it seems the princess has developed feelings for the young man. How could Nua Juanqing not understand his own daughter? That was why he had made that absurd condition in the first place. Then perhaps we can force them out by addressing the marriage of the princess. Although Wen Yin didn't finish his words, Nua Juanqing could guess the gist of it. Indeed, he had thought of this plan too. However, knowing his daughter's temperament well, he feared she would resent him if he truly proceeded with such a scheme. Wen Yin, having sensed the emperor's inner conflict, quietly sighed inwardly. This princess was indeed someone dear to her father. Aside from the late queen, only Princess Yun could make this king hesitate. Wen Yin had been by Nua Juanqing's side for many years and was, apart from the deceased queen, the person who understood him best in this world. To achieve goals, one wouldn't shy away from any means. For interests, anything could be sacrificed. Now, he had to choose again between his subjects and his daughter. For the sake of the empire's peace, this man had already lost so much. If now he were required to personally destroy his daughter's happiness, it would be too cruel for him. Let him be the villain then. Your Majesty, simply declare within the country. Princess will hold a martial arts competition to select her spouse. The event will take place a month later. Whoever becomes the champion and defeats the princess can marry her. If the princess chooses not to fight, it means that the champion has been acknowledged by her highness. As her teacher, I believe the princess will definitely appear. She wouldn't tolerate her life being tainted by such a blemish. Moreover, as the sole royal heir, she understands her responsibility to inherit your Majesty's great cause. This month is for publicity. Regardless of where they are hiding, they would definitely try to connect with the outside world. Once the news spreads throughout the nation, they are bound to get word of it. If that young man from the Holy Land continent is still alive, we can act once they surface. If he unfortunately succumbs to poisoning, when the princess comes out, we'll just find her a suitable partner. Even if she resents you at that time, I'll say it was my idea. His Majesty originally intended not to pursue it further, but I acted on my own, against your wishes. Then, you punish me, and given the princess kind heart, she will forgive me. After finishing, Wen Yin stepped aside, slightly lowering his head while glancing sideways at Nua Juanqing's expression. Seeing him sigh lightly, he looked up through the skylight of the grand hall, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. I don't know why, but I always feel that the young man from the Holy Land continent won't die. If he did, then no matter how much fuss she makes, even if she refuses arranged meetings, I would let her have her way. You know, Yun'er is very pure-hearted, just like her mother. Once set on something, she finds it hard to give up. What worries me is that this meddling brat won't leave us alone, and then the left faction will intervene, opposing our move. With most citizens' support, they will be more than happy to see Yun'er with the young man from the Holy Land continent. When Yin had considered this issue thoroughly, Your Majesty, please rest assured. We can turn their plan into ours. Simply assassinate the young man before the wedding. As long as they're under our control, dealing with a minor boy shouldn't be difficult. Having said that, Wen Yin took a step back, slightly lowering his head and observing Nuo Juanxing from the corner of his eyes. Looking up to the skylight, Nuo Juanxing let out another deep sigh, gazing intently. Chapter 144, Ability. No matter how strong an individual is, they can't match the power of a group. Fengyue Empire has a saying, rely on your parents at home, and rely on your friends when you're out. When encountering danger outside, you need your teammates' help, and cooperation with your own team members will largely determine your team's overall combat effectiveness. Next up is the team semi-final of this competition, featuring the representative academy from Xinghe Empire, Starlight Academy's team, versus Holy Domain's representative squad from Holy Domain Academy. The hosts stepped off the arena as representatives from Starlight Academy and Holy Domain Academy both entered. Starlight Academy had a team that formed a V-shape consisting of 5 people. The one walking in front strode proudly, his brown slanted bangs short hair covering one of his eyes. Next to him was a woman. Her golden long hair flowed beautifully with seductive steps, wearing revealing casual clothes that left everything visible except for a pair of things that were blocked at her chest. A faint smile hung on her exquisite face. As the second princess of Xinghe Empire, her demeanor remained very dignified. As soon as Xingyue appeared, the audience erupted into excitement. Her innate charm ability made her the center of attention wherever she went, regardless of gender. Xingyue was originally a student of Holy Domain Academy, but because of Xiusha's murder of her older brother, Xinghe Empire lost trust in Holy Domain Academy, causing Xingyue to return to study at her home country's academy. On the other side, the Holy Domain Academy team also consisted of 5 members, who lined up in a straight line as they stepped onto the stage. At the center walked Olis Long, closely flanked by Rulin and Beimin Chongqing, while AI and Pokesa stood at the farthest ends. Each competing team consisted of 5 people, following standard configurations which should include 1 support magician overseeing the whole situation, 1 speed-oriented magician seeking the perfect timing for delivering a decisive blow, 2 magic warriors, 1 specializing in offense, 1 specializing in defense, and the last mage being the central attacking force. The support core, offensive core, and defensive core all contribute significantly to the entire team's capabilities. Little brother, it's that woman who killed Big Brother. Seeing Rulin, hatred flashed in Xingyue's eyes. With Xiusha missing, he transferred all his hatred onto Rulin. The captain of the Xinghe Empire team was none other than Crown Prince Xingye of Xinghe Empire, the most likely heir to the throne after Xingming. Following Xingyue's gaze, there stood a girl with clear cerulean blue eyes, her black short hair lightly fluttering in the breeze. Beneath her cold expression lay a pure and innocent face. Xingye squinted slightly, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Any team able to make it to the semifinals not only excels in excellent teamwork, but also possesses exceptionally capable individuals. The spectators were highly anticipating this match. Starlight Academy, part of the royal organization, represented the most outstanding young generation of Xinghe Empire, while this representative team from Holy Domain Academy had become legendary among their generation. Olis Long, a student of Osiris Academy, within just months had risen to the 2nd place on the Osiris ranking. His straightforward fighting style was known for its overwhelming power, making him skilled in close combat, and he was nicknamed the Frenzy Beast. Rulin, also a student of Osiris Academy, was the youngest great mage of the Holy Domain continent. She was rumored to be the sister of the infamous Eternal Night Tyrant. Beneath her innocent appearance lied a powerful heart. She was the sole disciple personally taught by Lucifer, Light, since the beginning. Known for her majestic battle style, she earned the title of Thunder Emperor. AI, lacking magical power, devoted herself entirely to martial arts practice. Her speed did not fall behind those of wind-based magic warriors. Suppression was her dominant approach in battles where her attacks rained down like storms, earning her the title of Raging Wind Beast. Beimin Chongqing and Pokesa were both top-notch figures of their generation. One excelled in swordsmanship, and the other had precise control over the battlefield. Upon the referee's command, the match began. Surprisingly, all 4 members of the Holy Domain Academy team, except Rulin, stepped back a large pace, retreating behind Rulin. Xingye didn't react quickly to the unexpected movement at first, assuming it might have been their tactic. As a magic warrior, Xingye charged ahead immediately, his brown magical energy wrapping around his entire body. Mother Earth, grant us the strength to crush our enemies. Blessing of Gaia. Xingye unleashed his main system magic, enhancing his own strength across his whole body. This primary system magic could strengthen himself and provide buffs to his teammates as well. Regardless of the base power level of whoever received it, anyone under its influence would deal massive impacts during attacks. This was his capability, wielding what was known as the strongest force in Earth attribute powers. Witnessing the captain charge forward, The four members behind Xingye began deploying their respective main system magics accordingly. Ruolin watched the punch Xingye swung towards her, and a surge of blue lightning instantly burst out. Thunder Emperor. With a soft shout, a blue magic array instantly unfolded beneath her feet. On the magic array, countless currents were running rampant. The next moment, Xingye's heavy punch arrived, and Ruolin leaned forward, causing the audience below the stage to suck in a cold breath at her action. She was rushing straight into Xingye's punch. Xingye was also surprised, but seeing Ruolin's calm face, he realized she already had a countermeasure. Even so, he would not pull back his punch. Only those who endured this ordinary heavy punch could understand how powerful it truly was. But just as his punch was about to collide with Ruolin's flawless face, the magic array beneath her feet suddenly emitted dazzling lightning, shooting straight up. Ruolin's body transformed into lightning and disappeared from the spot. The heavy punch collided with the lightning, and naturally Xingye did not come out unscathed. A numbing sensation ran through his right hand, and a sense of danger came from behind him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, as Ruolin unleashed a palm strike that barely grazed his back. Currents invaded his body, and in an instant, he lost control over his movements. When he saw Ruolin again, her thunderous palm slammed into his abdomen. Xingye's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. All of this happened too fast, within just 2 or 3 breaths. Xingyue and the 3 others beside her hadn't even reacted when Xingye was defeated by Ruolin. Fortunately, he wasn't knocked off the stage. Otherwise, they would lose a magician, forcing them into a 4 versus 5 situation. Thinking about this, Xingyue couldn't help but turn her gaze towards the 4 individuals standing behind Ruolin. Ai, Olis Long, Beiman Changqing, and Pokesa. They stood there quietly, observing coldly. As for Ruolin, her body pulsed with surging lightning, her eyes gleaming as if filled with electric sparks. Now she was stepping toward them, 1 step at a time. At this moment, Xingyue understood it wasn't a tactic. Ruolin was going to fight all 5 of them. Don't underestimate us. Beside Xingyue, a fire mage rushed forward, clearly understanding the Holy Domain Academy's intentions. As a genius from Starlight Academy representing Xinghe Empire, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? An underage girl dared to challenge all 5 of them alone. Joke. Blazing fire. Crimson magic flowed throughout his entire body. The moment he rushed forward, he had activated his own elemental magic. Magic arrays appeared on both palms, and 2 flames rose silently. He crushed the flames, and the intangible flames coiled around his arms. High-temperature flames surged toward Ruolin. Due to the existence of his innate elemental magic, all fire-based attacks he issued were extremely hot, making the air around him disperse light water vapor under the intense heat. How could someone who managed to defeat Xingye with a single strike fail against him? Just as Xingyue wanted to call back this impulsive individual, Ruolin met him head-on with her lightning. Lightning blade. Instant slash. In the blink of an eye, only a flash of lightning passed before everyone's eyes. The entire body seemed to lose control and plummet forward. Both thighs bore clear blood wounds, where remnants of blue lightning still remained. Chapter 145, Protection. Lightning flashes, thunder roars, all things bow down. The music that resounds through heaven and earth, opening a perfect prelude. The lightning that penetrates heaven and earth brings blessings from the gods. The first light of dawn, the prelude to a heavy rain, the song of the gods, Latian's symphony. On the arena stage, thunder and lightning surged. This platform cast from blue stones seemed to have transformed into a stage for thunder and lightning, making the entire arena become the realm of thunder. Ruolin stood in the center of the arena. At her feet the thunder and lightning continuously crackled. She spread her arms, and in her hands formed a bow made of thunderous electricity. Slowly, she drew the bow, and lightning turned into arrows that shot straight towards the clouds. An endless rain of arrows poured down. This was not a wild storm of arrows. It was an orchestra played by the Emperor of Thunder. The sound of the arrows echoed throughout the arena like a final chapter of a song played by the Emperor of Thunder for the gods. A small girl, standing beneath the thunder and lightning, determined that when her brother returned one day, they would overthrow the Star River Empire together. Having only been in this sacred domain for less than a month, she had already turned 15. It had been over a year now, and she was 16 years old. Her brother must almost be of age, and in 2 years, the youth magician competition across the continent would be held. By then, she absolutely had to protect her brother. The exclamations and applause from below seemed to fall on deaf ears after Ruolin knocked all 5 members of the Starlight Empire team off the arena. No one had expected the semifinals to end in such a manner. Initially, the team from the Sacred Domain Academy only had 4 people take the field, but 5 were registered. Led by Aolis Long, with Changqing from the North Gate, their advance was unstoppable as they directly charged into the semifinals. Everyone was clear about the capabilities of the representatives from the Starlight Academy from their previous matches, yet none of them anticipated that the hidden 5th person from the Sacred Domain Academy could annihilate their entire team. Thunder Emperor Ruolin. In a short time, Ruolin's name would soon spread throughout the Sacred Domain and even across the entire continent. From the Star River Empire side, observing Ruolin's growth brought forth a sense of crisis. Neither of this brother-sister pair was someone who played by the rules. The older brother, with the strength of a senior magician, killed Xing Ming, a high-level magician. The younger sister, at just 16, became the youngest grand magician in the Sacred Domain continent, wiping out all the prodigies from the Starlight Academy single-handedly. If they continued growing stronger, could the Star River Empire handle them? With the eldest son of the royal family dead, The imperial family's dignity was already half lost. If not for the intervention of Le and Yefan, they would have moved against Rulin long ago. Would they really give her time to grow? Now it seemed that not only was that youth called Xiao necessary to kill, but Rulin also had to be eliminated. At this growth rate, she would certainly attain a position among the holy tier someday, for the prestige of the Star River imperial family and the stability of the empire. At the bottom of Zimu Lake, Xiao lay unconscious on a slab of blue stone, sweating profusely, his clothes completely soaked. He faintly opened his mouth, emitting a drowsy moan, his face etched with pain. Xiao, Luoxian panted heavily, pulling out from her storage bracelet the frigid herb known as Lechlora. Watching Xiao's suffering, Luoxian didn't hesitate, despite her already exhausted body, placing 3 Lachaloras beside him. The cold emanating from them should help with his abnormally high temperature. She reached out and placed her hand on Xiao's forehead. The moment she touched it, she instinctively pulled back. Xiao's temperature couldn't simply be described as hot. It far exceeded what any normal human could withstand. Even her palms still retained a fiery warmth after pulling back. She placed the herb on Xiao's forehead, and with a sizzling sound, steam rose around his forehead. Ling. Xiao's condition had deteriorated to the point where death could come at any moment. Ling should have always been by his side, but ever since her return, Ling had vanished without a trace. If Ling had truly disappeared, who could possibly save Xiao? Thinking about this, Luoxian became flustered. Panicking and unsure what to do, her eyes began to redden while gazing at Xiao's unconscious form. I've always been here. Hearing Ling's voice calmed Luoxian somewhat. Following the sound, she looked over. On the other side of the stone slab was a blurred figure. If you didn't look carefully, it was hard to make out Ling's silhouette. From the start, she had focused all her attention on Xiao and thus hadn't noticed Ling standing nearby, nearly fading away. Ling's state also reflected Xiao's current situation. Don't worry, I won't dissipate, Ling said, her face devoid of any expression, as if narrating something entirely unrelated to herself. If at the last moment you haven't found what is needed, I'll free Xiao and then take a nap. When my power recovers, I'll find a way. Upon hearing Ling's words, Luoxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Still, her mind was uneasy. The slumber of a holy spirit wasn't like human sleep. It might take thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for the wandering holy spirit to restore its strength. By that time, she would have long turned to bones. I don't know how long I'll sleep. Ling murmured softly, clearly reluctant to enter the state of slumber. Handing the magical herbs over to Ling, Luoxian stepped back and quietly watched this innocent holy spirit with the appearance of a girl. Can you use ice magic? As a magician specializing in both light and dark magic, so was Xiao. Although Ling possessed Xiao's magical power, she was not a magician herself. Without Xiao's mastery of all kinds of magic, how could she use ice magic? Although she herself had the ability to control various magics, there were differences between her and Xiao. Xiao could utilize any type of magic through his mastery, whereas her mastery only allowed modification of the elements. Her magic power had already been depleted, and Xiao wouldn't last until her power was replenished. With these thoughts, Luoxian's expression grew gloomy as she worriedly looked at Ling. Ling glanced at the 3 magical herbs in her hand and placed them respectively around Xiao, muttering under her breath. One on top of Xiao's head. North position, summon cold. 2 more by his feet, 1 on each side. Eastern palace position, western palace position, sealed door. She stood above Xiao's head, golden and deep black magical power flowing from her palms toward the magical herb located in the north position. Lechlora. Luoxian softly chanted the name of the magical herb, entrusting all her hopes to the 3 herbs and Ling. You must be fine. You still haven't fulfilled your promise. Her soft chant reached Ling's ears, causing her to pause slightly. Looking at the magical herb closest to her, a tinge of sadness appeared on her face. Lechlora was originally the name of Queen Severe Ice. She adored silver-colored magical herbs, and they were everywhere in her garden and room. Later, to save her son, she used forbidden magic, sacrificing her life. However, her son was called the cursed child by people, accused of killing his own mother. He was exiled by ambitious ministers and stripped of his throne. Later, relying on his own strength, he reclaimed his throne and named this magical herb Lechlora in memory of his mother. Ling gently narrated this ancient history of the continent. The magical power that originally belonged to Xiao flowed out of the north position in 2 streams, carrying piercing coldness, moving around the blue stone slab. These 2 streams didn't directly flow towards the other 2 magical herbs located at the eastern palace and western palace positions. Instead, they circled around Xiao's neck several times before flowing into his arms. A magic array? Luoxian was startled. Although she couldn't fully understand what was written on the blue stone slab, she could vaguely guess what Ling was doing, making the magic flow in a special pattern. Naturally, she thought it must be a magic array. Chapter 146, The Worst Beating. Without ice attribute magic, there were only 3 spirit herbs of the extreme cold attribute. No matter how intense the cold nature of these 3 spirit herbs was, they could at most temporarily suppress the fire poison within Xiao's body. To eradicate it completely, an ice magic practitioner would be necessary. Xiao lay on the green stone slab, his face growing increasingly sinister. As a golden and a black current of magical power flowed around him, threads of firelight seeped from Xiao's skin. On his arms, the golden and black magical powers suddenly leapt upward, bounding inside his arms' inner sides before returning again. This cycle repeated, advancing toward the fingertips. With each leap, Xiao's expression grew more tormented, and his previously scorching hot skin turned even redder. Ling. Upon hearing Xiu's low groan, Nero felt uneasy in her heart. Instinctively, she wanted to intervene and stop it, but realizing Ling as Xiu's sacred spirit wouldn't harm him, she refrained. Still, seeing Xiu's state made her deeply uncomfortable. Ling glanced indifferently at her and then helplessly looked at Xiu, saying, I am using the magical power that Xiu has left with me as a medium to attach Rakuro's coldness to it, then depicting special patterns, drawing out the fire poison within Xiu's body, and then offsetting it with the coldness. The nature of fire poison is fierce. Being drawn out will make it erupt violently, causing secondary damage to Xiu's body. The pattern carved by my coldness has the effect of ice magic, protecting the blood vessels and imprints within his body. But I can't help alleviate the pain brought by the fire poison for him. Otherwise, the coldness from these 3 spirit herbs would soon run out, and he'd have no choice but to endure it himself. Nero frowned slightly and asked, How painful is it? Unsure why she asked this, Ling blinked her crystal-clear eyes and thought about it. It's like soaking your entire body in magma. Every inch of skin and sense is scorched by fire, and there's continuously spreading poison, making breathing difficult and nerve pain unbearable. It's roughly like that. Because Ling didn't have a body, she wasn't entirely clear what all these descriptions meant herself, but the result was derived based on her own knowledge. However, from Xiu's expression, it was evident just how much pain he was enduring. The severe nerve pain, on the lighter side, it would cause headaches. On the heavier side, every inch of the body's skin would feel excruciating. Judging from Xiu's demeanor, the latter applied to what he was suffering through. Is there any way to reduce his pain? Yes, there is. He's in such great pain because of the combined effects of fire and poison. I could guide the residual fire attribute magical power from within him into you, thus relieving some of his pain. All right. Nero extended her hands and clasped Xiu's burning ones. The flow of the 2 magical forces slowed down, due to Ling diverting part of her attention. A crimson aura enveloped Nero Ziyun's slender arms, quickly staining her white skin with a flush of red. Unable to resist, Nero Ziyun let out a low moan and furrowed her eyebrows. A fiery hot sensation coursed through both her palms, spreading throughout her body as if she were submerged in blazing flames. Every cell in her body was consumed by fire. Biting her teeth, she tilted her head back slightly, which seemed to make the experience marginally better. Yet, the agony originating from every single cell gradually numbed her brain, causing her skin to crack and moisture to gather in her eyes. Nero Ziyun tried to stifle the sharp cry of anguish emanating from her body, but the overwhelming pain caused her to lose control over her body. She began shaking involuntarily as muffled sounds escaped her lips. Shall we stop? Seeing Nero Ziyun's fragile body convulsing uncontrollably beside the green stone slab, her eyes rolling white and drool dripping from her slightly open mouth, Ling's lips twitched slightly, sensing something serious might be happening. No. Inexplicably finding strength, Nero Ziyun suddenly lifted her head from the green stone slab and vigorously shook it, refusing Ling's suggestion. Her hair disheveled, her eyes dazed, letting out another pained groan, she slumped weakly, only her trembling body still visible. The 2 streams of magical power carrying a cold current continued to flow. 1 week later at the Mother-Daughter Lake, the gold and deep black magical energies carrying bone-chilling cold flowed in the magic circle engraved on the green stone slab. Although not ice magic, they radiated piercing coldness. Frost formed thinly around the stone slab. In the center of the magic circle, Xiu rested quietly, his expression now calm, while Nero Ziyun, who lay beside him, was drenched in sweat. The floor around them was stained with water. After the fire toxin was expelled, Nero Ziyun woke up quickly. Lifting her head, a strand of clear fluid trickled from her mouth. Blinking momentarily in surprise, her delicate cheeks flushed red as she hastily took out a handkerchief to wipe away the saliva. Then glancing around, noting her white dress that had become translucent due to sweat, her face became even redder. What if Xiu wakes up and sees me like this? Good thing I woke up before him and didn't see my own embarrassing drooling face just now. No, I have to clean this place up fast, or he'll wake up and see me like this. It'd be so embarrassing. Ling stood innocently beside her with a curious smile, watching Nero Ziyun's flustered movements, wondering about her behavior. Cough. A sound that Nero Ziyun least wanted to hear broke the air. Her body trembled as she was frantically wiping the green stone slab with a handkerchief. Lifting her head abruptly, she found Xiu smirking at her with half-laughing eyes. That cough had come from him. Was he laughing? When did you wake up? She forced herself to stay calm, but her face grew tense. How could he laugh at such a moment? Xiu hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat awkward. Just a little earlier than you. Just a little earlier? Then he saw my embarrassing state. With a scream followed by an almost inaudible groan of pain, Xiu's body flew off the stone slab and crashed into the faraway wall. Struggling to get up from the ground, Xiu shook his arm in pain and complained. Princess, I didn't see anything. You don't have to seal my mouth like that. You? Nero Ziyun's expression stiffened as she approached him, staring straight at him. What did you call me? Of course, Xiu was joking around with her. After all, in his mind, he knew her only as Luo Yun. He'd never considered her as someone of the opposite sex. Little did he know that in her heart, she regarded him as more than just a comrade in arms. Princess, Your Highness. Seeing Nero Ziyun narrowing her eyes and frowning, Xiu hurriedly corrected himself. Queen, Your Majesty. Go dot. Oof. Another beating, and it was the worst one he'd ever received. Stop. Luo Yun. Stop. Still recovering from his ordeal, Xiu wasn't in the best condition for such treatment. Yet, standing before Nero apologetically, with his hands clasped together, he spoke earnestly. Instead of beating me, you should take a bath right now. Once again came a scream followed by a painful cry. Xiao clutched his abdomen against the stone wall, pretending to be completely innocent. No peeking. Leaving these words behind, Nero spun around gracefully and sped off toward the stone cave on the other side of the yard. He didn't see the slightly sorrowful look that flashed across her face after she turned away. Enough. Enough. Luo Yun, stop. Xiao, still not fully recovered from his ordeal, was now exhausted and exasperated. Standing before Nero with sincere eyes, he said, rather than hitting me, you really should go take that bath. Yet another scream echoed through the room, accompanied by a pained moan. Clutching his sore stomach against the cold stone wall, Xiao tried his best to look blameless. No peeking. Nero spun on her heels, leaving Xiao behind and rushing to the stone cavern at the far end of the courtyard. He didn't see the wistful expression that crossed her face as soon as she turned away. Chapter 147, Ling's Joy. Above, there was clear lake water, where one could see the sun directly. The surface of the lake was dotted with lotuses and lilies. Around it were meticulously decorated stone walls, engraved with some magical arrays and beautiful patterns. After all, the space here is enclosed. The circulation of air can only rely on the magical array that connects to the lake water above and a few small vents that connect to the outside. Looking at the empty courtyard, it seemed that it was not yet fully completed. However, the person who built this space must have been very meticulous. Stone houses, wooden houses, and springs. All were pleasing to the eye. Xiao turned to Ling, his face full of gentleness, and said softly, I'm sorry for troubling you again. Ling gave a faint smile and shook her head. I'm glad to be able to help Xiao. Ling, she smiled. She laughed happily and sweetly. Xiao was so absorbed in watching her that he almost lost himself. Not until Ling slightly tilted her head and looked at him with confusion did he come back to his senses. A sacred spirit is like a newborn baby, having no more than instinctive feelings. To see Ling smile brought him great comfort. Ling's body transformed into a stream of light and entered the pendant on Xiao's chest. But she hadn't stayed long before coming out again, looking at Xiao with a disdainful expression. You stink. Having lain on the slate for so long, constantly sweating without taking a bath, he indeed smelled. Xiao scratched his head awkwardly while waiting for Luo Ziyun to finish washing so he could go take a shower as well. Although he always regarded her as a comrade in arms inside, even knowing that she was a woman and trying to be like they used to be, what he did was different. It had been over a year since they left the Sacred Realm continent. He remembered when he and Luo Yun had a tantrum that lasted a whole year, almost forgetting why they started in the first place. But then they realized, living like this wasn't bad. He had gotten used to being alone anyway. If Luo Yun was mad at him, he would simply leave him alone. It wasn't any deep hatred. He just didn't greet her as often as before. And seeing she didn't care much either, this semi-close relationship continued for an entire year. Until one day, an unexpected mission appeared. He gazed up at the lake water, leaning against the stone wall, lost in deep thought. Rare moments of tranquility, leisure. At some point, Luo Ziyun leaned against the stone wall beside him, closing her eyes and falling asleep. Realizing this, he was startled. It was already night. Recalling how she used to be Luo Yun who would often gaze blankly at the sky on the dormitory balcony and drift off to sleep. Each time it was him who carried her back. Instinctively, he reached out to carry her as he used to. A soft fragrance came toward him, making him pause. Not only because he smelt foul from sweat, but also because she was now Nua Ziyun, princess of the Dark Radiance Empire, no longer the Luo Yun who fought with him on the training grounds. Xiao glanced around and found that Ling had been standing beside him, watching him the whole time. She was always like this. Ling had no concept of time. Sometimes, she would stand still for an entire day. Xiao asked Ling to carry Luo Ziyun into the stone house and took out blankets from his spatial ring for Ling to cover her with. Then he stripped naked and jumped into the pool to bathe. In the pool, there were carvings of artificial mountains, a small outlet at the bottom to drain water, and another inlet carved into the stone wall injecting water into the pool. He didn't know where the water source came from or where the water drained to after leaving the pool. After cleaning himself, Xiao also cleaned the clothes he planned to change into and washed the stone platform before finding a room randomly to sleep in. Both were very tired. Although they had lain on the slate board for a week, their spirits had not relaxed for a moment. After bathing, both felt refreshed and immediately fell asleep. They both slept soundly. Ling wandered aimlessly in this stone cave. She had observed its structure and layout multiple times. When bored, she would check if there was anything interesting in the stone house or wooden house. Both structures had several rooms for living, with the stone house also containing a kitchen. Most areas were vacant. In one wooden house, there were quite a few seeds. She looked at the barren courtyard and felt something was missing. Holding these seeds, she planted them one by one into the soil in the yard. Then she went to the wooden house, lifted the bucket, fetched water from the pool, and irrigated them thoroughly. After completing everything, she looked at the earth filled with flowers and grasses, her face once again displaying a naive smile. Her hands clasped together, placed above her chest, and a bright green magical array gradually appeared overhead. Mother Earth, symbol of the ocean representing the beginning of life, hear the hopes of all things, bestow the light of life upon them, and open the first ray of dawn for them. As she chanted, the ground trembled slightly, and the seeds that had just been sown actually sprouted. They grew at an astonishing speed and soon blossomed into flowers. The 100 flowers added vivid colors to the monotonous stone cave, painting it in a riot of hues and infusing it with much vitality. Gazing at her masterpiece, Ling beamed even more sweetly. She lay down on the grass and rolled around joyfully, like an undisciplined child who had never grown up. Awakening, it was nighttime again. Xiao stretched lazily, not knowing how long he had slept. With a slight movement, his entire body's bones emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. He opened his eyes. You startled me. The first thing he saw was Luo Ziyun's alluring face, which was smiling warmly as she looked at him. Seeing that he was awake, Luo Ziyun's expression immediately changed, and she said petulantly, "You're such a pig, eating so much and sleeping like one." Just as these words were spoken, Xiao's stomach cooperatively growled. He gave an awkward smile, unable to argue. Luo Ziyun laughed as well, her laughter causing her graceful hair to sway in the wind. Gurgle. Luo Ziyun's stomach also growled. This time, it was Xiao's turn to laugh uncontrollably, smacking the bedboard repeatedly as he lay on the bed. "You." Luo Ziyun's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned away with a huff. Xiao calmed himself down and followed her out. Stepping outside, the scene shocked him once again. Luo Ziyun quietly stood by his side, whispered into his ear softly, "Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao nodded numbly with a wooden expression, muttering, "Beautiful, beautiful." It was the first time she had seen this expression on Xiao's face, which prompted a mischievous urge in her. Raising her hand to knock his head lightly, she paused upon noticing that his eyes were red-rimmed. Realizing his own loss of composure, Xiao turned his head away awkwardly. Who did this? Despite his efforts, Xiao kept glancing at the garden from time to time, revealing a faint sense of longing in his eyes. Of course, he already knew who was responsible for all this. This was merely a conversation starter to cover his own embarrassment. Luo Ziyun glanced at Ling, who was still lying on the grass, and thought deeply. She was well versed in the formation of sacred spirits, having studied them extensively under her teacher Wen Yan. While her master may not match Saint Domain's Le in magical studies and alchemy, when it came to researching sacred spirits, no one across the entire Sacred Realm continent could rival him. Other than Ling, who else could make seeds sprout and bloom within a single day? To her knowledge, among sacred spirits, aside from those residing within her 7 sins who possessed multiple abilities, most spirits tied to sacred artifacts had relatively singular powers. Ordinary sacred spirits merely enhanced the inherent properties of their host objects, whereas the rarer powerful ones could impart additional abilities to them. Was Ling's host object really the pendant? So far, no special properties of the pendant had been discovered. Moreover, Ling's own abilities, elemental control, were already incredibly strong, as demonstrated when she had perceived the presence of spirit herbs. Now, the blooming of the flowers was another testament to her handiwork. These seeds transcended the boundaries of elemental control. They were alive beings. Chapter 148, Special. Upon hearing Luo Ziyun and Xiao's voices, Ling, who had been lying on the ground, stood up. Her white dress was covered with dirt. Seeing Xiao, she flung herself into his arms with open arms. Ling has lived longer than the two of them combined, yet at this moment she resembled a child who would never grow up, constantly snuggling into Xiao's embrace. Luo Ziyun quietly stood aside. Although she didn't know exactly what happened, she understood that she shouldn't disturb them now. Ling nestled in Xiao's arms, looking up with pouted lips as she gazed at Xiao's profile. "Xiao, I miss my parents." Luo Ziyun was surprised. Did Ling have parents? Xiao gently patted her head with a faint smile on his lips, comforting her. "Don't worry, Ling. I'm still here. As long as I'm around, no one will ever bully you. And there's Rulin too." Rulin? Luo Ziyun's eyes dimmed slightly as if something was troubling her, and she lowered her head. Watching these subtle movements, Xiao thought she was confused by what he said to Ling, so he clarified. "I'm sorry. Ling acted on her own and tampered with your garden." She suddenly looked up at him in astonishment and shook her head to indicate that it didn't matter to her. "Ling has been by my side since I was very young. Back then, our family frequently moved around, wandering all over the continent of the Holy Realm. No matter where we were, as long as we were with our parents, it was home for me, and Ling mother loved flowers and plants. Regardless of where we moved, she always planted some around the house, and the grass she mowed always curved in an irregular pattern like a snake. This was mother's unique hobby. At that time, father trained me very harshly. Whenever he went too far, I would run to the lawn, lie down on mother's lap, and gaze at the sky while complaining to her. Ling would roll around beside me. Father, on the other hand, was always sent off by mother to water the flowers and plants, even though she had already done it." As Xiao recounted this, the faint smile on his face turned bitter, making Luo Ziyun feel a pang of sadness. She suddenly realized how little she actually knew about Xiao. "There's more." She guided Xiao and Ling to sit on the grass in the middle of the courtyard and listened attentively to Xiao's story. Later, to protect that land, father and mother journeyed westward and vanished for 10 years, without any word. Only Ling and I were left, relying solely on each other. Unhappy, Ling rubbed her nose and complained, "So uncomfortable." Suddenly, she lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. "For these 10 years, I've caused a lot of trouble for Xiao because of my impulsiveness. Several times, I secretly sneaked out, only to be discovered, and many people wanted to capture me. This isn't your fault. It's mine. Back then, I was too weak, incapable of protecting you, and my weakness even prevented you from unleashing your full potential. Therefore, all we could do was run away, fleeing city after city. Eventually, we managed to find shelter in alleys where sunlight couldn't reach. We originally thought that Ling and I would wait quietly in countless dark alleys for our parents who may or may not return one day. But unexpectedly, Master Late suddenly appeared, saying he wanted to take me as his disciple." "Are you Late's student?" Luo Ziyun suddenly exclaimed, incredulously staring at Xiao. Both Late and Wenyan are renowned scholars. Late specializes in magic studies and alchemy, whereas Wenyan focuses on saint spirits and magic studies. Many people dream day and night of becoming their students. Unfortunately, Wenyan is the tutor of the Dark Shining Empire's princess and dedicates herself exclusively to teaching her. Late, on the other hand, rarely gives lessons in the Holy Domain Academy, nor does he easily take in students. Still, numerous individuals have practically broken down the doors of the Holy Domain Academy, trying to obtain just one piece of advice from Late. The more Luo Ziwen learns about Xiao, the more she discovers their similar backgrounds, causing her to feel closer to Xiao. Yes, Late is my teacher. Xiao feels proud to be his student and holds Late in great esteem. The three came to the grassy area. Xiao took out a blanket and laid it down, placing a lot of food on top. Once Ling saw the food, she couldn't stop laughing, her joy obvious. Luo Ziwen wondered how he prepared all this, as they'd been almost inseparable during the time they spent together, leaving little room for preparation. But she wasn't interested enough to ask. As long as there was food, it was fine. Delicious. Ling smacked her lips with excitement. Xiao tapped her head lightly, smiling. Greedy girl, remember to behave yourself in front of the princess. Pouting her lips, Ling carefully stuffed the food into her mouth. Luo Ziwen and Xiao couldn't help but laugh at her adorable expression. All right, Ling. This isn't the palace. There aren't so many rules. Eat however you like. Instead, Xiao, Jin saw her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her eyes half closed as she stared straight at Xiao with an unpleasant expression. Who allowed you to call me that? Xiao felt a bit at a loss. Don't people usually call you that? Should I call you Luo Yin instead? A faint purple aura seeped out from her violet eyes, and dark golden magic power gradually entwined around her entire body. She crawled over next to Xiao, her gaze piercing into his. Xiao sensed impending trouble, his mind buzzing with unease. Seeing Ling obliviously munching on snacks nearby, he shot her a pleading glance. But the innocent girl just blinked in confusion, not comprehending what Xiao wanted, and continued stuffing food into her mouth. That's a pseudonym. I'm not called Luo Yun, but your name is too long. Calling your full name feels cumbersome. How about calling you Ziyun? After all, things are different now compared to before. You're the princess, and if I call you this way, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? We're more than just comrades. That Ziyun bit her lips, her face flushed with redness as she slightly tilted her head up while looking at him. She was already enticing enough in appearance, but doing such actions without changing clothes right after waking up, combined with Xiao being close to becoming an adult himself and understanding more of gender differences, caused his eyes to involuntarily wander downwards. Answer me. Seeing Xiao's distracted demeanor, Ziyun became even more irritated. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, causing Xiao's spirit to momentarily waver. He chose to simply tilt his head back, avoiding her gaze. Fellow warriors. While looking upwards towards the lake water above, an invisible current of dark golden magical force seemed to emanate from somewhere near them. This was Ziyun's power, and from the beginning, it seemed like she was suppressing something. Was someone else making her angry? It was a sign of her about to explode. Xiao sucked in a cold breath, lamenting silently. Who made you mad? Ziyun propped herself up with both hands on the ground, a dark golden magic circle manifesting within her palms though Xiao didn't see it. My teacher and other regular friends call me Ziyun. We're fellow soldiers, but our relationship isn't the same as regular friendships, is it? Upon thinking about it, Xiao realized they were truly different. After all, they had been living together, fighting side by side, and enduring life and death situations. Not the same. We're special. Hearing this response from Xiao, she smiled in satisfaction, reeling back the dark golden magic she had released. Yes, special. Just how special? Xiao found himself at a loss for words, resting his elbow on his thigh and supporting his chin, lost in thought. Ziyun looked at him with anticipation. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. I don't know. When it comes to feelings, I really don't understand them. Chapter 149, Fate and Choice. I have a sister named Roland. She's not my blood relative, but I love her dearly and wouldn't want her to get hurt even a little bit. I also have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Though we don't meet often, I do care about them deeply. My roommate got along with them for only a few months, but I like them very much too. However, there are some people who, despite having known them for years, I can't bring myself to like them at all. You say isn't this thing called feeling strange? Naluozian sat back in her seat and sighed. That's right. Some people have liked you for 10 years, but you despise them. Others, after just meeting for a year, make you particularly concerned. Seeing the slightly melancholic look in Naluozian's eyes, Xiao felt startled and sighed. Are you talking about Wang Yi? Speak of the devil. Naluozian gave him an unfriendly glare. Who would care about you anyway? Xiao didn't say it was himself either. How could this girl expose herself so readily? Speaking of Wang Yi, that boy lacking in self-confidence towards him made Xiao feel a twinge of regret. His talent was outstanding, even ranking high in the Holy Realm, but his personality might be somewhat weak. And as for Naluozian, she was such a strong person. Besides, her future role as the Empress of the Dark Radiance Empire naturally meant her other half would be king. As a king, how could he possibly accept Wang Yi? Xiao shook his head with a smile and looked carefully at the present Naluozian for the first time. There she knelt before him, the gentle breeze within swirling, lifting her hair like meteors, while her purple eyes were full of charm, her delicate face and attractive figure being captivating to any man. Even Xiao found himself captivated by her beauty, lost in admiration. Why are you staring at me? Xiao just kept looking straight at her. If it were someone else, she'd have already thrown a punch. But for some unknown reason, with Xiao gazing at her so entranced, instead of feeling angry, she actually enjoyed it in her heart. Realizing his earlier loss of composure, Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, Ista. I suddenly found you quite beautiful and ended up looking. And then, became lost in thought. Always confident in her own beauty, wherever she went people praised her appearance, gradually making her immune to others' compliments. Sometimes she felt their praise was deserved, but she didn't know why hearing Xiao's slightly shy words made her inexplicably happy. Then keep looking. She reached out to smooth her hair, looking enchantingly at a bashful Xiao. With Ling here, we also have seeds. The air and water sources inside automatically renew. As long as we don't go out, Father won't be able to find us. We could stay here forever. No way. Xiao frowned. We can't possibly stay here forever. Why? Now Yuozian stared at him incomprehensibly, her beautiful eyes turning red. Xiao shook his head, pondering. You're the last heir of the royal family of the Dark Radiance Empire, the future empress, with countless citizens outside waiting for you. And me, I'm merely a wanderer, honored to have caught the attention of the future empress. I've already promised Dean Yefan that I will return. After saying that, Xiao left some food for Yuozian and returned to the room where he had previously slept, lying on the bed and gazing at the stones on the ceiling. He didn't know what his feelings were exactly towards Yuozian. Was she a comrade? But compared to Callus and Jesse, he cared about her more, and it wasn't just a little. Friend? That couldn't be true. He acknowledged that their relationship had long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary friendship. Love? But when she proposed wanting to live here with him forever, the first person who came to mind was Roland. So chaotic. So frustrating. He wanted to sleep, but couldn't. He tossed and turned in bed, occasionally scratching his head, swinging his hands, and kicking the air. Now Yuozian sat still in her spot, expression vacant. Yes, she was a princess, the future empress. Her father, although appearing young and spirited, had been getting worse each day since mother left. No one knew how much longer he would last. Moreover, her father's attitude toward the Holy Realm continent. Xian, Ling, holding the snacks she hadn't finished, offered them to Yuozian. Are you unhappy? Seeing Ling's innocent face, she abruptly embraced her tightly, crying silently. Don't cry, don't cry. Xian doesn't cry. Ling mimicked the way mother comforted Xiao, gently patting Yuozian's head with her small hand. It's all Xiao's fault. I'll scold him for you. Mother always said, boys who make girls cry are the worst. No, Yuozian shook her head, her tear-streaked eyes heartbreaking. He hasn't done anything wrong. Ling, tell me, can Xiao and I be together? I don't care if he's a wanderer or a fugitive. I can see that he cares about me too. So why did he reject me? Back then, I gave up everything. Ling blinked her eyes, thinking hard. Aren't you two already together? Yuozian chuckled at Ling's innocence. Oh, do you mean that you and Xiao are like my parents, who will have a baby later? Is that right? You stop saying nonsense. Who? Who would want me? I am. She deliberately spoke the last word in a very low voice and buried her head down. But Ling still heard it. Yuozian blushed as she nodded slightly, muttering, I don't know why I fell for this guy. We used to argue with each other for a whole year. Both of them knew deep inside that they hadn't been angry at each other for a long time. In less than a month, they had almost forgotten what caused their argument in the first place. They didn't need to talk much because they had a silent understanding. A single look or action from either side was enough for the other to guess what they wanted, so there was no need for excessive communication. Ling didn't fully grasp their feelings, but thinking of her parents seemed to give her some idea. She looked at Yuozian, Xian, and Xiao. Seeing Ling's pout and sad expression made Yuozian inexplicably worried. What's wrong, Ling? Xian, will you hate Xiao? This question puzzled her. Why are you asking that? Ling's presence made her somewhat concerned. Subconsciously, she compared Ling to her own 7 sins. Since she and Xiao had similar experiences, she felt like Xiao was another version of herself. She had her 7 sins, while he had Ling. Ling, I always feel that meeting Xiao was destined by fate. Do you think this is what people often refer to as the arrangement of fate? Fate. Ling lowered her head, muttering quietly. Fate belongs to the category of light magic. I can see the light elements, but I can't see fate. Seeing her disheartened look, Yuozian felt an unexplainable pang of sympathy and gently touched Ling's head. No one can see their own fate. Everyone's destiny is predetermined, just like it was predestined for me to meet all of you. But I wonder if fate has arranged for Xiao to be with me. Not. Ling shook her head, realizing only after seeing Yuozian's dumbfounded stare that she might have said something wrong. I mean, what you said earlier wasn't fate. Yuozian exhaled a breath of relief. Although she didn't believe Ling could see other people's fates, being contradicted still didn't feel good. Life is predestined, but fate is something we choose ourselves. Xiao had grown bored lying on the bed and began wondering if his words to Yuozian were too harsh. So, he came out to check what she was doing. Just in time, he overheard her and Ling discussing the topic of fate. Seeing Xiao come out, Yuozian naturally felt happy but wouldn't show it. She turned her face away and snorted. Weren't you going to leave? Why haven't you left yet? Knowing this was her way of acting angry, Xiao didn't mind and sat between her and Ling. All living beings are marked with the imprint of fate from the moment they're born. Some are born into wealth, others into poverty, but regardless of how they live, the ultimate outcome is death. This is life. Listening to Xiao talk about these philosophical ideas was far more interesting than the boring magic knowledge Yin would lecture about. She never got tired of hearing him. But, upon reflection, if Xiao had been nearby the entire time, did that mean he heard what she said earlier? How could he keep sneaking around like this? She wanted to lash out but restrained herself. After all, she'd recently beaten up Xiao quite a bit. Perhaps she should let him rest. You cannot decide whether you're born noble or humble, but you can choose to live nobly or humbly, average or extraordinary. This is fate. Fate isn't personal. Everyone has their unique fate. These fates intertwine, weaving story after story in this world. Take my first encounter with Teacher Le as an example. If I hadn't tried to steal his wallet, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Stealing the wallet was my decision, but because of this choice, I met Teacher Le. Due to his kindness, he wanted to take me as his student. At this point, I needed to make a choice, to follow him or stay hidden in the alleyways. Had I chosen the latter, we might never have met. Because I chose the former, I went to the Holy Realm, and through continuous choices thereafter, I eventually met you. Actually, it's the same for you. You must have made a choice before meeting me. If you had chosen the other option, even if I came to the Dark Radiance Empire, we might not have met. So, our meeting wasn't some divine arrangement. It was our own choices. Then, would you choose to be with me? Chapter 150, Identity. Xiao didn't expect Nuozian to suddenly ask this question. Although they had been together for over a year, and though it wasn't her true identity, he still considered himself quite familiar with her personality and temperament. After knowing that she was a princess, the tangled threads in Xiao's mind finally unraveled. Xiao had always regarded her as a comrade in arms, as a brotherly figure. Even after discovering her true identity, he continued to view her this way, never having harbored any other feelings for her. However, from the moment he saw her captivating gaze on the cliff, Xiao realized that her feelings for him were not as simple as he thought. But Nuozian was at least a princess, likely possessing her own pride. Coupled with her consistent arrogance, Xiao could never have imagined she would pose such a question. Was this still Luo Yun that he knew? In fact, there was another sentence unspoken by Xiao. Some people, from the very first time they enter your life, already determine the outcome. Answer me. Nuozian's voice sounded a bit hoarse, pulling Xiao back from his thoughts. If you weren't a princess, if I hadn't met Ruolin, if I hadn't made an agreement with Yefan. Xiao couldn't find the words. He didn't know how to answer. He feared that the seemingly confident and powerful girl's heart might get hurt. Why? From Xiao's hesitation, Nuozian had already drawn her conclusion. My father also said that as long as you agreed to his conditions, he would accept you. Even if you want to return to the Holy Domain, I'll accompany you. You can go back to settle things in the Holy Domain, then we can come back and get married. Is that okay? She didn't know what fault of hers led to this. Having spent a year together, their unspoken Muachip connection was undeniable. In terms of strength, both of them were great mages at 17 years old. She had even become one at 15, but she could compromise with him. And certainly, it wasn't because of her appearance that something was amiss. Seeing her tearful expression, Xiao couldn't help but feel compassion. Sorry, can you give me a little more time? He wasn't sure why, but while he wanted to accept her feelings, Ruolin's smile kept lingering in his mind. It had been nearly 2 years now. Surely the girl who was 14 back then must be 16 by now. Seeing that Xiao didn't outright refuse her meant that perhaps there was still room in his heart for her. Breathing out a fragrant sigh, Nuozian hesitated, uncertainly asking, how long? At least, I need to return to the Holy Domain once to fulfill my promise to the Dean. I'll go with you. Nuozian said, the Daryao Empire will participate in the competition, and I will represent the Empire in the tournament. During this period, Xiao might find the answer to his feelings for Nuozian. However, Nuozian believed that once Xiao returned to the Holy Domain, he would accept her. With each lost in their own thoughts, under the moonlight filtering through the lake, they indulged in a joyful feast. Burp. Ling lay contentedly on the grass, patting her bloated belly with a look of bliss. Xiao watched Ling with affection, pinching her nose teasingly, and remarked, you are almost like Zika. Upon reflecting on Zika's figure, Ling panicked and sat up hastily, feeling her puffed-up belly and round face. When she found that she wasn't as fat as she feared, she let out a relieved breath, puffing her cheeks, glaring at Xiao angrily, and retorted, I'm not that fat. When we go back, I'll tell Zika that Xiao insulted him. Hey, when did you learn to lie, young lady? I didn't say anything. It was you who called him fat. Besides, even if you told him, he wouldn't be able to fight me. Looking at Xiao's fearlessly carefree expression, Ling felt a surge of annoyance. Sister Ziyun, Xiao is bullying me. Could you please beat him up for me? All right. Seeing Ling pouting and acting cute with Nuozian, Xiao was stunned. Where did this girl learn these tricks? With Nuozian laughing gleefully, Xiao sensed an ominous premonition. Wait, Xingyu, what are you going to do? Let's talk this through rationally. Girls shouldn't be so violent. Please put away your magic. I'm injured. I'm a patient. Destructive magic chains. Just like that, Xiao was pinned down to the ground in a big shape by 4 chains, gazing up at the tranquil lake water. Through the clear surface, he noticed tonight's moon was particularly round. Satisfied with her handiwork, Nuozian clapped her hands and said to Ling, let him sleep here tonight, giving him the whole night to reflect properly on not bullying you anymore. Also, if by tomorrow morning you haven't given me a title or honorific that I approve of, I will hit you again. What? Title? What kind of title? Think about it yourself. And so, Xiao quietly lay on the grass, enjoying the evening breeze that wafted in from outside, feeling refreshed. However, maintaining the same position for a long time had left his muscles slightly stiff. He glanced at the chains emitting a dark golden glow and wriggled his body, struggling quite a bit to free his limbs. Then he hopped around on the grass, stretching his muscles and eating a little more. When it was almost time, he went back in and adjusted his posture. Gazing at the sky gradually brightening, Xiao suddenly thought of a question. Are all princesses this bad-tempered? Why do I have to be afraid of her? No. It's not that I'm afraid of her. It's that I'm indulging her, just indulging. Yeah, that's right, indulging her. This is the respect one should show towards a lady. Then Luo Ziyin wasn't too bad among those he had met. And there was also that girl before, what was her name again? Huanfu something. Though she was spoiled, at least she wasn't like Luo Yi or Star Moon who wanted to kill him on sight. Although his father used to teach him to keep a low profile, to endure when possible, and yield when necessary. And indeed, these past few years, he had been running away non-stop. But now, Na Luo Ziyun's father, Na Luo Juanxing, had set his sights on him. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Na Luo Juanxing must have harbored ulterior motives towards the holy domain for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to kill him upon seeing him. What confused Xiao was that if Na Luo Juanxing truly intended to kill him, why give him a choice? Could it really be because of his daughter? He couldn't find the answers to these questions, nor did he want to search for them. He only wanted to survive, to fulfill his promise with Yefen, and continuously grow stronger. Protect Rulin, Light, and Ling, and, what are you thinking about? Have you thought through last night's question? Na Luo Ziyun had crouched beside him without him noticing, smiling at him. But to Xiao, that smile was just an anticipation of beating him up soon. Watching Xiao gulp, Na Luo Ziyun already knew the answer. She excitedly raised her hand, and a dark golden magic circle silently appeared. Wait a second. Xiao hurriedly said, I've thought it through. Yuner. When Na Luo Ziyun heard Xiao call her this, her cheeks unconsciously flushed red. Satisfied, she smiled and retracted her magic, freeing Xiao as well. Actually, Xiao had just blurted it out in a rush, remembering how Na Luo Juanxing also called her this way. However, it seemed she liked being called this by him. Xiao cautiously peeked at her expression and tentatively asked, Isn't this what your father calls you? Yeah. So what? Nothing. Then, Yuner, be a good girl and listen, don't worry your father. Some people just deserve to get beaten. After not spanking him for a year, look, he's asking for it again. Na Luo Ziyun twitched her lips, dark golden magical power flooding the entire cave, lighting up even the bottom of the lake. Ling was rolling on the side, inexplicably delighted watching Xiao running around everywhere. Go Princess Ziyun. Run faster, Xiao. When did Ling become such a troublemaker? He would need to find some time later to teach her a lesson. Come on Sister Ziyun. Run faster, Xiao. Chapter 151. You're wrong. After spending another week at the bottom of the lake, Xiao had recovered almost completely. Normally, with such severe injuries, survival would be uncertain, and even if one did survive, lying in bed for 10 to 15 days would still be considered a light recovery. However, Xiao was able to get out of bed and move around on the first day, and he had been doing so for an entire week with Luo Ziyun. Xiao sat quietly in the courtyard, carefully sensing the magic flowing into this small area from the outside. In this nearly sealed cavern, Xiao had not noticed at first, but only now did he realize that the neatly arranged pools, wooden houses, stone houses, flowers, grasses, and the patterns etched onto the stone walls formed an intricate magical array. Using this cavern as a medium, as long as someone within the magical array circulated their magic power, the external flow of magic would be absorbed through the Mother and Sun lakes, creating a vortex-like structure that continuously consumed the surrounding magic. If it weren't for Xiao having to leave eventually and Luo Ziyun needing to visit her father, they could have stayed here indefinitely. With the presence of spirits, they could grow vegetables and fruits, living self-sufficiently without ever leaving. Everything here would sustain them for a lifetime. The path of magic differs from martial arts or swordsmanship. It's more about enlightenment. You've been focusing on cultivation without reflection, which can only increase your own magic power. During this time, aside from eating, sleeping, and occasionally chatting with her, Xiao had been deeply focused on cultivation. Although knowing that Xiao yearned to become stronger, just like when he was in the military zone, constantly sitting there cultivating, wouldn't he find it boring? You're wrong. Xiao slowly opened his eyes and smiled. The human body's meridians can also be viewed as a magical array, while imprints are its core. As magic flows through the body's meridians, it resonates with the external magic, allowing us to utilize it. External magic must go through purification before entering the body, and the degree of purification depends on one's mastery of magic. Moreover, when external magic enters the body, it penetrates the skin and blood vessels, benefiting the body. This form of cultivation, though monotonous, forms the foundation and should not be overlooked. Yes, I know already. Then you should just focus on cultivating. Luo Ziyun thought Xiao was more nagging than her teacher for the first time. What a chatty man. She stuck her tongue out at him and decided to sit beside him instead. Bored anyway, watching him silently wasn't too bad. When exactly did my father start feeling unfamiliar? Was it because of the war 10 years ago? Upon reflection, after mother passed away, father cared for me even more. He sent an entire group of knights wherever I went, fearing something might happen to me. Later, when Master Wenyan came, things became less complicated. I secretly slipped away while Master Wenyan and father were discussing important matters, and it's been a whole year without any reaction from him. Even when standing before him, a mere change in appearance left him unable to recognize me. What's on your mind? Xiao opened his eyes and saw her hugging her legs and sitting beside him, lost in thought. He asked softly. Seeing Luo Ziyun suddenly lean against him, Xiao instinctively thought she had fallen asleep and reached out to support her. I miss mother. She nestled in Xiao's arms, her eyes filled with emotion. A delicate fragrance entered Xiao's nostrils. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, Xiao felt somewhat at a loss. He knew what Luo Ziyun felt, but could he accept it? Yinner. He didn't embrace her waist, but simply allowed her to lean against him quietly. Regardless of whether he would ultimately accept her feelings, at least he couldn't bear to hurt her right now. Luo Ziyun clearly didn't know what Xiao was thinking. Satisfied, she leaned against his shoulder, much like she had last time on the city wall, except this time her awareness remained fully clear. Neither of them spoke, but they both understood the unspoken agreement between them. They both knew that once they left here, their lives would no longer be peaceful. If only we could continue like this forever. Wouldn't it be wonderful if this moment could last forever? However, unbeknownst to them, the Dark Radiance Empire was already buzzing. The news of Princess Ziyun's upcoming marriage contest had spread throughout the country over a week ago. Countless officials and members of the royal family had gathered in the capital of the empire, as well as the talented youth of the era. Though they lacked illustrious backgrounds, if chosen by the princess, some might even ascend to the throne. Many people arrived at the capital, Avalonia, filled with admiration for the princess and hope for the future. But unaware of everything happening outside, Xiao and Luo Ziyun continued their carefree life at the bottom of the Mother-Sun Lake. 3 weeks had passed, and the food brought by the spirit was almost gone. Neither Xiao nor Luo Ziyun had sown flowers, fruit, or vegetables, so they needed to buy some supplies. Xiao naturally knew what he would face once they went out. However, the naive Luo Ziyun still believed that her father, Luo Juanxing, would follow her wishes. As long as Xiao agreed to his conditions, nothing bad would happen. The feeling of seeing daylight again is actually pretty good. Bathed in the sunlight, Luo Ziyun stretched lazily with a soft moan. Although she had changed her appearance and figure, she was already deeply imprinted in Xiao's mind. Xiao's appearance had also been slightly altered, no longer the face of Yin Qingming. Of course, he wouldn't use his original look either. Let's go, buy some food. After that, we'll head back to the bottom of the lake. She took Xiao and headed directly toward the nearest city. Despite him being a handsome man now, she boldly linked her arm through his without hesitation. The couple walking down the street drew the eyes of many onlookers. Yet, Luo Ziyun appeared to enjoy it immensely, leaving Xiao rather awkward. Still, he didn't want to say anything, so he just let her be. Once inside the city, the two famished travelers found a restaurant and indulged themselves. Watching Xiao eat ravenously, it seemed even the snacks from the bottom of the Mother-Sun Lake weren't enough to satisfy his hunger. Hey, did you hear? The Imperial Capital's marriage contest is about to begin. Yeah, sure thing. But I wonder what's going through their minds for using such a method to arrange a marriage for Her Highness. How much do we really understand about royal affairs? You know, the princess has always been our Dark Radiance Empire's youngest great mage. Who could possibly be worthy of her? They say Princess Ziyun. Well, I can't describe how beautiful she is, but you get the idea. So what if I do? She's still not ours. At the nearby table, two men were eagerly discussing the current gossip in the capital. Marriage? Princess? Both Luo Ziyun and Xiao overheard them. It wasn't just at their neighboring table. Almost every table in the shop was talking about the princess's marriage contest. Xiao noticed confusion in Luo Ziyun's eyes. She obviously had no knowledge of any of this, yet now they were telling her she was participating in a marriage competition. Luo Ziyun put down her chopsticks and wanted to explain something to Xiao, but found herself at a loss, unsure of what or how to explain. Xiao made a gesture for her to be silent and signaled for her to continue eating. Chapter 152 Perception? Future? Listening to the quiet chatter around him about the princess's martial arts competition for marriage, Xiao remained unmoved. He knew that Luo Ziyun was unaware of all this, and that everything was part of Luo Juanxing's machinations. While eating his meal, he used his peripheral vision to observe her expression. Luo Ziyun almost crushed the utensils she was holding. She wasn't sure how she felt right now, disappointed or angry. Even if she were naive, she wasn't stupid. The purpose of Luo Juanxing's actions was clear, to separate her from Xiao. She despised having her life dictated by others, especially her own father, the king. She began to feel her father growing increasingly despicable. Seeing that Xiao had no reaction, a strange sense of loss filled her heart. Xiao, let's go back. Let's go. Xiao smiled and smiled at her. She had never seen Xiao smile so sweetly, so captivatingly. In fact, Xiao was also surprised. According to Luo Ziyun's usual temperament, she would surely be restless, grabbing anyone to clarify the situation and confronting Luo Juanxing unexpectedly. She intended to return directly with him. He thought, once they find the time and devise a plan to return to the Holy Domain and handle what needs handling, then he can properly accompany her. With this in mind, Xiao and Luo Ziyun left the restaurant and started buying things. Unknown was the method Luo Ziyun used to alter her appearance. But despite his magic being unable to restore her original look, Xiao trusted her completely. His own method of changing appearances, however, wasn't as sophisticated. It was merely simple illusion magic which was quite easy to see through. To his surprise, after a year in the army, and knowing the magic bombardier, Karis quite well, whose power nearly rivaled that of an ultimate mage, couldn't even discern his simple magic? Of course, Xiao didn't know the difference between himself and other mages. Just like others couldn't perceive Luo Ziyun's magic. Though their seals seemed to possess ordinary light and darkness attributes, neither alone was extraordinary. However, they both possessed these two attributes simultaneously. Throughout the history of the Dark Shining Empire and the Holy Domain continent, this had never happened before. Even if one tried merging the two forces within oneself, they still circulated separately and intertwined to some extent. The mixed power of light and darkness, unheard of. Walking all the way to Mother and Daughter Lake, Luo Ziyun stayed silent. Shedding the artificial exterior, Luo Ziyun tidied her black hair as dark golden magic enveloped her body, leaping into the lake. Xiao also encased his body in black magic and lightly stepped onto the lake surface. As his foot touched the lake's surface, peculiar memories suddenly flooded his mind. In those memories, there was Rulin and Yun'er, and a strange emotion towards Luo Ziyun emerged within him. Did those memories belong to him? He froze, his toes touching the lake's surface, lost in thought. These memories appeared to be his, yet he had no recollection of them beforehand. Moreover, these were clearly events that were going to happen later, though only in fragmented form. Could this be the perception ability of light magic users? Encountering your future under certain circumstances? Just now, was that my future with Yun'er? Watching Luo Ziyun gradually disappear beneath the clear bottom of the lake, Xiao seemed to have something to say, but words wouldn't come out. It was as if something blocked his throat, raw, uncomfortable, suffocating. What's wrong, Xiao? Back underwater, Luo Ziyun noticed Xiao's abnormal expression. Looking at his worried face, she instinctively felt uneasy. Xiao remained silent. After a long while, Xiao furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. In this lifetime, I've avoided too much, so this time, I don't intend to evade anymore. He is your father, and the only family you have in the world. I hope I can gain his approval. You are the sole royal descendant of the Dark Shining Empire. If you leave, what will happen to your people? Without an heir, someone will undoubtedly try to seize the throne. There's already trouble from foreign lands involving the demon race. Should domestic turmoil arise, your father's 100-year foundation would crumble entirely. More than that, countless citizens might view you as a Qingguijuirun, 1,000 generations criminal. And naturally, I would be the prime offender, so whatever they say about me doesn't matter. But I don't want to drag you down. You were originally a highborn princess, revered and worshipped. If we hadn't met, maybe you would have found your knight by now, returned to the palace, reunited with your father. She hadn't expected Xiao to bring up this topic suddenly, considering he had never cared about her personal matters before. Compared to that, I'm glad I met you. She gazed deeply at Xiao. Their eyes met, and they saw more than mere camaraderie in each other's gaze. Yun'er, perhaps, he truly fell in love with this princess. He doesn't understand love, but at least he knows what he wants right now. Holding the slender jade waist in his arms, a faint fragrance intoxicates his heart. Luo Ziyun didn't expect Xiao to suddenly embrace her, so her first instinct was to resist. However, once her hands reached his chest, they lost all strength, and she could only blushingly lean into him with a pink face. Sometimes, having someone to lean on is quite a pleasant experience. Thinking this way, Luo Ziyun slowly closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Neither of them realized how long they had embraced like that, and although Xiao's hands and legs were already numb, he still stood there motionlessly. The reason was that the person in his arms had fallen asleep. Perhaps due to standing for too long, Luo Ziyun twisted her body a little. Her hands naturally found their way around his neck, and she rested her head on his shoulder. With utmost care, Xiao picked up her fragile body, causing Luo Ziyun's head to gently slide down onto his chest due to the position. As if sensing the loss of support, she let out a discontented murmur in her sleep, moving her head back and forth, while her hands wandered aimlessly across his chest. She wriggled restlessly in his embrace. Even though they had been living together for over a year, Xiao had never seen her sleeping face before. Last time, atop the city wall, she had lain quietly, probably because she was aware of the height and dared not move when she fell asleep. Never did he imagine that the dignified princess would be so restless during sleep. Be good, stop fidgeting. Among the women Luo Ziyun had met, her beauty absolutely ranked as the most stunning. Unlike Rulin's innocent simplicity, although her mind might be simple, she appeared charming and captivating. Rulin's smile conveys sweetness. Hers, however, is soul-stealing. Perhaps her smile stems purely from joy, but others can't help feeling it's mesmerizing and filled with allure. It's hard to resist such a bewitching young lady squirming in his arms. If it weren't for Xiao's excellent self-control and clear awareness, he might have already pressed Luo Ziyun onto the grass beneath them and rolled over. Unsure whether she understood what Xiao said or not, she only writhed more fiercely in his arms. Chapter 153, Inner Struggle. Xiao completely didn't realize it at first. He didn't dare to look at the girl in his arms, fearing that if he lost himself for a moment, he would do something wrong while she was unconscious. Although he now knew her feelings, and despite neither of them disliking each other, Xiao did not want to take advantage of the situation. Xiao didn't do anything inappropriate while she slept, but in her sleep, she really ended up doing things. She bit his nipple. Since Xiao was wearing rather thin clothes, she easily found the spot and decisively bit down without hesitation. This bite was merciless, causing Xiao to sharply inhale a large breath of cold air. His mouth slightly agape, his head tilted back slightly, his Adam's apple moving as he let out intermittent low moans, and his face turned completely red. But he couldn't use magic to push her away or reinforce his body with magic either, for fear of hurting her or damaging her teeth. In the end, Xiao could only grit his teeth and carry her to her room, gently placing her down. However, even though this person was on the bed, her mouth hadn't loosened its grip. Looking at Luo Ziyun, who was biting him like a baby holding on stubbornly, Xiao felt like crying but couldn't. He endured the piercing pain and awkwardly squatted beside Luo Ziyun's bed until the bitten area gradually lost sensation, and only then did Luo Ziyun reluctantly release her hold. Afraid she might bite again, Xiao quickly moved backward and used his magic to soothe the bruised area that had been bitten. Mother! In her sleep, tears slipped from the corner of Luo Ziyun's eyes, making Xiao feel inexplicably heartbroken as he gently wiped the moisture away so it wouldn't fall. Princess, how can you cry? It must be because she dreamed about her mother. How strong Ziyun was. He'd witnessed it in the military. Even when she accidentally fractured a bone during training, she wouldn't flinch or complain. She had very high standards for herself and often secretly practiced in the middle of the night. This reminded him of Ace, the one who vowed to surpass the prodigy. If it were earlier, it would have been hard for him to believe Ace could achieve such feats. But in the Dark Radiance Empire, he met many people who lacked magic yet could still practice martial arts. All these were told by Na Luo Ziyun. In the Dark Radiance Empire, besides magical ways, there are also martial arts, swordsmanship, and more. These are the different paths Master Wright spoke of earlier. On the Holy Domain continent, magicians are regarded as the highest beings, and martial arts or swordsmanship haven't been explored much. It seems that the Dark Radiance Empire has taken the lead in terms of cultivation compared to the Holy Domain continent. The sword god Yi Qingtian focuses solely on swordsmanship. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoxiao protecting the Holy Domain continent, no one could rival him in sword mastery. It was said that before he became lame, it was him who cut off a corner of the Holy Domain continent. General Liu Hao, specialized in martial arts, could level mountains with one punch. Throughout the Holy Domain, only Pain could contend with him in the field of martial arts. And Na Luo Ziyun will be the ruler in the future, leading all these individuals. Xiao quietly sat beside her bed, watching her toss and turn restlessly. The sleeping posture of Princess Na Luo of the Dark Radiance Empire is what many people dream of seeing day and night. If they saw it, one wonders what their expressions would be. He was quite curious as to why someone who seemed to be sleeping peacefully suddenly managed to switch the position of her head and feet. Twisting and turning mysteriously, Na Luo Ziyun's head somehow rolled down toward her feet. After sleeping for roughly 2 to 3 hours, Na Luo Ziyun woke up groggily, blinking dazedly for half a minute before opening her eyes fully. Seeing her sleepy appearance, Xiao fetched a basin of clear water from a nearby pool and pulled a clean handkerchief from his belt pouch, gently wiping the remaining tear stains from her face. Seemingly enjoying being cleaned by Xiao, she lifted her head slightly, her face showing a contented smile, looking just like a child. Unsure how long it took, she eventually came to her senses. Her first sight was Xiao sitting beside her. She blinked in surprise for a second, then took a deep breath as dark gold magic power surged violently. What are you doing? Get out. The wooden door was cracked and splintered into countless pieces by Xiao's sturdy body. Only then did Na Luo Ziyun snap back to reality and hurriedly got up to help Xiao, who was outside the broken door. Are you alright? Why are you in my room suddenly? Serves you right. Xiao patted his bottom and was almost on the verge of tears. You fell asleep in my arms. I carried you to the bed without doing anything, and yet you punched me. Of course, Xiao wouldn't say these words out loud. It was actually his fault too. He should have left immediately after putting Na Luo Ziyun on the bed, but stayed there for some reason unknowingly. I just wanted to check on you. Sister Ziyun, Xiao has been peeking at you while you slept. He was laughing at you. Upon hearing Ling's voice from the pendant, Xiao's face instantly turned pale. Ling, we need to have a serious talk. Na Luo Ziyun frowned, her hand resting heavily on Xiao's shoulder as she applied force. No rush. Now, let's have a good chat. Looking at her dark face, Xiao couldn't help but swallow, his mouth twitching. Yinner, I actually didn't see anything. Your clothes. I didn't even touch them. Then what did you want to see? It's not that it's just, I don't know why I stayed in your room for an hour, frozen. Well, I'll skip beating you this time. Strangely, Na Luo Ziyun didn't hit him this time. She smiled faintly and turned around to fix the door he had damaged. Looking at the petite figure of Na Luo Ziyun, Xiao felt uneasy inside. His heart was undergoing a painful struggle. It was only now that he realized his feelings for Na Luo Ziyun. In the past, she was always by his side, and he never thought he'd lose anything, and back then, she was still called Luo Yun, whose true identity he didn't know. But things were different now. Xiao discovered that he truly had feelings for this willful little princess. Yinner, he softly called out to her with a gentle expression on his face. Hearing the voice behind her, Na Luo Ziyun turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Seeing the person in front of him, Xiao's smile gradually froze and then disappeared. He frowned slightly, looking serious. Seeing Xiao's expression, it seemed as though his mind was engaged in some kind of inner battle. After Na Luo Ziyun used magic to repair the door, she walked over to him, gently placing her small hand on his face, concerned and asking, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Xiao took a deep breath and said seriously, "I don't want you to become a sinner of the Dark Radiance Empire." It turned out that Xiao was thinking about her well-being. It's fine. Father is still young, at least he can live another 100 years. Maybe he'll have another prince by then. Father has his own ways of dealing with the affairs of the Dark Radiance Empire. All I want is to be with you. I like you, Xiao, I really like you. Will you stay with me? If it were earlier, she would have never thought her father would do something like this, but now, she rather believed there was a good chance he might. She had heard from Wen Yin about her father's past, how he changed because he fell in love with her mother, who didn't favor his old self. So Na Luo Junxing transformed into the kind and loving father she remembered. But now, since her mother was gone, her father seemed to want to control his life again, which indicated all these signs pointed to the return of the former Na Luo Junxing. Faced with Na Luo Ziyun's confession, Xiao was at a loss, not knowing how to react. He raised his hand and wiped off the magical disguise on his face, revealing his original appearance. He wanted to say yes. Let's be together. I also no, it's not just liking her, it's love. Only now did he finally realize the depth of his feelings. But as he opened his mouth, stretched out his hands, and was about to embrace her, memories that didn't belong to him resurfaced again. Agonizing pain and overwhelming regret surged up. His expression shifted constantly, sometimes soft, sometimes sorrowful, sometimes pained, sometimes ferocious, until it finally became exceptionally calm. Chapter 154. Nothing. Nothing. Xiao knew she was already very tired. When she first arrived here, she had to take care of herself while cleaning this dusty cave. She had just reignited hope and expectation for the future, only to have them crushed by a piece of paper on a notice. Mentally and physically exhausted, she fell asleep as soon as she returned here. How could he hurt her now? Xiao's hand gently rested on her head, and he softly said, "You're very tired. Why don't you rest first? Do you think I'm like you? All you do is sleep all day." Nuo Ziyun raised her head, using her forehead to push Xiao's hand away. Unexpectedly, the haughty princess acted like a child and liked to fool around. Xiao watched her pouting face filled with stubbornness and smirked. "Oh, a pig is charging at people." Nuo Ziyun hesitated slightly, confused about where the pig came from. But seeing Xiao quietly rejoicing, she quickly understood. "You? Asking for a beating?" Nuo Ziyun slapped Xiao's hand away. Seeing this, Xiao immediately ran off, and Nuo Ziyun chased him around the yard. "Stand still. Don't chase me. If you don't run, I won't chase you. Then I'd better keep running." In the void space glowing with a faint white light, Ling sat on the invisible floor, hugging her legs and watching Xiao and Nuo Ziyun playing outside with a smile. She was accustomed to silently observing everything that happened outside, as if an outsider. The two lived a carefree life at the bottom of the lake, the yard full of flowers, fruits, and vegetables, completely ignoring what was happening outside. One day, Xiao woke up early and saw Nuo Ziyun teaching Ling how to read and write, as well as some human manners and living habits. Watching the two, they looked just like mother and daughter, so he sat down nearby. Xiao knew that Ling didn't really need anyone to teach her these things. She was very smart and could learn just by watching and listening. But with someone teaching her, Ling could understand those more complicated things sooner. After watching for a while, Xiao went to prepare breakfast for them. After breakfast, and the morning passed, the three of them lay on the grass, enjoying the sunlight filtering through the lake. "Yuner, even if we stay here forever, we can't neglect our cultivation." At the mention of this, Nuo Ziyun suddenly remembered something, sat up, and leaned over towards Xiao. "That's right. You still need to go back to the Holy Domain to fulfill your agreement with Yifan. Tell me, are we going to continue living here or stay in the Holy Domain in the future?" At this moment, Nuo Ziyun only had expectations and aspirations for her future life. If her two elder brothers hadn't died in battle, she wouldn't need to consider the affairs of the empire, and there would be fewer obstacles being with Xiao. Since she had chosen him, she would naturally follow his will. If he liked it here, they could continue staying here in the future. If he liked the Holy Domain, then she would accompany him back to the Holy Domain in the future. As for the empire, her father would find a way. He would never give up the century-long business he painstakingly built and pass it to someone outside their family. Xiao didn't answer her question, but just smiled at her. "What are you laughing at? You look like a fool." Nuo Ziyun glared at him angrily, her little legs crossed and swinging back and forth. Ling found it fun and followed suit. "Yuner, next, I want to cultivate diligently for a period of time to prepare for the competition." "Good. I'm also ready to start cultivating." The martial arts competition for Princess Nuo of the Dark Radiance Empire proceeded as scheduled. In the largest arena of the imperial capital, Nuo Juanxing sat high above, overlooking the giant stage. The audience seats around were already fully occupied, and many people stood in the aisles just to observe the famous princess who had already gained renown. It was rumored that her smile could captivate people's souls, and the blooming of hundreds of flowers couldn't compare to one of her smiles. It was also said that the son of General Wang had been deeply infatuated upon seeing her just once inside the palace. Princess Nuo had shown astonishing talent since childhood. To nurture her, she joined her two elder brothers on the battlefield when she was young, but unfortunately. Later, the princess focused increasingly on magic and became a great magician before she reached adulthood. Even in the Holy Domain, such a prodigy had never appeared. Princess Nuo, whether in appearance or ability, attracted countless admirers. If one could marry her, it wasn't just saving decades of struggle, it would eliminate the need to struggle at all. Nuo Juanxing scanned the venue, signaling everyone to quiet down. Instantly, the tens of thousands of square meters of the venue fell silent. Nuo Juanxing was satisfied, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This king is honored to have so many people attend the princess's martial arts competition for her hand in marriage. I won't say much nonsense, just a few requirements. Those who participate must be older than my daughter, but no older than 22 years of age. There are 4 arenas here. Each participant will engage in 3 matches. Those who win all their matches stay, and any loss results in elimination. The final victors from the 4 arenas will then compete in further elimination rounds. However, since the last 4 competitors are surely exceptional in some way, whether they win or lose at this stage, they will still have a chance to be chosen. Of course, if the princess hasn't made her decision by the end, it means she doesn't know how to choose, and another final elimination round will be required. The ultimate winner will become the future husband of the princess. With a roar of cheers, the princess's martial arts competition officially began. The rules of the competition were simple, but clearly winning until the very end wouldn't be easy. And while this event appeared to be fair competition, countless participants had already been weeded out long before today. How many commoners dreamt of eating swan meat? If there hadn't been any requirement thresholds, like with other royal families, the competition might have taken over a year to finish. Participants needed to be at least of great mage level in power, taller than the princess by a head, and good-looking. As for family background, there weren't too many specific requirements. These registration standards were set by Nero Ziyun's close friend, and also the daughter of the current pillar minister, Agnello. She was the one screening the candidates carefully. If someone caught her eye, they could register. Not only those who looked good or had impressive backgrounds, but even if they weren't mages, as long as they were magicians with great mage-level strength, they would be allowed to participate. Just that last condition tripped up many people. A 22-year-old great mage? Even among Saint Domain continent, there wouldn't be that many qualified individuals. But it wasn't entirely impossible. For his daughter's lifetime matter, Nero Xuanhuan originally didn't want to interfere. Unfortunately, with both heirs gone now, the future of this country would rest solely on Nero Xuanhuan's shoulders. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. He knew his daughter well. Governing such a vast empire would be incredibly difficult for her. Although the purpose of this martial arts competition was indeed to lure Xiao and Nero Xuanhuan out, if they could find someone here capable of easing her burden, it wouldn't be bad either. Watching the matches on the 4 arenas, Nero Xuanhuan fell deep into thought. Wen Yin and Cassio stood on either side of him, observing every move on the arena carefully. They were certain that Nero Xuanhuan would show up eventually. As for the young man from the Saint Domain, his fate was uncertain. Indeed, they truly didn't believe he could counteract Cassio's fire poison. Just being exposed to a bit of it was enough to kill him outright. Chapter 155, Recruitment Competition. The Dark Glory Empire may not be comparable to the entire Holy Domain, but in the Holy Domain continent, no single country can rival a single Dark Glory Empire. After hundreds of years of peace on the Holy Domain continent, they have long lost their bloodthirstiness, whereas the Dark Glory Empire has been plagued by the demon race for centuries, even millennia. Although the demon race's territory is not large, due to the peculiar black mist, any original creatures of this world who dare to step in will find their own strength severely restricted, and the black mist itself also poses some hazard. The demon race has been accumulating power, waiting for an opportunity to seize this island as their territory. The recent invasion targeting Gawara was intended to use the entire city's population as sacrifices to accelerate the recovery of Xuanhuan. This move by the demon race was a wake-up call for the Dark Glory Empire. If they were not planning to launch a full-scale attack on the Dark Glory Empire, why would they urgently spend such a great cost to restore Xuanhuan's combat capabilities? He had always been very concerned about how the demon race's enormous army managed to bypass Wang Ming and Zheng Yanqing. Could there be spies within the empire? The competition that started in the morning continued until nightfall, yet more than half still hadn't finished their matches. Although Amy Liu is cunning, her judgment is excellent. Everyone still on the field surely has their own skills. To win 3 consecutive matches, it's easier said than done. Many who won 2 matches were then eliminated. Those who managed to win 3 consecutive matches will continue with the next day's competition until only the final 4 remain. Thousands of people came to compete for the princess's hand in marriage, but now less than 100 are left. This competition will last at least a month. If you lose even once, you're out. Na Luo Xuanqing cannot abandon state affairs to watch this competition for a month. On the first day, he did watch the whole day, but from then on, he would occasionally come and go. Wen Yin and Cassio remained here to supervise the participants, preventing any disorder. Most importantly, their focus was finding Na Luo Xuanhuan among these competitors. Having accompanied Na Luo Xuanhuan for nearly 10 years, Wen Yin understands her character quite well. He believes that Na Luo Xuanhuan must be hiding among these people, aiming to win and then disappear afterward. In this way, the matter of royal recruitment would simply fizzle out. While Cassio's gaze was still wandering everywhere, Wen Yin had already fixed his eyes on someone. After Na Luo Xuanhuan slipped away right under his nose during the first instance, Wen Yin wouldn't view this unique princess in a conventional way anymore. The coexistence of light and dark magic goes beyond anyone's comprehension, and the lack of understanding of such magic also means lacking an effective countermeasure. But a person's habits can't change in just a month. At this moment, on the arena, a dark mage was brandishing his longsword, hurling an earth mage off the stage. The pitch-black magic swirling around him carried terrifying power, making others look at it in awe. With such formidable abilities, how could one be unknown in the Dark Glory Empire? Being responsible for nurturing talents in the Dark Glory Empire, Wen Yin himself had traveled all over the nation recruiting talent, bringing back anyone who showed even the slightest hint of potential or leaving behind certain items as future tokens. But this person left no impression on him. A late bloomer? Or someone who suddenly emerged? Perhaps. But after carefully observing his fighting style, Wen Yin became even more certain of his suspicions. However, he didn't report immediately to Na Luo Xuanqing. He casually glanced at Cassio, who was still looking around, and chose silence. In the mother-child lake's bottom, Xiao and Na Luo Xuanhuan sat quietly in separate rooms without disturbing each other. Since this is Na Luo Xuanhuan's recruitment, Wang Yi naturally wouldn't let go of this chance. Soldiers usually aren't allowed to leave camp easily, but Callus had promised them that if they survived that campaign, he'd grant them one reasonable wish. Dell and Norton were injured and haven't fully recovered yet, unable to participate. Dell is normally the quietest and gloomiest, but when in battle, being a wind mage, he charges forward faster than anyone else. Because of this, upon returning, he received a scolding from Callus regardless of his injuries. Norton's injury was unavoidable, and Callus told him to rest well so as not to leave any lingering ailments. Both suffered internal damage from the demon race's claw attacks and required recuperation. So recently they've been participating in minimal training, maintaining only basic physical fitness. Besides Dell and Norton, others were spread across different arenas, creating opportunities for Wang Yi. Callus hadn't informed them about Xiao, merely saying that they both dropped out suddenly. Thus, apart from Wang Yi, Jace and the others don't know the true identities of Yin Qingming and Luo Yun. They certainly wouldn't expect them to change their appearances and appear here. Even as a supporting magician, Wang Yi possesses formidable combat abilities. Due to his character and Luo Yun's presence, his talents were overlooked. After Luo Yun and Yin Qingming left, his brilliance gradually emerged. Having achieved 2 consecutive victories, all he needed today was one more win to advance from the preliminary elimination round. However, he unexpectedly faced Talik in the first round. This wasn't an easy opponent. Leaning on his father's status as a duke, and with some strength of his own, Talik bullied others everywhere and had defiled many girls within their own fiefdoms. Though the Dark Glory Empire wasn't exactly like the countries of holy domains such as Fengyue or Tianhua in valuing honor and integrity, they still held women's chastity in high regard. Hence, Wang Yi detested this man and found him repulsive. It must be admitted, however, that Talik himself was very powerful. Rumors said he had studied at a professional academy, though what he lacked was practical experience. So it's Wang Yi. Upon seeing his rival turned out to be Wang Yi, who seemed overly refined and feminine to him, Talik's face twisted into a smirking grin filled with derision. He mocked deeply. What? After all these years, still no progress with the princess? Someone like you. Do you really think marrying the princess will elevate your position? Look at you, such a coward. Weak. Talik. What Wang Yi could least endure was being called a coward. If Yin Qingming had said it, Wang Yi wouldn't have argued since he knew her identity. But when spoken by someone he despised, he couldn't tolerate it. Come on, let me see if your water magic can soften my earth enough to grow grass. Ha ha. Water curtain. Multiple water blades. Instantly, several deep blue magical arrays unfolded, releasing torrents of water that transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the air towards Talik. Earth sculpting magic. Great rock wall. On the arena, a thick earthen wall suddenly rose up, blocking the path of the water blades and successfully deflecting them. Wang Yi quickly distanced himself after the failed attack and swiftly began inscribing a second set of magical arrays. Raging ocean calls hundreds of waves. Azure waves rise up to the clouds. This strange incantation caused a brief flash of confusion on Talik's face. But soon he composed himself. Upon becoming a great mage, each individual awakened their innate elemental magic, which might alter their incantations accordingly. Perhaps this was due to Wang Yi's inherent elemental magic altering the spell's invocation. Earth modeling magic. Grand earth collapse. The earth cracked open, turning into countless shards flying toward Wang Yi, while Talik charged forward as well. Given Wang Yi's slender build, he definitely wouldn't excel at close combat. Talik figured he could use his physical advantages to easily suppress him. But as Talik only took a few steps forward, Wang Yi abruptly stopped retreating. Stabilizing himself, he advanced directly towards Talik. The deep blue magical energy swirling around his palms emitted dazzling light, rippling with water patterns. Despite his frail appearance, Wang Yi moved exceptionally nimbly. He ducked slightly, evading Talik's punch, allowing himself to be battered by stone fragments to close the distance. He then struck forcefully with both palms, hitting Talik squarely in the abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped Talik's throat. His complexion changed dramatically as the blood drained from his face, revealing a streak of deep blue water magic piercing straight through his burly torso, exiting his back and shooting skyward. Wang Yi leaned close to Talik's ear and whispered coldly, "Even if the princess doesn't want me, I will never let someone like you get near her." Chapter 156. How is that possible? How possible? Wang Yi straightened his back, turned around, and walked down from the stage. All that was left was a stunned Tariq clutching his stomach and crawling on the ground, escorted off the stage by the referee. Tariq could not have imagined that Wang Yi, who appeared frail and weak, had such immense strength. In the past, he only heard about the gifted magical talent of the son of General Wang, never hearing that he had practiced martial arts before. Tariq, being prideful by nature, always got his way in his fiefdoms. Even other members of the royal family treated him respectfully for the most part. But Wang Yi, just the son of a general, dared to compete with him over a woman. At first, he did not want to get involved in this arranged marriage conference, but to consolidate his own status, his father sent him here to contend for the princess. Determined to succeed, Tariq fell under the hands of Wang Yi, the very person he had looked down upon as a coward. After being helped off the stage, Tariq felt better physically. He wiped away the remaining clear liquid at the corner of his mouth and glared ferociously at Wang Yi's distant back figure. Wang Yi successfully advanced to the next round of the preliminary elimination match. In this case, the advantages of a support mage gradually became apparent. A round of elimination matches would last about 3 days. The first round was still manageable. Those with true ability did not expend too much energy. However, the stronger the opponent later on, the greater the consumption during one match. Encountering strong opponents, one was bound to suffer injuries. Support mages, despite finding it hard to win a match, could recover their consumption quickly and treat their own wounds within a short period. Not all support mages are incapable of fighting. It's just that compared to combat mages, their main magic aligns more harmoniously with auxiliary magic. Upon reaching the great mage level, they can even use interclass magic. So why shouldn't support mages be able to learn attack magic? As for Wang Yi, not only does his primary magic have support capabilities, but it also possesses fighting power. The water curtain. This is a field-type main system magic that raises faint water mist within a certain range to weaken enemies' attacks, and even trigger hallucinogenic effects through the water vapor. The presence of water-based magic has inherent support capabilities that not only preserve its original properties, but further strengthen them. During combat, Wang Yi can diminish an enemy's capacity while boosting his own, making his individual combat skills incredibly formidable. Na Lo Jungxing was relatively pleased with Wang Yi, except for his somewhat weak personality. Otherwise, he was quite commendable in other aspects. Unfortunately, Na Luoxian didn't think highly of him. Times were different now. If no one at this conference satisfies Na Luoxian, then even if Na Luoxian disagrees, she must marry Wang Yi. Currently, the pillars of the empire are three generals, Zheng Yanqing, Wang Meng, and Lu Hao. Zheng Yanqing has no sons. Lu Hao has 2 sons and a daughter, all already married. As for Wang Meng, he is deep and cunning, always wearing a faint smile, impossible to read. He needs a tether, and Wang Yi is Wang Meng's best chain. To outsiders, Wang Meng appears excessively strict with his son, punishing him without mercy. However, Na Luoxian knows that among all people, he cares most for his son. Initially, disciplining him strictly was to ensure his success, but unexpectedly, it fostered a timid character instead. Now, he lets go and allows his son to grow independently, yet secretly dispatches people to protect him. Wang Meng is a variable, unwilling to suspect anyone's loyalty, yet cannot avoid taking precautions. In the future, Wang Yi would be the nominal king, Na Luoxian the queen. Although Wang Yi fears his father, he will have to listen to Na Luoxian when handling state affairs, needing to maintain a good relationship with her. And himself? He is that crucial bond. Both Na Luoxian and Wang Yi would have to heed his words. Meanwhile, he could also observe Wang Meng's actual intentions. After multiple rounds of elimination, the arranged marriage conference, which lasted over a month, approached its conclusion. As an auxiliary mage, Wang Yi's physical fitness improved once again thanks to the training in the military district. Wang Yi doesn't engage in unnecessary competition with others. Even though rumors claim he is exceptionally talented, how talented exactly, no one knows. Instead, most say he is timid. A rumor spreads so much that it labels him as a wimp, causing people to overlook his actual talents. Now, with Luo Yun and Yan Qingming leaving simultaneously, his heart grows increasingly uneasy. He couldn't continue like this anymore. He had to change himself into the person his beloved desired. He refused to believe that after working hard for over 10 years, he would lose out to a sudden arrival like Yan Qingming. Today is the final competition. Though no one knows why she, who had disappeared from the military district, suddenly reappeared, Wang Yi still hadn't seen Na Luoxian throughout this impromptu arranged marriage conference. The princess, as a principal participant, was completely absent. While Na Luoxian explained that the princess would only appear during the finals, according to Na Luoxian's character, if she were unwilling, there was no way such an event could have continued uninterrupted. If she had agreed, she definitely would have personally come to watch the match. After all, she really enjoyed such events. Her absence clearly showed that this arranged marriage wasn't her original intention. If it were someone else, no matter what Na Luoxian did, she wouldn't show up. But Na Luoxian was different. She possessed her own pride and would never allow such a blemish in her life. If word got out, they would say, despite having an existing betrothal, she eloped with someone else. Such a princess would truly disgrace the royal family. Wang Yi didn't know what had happened. Why did this arranged marriage conference suddenly pop up? Was something wrong between them? But how was this related to the arranged marriage? With Na Luoxian persistently refusing to show herself, it appeared even Na Luoxian didn't know where she was. Then, the purpose of this arranged marriage was simple, to flesh out the hidden Na Luoxian and Yan Qingming. But now it's already the semifinals. Out of thousands of competitors, only 4 remain. In the previous rounds, Jace, Tigray, and Tai, who came with him, have all been eliminated. Wang Yi glanced at the 3 others standing beside him. He recognized one person vaguely, but knew the name of only one. The sole college in the entire empire, Dark Silver College. Their first student, Mikexi, a great magician skilled in both thunder and fire magic. Of the other 2 individuals, one was called Gumu and the other Keetle. Both were great magicians specialized in dark magic, yet their combat styles were entirely distinct. Keetle excelled with a sword and possessed excellent blade techniques. Combined with his dominant magical force, he presented quite a challenge. His elemental magic probably also had something to do with strength. To figure out its precise effect, Wang Yi would need to experience it firsthand. As for the other person, Gumu, his weapon was spear and javelin. Close-range combat used spears while long-range relied on javelins. His magical power was unusually strange, appearing as tyrannical as Keetle's yet retaining the treacherous style typical of dark attribute magicians. A blend of softness and hardness, making him difficult to predict. Chapter 157, Matchups. Keetle, Gumu, and Wang Yi stood shoulder to shoulder. At first, neither of them knew about each other's existence since they were in different arenas. Now in the semifinals, the opponents were decided by a draw, and it was only then that they saw each other. For some unknown reason, Gumu and Keetle exchanged glances with a silent understanding and saw mutual shock in each other's eyes. They then awkwardly turned their heads away, avoiding looking at one another. The results of the draw were announced. Wang Yi versus Keetle, Gumu versus Max. The first match, Gumu against Max. These 4 are talents of our nation. Regardless of the outcome, each of you will receive a prize after the match. If you're willing, this king can even grant you promotions or noble titles. For the final few matches, Na Luoxian personally attended as an observer. However, Na Luoxian still remained absent. These rewards were targeted more at commoners. Wang Yi and Max, whose fathers both held high ranks, would naturally inherit a certain level of nobility or official positions, so they didn't need these dispensable honors. On the other hand, Gumu and Keetle, originating from humble origins, had risen to where they stood now purely through their own abilities. Na Luoxian had always been eager for talented individuals and sought to incorporate and promote them whenever possible. In response, Ketil and Gumu merely smiled without much verbal reaction. The two matches were held simultaneously on separate arenas. As soon as the four participants stepped onto their respective platforms, they unleashed their elemental magic. Wang Yi summoned faint mists of water that filled his arena. Through the surrounding water vapors, he could detect any minor movements made by Ketil. Every motion created slight air currents which in turn altered the movement of the water vapor. These were all manifestations of his magical power. As long as the opponent remained within the scope of his elemental magic, Wang Yi could perceive every move they made, responding preemptively. However, the instant Ketil released his magical energy, the water vapor swirling around him vanished upon contact with its deep black aura. Not dissipated but outright erased. Even dark attribute magic usually left traces when devouring other powers, allowing for potential countermeasures under specific circumstances. But here, Wang Yi's water vapor simply disappeared without warning or recourse, leaving him completely helpless. Looking at the confident figure of Ketil, Wang Yi felt an odd sense of familiarity. In Ketil, he saw something called confidence, a quality Wang Yi himself had long lacked. He remembered the first time he met Na Luo Ziyuan. Her proud demeanor struck him. It was the first time he had witnessed such thorough self-assuredness personified. Confidence wasn't just an attitude toward life. It was also a contagious charm that affected others around it. What Wang Yi feared most was facing opponents exuding overwhelming confidence. Due to his timid nature, Wang Yi understood himself well. He knew how difficult it was for him to confront those radiating powerful presence. Before the match began, his heart already harbored a faint fear of the other party, seemingly insignificant but often decisive in determining the flow of the match. During intense battles, most people lose themselves in combat mode. Both offensive and defensive actions start to follow instincts rather than deliberate thoughts. Even magicians specializing in martial and sword arts occasionally forget to think in critical moments. Wang Yi's combat experience was not yet mature. The only reason he managed to reach the semi-final stage was due to the refinement of his elemental magic, granting him a formidable ability in duels. Through continuous victories, Wang Yi started recognizing his own strengths. Deep down inside, the inferiority complex planted years ago because of his father began to fade away. Yet, when Wang Yi faced Ketil, the latter's bearing immediately instilled in him a sense of dread. Standing on equal footing, why did Ketil seem like a towering monarch, overlooking him? It felt as though he were lost in an endless sea of humanity, utterly insignificant. Staring into Ketil's cold gaze, Wang Yi experienced a peculiar sensation, as if words stuck in his throat. Seeing Wang Yi standing frozen, Ketil took the initiative to attack. A surge of overpowering deep black magic surged forth, instantly causing the mist on the platform to vanish. A deep black longsword materialized in Ketil's hand, emitting eerie black energies as it swung down with devastating force aimed at Wang Yi's shoulder. From Wang Yi's body erupted a torrent of deep blue water attribute magic, like an overwhelming waterfall. Beneath his feet, two magic circles appeared and shot up water pillars. Leveraging their propulsion, Wang Yi leapt backward, while the water columns collided with the platform, scattering into countless droplets. His initial strike blocked, Ketil's expression hardened as he charged forward, swinging his blade back. At the same time, in Wang Yi's left hand, a deep blue magic circle had already been inscribed. Ketil instinctively blocked Wang Yi's impending attack with the flat of his sword, while quietly inscribing another magic circle with his other hand. Water curtain, water dragon bind. Wang Yi swung his left hand backward, and behind Ketil, the previously scattered water droplets instantly coalesced into the shape of a dragon, its body made entirely of water, the fluidity still faintly perceptible. The twin dragons intertwined as they surged toward Ketil. This spell not only possessed formidable attacking power, but also had remarkable control capabilities. Fortunately, Ketil remained unaffected by the water curtain. Otherwise, at such a close distance of less than 5 meters, there would have been no way for him to evade the water dragon's entrapment. He turned around and slashed, dispersing the water dragon. The magic circle in Wang Yi's palm shattered simultaneously. With the disintegration of the water dragon bind, another magic circle formed before him. Divine being lingering in the depths of the ocean. Hear my plea. Water curtain, dragon roar. The mist surrounding Wang Yi converged rapidly, centering on the magic circle in his palm. A vivid image of a dragon emerging from the water came to life before everyone's eyes. Its head proudly raised high, its mouth gaping wide, its whiskers fluttering gently, as if it were emitting an ethereal roar. All those watching this battle felt as though they could hear the distant echoes of a dragon's cry. Ketil frowned slightly, a glint of focus in his eyes, raising his longsword to strike at the heavenward roaring water dragon. Dark annihilation. The crystal-clear water dragon was pierced clean through as the deep black blade plunged into its body. It did not dissipate, however. The dark energy radiating from the sword began to corrode the entire dragon, gradually turning its translucent form pitch black. Its once agile posture stiffened, eventually hardening like a stone statue that crumbled into countless blocks of black magic before slowly fading away on the ground. Ketil stared coldly at Wang Yi, scoffing with a derisive laugh. Not bad, you've captured the form of a dragon, but alas, you lack its majesty. And calling this thing a divine dragon? It barely resembles a snake. Forget about dragon majesty, you haven't even managed its true essence. The young princess covered her mouth, her violet eyes reflecting the pristine, transparent body of the dragon. He remembered. It was the first spell he had ever created when he began to understand his own elemental magic at the age of 18. His father had rarely praised him then, saying how children from other families might only start approaching the threshold of a great magician at 20. When he excitedly shared this achievement with Na Luo Ziyun, all he received was her mockery. Chapter 158, Self-Deception. The deep black magic, with its overbearing force, rampaged on the stage. In the face of Curdle's fierce attack, Wang Yi could only dodge. The dark long sword grazed his left arm, and a deep black crack appeared. This bone-eroding, heart-piercing pain. Wang Yi had already felt something amiss when he was fighting alongside him earlier. Even Cassio and Wen Yin couldn't tell anything unusual, so it was naturally impossible for him to discern any anomalies with his own strength. But now, if he hadn't noticed, then he would be deceiving himself. Curdle wielded his black sword mercilessly, gradually driving Wang Yi into an absolute predicament. What? Not counterattacking. Ever since Curdle had shattered Wang Yi's dragon roar, Wang Yi had shown no reaction other than constantly dodging. Judging by his appearance, it seemed as though he had lost confidence in this battle. Dodging merely delayed the time until his defeat. Looking at Curdle, Wang Yi gritted his teeth and asked solemnly, "Why?" His voice was very low, amidst the noisy venue. Only Curdle could hear it. On another stage not far away, the fight between Gu Mu and Max captured the attention of the audience more. Curdle was slightly stunned, failing to react immediately to what Wang Yi had asked. To him, this was just an ordinary battle. What issue could there possibly be? However, when their gazes met through those deep black eyes, Curdle froze. He never knew exactly what emotion lay hidden in those eyes. Every time he saw Wang Yi with such an expression, he felt uncomfortable, even a little repulsed deep down. But ever since she had seen such feelings in Xiao's eyes, she didn't feel repulsed at all anymore. Instead, her heart swelled with joy. Perhaps, this was the difference between liking and disliking someone. That's right, Curdle was Luo Ziyun. She had used illusion magic on herself, making others see her as a man. However, what shocked her the most was that her identity had been exposed like this. From the beginning, she had never fully revealed her own elemental magic, yet Wang Yi had somehow seen through her identity so quickly. Even Cassio and Wen Yin couldn't figure it out, but Wang Yi managed to do so in such a short time. Actually, just a moment ago, the one called Gu Mu, accurately speaking, Xiao, had also realized her true identity. Thinking about this, her mind stirred with a trace of anger. She clearly said that she wanted to focus her energy quietly on preparing for the Holy Domain competition, but without telling anyone, Xiao had snuck here. Though, perhaps his thoughts were the same as hers. Involuntarily, Luo Ziyun kept glancing sideways at the adjacent stage blocked by a wall. Although she trusted Xiao, she knew very well about Max's strength. Even though Max was once her defeated opponent, she had to admit that Max was indeed a genius. By skillfully combining lightning attribute magic with fire attribute magic, he earned the title of Lightning Lotus Knight. Reflecting on it, it seemed that Max was also one of her followers. Luo Ziyun couldn't help but worry about Xiao on the neighboring stage. Xiao had used dark attribute magic in combat only a few times. What left the deepest impression was the battle against Yin Feng. Moreover, Xiao simultaneously used both light and dark attributes of magic during that fight. Now, Xiao definitely couldn't use the light attribute magic, so his power would surely be significantly diminished. It was uncertain whether he could still handle the situation. Wang Yi picked up on her distracted state and couldn't help but feel furious inside. Regardless of the time or circumstance, she had never given him a proper glance. No matter how outstanding he was, she had never paid him any attention. If only she would spare one more second to look at him. A person who had only appeared for a year. Initially, he didn't even know her identity. After the misunderstanding with Norton, she vented her anger on her. What made her so special? Gods concealed among the waters. Reveal your majestic form before the mortal world. Rule over the flowing water of the land. Luo Ziyun did not interrupt Wang Yi's incantation, allowing the massive magic circle to float above the stage. At such close proximity, disrupting his incantation would have been as easy as flipping her hand, but she wouldn't do that. She was curious about the depth of this man's obsession. If possible, she wanted to break his longing herself. A deep blue, giant magic circle floated above the stage, enveloping the entire venue. It resembled an inverted ocean, occasionally rolling waves. Wang Yi looked resolute, his eyes locked onto Curdle. As his magic circle completed, a translucent aquatic dragon head gradually emerged. Water dragon emergence. With a dragon roar, the magic circle disappeared, revealing a clear water-bodied divine dragon spiraling high in the sky. When Luo Ziyun gazed upon the vivid eyes of the dragon, she experienced an illusion. She felt as if this dragon possessed its own life. The eastern divine dragon represents heaven, while the western demon dragon represents earth. The divine dragon soars through the heavens, and the demon dragon crawls across the ground. The divine dragon symbolizes peace, and the demon dragon represents calamity. The dragon is an ancient legend, a presence that people both yearn for and fear. Even if one can use shaping magic or pure magical energy to mimic their form, it's impossible to replicate their inherent aura and dignity. But Wang Yi's water magic not only restored the dragon's aura, but also recreated its majesty. As the water dragon raised its head, the entire venue fell silent. Even Gu Mu and Max at the adjacent arena felt a sense of solemnity, not from their opponents, but from the surrounding environment. The momentary awe in their hearts quickly passed, and they clashed once again. Rampant lightning and flames swept across the field, eventually drowning in boundless darkness. On the high platform, Luo Juanxing's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Wang Ming said his son was a hidden dragon in the waters. I didn't think much of it before, but today, I have to look at him with new eyes. If it weren't for Max's father having ulterior motives, actually Max would be a pretty decent choice. As for these two unfamiliar faces, Gumu and Curdle, their strength is solid, but we don't know yet about their character or their ability as rulers. Would they willingly act as puppets? Cassio was similar in thought, his gaze continuously shifting between the four figures on the stage, a sinister smile hanging perpetually on his lips. Your Majesty, I believe these two newcomers are quite impressive. Although both are dark attribute mages, Curdle's overwhelming magic has been consistently pressing Wang Yi, and Max, he wields the dual forces of lightning and fire to near perfection. Though he hasn't merged them completely, he is no less capable than those who command only one type of elemental magic. He fully exploits the ferocity of fire and thunder, comparable even to the princess's destructive capabilities. Then there's Gumu, whose exact abilities are hard to discern. It seems like he's always evading, but secretly he sets up traps to lure enemies deeper, effectively using the sinister aspects of dark attribute magic. Yet, despite facing two highly lethal forms of power, lightning and flame, he never falls behind after several exchanges. This shows that he must possess some capacity to counteract these attributes. A blend of softness and hardness. It reminds me of someone familiar. Luo Juanqing caught Cassio's meaning clearly, overtly referring to Yi Fun, covertly hinting at the young man from the Holy Domain continent. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he examined Gumu. Wanyan stood quietly beside, her gaze occasionally scanning, her expression unchanging. Her main concern was Luo Ziyun, nearly forgetting about the other person. Looks like that kid had good luck to have neutralized Cassio's fiery poison. If not for Luo Ziyun shielding him from two streams of fire back then, how could he still be standing here now? Luo Ziyun's return made sense, but Wen Yin couldn't understand why this boy came back too. Chapter 159, Dark Extinguishing Black Coffin. He truly spared no thought for his life. As the tomb retreated continuously under the dual assault of thunder and flames, Wen Yan's expression turned somewhat complicated. Your Majesty, Wen Yan suddenly turned around with a calm demeanor and said, it seems that the ministers are somewhat dissatisfied with your Majesty's handling of the princess's marriage. Not many people spoke up earlier, but now as the final round has commenced and they have realized their lack of opportunities, they begin to protest. Pay them no mind. I've already made my plans. Luo Juanqing waved his hand indifferently at this matter. Those individuals clearly resented the fact that their own sons had lost their chances. Let them cause trouble. It would help clear out internal threats during this critical moment. He'd be more concerned if these people didn't stir up any problems. The lightning transformed into arrows rushing swiftly toward the ancient tomb. On the edge of the arena, stray bolts of lightning were on standby. It could be said that the entire arena was under Max's control. The tomb held a spear and a halberd in hand, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. However, with every step he took backward, a thread of black aura began quietly spreading across the stage. The crimson light of the lightning and the fiery blaze were gradually tinged with a faint hue of black, manifesting an eerie purple glow. When Max noticed the anomaly, a deeply black magic circle had already been completed in Shio's hands. He threw the magic circle floating in his palm into the air, and in the instant it was thrown, the gun and spear coalesced instantly, scattering the surrounding flames before charging toward Max encased in thunder and fire. Amidst the deep black magical power, a subtle golden radiance emanated as the black magic circle kept changing its position in the air. Its patterns began intersecting and circulating, eventually forming a profound vortex. No incantations. At the sight of the sudden vortex flying toward him, Max's face showed an expression of shock. He knew that the tomb was waiting for the opportunity to retaliate, but he never expected that the tomb wouldn't need any spell casting to activate magic, only by utilizing raw mana. The formation of the dark spear and dark halberd was merely a basic use of mana, while this black vortex was a genuine form of sorcery. Being able to initiate magic without using a verbal spell meant one must either be a supreme grand magician or the legendary elf race. However, through several skirmishes, Max had established that although the tomb's strength was formidable, there still existed a gap between him and the level of an over-magician. Otherwise, the tomb wouldn't have been so relentlessly pressed by himself. It was even more unlikely that the tomb belonged to the elven race who long disappeared within the Shadow Shining Empire. Furthermore, while elves did not require incantation spells, they absolutely needed the name of the magic to be spoken aloud. Magic wouldn't respond otherwise. Unless one was a supreme grand magician. Not being even a top grand magician, how could he possibly be an overmage? He couldn't imagine the existence of such a young overmage. Wanyan only became more inscrutable to Max up until now. He had failed to discern what kind of base magic his opponent wielded. As the vortex approached, Max felt an intangible suction force pulling all surrounding elements and mana into the endless darkness. Once swallowed by the vortex, any deployed mana immediately cut off its connection with him, without the slightest sign. This characteristic was even more frightening than the dark attribute mana's absorptive trait. This vortex helped clear away the fire and lightning ahead for the tomb. In his left hand, a spear, and in his right, a gun. With one toss, the spear whirled with a pitch-black wind, carrying the profound vortex towards Max. Upon seeing this, Max quickly stepped back, aiming to evade the attack from the dark spear and simultaneously escape the vortex's range of attraction. Just when he retreated several steps, and the vortex's pull had almost ceased affecting him, two deeply blackened magic circles silently surfaced behind him. By the time he reacted, numerous chains accompanied by black flames had already ensnared his limbs. Trying to break free from these annoying chains using violent lightning proved futile as he realized that the flames along these chains consumed his mana endlessly. They scorched his skin, feeling as though venomous insects gnawed upon his flesh. Compelled to summon even more mana to extricate himself, a torrent of raging lightning and flames burst forth from his body. Burning through the air, it struck against the arena floor, producing a continuous, popping sound. The mysterious black flames were dispelled by the lightning, cracks appearing on the deeply blackened chains. The tomb slightly startled as he hadn't expected Max to break free so quickly. Transforming his left hand once again, another magic circle materialized. Dark extinguishing black coffin. The dispersed dark elements responded to his summons, gathering rapidly toward Max. Sensing impending danger, Max no longer held back. Beneath his feet, both red and purple magic circles flashed momentarily before overlapping and fusing together into one circle. Thunderous explosive lotus. A crimson lotus emerged beside Max, each petal of which pulsating with purple lightning. As the lotus bloomed fully, thunderous lights surged violently. Mixed with the purple lightning-tinged fire, it erupted towards the heavens. Accompanying a crisp noise, the deeply blackened chains shattered instantly, dissipating into black light particles in the air. Just as the fire lotus was about to fully bloom, the black coffin arrived. Boundless darkness enveloped Max, so dense that one could not see their hand in front of their face, and even perception was useless within this black coffin. The dark spear missed its mark, but under the ancient tomb's control, the black vortex merged into the black coffin. The vortex continued to consume Max's magic power and the two elements around him. The tomb clearly knew that Max's primary magical system excelled in destruction. If his magic power wasn't continuously drained, he would soon break free from the black coffin, just like he had done with the shadowy magical chains earlier. He believed that someone who could master two extremely wild types of magic must have more strength than what had been shown so far. Max underestimated him due to his consistent display of weakness, which allowed him to seize this opportunity and reverse the situation. But once Max emerged from the coffin, he would have to confront a fully unleashed Max. Having witnessed the brief yet magnificent thunderous lotus before, the tomb wouldn't allow him another chance to unleash it fully. Immersed in darkness, Max felt his own magic flow severely obstructed. Within the black coffin, the tomb's magic permeated every corner, relentlessly destroying his body. Outside his body, there seemed to be something continuously devouring his own magic power. Roar of hell, redemption of demons, piercing through dawn, creating endless darkness, both beginning and end. Spiral, the gun of destruction. Outside the black coffin, a massive deep black magic circle larger than the tomb's figure floated in front of him. A conical spiral gun radiating an aura of destruction revealed its tip. With a thunderous shout, the giant spear charged towards the black coffin. The moment it made contact, the rectangular black coffin suddenly shattered violently. Inside, a scream of pain erupted from Max, and a splash of fresh red streaked through the air. That feeling, as if his very body had fractured, caused a sudden turmoil in Max's internal magic power. With the black giant spear looming right in front of him, and no time to react, all he could do was resist with sheer brute force of his magic power. The deep black spear clashed against the crimson flames intertwined with purple lightning, causing the entire arena to collapse inward. Chapter 160, The Sorrow of Water. The deep blue magic circle bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and the brilliant blue light illuminated the edge of the adjacent arena. Layers of magical ripples emanated from Wang Yi's body, as a deep blue water dragon hovered in midair. Its whiskers slightly moved, its eyes opened faintly, and its claws were menacing. Ketel frowned slightly. It should be Luo Ziyun, who was wielding a black longsword. The pitch-black longsword formed by condensed magic exuded an eerie black aura, and around the sword, even space itself seemed to ripple. Wang Yi controlled the water dragon, his face revealing a trace of excitement. This magic was his proudest spell, almost reaching the level of ultra magic. Building upon the earlier dragon roar and soaring dragon emerges from water, it ultimately summoned a divine dragon. In the past, he could barely bring out the dragon's head, but today, for the first time, he successfully manifested the dragon's entire form. Moreover, this dragon wasn't just a shaped illusion or pure condensed magic. It was endowed with semi-sentience through the power of magic. Seeing Wang Yi's excitement, Luo Ziyun couldn't help but frown tightly. Innocently, she had hoped that if she could have defeated Wang Yi sooner, she wouldn't have to use any of her true strength now. Facing this water dragon, she had no choice but to unleash some real power. But the more she revealed her elemental magic, the greater the chance of exposing herself. If Xiao hadn't come, she would undoubtedly have attacked fiercely and knocked Wang Yi off the arena without hesitation. However now, she shifted her gaze to another arena where the deep black spear clashed with the crimson thunder lotus, spreading waves of force that had already reached them. The crimson magic infused with purple lightning split several cracks along the edge of Luo Ziyun's arena. Soil and pieces of the arena's edges touched the dark black energy of Gumu's power, disappearing as if swallowed into an endless abyss, leaving behind only void-like black points. Max's expression was grotesque as surging streams of magic flowed uncontrollably from within him. The moment the black coffin shattered, it inflicted significant damage on him, and his body hadn't recovered, yet when he confronted the destructive spear imbued with annihilating might. Beyond what was formed by magic, there was also the raw destructive nature of the magic itself. Max gritted his blood-stained teeth, panting heavily, anger written all over his face. His mind harbored both astonishment at Gomu's prowess and a deep sense of regret. Defeat was imminent. All he could do was harden himself with an incomplete magic still struggling inside his body to withstand the formidable spear, after having already suffered grievous injuries from the black coffin. Beside him swirled a vortex endlessly devouring the elements around and the very magic he released. If Gomu were to further manipulate the vortex against him, Max knew he wouldn't stand a chance. His strength hadn't been fully unleashed, yet Gomu had already managed to suppress him completely. He felt some melancholy wondering when exactly the tide turned against him, considering how earlier he was chasing Gomu around. He had to admit that Gomu's combat experience was far beyond his reach. Even in the Shadowshine Empire, which had long opposed demon clans, few young talents possessed such exceptional fighting skills. Those so-called geniuses were usually guarded carefully by their families, for fear they'd falter. Joining the military at 12 and fighting battles for nearly a decade, he found himself outwitted by a boy less than 20 years old. How bitter it was. He hadn't even used half his abilities and was already about to be forced off the stage. Concede. Gomu upheld the spell with his hands supporting the magic while continuously pushing the giant spear forward, gradually forcing Max toward the edge of the arena. Max smirked, showing his bloody teeth. In battle, there are only two outcomes, defeat or victory. Gomu didn't find Max's response surprising. He'd heard tales that Max's father, Lord Gurton, was a petty man rumored to harbor desires for the throne. But his son, Max Gorton, was nothing but a passionate youth devoted to protecting his homeland, uninterested in power. Had it not been for the surname Gorton, one might never have guessed the kind of person his father was. Gomu took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. His internal magic began to flow more rapidly again, and beneath his feet, a darkened magic array slowly unfolded, causing a shadowy figure to appear around him faintly. Like a mountain, my humble frame serves as the medium, and my magic as the source. Manifest. Dark, immovable, bright king. A shadowy figure appeared in black, and Gomu's presence surged abruptly. As the glowing magic array beneath his feet grew brighter, the phantom image of the bright king became clearer. As if seeing through Luo Ziyun's thoughts, Wang Yi looked sorrowful, slowly closing his eyes before raising his head with a sigh. The water dragon hovering in midair looked down upon Wang Yi's expression, emitted a low growl, then coldly gazed down at Luo and transformed into male form beneath him. Although possessing semi-sentience, it was not a real dragon. It had no emotions and was entirely under Wang Yi's control. If he could have let go long ago, why was he still so fixated? Wang Yi couldn't figure it out himself either. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking calm as he said, "If I can tell who you are, how could Grandmaster Wenyan and the great nation's master not know?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ziyun shifted her gaze toward Luo Junxing on the elevated platform. At that moment, he was staring at Gomu and Max. If Max couldn't find a way to break through this dire situation, he would inevitably be eliminated. Next to Luo Junxing, Cassio also had an evil grin while eyeing Gomu. On the contrary, Wenyan looked directly back at her without any hesitation. She saw nothing in Wenyan's expression, but being under Wenyan's intense stare, she felt an indescribable sense of unease rise within her. Sky-piercing, heaven punishment thunder. A thunderous roar caught everyone's attention. Strands of lightning swept across the field as a towering black spear was shattered by a thunderbolt piercing the sky, bursting into countless sparks of light. In Max's hands now appeared a large silver hammer wrapped in lightning interlaced with flames. The sight of the awe-inspiring hammer made Gomu even more solemn in demeanor. Divine artifact? Taking advantage of the tremendous explosive power released when unlocking a divine artifact along with the Holy Spirit's strength sealed within it, Gomu's magic was broken. However, for Max, the consumption of energy was significant. Max wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Gomu again. The ease and nonchalance present earlier were now gone from his eyes. "It seems I underestimated you. No matter how insignificant my opponents have been in the past, I wouldn't be so careless. It's strange, why did I lose focus against you? Not until just now did I realize you actually wield illusion magic. But, dark attribute illusion magic shouldn't produce this kind of effect. Each attribute of magic has its own distinct characteristics. Dark-based illusion magic could induce despair and fear in the heart, but it couldn't alter someone's inner thoughts. Just like you cannot make water magic generate extreme heat. Neither can dark attribute illusion magic lead to carelessness in battle. Indeed, Gomu engaged head-on from the beginning, gradually feigning weakness and creating a false impression. He didn't know when exactly the illusion spell took effect. Had he not been pushed to a critical juncture by Gomu just now, he might never have noticed. Max held the great hammer firmly, cautiously keeping an eye on Gomu. The meaning behind his words was already quite clear. He was saying that Gomu was a double attribute mage imprinted with magic symbols. Having been found out by Max, Gomu no longer intended to keep hiding it. A faint smile lingered on his lips as his gaze casually swept over the three people on the high platform, lingering momentarily on Luo Ziyun before refocusing on Max once more. "That's correct. I am a dual attribute magic user." Again, a spear and a lance condensed in his hands. He wasn't about to give the enemy any information regarding himself. His eyes remained fixed on the silver hammer in Max's hand, noticing the carved symbol of a fiery red thunder lotus on it. The surrounding air seemed to quiver around it. Chapter 161, Chaos Realm. Leaping out of the ancient tomb, the shadow of Mingwang followed behind him. The intangible spear and sacred artifact, Qing Tian, clashed on the stage. With every friction, the deep black aura emitted by the spear faded a little. This time, It wasn't that the ancient tomb was deliberately holding back. After summoning Qingtian, Meixi's strength had genuinely improved. After several exchanges, the ancient tomb reaped no benefits at all. His arm was even shaken by Qingtian, causing temporary paralysis which left him with minor injuries during the next clash. Swinging a hammer in midair, when the hammer body became parallel to the ground, a purplish-red magic circle quietly appeared. The great hammer struck the magic circle, splashing countless bolts of lightning and sparks. Thunderfire. Several beams of fire mixed with lightning shot out from the magic circle towards Xiao from different directions. Meixi slightly narrowed his eyes, watching the ancient tomb cautiously. Are you still not planning to use your full strength? Seeing the firelight coming from multiple directions, the ancient tomb's expression darkened. A golden glow radiated from his left hand as several strands of golden magic wrapped around his left arm. Meanwhile, his right hand saw deep black magic transform into countless threads, wrapping around his right arm. At the same moment, colorful magic circles floated beneath his feet. Holy Light Blessing. Blaze Riot. Sigh of Gaia. Prison of Wind. Space Leap. Sacrifice to the Gods. Multiple defensive magic spells unfolded instantly. The golden light enhanced all of his abilities. Flames surged forth suddenly, forming a strong cage with invisible air currents under the wind's influence. The earth trembled as countless dust particles coalesced into earthen walls rushing toward the firelight. The deep black magic swirled around him, enveloped by an odd magic circle standing in its center, with 3 black pyramids rising around him. With a thunderous roar, multiple magics not only neutralized Meixi's thunderfire, but also continued advancing toward Meixi. Meanwhile, the figure of the ancient tomb disappeared, reappearing behind Meixi, leaving his spear still within the dark magic circle. In front was highly destructive magic, and behind was the ancient tomb. Meixi's lips twitched, a thread of firelight shooting out from his pupils accompanied by the hum of lightning. A purplish-red magic circle gathered underfoot as a splendid red thunder lotus blossomed fully. Lightning filled the sky, flames scorched the earth. When the thunderfire lotus bloomed, the entire stage shook, the whole arena was in uproar. This beautiful and dignified, elegant yet radiant thunder lotus contained massive energy, causing the ancient tomb's body to tremble unconsciously, withdrawing his offensive moves while new defensive magic circles expanded around him again. The battlefield constantly shifted. Initially Meixi chased after the ancient tomb, then the ancient tomb almost pushed Meixi off the stage. Now, Meixi summoned the sacred artifact to counterattack fiercely. This battle with unpredictable outcomes thoroughly roused the curiosity of the spectators. Even Naoyuo Jianxing, on the high platform, couldn't help but have more appreciation for this young man from the holy domain. Yun'er's judgment is really impressive. If he will devote himself wholeheartedly to me, allowing them to be together is not impossible. Kaxiao and Wenyan stood silently aside. They no longer cared about the fight between Wang Yi and Naoyuo Ziyun. In the last 10 years, when did Wang Yi ever win against her? Naoyuo Ziyun was the great mountain that Wang Yi could never surpass. For battles without suspense, almost no one would pay attention. Only Wang Yi took this battle particularly seriously. I always thought the person blocking my path was Yin Xingming. But now I realize it has always been you. Naoyuo Ziyun finally shifted her gaze from the ancient tomb to Wang Yi. At this point, her originally deep black magic was now covered with a faint golden hue. When the ancient tomb used various types of magic at once, he had already exposed himself. Even though Xiao was still fighting hard, how could he bear the burden alone? And wasn't she here to ease his worries? Her battle intent rose again as dark gold magic transformed into streaks of light, and a dark golden magic circle encompassed the entire venue, turning the bright sky gloomy. Holding a dark golden long sword, Naoyuo Ziyun stepped forward, tilting her head upward as she gazed at the water dragon floating in midair, softly saying, "Since you obviously can't win, why do you try so hard? It won't take long before you understand." Unable to grasp what Wang Yi meant, at least she currently could not comprehend his feelings. Naoyuo Ziyun rushed forward with her sword, treading on the dark golden magic circle and soaring into the sky. When light and darkness intertwine, all things begin with light. Born in darkness, they reach their end, with light blossoming within the darkness. All things wither, only to rise anew, bathed in radiance, endlessly cycling. At the world's beginning was chaos, at its end comes chaos again. Chaos Realm. An enormous magic circle enveloping the entire arena emitted deep dark golden light, which ultimately dissolved into nothingness. In that void, it seemed as if colorful light rippled through. This was Naoyuo Ziyun's true elemental magic. After the fusion of light and darkness, a new kind of magic had been born. The colorful glow spread out, countless elements converging into a single cluster of light. Limitless magic power, restriction. Countless black dots emerged from the void and struck the water dragon. Its translucent body instantly became eroded by darkness and shattered onto the ground, turning into stagnant water. This was the first time Wang Yi had seen Naoyuo Ziyun display her fused elemental magic. Both destruction and 10,000 phenomena were immensely powerful. Not only did she possess these two abilities simultaneously, but she also merged them, perfecting her elemental magic. Wang Yi knew that Naoyuo Ziyun's destruction possessed absolute destructive power, and 10,000 phenomena could control all elements. But this chaos realm and limitless magic powered restriction he had never seen before. Just the name of the latter sent a cold sweat down Wang Yi's back. If his guess was correct, Naoyuo Ziyun's magic power at this moment was infinite. Limitless magic power restriction was one of the abilities of her native magic. Within the range of Chaos Realm, her magic power was infinite. Chaos itself had no particular abilities but could have any ability, depending solely on Naluo Ziyun's own choice. Facing Naluo Ziyun under the effects of Chaos Realm, Wang Yi found himself completely powerless. His heart filled with shock, unwillingness, and even sadness. Behind Naluo Ziyun loomed an enormous dark gold sword formed from countless elements. Looking at Wang Yi, who merely defended without attacking, she frowned slightly and said, "What? Is it over already? I remember General Wang said you weren't suited to be a mage knight. A pure magician suits you better." Yes, Wang Ming had once said he wasn't suited to be a mage knight. Compared to those who fought on the front lines, he was better suited as a magician commanding the battlefield from behind the scenes. Hearing Naluo Ziyun's words, Wang Yi hesitated momentarily, a hint of bitter laughter flickering across his lips. With the help of water magic, he quickly created distance between himself and Naluo Ziyun. Naluo Ziyun didn't pursue him. Multiple magic circles had already been completed around her, while the dark golden giant sword behind her remained poised for action. Chapter 162, The End. Water Curtain. The water vapor, which had previously been dispersed by the dark golden magic, gathered again. The vapor grew denser, turning into mist, and Wang Yi's figure gradually became blurred. Several sky-blue magic circles flickered in the mist, emitting faint light. Naluo Ziyun floated in the air with the flow of magical power, the dark golden giant sword emitting a piercing hum. 5 magic circles were attached to the giant sword. Destroy. Black Death. Curse. Holy Light Blessing. Spaceblade. As darkness enveloped the entire venue, the dark golden giant sword suddenly shot out, sparking black flames against the air. The space around it seemed torn apart, emitting a series of low rumbles. Wang Yi stood where he was, his expression calm, his gaze devoid of any ripple as he looked at Naluo Ziyun. At this moment, he was like a calm sea. Behind him, 10 sky-blue magic circles unfolded sequentially. Floating midair, Naluo Ziyun gazed down at Wang Yi on the stage. She had never felt that Wang Yi could be so profound, quiet and majestic like the sea, unfathomably deep and impenetrable. In his clear eyes, there radiated a blue aura, accompanied by a faint blue glow. Falling sky. The magic circles interwove, depicting an image of surging waves. The sea reflected the shadow of the sky, just as another piece of sky. Therefore, Wang Yi also called the sea the heaven fallen to earth. The magic circle flickered again. Wang Yi spread his arms, hands slightly apart. In his palms, 2 magic circles continuously expanded. Super magic. Water Luo Heaven. Curtain Hua. A total of 12 magic circles dazzled everyone's eyes. The entire venue was divided between the dark golden hue and the sky blue. The upper part belonged to Naluo Ziyun's dark golden magic, terrifying and profoundly fearsome, almost suffocating. Closer to the ground was Wang Yi's sky blue expanse, vast and endless, giving off a tranquil sense of peace. When the dark gold met the sky blue, the collision of magics caused the platform to shatter, only leaving a stone pillar under Wang Yi's feet. Upon seeing this sight, Naluo Ziyun's pupils abruptly widened in disbelief, her focus locked onto Wang Yi. Below her, the brilliant light emitted from the 12 magic circles and the massive magic circle beneath Wang Yi's feet all indicated one fact. Wang Yi had genuinely become a super magician. And this super magic, it probably suggested that she had misjudged Wang Yi's elemental magic all along. Illusion and softness were merely characteristics of water elemental magic. This super magic was his true elemental magic. For some, their base magic is an ability. For others, their base magic is a special type of super magic. Some possess immense destructive power, while others carry mysterious special functions. Regardless, whether the base magic is an ability or a specific form of magic, it carries its own personal unique strength. Even if Wang Yi's base magic was not directly a specific ability, every magician needs to chant spells to use super magic. Yet, Wang Yi simply called out its name, activating the magic, a feat showcasing top-tier super mage prowess. Naluo Ziyun had never seen Wang Yi look this way before, calm like the ocean. But once disturbed, it would bring forth mighty stormy waves. The light emitted by the sky-blue magic circle formed a curtain, meeting the heavy greatsword like sharp blades. Amidst its collision with the dark golden greatsword, the translucent sky-blue color took on a hint of black, becoming deeper, shifting from azure to navy. Dragon Roar. Ascend Peak. A deep blue line wandered within the sky-blue magic circle, then transformed into a beam of azure light rushing toward the sky. The dark golden greatsword fell downwards, aiming directly at the blue dragon. A ripple of deep blue magical force emanated from where the tip of the sword touched the dragon's head. On the high platform, Nero Juanxing's eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, his lips curling into a shallow smile of unknown meaning. Standing beside him, Cassio and Wenyan turned into red and green lights respectively, darting away, leaving only traces of residual magical energy lingering at their original spots. On either side of the shattered platform reduced to gravel, Cassio and Wenyan each extended a hand, instantly forming red and green magic circles that prevented the rippling magical force from spreading further. However, each layer of ripples colliding with the 2 magic circles produced thunderous, heavy echoes. Although Cassio and Wenyan managed to timely halt the diffusion of the aftermath, the tournament grounds of Gumu and Mix still suffered effects. The clear sky was covered by dark golden magic circles, dimming the radiant lotus of lightning and fire, casting Gumu's figure in a pale black halo. Affected by Nalo Ziyun's magic, Max's magical flow was impeded, slowing down the blossoming of his radiant lotus. He frowned slightly, dissatisfied, silently watching Gomu. Within Nalo Ziyun's magic range, he believed Gomu would also be affected. However, Gomu took several steps back and dissolved into black mist. From the void, his mocking voice resounded. It seems like you've been affected by Ketel's magic. Your radiant lotus is blooming more slowly. I'm not some righteous person. I'll shamelessly take advantage of this opportunity. Max was shocked. This magic didn't belong to Gomu, yet he remained unaffected. But soon he regained his composure. The battlefield is unpredictable, and it's your luck to have such an opportunity. But before the result comes out, I can still fight. With a deep shout, Max's face twisted in ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead, lightning and fire dancing in his eyes. Super magic, crimson fire, furious, thunder lotus. Another super magician emerged. The thunder hammer struck the stage as the radiant lotus of lightning and fire began to bloom quietly. Each petal contained terrifying power, each lotus enough to turn Gomu into minced meat. Max stood at the center of the radiant lotus, his body entwined with lightning and fire, his magic constantly radiating outward, making it impossible for anyone to approach. As the thunderous lotus bloomed, the earth began to tremble. The platform beneath the radiant lotus was instantly crushed into dust, drifting in the air. Even Luo Ziyun's magic was driven away by the lightning and fire released by the thunderous lotus. Gomu's figure appeared from the darkness, his face now solemn. From Max's radiant lotus, he sensed a fearsome power that could rival Luo Ziyun's and his own destruction. Golden light flowed from his palms. A massive golden magic circle appeared above him, and above this circle, a strand of deep black energy flickered intermittently. 10,000 phenomena. The golden magic circle emitted brilliant light, enveloping the radiant lotus of lightning and fire. Max's pupils contracted continuously, his shock evident on his face. A person capable of mastering both light and dark magic powers. Other than the princess, there was someone else in this world. Destruction. As Gomu's voice reverberated across the arena, another deep black magic circle appeared above the golden one. The deep black magic circle emanated harmful black energy and strange gray vapor. Under Gomu's control, the two circles converged continuously, eventually overlapping. When the world first opened, chaos dissipated, dawn greeted all things, and destruction was summoned. The beginning of all things is also its destruction. At the end of destruction, chaos gathers again. This is the end. Chapter 163, Loss of Control. The thunder lotus blossomed, and darkness descended. In the boundless chaos of darkness, only Mex's flickering thunder fire remained, stubbornly blooming in the shadows. Mex, holding the supporting heaven hammer, stood at the center of the thunder lotus. Though motionless, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth clearly indicated he was nearing the end of his strength. If the tomb weren't chanting a spell, his magic likely wouldn't have been fully activated before this darkness called in swallowed him whole. As the tomb chanted, Mex had managed to activate an ultra magic earlier than expected. He never thought that the tomb, with merely the skill of a grand mage, could wield such ultra magic. And this ultra magic was powerfully suppressing his own elemental magic. As the thunder lotus was devoured by the darkness, the supporting heaven hammer emitted endless thunder light, replacing the lost thunder lotus as Mex's final barrier. The thunder light roamed through the endless darkness, while under the silver hammer, a blue magical array slowly appeared. A majestic shadow began to take form behind Mex. Hidden within the darkness, the tomb actually wasn't as calm as Mex assumed. The amount of magic power left within him would be enough for only one more spell at most. Being not truly an ultra mage, the cost of activating ultra magic on him was still immense. If this magic couldn't end the battlefield situation would once again turn against him. Therefore, he mustn't let Mex see his current condition. If Mex's fighting spirit got reinvigorated, dragging it out further would only favor him less. Not far away, Wen Yin and Cassiopeia occasionally glanced towards himself. He didn't plan to keep hiding entirely, but Ling was different. While he could expose himself, Ling absolutely could not be discovered. That would only solidify Luo Juanxing's resolve to keep him here. Since Luo Ziyun was also present, there was no need for him to exert so much effort. Moreover, the sudden images that flashed in his mind at Motherchild Lake previously, it absolutely could not happen. He just needed to see if this magic could defeat Mex. Lost in these thoughts, the deep black magical array that had already taken shape in the tomb's palm silently vanished. The tomb's full attention was placed on Mex, even failing to notice the strange transformation occurring to the pendant around his neck. The originally white pendant was now filled with black cracks. Those streaks of black exuded terrifying dark energy, and a faint black aura even cloaked over his golden light element magic power. Such noticeable changes went seemingly unnoticed by him. The sparse magic power left inside him surged all of a sudden, causing the imprints to wildly spin. Within the curtain of darkness, a point of dim light began to pulse. Although hidden, Mex still caught on to that subtle fluctuation. As the brilliance of the thunder lotus gradually weakened, his hands slightly spread apart, releasing restless thunder light. Wandering traveler, pray to the stars, may the darkness disturbing all be judged by the thunder. 10,000 thunders. Sky collapsed. Silent amidst the darkness, the tomb stood unmoved. At that moment, a terrible thought suddenly arose in his heart. Destruction. Destroy everything in sight. Had it not been for end and chaos world, turning the sky pitch black, one might have seen the wisp-like black energies wrapping around his entire body. This peculiar black energy resembled dark lightning coursing all over his body. A voice kept echoing in his mind. You have the power, why not destroy all these people outright? Destroy them. Annihilate them. Killing them directly will solve everything. Isn't that what you used to do? Xiao, what are you still hesitating about? Are you scared? Afraid of what? Afraid she'll die? You should know who ultimately killed her. Xiao's expression changed repeatedly, eventually settling his gaze on Luo Juanxing standing high on the platform. Yes, it's him. Kill him, and everything falls into place. Numerous veins abruptly bulged, Xiao's eyes slowly losing all vitality and becoming vacant. His original magic power almost depleted, yet, at this moment, it seemed as if there was an infinite source of magic power surging from within him. Luo Juanxing. A roar startled the entire audience. The magic released by Mech struck him perfectly. The dark hue covering the skies became darker due to the dust stirred up by the clash of magics. Suddenly, the end spell above Xiao shattered, transforming into countless black light dots gathering toward him. The enveloping darkness gradually faded, revealing Xiao's figure. At the same time, Luo Ziyun and Wang Yi had finished their battle. Water splashed across the venue, Wang Yi appearing somewhat melancholy. Gazing upward at the male figure floating mid-air, Keter, though he viewed him as male in form, his heart envisioned the imposing figure of Luo Ziyun. A trace of bitter smile graced his lips, and he turned, stepping down from the stage. It seemed that something extraordinary had happened on the neighboring arena, but he had no mood to care. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and be alone to calm down. The dust raised by the collision of magic hadn't settled, yet when a black figure darted out, straight towards the high platform. Since the moment a change occurred in Xiao, Cassiopeia had been focusing on him. As Xiao moved, so did he. In the very instant the black figure shot out, Cassiopeia was already standing before Luo Juanxing. On the stage, Wen Yin tilted her head back slightly, watching these sudden events unfold, and softly said, he must be carrying some kind of holy artifact. Unless Xiao has turned to dark magic, how else could he suddenly go berserk like this? Wen Yin referred to something specific. Standing beside her, Luo Ziyun was slightly startled, believing what Wang Yi had said earlier. A dark golden magic array floated beneath her feet, wrapping her whole body in a halo. As the glow dissipated, she also restored to her original appearance. Screams erupted across the venue. Many people had come just to catch a glimpse of this princess's elegance, but with no sign of her until the last day, many were disheartened and had left, having lost hope. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the princess truly appeared. Due to Luo Ziyun's emergence, all the attention that had been focused on Xiao shifted to her. So beautiful. This was the first thought crossing everyone's mind in the audience. It was unclear who first voiced it, but more and more words of praise began spreading throughout the venue. However, Luo Ziyun was accustomed to such reactions. Seeing Xiao rush toward the high platform, for a moment, she felt somewhat at a loss. She didn't know why Xiao had suddenly acted against her father or why he targeted him. But seeing the sinister smile on Cassiopeia's lips made her start worrying about Xiao's safety. Failed to poison you last time. You won't be that lucky this time. Cassiopeia narrowed his eyes slightly, and a deep red magic circle appeared in front of him. Instantaneously, complicated patterns filled the magic array. Gift from Crimson Red Empress. A beautiful figure of fire-red color emerged, human-headed and serpent-bodied. Seeing the black figure shooting toward them, the fiery red figure exhaled gently, and a crimson mist laced with sparks spread out. Xiao's body plunged into it fearlessly. However, just as he was about to penetrate the crimson mist, his body suddenly froze. Several blood veins appeared in his smoke-blackened eyes. He roared up to the sky, and an alluring black shadow flickered behind him, appearing and disappearing. Cassiopeia started slightly, narrowing his eyes further while observing the blurred shadow. Who are you? The black shadow smirked slightly, showing disdain and a flirtatious smile. A black magic array manifested behind her, and Xiao suddenly calmed down. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Ziyun, the black shadow and the magic array merged into Xiao's body together. Xiao, Luo Ziyun, unclear of the situation, hoped to bring Xiao back to his senses, but it seemed like Xiao couldn't hear her. Without turning his head, the blood veins disappeared from his eyes as the black vapor grew thicker. With another roar directed to the sky, countless streams of black vapor surged out uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the entire venue was enveloped in darkness. Chapter 164, Last Words, The End. That dazzling black shadow, Luo Ziyun would never mistake it for anything else. Although her aura had completely changed, becoming so unfamiliar, that familiar profile. Ling, Luo Ziyun used wind magic across systems to rise into the air. Under her watchful gaze, Ling merged into Xiao's body. Looking at Xiao, whose eyes were filled with black energy, she suddenly froze. Not only had Xiao changed, but Ling had also become so unfamiliar. Apart from their appearances, they bore no resemblance to their previous selves. It was as if the Ling and Xiao she had once known were merely a dream. Luo Ziyun's call echoed throughout the venue, yet Xiao seemed not to hear. His head turned neither left nor right as he gasped for breath heavily, his eyes fixed on Cassio. Not far away, Wen Yan's pupils contracted slightly, and he suddenly roared, "Your Majesty." Luo Juanxing was greatly alarmed, abruptly turning around to find a deep black spear pointed straight at his heart behind him. Cassio, who was preparing to launch an attack on Xiao, noticed the changes behind Luo Juanxing as well. He decisively abandoned continuing to tangle with Xiao and transformed into flames of fire to counterattack the strange black spear with pure magical power. The Spear of No Death. Xiu's voice was low and powerful, a slight smile curving his lips, his face wearing an expression that chilled others. Luo Ziwen rushed to his side, reaching out her hand, wanting to approach him, but when her eyes met his, devoid of all emotion, her body stiffened immediately. Is this person still the Xiu I know? That chilling smile, the sinister aura emanating from his entire body, the eyes without any feelings. Right now, he resembled a beast. Xiu slightly turned his head, sparing a glance at Luo Ziwen who was stunned in place, breathing out a puff of hot air, causing the black aura enveloping his whole body to surge again. In the sky outside the venue, a complicated large black magical array re-dyed the sky black, covering the light as if it were night. The black spear was less than 1 meter away from Luo Juanxing's heart, and Cassio simply could not reach fast enough. The black spear closing in on his heart continuously magnified in Luo Juanxing's pupils. Father, that spear, though clearly hundreds of meters away, made Luo Ziwen feel as if it had pierced through her own chest. However, the calmest one among them was Luo Juanxing. Even when facing death, apart from the initial shock, his complexion remained as calm as ever. He knew his physical condition best. Wen Yin and Cassio were his most trusted people. With these two assisting Yuner, he felt at ease. As a human, Luo Juanxing feared death just like anyone else, especially knowing he would die but being powerless to stop it, magnifying his fear of death infinitely. But as the king, he absolutely could not let his people see his weakness. His mouth slightly parted, his teeth clenched tightly, and within his pupils, there was only that black spear. The crowd remaining in the venue watched helplessly as their king was about to be killed. Every one of them felt pain. Some clutched their chests, while others, the more timid ones, covered their eyes and wept softly. A deathly silence descended upon the venue. Luo Ziwen's slim frame trembled slightly, her eyes reddening. No matter how willful she was, toward this father who had doted on her since childhood, she did not truly dislike him. Perhaps the things he did later gradually diminished her good feelings toward him, but ultimately, he was still her father. Yet, just as the black spear was less than half a meter from Luo Juanxing, in merely an instant, a streak of golden light flashed before everyone's eyes. That faint golden glow illuminated the entire venue, blooming uniquely under the darkened sky. Deep red appeared in Luo Juanxing's field of vision. Wen Yin, the one who blocked this black spear for him, was none other than Wen Yin, originally standing on the platform. The black spear pierced through his chest, and as fresh red blood dripped down, his vitality rapidly drained away. Luo Juanxing weakly raised his right hand, unable to believe his eyes. In that brief moment, Wen Yin used light system teleportation magic to block this attack for him. Despite being an ultra mage, he was still human. Wen Yin had always concealed the fact that he was double attribute marked, a secret even Luo Ziwen did not know. Your Majesty, listen to me. Feeling his life force slipping away and realizing the time he had left was scarce, Cassio arrived by Wen Yan's side. After seeing his condition, he deeply inhaled, his face twitching slightly before transforming once again into crimson light shooting toward Xiu. Wen Yin placed both hands on Luo Juanxing's shoulders, his complexion deathly pale, trying hard to keep his eyes open. In the future, the princess will surely become estranged from this child. Your Majesty, don't worry about this matter anymore. General Wang Ming may not have agreed with your plan, but his loyalty is absolutely beyond doubt. If you have any other matters to consult on, feel free to seek him out. General Liu Hao is our hidden chess piece. Only Pain can rival him in martial prowess, providing an unexpected advantage. General Zheng Yanqing does not excel in naval battles and should absolutely not be tasked with opening a water route. At my bedside lies an iron cabinet, where I've left words for you, Your Majesty. I am unable to stay by your side to fulfill our earlier agreement. In truth, if I hadn't seen no future for myself in this land, I wouldn't have wanted to leave either. Now it's over. Please allow me, Your Majesty, to be buried here, so that I might rest eternally on native soil. Sleep finally claimed Wen Yin as he slowly closed his eyes and slumped into Luo Juanxing's arms. Luo Juanxing failed to catch the last word clearly, but he already understood what Wen Yin was trying to say. When he prepared to gently place Wen Yan's body down, the black spear still embedded within him emitted a low hum. The vibration startled Luo Juanxing, causing his face to turn deathly pale. Your Majesty, please do not panic. A slightly lazy yet serene voice sounded near Luo Juanxing. A stream of celestial blue light wrapped around his body as a pillar of water surged toward Wen Yin, tightly enclosing his corpse. The black spear was also enveloped by the unexpected column of water, and its remaining traces of power were gradually neutralized within the clear, colorless liquid. The newcomer wore a simple blue robe, carrying an air of calm confidence that hid his true thoughts behind a faint smile. Seeing Wang Ming suddenly appear at the venue, Luo Juanxing frowned inwardly, but he did not let it show, quickly composing himself and turning his gaze toward Xiu, who was restrained by Cassio. With icy cold eyes, he commanded sharply, Wang Ming, kill him. Father. Wang Yi, who was about to leave the arena, turned her head upon hearing the commotion behind her. She noticed, without knowing when, that her father had arrived. Looking toward Luo Ziwen hovering helplessly alone in the air, she observed drops falling from her face. It seemed as if tears were streaming down. Was she crying? For years, not once had she even reddened her eyes. Thinking back, since her mother passed away, Wen Yin had always been by her side, as both mentor and friend, parent and confidant, until she grew older and wiser. Gradually, Wen Yan's focus shifted to state affairs. Now, right before her eyes, The man who had guided her since childhood had been killed by the one she loved. Wang Yi clenched her teeth and turned to stand next to her, extending her arms slowly to embrace her fragile form, offering comfort and reassurance. However, just as her hand was about to touch Luo Ziwen, the latter suddenly turned her head. Aside from the faint traces of tear marks on her face, there was no evidence of her having cried recently. Luo Ziwen's expression was utterly tranquil, her cold eyes briefly meeting Wang Yi's with a chilly stare. Her lips parted slightly, and her gaze narrowed, staring pointedly at Wang Yi's reaching hand. With a glimmer of sharp frost in her eyes, she asked, "What do you want?" Her throat constricted slightly, her lips parted hesitantly. Ultimately, Wang Yi lowered her head and withdrew her hand. "Nothing. It's nothing." The end.